I am on Dongzike Island in the North Sea. To call this island bustling would be a stretch. It's divided into two main zones, the Lawless District and the Security District. The Lawless District is a haven for all sorts of dangerous people. Pirates, thugs, bounty hunters, and merchants, all treating this place as their personal paradise. Here, strength is the only law. Whoever is stronger calls the shots. The entire district follows the rule of might makes right, and it is tightly controlled by three underground factions. They are the true rulers of this chaotic territory. The Security District, on the other hand, enjoys relative peace thanks to the presence of a Navy outpost. Criminal gangs dare not enter. They can only run rampant in the Lawless District. Right now, a brutal battle is raging in the Lawless District. I wear a black and white mask and simple white clothes, walking forward at a measured pace. Blood still drips from my sword. As I glance back, I see more than 100 lifeless bodies on the ground. Each was killed with a single, fatal strike. Some with throats pierced, some with hearts impaled, some even cleaved clean in two, their blood dyeing the ground, turning the scene into a grisly tableau. Ahead, over 100 people have gathered. Despite their numbers, fear is etched on every face. They stare at me, as if confronted by a grim reaper risen straight from hell. For every step I take, they retreat one step, as if perfectly drilled, until they can fall back no further. At that moment, a burly man with a wound running from shoulder to abdomen, blood gushing incessantly, lets out an angry roar. Who? Who are you? Why did you come after our Wild Wolf gang? He is Infit, the gang's notorious leader, known as Wolfhead. Once, the Wild Wolf gang ruled these streets. Now, with just my lone presence, they're driven to the brink. How swiftly fortunes change. I reply coldly, if you're the Wild Wolf gang, then I've found my target. My voice, muffled by the mask, comes out deep and hoarse, echoing as if from the depths of the earth. Terror written across his face. Infit shouts in desperation, we've never crossed you. If it's territory you want, name your terms, we'll yield a lot to you. Yet I can see in his eyes a glint of unyielding ferocity, like a beast cornered and ready to strike. I let out a cold laugh. Didn't provoke you? Images of that ordinary little girl lying in her hospital bed, gravely injured, flashed through my mind. In my previous life, I was just an average person on a blue star, but I somehow crossed into the world of One Piece and became a refugee. Thankfully, the island's residents took me in, allowing me to settle here in peace. Yet just yesterday, the little girl who once helped me was beaten within an inch of her life by the evil wolf gang, all because she had accidentally glanced their way. Though she barely survived, she was left clinging to life, her face slashed and her right arm severed. For a girl who relied on her hands to earn a living, this was nothing less than a ruinous blow. Simply meeting their eyes had brought her such a disaster. How could I not be furious? And so, sword in hand, I marched forward to deliver justice. With an icy expression, I spoke. You want to join me? Trash like you isn't worthy of being in my crew. I continued walking, flicking the blood from my sword with a practiced motion. Its blade remained razor sharp. When I was less than 10 meters from Infit, a grotesque smile twisted across his face. Join you? In your dreams. Drop dead, he spat and slammed a button in his hand. Suddenly, a thunderous blast erupted ahead of me. Fire and thick smoke devoured the entire area. Members of the evil wolf gang broke into crazed laughter, convinced I'd been blown to pieces. Yet to their utter astonishment, I emerged completely unscathed. I said in a low voice, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. As the words left my lips, a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy, over 10 meters long, slashed out from the haze, slicing through dozens of wolf gang members at the waist, blood spraying in all directions. I walked out of the smoke, sword trailing along the ground, sending sparks dancing. When they saw me unhurt, those who were left stood frozen, jaws slack in terror. A monster, they shrieked panic-stricken. In their minds, they must have wondered, what kind of being can survive a bomb unscathed? With a chilling tone, I declared, I'm done playing games. Time for you all to die. Channeling lightning into my left hand, I shouted, Way of Destruction number 63. Thunder roar cannon. A brilliant white beam blasted into the crowd with an ear-splitting explosion, thunder tearing through flesh, shattering bodies, mangling limbs. The scene was painted in blood. Infit, my prime target, was blown to ashes in an instant. Those who somehow survived screamed in utter despair. He's a devil fruit user. Run, we're no match for him. I gave another cold laugh. You think you can escape? With a flick of my fingers, white thunder. Arcs of white lightning shot out, piercing the skulls of those attempting to flee. And with that, one of the island's 3 great underground factions, the evil wolf gang, was wiped from existence. In the face of the bloody scene before him, Yun Yi felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, he remained calmly analytical, musing to himself. Perhaps this is the perfect opportunity to finally unify the entire Chaos District. At the same time, a mechanical, metallic chime echoed in Yun Ye's mind. Notification: you have slain hundreds of Wild Wolf members. Achievement points awarded, 50. Awarded 100 Manslayer achievement. Achievement points awarded, 100. Hearing these notifications, Yun Yi showed no surprise. In fact, he reacted as if this were nothing out of the ordinary. This sort of plug-in, or cheat, acquired when he crossed over into this world, was something he had experienced more than once already. When he first woke up here, a strange panel appeared in his mind, a kind of embedded system he referred to as the Reaper template. The term Reaper here didn't allude to the Western deity of death, but rather to the famed characters from a Japanese manga, one as renowned as any of the other legendary series. The panel displayed as follows. Host: Yun Yi. Achievement points: 155. Zan: Swordsmanship Proficiency 85. Kin: Unarmed Combat Proficiency 65. Shun: Flash Step Proficiency 75. Kido: Heido number 4, Byakurai Proficiency 100. Heido number 33. Sokatsui Proficiency 100. Heido number 63. Raikoho Proficiency 60. Bakudo number 30. Shitatsu Sansen Proficiency 75. Special. After some time exploring its functions, Yun Yi gradually unraveled the ways this system worked. The core combat system was divided into 4 main branches: Zan, Kin, Shun, and Kido, mirroring the famed skill categories in the Reaper universe. Under each category, various skills were listed, some familiar, others strange to him. For instance, within the Zan branch, beyond the basics of swordsmanship, were the names of legendary Zanpakuto, Hyarimuru, Ryujin Jaka, Tensai Zangetsu, Shimazakura, Kyoka Sujetsu. Every Shurikai and Bankai form ever shown in the original Reaper story could be found on this list. The other branches reflected their respective themes as well. Kin for hand-to-hand combat technique, Shun for advanced movement skills like Flash Step, and Kido for mystical arts such as Heido and Bakudo. As for this special category, Yun Yi had yet to discover what it would unlock once activated. He speculated that it might include the power of hollows, or perhaps even abilities of the Quincy. As long as he had enough achievement points, in theory, Yun Yi could obtain nearly every ability from the world of the Reapers. Zero, Heido, Resurrection, Bankai. The mere thought of combining such forces sent an involuntary shiver of awe through him. However, activating each skill required a large number of achievement points. Yun Yi estimated that even if he spent his entire lifetime, it would be impossible to unlock every single skill. The sheer number of points needed was simply overwhelming. If someone had an obsession with collecting, they would probably sink into despair. Fortunately, Yun Yi harbored no such obsession. Besides, there were far more uses for achievement points than just this. Achievement points could also be used to improve a skill's proficiency, but the cost was significant. Of course, aside from spending achievement points, skills would gradually become more proficient with practice as Yun Yi actually used them in the real world. That, at least, was a piece of good news. At the beginning, Yun Yi spent 2 achievement points to unlock the skill White Thunder, and another 5 points to raise its proficiency to 100. This gave Yun Yi a certain degree of combat ability, enough to survive in this unfamiliar world. Since there was no spiritual energy in this world, possibly due to the foreign system, he found that the power required to cast skills was converted into physical stamina. Every time he activated a skill, Yun Yi would expend his own energy, quite similar to the rules surrounding devil fruits. Earning achievement points was also straightforward. Yun Yi could choose to defeat or kill enemies, or distinguish himself in particular fields. The first batch of points he earned was by hunting animals in the forest. That was when he unlocked the swordsmanship skill. As his proficiency rose to 80, Yun Yi was able to unleash slashing attacks from a distance, reaching the level of a master swordsman. But now, hunting or killing animals no longer yielded any points. Yun Yi surmised it was related to his growing strength. Once enemies no longer posed a threat, defeats or kills would no longer be rewarded with achievement points. Drawing his thoughts back, Yun Yi set out for his next destination, the territory of the Iron Hand Gang, one of the 3 major underground factions. The 3 factions were cancers on this island, no different from fierce wolves. They routinely bullied the innocent and committed countless crimes. For ordinary people, these gangs were the greatest threat to their daily lives. The villagers who once saved Yun Yi were honest, law-abiding folk who had suffered prolonged oppression at the hands of the 3 factions. Many had even lost their lives because of it. Now that Yun Yi had resolved to take action, he intended to wipe out this scourge at its roots, leaving no chance of future trouble. Very soon, Yin arrived at the Iron Hand Gang's lair. It was a bar. By this hour, dusk was falling, the sky not yet completely dark, but already the sounds of raucous singing and laughter spilled out from within. 2 guards stood at the entrance. Next to them stood a board emblazoned with blood-red characters. Entry forbidden. Violators will be killed. The character for death was smeared with vivid red paint, looking as if freshly stained with blood. Are they celebrating their own deaths? Yin sneered inwardly as he strode slowly toward the door. His movement quickly caught the attention of the guard stationed there. The 2 men instantly grew alert. One of them barked out, "Stop! Who are you?" Yin ignored them. With his black and white mask, a fleeting red glint seemed to flicker in his eyes, sending a chill running down anyone's spine. A strange, inexplicable fear seized the hearts of the 2 guards. But, knowing they stood on the Iron Hand Gang's turf, they forced themselves to suppress their unease. Everyone on the island understood. Causing trouble in Iron Hand Gang territory was as good as signing your own death warrant. At that moment, the other guard drew his pistol, aiming straight at Yunyi. In a cold, threatening voice, he spat, "Trying to play tricks on us? Are you in a hurry to die?" Even as his words faded, he squeezed the trigger without hesitation, a vicious grin spreading across his face as the bullet sped directly toward Yunye's head. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out in quick succession. The 2 guards at the door were already laughing wildly, as if they could see Yunye's head bursting open. Their faces were twisted with arrogant delight. To their shock, Yunyi merely raised his sword and, with effortless grace, deflected every bullet. To Yunyi, firearms posed no threat at all. The 2 low-level thugs at the entrance had never witnessed such a sight. Their jaws practically fell off, wide-eyed in utter disbelief. The bullets were actually batted away. Yunye's expression remained calm as he spoke. "Since you took action against me, you'd better be prepared to pay the price." With a flick of his wrist and a low, resonant hum, a sword energy beam stretched for dozens of meters, slicing through the air and cleaving the bar, and the guards at the entrance, clean in half. With a thunderous crash, the bar collapsed in a whirlwind of dust and debris. "What's going on? Is that an earthquake? My leg's broken. Somebody help me." Cries rang out from beneath the rubble, and then dozens of people struggled to crawl free, glancing around in dazed confusion. The Iron Hand Gang's boss, Iron Hand, was first to emerge, his face clouded with rage. Iron Hand was far stronger than the average member, and in an instant realized they had been attacked. This fact pushed his usual confidence into seething fury, bloodshot eyes blazing with wrath. Who did this? Who the hell did this? He howled with rage, and finally his gaze locked onto the masked Yunyi. All the evidence pointed to this man as their attacker. "Who are you? Why are you coming after the Iron Hand Gang?" Iron Hand glowered at Yunyi, his voice hoarse with fury, teetering on the brink of a violent outburst. Yunyi replied coolly, "To kill you, do I need a reason?" With those words, he raised his sword once more, sending a sweeping blade of energy slicing through the air, aimed straight at Iron Hand. A flying slash. Iron Hand was shocked by what he saw and hurriedly twisted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly slash. But his men behind him weren't so lucky. With nowhere to run, they were sliced clean in 2 by the flying blade, blood spraying everywhere. Iron Hand had seen much of the world. He had once roamed the Grand Line with a pirate crew, though that crew was destroyed not long after they set out. By sheer luck, Iron Hand survived. That experience exposed him to true power. Swordsmen whose swings sent attacks flying through the air, and those who wielded mysterious devil fruit abilities. His pirate crew had been wiped out by just such a swordsman, a man who wielded nothing but a blade and a single slash, yet utterly crushed them with ease. That swordsman, too, could launch sword energy from a distance, annihilating their entire crew single-handedly. Never in his wildest dreams did Iron Hand imagine that, in this remote corner of the North Blue, another such master might appear, someone who could hurl sword energy through the air. Why wasn't someone like this making their name on the Grand Line? What possible reason could they have for showing up in such a small, out-of-the-way sea? Even more astounding, this person had actually turned their wrath against him and his men. Run. I have to run. This was the only thought pounding in Iron Hand's mind. He didn't even have the nerve left to think about fighting back. He had felt this kind of terror once before, and the memory of slaughter had already broken his spirit. Well, you do have some experience. Too bad it won't save your life. Yunyi smiled, then with a flick of his finger sent a lance of white lightning blazing forth, piercing Iron Hand's forehead in an instant. Iron Hand died where he stood. Even in death, he never understood what he had done to earn the wrath of such a formidable foe. In this world, weakness itself is a sin. Join him, Yunyi said coldly. Azure Firefall. With a calm wave of his hand, pale blue flames exploded downward, engulfing every last member of the Iron Hand gang. Distractive spell número 33, Azure Firefall. As the thunderous crack of the explosion echoed out, a monstrous shockwave swept through the area, obliterating everyone in its path. Countless died instantly, and even those who survived the initial blast couldn't escape Yunye's finishing blow. Thus, the Iron Hand gang was completely wiped out. With his enemies dispatched, Yunye glanced briefly around the ruins, then departed as casually as he had arrived, sparing not a moment more. It was only after Yunye had vanished that others began to creep into the area. They were vagrants and petty thugs from the lawless district, men who usually survived by pickpocketing and petty crime. Hardly saints, but none had the nerve for arson or murder. Now, as they stared at the ruins of the Iron Hand gang's former stronghold, they were struck dumb by what they saw. One by one, they swallowed hard, unable to hide the fear and shock on their faces. The Iron Hand gang has been wiped out. This is unbelievable. Just one person pulled it off. Where on earth did this powerhouse come from? With nothing but a sword, he killed every last member of the Iron Hand gang. Terrifying. Who could that guy possibly be? The voices of discussion rippled through the air as everyone tried to make sense of what had happened. News of this incident quickly swept across the entire island. And soon after, word also spread that the Wolf Gang had met the same fate. The revelation hit everyone like a thunderclap. For a moment, anyone who heard the news found it impossible to believe, their hearts pounding in shock. The story about the Wolf Gang took a little longer to get out because their headquarters lay in a remote area seldom visited by outsiders. But now, in the span of just a short time, 2 of the 3 great powers in the island's chaos zone had been uprooted completely. No sooner did this news break than the whole island was thrown into turmoil. Meanwhile, in the territory belonging to the Orly family, one of the 3 great powers, as soon as Orleans, the head of the Orly family, received the report from a scout, he shot to his feet, his face filled with utter disbelief. What did you say? The Wolf Gang and the Iron Hand Gang are both gone? What on earth happened? The underling, barely managing to stand firm under his boss's intimidating presence, trembled from head to toe. Still, he summoned his courage and shared everything he knew. You mean to say, a single person, with just a sword, completely annihilated those 2 gangs? Orleans looked stunned, unable to believe his ears. He had to ask again, are you absolutely sure this is true? The underling swallowed nervously, but nodded with conviction. Yes, it's true. Orleans' expression darkened and shifted. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and finally issued a low, cold order. Gather everyone. Prepare for what's to come. Shock and dread seized the underling's heart. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the true weight of his boss's intentions. Could it be? What are you standing around for? Move. Noticing the hesitation, Orleans let out a menacing grunt. Why, yes, right away. The underling hurried out, anxiety and fear swelling inside him with every step. Once the young man had left, Orleans sat in silence for a while. Then, he pulled out a din mushy from his pocket. What's the situation? Boss, something's gone wrong. Meanwhile, at the Navy's P4 branch base in the security district, senior officers from all the branch bases had gathered for an emergency meeting to discuss the turmoil unfolding in the Chaos Zone. Lieutenant Colonel Yara, the base commander, surveyed the assembled officers and asked in a low voice, You've all received the news by now, I assume? What are your thoughts on the utter destruction of the Wolf Pack and Iron Fist gangs? A bespectacled officer stood up and reported earnestly. We have intelligence suggesting this was the work of a masked, mysterious individual. As for why he targeted those 2 gangs, the reason still eludes us. He paused briefly before adding, Moreover, from the footage transmitted by the Din Mushy, it appears that this person is now heading straight for the Orly family. As the head of intelligence, he was better informed than anyone else in the room. Another officer, Major Brunner, his military cap pressed low, let a cold glint flash through his eyes and muttered, So his target is the top 3 powers in the Chaos Zone? Could he be a bounty hunter? This is utterly absurd. Brunner's dissatisfaction stemmed from more than just a challenge to the Navy's authority. He harbored secrets of his own. Privately, he had been colluding with the Wolf Pack for personal gain, drawing considerable illegal profits from their partnership. Yunye's sudden intervention had cut off his source of revenue completely, leaving him seething with rage. I propose we move on the Orly family's headquarters at once and apprehend both that mysterious individual and all the Orly family members. Brunner's gaze was icy as he put forward his opinion. Yara glanced at Brunner, then waved a hand dismissively. No need for haste. We know far too little about this so-called mystery man, and it's unclear whether he's friend or foe. Rushing in blindly could saddle us with a threat even more dangerous than the current Big Three. There's no reason to take such a risk. Having said this, Yara retrieved a file from his desk drawer and added calmly. What's more, we've received intel from other branches indicating that the Orly family might have outside support backing them. He slapped the report onto the information board behind him so everyone would pay attention. What? The Orly family has backing? Who could it be? The revelation stunned the entire meeting. Instinctively, all eyes turned to the intelligence board, where a message was written in bold. Reliable sources indicate that behind the Orly family stands a Vinsmoke family. Intelligence suggests the Vinsmokes are operating a secret experimental base hidden in the southern part of Esek Island. The area is extremely dangerous and demands our highest alert. At first, many of the Navy officers and sailors paid little attention, their expressions unchanged and calm. But when they caught sight of the name Vinsmoke family, a sudden chill swept through the majority present. Their pupils contracted sharply, faces betraying a deep shock and unmistakable fear. They all shared one thing in common. They were native to the North Blue. Suddenly, a senior officer sprang to his feet, his voice thick with disbelief. The V. Vinsmoke family? Are you certain this information is accurate? How can this be? That family? Why would they show up here? Someone else muttered under their breath, eyes wide with a profound dread. As members of the North Blue Navy, they all fully understood the weight behind the Vinsmoke name. They were once the rulers of the entire North Blue, a home to terrifying power, not a force anyone dared to confront lightly. Though their dominance had waned over the years, the saying holds true: a dying camel is still larger than a horse. The Vinsmoke family's legacy was more than enough to crush an island without effort. The Evil Army was not a mere title of bravado. However, a few among the crowd wore puzzled expressions. These were officers transferred in from other seas, unfamiliar with the reputation of the Vinsmoke family. Even if they had heard whispers, they dismissed such stories as exaggerated legends. How can an entire sea be ruled by a single family? The idea seemed far-fetched to them. Karen, the bespectacled intelligence officer, caught the crucial detail and turned to ask Yala, "Sir, the intelligence mentioned a secret experimental base. Do we know what kind of facility it is?" Yala shook his head. "I'm not sure either. The report came through from headquarters this morning. The communication didn't detail what sort of experiments are performed there, just stressed, in no uncertain terms, that the place is extremely dangerous and must not be approached under any circumstances. An experimental base operated by the Vinsmoke family. This is no trivial matter. Could it be some sort of sinister weapon experiment? They're called walking war machines. After all, a few Navy officers murmured among themselves in hushed tones. Hearing these whispers, a flicker of disdain flashed across Brunel's eyes. People in backwater places like this panic at the slightest disturbance. Utterly useless. Suddenly, Brunel stood up, swept his gaze over everyone present, and finally fixed his eyes on Yara. His voice was icy as he declared, "Commander, talking here won't solve anything. Why don't we head straight to the scene and round them all up for questioning? So what if they're from the Vinsmoke family? They need to understand that on this island, the Navy's word is law." At that moment, Brunel was burning with anger over his own losses. Acting on impulse, he gave no thought to the consequences, boldly proposing to send troops for a crackdown. As a man from the Grand Line, he always carried an air of superiority over the locals of the Four Blues. He was convinced this place was remote and backward, incomparable to the Grand Line. For that reason, even though Yara outranked him, Brunel never truly respected her. No sooner had Brunel finished speaking than another Navy officer sprang up in agreement. "I support Major Brunel's proposal. When has our Navy ever been afraid of other factions? And these so-called bounty hunters, how dare they act on this island without our permission? Clearly, they have no regard for us." "Agreed. I support too." Truth be told, the P5 branch Navy was far from a united front. Even within their base, two clear factions had formed. One faction, led by Commander Yara, was composed mainly of North Blue locals. The other, headed by Brunel, consisted mostly of Navy personnel transferred from the Grand Line. The two sides often clashed over internal matters. So those who echoed Brunel now were all from his own camp. As everyone made their positions clear, Yara slowly scanned each face, before her gaze finally settled back on Brunel. Her tone calm and steady, she said, "Major Brunel, since you're so eager, why don't you lead the operation this time?" Brunel narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold, mirthless laugh. "Excellent. I'll lead the team and sweep away anyone on this island who dares oppose us. All the merit will be mine alone. Let's go. Time to meet this so-called Vinsmoke family." With that, he strode from the room with long, confident steps. His supporters followed closely behind, filing out of the meeting room as well. Once Brunel's faction had left, Intelligence Officer Karen gave her glasses a slight push, the light glinting off the lenses. Commander, we've gathered plenty of evidence that Major Brunel is secretly colluding with the Wolfgang. Why did you? There's no use in saying more. I have my own plan. Yara waved her hand, signaling Karen to stop. Karen nodded. Understood, Commander. Yala swept his gaze over everyone present and said calmly, you can all go now. Keep a close watch for any signs of unusual activity in the Chaos Zone. Don't overlook a single clue. Yes, sir. They answered in unison and soon left the room. Only Yala remained. He shook his head lightly, looked out the window, and murmured, these are troubled times. I hope you will bring valuable intelligence back to headquarters, instead of meeting execution because of your reputation as one of the Navy's disgraceful ones. Brune thought his secretive actions were well hidden, but Yala had been watching him all along. The reason he hadn't been exposed was simply because Brune had yet to cross Yala's line. He hadn't laid a hand on anyone in the security zone. Yet in recent days, the Wolfgang had grown increasingly reckless, even resorting to atrocities that could not be tolerated. This finally hardened Yala's resolve to purge this bane and, in the process, eliminate the Wolfgang for good. But right at this moment, catastrophe erupted in the Chaos Zone. A mysterious figure, moving with lightning speed, had wiped out two of the three major powers Yala had always considered a threat. Almost in the blink of an eye. Now, this stranger was heading straight for the Orly family's stronghold, clearly intent on sweeping away every faction in his path. When Yala first heard the news, shock rippled through him as well. Who could possibly choose to strike at such a critical moment? He picked up a stack of files, each one detailing intelligence reports on the Orly and Vinsmoke families. At this moment, Yunyi looked up at the sky, where dusk was slowly thickening. A night like this is made for slaughter, he whispered, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. His sharp gaze locked on the throng ahead. Hundreds had gathered already. They were Orly family men. They too spotted Yunyi at almost the same instant, and alarmed cries rang out. He's here. Alert. Get ready. Orlean's eyes went cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he gestured sharply and commanded, don't let him get close. Fire at will. The men leveled their guns and opened fire. Gunshots erupted, and bullets swept toward Yunyi in a relentless torrent, sealing off the area ahead, leaving virtually no room for him to evade. But did Yunyi really need to dodge? Not all. He swung the sword in his hand. A crescent-shaped arc of sword energy sliced through the air, deflecting every bullet. Without breaking stride, he charged forward, unstoppable. A heavy feeling settled in Orlean's chest. He could not help but mutter under his breath. An unsurpassed swordsman, just as the rumors say. According to the latest intel, the one who had destroyed the other two great powers was, indeed, a swordsman capable of unleashing deadly long-range strikes. In this world, a swordsman's attack was nothing less than lethal. One moment's carelessness, and the only outcome was death. Faced with that fierce slash, Orleans dared not underestimate his opponent. He swiftly drew a uniquely designed pistol. Sleek and exuding an intense technological flair, the weapon crackled with electricity as he pulled the trigger. A bright bolt of lightning burst forth from the muzzle. The lightning beam and Yunyi's slash collided violently in midair. With a deafening boom, the shockwave surged outward, scattering both the slash and the lightning into shards that fluttered down like a shower of radiant sparks. Yunyi's gaze fell on the weapon in Orlean's hand, and surprise flickered across his mind. Is that an electroshock gun? In this world dominated by seafaring, the existence of such advanced weaponry was unexpected. Yunyi couldn't help but recall the pacifistas from the original story. Yet there was a difference. While the pacifistas' attacks resembled Kizaru's laser cannon, the gun in Orlean's hand was more like Enel's energy cannon. And clearly, this weapon packed quite a punch. Nonetheless, Yunyi was merely caught off guard, not intimidated. In terms of power, this electroshock gun was probably still inferior to his own Baikurai spell. What baffled him was the world's technological disparity. Sailing ships still crisscrossed the seas, yet robots, electroshock guns, and laser cannons had already appeared. Even so, to Yunyi, these so-called high-tech weapons posed no real threat. At best, the gun's power could rival a casual attack from him. He advanced, his voice coming through the mask, low and cold. Anything else up your sleeve? Go ahead, show me. Orleans narrowed his eyes warily. Who are you, really? A Marine? Yunyi continued his approach, a hint of mockery in his tone. That's the third time I've been asked that today. He let out a soft laugh. Tell me, why else would I be wearing a mask? Naturally, he wore the mask to hide his identity. He was merely a bystander and had no intention of being hunted as a dangerous criminal, nor did he want to get entangled in trouble because of one reckless action. Or worse, end up with a bounty on his head. In truth, Yin had no interest in becoming a pirate. Joining the Marines, on the other hand, wasn't out of the question. After all, their official backing meant a far greater degree of safety compared to life adrift as a pirate. Of course, the matter still required careful consideration. He was never one to make hasty decisions unless there were clear benefits. As soon as Orlons heard the words "third time," his expression darkened. It dawned on him that the other 2 times must have been from members of different factions. He couldn't help but wonder, did this mean that everyone who had asked that question so far had ended up killed by Yin? Such an implicit taunt was nothing short of a provocation and insult, stoking Orlon's anger even further. Yet, despite his rage, he did not argue back. The more he crossed blades with Yun Yi, the more acutely he felt the immense pressure the other man brought. That single strike just now had made it painfully clear to Orlons. The strength of his opponent far exceeded anything he had imagined. If they were to clash again, Orlons wasn't even sure he could withstand another blow. What troubled him even more was that he couldn't glimpse Yin Ye's true identity. For someone to hide themselves so thoroughly, they were either of significant status or moved in the shadows, unwilling to be exposed. Both types had one thing in common. They were not easy to deal with. Swallowing his fear, Orlons spoke coldly. No matter who you are, or what your intentions may be, anyone bold enough to strike at us won't have a pleasant end. Don't think we're just a handful of people. There's power behind us that you could never go up against. Sensing the shifting tides of the confrontation, Orlons finally revealed his backing. He knew well that in moments like this, having a formidable force behind you was a trump card, a deterrent that often gave others pause. That was his plan. Yin Yi just smiled and replied, "I'd actually like to see for myself just who's backing you." There was not a hint of fear in Yun Ye's reply, nor did he waste time responding to Orlon's threats. Instead, he launched straight into his next attack. With a sudden, sharp gesture and the crackle of lightning cutting through the air, a bolt of white lightning shot from Yun Ye's fingertip directly at Orlon's vital point. Orlons had been wary of Yun Ye's every move. His reflexes were quick. He twisted aside and rolled to the ground, managing, just barely, to evade the strike. But not everyone was so fortunate. One of the henchmen behind Orlons was struck through the chest and crumpled to the ground in an instant, lifeless. Staring at his fallen subordinate, cold sweat beaded on Orlon's forehead. He knew in his bones, had his own reaction been a second slower, it would be him lying motionless on the ground right now. What shook him even more, though, was the nature of this attack. Orlons glanced down at the weapon in his hand, realizing with a start that Yun Ye's previous strike looked remarkably similar to his own weapon's lightning shots, only in a different color, and far more powerful. Could it be they were both wielding lightning-based weapons? Noticing the change in Orlon's expression, Yin Yi seemed to guess his thoughts and remarked with a teasing smile, "You're thinking, aren't you? My attacks and your weapon feel kind of alike? Why not take a guess? What hidden secrets lie within?" With that, Yin Yi struck again, launching several bolts of white lightning that ripped through over a dozen enemies in a flash. The truth was, Yin Yi had no special strategy in mind. He'd merely spoken on a whim. What surprised him, however, was Orlons' face changed dramatically at those words, as if he suddenly remembered something. He pointed at Yin Yi, his voice trembling, and said, "Ew, you're from the Vinsmoke family?" His reaction was so intense that his face was filled with terror, his voice faltering as he tried to speak. The reason was that, hidden somewhere on this island, there was a secret experimental facility belonging to the Vinsmoke family, where mysterious research was quietly taking place. And recently, that research had already yielded remarkable results. The very weapon in his hand was one of these latest achievements. It was a weapon of terrifying destructive power. If it could be produced on a large scale, it would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Could it be that this mysterious masked man was really sent by the Vinsmoke family to silence us? This thought flashed through Orlon's mind. His pupils contracted sharply, and a wave of despair surged in his heart. Some powerful organizations, in order to safeguard their secrets, would kill all witnesses without a moment's hesitation, erasing every clue from existence. Orlons became more and more convinced. This masked man must be a Vinsmoke assassin, here to wipe them all out and bury the secret results of these experiments. How ruthless! To keep their research from leaking, they cared nothing for human life, determined to eliminate everyone involved. Orlons clenched his fists in anger, resentment, and helplessness intertwining in his chest. But the others clearly hadn't thought that far. When they heard Orlons speak, their faces changed dramatically. Terror etched across their expressions. The Vinsmoke family? Why would the Vinsmokes want them dead? They were nothing more than insignificant underlings, barely aware of the real powers behind the scenes. For a moment, Yin Yi had no idea how to respond. His words before had just been a casual remark, with no deeper meaning behind them. Vinsmoke family? That name sounds familiar. But why would they mistake me for someone from the Vinsmokes? Yin glanced at the weapon in Orlan's hand, and suddenly inspiration struck. Could it be that weapon was made by the Vinsmoke family? In this world, only a handful of forces could produce such advanced weaponry, and Vinsmoke Judge and his family were one of them. Their research into lineage factors, clones, and the legendary, powerful battle suits, all of it proved Judge's brilliance in scientific innovation. Maybe I can use this chance to extract more information, Yin thought to himself. Humph. Yin let out a deliberate, indifferent snort, his face a mask of calm, refusing to answer any questions. The truth was, he genuinely had no idea what to say. Any extra explanation might betray him, so the best way was to maintain this mysterious, cold silence. Yet Yunye's attitude only made Orlan's all the more certain of his suspicions. Rumor had it that the Vinsmokes were emotionless clones, created only to obey orders, unwavering even in the face of death. Why? We've done nothing to wrong you. Why must you wipe us out? I swear, we'll never breathe a word of your research to anyone. Orlan's pleaded anxiously, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Now that he believed a Vinsmoke assassin had come for them, all hope seemed lost, but still, he fought on for a slim chance at survival. In truth, however, he had already reported everything that happened here to his superiors. His boss was the captain of a pirate crew under the Vinsmoke family, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 47 million berries, known as Quick Hand Lawrence. Right now, he was likely already on his way here. At first, he had thought this would be his rescue, that salvation was coming for him. But now, those who once brought hope had begun to resemble blades, sharp, poised to take his life at any moment. Listening to Orlan's, Yin quietly mulled things over. It seems there are secrets hidden in this place. After a moment, Yin spoke, his tone icy cold. A secret like this can only be kept by the dead, so don't waste any more of my time. Even so, behind his mask, Yunye's expression was complicated. Why did he feel more and more like a villain himself? He was rooting out evil, so why did it feel this way? He even began to wonder if he could truly call himself a hero, let alone ever become a villain. Impossible. Orlan's twisted his face into a grimace, his voice brimming with anger. So this is how your family does things? You leave people with not a scrap of hope. His laughter was manic, his words a snarl. Even a dying beast still puts up a fight. Even if I must die, I'll carve a piece of flesh from your bones. Kill him. With that, Orlan's was the first to surge forward, his subordinates rushing in behind him. Yin replied quietly, I agree, there's no need to drag this out. He hadn't been here long, but he'd already decided to end things swiftly. After all, the longer this dragged on, the more unpredictable things became. The sooner it was settled, the better. With this in mind, Yin raised his sword once more. A powerful slash sliced through the air. The sword's energy tore straight ahead, cutting dozens of foes cleanly in two. Only Orlan's managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. While dodging, Orlan's leveled his gun at Yin and pulled the trigger. A bolt of crackling lightning shot forth. Yin pointed a finger, unleashing a streak of white lightning. The two forces collided midair. A sharp crack rang out as the twin bolts of lightning clashed, showering the room in sparks. In the end, Yunye's white lightning gained the upper hand, but still veered off course and vanished in empty space. Yunye's tone was calm as he murmured, Seems my white lightning still has the edge. In the next instant, his figure flickered. He became a bolt of black lightning, tearing into the crowd. Every swing of the sword took a life. Blood quickly stained the floor a deep red. Azure firefall, Yin thrust out his left palm, unleashing an avalanche of pale blue flames that engulfed dozens before him. A guttural rumble shook the air. Some men were blown apart instantly. Others were hurled hundreds of meters away, silent the moment they struck the ground. Against such insignificant enemies, Yunye's casual strikes were nothing less than annihilation. This made Yunye begin to doubt his own abilities. What level of strength did he really possess now? If he were to face a formidable enemy with a bounty exceeding 100 million, would he be able to stand his ground? Among all the crime lords on the island, the one with the highest bounty standing before him was Orlan's, whose reward topped 10 million. Yet before Yunye, Orlan's couldn't even last a single round. Although a bounty doesn't wholly define one's strength, there's little doubt. The more formidable the figure, the higher the bounty. In just a matter of seconds, only a handful of people remained alive on the field. A deep, bloody wound had already appeared on Orlan's body. Now he gasped for breath, utterly silent, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Yunye. At this moment, he struggled to overcome his fear, forcing himself not to give way to terror. Yet the gulf between their strength was impossible to bridge. His attacks didn't so much as scratch Yunyi. Yunyi strode forward, seized Orleans by the throat with one hand, hoisting him off his feet. Meeting his gaze coldly, he spoke, "The way you look at me makes me uncomfortable. Staring at me like that. Do you see me as the villain? Or are you pretending you're some innocent?" Yunyi asked, his tone casual, almost indifferent. In Orleans' eyes, Yunyi at that moment was terrifying. Eerie red light flickered in the eyes behind his mask, and his voice was chilling and devoid of warmth. A sinister, dreadful aura radiated from Yunyi, an air that only comes from countless acts of slaughter. If he isn't a villain, what else could he possibly be? Orleans wanted to talk back, but with Yunyi's grip tightening on his throat, not a word could escape. With a swift flick of his sword, Yunyi finished off the last remaining survivors. Then, turning back, he said, "People like you awash in evil. Who knows how many innocent lives you've taken? And you think innocent is a word that could possibly fit you? What a laugh." At these words, Orleans' eyes shrank in alarm. With great effort, he gasped, "You're not from the Vinsmoke family?" Yunyi deliberately loosened his grip, allowing him to speak. A cold grin appeared on Yunyi's lips. "Not completely clueless, are you? Still won't change how this ends for you. Who are you, really?" Orleans demanded once more, confusion clouding his gaze. Even now, the question gnawed at him. If Yunyi wasn't from the Vinsmoke family, why would he go to such lengths? Orleans simply couldn't comprehend it. Yunyi leaned in and softly replied, "Just an ordinary person you and your kind managed to push too far." With that, Yunyi tightened his grip, there was a sharp snap, and Orleans' neck broke instantly. In his final moment, Orleans' face was still twisted in confusion. Had he been able to speak, surely he would have cried out in angry disbelief. How could this possibly be an ordinary person? Thus, the Orleans family met its end. The three great criminal powers on the island, all wiped out. And just then, the mechanical voice echoed in Yunyi's mind once more. Ding. Only family eliminated. Achievement points plus 50. Ding. Successfully eradicated the three major underground factions. Achievement points plus 100. Acquired Slayer of 1,000 achievement. Achievement points plus 150. Yunyi glanced over his status panel and was surprised to see his achievement points had already climbed past 400. 400 points? I wonder which Zanpakuto I can unlock with that, he mused inwardly. The layout of this panel was exceptionally user-friendly. Whenever Yunyi had enough points to unlock a skill, that skill's icon would begin to flash, as if beckoning him to activate it. Once a skill was unlocked, its icon would disappear from the skill library and reappear on the own skills page, making it easy for him to check anytime he wished. With mounting anticipation, Yunyi clicked on the slash branch. He had expected to see row upon row of skill icons gleaming brightly, but the reality left him disappointed. There were hardly any skills available for activation. A hint of resignation crossed his face as he realized just how many achievement points it would take to unlock a new Zanpakuto. It looks like I can't spend these points recklessly. Every skill has to be chosen with care, he quietly reminded himself. Shaking his head to dispel these distractions for now, Yunyi turned his attention to the skills whose icons were still flashing. The skills currently available to unlock were Zangetsu Gokido, Wabisu Kozukuru, Flying Plum. Staring silently at these options, Yunyi weighed his choices. It wasn't that these skills were bad, he thought, simply that none were the powers he most desired. The skills he truly longed for, Kyoka Sujetsu, Hyarimuru, Ryujin Jaka, Senbonzakura, were nowhere in sight. Looks like the system only makes certain abilities available at certain times. Yunyi sighed, realizing that, in moments when he was lacking in power, not even his favorites were within reach. Again and again he scrolled through the list of available skills, before finally letting his gaze settle on Zangetsu. Zangetsu was the Zanpakuto wielded by Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist of Bleach. Its unique form was always in release state, a giant sword whose most famed ability was to focus spiritual pressure into a single point and unleash it as a powerful slash called Getsuga Tensho. Among all the Shurikai skills currently available, Yunyi felt that Getsuga Tensho was, without a doubt, the most valuable. I wonder how it'll actually work out. Will it boost the power of my attacks? Deep in thought, he turned his attention back to the panel. Host, Yunyi. Achievement points, 33. Slash, swordsmanship, proficiency 85. Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, Getsuga Tensho, proficiency 50. Punch, Hakuda, proficiency 65. Step, Shunpa, proficiency 75. Ghost, ad número 4, Byakurai, proficiency 100. Ad número 33. Iskatsui, proficiency 100. In the slash branch, a new section had appeared in the Zanpakuto, Interface, Zangetsu was now listed, clearly highlighted. After unlocking it, Yin felt no obvious changes in his body, nor did a massive sword materialize from thin air. Initially, he wanted to test out Zangetsu's abilities right away, but in the end he curbed his curiosity, deciding to wait for a better opportunity to experiment later. For now, there were other matters to attend to. Yin picked up the gun Orleans had been holding, examining it with care, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't figure out how it worked. He couldn't even find a single screw hole. Forget it. High-tech stuff like this is just too complicated, he muttered, giving a slight shake of his head as he tucked the gun away inside his coat. For him, it wouldn't be of much use. In this world where only the strong survive, true reliance comes from one's own power. Turning away, Yin walked toward the Orly family's headquarters. It was a building of modest height, with a bizarre architectural style, walls patched together from a hodgepodge of materials that gave it a jumbled and unruly look, difficult for the eye to accept. From what Orleans had said earlier, Yin suspected that there were secrets hidden somewhere on this island, and those secrets might be tied to the Vinsmoke family. The thought piqued Yin's curiosity. The Vinsmoke family's research prowess, especially in the field of lineage factors, was beyond question. Their innovations had already drawn the attention of power players across the seas. Even in the original story, formidable figures like Big Mom longed to absorb them. An army of fearless clones, without a doubt, a powerful weapon in war. In the world of pirates, you can always count on secret bases and hidden chambers being stashed underground. Stepping inside, Yin glanced down, then swung his sword in a fluid arc. His sword energy split the floor apart in an instant. The ground caved in, exposing a hidden passageway below. Witnessing this, Yin couldn't help but show an expression of knowing satisfaction. In this world, it seemed that every secret craved the darkness beneath the surface. It had become an unspoken rule. Once he confirmed it was safe, Yin used his flash step to swiftly descend along the passageway. The corridor was somewhat narrow at first, but after a short walk, it gradually widened and filled with bright light as lamps flickered on along both sides. He continued to the very end, where a thick, imposing metal door blocked his path. So is this the final stop? Yin drew closer, rapping his knuckles against the door. It felt incredibly solid. He wasn't sure if force alone could break through. He raised his sword and slashed down. With a sharp hiss, deep sword marks appeared, gouged into the surface, but the door held fast, showing no sign of giving way. It's sturdier than I thought, Yin remarked with a quiet laugh, stepping back several paces as he braced himself for a full-force strike. His presence surged, both hands gripping the sword tightly as he fixed his gaze on the door and unleashed a mighty slash. With a thunderous roar, the fierce energy of his sword sliced through the air and crashed against the door with tremendous force. A deafening bang echoed out, the entire corridor shaking from the impact. Gale-like shockwaves swept out, and thick clouds of dust billowed everywhere. Behind the door lay a laboratory pulsing with cutting-edge technology. At this moment, over 20 clones, each sharing the exact same face, were busily at work inside. Suddenly, an earth-shattering crash erupted, stopping everyone in their tracks. Alarmed, they glanced around, their vigilance heightened. What's happening? Why all this noise all of a sudden? It didn't take long for them to realize that the massive metal door, a barrier tough enough to withstand mortar fire, had been sliced cleanly in half. The several meters thick door smashed to the ground with a catastrophic crash, making the entire floor tremble beneath their feet. Stunned, they watched as a masked, mysterious figure strode unhurriedly through the smoking wreckage into the laboratory. Meanwhile, outside, night had fallen completely and the sky was lit with a scattering of stars. Major Bruiner led a squad of Navy soldiers as they arrived at the Ollie family estate. Before them, flames raged endlessly, the intense heat making the air shimmer and warp. Bruiner surveyed the chaotic battlefield awash in fire and debris, his expression grave. He murmured to himself, "Is it over? Do we come too late?" He quickly gave the order, "Search the area. See if there are any survivors." "Yes, sir." A handful of Navy soldiers snapped to action, breaking off to scour the surroundings for anyone who might still be alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, a pirate ship was moored at the docks. A lone figure leaped from its deck and raced straight toward the chaos. This was Quick Hand Lawrence, whose bounty reached 47 million berries. His face was grim, and his steps pounded urgently toward the scene. Damn it, who's targeting us? And why now of all times? Is someone watching us from the shadows? It has to be those agents of the world government. How despicable. If the research data falls into the hands of the world government, I won't live for long, and Lord Judge will never forgive me. At the thought of what would happen if the data was lost, Lawrence shuddered. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. I can't let the world government or the Navy get away with this. I need to move the data before they get to it. It wasn't long before Lawrence rushed to the perimeter of the Orley family's estate. In the distance, flames raged. The Orley estate had been reduced to smoldering ruins. Lawrence came to a sudden halt and immediately caught sight of Brunner and his Marines combing through the area. So it really is the Navy, the dogs of the world government. He clenched his jaw. The fury burning in his eyes was fiercer than the inferno before him. To Lawrence, these soldiers were the ones who had obliterated the Orley family down to the last trace. And judging by the state of the place, the underground laboratory had already been thoroughly searched, which meant he was too late. Damn you, Navy! What have you done? Realizing the truth, Lawrence let rage take over. Without hesitation, he surged forward and launched a furious assault on the Marines. Twin pistols whirled in his hands at blinding speed, leaving afterimages as he moved. In just a handful of seconds, more than a dozen Marines had been shot down, lifeless where they fell. We got an intruder. Everyone, be on alert. He's over there. There's only one of him. He's moving too fast. Fire, hurry, stop him. Caught off guard at first, the Marines scrambled to regroup and began firing back. A fierce storm of gunfire filled the air, bullets raining down in relentless bursts. But Lawrence moved with uncanny agility, darting through the chaos. Not a single shot found its mark. Standing nearby, Brunner caught a glimpse of Lawrence's face in the firelight. There was something familiar about that figure. After a quick moment of recognition, his expression shifted to shock and alarm. He cried out involuntarily, "Quick hand, Lawrence! This is bad! Everyone fall back at once!" As he shouted, Brunner himself wasted no time, ducking behind cover at the first opportunity. Weren't we told the enemy was someone wearing a mask? That it was a member of the Vinsmoke family? How did it end up being a pirate with a bounty over 40 million? How could this happen? Brunel's heart was gripped by fear. It had never crossed his mind that the one who destroyed the three major factions was actually Quick Draw Lawrence. If he'd known he'd be facing a pirate of this caliber, he would never have rushed in so recklessly. In the four seas, pirates with bounties over 40 million berries were rare, each one a name that struck terror into the hearts of all. They weren't the kind of opponents ordinary Marines could handle. At least for Brunel himself, he had no ability to take on such an enemy head-on. Could it be that Aura deliberately fed me false intelligence? Didn't want me dead? Suddenly, a new thought flashed through Brunel's mind, causing his face to sink further. He'd already felt that something was off about Aura and the way the other Marines behaved. Since when did a mere family command such dread? Now he realized it had all been a show staged for him, with the sole aim of provoking him into action. Such cunning calculation. He was sure Aura had intentionally stoked his anger and passed along false information, all to have him killed in this conflict and secure his own position on the island. There had always been hostility between the two of them. Such a plot was entirely possible. Aura, you're merciless. Brunel clenched his teeth, his heart overflowing with resentment. It's too late for regrets now, Marine. Since you dared raise your hand against us, there's only one end for you. Lawrence let out a cold snort and kept firing without hesitation, each bullet claiming the life of a Marine. His pistol had been specially modified, its power surpassing an ordinary handgun by nearly tenfold. Without sufficient physical strength and skilled technique, each shot would place a tremendous strain on the user's arm. Because of this, the naval officers at the scene stood no chance of dodging his bullets. In just a few minutes, he wiped out all the Navy soldiers, leaving only Brunel alive. The reason Brunel wasn't killed immediately was that there was a risk that the Navy had already relocated crucial information. Keeping a survivor made it easier to extract valuable intelligence. With a cold, stern expression, Lawrence stepped up to Brunel, pressed the gun against his head, and demanded in an icy voice, "If you want to live, you'd better tell me everything you know, no lies." Lawrence had rushed over upon receiving Orleans' distress signal, realizing someone was targeting the Orley family. The timing, too, was uncanny. The research results had been out for less than a day before this place came under attack. All these details made it hard not to suspect a deeper connection behind the scenes. Lawrence even suspected that someone within the base was working for the world government and had leaked the intel at the very first opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way the attack would have come so quickly. "No, please don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Brunel was completely shattered by Lawrence's ruthless slaughter. He collapsed on the ground, trembling from head to toe, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Seeing Brunel in such a pitiful state, a flicker of disdain passed through Lawrence's eyes. But that suited his purposes. Those who feared death the most were usually the quickest to talk. Why are Navy forces even here? Lawrence crouched down, the muzzle of his gun still pressed tightly against Brunel's forehead, his gaze ice-cold and unyielding. The question made Brunel's heart clench. He knew all too well, one wrong answer meant instant death. The threat of death kicked his brain into frantic overdrive. Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't just admit they'd been sent here because Lawrence had wiped out 3 of the major powers, saying that would be a death sentence. Even with the slimmest hope, he was determined not to die like this. As long as there was a chance, he'd try anything to survive, even if it meant dragging everyone else on the island down with him. Since the truth was off limits, he grabbed hold of the Germa family as an excuse. So, voice still shaking, he stammered, "Headquarters said the Orly family had dealings with the Vinsmoke clan." But before he could finish, the sudden crack of gunfire rang out, and Brunel's head exploded on the spot, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. It could only be said that his death was not undeserved. Lawrence's face was grim as he slowly holstered his pistol, wiping away the blood and brain matter splattered across the metal, muttering curses under his breath. So, the Navy did have some intel after all? Damn it, I can't stay here. Need to move out now. The files. Damn it, I forgot to ask where the files are. Fueled by rage, Lawrence fired a few more shots at Brunner's corpse, venting his fury with every pull of the trigger. He looked toward the ruined Orly compound, fully aware that the underground lab had most likely been ransacked. There was no point in continuing the search. Nothing would be left. Drawing a deep breath, Lawrence tried to steady himself. It's only been an hour since the message was sent from Orleans. Even if the Navy moved at lightning speed, it would still take time to move all the documents. I've already ordered a lockdown on the port. In all likelihood, the files are still on the island. The only possibility is that they're hidden inside the Navy branch headquarters. A cold smirk came over Lawrence's face as his eyes shifted toward the Navy base, his gaze sharp and resolute. Navy, you'd better know when to back off. Otherwise, don't blame me for laying waste to everyone on this island. The scene shifts back to Yunyi. After eliminating every enemy in the underground lab, Yunyi felt like a protagonist clearing a dungeon in a game, rewarded with a collection of rare items. Most notable among them was a strange crystal card. According to the lab staff, this card contained the entirety of the research data from a base. Besides that, he picked up several unusual weapons. A spear that could discharge lightning, boots equipped with a jet propulsion system, Orleans' old handgun, and a roughly made cloak whose craftsmanship left much to be desired. There's still some time before the story in the original manga really unfolds. The Vinsmoke family probably hasn't even finished making those iconic battle suits yet. Yunyi mused as he turned the loot over in his hands. None of these items held much appeal for him. He already had cheat abilities that far outstripped any common enhancement gear. But to others, these artifacts might hold considerable research value. And that meant he could sell them for a decent sum. For Yunyi, who had just escaped danger and didn't have a cent to his name, these gadgets were at least worth some cash. Useful, if only to give him a little financial breathing room. Their only real value, as far as he was concerned, was what they'd fetch on the market. If he had to use them in a real fight, they were far too crude, and their power paled in comparison to his own basic attacks. Maybe they could be useful bargaining chips, he thought. Even if he had no need for them, someone out there would be interested. When the time came, he could simply trade them for whatever resources he actually wanted. After these thoughts, Yunyi gathered all his important belongings, packing up whatever he could carry. Anything that couldn't be taken was destroyed without hesitation. Before leaving, Yunyi unleashed a surge of blue fire toward the residents of the Orly family, igniting the entire area in a raging sea of flames. He had barely gone far when Yunyi sensed someone approaching the site. A quick glance revealed it was a squad of Marines. Not wanting a confrontation with the Marines stationed on the island, Yunyi swiftly used his Shuanpa technique, slipping quietly and unseen into the shadows. No sooner had he hidden himself than his keen senses picked up another presence. Someone else was closing in fast. Within moments, Yunyi saw this newcomer launch a ferocious assault against the Marines. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad was annihilated. Originally, Yunyi had no intention of getting involved, but then he heard the attacker speak in a cold, emotionless tone. If that's how it is, don't blame me for butchering everyone on this island. At those words, Yunyi's gaze grew frosty. He stepped forward from hiding and said coolly, "Tell me, what exactly are you planning to do to the people here? Who's there?" The sudden voice startled Lawrence, who wheeled around, eyes falling on a mysterious figure in a mask, striding slowly towards him. "I'll ask you again," Yunyi repeated. "What are you planning to do to the people on this island?" Lawrence frowned, his voice icy. "Who are you, sneaking around and playing tricks here?" He was already in a foul mood, and now this masked stranger, clearly here to provoke him, only stoked his anger further. Without another word, Lawrence drew his gun and fired at Yunyi. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. The custom-modified pistol's rate of fire was blisteringly fast, far too swift for most people to even hope to evade. But Yunyi was no stranger to this weapon's power. He shifted his body in an instant, using Shuanpa to slip past every bullet with ease. Impossible. Lawrence was stunned. Someone had actually evaded his attack. He recovered quickly and fired again, this time trying to anticipate Yunye's movements, his shots expertly cutting off every possible path of retreat. Credit where it's due, Lawrence's marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. Every round was timed perfectly, as if he could see his opponent's next move before it happened. Even Yunyi found himself silently impressed. This man's skill with a gun was truly remarkable. It even made him suspect that Lawrence might possess a sensory ability akin to observation haki, able to sense and predict an opponent's actions. But skill alone was not enough to threaten his life. Yunyi drew the sword from his waist and moved in a blur. With a ringing clash of metal, every incoming bullet was deftly deflected. Answer my question. Yunye's voice rang sharp and cold as he raised his hand and unleashed a slashing arc, a blade of chilling brilliance slicing through the air. Tell me, what do you intend to do to these people? A swordsman. Lawrence's gaze sharpened. In a blink, he dodged Yunye's attack, nimbly shifting aside. At the same time, he fired several more shots, the bullets tearing toward Yunyi. Are you the so-called enforcer of justice on this island, skulking in the shadows as you do? Lawrence flashed a vicious grin. I told you, I'm going to slaughter everyone on this island. If you got the nerve, then try and stop me. Yunyi let out a cold snort, his gaze growing ever frostier. He had already seen through it. The man before him was far more dangerous than he appeared. His pistol was just one of many weapons at his disposal. Yunyi stayed silent, expressionless. Lawrence advanced as he fired, closing the distance and giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath. Gunfire rattled across the island, echoing like thunder. Yunyi twisted his body, nimbly dodging a flurry of bullets. In a flash, he struck back, pointing a finger forward. White thunder, a brilliant arc of lightning, crackling with electric fury, burst forth. The current gathered into a blinding beam, slicing toward Lawrence in a flash of light. Lawrence's face changed drastically. He tried to swerve aside, but the bolt was far too swift, leaving him no time to react. No ordinary person could match an attack this quick, especially without the power of observation haki. At the brink of life and death, Lawrence erupted forth with startling speed, his arms crossing in front of his chest at the last instant. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, he managed to block Yunye's white thunder. A tremendous crash followed as the lightning burst forth in an explosion instead of piercing through its target. The impact struck Lawrence's arms and sent him flying backward, the force rattling him to his core. A muffled groan escaped him as the shockwave forced him back several steps, his feet scraping deep grooves in the earth. His arms were scorched and blackened from the electricity. That move just now, was that the shave and finger pistol of Rokushiki? Are you with the world government? Lawrence flexed his neck, his bones audibly popping, his stare as fierce as ever. He'd recognized it immediately. Yunye's evasive step was unmistakably one of the six powers techniques, shave. And that pinpoint bolt, launching from a fingertip, so similar to finger pistol. He had fought masters of the six powers among the Marines before, well aware of how tricky such adversaries could be. He knew some Marines trained exclusively in these techniques, developing their own unique fighting styles, sometimes blending them with devil fruit powers to create even stronger moves. And this man, his attire, his demeanor, fit perfectly with the CP organizations under the world government. Always masked, identities hidden, lurking like ghosts in the darkness, they rarely revealed themselves in the open. Having put all the pieces together, Lawrence's expression turned icy. So, even the world government is interested in that information, are they? You're free to think so. Yunye's tone remained calm, as if it was only natural that Lawrence had survived his white thunder. In this world, many possess physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, making it not uncommon to withstand the power of a white thunderstrike. Those who have fallen are simply too weak, nothing more. It seems you're well prepared. The research results have barely been announced for a day, and all of you have mobilized. What an overestimation of us. Lawrence fixed his piercing gaze on Yunyi, his eyes sharp as knives. He slammed his fists together, producing a deep, thunderous thud. But don't think you'll succeed. As long as the data remains on this island, as long as I stand here, none of you will make it off with what you came for. Lawrence slid on a pair of fierce-looking knuckle dusters. He lashed out with a flurry of punches, swift as a whirlwind, his fists moving so fast that sparks flickered where they sliced the air. Then, with a roar, muscles bulged on his right arm, veins standing out beneath his skin, sending out a shockwave of raw, oppressive power that split the ground beneath his feet. Explosive fist strike. Lawrence grinned, savage and wild, and hurled his fist forward. The very air around it seemed to solidify and then shatter, bursting with an earth-shaking boom. The force of Lawrence's punch erupted outward, surging toward Yunye's position. Faced with this, Yunye's expression grew solemn. The force behind this attack was, without a doubt, formidable. He gripped his sword with both hands, gathering his strength at the very tip of the blade. The sword's gleam narrowed to a single, nearly imperceptible point. Slash! With a commanding shout, Yunye swung his sword. The seemingly silent strike, coiled like a spring on the verge of snapping, exploded forth in an instant. A deafening crash split the air as their attacks met mid-flight, the thunderous collision reverberating across the space. The two waves of energy collided, unleashing torrents of force. The ground beneath them, centered at their clash, instantly caved in as dust spiraled skyward. "Where are you looking?" Before the dust could settle, a blur of motion darted out. Lightning fast, lips curled in a cold smile. Once more, a fist struck forth, the jagged knuckled duster tearing through the air, the gale of its passage slicing straight for the shadowed figure amid the smoke. With a resounding blast, the punch ripped through the shadow, blasting a massive crater into the earth, an impact more powerful than artillery fire. The shockwave swept the dust aside, but there was not a soul to be seen. That devastating strike had hit nothing but an afterimage. Where did he go? Lawrence's brow knitted in frustration. Suddenly, instinct screamed a warning from overhead. Looking up, he saw a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, streaking straight for him. A cool, detached voice followed, intoning white thunder. With swift reflexes, Lawrence dodged aside, just avoiding the strike. But before he could retaliate, a wave of searing heat surged at him from his right. Meanwhile, Yunye landed in a flash, raising his hand to unleash Hado number 33, Sokatsui. The searing flames had yet to arrive, but waves of heat were already sweeping across the battlefield. Lawrence's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, only to realize the flames were spreading out in a fan shape, sealing off every possible escape route. With no other choice, Lawrence was forced to take the attack head-on. He crossed his arms in front of himself, bracing to withstand Yunye's strike directly. But could Yunye's attack truly be blocked so easily? Without the protection of armament haki, relying solely on one's body, even for a Zoan-type user, made it nearly impossible to take such a blow without severe injury. With a thunderous crash, the flames slammed into Lawrence, hurling him hundreds of meters through the air. He smashed through trees along the way and finally crashed into the earth, leaving a massive crater as he landed. "Oh, still alive, are you? Well then, how about this next strike?" Yunye sneered, his gaze cold. He didn't know Lawrence's true identity, but the man's talk of slaughtering everyone on the island had already marked him as a mortal enemy in Yunye's eyes. And an enemy like that had to be utterly destroyed. Yunye flashed back into the sky, his sword raised high overhead. Potent sword energy whirled around him as if summoned by his resolve. With steely eyes, he locked onto Lawrence's position below, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Crescent moon, sky slash. The sword's edge burst with energy, sending a crescent-shaped wave, tens of meters long, hurtling downward with the power to rip anything apart. Yunye had fully unleashed his Zhan Yu ability. This strike was sharper and deadlier than any before it, as if it could cleave the entire island in two. Lawrence had barely managed to get to his feet before the terrifying attack descended upon him. Fear surged through his heart, and he cried out in shock. "A strike of this magnitude? Who are you really? Are you from CP0? He knew this blow was beyond anything he could possibly block. But even so, he refused to give up. When faced with death, even the weakest creature will struggle with all its might. How could a ruthless pirate like him yield so easily? In this desperate moment, Lawrence exploded with everything he had. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted, every muscle stretched to its limit. Drawing every last ounce of strength, he brought both fists to his waist, then hurled them skyward with all his might. Break! Break through, damn it! On the edge of life and death, Lawrence awakened a power he'd never tapped before. This was the strongest attack of his entire life. With a cataclysmic boom, their attacks slammed together midair, shaking the world with a burst of force even greater than before. Beneath Lawrence's feet, the ground caved in again, a shockwave erupting outward and ripping up rock and trees in every direction. Overwhelming force. Everything unfolded before their eyes. Yunye swung his sword down, easily tearing through the force of Lawrence's unleashed punch. At last, the crescent-shaped sword aura crashed down on Lawrence under his gaze of utter despair. A sharp, slicing sound split the air as the blade carved out a furrow hundreds of meters long, engraving a deep gorge across the island. Lawrence's lower body was severed cleanly, his bloodied organs spilling out and exposed. And yet, he didn't die immediately. Relying on sheer tenacity, Lawrence lifted his gaze toward the airborne Yanni, blood bubbling from his lips as he gasped out, "Cough. Don't think you've actually won." For a moment, as if roused by his final willpower, Lawrence erupted in manic laughter. "Ha ha! Lord Judge would never abandon our research. The great Vinsmoke fleet is already on its way. None of you will survive. No one on this island will. There's no escape. Ha ha!" Hearing this, Yanni's brow knit tightly. A flash of white lightning crashed down from above, ending Lawrence's life in an instant. Lawrence's laughter was abruptly cut short. His eyes grew distant, and soon his breath faded away, leaving his body empty of life. With a forceful step, Yanni used a flash step to briefly hover in the air. He, too, was breathing heavily. That last strike had drained much of his strength. In this world, the force of one's skills was tied directly to physical endurance. Without a strong physique, one could never unleash a technique's true power. He had even wondered if, in the future, he gained the ability to ignite flames as hot as the sun, but lacked the stamina to do more than barely light a candle. Wouldn't that be utterly ridiculous? My body is still far from strong enough. Yanni recognized this shortcoming with perfect clarity, though he also understood that building true strength is no task for a single day. It can only be achieved through long-term perseverance. However, Yanni had already made a plan. Perhaps joining the Navy would be his next step. He then turned his gaze to Lawrence's lifeless form, quietly reflecting on the man's final words. The Vinsmoke family. At last, a confident smile played at Yanni's lips. He murmured to himself, "If that's how it is, let them come. So long as they dare step forward, I'll make them pay dearly." Naturally, at this point, Lawrence could no longer hear any of this. Were he still alive, hearing Yanni's words, he would surely think them outrageously arrogant. But Yanni had every reason for his boldness. Even in that last attack, he had by no means unleashed his full strength. Ding! First time defeating a pirate with a 40 million berry bounty. Achievement points awarded, 200. Achievement Nemesis of Evil unlocked. Reward, 1 special category random draw. The system notification chimed in right on cue. Random draw? Special category? This is the first time I've seen this. Cloud Knight was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the system to offer anything beyond achievement points as rewards. Apparently, there could be other kinds of prizes as well. Could it be possible to gain new abilities in a lucky draw? And this time, the reward was labeled as Special Category. Cloud Knight speculated that Special Category might refer to the powers of Hollows or Quincy. On the massive skill tree of the 4 branches of Zenkinsoki, he could see icons for related skills, though none of them had been unlocked yet. Yet behind the Special Category section, not a single skill icon was visible, just a vast vacant space. That was why Cloud Knight had always been curious. What kind of power would this special category bring? His first thought was of the other factions and races within the world of Soul Reapers. Hollow and Quincy. These names surfaced naturally in Cloud Knight's mind. Begin the lottery draw. With a thought, Yanni activated the icon he just unlocked. There was no reaction on the main panel, only that, in the next instant, an icon flashed under the special category. Clicking on the special category, Yunya's eyes landed immediately on the name of the skill. Shunko. Yun-Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was this skill. Shunko, a combat technique that fuses Kido and Hakuda. The user's back and shoulders become shrouded in densely compressed spiritual energy, which, when detonated, merges that energy seamlessly with the user's limbs for battle. That was the introduction Yun-Yi read after opening the skill details. But Yun-Yi hardly needed an introduction. He already knew this technique. In the world of Shinigami, this was a combat art created by Yoruichi Shihoin, renowned for its overwhelming power. Judging by its depiction in the source material, this move wasn't inferior even to the Bankai of the Zanpakuto. And this was only the beginning. Shunko had evolved forms that appeared later, increasing its sheer destructive force. Truly, it was a formidable skill. Yunyi hadn't expected he'd actually draw this one. And what's more, it appeared under the special category. On second thought, it made sense. Shunko was a blend of Hakuda and Kido, not fitting squarely into any single path under Sword, Fist, Step, Ghost, so it naturally belonged under Special. Just as he had with obtaining Zangetsu, Yunyi curbed the urge to activate the skill right away. If he was going to test it, he'd wait for a safe moment, or at least be in peak condition. After all the earlier battles, Yunyi was already considerably drained. So, he pressed down his curiosity and decided to try it out later. Casting a searching glance around, Yunyi swept the area for any remaining clues. Finding none, he darted away, leaving the area behind. Not long after Yunyi left, another squad of Marines hurried to the scene. Leading them was Ayala, commander of the island's Marine branch. Ayala's expression was stern. With no word from Brunner for so long and so much commotion in this area, he could no longer quell his suspicions and decided to investigate personally. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a field of corpses, almost all Marines as far as the eye could see. Ayala's face grew grim at the sight. He had indeed sent Brunner to probe the Orly family's true strength, but he never imagined Brunner would meet his end here. After all, Brunner came from the Grand Line. Even if he was considered a disgrace among the Marines, his rank had been hard-earned in real battle. He had real ability, and was one of the most cunning officers at the branch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry out so many covert schemes for personal gain. What Ayala never could have imagined was that Brunner, who came to investigate with his squad of Navy soldiers, would meet their end here. Not even a single piece of intelligence made it out. Who in the world did they encounter? Ayala's expression grew grave. He knew the strength of Orleans, the head of the Ali family, well enough. Orleans was absolutely not someone capable of killing Brunner, which could only mean someone else was involved. Just then, a Navy soldier hurried over to report, "Sir, we found a body over there cut cleanly in two," and as he came to the last part, the soldier swallowed hard, his voice dry as sand, "and there's a trench over 100 meters long in the ground. I suspect someone sliced it out with a sword." This soldier was just an ordinary third-class Marine stationed here on the island, with little experience in such matters. When he first laid eyes on that chasm slashing through the earth for hundreds of meters, he was left utterly speechless, awestruck down to his bones. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could anything so unbelievable really exist? Who could possibly wield a sword that could carve a trench 100 meters long straight through the earth with a single strike? What? Hearing the soldier's words, Ayala's eyes widened in shock. He strode over in haste. The sight of that vast, seemingly endless trench left him overwhelmed with disbelief. Then, just ahead, he saw Lawrence's face, and the words ripped right out of him. Lawrence the Quick Blade? This? He was stunned. A pirate with a 40 million belly bounty, the kind that terrorized the North Blue, whose reputation alone could make children stop crying at night. Even the Navy rarely dared provoke someone like him. Yet now, there he lay, cleaved clean in two by a single sword stroke. Who could possibly be so brutal? What was really lurking on this island? Even a great pirate with a 40 million bounty had met his end here. Here in paradise, 40 million was indeed the mark of a true pirate lord. Send out the word. Full alert. Watch for anything unusual on the island. And have a team clean up this area and collect every bit of intelligence you can find. Ayala issued his commands with a stony face. No trace of fear showed in his features. He was all steely resolve. The nearby soldiers quietly let out a breath of relief. Their commander was living up to his name. Calm and unshakable under pressure, showing nothing but steel even in the face of a great pirate's corpse. With nerves like that, no wonder he could become their leader. But those Marines had no idea. Right now, Ayala's insides were twisting with panic. To think someone capable of slaying Lawrence was nearby. With all the Marines on this island combined, they still wouldn't stand a chance. Who wouldn't be terrified? Yet he had to bury that terror deep inside, never letting it show. Here, as the island's senior officer, he couldn't afford to crack. If he did, the whole naval branch would fall apart with him. "Yes, sir." All the Navy soldiers responded in unison. Moments later, another sailor came running over to report, "Sir, we've discovered a collapsed laboratory beneath the Ali family's headquarters. Take me there at once." Yala's expression turned serious as he strode over. With the Ali family estate cleared out, the buried laboratory inside now lay exposed. There wasn't much of value left inside. Anything worth taking had already been carried off by Yunyi, and whatever he couldn't take had been destroyed almost entirely. Of course, such a large laboratory still contained plenty of equipment that survived. Yunyi had only smashed whatever was within arm's reach, so it was impossible for him to wreck everything. But none of that really mattered. What mattered most was the emblem on the laboratory wall. A mark reading 66. Germa 66, the Vinsmoke family. Yala's face darkened. The previous intelligence was true after all. There was an intricate connection between the Ali family and the Vinsmoke family. Or perhaps the Ali family itself was the Vinsmoke's foothold on this island. This is bad. Suddenly, a dreadful realization struck Yala, causing his expression to shift drastically. If there was a secret laboratory hidden here, this place must be of great importance to the Vinsmoke family. And in its current ransacked state, something must have gone terribly wrong here. Thinking of the deaths of Lawrence and Brunner, a terrible suspicion began to form in Yala's mind. His thoughts raced, rapidly connecting all the clues to conjure a plausible explanation. The ones who attacked the Iron Hand Wolves and the other faction were likely Lawrence and his group, searching for the secret lab hidden on the island. A fight broke out between the Ollie family and Lawrence's group, and Brunner's team of Navy officers were drawn in. No, perhaps Lawrence wasn't acting alone. Surely others were involved as well. The laboratory is now ruined, and the death toll among the Ollie family adds up. This means Lawrence's side won, and someone managed to snatch something from the Vinsmoke family. Knowing the Vinsmokes, they would never allow their possessions to be stolen without consequences. They'll come for vengeance immediately, and may already be on their way. This is a disaster. Yala's own deductions sent a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His face turned utterly pale, and the more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. If this were really true, then something catastrophic was about to befall Donzik Island. Still pale, Yala's eyes flickered with anxiety. At last, he gritted his teeth, pulled a din mushy from his pocket, and dialed. The snail phone rang several times before someone finally answered. Yara picked up the receiver and spoke directly. This is the P5 branch base. I am Lieutenant Colonel Yara, commander of Base P5. The voice coming from the din mushy changed, then replied, This is Naval Headquarters. Lieutenant Colonel Yara, what seems to be the problem? Well, here's the situation. Yara listed out everything that had happened on the island without omitting a single detail. Finally, he stated solemnly, I, Yara, commander of the North Sea P5 branch base, formally request headquarters for reinforcements. There's a strong possibility that Donzik Island is about to face a major crisis. As soon as Yara finished speaking, a prompt response came from the other end of the din mushy. We understand the situation. I will report this to the higher-ups immediately. Lieutenant Colonel Yara, please remain calm. Headquarters will quickly notify the nearest branch bases to reinforce Donzik Island. Yara hung up the receiver. His face was still pale, the color drained by his own anxious speculations. Truth be told, some of his guesses were completely off the mark, and wildly so. Yet, strangely enough, reality was shaping up to match his worst suspicions almost exactly. For example, right at this moment, the Vinsmoke family's fleet was in fact heading straight for Donzik Island. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Out at sea, one after another, ships pressed against the wind, advancing toward Donzik Island. These vessels were truly peculiar. Below, enormous snails served as living engines, each carrying a platform-like structure on its shell. Above that, towering black mass rose high, sails currently furled. Alongside ran mechanical apparatuses with gear-like mechanisms, able to connect further snail ships together, creating a moving city on the open ocean. This was Germa 66, now famed as the Army of Evil, a nation unto itself. At the head of the fleet stood a tall man, clad in a metallic helmet, flowing golden hair spilling past his shoulders and an orange cape fluttering behind him. From the highest vantage point, his gaze swept forward, stern and unwavering. Behind him, 4 children stood in a row, each with a different expression on their faces. Some were excited, some curious, some fierce, and another cold as ice. These 4 were the sons and daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, Yanji. Though still young, the aura they exuded was impossible to overlook. Each one of them had undergone genetic modification, body and strength elevated far beyond ordinary people. Even at their tender ages, their abilities were already remarkable. Vinsmoke Judge stared ahead, his eyes chilly as he recalled the message from the quick-hand pirate crew. He finally let out a harsh snort. Oomph. Still on guard against us, are you? Those world government rats. Even with Vegapunk at their disposal, they still covet the scientific talents of the rest of us? Pathetic. Vinsmoke Judge, once a member of the independent research team known as MADS, worked alongside Vegapunk, Queen, and Caesar to develop all manner of advanced weaponry. Ultimately, under the guidance of the genius Vegapunk, they established the groundbreaking theory of the lineage factor. But when the world government intervened, this audacious team was forcefully disbanded. Some were captured, others escaped, some even turned to piracy. Their paths split entirely, yet each still pursued their research from the shadows. Building upon Mads's earlier breakthroughs, Vinsmoke Judge used the lineage factor theory to create an army of clones, establishing his name as the leader of a renowned mercenary corps within the underground world. Later, he took this a step further, modifying his own children with the lineage factor and granting them physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. Even though his children were only in their teens, the strength they possessed was truly extraordinary, beyond the reach of common men. Even the Navy, and sometimes even the world government, dared not provoke them lightly. This was all thanks to his clone army, a decisive weapon in times of war. Yet just yesterday, news arrived from one of his affiliated pirate crews. Someone had set their sights on their research and had already made a move. Judge was furious. Who would dare to strike at Germa 66 now? His first suspicion fell upon the world government. After all, only they would covet his research with such intensity. Father, where are we heading now? Among the four siblings, Reiju, her pink hair shimmering, her features already quite striking, cautiously asked Judge, stealing wary glances at her father. Ever since Sanji ran away from home, their father's temper had grown darker each day. Or perhaps it was the last war, where he failed to gain enough profit. Whatever the cause, even speaking to father now required tremendous care. Reiju pondered these things in silence. Judge cast her a sidelong glance, his tone cold and dismissive. That's not your concern. All you need to do is follow orders. Yes, father. Seeing his outburst, even the usually unruly fourth son Yanji, along with the others, dared not agitate him further. They could only reply in unison. From birth, they had been instilled with the principle of absolute obedience. Not one of them even considered the notion of defiance. At the prow of the ship, Judge's gaze grew somber, his thoughts unfathomable. Meanwhile, elsewhere at sea, at both the P-3 and P-4 naval branch bases, Navy fleets set out from their harbors at the same moment, all sailing toward East Island. They had received urgent orders from Navy headquarters, an immediate deployment to reinforce East Island. At the same time, a naval ship arriving from the Grand Line, assigned to the North Blue, cut through the waves on its own mission. Someone picked up the Den Den Mushi, his tone calm and indifferent as he asked, "Hello, this is Rear Admiral Bastille of headquarters speaking." A voice came through the Den Den Mushi. "Good day, Rear Admiral Bastille. This is the Naval Headquarters Intelligence Division. May I ask, are you still carrying out your mission in the North Blue?" It was spoken by a burly man wearing a horn mask and boasting a mane of fiery red hair. Beside him, a great broadsword as tall as a man leaned against the wall. This man was none other than Rear Admiral Bastille of Marine Headquarters. Bastille replied, "The mission has already been completed. I'm now en route to the Grand Line." In that case, Rear Admiral Bastille, about what happened on Danzig Island. The voice from the Den Den Mushi then relayed the events that had transpired on Danzig Island. "Oh, Germa 66, you say? As it happens, I am not far from those waters. I could go take a look." A peculiar glint flickered in Bastille's eyes as he spoke, his demeanor clearly showing a keen interest. As a rear admiral, he naturally knew of the North Blue Force known as Germa 66. He was especially intrigued by this group, widely referred to as the Evil Army. "We'll be counting on you then, Rear Admiral Bastille." With those words, the voice hung up, ending the call. Bastille sprung to his feet and shouted an order to his subordinates. "Port side turn. Set our course for Danzig Island." At this moment, on Danzig Island, low clouds blotted out the sky. Strong winds whipped up the waves, lashing the shore. A storm was clearly brewing. Yunya woke feeling thoroughly refreshed, his spirits and strength restored to their peak. He climbed out of bed, washed up quickly, then pushed open the door and stepped outside. No sooner had he done so than he frowned, alert at once. His keen senses told him something about the island was amiss. Loud, anxious voices drifted from somewhere in the distance. Following the commotion, Yunya walked a little way, finding himself at a small village nestled in the foothills behind the main settlement. To call it a village was generous. Barely a few dozen families lived here, their homes nothing more than the simplest wooden shacks, humble and worn. Still, though the village was tiny, it had everything necessary for daily life and counted as part of the local security district. However, it operated independently from the nearby town, whose residents would scoff and call this place the backwater. Since being rescued, Yunya had been living quietly in this very village. In those early days, before he'd figured out how to use his system, he'd been completely powerless. At that time, even getting enough to eat was a real struggle for him. It was the kindness and help of the villagers that got him through those difficult days. Peering ahead, Yunya noticed a crowd of villagers gathered together, all anxiously discussing something. By now, Yunya was well acquainted with the people here. He walked up to a middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle Han, what's happened? Why are so many people gathered here?" Uncle Han looked at him and began, Yun, it's like this." The middle-aged man named Ahan recounted everything that had happened on this side to Yunya, then let out a heavy sigh. We want the village chief to leave this place with us, but he simply refuses no matter what. Hearing this, Yunyi suddenly understood. Somehow, word had spread among the islanders that Germa 66 was going to attack this island, sending everyone into a panic. Stories of Germa 66's destruction of 4 kingdoms had been reported in newspapers and had made their way across all of the North Blue. It was only natural to feel fear in the face of such a terrifying organization. All the more so for ordinary townsfolk. Some people were already making plans to leave by boat, seeking refuge elsewhere. But among the villagers were stubborn elders who refused to abandon their home. Having been born here, they were resolute that they must be buried beneath this familiar soil, lest they die with their souls lost and nowhere to return. Besides, age had caught up with them. They no longer had the strength for upheaval, and all they wanted was to remain quietly on their island, unwilling to venture anywhere else. It was precisely this group of elderly villagers, clinging to tradition, that persuaded the adults to stay and reason with them. Seeing the situation, Yunyi smiled and said, "Uncle Ahan, isn't there a Navy garrison on the island? Why should we get involved in something like this? Besides, you all know my strength. I'm here to protect everyone." At these words, Ahan could only shake his head and force a wry smile. "I know you're strong, Yunyi, but things are different now. This isn't just some wild animal out there. This is the notorious organization that once wiped out 4 kingdoms. How could you possibly stand against them?" They'd all witnessed Yunyi's abilities for themselves. Even the fiercest mountain beasts were no match for him. But to go up against Germa 66, an evil force of such infamy, how could Yunyi hope to prevail? To Ahan, perhaps even the Navy would be powerless before such might. Ahan had once set out with a merchant caravan and seen many formidable powers and fearsome individuals. It was precisely because of this experience that he fully understood the dread that was Germa 66. Staying on this island now was far too dangerous. Yunyi didn't argue. He just shrugged and offered a faint smile. After all, what he had revealed to them so far was only a sliver of his true strength, and he understood why Ahan felt the way he did. Just then, a young girl with bandages wrapped around her face and one empty sleeve stood up to defend Yunyi. "Uncle Ahan, how can you say that about Brother Yunyi? You, how could you?" She wanted to argue with Ahan, but couldn't find the right words in the moment. Instead, she pursed her lips in protest, her voice tinged with frustration. "If that's what you think, then I just won't talk to you anymore. You little rascal." Ahan could only give a wry smile at the young girl's words, but as he looked at her, his eyes were full of gentle concern. "Xiaoya, Uncle Ahan didn't mean what you think. He's just worried about our safety." Yunyi came over to the little girl's side, smiling warmly as he tousled her hair. "How are you feeling now? Does your arm still hurt?" This girl, Xiaoya, was the very one who had been hurt by the thugs from the Wolf Gang when she went to the town to sell goods some time ago. Hearing these words, Xiaoya's gaze dimmed for a moment, but perhaps not wanting to make others worry about her, she quickly regained her spirit and flashed a wide, radiant smile. "I'm fine now. Thanks to the chief's healing, it doesn't hurt anymore." Her response brought silence to everyone around. A heavy, somber mood hung in the air. Someone muttered under his breath, voice filled with resentment. "Those scoundrels from the Chaos District deserved what they got." "I heard this morning," another whispered, "that bunch has already received their punishment. They were all wiped out." It really makes you feel better. It's just such a shame about Xiaoya. If only someone had acted sooner, Xiaoya wouldn't have had to go through all this. Hearing the uncles and elders voice their frustration, Xiaoya quickly waved her hands. "Really, don't worry about me. It doesn't hurt anymore." With that, she turned her gaze toward Yunyi. Yesterday, after Yunyi had asked who had hurt her, he'd left with a grim look, saying, "I'll get justice for Xiaoya." And today, news had spread that those very people had met their end. Could have been Yunyi who did it? Xiaoya glanced at Yunyi, full of curiosity and hope. As their eyes met, Yunyi put a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep it secret. It really was Yunyi. Xiaoya felt her eyes sting with emotion. Deeply moved, she fought hard to hold back her tears. She couldn't let anyone notice. Yunyi didn't want others to know what he'd done. Seeing Xiaoya's reddened eyes, Yunyi thought she was sad about her arm. He walked over, gave her head a gentle pat, knelt to be at her eye level, and said with a reassuring smile, "Don't worry, Big Brother will find a way to heal your arm. I promise, you'll be as good as new." The others all smiled at his words. Even though they didn't quite believe such a cure was possible, they chose not to contradict him. Take it as a beautiful wish, at least. I believe in you, Yunyi." Xiaoya nodded firmly, lips pressed tight. Others might doubt him, but Xiaoya truly believed Yunyi could do it because he had never once lied to her. The elderly village chief, seated to one side, drew on his old tobacco pipe, shifted the topic and said, "Ahan, if you and your family want to leave, then go now. Take the younger ones with you, and don't worry about us old folks. If we keep dragging this out, we're only wasting precious time. With the subject turned from Xiaoya to the matter of leaving by sea, Ahan finally snapped back to attention and spoke to the old village chief, his voice filled with urgency. Chief, if we stay here, it's going to put everyone in real danger. But the village chief waved his hand firmly, resolute in his decision. Say no more. We old folks aren't leaving. You should take all the young people and get out of here while there's still time. But this, Ahan still tried to persuade him. Yet the village chief only shook his head, unyielding. Just as Ahan was about to say more, Yunyi turned and glanced in a particular direction, his tone calm but certain. Uncle Ahan, Chief, no need to argue. They are already here. Before Yunya's words had faded, a thunderous blast echoed from the direction of the town. A cannon shot rang out. That was the port. Everyone present heard the explosion, and their faces changed color in unison. Ahan's face turned ghostly pale. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, they're here so soon." Barely half a day had passed since the news had reached them, and yet the enemy had arrived already. In that instant, Yunya's eyes sharpened, and the aura around him shifted. He spoke quickly, his voice resolute. "Uncle Ahan, take the chief and all the villagers to the back mountain. There's a cave I carved out. You can hide there for safety." Yunyi. Ahan tried to argue, but Yunya's presence now carried such force that he dared not object. Inside, he was shocked. What a powerful aura. Finally, Yunyi turned to Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, you lead the way. It's right near the spot where I usually train. You'll find it if you look around there." "Okay, brother Yunyi." Xiaoya nodded firmly. She was a clever girl, quick to understand what was needed at a crucial moment. The old village chief frowned at Yunyi and asked, "Yin kid, just what are you planning to do?" Yunyi turned back with a smile. "Chief, gather everyone together and take care of them. I'm just going over there to take a look." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Yunyi turned and, in a flash, launched himself upward, his steps swift and sure, as if walking atop the air. At the peak of his leap, he suddenly dived sharply in one direction. "This? Yin kid, what? He's flying? Did you see that? Yunyi, that boy, he's flying. Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Witnessing this, every villager was left utterly stunned, disbelief flashing in their eyes. Some even rubbed their eyes, not trusting what they had just seen. Even the old village chief was left gaping, his precious pipe falling from his hand to the ground without him even noticing. Ahan, who had seen much of the world, was in the same state. His eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered, "I was wrong about him. Turns out, Yin is actually someone who can soar above the skies." Meanwhile, Xiaoya gazed after Yunyi's departing back, a shining in her eyes. At the port, just as Yunyi had expected, the Germa 66 fleet had already arrived near Dongzhik Island. As soon as Judge saw ships leaving the port, he showed no mercy. Without hesitation, he gave the order to open fire. With a thunderous explosion, one of the ships, having only just left the port, was instantly shattered to pieces. The people aboard suffered heavy casualties, few made out alive. This vessel belonged to the island's nobility. Every aristocrat aboard had heard the news and, ignoring the Navy's warnings, had tried to flee the island ahead of everyone else. Luck, however, was not on their side. No sooner had they set out than they ran straight into Germa 60 SIXS mighty fleet and were sunk with a single volley. Back at the port, all those who had hoped to escape by sea witnessed the carnage, sheer terror etched into their faces. They've come. It's real. Germa 60 SIXS fleet is really here. We're finished. There's no hope. No one can get away from this. Someone please save us. Wait, the Navy. There's a naval base on the island. They'll protect us, won't they? Don't be stupid. The Navy will be their first target. They won't last. We need to run, head for the far side of the island. Staying here is suicide. Where a great crowd had gathered at the port, desperate to escape by sea. Now panic swept over everyone, and people scattered in all directions, screaming. Chaos and panic reign. Dozens of stampedes break out, and the unlucky are trampled into a bloody mess beneath the rushing crowd, dying in horrific fashion. For a time, the scene is utter bedlam. All anyone can think of is to get away from the port, to flee as far as possible. Remaining here is simply courting death. Seal off the entire island. No ships are to leave the harbor. On the flagship, Judge didn't spare a glance at the panicked mob. With a wave of his hand, snail ships moved in to blockade the vast port, trapping every vessel on the island. No ship could leave. With these measures complete, the flagship came in and moored at the port. Judge and his retinue disembarked. Following him were the 4 Vinsmoke brothers and a squad of clone soldiers. Tall and imposing, Judge surveyed the surroundings with a lofty, scornful gaze that radiated might. Finally, His eyes settled on a particular direction. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes as he snorted, "Humph." The Navy. There, on the other side, the Navy stood ready. Over 1,000 soldiers formed a solid phalanx, rifles and artillery aimed squarely at Judge and his group. At the front stood Ayala, his expression grim and wary as he watched Judge closely. And yet, even in such peril, Ayala embodied the poise of a true Navy officer, stepping boldly forward. This is the P-5 Navy branch base on East Zik Island. This island falls under the jurisdiction of the world government. May I ask, Your Majesty Judge of the German Kingdom, a member state of the World Government Alliance, what brings you here today? Ayala wasted no time invoking both the Navy and the world government, hoping to intimidate Judge and make him proceed more cautiously. But Judge was not the kind of man to be easily cowed. In the past, he had already slain 4 kings, all from world government allies. Had the world government done anything about it? Had they even uttered a word of reproach? Not all. When you possess absolute strength, sometimes you can trample rules beneath your feet. So Judge cast only a brief, impassive glance over all the assembled Navy personnel. Then, fixing his eyes on Ayala, he replied in a calm, indifferent tone, "Navy, where are my things?" Judge's nonchalance made Ayala's heart sink. He realized at once that Judge would not play along with his plan. He saw clearly now, Judge wasn't the least bit concerned about any so-called threats he just issued. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Ayala forced his voice to remain calm. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said. Judge's eyes flashed coldly at these words. He let out a low, frosty chuckle. "Do not pretend otherwise, Navy. If you don't hand over my property today, then nothing on this island needs to remain standing." "King of Germa, are you threatening the Navy?" Ayala tried to sound stern, but his voice betrayed a hint of nervousness that undermined any real sense of authority. "Threatening you?" Judge sneered, looking down on them with utter disdain. "I am simply stating a fact. If you cannot hand over my property today, then not just the Navy, but every living thing on this island will be erased by Germa's firepower." Ayala's face drained of color at Judge's words. He fought to keep his fear in check and barked back coldly. "King Judge, do you realize what you're saying? This is a Navy branch base. If you act, you'll face the full power of the Navy's reprisal. Even member states of the world government aren't exempt. TCH, the Navy, they're welcome to try, if they have the courage." With a mocking laugh and eyes that fairly blazed with the pride of the man who had once beheaded 4 kings, Judge's tyrannical presence left no doubt about his ruthlessness. "Father, why waste words on them? Let's just go to war." Behind him, clad in blue, Niji bared his teeth in a fierce grin, his eyes burning with savagery as he stared down the gathered Navy troops. Of all the Vinsmoke siblings, his temper was by far the most volatile, never one to waste time on talk when action would do. In truth, he was not alone. Aside from little Reiju, both Ichiji and Yanji were itching for a fight as well, struggling to keep their hands off their weapons, daring not to cross their father's will. Although they were still young, looking like nothing more than brash kids, the aura radiating from them was anything but weak. In fact, the cold, merciless expressions on their faces were far beyond what anyone would expect at their age. Seeing these kids acting so brazenly, a few of the Navy personnel couldn't hide the anger building on their faces. Still, none of them acted impulsively. They simply glared at the children with eyes full of rage. Yara fixed his gaze on Judge, pronouncing each word with deliberate weight. "King Judge, are we to take this as a declaration of war against the Navy?" Judge let out a cold, dismissive laugh. "Spare me your empty threats. You're hardly qualified to speak for the Navy, unless the top brass themselves come here to deliver that message in person. Enough of this pointless talk. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't hand it over by then, be ready to feel the full force of Germa's cannons." Standing behind him, Ichiji, Niji, Yanji, and the troops were all growing restless, their faces twisted with anticipation, as if they couldn't wait for the outbreak of war. 3 minutes meant exactly 3 minutes. Once Judge had spoken, he fell silent, simply waiting in icy stillness. On the opposite side, the Navy was completely cowed by Judge's imposing presence. Not a single one dared to utter a word. Yara was no different. In his heart, he was praying for reinforcements to arrive soon. The battle had yet to begin, but the Navy had already lost the upper hand entirely. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted across the island. Countless townsfolk were caught up in anxious chatter, their faces pale with terror. That explosion just now came from the harbor. Could it be that the Germa have already landed? We're doomed. Every last one of us is doomed. Isn't there a Navy base on the island? Where are they now? It's just a branch outpost here. Think about it. How could they possibly stand up to Germa? We better make a run for it while we still can. Like a plague, panic and despair spread rapidly across the entire island. Whether commoner or noble, thug or crook, everyone wore the same look of dread, their faces drained of color. Just then, someone came sprinting back from the harbor, shouting at the top of his lungs. Germa's troops have landed. They're facing off against the Navy right at the port. They've sealed off the harbor. Nobody can get out. A noble ship has already been sunk. There are bodies everywhere. War is about to break out. Those breathless messengers painted a grim picture of what was happening at the port. Panic erupted afresh, spreading even more fiercely this time, as if the end of the world was upon them. People gathered up their families and valuables, fleeing toward the far side of the island. Anything to put more distance between themselves and the harbor. The island's only harbor is over in the security zone, and every vessel on the island is moored there. Now that the port is under lockdown, everyone on the island is trapped like fish in a barrel. Time's up. It seems you Navy folk truly aren't afraid of death. Or is it you really think I wouldn't dare strike at you? Germa's voice was frosty as he spoke. With a sweeping gesture, he gave the order, attack. No sooner had Germa finished speaking than a barrage of cannonballs thundered forth from the fleet behind him. With a deafening roar, explosions erupted. The war had begun. On the Navy's side, though their hearts trembled with fear, surrender was never an option. After Ayala gave his grim order, they launched their own counterattack. The artillery on the front lines opened fire at once. Shells crashed right into Germa's advancing forces. Another explosion boomed out as both sides took their casualties. This is more like it. On the other side of the field, Niji was unable to suppress the violent energy bubbling inside him any longer. He charged forward in a blur, his boots releasing a jet of compressed air that propelled him with explosive speed, like a bolt of blue lightning. He covered over 100 meters in an instant. Who do you think you're looking down on, sending a mere child to face us? Among the Navy ranks, a burly lieutenant's face twisted in anger. In a flash, he darted forth to intercept, throwing a powerful punch right at Niji. The force of his fist tore through the air, strong and unyielding, aimed at smashing Niji away in a single blow and teaching Germa just what kind of opponent the Navy was. Did they take them for pushovers? But the lieutenant had gravely underestimated Niji. As a genetically enhanced warrior, Niji, despite his youth, possessed physical strength that far surpassed any ordinary adult. A brat, am I? You're about to find out what real fear looks like. With a vicious grin curled at his lips, Niji met the furious punch head-on, catching the lieutenant's fist in his outstretched hand. His fingers gripped tight. Cracking sounds snapped through the air as bones splintered under the pressure. Electro fist. Before the lieutenant could even scream, Niji's other fist, crackling with energy, crashed into the man's skull. One explosive impact, and the lieutenant was sent flying backwards, spewing blood, not stopping for over 100 meters before crashing down. Damn it! Open fire! Witnessing this savage display, one of the Navy officers immediately barked an order to shoot, and a hail of bullets poured forth towards Niji. Yet Niji didn't so much as flinch. He simply stood in place, bullets ricocheting off his body with a ringing metallic sound, completely harmless as they bounced away. Bullets can't hurt me. Niji's face was full of arrogance as he surged forward again, plunging into the crowd in a whirlwind of carnage. Elsewhere, Ichiji and Yanji joined the fray as well, unleashing devastation on all sides. Ichiji darted forward, locking his gaze onto Ayala and charging to engage him in combat. So you're a Navy captain, and this is all the strength you've got? Eiji was not as arrogant as Niji, but he was even colder and more ruthless. An orange-red flame sprang to life in his hand as he hurled a punch straight at Yara. Don't underestimate me. Yara threw his own punch in return, and their fists collided. However, the force of Eiji's blow sent Yara stumbling backward several steps, leaving him looking rather disheveled. This can't be happening. Shock and disbelief flashed across Yara's face. He never imagined that he, a naval officer, would be overwhelmed by a child from Germa, struggling even to hold his ground. There's nothing impossible about it. The Navy here is simply too weak. Spark whirl. Eiji replied dispassionately. Orange flames danced once more on his fist as he launched another strike right at Yara's face. But Yara, despite his ragged state, was still a Navy captain. Even in chaos, he wasn't completely helpless. Tempest kick. Dodging Eiji's fierce punch, Yara seized an opening at close range and sent Eiji flying with a powerful Tempest kick. Yet, Eiji simply somersaulted through the air and landed steadily, completely unharmed. Not bad, but that's all you've got. Eiji sneered. Jets of gas hissed from his boots, and his speed doubled in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the stunned Yara, flames swirling around his fists once again. Spark double whirl. Both fists launched out like cannonballs, slamming right into Yara's chest. The blow sent Yara flying, scraping a long groove in the ground before finally coming to a stop. He coughed violently, spitting up blood as he staggered to his feet. Charred marks were burned deep into his chest. "Commander!" A Navy soldier cried out in alarm upon seeing his plight. But before anyone could rush to his aid, the Germa clone army charged forth from behind, clashing with the Navy soldiers. In an instant, the entire scene descended into chaos. Gunfire, cannon blasts, shouts, and anguished cries erupted all at once. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Faced with the death-defying clone army and the relentless onslaught of Eiji, Neji, and Yanji, the Navy found themselves pushed back on every front. War always comes at the cost of life. Within mere minutes, blood had already stained the ground. In all the turmoil, only Judge and Reiju remained motionless. Judge surveyed the carnage with cold, indifferent eyes, his face utterly impassive. But in Reiju's gaze, a flicker of compassion surfaced, though she hid it well. "Reiju, why aren't you fighting?" Judge turned his gaze to her, his voice calm and unreadable. Reiju's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly composed herself and answered, "Father, with Eiji and the others, that's more than enough. I have no desire to fight against the weak." Judge simply nodded, saying nothing more. Reiju couldn't begin to guess what her father was thinking, so she fell silent and simply watched everything unfold before her eyes. But just then, Judge suddenly lifted his head and looked off in a certain direction, his brows knitting together in concern. It took a moment for Reiju to catch on, and she quickly looked over as well. Over there, a figure was rapidly approaching, so fast that in the blink of an eye, they were nearly upon them. As the distance shrank, both Judge and Reiju were able to make out more details of the newcomer. The figure wore a black and white mask, simple white garments, and at the waist hung an unsheathed katana. Who else could it be, if not Yunyi? Yunyi moved like the wind and reached the battlefield in moments. His eyes swept across those locked in combat, his brows drawing together in a frown. So fierce. As expected, the Navy is no match for the Vinsmoke family, Yunyi thought to himself. He'd already suspected as much, but he hadn't anticipated the battle would be so one-sided. The Navy was utterly outmatched by the Vinsmoke family. Then again, when he thought about it, it made sense. The Navy branches in the Four Seas simply weren't powerful enough. There was no way they could stand toe-to-toe with the Vinsmoke family. Only the branch bases on the Grand Line might have that kind of strength to hold them back. That the Marines of the P-5 branch hadn't fled and instead continued to block the way, risking everything, truly earned Yunyi's respect. Yunyi surged forward with remarkable speed, and the powerful aura he exuded was impossible to ignore. Everyone on the battlefield heard the commotion as he drew near. "Something's happening. Everyone fall back," came a shout. It was Illa. Struck by Chiji, he was wounded, but with his body tempered by years of martial arts. He was tough and resilient. The injuries weren't fatal. Seeing a mysterious figure suddenly appear, he worried that someone from Germa might attack from behind, and in such a situation, danger could come from all sides. Without hesitation, he ordered the soldiers to retreat and remain alert. Following orders, the Marines, though they'd lost dozens of men, managed to withdraw to one side. They watched Yunyi, this enigmatic stranger, with wary, tense eyes. It was the same on the Germa side. A line of cautious faces turned toward the unexpected arrival. They assumed Yunyi was another Navy fighter. Yunyi landed without a word and strode steadily toward the heart of the battlefield. Judge merely watched, unmoved, and said nothing. "Who are you?" Ichiji's eyes flashed with keen suspicion as he called out, alert and guarded. Yunyi still didn't speak. Step by step, he drew closer, not just to the battlefield, but specifically toward Judge. Since Judge stood at the rear of the fighting, Yunyi would have to cross the battlefield to reach him. "Quit this nonsense," grumbled Neji, his temper flaring. With a swift movement, he shot forward, launching a powerful punch at this mysterious intruder. Dressed all in blue. That must be Vinsmoke Neji, Cloud Knight thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the man in blue. But he was quick to act. In a flash, the sword at his waist found its way into his hand, and he swung it in one swift motion. A dazzling arc of sword energy tore through the air, striking Neji head-on. The immense force of the slash sent Yanji hurtling away, knocking him clear across the field. Yet, even that mighty blow couldn't completely pierce the battlesuit he wore. All it left was a tiny fissure, a mere crack in the armor. Cloud Knight tightened his grip on the blade, eyes following Yanji as he crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, gouging out a massive crater. He muttered to himself, "The Germa battlesuit is certainly tough, but not impenetrable." From the feel of his blade connecting earlier, Cloud Knight sensed the resistance. It was hard, yet not impossible to break through. "How dare you attack Germa? Are you tired of living?" came a cold, menacing voice. Seeing his younger brother under attack, Ichiji's eyes glinted with ice. In a blur, he dashed forward. Flames of searing heat gathered around his fist as he hurled a blazing punch straight at Cloud Knight. Not far behind, Yanji recovered and charged in as well, determined to counterattack. "Kid, you really have no idea how to use fire properly," Cloud Knight remarked coolly. White flames pulsed in his palm before he thrust his hand out. Pale blaze descent. With a deafening roar, the pallid explosion engulfed Ichiji, sending him flying over 100 meters away. He crashed down with a tremendous boom, gouging an even larger pit in the earth beneath him. In the same instant, Yanji launched an assault, seizing the brief moment between Cloud Knight's strikes. He aimed a savage punch with glee twisted across his face. This one, the man can't dodge. But all along, Cloud Knight was acutely aware of Yanji's every move. Let himself be hit. Not a chance. With a faint smile, Cloud Knight spun on his heel and pointed a finger. Mouth beam, triple flash. 3 beams of light materialized in the air, locking onto Yanji and pinning him in place. Yanji froze, baffled, not understanding what had just occurred. "Your turn to get lost too," Cloud Knight declared. Without giving Yanji time to react, he swung his sword again. An arc of sword energy lashed out, blasting Yanji clear across the field as well. The sound of cracking armor echoed as Yanji's battle suit splintered, and he tumbled away, hurled violently back. 3 moves, 3 opponents, defeated and thrown back. What? Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Especially Yara, who'd crossed fists with Ichiji before. His jaw dropped wide in disbelief. On the other end, Judge's face grew dark. He never expected that this mysterious stranger would dispatch his sons so swiftly, sending them flying with just a handful of moves. Masked, could he be an agent of the world government? A cold glint flickered in Judge's eyes as he tried to deduce Cloud Knight's identity. While Judge was lost in speculation, Cloud Knight continued walking toward him, step by measured step. A fine little fellow, but it's a pity his emotions have been erased, his potential forever capped. He'll never reach true greatness. Because of the mask, Yunye's voice sounded slightly distorted. He glanced over at Judge with unruffled composure, looking as if the raging battle before him was of no concern at all. Off to the side, Reiju couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Yunye after hearing his words. It was the first time she'd heard anyone speak like this. Until now, her father had always drilled into her that only by casting aside weakness and fear, only by becoming completely cold and unfeeling, could a warrior achieve true strength. But hearing Yunye now, a faint tremor ran through her heart. Only by discarding useless emotions, fear, pity, weakness, can one become the mightiest of warriors. Judge dismissively ignored Yunye's remarks, unwilling to give them any weight. He stared at Yunye's masked face and said in a cold, hard voice, "Besides, someone who hides his true identity has no right to boast in my presence." Yunye only smiled, shaking his head gently. "No wonder you rule only the North Blue. Your vision is far too limited." The Germa Kingdom, after all, was one of the few powers capable of crossing the Red Line. They could travel freely throughout the 4 seas of paradise, and entering the New World would be easy. But for all their strength, they remained in the North Blue, rarely venturing into the New World. First, Judge's ambition was to restore Germa's rule over the North Blue, not to conquer the New World. But there was another reason. Their scientific prowess made them a sought-after prize for all the major forces, each eager for a slice of their research. Should they dare to set foot in the New World, there would be no shortage of rivals coveting their technology, waiting to strike. Against common pirates, they held their own. But when pitted against the world's true powerhouses, the limits of their strength became all too apparent. That was why Yunye had spoken as he did. Those stripped of emotion were just tools. Their limits predetermined, they could never join the ranks of the very strongest. Judge's vision simply didn't reach far enough. Yet, thinking on it, perhaps that was only natural. Coming from a background in science, reaching even this point was already an impressive feat. Arrogant whelp, I'll show you whether you have a right to speak so boldly. Apparently stung by Yunye's words, Judge let out a low, furious snort. His boots erupted in a surge of propulsive energy, his body launching forward in a sudden burst of speed. In that instant, Judge made his move, intent on teaching this arrogant interloper a painful lesson. Electromagnetic thrust. With a cold, emotionless glare, Judge hurtled forward and shouted. The tip of his high-tech lance crackled with terrifying energy, lightning dancing along its length. Without hesitation, he lunged at Yunye, spear thrust straight and true. As someone capable of slaying the kings of 4 kingdoms, Judge's own strength was already formidable. Enhanced by the battle suit he wore, in this moment his power was something no one could afford to overlook. From Judge's fierce strike, Yin Yi also felt mounting pressure, but fear did not enter his heart. A bright glint flashed through his eyes as white lightning crackled around the edge of Yun Ye's sword. A humming energy, fierce and sharp. Without hesitation, he met Judge's blow head-on. This was a unique evolution of Yun Ye's white thunder. He wove the lightning around his blade, amplifying the destructive force of each slash. A thunderous boom erupted as sword and spear clashed, shockwaves tearing through the air, scattering sparks and lightning in every direction. TCH, what incredible power! Or perhaps my own body is just too weak. The tremendous force transmitted through the sword nearly tore Yun Ye's grip loose. He quickly diverted the impact and retreated, sharpness flashing in his eyes. He realized he could not afford to clash strength for strength. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, hardly any physical training at all. It was only in the past months that Yun Yi began forging his body. The time, however, was far too short. It was as the saying goes, tempering the body is a process that must be built over time. There are no shortcuts to true strength. Realizing this, Yun Yi was not about to pit weakness against overwhelming force. Instead, he would maximize his unique advantages. Sharp slashes and unpredictable ghostly arts. These were his weapons at this stage. One sword style, Thunder Slash. Yun Yi gripped his sword in both hands and struck again. White lightning wreathed the blade, and a mighty arc of power, laced with thunder, surged toward Judge. Break for me! Judge's pupils reflected the approaching strike. With a thunderous shout, he swept his spear crosswise. Another explosive crash. The shockwave mushroomed outward, ripping cracks into the ground around Judge's feet as raw energy shot in all directions. Even Judge was forced to retreat a few steps under the onslaught, a cold scoff in his mind. What terrifying swordplay! Thunder and blade combined. Together, they unleashed a fearsome might, forcing Judge back against his will. Having shattered Yun Ye's strike, Judge's eyes glimmered coldly. He dug in his foot, halting his backward slide, and jets of air erupted from his boots as he shot forward with blinding speed. Sparks dancing along his boot, he aimed a fierce kick at Yun Ye's waist. Yun Ye's previous strike had failed to land. As he saw Judge charging in, he leapt nimbly back and jabbed his finger forward. White thunder! A bolt of white lightning exploded between them, cutting off Judge's assault for a heartbeat and halting him in his tracks. Seizing the moment, Yun Yi somersaulted through the air, his fingers flicking with practiced precision as streams of white thunder shot out again, striking straight at Judge's vital points. Judge's pupils narrowed. He snatched his cape from behind and threw it up as a shield. A series of detonations rang out as the lightning blast struck home, forcing Judge to stagger back several steps. Flames lightning. What kind of devil fruit is this? With a sharp flick of his scorched cape, Judge's expression grew forbidding. Just who are you? This particular configuration of Yun Yi reminded him of a woman so terrifying. She seemed to embody fear itself. How dare you swagger and throw your weight around on my turf, and yet have the nerve to ask who I am? Yun Yi paused, looked over, and said coolly. Germa's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed. Your turf? Aren't you with the world government? At first, seeing Yun Ye's mask, Germa assumed he was part of the world government's CP organization. But now, from the words Yun Yi used, it was clear that wasn't the case. World government? What a joke. Don't you know this island is under the protection of us Quincy? Yun Yi twisted his neck, giving a derisive laugh. Remember this name, because it will become the nightmare that haunts you all your life. Quincy. It wasn't just Germa. Everyone present who heard this repeated the word under their breath, lost in thought. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, no one could recall anyone or any faction by that name ever existing in this world. Of course, how could they know? Yun Yi had made up that name on the spot. It certainly wasn't from their reality. Yun Yi, unconcerned with their confusion, stepped forward with a flash, appearing behind Germa in the blink of an eye and slashing down with his sword. The blade gleamed with a deadly sharpness. In that moment, Yun Yi unleashed his full strength, holding nothing back except his hidden ace. This sword strike aimed to cut Germa in two. Germa came to his senses just in time, his eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Yun Yi to be that fast, but his reaction was quick as well. At the critical moment, Germa blasted air from the soles of his feet, barely dodging Yun Ye's attack. Yun Ye's slash missed its mark, carving a sword mark over 100 meters long straight across the center of the arena floor. Everyone who witnessed this scene stared in utter disbelief. Especially the Marines, seeing the mark left by that sword. They couldn't help but think of the one that scarred the land near the Ollie family estate. Could it be that this same person left that sword scar at the Ollie family's grounds? Was it also him who killed Lawrence? But if so, what on earth started all of this? Yera clenched his teeth, his mind racing with question after question. Who is this man, really? Why does he claim Dongzike Island as his own domain? To say such things, what does that make of us, the Navy? Yera had served as the base commander on Dongzike Island for quite some time, yet he'd never heard of anyone like this residing here. Right now, Yera's mind was a complete jumble. He couldn't begin to untangle what was going on. He couldn't fathom Yun Ye's true identity, nor could he guess at what Germa referred to. He genuinely had no idea. For the Marines, everything that had happened in these past days had left them constantly on the back foot. With a single strike dodged by Judge, Yun Yi did not lose heart. However, just as he was about to attack again, he sensed 4 people launching an assault against him. It was the Vinsmoke brothers, all 4 of them. They joined forces and charged at him, unleashing a devastating strike of unimaginable power. Yun Ye's brows furrowed. The combined assault of these 4 was so threatening that even he felt a sense of danger. No wonder. After all, they were genetically modified by the power of bloodline factors. So young. Yet their strength was truly terrifying. There's the opening. Originally, Yun Yi intended to break through their attack head-on with his Crescent Moon strike, but his perception caught a subtle weakness within their attack. Without a second thought, he flashed toward that weak spot, swung his sword, and shattered the pink energy blast. In front of him appeared a figure, already grown graceful and elegant, wrapped in pink. Reiju. A look of surprise flashed across Reiju's face. Although she had restrained herself with that attack, she did not expect Yun Yi to dispel it with such ease. As Yun Yi passed by, he spared Reiju a glance before shifting his gaze away. White explosive flames ignited in his hand once more. Don't get in my way. Yun Yi gave a cold, low shout. The azure fire drops surged forth, engulfing all 4 siblings, blasting 3 of them away and catching another in the fallout. Meanwhile, after narrowly dodging Yun Ye's strike, Judge glanced at the slash marks stretching for hundreds of meters across the ground. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, then was consumed by furious rage, his bloodshot eyes burning. It had been a long time since he'd faced a threat to his life. If he hadn't dodged that attack a moment ago, it would not have ended well for him. Not even his battle suit could have saved him from that. Not even back in MASD, when he had the Navy on his tail, was the danger this great. All hands attacked. A spark of wrath glinted in Judge's eyes as he ordered his clone army to strike without hesitation. He had no intention of engaging in single combat. This was war, not a duel. Where does this ridiculous notion of one-on-one fighting come from? Utter nonsense. All that matters is defeating the enemy. With Judge's command, every clone soldier surged toward Yun Yi at once. Guns blazed, cannons roared. Bullets and shells rained down on Yun Yi. Yun Yi gave a cold snort. As white lightning exploded the incoming shells, he swung his sword, deflecting countless bullets. Those he couldn't knock away, he dodged with a flicker of movement. Though the hailstorm of bullets was so dense, even he was beginning to feel the pressure. Judge watched Yun Yi dodging or deflecting bullets with his sword. Judge's gaze sharpened, and he said icily, "Observation Haki, is it? Who'd expect someone in paradise to use Haki? But against this kind of firepower, what good is Observation Haki?" Impressed as he was by Yun Ye's mysterious abilities, Judge knew that even Observation Haki had its limits. Even if you can sense the trajectory of every attack, it's pointless if your body simply can't keep up. A dense enough barrage of firepower can blow even the most skilled user of Observation Haki to smithereens. This sensation, so this is what Observation Haki feels like. Yun Yi darted and weaved, vanishing in one instant and swatting bullets aside with his sword in the next. At Judge's words, he simply smiled, his suspicions confirmed. Ever since he first arrived in this world, he noticed his senses were preternaturally sharp. He could detect things happening at great distances. Yun Yi was always able to anticipate the wild beast attacks in the mountains, sidestepping just in time to escape fatal blows. Back then, he'd already wondered, could this heightened perception be the famed Observation Haki? Now it was clear. This sense was none other than Observation Haki. But the thunderous barrage around him was becoming almost too much to bear. A hail of shells rocketed forward. None escaped Yun Yi's perception, but the sheer rain of bullets left him not a single inch to dodge. Every escape route was smothered by gunfire. There was nowhere left to run. Yun Yi's brows knit with focus. He pushed off from the ground, a flash, and in an instant he stepped through the air, vanishing from sight, effortlessly dodging the barrage. Are you done yet? He reappeared high above, gazing coldly down at the sea of people below. Stretching out his hand, fingers splayed, he began chanting silently. Electric light danced across his palm, and a surging, overwhelming aura erupted from his form. This was Hado number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. The strongest Hado Yuni possessed at present. Also the second skill he'd awakened. He'd experimented before. When chanting the incantation, the power of Thunder Roar Cannon increased more than tenfold compared to casting it without the chant. With a single blast, half a mountain was obliterated in an instant. It's fair to say, the difference between a chanted and an unchanted Hado was like night and day. At the time, his attack had caused quite a commotion on the island. At first, the residents thought it was just an earthquake and paid it no mind. Not until someone ventured into the back mountains did they discover one of the peaks had been flattened by something utterly unknown. Some curious local newspapers had even published stories about it, but as nobody knew the cause, it remained one of the island's enduring mysteries. Of course, after that powerful blow, the still weak Yuni had completely exhausted himself, nearly to the point of passing out on the spot. Later on, Yuni also realized that he probably couldn't unleash the full might of a high-level Hado, being limited by his current physique. Without the incantation, Thunder Roar Cannon was sometimes less effective than a basic blue fire drop. But chanting, while unleashing the full power of high-tier Hado, recklessly drained every ounce of Yuni's energy. If he wasn't careful, it could very well leave him utterly spent. From that moment on, Yuni never lost himself in grand ambitions when unlocking new abilities. He focused entirely on what's practical. Granted, he hadn't unlocked very many skills yet. Even so, after several months of training, Yunya's body had become much stronger. He couldn't use his powers frequently just yet, but every now and then he could unleash a Thunder Roar Cannon with a full chant, and his body could handle it. Crackling energy gathered in his palm, lightning swirling with radiant force as Yunya's presence rose ever higher, the very air around him seeming to grow heavy under the pressure. At that moment, everyone felt it. As one, they lifted their heads, gazing up at the lone figure hovering in the sky. Quick move, get back. Feeling the overwhelming force surging from Yunyi, Yala shouted out a command to those behind him. Immediately, chaos erupted as countless Navy soldiers, terrified, scrambled to retreat. Unlike the clone soldiers, they could feel the oppressive weight in the air, clear as day. Judge looked up, eyes narrowing as he stared at the storm of lightning swirling in Yunya's hand. His pupils contracted sharply. He too sensed a deep and imminent threat. Scatter, now, Judge roared. But this order was reserved for his own children. The clone army was disposable. After all, their lives meant nothing if lost here. But his children were different. Meticulously raised and trained, they were his chosen warriors, the key to his dream of ruling the North Sea. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Truth be told, Judge's warning was almost unnecessary. The very instant Reiju and her three brothers sensed the danger, they'd already taken off, high-tech boots flashing as they darted away at full speed. Though Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji had been engineered to feel no fear, every living being possesses the instinct to shun danger and seek advantage. Not even gene-modified soldiers are exempt from that rule. Besides, none of them were foolish enough to just stand still and wait to be hit. But the Thunder Roar Cannon required barely any time to charge. The instant Yun Yi raised his hand, just a heartbeat later, that wild pillar of lightning blazed from his palm. Thunder Roar Cannon. Lightning erupted in a dazzling flash, transforming into a beam that smashed straight into the midst of the crowd. The attack moved at nearly the speed of light, leaving no time to react. In the instant it left his hand, it had already struck the heart of their formation. The next second, a brilliant flare exploded outward, bolts of electricity snapping through the air. The battlefield looked as if a miniature sun had burst into being. Then came the detonation. Thunderous booms roared across the land, so loud they echoed all the way to the far side of the island. The ground trembled with the force of the blast. Waves of concussive energy swept over everyone present, like the howling fury of a hurricane at full strength, flinging everything into the air. At the very center of the chaos, countless Germa soldiers, those cloned warriors, were engulfed by the explosion, killed instantly before they even had a chance to scream. Pebbles caught up in the shockwave were now like bullets, slicing through human flesh with terrifying force. Many of the clone soldiers met their end from these very stones. As the brilliant light faded, all eyes turned toward the devastation. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Countless people stared in dumbfounded silence at the massive crater, dozens of meters across, its base scorched black, that had appeared in the battlefield. Their eyes were wide with disbelief and terror, mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. A strange, heavy silence settled over the scene. What? What incredible power! He's a monster. That man is a monster. Can a human really unleash such an attack? With one blow, he wiped out the German troops. On the Navy's side, the Marines stared fearfully at the gaping pit at the center, the depth of their terror reflected clearly in their eyes. They could hardly believe that all of this had been caused by a single, devastating strike from one person. With that one blow, most of the clone soldiers on the field had been completely annihilated. Damn it! At that moment, Judge's heart was gripped by fear, but his mind was nearly overwhelmed by rage. So many of his clone warriors had been decimated in an instant by that single attack from Yun Yi. Even the previous battle in the East Blue hadn't cost him losses of this magnitude. How could he not be furious? He was burning with hatred, desperate to see Yun Yi torn limb from limb. On the other side, the four Vinsmoke brothers crawled out from behind cover, their faces streaked with dirt and dust. They had managed to avoid the epicenter of Yun Ye's attack, and with bodies as tough as steel, they escaped unscathed by the blast's aftershock. Still, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji all fixed Yun Yi with savage, ferocious stares, their expressions twisted with violence as he landed firmly back on the ground. Yet none of them dared rush forward. The force of Yun Ye's strike had left a deep mark on their hearts. In fact, a strange, unfamiliar emotion was creeping in, one they had never felt before. None of them noticed that their hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably. Yun Yi, meanwhile, nodded with satisfaction at the devastation he had caused, quietly uttering, "Not bad." Truth be told, Yun Yi hadn't expected his Thunder Roar Cannon to be even more powerful now than the first time he used it. As he thought, the stronger the body, the more it can draw out the true might of high-level Hado spells. This was a fact he had already understood, but now he felt it more keenly than ever. Even though the destruction he'd caused was immense, and the majority of the clone soldiers had fallen, it still wasn't enough. The Germa's clone army was certainly not limited to these soldiers. Yun Ye's senses had already detected more ships drawing near, with detachments of clone soldiers on board, fully armed and ready for battle. This isn't good at all. Though Yun Yi still had some stamina left, casting the Thunder Roar Cannon continued to drain him significantly. Facing this endless onslaught of fearless soldiers, no matter how much energy he had, it would never be enough if he kept fighting like this. If the battle dragged on, there would only be one ending, his defeat. And that was the last outcome Yun Yi wanted to see. While Yun Yi was pondering his options, a piercing whistling sound suddenly sliced through the distance. Before he could turn to look, thunderous explosions echoed in his ears. Someone had opened fire. The abruptness of the blast caught everyone off guard, leaving them startled and wide-eyed. They turned to see what was happening. On the distant waves, scattered black dots appeared. They looked closer and saw a fleet of warships, each flying the Seagull flag. Dozens of ships cut through the waves, an imposing sight as they advanced en masse, the Seagull banners billowing proudly, announcing the Navy's might. These warships had fired a single volley, perhaps as a warning, or simply to declare their arrival. It's support from another naval branch. Reinforcements are finally here. Some Navy soldiers, catching sight of this, broke into joyous grins. At last they've come. Yala, too, sighed with relief. Seeing the long-awaited reinforcements arrive lifted a heavy burden from his heart. The Navy, yet, in stark contrast to the Navy's jubilation, Judge's brow furrowed into a deep scowl. The Navy had sent reinforcements. And not just a small unit. By the look of them, their numbers were substantial enough to pose a real threat. Reiju, though unhurt, appeared a bit battered. She made her way to her father's side, frowning at the sea as she asked, "Father, what do we do now?" The other three sons gathered close as well, standing beside Judge. The surviving clone soldiers methodically drew near, shielding the Vinsmoke family within their defensive ring. Judge took a long, deep breath, mind racing as he considered their next move. If there had only been a single Navy branch base, Judge could still flex his power. Even if he wiped out all the Navy on the island, he could deal with the world government afterward, pay a price, and Germa might escape any serious consequences. But now that naval reinforcements had arrived, it meant that the higher-ups were giving this place their attention. If he dared attack any Navy personnel now, he would surely make a mortal enemy of the Navy. And Judge knew all too well what came of crossing the Navy. Even though Germa was nominally an allied nation of the world government, not even that status would grant him impunity. Those monsters at naval headquarters were not to be trifled with. So now, Judge had to proceed with caution. But he simply couldn't accept it. All the information he had painstakingly gathered, was he really going to just watch it fall into someone else's hands? No, that's not right. When the topic came up earlier, that Navy captain's expression didn't look like an act. Maybe the information wasn't taken by anyone from the Navy after all? Then who could have taken it? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Judge's expression darkened abruptly as he turned to Yunyi, his voice cold. Did you take it? Yunyi's eyes flickered. He naturally understood what Judge was referring to, that crystal card. But Yunyi feigned ignorance. Take what? Judge narrowed his eyes, unconvinced by either the Navy or Yunyi. Either might be lying. The information contained in that thing was crucial to him. One of the indispensable keys to conquering the North Blue in the future. He absolutely had to get it back, no matter what. With this in mind, Judge's gaze grew ruthless once more. Even if it meant offending the Navy, he was determined to turn this entire island upside down in his search. Just then, a team of clones Judge had previously sent in secret to check the Orley family's estate rushed back with their report. The lead clone captain came up to Judge and reported, "Sir, we found nothing in the underground base. Also, the Navy had taken over that area. When we forced our way in, most of the experimental equipment was already destroyed. The card, too. It's vanished without a trace." After quickly summarizing the situation at the laboratory, the clone captain added, "And outside the lab, there's a huge trench stretching more than 100 meters across the ground. We have no idea what caused it." Hearing this, Judge's face grew thunderous, his sharp gaze snapping back to Yunyi and the Navy. "So it really is connected to you. And you? Are you in league with the Navy as well? You've deceived me time and again. Do you really think the people of Germa have no backbone? Open fire." With a sweeping gesture, Judge ordered his fleet to fire directly toward Yunyi's location. Even the Navy forces on the island were caught in the rain of artillery shells. "This is bad." Yara's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Judge to go so far as to attack the Navy directly in this situation. Was the man insane? Still, Yara reacted swiftly, roaring orders all around him. "Get out of here now! Hurry! Run for your lives! Damn it! He actually dared to attack us." At that moment, every Navy soldier wished they had an extra pair of legs as they sprinted desperately for safety. Yunyi, too, froze in shock. He hadn't expected Judge to be so out of control, to open fire even when he saw the Navy had reinforcements. Clearly, Judge didn't regard the Navy as a threat at all. What Yunyi didn't realize was just how crucial the documents in his possession were to Judge. No matter the risk, even if it meant offending the Navy, Judge had to get them back. A deafening barrage thundered through the air, heavy and relentless, like a downpour of artillery fire. It wasn't just the clone soldiers with their shoulder-mounted cannons. The warships behind them had joined in as well, spitting even fiercer, faster shells with crackling blasts. Yunyi's expression grew solemn. Even the most powerful fighters in peak physical form wouldn't dare take such a barrage lightly, let alone Yunyi in his current state. He moved with the utmost caution. Raising his arm, Yunyi released a sweeping, formidable slash that cleaved through the incoming shells, intercepting some of them, but more rained down toward him. Without hesitation, Yunyi vanished from their path with a flash step. An instant later, the place where he had just stood was obliterated by a wave of explosions. With a cold snort, Yunyi knew he couldn't let the Germa forces keep up their assault. Even with his speed, the sheer volume of shells meant it was only a matter of time before he got hit. Lifting his blade overhead, a sharp surge of sword energy erupted from Yunyi's body. With one mighty swing, Moon Crescent Slash, a sweeping, crescent-shaped blade of energy, dozens of meters long, shot forth from his sword, slicing through a distant snail ship and cleaving it clean in two. A surge of blood splattered, and the snail ship collapsed in halves, churning up foaming waves as clone soldiers on board shrieked and leapt frantically into the sea. Unstoppable, the Slash barreled onward, crashing right through two more snail ships behind, one after another. With a single strike, Yunyi destroyed 3 snail ships at once. He did not pause. Spreading his fingers, he summoned the crackling force of the Thunder Roar cannon and unleashed it. A pillar of lightning tore through the sky, smashing straight into yet another snail ship and obliterating it along with the clone soldiers aboard. "Keep firing. Don't let up," Judge rasped, his voice raw with fear, for Yunyi's relentless assault had truly shaken him. This kind of power wasn't on par with those notorious pirates on the Grand Line with bounties over 100 million. In fact, Yunyi was even more terrifying. His swordsmanship was razor-sharp, his devil fruit abilities utterly devastating. At this point, calling him dangerous seemed like an understatement. Once again, shells poured down like rain, thick, furious, and explosive. Dozens of warships unleashed their firepower, transforming the port into a battered wasteland. Explosions roared, flames and billowing black smoke rising so high that it was visible from the other side of the island. Out on the sea, The captain leading the naval fleet watched grimly and ordered his men to return fire, bombarding Germa's forces in turn. Germa's fleet scrambled to react, quickly turning their ships to bring their guns to bear, and the two sides collided in a fierce and furious naval battle. With the Navy's intervention drawing much of the firepower away, Yin Yi could finally breathe a little easier. Still, a chill had settled over his face, and fury burned quietly in his heart. Despite the massive bombardment, he remained unscathed, but the constant barrage was simply unbearable. With his anger barely contained, Yin Yi struck back without mercy. Once again, a sweeping moon crescent slash cleaved a snail ship clean in two. By now, Yin Yi had already sunk 6 or 7 ships from the German fleet. Their losses this time could only be described as disastrous. When Judge looked at Yin Yi, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, intertwined with a surge of fury. He had never expected that this battle would cost him so dearly. Not only had his laboratory's research been seized, but his forces had suffered heavy casualties. And on top of it all, he had now outright provoked the Navy. With everything that had happened, Judge was so enraged he could hardly stop himself from cursing out loud. His anger could no longer be contained. In a flash, he lunged straight towards Yin Yi. At that moment, Yin Yi's attention was fixed on the incoming shells. He flicked his fingers to send white lightning crashing into the projectiles, exploding them midair, completely unaware of Judge's sudden assault. He only realized Judge had closed in when a man's spear, crackling with high-voltage electricity, swept horizontally at him. Judge's attack was so abrupt that Yin Yi was caught off guard and allowed him to get close. Damn it, a sneak attack! Depleted from his last move and yet to gather new strength, Yin Yi didn't have time to dodge. All he could do was cross his arms over his chest in a desperate attempt to shield himself. A violent crackling sound ripped through the air. The spear struck Yin Yi square on, and the surge of electricity exploded, coursing through his body and racking him with pain. Then, with a powerful blow, Yin Yi was sent flying, crashing straight through a building and reducing it to rubble. So, we're resorting to sneak attacks now. Yin Yi shoved aside the debris and stepped out from the ruins, his face cast in shadow, a scowl hidden behind his mask, unseen by all. At this moment, the aura emanating from Yin Yi alerted everyone watching. He was truly angry now. You think I'm easy to bully? Well then, let me show you what I'm really capable of. His voice was icy as he strode forward, every step intensifying his momentum. Suddenly, a streak of white lightning flashed around him. Instant surge. Yin Yi's words were punctuated by a thunderous crack, and mysterious force burst from within him, setting the very molecules of electricity in the air abuzz. Everyone in the field turned to stare, shock written across their faces. Now, from Yin Yi's back and shoulders, white lightning began to arc and spread, its wild intensity shredding his shirt and revealing his lean but well-toned upper body. It hurts. Is this some kind of lightning-forged body? No, not quite. This sensation is different. But my physical strength has multiplied, that's for sure. Clenching his fists, Yin Yi felt the newfound power coursing through him. His control over his body made it clear. He had become several times stronger than before. Well then, are you ready, Vince Smoke Judge? The true terror is only just beginning. With a cold sneer, Yin Yi vanished in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a blur. Enhanced by his rapid movement technique, his speed had become unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, Yin Yi reappeared on Judge's left. Judge's eyes barely had time to widen in shock before Yin Yi swung his sword, a slash that tore through the air, its silvery arc sending Judge careening away like a rag doll. As Judge was hurled backwards, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sound of his battle suit shattering echoed, sharp and jarring. A tremendous crash followed. Judge crashed into the ground, carving a massive crater into the earth. Yin Yi didn't relent. With a wave of his hand, searing white flames erupted forth, pouring straight into the newly formed pit. Another deafening explosion shook the air, flames soaring high, thick black smoke billowing upwards. Father! The 4 siblings cried out in alarm. In a flash, Reiju bolted toward the pit where Judge had fallen. Father! Are you all right? She called out anxiously. The other 3 stood their ground, their eyes fixed warily on Yin Yi as he approached. But Yin Yi didn't attack again. Instead, he rolled his shoulders, and a series of pops echoed from his joints as he worked out the tension. He was still adjusting to his new strength. Yin Yi thought to himself, still not used to this, such a sudden surge in power is hard to control perfectly. The reality was, Yin Yi couldn't fully unleash the potential of his rapid movement state, not unlike his struggles with the Thunder Roar cannon. Worse yet, he suspected it might take a toll on his body afterward. I can't keep this up for long, but it's more than enough for now. His mind made up. Yin Yi knew he couldn't afford to let the fight drag on. He had to finish it quickly. From behind his mask, his eyes locked on Judge's battered figure. I'm Ibifine. Supported by Reiju, Judge tried to speak confidently, but blood streamed from his mouth and a deep gash cut across his chest, pouring fresh blood. It was clear he was anything but fine. You're pretty tough. Yin Yi advanced toward Judge step by step, every move emanating a crushing sense of pressure. Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji sprang forward together, forming a protective line in front of Judge, readying themselves for battle. Stop right there, Ichiji barked, his voice trembling with anger and desperation. Out of my way, Yin Yi replied coolly, never breaking stride. Behind him, the crackle of thunder was sharp and menacing. A red gleam flickered in his eyes behind the mask, giving him a ferocious, terrifying aura. At that moment, as they faced Yin Yi, Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji all felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over them. A chill seeped straight to their bones. To their alarm, they realized their arms and legs had started shaking uncontrollably, refusing to obey. A strange, unfamiliar emotion welled up from deep within their hearts, an overwhelming sensation unlike anything they had ever experienced before. They didn't understand what this emotion was, nor could they make any sense of it. This expression was fear. Even so, they didn't budge an inch and still stood firmly in front, blocking the way. Observing the three, Yin Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise, thinking to himself, is this the sign of their emotions beginning to return? After all, emotion is something innate to all living beings. Even if it's erased through artificial means, it can never be truly eradicated. It's etched in the depths of one's soul. As for the soul, not even Judge, a scientist of great renown, could explain it clearly. Even those with powers tied directly to souls, those who had eaten the soul or yomi yomi fruit, could not fully describe its mysteries. You're not going to move aside? Very well, then you'll pay the price. Speaking in a low tone, Yin Yi stepped forward, white lightning crackling behind him, surging with a deafening roar, as his speed soared to an extreme. In a blink, Yin Yi appeared before Ichiji, slashing his sword. The blade, wreathed in lightning, descended, striking Ichiji squarely from above. 2. Without pause, Yin Yi vanished and reappeared before Niji, his sword slashing downwards once more. 3. A final sword swing cleaved through, and Yin Yi glided past all three of them, not sparing another glance. He continued walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Suddenly, the sound of armor shattering rang out as the three behind him had their battle suits torn apart all at once. Deep wounds scored across their chests. The three men's eyes rolled back in unison, and their bodies crumpled to the ground. At this sight, the clone army rushed out, desperate to stop Yin Yi in his tracks. But facing Yin Yi at this moment, they fell as fast as they arrived. No one could stand in his way. Give up. With nothing but these clones, you have no hope of stopping me. Yin Yi broke through their ranks with ease, moving with relaxed, calculated steps, all the while reaping lives in passing, unhurried as if taking a stroll through a garden. He was like a demon king. No one could withstand even a single blow from him. A strip of red flickered across his mask's eye slots, making him appear utterly wicked, a villain to the core. At least, in Reiju's eyes, Yin Yi was now nothing less than a great villain. A villain with hands stained in endless blood. Cough, cough. Judge coughed up another mouthful of blood, clutching the wound on his chest. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed Reiju aside and urged in a raspy voice, Reiju, take everyone and leave this place. I'll hold him off here. Although Judge had always been cold and ruthless, never fulfilling a father's duty to his children, at this crucial moment between life and death, he made a surprising choice. Hearing her father's words, Reiju was stunned. She bit her lip, silent, eyes reddening as tears glimmered on her lashes. Hey, don't make this look like some tragic scene of farewell. If someone didn't know any better, they'd really believe I'm the villain here, wouldn't they? Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Yi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Can we please not perform such tearful dramas in front of me? Reiju moved swiftly, stepping between Gage and Yin Yi, her gaze filled with anger. The cape behind her fluttered like a pair of butterfly wings as a dark purple poisonous mist began to seep out, spreading toward Yin Yi. Poison? That's useless against me. With a single stroke of his sword, Yin Yi summoned a raging tempest that swept away all the poison, dispersing it long before it could approach him. He struck again, and his second blow was even grander. Reiju cried out in pain as she was sent flying through the air. Now, there was no one left standing in front of Gage. Is this all you've got, Vinsmoke, Gage? Without your fancy high-tech gadgets, have you really become so weak that you can only cower behind your own children? Yunyi taunted as he walked forward, his tone filled with mockery. A cold gleam flickered in Gage's eyes, mixed with hatred and fear. Yet, as the king of a nation, he refused to give in completely. He clenched his spear for support, forcing himself to stand, and stared at Yunyi with icy determination. German never retreats. If you have the guts, come take my life. Then I'll do just that. Yunyi prepared to charge, but in that instant, a volley of purple poison arrows shot toward him. Oomph! Yunyi snorted, swatting the arrows aside with a casual flick of his sword, then turned to look at the source. Reiju was struggling back to her feet. The attack had come from her. Yunyi's gaze was icy. In a flash, he vanished, leaving a fleeting trail of white lightning in his wake. The next moment, he appeared beside Reiju, seized her slender neck in his hand, and hoisted her into the air without even a hint of mercy for her being a woman. Holding her above his head, Yunyi looked coldly into her eyes. Did you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Or do you think I have qualms about killing women? Seeing Yunyi's actions, Gage's pupils contracted violently as he shouted in panic. Let her go. I'll accept whatever punishment you want. Just let her go. In moments of life or death, even the coldest hearts are laid bare. Even someone like Gage, ruthless enough to turn his own children into test subjects, could not help but reveal the softness buried within. Perhaps, when he let Sanji go all those years ago, it was also the lingering emotion of a father at work. Upon hearing Gage's plea, a strange smile crept to Yunyi's lips beneath his mask, as if he were the perfect villain. Without loosening his grip on Reiju's throat, Yunyi used a flash step to appear before Gage, slamming his foot down with brutal force. Gage coughed up a mouthful of blood once again from the blow. Looking down at Gage, Yunyi spoke coldly. Such touching family loyalty, but now that both of you are in my hands, what gives you the right to negotiate? Did you mean your clone army behind you, or those dozens of battleships? Yunyi suddenly turned his gaze to Reiju and said coolly, if you poison me again, I'll strangle you and crush your father under my feet. At these words, the poison that had already crept up her fair wrist vanished without a trace. Reiju glared at Yunyi, her eyes filled with seething hatred. Yunyi ignored Reiju and continued to look at Judge, his expression indifferent as he let out a cold smile. Let's make this simple. I'll give you two choices. The first is to submit to me. As Yunyi spoke, he pressed down with his foot, slowly forcing Judge into the ground. The immense psychological pressure this brought was matched only by the physical torment. The second option, die here now. Before Judge could answer, Yunyi continued, don't waste my time with any nonsense about dying with dignity. You have exactly 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, if you refuse to submit, both you and your children will die. Germa, a name that has lasted 300 years, will vanish from the world. Yunyi had uncovered the innermost desire in Judge's heart, to restore Germa's greatness and rise to the top of the North Blue. That was his true dream, so Yunyi knew Judge could never accept dying here in defeat. Everything Yunyi had done so far was part of his plan, crushing Judge's resolve by subjecting him to a crushing pressure, eroding his mental defenses. In plain terms, Yunyi's goal was to take the war machine Germa 66 under his own command, paving the way for future plans. This was a formidable force, an army unafraid of death, the stuff of nightmares for their enemies. If he succeeded, it would become a powerful trump card for Yunyi in days to come. And if it failed, there was no problem. He would simply wipe Germa out. With that, Yunyi looked away from Judge and instead turned his attention to the sea, where the Navy's warships were drawing steadily closer. On the island, the Navy had stopped advancing the moment Yunyi unleashed his power. Now, they stood at a distance, watching in silence. No, that wasn't quite right. They didn't dare take another step forward. 3. Yunyi began his countdown, his voice sharp and icy, and an intense killing aura swept over Judge like a suffocating wave, sending tremors through the man's heart. Judge felt as if any word of resistance would mean his instant death. Tormented beyond belief, Judge looked at Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji lying unconscious on the ground, then at Reiju, her life still in Yunyi's grasp. He bit down so hard on his lip that blood trickled down without him even noticing. So fierce was the storm raging inside him. 2. Yunyi intoned, his voice calm as ever. Before one could leave his lips, Judge's eyes flickered with agony and humiliation as he lowered his proud head. I surrender. A wise choice. Yunyi let out a brief laugh, removing his foot from Judge's back and releasing Reiju from his grip. He spared not a single glance at Reiju, now coughing uncontrollably, nor at Judge, his pride shattered and tears streaming down his face. Instead, Yunyi swept his gaze over the Marines on the island and the warships gliding over the sea. The battle on the water raged on, the roar of cannon fire never ceasing. Even as this was unfolding, Yunyi was already considering his route of retreat. After thinking for a moment, Yunyi took the crystal card from his cloak and tossed it onto the ground. This thing was useless to him, and it was better to leave it to Judge. Besides, Yunyi wasn't worried about Judge taking the item and running off. As he released his grip on Reiju's neck, Yunyi smoothly sliced off her left pinky nail, intending to make a life card out of it. He cast a sweeping glance at everyone present and said in a level tone, "Deal with the aftermath yourselves. Go back to your own business. When I need you, I'll let you know." With that, Yunyi turned and walked off in the opposite direction, stepped onto the sea, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. He uttered no threats, made no harsh declarations. Ever since Judge had pledged loyalty, Yunyi had put himself in a position above him. That wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. Yunyi's voice remained calm throughout, never showing any satisfaction or pride at Judge and Germa's surrender. Yet precisely this detached composure left Judge feeling an even deeper chill within. He knew that, from the moment he gave his word, there would be no escaping the control of this mysterious man before him. Perhaps, Judge thought as he looked down at the crystal card on the ground, this might be an opportunity for Germa as well. He could only comfort himself with such thoughts. A man who had seen much of the world, Judge quickly mastered his emotions, suppressing the humiliation and pain, and gathered his remaining soldiers. With a curt order, he had the unconscious Ichiji and the others carried on board, and the group made their way back to a different warship. Avoid provoking the Navy. Set sail. At Judge's command, all the snail ships turned as one. Rather than clashing with the Navy, they chose to withdraw and steer clear. The Navy reinforcements gave chase for a short while, but were soon left behind. The snail ships outpaced the marine vessels by far. Along the way, they encountered another Navy warship. The two sides exchanged stares. The Navy opened fire, but Germa's people did not return fire. On board the Navy ship, Vice Admiral Bastille watched Germa's fleet depart and thought to himself, "Is the war already over? Did we arrive too late? What happened on Dongzuk Island?" With those doubts lingering, the warship pressed on toward Dongzuk Island. Back on the island, the Marine stationed at P5 base let out deep sighs of relief once Germa had fully withdrawn. We survived. We did it. We won. We've driven Germa's army away." Some soldiers couldn't help but cheer aloud, but their excitement was soon dampened. "What are you talking about? Without that masked man, we'd all be dead right now." "Yeah, without that man. Who exactly is he? Is he from the island?" "It seems there are rumors that behind the chaotic zone, there's a mastermind pulling the strings. Could that mysterious person be the one? He'd just say this island is his territory." "I've heard about that too. They say the mountain at the back of the island was blown away by the one running the chaotic zone from the shadows. I never thought it was true, but the way he spoke, it's as if he doesn't even see us Marines as a threat. Is he an enemy?" Countless Marines murmured among themselves, speculating about Yunyi's identity. Only Era watched the departing Germa fleet and fell in a deep thought. Just now, what exactly did the people from Germa say to that mysterious man? Why did the battle suddenly stop? What deal did they make in secret? And more importantly, who is that masked man? What is a Quincy? A title or a faction? Since he was too far away, he never caught a word of the conversation between Yunyi and Judge. But if he had heard it, he would have been absolutely shocked. Yunyi circled back from the other side of the island and returned to the law-abiding zone behind the mountain. By then, he no longer concerned himself with these matters. He had worn a mask throughout. No one had seen his real face. Besides, he disguised his height and build beforehand, making it impossible for others to recognize him. The sword he'd used was already at the bottom of the sea. It was just a standard steel blade, nothing of great value. Anything that could have exposed his identity was hidden away. No one would connect him to the masked man, unless he used that same skill from before, but he wasn't foolish enough to do that. Yunyi's focus shifted to his own system panel. Ding. Defeated Vinsmoke family. Achievement points plus 200. Ding. Subjugated the Germa kingdom. Achievement points plus 350. The Mastermind achievement unlocked. Special reward. One special lottery draw. After leaving, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind once more. Another special lottery? And again, the rewards come from title-based achievements. Titles like these were incredibly rare in Yunyi's experience. The first time, he'd unlocked an achievement called Beast Slayer, but that just gave him points. After that, things like 100-Man Slayer also only granted points. The first time he got to use the lottery draw was when he unlocked the title Nemesis of Evil. And now, for the second time, Yunyi had no idea how these title achievements differed from the rest. Was the reward truly random? Or is there some unique criteria? If there were special reasons, then what could they be? If he understood those reasons, could he replicate them? A wave of doubts and speculation filled Yunye's mind. It felt just like playing a game, completing achievements and reaping rewards. Now, that would be something. Of course, he was well aware that the farther he progressed, the harder it would be to earn new achievement points. In the past, you could gain achievement points by hunting rabbits and wild beasts, but that's no longer the case. To borrow a term from games, the higher your level, the less reward you get for defeating lower-level monsters. Eventually, you stop receiving any reward at all. Let's hope I won't have to defeat one of the 4 emperors next just to earn some points. Yunyi muttered to himself. Let's try the lottery. Yunyi steadied his mind and tapped open the lottery feature. Ding! You have obtained artificial body. Artificial body? Yunyi was a little surprised. Of course, he knew what an artificial body was. In the world of the Soul Reapers, it's an item that can host a Soul Reaper spirit. But wait, wasn't this supposed to be an item? Why can you even get it from the lottery? Yunyi looked toward the panel and suddenly noticed an extra icon under the special category. Special, Xuanpa, Proficiency 50, Artificial Body 1/1. Not proficiency? What does 1/1 mean? Furrowing his brow, Yunyi clicked on the icon, pulling up the description of the artificial body. Artificial body, a product of technology capable of carrying a spirit for activity. Yunyi blinked in confusion. Is that it? You could at least explain its specific use. With a touch of exasperation, he glanced at the description, which told him absolutely nothing useful. Forget it, let's just try it out. Glancing around to make sure he was alone, Yunyi decided to give a shot. As he activated it, a sudden, unfamiliar sensation washed over his body, followed by a sharp pain in his soul, though it vanished in less than an instant. When he opened his eyes again, Yunyi found that a figure had appeared before him. It startled him out of his wits. But looking closer, he saw, astonishingly, that it was another version of himself. From top to bottom, in manner and appearance, there was absolutely no difference. Yunyi narrowed his eyes and glanced at the panel, noticing that the artificial body icon now displayed 0/1. Artificial body? A duplicate? He couldn't quite figure out what this ability actually did. He realized the artificial body icon counted as a skill, not an item. But then, what use was a duplicate that required a spirit to operate? Puzzled, Yunyi looked left and right, pondering endlessly. But just then, a strange sense of connection suddenly stirred from deep within his mind. As he watched, his other self, whose eyes had been shut, suddenly opened them. Yunyi didn't panic. Instead, his lips curled into a smile. So that's how it works? It's like having an extra body, isn't it? The other Yunyi echoed with a grin. And it doesn't quite feel like a doppelganger. It's as if one person truly possesses 2 bodies at once. Both Yunyes spoke at the same time, in identical tone and cadence. Well, they said that still calls for a little experimentation. Throughout the entire morning, Yunyi spent his time getting used to his other body. The physical qualities of both bodies were nearly identical. One could say they were exactly the same. The feeling was extraordinary, almost as if a single person could control 2 bodies at once, yet without the slightest interference between them. He could be one individual, or he could be 2 separate beings. Additionally, Yunyi discovered that both of his cells could view the system panel, and after some experiments, he realized that both could use all the skills that had been unlocked. The only downside was the greater energy drain, and that depletion affected every aspect, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Of course, the puppet clone could be put away, turning into a black pearl shimmering with a faint glow, thereby minimizing any energy consumption. With just a flicker of thought, Yunyi could turn the clone pearl back into another version of himself. With his power in hand, there's so much more I can do. With a mysterious smile playing at his lips, Yunyi stored the clone pearl and set off toward another part of the mountain behind the village. That was where the villagers were sheltered. Since the Germa agents had left, it meant the incident was over and peace had returned. It was time for him to let everyone know he was safe. No need to let them continue worrying. News of Germa's defeat spread rapidly across the island from the mouths of the Navy. For reasons unknown, the Navy kept Yunye's involvement under wraps. His existence was never made public. The only story making its rounds on the island was that the Navy had driven off Germa's forces. There were no detailed accounts, just a few sparse sentences. Not only did the Navy refrain from exaggerating its achievements, but the locals couldn't help filling in the gaps themselves. Almost everyone in the North Sea knew about Germa and what they represented. And yet, a force so powerful had actually been routed by the Navy? The implication was clear. The Navy must be incredibly strong. Many people immediately embraced this notion and broke into spontaneous cheers, celebrating the Navy's victory. In no time at all, the Navy's prestige on the island reached an unprecedented peak. Meanwhile, Yunyi arrived at the villager's shelter. After brushing off a barrage of anxious questions, he made the journey back to the village alongside the relieved townsfolk. It was from a few passing remarks that Yunyi learned about the ongoing rumors, but his expression remained unchanged, with only a flicker of thought passing through his gaze. The Navy's actions made perfect sense. Why publicize the deeds of a mysterious outsider when they could instead promote their own strength? Besides, judging by Yunyi's previous words and distinctive manner, he clearly wasn't the righteous type. He might even be a wanted criminal. If they praised him recklessly, only to later discover that a pirate had ended up saving Isik Island, things would get quite awkward. Since when did saving others become a pirate's job? What then are the Navy here for? With this in mind, Major General Bastu gave the order to conceal all evidence of Yunyi's existence. 2 days passed. On Donsk Island. In just 2 days, the island had returned to its former state. Everything was back to normal. If it weren't for the battered, scorched section of the port still bearing the scars of bombardment, one would think it had all been nothing more than a dream. Life pressed on. The islanders had no time for lingering memories or reflection. Survival demanded their full attention. For ordinary people in this world, simply staying alive was already a monumental challenge. Perhaps it was due to the Navy's deliberate efforts to keep things quiet, or perhaps for other reasons, but news of what had happened scarcely spread beyond the island. There was not a ripple upon the sea. Only those who had experienced the incident firsthand knew that Germa had staged an operation here. Germa remained what it was, a member nation of the world government. Yunyi found no mention of the incident in any newspaper and could easily surmise that Judge must have pulled some strings behind the scenes to keep the matter as quiet as possible. It was likely that some price had been paid to make this happen, but Yunyi knew that was no concern of his. At this stage, he had no need for Germa's influence to accomplish anything for him. When the time came, Yunyi would simply go find him himself. For now, his main focus was on how to join the Navy. Yunyi had always intended to become a part of the Navy, not only because it was the most powerful organization in the pirate world, but because it represented the forces of justice. For someone like Yunyi, who longed to do good, well, to be precise, someone with a deep-rooted sense of justice and admiration for righteousness, the Navy was the perfect place. Yunyi snapped inside. A villain? Me? Never. Not in this lifetime. More importantly, the Navy had a well-developed training system that could help him avoid many pitfalls on the road to becoming stronger. This was immensely important for Yunyi right now, as he urgently needed to build up his own strength. Moreover, every life-saving skill he possessed came from a system. Although these skills were formidable, Yunyi still felt uneasy deep down, not yet having completely understood the ins and outs of the system's interface. He could not shake off the fear that one day the system might malfunction or something unexpected might happen, leaving him unable to use the skills he depended on. If that were to happen, what would he do? He would be doomed. Cautious as ever, Yunyi took all these possibilities into account. Thus, joining the Navy and learning this world's power system had become his top priority. Strengthening his body would not only help support skill usage more efficiently, but also mean he wouldn't become weak and helpless should the system's skills ever fail him. In a way, it was the best of both worlds. Still, for now, Yunyi had to figure out how to actually join the Navy. Although he'd gone to great lengths to disguise himself before, there was still no guarantee he couldn't be uncovered. After all, in this world there were things like devil fruits. But now, with his artificial body double, things might become much easier for Yunyi. At present, Yunyi's only worry is this. After all, his previous identity was that of a refugee. Could that be a problem? It's not a big deal if he was just an ordinary person, but if he's some fugitive on the run, that would be a total disaster. After weighing it over, Yunyi decided to stick to his original plan. The Navy, it was definitely his next destination, but he wasn't in any rush. He would wait for a while, at least until the commotion from recent events had completely died down. Besides, earlier that morning, Yunyi's artificial body double, after some careful disguise, already set sail with a merchant ship. There were two purposes behind Yunyi's move. First, it was to send his Quincy identity out into the world, stir up some trouble, and thus completely separate this persona from Yunyi's true self, removing any suspicion from his real identity. This was absolutely crucial. Yunyi was extremely cautious. He would hide even the tiniest details that might expose him. Second, Yunyi wanted to test whether he could farm those achievement titles. Since both bodies could access the system panel, could they both receive rewards at the same time? Besides, on this island, unless he attacked the Navy branch itself, with Yunyi's current strength, the ordinary soldiers posed no challenge and wouldn't yield any rewards. That was part of the reason Yunyi sent his artificial double out to sea. P5 branch base. At this moment, a meeting was underway. Bastille, a masked rear admiral from Naval Headquarters, sat upright at the chief's seat. Seated to his right was Lieutenant Colonel Yara, the base commander, who glanced over at Bastille with an uneasy expression and said, "Sir, the rumors spreading on the island are growing more exaggerated. Will this not have some negative effect?" He had also heard the tales being spread by the islanders. Even though his skin wasn't thin, listening to the praises lavished on the Navy made his face flush a little with embarrassment. If the Navy had truly repelled the people from Germa, it would be one thing. Being praised for that would make sense. But reality wasn't what the islanders believed, and Yara felt undeserving of all the acclaim. He was a man of conscience, and his sense of justice would not allow such deceit. Bastille looked over at Yara and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Yara, you must remember, the Navy represents justice, absolute justice. As long as the outcome serves the Navy well, the process itself doesn't matter. Besides, you think this is a bad thing? Tell me, what's so bad about it?" Bastille intoned, weighed with meaning. This, Yara hesitated, feeling that something was off, but unable to refute him, so he could only mumble, "But that masked man." Yara's words were cut off midway by Bastille, who spoke in a low, serious tone. "I've heard you mention that person several times lately, and I've done some digging myself. Judging from the strength he's shown, he's certainly not a native of the North Sea. More likely, he's someone who returned here from the Grand Line." Yara and the other Navy officers listened quietly. After a brief pause, Bastille continued, "And he wears a mask. It makes him an unpredictable factor. Even if he's not our enemy now, there's no telling if he might become one in the future. Colonel Yara, I trust you understand what I mean." With these words, Bastille turned his gaze to Yara. Yara fell silent for a moment. He realized Bastille was viewing this entire situation with a certain prejudice. But Bastille outranked him, and so Yara didn't dare offer a rebuttal. All he could do was nod and say, "Yes, sir, I understand." Bastille gave a subtle smile, echoing Yara's words for emphasis. "You'll understand in time, Lieutenant Colonel Yara." The meeting stretched on for a long while before finally coming to an end. More than 10 days passed. After Major Bastille earned a commendation without lifting a finger, he departed for the Grand Line. The residents on the island gradually stopped discussing the Germa incident, their attention drawn away by other news. Recently, the seas had been in turmoil. The world news had spread story after story across the globe. The ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea have been reaffirmed. The 6th member is a fishman, knight of the Sijin Bay. Upheaval in the New World. Who will emerge victorious? Will the Navy make a move? The Whitebeard pirates have clashed with Beast Kaido once again. The world's strongest still stands undefeated. One of the great pirates, Red-Haired Shanks, led the red-haired pirates into conflict with the Big Mom pirates. The battle raged for 3 days and nights, with the outcome unknown. Beast Kaido faces off against the red-haired pirates. Result uncertain. Naturally, these major events had caught Yun Ye's attention too. The ranks of the 7 warlords had yet to be filled. The 4 emperors still hadn't taken shape. From these reports, it was possible to roughly place the timeline in history. It was a time of fierce tempests and heroes vying for supremacy. Now, the start of the original story was still 8 or 9 years away. The 7 warlords weren't fully established, and the new world remained chaotic, though the greater picture was coming into focus. For pirates were already standing out and rising to the pinnacle, soon to be crowned as the 4 emperors. At first, upon learning this information, Yun Yi couldn't help but imagine possibilities. Having crossed into this world, wasn't it only right to make a name for himself? But as soon as Yun Yi discovered that his system panel skills depended on physical strength as their foundation, he decided against immediately setting out to become a pirate, choosing instead to focus on growing stronger first. After all, the Navy is the true path to power. Now, Yun Yi felt the time was right. Enlisting in the Navy at this point, he figured, would no longer draw suspicious gazes his way. Meanwhile, the Quincy had already started moving. They had appeared on another island, and whether intentionally or not, they'd even let themselves be seen by the Navy. The P-3 branch base of the Navy on that island had been among those that came to aid Dongzike Island. They must know about Yun Ye's Quincy identity as well. Given the close communication between Navy branches, it probably wouldn't take long for this information to find its way back to the P-5 branch base. Though some might call this approach overly cautious, Yun Yi thought it best to be safe rather than sorry. He had to make sure nothing could go wrong. The next day, village in the security zone. Yun Yi shared his desire to join the Navy with the villagers and bid them farewell. He had always been well-liked in the village, helpful and generous, often sharing his game from the mountains with everyone. So when the villagers heard Yun Yi was leaving, many felt a deep sense of reluctance. Xiaoya, although she didn't want to see him go, didn't try to stop him. She simply stared, her eyes red-rimmed with emotion. Yun Yi smiled and gently patted her head. The old village chief frowned and said, Yun, are you truly sure about this? Becoming a Navy sailor is a dangerous path. There were young men from the village who'd joined the Navy before, but the risks were high and few ever returned. The older generation never wanted to see the village youth gamble with their lives, believing a simple life at home was better than all the dangers outside. Moreover, Yunyi was still so young, barely 18. Yunyi replied, I've thought it through these past days. When those Germa attacked the island, I fought as well, but I could barely protect myself. I was powerless to change anything, and that feeling left me frustrated. He paused, then continued, and after seeing the Navy's true strength in that battle, I was struck by how powerful they are. I want to be able to truly protect you, to protect the village, and for that, I need to become stronger. That's why I'm set on joining the Navy. The story circulating on the island was that it was the Navy who had saved Dongzike Island, so Yun Yi simply went along with that version of events. He also made sure to distance himself from the events of the battle, claiming he had only watched from the sidelines and could barely keep himself safe. The villagers weren't worldly people. Although some had witnessed Yun Yi taking flight in a flash, what it truly meant escaped them. So they believed what he said without question. Uncle Ahan shook his head and said, Yun, you don't need to do this. With the Navy guarding the island, you can live in peace here at home. There's no need to take such risks. Uncle Ahan had been at sea before, so he was a bit more worldly, though just a bit. He vaguely remembered hearing somewhere about a kind of fruit. Eating it would grant a person mysterious powers. Maybe Yun Yi was someone who had eaten such a fruit. That would explain his ability to fly. He didn't dwell much on this idea. Yun Yi smiled and said, Uncle Ahan, I've already made up my mind. The world is so big, I want to go out and see it. And if I join the Navy, with these new connections, the Marines on the island can look after the village more, so everyone can live better lives. The old village chief tapped his dry tobacco pipe, took a puff, exhaled a plume of white smoke, and then spoke. Ahan, since young Yun has set his heart on this, let's not hold him back. Besides, he'll be stationed right here on the island. Even though the Navy is strict, there are still breaks. He'll be able to come home from time to time. Yunyi nodded with a smile. I'll come back often to see all of you. Hearing this, though many people were reluctant to let him go, no one tried to stop him anymore. Brother Yunyi, you have to come back often, okay? Lilia looked at Yunyi with reluctant eyes, her voice soft. I promised you I'd come back, Lilia, and heal your arm. I'll definitely return. Yunyi looked earnestly at her and made his vow. But inside, he couldn't help but grumble to himself. Am I setting up a flag here? In all those dramas from his previous life, whenever someone said, wait for me to come back and we'll get married, well, there was never a happy ending after that. Okay. Lilia nodded with bright enthusiasm, feeling truly happy. Leaving the village behind, Yunyi made his way to the P-5 Navy branch base in the security zone. Right now, they were holding a recruitment drive for the whole island. During the previous battle, the island's Marines had taken heavy losses and now desperately needed fresh recruits. Also, because the Navy had won such a resounding victory, their reputation on the island was at its peak. People were lining up to join. But getting into the Navy wasn't that simple. It was considered a secure job, with a steady paycheck every month. Aside from the high level of danger, it was quite a decent living. However, the high mortality rate deterred many. The current scene was unusual. Under normal circumstances, so many people would never turn up for recruitment day. Yunyi blended into the crowd, drawing no special attention. He moved along with the tide of people. Hey there, brother. You're here to sign up for the Navy too. As they walked, someone suddenly called out to Yunyi. Yunyi turned and saw a burly young man. He wore a simple black tank top, bits of sawdust still clinging to him, muscles bulging under his skin, his hands rough and calloused. Coupled with his fierce face, he really looked more like a gang member than anything else. At this moment, the young man grinned widely, his expression twisted and fierce. An ordinary person would likely have been frightened out of their wits just by looking at him. He must be a carpenter, Yunyi thought. Naturally, Yunyi wasn't the least bit intimidated. In fact, from a very first glance, he had already guessed what this young man's occupation might be. He nodded and said, That's right. Ever since that incident, is there any young person on the island who doesn't want to join the Navy? The young man couldn't help but laugh at Yunyi's words. True enough. It was only after I heard about what the Navy did here on the island that I started to want to join them. It's really stirring. Though, the requirements are pretty strict. I have no idea if I'll actually get chosen. Saying this, the young man flashed another grim smile. The people nearby immediately cleared a wide space around him. Plenty of folks were visibly unsettled, some even scared stiff. Whether he was simply clueless or just didn't care, the young man seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he was the one scaring everyone away. Still puzzled, he glanced at Yunyi and asked, Why are they backing away? No idea. Junjiri played. Guaving a casual with you. It's my turn. See you. He then stepped inside. The recruitment process was extremely straightforward. First, you had to fill out a form, name, age, background. Then, you moved on to the testing area to complete a series of physical assessments. As long as you passed the physical tests, you were basically in. Of course, that was just as a common foot soldier carrying rifles and cannons as a third-class seaman. To advance to officer rank, though, you'd have to serve for several years, and only after the Navy got a thorough understanding of your character would you be considered for promotion. Here, fill this out and hand it back to me, said a naval officer overseeing registration, not even bothering to look up as he handed Yunyi a form. Yunyi took it and glanced over the contents. Just a set of simple questions. Name, background, identity, things like that. He paused for a moment over the name, but eventually just wrote down Yunyi. After a bit more thought, he decided to add a surname. Let's go with Patino Yunyi. The reason for this choice was a sudden memory from before he crossed into this world. A night spent with a fair-skinned, long-legged foreign girl whose last name had been Patino. As for his original past, Yunyi's memories were faint and scattered. The only thing he could recall was a devastating fire that once swept the entire country. So details like name and origin were a blank to him. As long as he wasn't some notorious criminal, it shouldn't matter all that much. Even pirates had found redemption by joining the Navy. Yunyi figured identity wasn't a big issue. Once his simple answers were filled in, Yunyi handed the form back to the officer in charge of registration. The Navy officer only glanced at him briefly before waving his hand at Yunyi. All right, go wait over there. In a little bit, you'll take the test. If you pass, you'll be a reserve Marine on the island. Yunyi nodded and walked straight toward the testing grounds. With a sweep of his senses, he saw the area was already crowded with people. Many of them were preparing for the test. Actually, the test itself was quite straightforward, just a few items tied to physical fitness, endurance, jumping ability, speed, and strength. As long as you passed at least 2 of them, you were considered to have passed the test. The testing went quickly, and before long, it was Yunyi's turn. As for Yunyi's physical condition, well, to put it bluntly, it was pretty poor. At this stage, without using his instant movement technique, his physical stats probably weren't even as good as one of Germa's clone soldiers. The reason he could previously cut down clones like slicing through vegetables was all thanks to his swordsmanship. He was a swordsman capable of unleashing powerful slashes, the kind that ordinary people could hardly dodge. To speak honestly, just looking at the people lining up for the test, Yunyi could tell there were some whose physiques were more impressive than his. That burly young man he'd seen at the entrance. When it came to physical fitness, he was definitely stronger than Yunyi. But in an actual fight, Yunyi could settle things with a single swing of his sword. Yunyi avoided drawing too much attention, merely performing a bit better in speed and jumping, enough to make him stand out as the strongest in this group. His performance caused quite a stir among the others. Damn, look how fast that guy is. It's unreal. He's a whole lap ahead of everyone else. And his jumping, good grief, he's at least twice as high as anyone. This guy's a shoe-in for the Marines, no doubt about it. So strong, and so young. Yunyi's performance drew some extra attention, mainly because he looked so young, barely in his teens. That alone made people glance at him a second time. In the later tests for strength and endurance, Yunyi's results were more average. But taken as a whole, he was still in the top tier. Unsurprisingly, this level of skill attracted the attention of the Marine officers in the branch, who were quietly amazed. What a promising recruit. Meanwhile, the burly young man who'd greeted Yunyi at the gate earlier also stepped onto the field. With his hulking, muscular frame, he immediately drew the crowd's attention, faces marked by surprise. But when everyone got a look at his fierce, intimidating face, there was a collective pause. A thought flickered through their minds. Where did this gang boss come from? Yunyi glanced over as well. Earlier, he'd already noticed that this guy's physique was far more imposing than anyone else's. His upper body was a mass of rope and muscle. He must be one of those naturally gifted types. People like this are not uncommon in the world of pirates. Some are born with an awakened sense for observation hockey, while others can slay giants by the age of 5. How can you find reason in such a world? Is it my turn now? The young man grinned and stepped up in front of a machine. This machine was designed to test one's strength. With a forceful cry, the young man shouted, muscles rippling as they bulged along his right arm. Veins stood out vividly, giving him a menacing and fearsome appearance. He unleashed a punch that whipped up a gust of wind. There was a thunderous crash as his fist connected with the machine before him. The numbers on its display flickered swiftly, settling at 120. Instantly, an uproar broke out around them. Did I see that right? 120? I barely got 70, and yet someone actually scored 120. Hey, you're already doing fine with 70. That's considered passing. I only managed 50, didn't even make the cut. What the heck is going on with these people? First, there was someone with remarkable speed. Now, there's this guy with freakish strength. How are us ordinary folks supposed to stand chance? Clearly, the young man's punch had left many onlookers shocked. A score of 120 made him the strongest among those present, outstripping even the runner-up by more than 20 points. Yunyi glanced over, nodding slightly in approval. The young man's physique was truly extraordinary. Judging by his movements, he clearly hadn't received any formal training, yet to produce such power, he was born with outstanding talent. Even the nearby Marine soldiers were a bit taken aback. Among them, a few couldn't even reach that score. Impressive, praised a Marine officer with a cape draped over his shoulders, nodding. Indeed, we've come across two promising candidates this time. Let me see, what are their names? Said another Marine, consulting the notepad in his hand. Oh, one is Patino Yunyi, and the other is Run Lianer, one from Dongzike Island and the other from Flywheel Island. Both are fine prospects. Keep striving and aim to meet the standards for the headquarters training camp. Another Marine officer added with a smile. 300 strength points. Let's see if anyone can reach that mark this time. Strength value, or Dariki, is a measure the Marines use to assess personal power. An ordinary soldier scores about 10. Anyone above 500 is considered superhuman. At the very least, one needs to be a lieutenant to reach these numbers. However, this system isn't widely known. The main reason is the existence of devil fruits in this world. The powers granted by some devil fruits simply can't be measured with Dariki. Instead, it serves as a general indicator of strength and a point of reference. There's a saying in the Navy, as long as your Tao power exceeds 500, you're qualified to be called a Navy officer, the kind who wears a cape. Of course, that's just a rough way of putting it. In reality, the Navy doesn't judge a person's strength purely by their Tao power. Combat isn't simply about whose strength is greater. Many factors come into play. Once testing is done, those who pass are already considered Navy recruits. But do you think it ends there? Not at all. This is only the beginning. Navy recruits may carry the title of Navy, but they are still cannon fodder. Untrained, they're not even fit to step onto the battlefield. It's only after this that the real trial begins. The goal is to pick out the outstanding ones. After all, the Navy is a place where strength truly matters. If your talent and ability are exceptional, then you'll enjoy privileges others can only envy. Cultivation resources, personal guidance, and training methods and techniques. These will be made available to you. They'll even have someone personally teach you the 6 forms of the Navy and both types of hockey. Of course, to learn the Navy 6 styles and the 2 types of hockey, you won't find anyone teaching them at a local branch. Only at the legendary boot camp in Navy headquarters are such things taught. A few days later, the trials began. The so-called trial was really just a series of matches. A tournament among the new recruits. The top 10 or so would be chosen for special cultivation as priority recruits. And rumor had it that 2 months from now, a trial ship from Navy headquarters would be coming. Anyone who secured a spot would get the chance to travel to the Navy headquarters, a holy ground in the heart of every Navy member. In short, the better your performance, the greater your talent, the higher your chances of advancing to Navy headquarters. After several rounds, it goes without saying, Yunyi emerged victorious in every match, looking so effortlessly relaxed that it was as if he wasn't even trying. In truth, he really hadn't given it his all. He hadn't even used his most basic White Thunder technique, so it was clear he wasn't taking things seriously. Likewise, the burly young man, Lunlina, also won every match without difficulty. His fighting style was raw and wild, relying almost entirely on crushing his opponents with brute strength. In the later rounds, Yunyi and Lunliner finally faced off. When the 2 best performers from the initial tests met at last, interest among the others peaked. Someone chuckled and asked, "Who do you think will win between those 2? Another, eyeing the ring, shook his head. One is skilled in speed, the other in strength. Hard to say. My bet's on Lunliner, the powerhouse. Oh, why's that? You must be clueless. Yunyi may be fast, but his attacks don't pack much punch. I'll bet he can't even break through Lunliner's defenses. That's not necessarily true. Lunliner's attacks might not even be able to touch Yunyi. As long as he keeps wearing Lunliner out, it'll be fine. All right, enough talking. Let's just watch and see." They've already started. At first, everyone was chatting animatedly, but as soon as the 2 began to fight, their attention snapped to the match. A Navy officer, standing nearby, also turned his gaze in their direction. A captain spoke up. "What do you think? Which of these 2 youngsters will win?" A lieutenant responded with a smile. "I'd say Lunliner. He's got that sturdy build, and to be honest, even I probably couldn't match him in raw strength. This kid truly is gifted with a physique like that. Who knows? Maybe he'll become a mainstay of the Navy someday." "Aha, looks like you all have more confidence in Lunliner." "I think so too. Even though Yun Yi has some unique speed, maybe one day he'll master Shay from the Six Powers, but right now, I don't think he stand a chance against Luminar. You're right. The difference in their physiques is plain for all to see. Most of the people present didn't believe Yun Yi would come out on top. At this stage, where no one knows any fighting techniques, the one with the stronger body is sure to have the upper hand. Yun Yi, with his sharp senses, naturally caught snippets of their conversation, but he paid it no mind. Perhaps they were right. At this point, Yun Yi's physique really was no match for Lumineur's. But in battle, victory or defeat is rarely decided by a single factor. If Yun Yi truly put his mind to it, he had dozens of ways to end things with Lumineur in a flash. My friend, fancy seeing you here again. I spotted you earlier. Didn't expect you to be this strong. You're exactly the rival I've been searching for. Lumineur's face lit up with genuine delight when he realized it was Yun Yi. The people on this island were fiercely unwelcoming to outsiders. No matter how you try to speak to them, they'd ignore you and keep their distance. He had given them nothing but friendly smiles, yet they remained so closed off, it truly felt unkind. But Yun Yi was the first to actually talk to him, which really touched his heart. He considered Yun Yi a friend, and after seeing just how remarkable Yun Yi was, Lumineur immediately saw this new friend as the rival he'd been longing for. His mother had always said that a worthy rival would inspire you to reach new heights. So, when Lumineur looked at Yun Yi now, his eyes blazed with the fire of competition. Lumineur stood over 2 meters tall, closer to 3. By comparison, Yun Yi, who was just above 1.8 meters, seemed positively diminutive, frail in stature, almost fragile. A rival worth acknowledging? Cloud Knight felt inexplicably puzzled. This guy was definitely someone who made himself at home with strangers. Cloud Knight had noticed that from the very first conversation they had. But when had he ever become this man's rival? And why was he suddenly burning with the will to fight? It made no sense at all. You're Lun Jin, right? Let's get this started. There are others waiting behind you, Cloud Knight said calmly, his demeanor at ease. Brother Cloud Knight, be careful. Lun Jin's gaze sharpened, the look on his already fierce face contorting even more, becoming downright terrifying. Those watching around them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. What a terrifying look in his eyes. Wasn't this guy a mob boss before? He's honestly scary. He could scare people just by showing that mug of his on the street. The crowd couldn't resist making jokes. It was just that Lun Jin's face looked vicious enough that he could easily be mistaken for a wanted man and dragged off by the Navy for questioning. Just then, Lun Jin charged forward like a raging bull, the pounding of his feet on the ground echoing loudly, every movement filled with energy and aggression. He raised a fist as big as a soup pot and swung it straight at Cloud Knight. Cloud Knight slipped away in a flash, easily dodging the blow. Lun Jin missed. He reacted quickly, pulling his fist back for another swing. Cloud Knight sidestepped once again. Trying to wear me out? Won't work. I could keep this up with you all day. Lun Jin shouted, stomping forward, his fist whistling as he aimed a mighty punch at Cloud Knight's chest. Blunt, straightforward attacks like yours won't land a hit on me. Cloud Knight shook his head, nimble as ever as he evaded yet again. No wonder I chose you as my rival. You're just that tough to handle. Lun Jin wasn't discouraged. Maybe he was just a little thick-headed, because he barely seemed to register Cloud Knight's words. He simply kept pounding away with his fists. Cloud Knight, a bit exasperated, gave a faint shake of his head. I'm getting serious now, watch out. As soon as he said it, he seized a brief opening in Lun Jin's attack. With a quick-step technique, Cloud Knight dodged aside, appearing instantly behind Lun Jin, and aimed a well-timed kick at him. With a heavy thud, Lun Jin's punch sent his weight forward, and Cloud Knight's kick added momentum. Lun Jin staggered ahead, as if carried by a forceful push from behind, teetering until one foot crossed the boundary line. Thank you for the match, Cloud Knight said, then turned and left without another word. I lost. Seeing his foot over the boundary, Lun Jin was momentarily at a loss. But in the next instant, his eyes glittered with new resolve. So strong. Just as I thought, you're the rival I was looking for. I'll work hard until I surpass you. Cloud Knight could only respond. The rest of the onlookers were just as confused by what they'd witnessed. I don't get it. Lun Jin lost already? Didn't Cloud Knight just give him a simple kick? How did that end with Lun Jin being knocked out of bounds? Did Lun Jin go easy on him? Or was this just a fluke? The freshman, lacking experience, couldn't see through the deeper story that lay behind what had happened. But nearby, the Navy officers had already understood. A captain smiled and remarked, "That's no ordinary feat. He must have used some kind of leg strength technique, right?" Another chimed in, "Most likely. Looks like we found a promising talent in this year's batch." One person raised a concern. "He's a good prospect, no doubt, but is there any issue with his background?" It's all been checked. He's a refugee from one of the outer islands, now settled here. He's actually a survivor of the incident that caused such a stir in the North Seas, the slaying of the Four Kingdoms. No wonder he joined the Navy at this particular time. Perhaps he's finally seen a glimmer of hope. In that case, we can't let this youngster down. Go report this to Officer Yara. Clean background recruits with real potential deserve our full support. The trial went on for the entire day. In the end, it was naturally Yunyi who took first place. It was so effortless that Yunyi couldn't even stir up the slightest ripple of excitement inside. Claiming first place earned Yunyi an audience with the highest-ranking naval officer on the island. Stepping into the office, Yunyi feigned a trace of nervousness and saluted Yara respectfully. "Commander, Navy recruit Yun-Yi reporting for duty." Yara looked at Yunyi and got straight to the point. "Patino Yunyi, real name Luke Burney, formerly of Ollie Island." At those words, Yunyi's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. "So, the truth about the body I've inherited has been uncovered." He let a look of surprise show at just the right moment, but said nothing. Seeing Yunyi's reaction, Yara waved his hand with a reassuring smile. "No need to be tense. I don't blame you for hiding your identity. I know how deeply your homeland's tragedy hurt you. It's only natural to want to start over with a new name." At this, Yara's tone turned grave. "But that doesn't mean taking on a new identity lets you cast aside all your old grievances. I'm glad you've chosen to join the Navy at this time. And I have to say, your performance has been outstanding." What he'd said was a masterful balance of warning and encouragement. He began by laying out Yunyi's past, making it clear that nothing could be hidden, then immediately followed with words of genuine praise, to at once keep Yunyi cautious yet heartened. This push and pull, this careful mixture of awe and goodwill, it could easily leave most people feeling both respectful and warmly inclined toward a leader like Yara. If Yunyi really had been an ordinary, green recruit, he might have been completely thrown off by this. But Yunyi simply offered a helpless smile and replied, "Commander, ever since I arrived on the island, I've barely been able to recall anything of my past." "I see." Yala's expression froze for a moment. He nodded stiffly and then tried to change the subject. "In 2 months, a Navy trial ship will arrive in the North Sea to recruit new sailors. At that time, I'll recommend you for the new recruits training camp at Navy headquarters. Of course, there's only one spot, and whether you get chosen will depend on your performance." Looking at the awkwardness on Yala's face, Yunyi almost laughed. "Still trying to pull tricks on me? Let's see how you handle embarrassment." But when he heard mention of the recruits training camp, Yunyi feigned confusion. Recruit training camp? The recruit training camp. Every aspiring cadet dreams of entering that sanctuary. Yala explained, his composure restored. "Their instructors are the best. Some of the lieutenants even serve as coaches there. You can master the Navy's 6 styles and both types of hockey within those walls." He went on, with pride returning to his features. "It's the cradle of future naval officers. Anyone who graduates from that camp becomes a pillar of the Navy." "Navy's 6 styles? 2 kinds of hockey? What are those?" Yunyi asked, his face filled with curiosity. Yala smiled mysteriously, withholding the answer. "That's something you'll have to discover for yourself. Work hard, young man. I hope one day you'll have the chance to avenge your homeland." "Yes, sir," Yunyi replied with mock enthusiasm, snapping to attention and saluting before taking his leave. As for his former identity, Yunyi no longer bothered to dwell on it. If he could join the Navy, that alone proved his previous self had nothing to hide. Since there was no threat, Yunyi saw no reason to worry any further. And so, Yunyi began 2 months of relentless training. 2 months later, out at sea, a Navy warship glided slowly toward the harbor. At the docks of Donzik Island, after months of restoration work, the harbor had been fully repaired. All traces of damage from cannon fire had been erased. Now, at the dock, Navy personnel stood in neat formations, ready to welcome the approaching warship. On board the warship stood a young man swathed in a Navy cloak, his robust frame over 2 meters tall, rugged features accented by a pronounced X-shaped scar on his chin. He looked ahead, watching the island draw near. A sailor hurried up to him and snapped to attention. "Commander Drake, we've arrived at Donzik Island." "Understood," the man addressed as Drake replied, nodding slowly. "Prepare to disembark." "Yes, sir." The sailor gave a crisp response and left. None other than Red Flag Drake from the original story had arrived. Soon, the warship docked. With a chorus of greetings from the island's assembled sailors, Drake stepped off the ship at a measured pace. Among the crowd, Yunyi couldn't help but flash a look of surprise when he saw Drake. There was something strangely familiar about the man. After a moment's thought, Yunyi realized to himself, so that's the face from the original. Red Flag Drake? It seems I recall that Drake is from the North Blue. Yunyi thought about this inwardly, though his expression showed little change. Drake walked over to Yara's side, offered a brief, respectful nod, and said, "I am Lieutenant Commander Drake from Navy Headquarters. It's a pleasure to meet you, Colonel Yara." After the Germa incident, Yara had earned commendation and been promoted to the rank of colonel. Yara returned the salute smartly. "Welcome, Lieutenant Commander Drake. We're glad to have you here." Drake gave a slight smile. "I've heard about your exploits these past few months. As a fellow North Blue native, I can't help but feel a surge of pride." Yara was genuinely surprised. "Lieutenant Commander Drake, you're from the North Blue?" Yara could vaguely sense that this officer, transferred here from headquarters, possessed a terrifying strength within. Though he outranked him in terms of title, Yara had no doubt that if it came to a fight, he wouldn't even last a single exchange. Drake nodded. "That's right. I'm from the North Blue." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two got straight to business. "Colonel Yara, our time here is limited, so let's get right down to the point," Drake said, his expression growing serious. Because Drake was a native of North Blue, he had been tasked, despite being a recent graduate, with leading the expeditionary mission to the North Blue as the main team commander. Yara's demeanor matched Drake's, becoming solemn as well. "I have 5 recommended candidates on my side, all promising talent." Drake nodded in approval. "Very good. Have them step forward. We'll be setting sail again soon." Led by Drake, Yun and the other 4 candidates stepped out of line and headed for the Navy warship docked at the port. Besides Yun, Luan Jiner, the one who had previously fought Yanni, was also present. His face was flushed with excitement, barely containing his thrill. The remaining 3 were veteran soldiers from the local base, each with notable talent. A reason they'd earned a spot on this mission. "Yanni, we're almost at Navy headquarters now. Feeling nervous?" Aboard the warship, Luan Jiner sidled up to Yanni, rubbing his hands together out of nervous anticipation as he gazed out at the sea ahead. "I'm all right," Yanni replied, his gaze also set on the distant horizon, his tone steady. He wasn't just some young recruit. After everything he'd been through, including his bizarre journey across worlds, he'd weathered his fair share of storms. The warship had been at sea for nearly 20 days, traveling from the North Blue to the Grand Line. At last, the destination was in sight. Thanks to the Navy's special sea routes, their voyage had been swift. Navy headquarters, the sacred ground in the heart of every sailor. Nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. All was calm and uneventful. Before long, the warship pulled into the harbor at the rear of Navy headquarters. Under the guidance of Navy personnel, the group of newcomers made their way into a building, settling in for what came next. There were about 100 new recruits from the North Sea, almost all of them men, with only a handful of women among them. In this world, women's physical strength is generally lower than that of men, so female sailors are extremely rare in the Navy. The ratio of men to women is woefully lopsided. Female powerhouses are even fewer and farther between. They can be described as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. The next day, all the new recruits were summoned together. From the 4 Seas and the Grand Line combined, the total number of newcomers didn't even reach 500. This was the whole batch of new recruits. These fresh faces gathered on a vast training ground. This was the Navy's boot camp for new recruits. A training field large enough to hold tens of thousands now saw fewer than 500 standing within its expanse. At that moment, a burly man strode into view, draped in the cloak of justice that marked a Marine officer. The epaulets on his shoulders announced his rank, Rear Admiral. With every step he took, his presence seemed to grow stronger and more imposing. The moment the Rear Admiral appeared, every head in the field turned toward him, instinctively drawn by the aura radiating off him. This was a presence and a killer's instinct honed through countless battles, far more than any of these green recruits could withstand. A few of them found it hard even to breathe under this pressure, sweat beating cold on their foreheads. "I am Rear Admiral Keki, your instructor for the foreseeable future." Rear Admiral Keki spoke in a calm, detached tone as a sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Not a soul dared meet his eyes. That is, until his gaze fell on Luan Jiner, who, surprisingly, met it with a fierce look of his own, their eyes locked in a clash of wills. "Well, look at that. Got some guts, don't you?" A real troublemaker, the Admiral thought with a smirk. Every year, it was tradition to show these greenhorns who was in charge. There were always a few cocky, headstrong types, the kind they like to call troublemakers. Whenever one popped up, it was customary to make an example out of him, a lesson to everyone else. Staring at Luan Jiner, Rear Admiral Keki spoke in a cool, even voice. "You there, soldier. What's your name?" Luan Jiner froze for a split second, then quickly regained his composure and gave a grin that could be called savage. "Sir, my name is Luan Jiner." Keki nodded, then continued. "Very well, Luan Jiner. How would you rate your own abilities?" Thinking this was a test, a way to gauge his courage and confidence. Lin Jiner stood up straight, squared his shoulders, widened his eyes, and replied, "Sir, I think I'm pretty good." However, the expression Lin Jiner wore was so fierce that it looked as though he was challenging the instructor. "Pretty good, hmm?" Keki started with a slight smile, but in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear right beside Lin Jiner, his leg already lashing out in a decisive kick. Having scarcely begun his training, Lin Jiner was far too inexperienced to react. In an instant, he was sent flying more than 10 meters. Next, Major General Kai Chi vanished again, moving so swiftly that he caught up with the still airborne Lin Jiner. With a heavy stomp, he drove Lin Jiner straight into the ground. His right foot pressing firmly down on Lin Jiner's body, Kai Chi leaned in, his voice calm and cool. "So how about now?" Witnessing this scene, Yin Yi frowned ever so slightly. He could tell that this Major General Kai Chi was aiming to make an example out of someone, to warn the rest. Apparently, it was only because of Lin Jiner's fierce appearance that Kai Chi had fixed his sights on him. Yet this kind of conduct left Yin Yi deeply uneasy. Although Lin Jiner had annoyed him quite a bit back on the ship, Yin Yi knew him to be a genuinely decent person, always willing to help others. It was just his menacing face that led to him being shunned. By this point, Yin Yi already considered Lin Jiner his friend. Now, seeing his friend trampled underfoot by another, Yin Ye's gaze grew noticeably colder. Lin Jiner, meanwhile, looked completely bewildered. Why was this officer targeting him? He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Fortunately, Lin Jiner was built like an ox. Though the pain clearly showed on his face, he took a deep breath and, voice halting, managed to ask, "Yes, sir, why are you hitting me?" He's certainly tough, Kai Chi mused inwardly. Still, if the lesson was to be taught, it had to be thorough. With another kick, Major General Kai Chi sent Lin Jiner tumbling back to his original place, where Lin Jiner rolled several times before coming to a stop. That final kick, however, made Yin Ye's eyes grow even more steely. In a flash, Kai Chi returned to his previous spot. Now looking over the crowd, every cadet clearly rattled. Only then did he give a satisfied nod and begin to speak. "I know each of you is a standout in your respective naval divisions. But do you realize what this place is? This is Navy headquarters, the gathering place for the most elite soldiers to be found anywhere on the seas. Every single person here is a force to be reckoned with. So, set aside your pride and confront your own weakness. Train hard and become the kind of soldier who..." Before he could finish, a voice cut through the air. "I think my abilities are decent enough. Instructor, does that mean I can skip training?" Kai Chi was visibly taken aback to be interrupted, if only for a moment. His eyes then flashed coldly toward the speaker. Not once before had a new recruit dared to challenge him like this. And the one who'd spoken up this time was none other than Yin Yi himself, his eyes now glinting with their own chill. All the other new recruits were startled as well. After witnessing what had just happened, who would have expected someone to openly defy the instructor? Did he have a death wish? Lin Jiner, still wincing from the pain of Kai Chi's kick, recognized Yin Ye's voice. Gritting his teeth, he still managed to throw Yin Yi a meaningful look. He believed that Yin Yi had talked back to the instructor in front of him just to stand up for him. Kai Chi glanced at Lin Jiner, then looked back at Yin Yi. A theory was already taking shape in his heart. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke coolly. "Soldier, would you care to repeat what you just said?" Yin Yi met his gaze steadily, not backing down in the slightest. "Instructor, I think I'm quite capable. Doesn't that mean I don't need any more training?" Well. You think you're pretty strong, do you?" A cold glint flashed in Kai Chi's eyes as a mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips. In a split second, he executed Shave, one of the 6 powers, vanishing from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared at Yin Ye's left and lashed a powerful whip kick at Yin Ye's chest. Of course, Kai Chi wasn't striking at full strength. He simply wanted to teach this brash kid, who dared to challenge him, a lesson. Let the youngster know not to get too arrogant. Yet, just as Kai Chi's self-assured move was about to land, it missed entirely. Yin Yi had dodged the strike using a lightning-fast step. Kai Chi hadn't anticipated this at all. For a few seconds, he was utterly stunned. He turned in astonishment to where Yin Yi now stood. Had his attack really been evaded? Well, this just got interesting. A spark of curiosity flashed across Kai Chi's face, and in an instant his feet hammered the ground a dozen times, his figure blurring as he launched himself at Yin Yi again. This time, his speed was more than double what it had been before. Now, Kai Chi's fists clenched tightly, and he drove forward with an unstoppable punch aimed straight at Yin Yi. Kai Chi was fast, almost impossibly so, but even that wasn't enough to escape Yin Ye's keen senses. Yin Ye's gaze tracked every nuance of Kai Chi's movement. Naturally, Kaichi noticed this too. The idea struck him. Could his moves be read? What happened next swiftly proved his suspicions right. His attack was dodged by Yun Yi once again, but the real shock was yet to come. This time, as Yun Yi slipped past Kaichi's blow, he suddenly darted forward, launching a counterattack. With the skill White Arts, Yun Yi's hand-to-hand combat prowess was remarkable. While it might not quite match his swordsmanship, it still stood out overall. Focusing his strength in his waist and abdomen, Yun Yi engaged every muscle as he surged forward and launched a fierce straight punch at Kaichi. His fist cut through the air with a forceful rush, brimming with momentum. Well done. Kaichi was amazed by Yun Yi's speed. Still, his years of hard-won combat experience took over. Using his own mastery of observation hockey, he sensed Yun Yi's actions, twisted his body, and threw a counterpunch of his own. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact. Yun Yi's punch was fully powered, while Kaichi, caught slightly off guard, had only managed a hasty block. This clash sent Kaichi staggering back several paces. An inexplicable light flickered across Kaichi's face. Though he had responded in haste, he found himself forced back several steps by a mere freshman. As expected of the Navy's elite, a hasty counterattack from him still packs such power. A glint flashed in Yun Yi's eyes as he launched himself forward once again. This time, Kaichi caught a clear view of Yun Yi's footwork and exclaimed in surprise. The shave technique from the Six Powers? No, that's not it. This is some other skill. Now, Kaichi's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. In a split second, he vanished from a spot using shave himself. The two figures darted and weaved across the training ground with such blinding speed that onlookers could see nothing but flickering afterimages. Following the action was simply impossible. Sparks flew whenever the two residual shadows collided, accompanied by thunderous impacts that echoed across the field. Around them, the other freshmen watched with their eyes practically popping out of their heads, jaws hanging wide open. Each one looked like they could swallow an entire goose egg. Someone murmured in disbelief. Wait, are they really freshmen like us? Are you messing with me? That's a freshman? Damn, what kind of monsters are these? Even Lennel, who considered himself fairly familiar with Yun Yi, stared in utter astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Yun Yi, he's this strong? He had known Yun Yi was talented, but never imagined it would be on such an outrageous level. After all, Yun Yi's opponent was none other than a Navy headquarters rear admiral. From the look of it, Yun Yi was actually holding his own in a blow-for-blow exchange with a rear admiral. Well done, kid. Your speed's impressive, Kaichi marveled inwardly. But your strength is still lacking. After the past few exchanges, Kaichi had noticed Yun Yi's weakness. Although his speed and combat skills were commendable, his physical strength left something to be desired. His only real restraint was his physique, Kaichi realized. Yun Yi stayed silent, fully focused on the fight. He realized that, unless he played his trump card, there was no way to get the upper hand against this instructor. But if this is all you've got, you're nowhere near qualified to skip training. Kaichi sneered. With a swift move, he caught Yun Yi's incoming punch in his right hand and flung his opponent's entire body aside. Then, with a powerful stomp that shattered the ground beneath him, Kaichi propelled himself after Yun Yi, his fist barreling straight toward Yun Yi's chest. Yun Yi's brow creased as he stepped rapidly through the air, twisting his body in midair to just barely evade Kaichi's ferocious punch. Kaichi's fist crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The commotion was so loud that it reached all the way to the elite camp. Zephyr, former Admiral Blackarm, was in the midst of drilling the soldiers when he sensed the uproar, his brow knitting in irritation. What on earth was going on over there to make such a ruckus? Outrageous! Zephyr let out a grunt, intending to go over and see who dared to make such a commotion during training hours. The soldiers in the midst of drills also paused for a moment, glancing toward the other side of the wall. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure looked in the direction of the new recruits' camp and murmured quietly, "Isn't today the day the new batch of recruits arrives? I wonder what's going on over there." Tina is genuinely curious. Another striking woman with blue hair chimed in, "This reminds me of what happened when Smoker first joined the training camp back in the day. Teacher Zephyr is already heading over. Now, things are about to get interesting. Could it be that another troublemaker has shown up this year? If that's the case, the whole camp is in for quite a lively time. These were upper-level trainees from the elite camp. Don't even think about running." Kaichi caught up once again, his right hand shooting out to grab Yun Yi, intent on restraining him. Yun Yi flash-stepped, vanishing in an instant with remarkable composure. This Major General's skills were indeed formidable. Without revealing his trump cards, Yun Yi realized he couldn't easily win this one. But as long as he played it carefully, there shouldn't be any risk of being exposed. In the end, Yun Yi decided to show a bit more seriousness. not aiming to defeat Kaichi outright, but simply to stand out from the crowd. Before making a move, Yunyi had already weighed all possible outcomes in his mind. He'd thought things through carefully and even anticipated his next steps. His plan was to craft the image of a new recruit, spirited, talented, and strong. A necessary display of strength wouldn't offend anyone. On the contrary, it would make others pay more attention to Yunyi. Of course, the key was getting the balance just right. Dodging another attack, Yunyi stopped at a distance, standing still and waiting for Kaichi to make his move. Kaichi saw this and sneered. Out of energy already? In that case, just stay down. He activated Moonstep, hurtling through the air at breakneck speed, closing in on Yunyi. Yunyi took a deep breath, channeling power from his core, his gaze sharpening with focus. With a shout, he unleashed his power, and a faint flicker of lightning appeared quietly at his back, so subtle, almost no one noticed. Kaichi could tell Yunyi was gearing up for one last counterattack. Instead of backing off, he advanced, sneering as he sent his own fist to strike. With everyone watching, the two fists shot closer and closer. Suddenly, Kaichi's expression changed drastically. A strange sense of danger swept over him, forcing him at the last moment to summon every ounce of strength and shield his fist with a powerful energy. Yunyi was fully focused on controlling his explosive speed technique, completely unaware of Kaichi's extra move. In that instant, a thunderous boom erupted, shaking the whole arena and kicking up thick clouds of dust, the shockwave sending onlookers stumbling backward. Two blurred figures shot out from the cloud in opposite directions. One of them scraped along the ground, leaving a trail over a dozen meters long before finally coming to a halt. The other was sent flying outright, tumbling in the air twice to disperse the force, only managing to land steadily on his feet after that. As Yunyi touched down, his clothes were already torn and tattered, exposing his lean, muscular upper body. The reason for his shredded clothing was, in that brief, instant moments ago, Yunyi had unleashed his instantaneous burst technique, and some of Kaichi's punch had ripped right through his body. It was thanks to that explosive moment of power that Yunyi managed to force Kaichi back once again. Now Yunyi was gasping for air, turned toward the other side, snapped a crisp salute, and quickly admitted, "Instructor, I was too arrogant. From now on, I'll accept your training with humility." Across from him, Kaichi's gaze also grew more serious. Yunyi's strike just then had threatened even him. In that critical moment, he'd been forced to shroud his fists with armament hockey. Even so, his right arm was still trembling ever so slightly. Just as Kaichi was about to charge forward again, he caught Yunyi's words, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This kid. But seeing Yunyi lower his head, as an instructor, Kaichi could hardly take further action. He simply let out a soft sigh, clasped his quivering right arm behind his back, and addressed everyone in a calm voice. Remember this world is vast. Don't think that a little bit of strength means you can do whatever you please. There are always stronger people out there. The truly powerful are as countless as the waves of a great river. You, as the Navy's future pillars, must never foster arrogance in your hearts. All right, that's all for today. Dismissed. With that, Kaichi left without so much as a backward glance, almost as if he were trying to hide something. Yunyi watched Kaichi's departing figure, silently musing to himself, "Tisich, even without using a sword or any of my trump cards, I couldn't deal with a vice admiral. I couldn't even manage to injure him." The burst of strength he'd unleashed just now had merely managed to force Kaichi back. This gave Yunyi a clearer understanding of his current abilities. If he went all out with his instantaneous burst, perhaps he could defeat Kaichi, but to do it effortlessly would be far from easy. Yet what Yunyi didn't know was that his blow had, in fact, left some damage on Kaichi's right arm. It wasn't a serious injury, but for someone of Kaichi's age, it was already quite remarkable. At the very least, in Kaichi's eyes, Yunyi was already worthy of being seen as a genius. Meanwhile, all the new recruits stood there, wide-eyed, staring at Yunyi as if he were a living legend. Once again, Yunyi had managed to drive the instructor back. Even though it looked as if Yunyi had been pushed to his limits, the fact that he could repel a vice admiral was proof enough of his extraordinary strength. A new recruit, a girl with a charming and innocent look, gazed at Yunyi with admiration in her eyes. "How did you train? Why are you so strong?" Someone else chimed in. "Are you really only 17? That's just incredible. When I was 17, I didn't even know how to fight. Is there any secret or technique you can teach us?" In an instant, Yunyi became the center of attention. Many of the new recruits were full of curiosity about him. To be so powerful at such a young age guaranteed a soaring future. And while Yunyi was still approachable, they all wanted to make his acquaintance. Better to form a bond now, before his rise. Yunyi answered every question with a warm smile. never leaving anyone out. Unlike other factions, the Navy has its own distinct groups. Take, for example, the three current admirals, Akiji and Akainu, just because of their differing philosophies, have split into separate factions. Dozen Hawks. Oh, and there's also the neutral camp. In the future, the very position of fleet admiral would even spark a clash for the ages. So, if Yin Yi wanted to rise to the top one day, he too would need a loyal faction standing behind him. Yin Yi from his previous life understood this principle well. The moment he made up his mind to join the Navy, he had already begun to plan and strategize. Winning others over, suppressing rival factions. Yin Yi considered it all. His motto in his past life was never to fight a battle without certainty, and now he had brought that same caution and habit with him into this world. Meanwhile, Kaichi, who had just left, suddenly encountered Zephyr. He quickly stopped and greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Zephyr." He was from one of the classes Zephyr taught and held the teacher in high regard. Zephyr's senses were as sharp as ever. Noticing Kaichi's arm, he frowned and asked, "What happened to your arm? Was that commotion earlier because of you?" Kaichi's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, Teacher." He still cared about his dignity. How could he admit he was beaten by a new recruit? That would be mortifying. And yet, faced with Zephyr's questions, he couldn't simply brush it off, so he hesitated and fumbled for words. Seeing Kaichi like this, Zephyr's expression grew even sterner. "Stop beating around the bush. What really happened over there?" With no other choice, Kaichi braced himself and recounted everything that had just occurred. "What? You're saying your arm was injured in a match against a new recruit?" Zephyr was thunderstruck. He knew Kaichi's abilities well. Among vice admirals, he was among the best. And yet, Kaichi was now telling him the new recruit had fought him to a standstill, and in the end, unleashed such power that even his arm had been hurt. "Yes, teacher." Kaichi could only nod, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He didn't dare mention that during the recent fight, he'd even used a touch of armament hockey, even if only the most basic coating, since that was nothing a rookie could possibly resist. And yet, despite that, his arm had still been injured during the clash. Admitting it would only make him look even more pathetic. A new talent, huh? I wonder if this one can compare to those of years past. Zephyr suddenly broke into a hearty smile, his curiosity thoroughly piqued. But as he looked at Kaichi's sorry state, his tone turned gruff. "Did you get lazy and stop training after graduation? Letting a newbie get the better of you. What does that say about you? Go run 3,000 laps around the Navy headquarters. You're not stopping until you finish every last one." Startled by Zephyr's booming command, Kaichi winced, his body reacting instinctively, as if he'd been transported back to those grueling training days under Zephyr's care. Forcing a sheepish grin, he muttered, "Professor, you know, I'm at least a rear admiral now. Isn't this a bit? Oh, so you think you're too high-ranking to take orders now?" Zephyr's eyes widened. "Don't just stand there, get moving." "Yes, sir." Kaichi snapped to attention with an automatic salute, then took off at a run. But as soon as he turned away, his expression twisted into a mask of misery. What a rotten deal. 3,000 laps? It'll take all night. No hope of getting any sleep. Humph. Zephyr snorted in disapproval. A rear admiral outclassed by a recruit. Clearly, there hadn't been enough training in his routine. Still, to think a recruit of this year's batch would show such promise. Now, that is truly intriguing, Zephyr mused to himself, his curiosity only deepening. But by the time he made his way over, the rookie group had already dispersed. Zephyr arrived to find no one left. Not that it bothered him. The training camp was his domain. As long as the rookie stayed on base, there'd be no escaping him. And if Kaichi was right, that recruit would soon be fast-tracked into the elite camp. Only the elite camp could properly temper such a gifted individual. Thinking about all this, Zephyr allowed himself a satisfied smile before turning and heading back to the elite camp. All the students there watched Zephyr keenly, eyes filled with curiosity. They too wanted to know what had happened on the recruit side. But Zephyr said nothing, and no one dared to ask. The next day, the recruit training camp. Yun and the rest of the new batch were in the midst of their intense foundational physical training. As they worked, a tremendous crowd surged into the camp entrance. The commotion was palpable, as many as 1,000 people at the very least. When these newcomers caught sight of Yunny's group hard at work, they paused in surprise, then quickly pieced things together. One of them, a freckle-faced young man, broke into a wide grin. "Hey there, looks like this year's batch of rookies is already here. You guys are pretty quick. Now things are about to get interesting. This is always the liveliest time of year in the recruits camp. What do you think? Will any of the newcomers try to fight back this time? Haha, if they do, won't that make things even more entertaining?" These voices belong to another group of trainees in the camp. Some of them had been here for months, some even for years. They were the so-called veterans. There was an unwritten tradition in the recruits camp. When newcomers arrived, the veterans would always give them a taste of what to expect. No one could say when this tradition started, but it had been passed down for many years. The legendary 3 admirals had gone through this very ordeal themselves. But in their year, the tables were turned. They cut through all the veterans with overwhelming force and were promoted straight into the elite camp. Their extraordinary performance earned them the title of monsters from start. In the end, they lived up to everyone's expectations. All 3 became admirals of the Navy. Over 100 people broke off from the main group, marching over in a formidable line. The remaining veterans stayed behind. The 100 were more than enough, and watched with eager anticipation. The newcomers, including Yun Yi, soon noticed this crowd heading their way. At first, they paid no heed, but it wasn't long before a group of veterans blocked the road ahead. With their way forward cut off, the newcomers' training came to a halt. Everyone looked up, faces full of confusion. Who were these people? What do they want? Yun Yi raised his eyes. Of all the newcomers, only he sensed the ill intent from those in front of them. One of the new recruits, a young man, couldn't help but scowl. Who are you? You're getting in the way of our training. He wasn't a fool. It was clear these people were other members of the training camp. Obviously, his group wasn't the only one here. There were others, and these had probably entered the camp before them. A veteran, slouching with a nonchalant demeanor, stepped forward. He ignored the recruit who had just spoken, looking the newcomers over with a mocking gaze, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. So you're this year's batch of recruits? His words left no room for courtesy and carried a sense of superiority. The newcomers all frowned upon hearing this. The young recruit spoke again. Yes, with the new arrivals. And who are you? Soldiers in the camp like us. But before he could finish, the slouching veteran let out a cold, dismissive laugh, and without warning, kicked the young man, sending him flying more than 10 yards before he sneered. Don't you know the rules? Here, you call us senior. A sudden blow left all the new recruits stunned, especially the one who took the kick. He clutched his stomach, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Why had someone lashed out without warning? Only the group of upperclassmen burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Just, why'd you suddenly go for it? What if you frightened the newcomers? Yeah, what if the little ones get scared out of their wits? Though it sounded as if they were scolding this upperclassman named, just their tone suggested otherwise. It was more like provocation. Just shrugged off their concerns, spreading his hands with a grin. Well, they have to learn the rules somehow, don't they? It was obvious he was picking a fight. All the new recruits swiftly understood. Someone was looking to cause them trouble. Realizing this, their faces clouded over. Naturally, this commotion didn't escape the watchful eyes of the training camp instructors. At that moment, a few instructors were inside a building, observing the scene before them. It was the same old story. Every time new recruits arrived, something like this would happen. These instructors didn't intervene. Instead, they looked on, letting the events play out. Failure itself isn't terrifying. What's frightening is failing to recover from it. This, too, was a kind of test, a challenge the new recruits had to face. One instructor, bare-chested with the insignia of a major general, shook his head with a smile. Here we go again. Let's hope they don't take it too far and disrupt the new recruits' training. Another, a bald instructor with a brigadier general's insignia, chuckled. They know their limits. I'm not worried. An instructor with a sword at his waist suddenly thought of something and grinned. I wonder how this year's new recruits will perform. Will they dare to take on the upperclassmen? I remember one class. They were truly fierce. Even the seniors took a beating. That must have been Smoker's year, right? I recall Smoker and Drake, both devil fruit users. And there was a girl too. What was her name? Oh, Tashiji? They all made it into the elite camp. I heard Smoker and Drake have already graduated from the elite camp. Real prodigies. Just then, Keki came in. Catching their conversation, he joined in with a smile. Major General Maynard, Brigadier General Layton, Brigadier General Mandel. What are you all chatting about? Seeing Keki appear, Maynard, bare-chested, grinned and greeted him. Huh, Keki, my friend. What took you so long? Layton, with his sword at his side, pointed ahead and laughed. Didn't you see? The new recruits have arrived, and the seniors can barely contain themselves. Mandel chimed in with a laugh as well. Same old tradition every year. They just can't behave. I think I'll have everyone run a few dozen more laps later as a lesson. Keki's mouth twitched at that. Trust them to bring up exactly what he wanted to forget. He ignored Maynard's question about why he'd arrived so late. The truth? He just finished his laps, 3,000 in total. Even as a master of martial arts, it had nearly taken him a whole day to complete them. When it came to this topic, Cage didn't want to answer. Instead, he looked over to the other side and instantly understood what was going on. You mean that tradition that's been going on for who knows how long? In the past, he would have laughed as he watched the students' antics. But this time, with that monstrous freshman who managed to repel him yesterday among the new students, would any of them still be bullied? He watched with a good-natured smile, only to find that, at that exact moment, Yunye's gaze met his before quickly looking away. But inside, Cage tensed up, thinking to himself, this kid, that really is observation hockey. Yesterday, he already had a hunch that Yunye's senses were incredibly sharp enough to catch his every move, and that's when he started to suspect. Now he was almost certain this kind of perception could only come from one of the two forms of hockey. Observation hockey. Cage drew in a quiet breath. This kid really is a prodigy. Mandel turned to Cage with a question. Yes, that's the one. I remember, back then, you were in the same year as Admiral Akiji, right? I heard that in your year, Admiral Akiji single-handedly took down all the upperclassmen. Well, more or less. Even back then, Admiral Akiji showed terrifying talent. Almost no upperclassman could withstand even one exchange with him. Cage pulled his thoughts back from the past, remembering how brutal things had gotten. Hey, enough reminiscing. Look, things are already heating up over there. Let's just hope it doesn't get too out of hand, or we'll get scolded for it. Relax. We're keeping an eye on things. No one's going to get seriously hurt. Hearing his colleagues, Cage shook his head and chuckled. Don't worry, there's no way this will blow up. If anyone's in trouble this time, it'll probably be the upperclassmen. Fine. The three of them looked at Cage, puzzled. Cage simply smiled and held his tongue. Just watch. The three shared a confused glance. What did Cage mean by that? With that question in mind, they turned their attention back to the scene. Back on the other side, after withdrawing his gaze from the group of instructors, Yunyi silently reflected. They're not stepping in to stop it. Does that mean they're tacitly approving what's happening? Judging by the fact that none of them look surprised, this isn't the first time. Some kind of tradition, then. Yunye's thoughts were sharp. He saw through the situation at once and more or less understood why the instructors were letting things unfold. They just wanted to see how the freshmen would respond. Maybe this was a kind of test. Oh, what a convoluted trick. Yunyi couldn't help but complain inwardly. You people really have a whole repertoire prepared. First, the instructors made a show of putting the freshmen in their place, and now the upperclassmen were putting on a similar act. They were determined not to let the freshmen get cocky, afraid they'd forget their place and start acting arrogant. Right? Jazz looked at the furious faces of the freshmen and spoke with an unmistakably arrogant tone. What's the matter? Not satisfied? Think we're picking on you. That's right, you heard us. Let me make it perfectly clear. We are picking on you. Around here, the weak get bullied. That's just the way it is, chimed in another senior with a sharp voice and a sneering face, equally brash. The freshmen had never faced such blatant ridicule and humiliation before, and every single one of them was burning with anger. We are not weaklings. One of the freshmen, a burly young man, stepped forward with rage written all over his face, ready to fight back. But in the very next second, Jazz sent him flying with a single kick. Spitting contemptuously, Jazz scoffed. That's it? Pathetic. Just a weakling. Trash. Useless. You think you've got what it takes to be here? Go train for a few more years, and maybe then you'll stand a chance. The seniors poured scorn on them without restraint, their voices full of disdain, playing up the role of bullies who preyed upon the weak with ruthless perfection. A burning fury simmered in the hearts of all the freshmen. This is the Navy headquarters training camp. The instructors are about to arrive, and you dare to start a fight? Do you think I'll let you get away with this? Another freshman, livid with anger, shouted, hoping to draw the instructors' attention and use their authority to rein in the seniors' arrogance. But Jazz's face darkened. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the shouting freshman and sent him flying with another swift kick. Jazz sneered, "Don't worry. Today none of you are going anywhere. The instructors won't lift a finger for you." Hearing this, every freshman felt a chill run down their spine. If the seniors were bold enough to say such things, there must be something or someone backing them up. Could it be that the instructors aren't around? The same worrying thought occurred to each of the freshmen. Little did they know, the instructors were actually watching from nearby, enjoying the spectacle with great amusement. You're all useless, just garbage. Come on, fight back if you dare. Jazz looked at the angry but silent freshmen and felt a surge of triumph. It was as if all the frustration he'd suffered as a junior himself was finally being released, and nothing could be more satisfying. Come on, don't be afraid. There are only 100 or so, but we got hundreds. Are you telling me we can't even take them down? Lunginer shouted, face burning with fury. Anyone would be angry at being looked down upon like this. He was the first to charge forward, swinging his huge pot-like fists at one of the seniors. The senior hadn't given him much thought at first, but when he saw Lunginer's fierce, menacing face, he recoiled in shock. Where did this gang boss come from? Caught off guard, the senior took a direct punch from Lunginer and was sent flying some distance. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as pain twisted his face, but gritting his teeth, he climbed to his feet, eyes cold as steel, and charged straight at Lunginer, throwing himself into the fight. With Lunginer taking the lead, the other new recruits mustered their courage and charged forward to join the battle alongside the upperclassmen. The clash erupted in an instant. Watching the fight burst out, the instructors on the other side began to murmur among themselves. Not bad. At least they didn't tuck their tails between their legs like cowards. That fierce-looking big guy is impressive. He's got a powerful physique. Worth cultivating. Why is that small fellow just standing there while everyone else is fighting? Has he lost his nerve? Menard noticed that one person wasn't fighting, and he couldn't help but frown. That person was none other than Yunyi. He assumed Yunyi was scared, too intimidated to fight back against the upperclassmen. Kai Chi, however, knew Yunyi's real strength. He just smiled and said, "Just wait and see." Meanwhile, on the side of the older recruits, the commotion was picking up as well. It's happening. Jazz is at it again. He just loves stirring things up. He's always first to jump in. It's a pity, though. Would be great if someone strong could teach that troublemaker a lesson for once. Many of the upperclassmen chatted and joked with excitement. There was only one exception. A burly youth with thick arms crossed over his chest, his legs more slender than his frame suggested. He glanced over at the fight, then gave a cold snort. What a pointless charade. With that, he closed his eyes again, ignoring the rest. As soon as he spoke, the once noisy crowd of upperclassmen fell silent. All eyes, filled with awe and a touch of fear, landed on the young man. His name was Koker Roy, the strongest member of the recruit camp, possessor of the ox fruit, Tibetan antelope form, already handpicked for the elite training camp. Rumor even had it that his combat power had reached over 500, making him all but superhuman. He was the one figure every recruit admired. As soon as Genius Roy had spoken, the older recruits managed only awkward, sheepish smiles. None dare try to interrupt him again. The fight was decided in just a matter of minutes. Against the upperclassmen, who had been training for over half a year, the new recruits stood no chance. What unfolded was a crushing one-sided defeat. In the center of the field, only Yunyi remained standing, embodying the very image of helplessness and weakness. Naturally, the eyes of the upperclassmen all turned to Yunyi. They encircled him. "Did fright freeze you in place, kid?" Jazz sneered at Yunyi, convinced he was paralyzed by fear. The others thought the same, casting disdainful glances at Yunyi. Even the instructors who weren't familiar with Yunyi's background shook their heads slightly. If a recruit couldn't even step forward in a brawl like this, what hope could there be? Even if he became an officer, he'd be no more than a disgrace in the Navy's ranks. Only Kai Chi wore a curious, knowing smile. The real show was about to begin. He could hardly wait to see the shock and disbelief on his colleagues' faces. On the freshman side, though some were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, there were still a few who could move. Lunginer was one of them. When he saw all the upperclassmen closing in on Yunyi, he immediately remembered. Among the freshmen, they had someone who could even best the instructors. "Yunyi!" He didn't hesitate to shout. "Brother Yunyi, show them what we're made of. Let those upperclassmen see that we freshmen aren't so easy to bully." "Yeah, Yunyi, we're counting on you. Teach them a lesson. Show them what happens when they look down on us freshmen. I believe in you. Someone as strong as you can definitely beat them." Spotting Yunyi, a few freshmen started calling out to him at the top of their lungs. Jiaz also heard the commotion and couldn't help but sneer. "So much faith in you? Are you really the strongest among them?" Another upperclassman chuckled coldly. "Come on then, let's see just how powerful you really are. I want to witness for myself if you can take us down." Yunyi remained calm, as ever. To someone with his perspective, the skirmish just now was nothing more than a game children might play. It didn't even stir his fighting spirit. But things had come to this. He had no choice but to act. With the upperclassmen closing in step by step, Yunyi shook his head slightly and said quietly, "Seniors, we're all future colleagues. Why go this far? Wouldn't it be better to avoid unnecessary conflict? So much talk. Are you just hiding your cowardice?" Jiaz, emboldened as the ringleader, was the first to make a move. Seeing Yunyi's calm face, not a hint of fear in his eyes, irritation bubbled up inside him. Why wasn't this guy afraid? Why did he look so unruffled? That alone dampened half of Jiaz's excitement and left him even more annoyed. Who's he trying to impress? "Down you go." Jiaz gave a furious shout and charged straight at Yunyi. "Oh, why bother? If none of us fights, everyone has a better day," Yunyi replied with a radiant smile. Then, with a quick flicker of movement and a backward kick launched in a blink, there was a resounding thud. Jiaz was sent flying, soaring over a dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Yunyi swept his gaze across everyone present, standing tall and proud. With a faint smile, he asked, "Well, seniors, what do you think now?" In this moment, Yunye's attitude was brash to the extreme. But hearing those words from someone who had been on the receiving end of oppression, how could it not send a rush of excitement through the crowd? Especially for the freshmen who'd just been taught a harsh lesson. Their blood was really surging now. If it weren't for the pain racking their bodies, they would have jumped up and joined Yunye in battle. On the freshmen's side, hot-blooded enthusiasm was running high, while the upperclassmen only felt humiliated. A mere freshman, and yet he dares to be this arrogant. Some of the senior students finally couldn't hold back any longer. One of them surged forward towards Yunye, clutching his fists tightly as he rushed to attack. Yunye responded exactly as before. With a swift movement, he dodged and lashed out, sending the senior student flying through the air, slamming him right into Jazz, who had just been struggling to his feet. With a pained grunt, Jazz and the other student tumbled together in a heap. "Don't be scared. He's just one person. If we all pile on, we'll crush him. Let's go, everyone." Seeing Yunye take down opponents with a single kick each, the senior students realized this wasn't going to be easy. They decided to attack together. There was a loud, clattering commotion as the group of seniors, sneering with confidence, charged en masse at Yunye. "Let's see how you handle us now," they thought. Yet, even so, they had still underestimated Yunye's strength. Before anyone knew it, Yunye's figure flashed back and forth across the field. With every blur of motion, another person was sent flying. It didn't take long for the ground to be scattered with fallen students. None of them managed to last even a single round against Yunye. A growing dread crept into the hearts of all the senior students watching. They had been through stunts like this before, but they'd never come across a freshman so ferocious. It was as if Yunye was hanging them up and beating them like children. "Are we still going on, seniors?" Yunye glanced over at their defeated group, his voice calm and measured. Although his tone was composed, to the seniors, it sounded nothing short of arrogant and domineering. "You." Jazz tried to hurl abuse at Yunye, but the words choked in his throat when he met Yunye's poised, indifferent gaze. Yunye swept his eyes across them and said, "We are all comrades here. There's no need for such behavior. The instructors will be here soon. If we keep this up, it'll only make us a laughingstock. Why not call it done?" He knew not to press things too far. Giving the seniors some dignity would make it easier to win them over in the future. If he humiliated them completely, they'd become sworn enemies, making it much harder for him to build influence in the Navy later on. So, Yunye chose not to go to extremes this time. The seniors exchanged glances. Yunye's words made sense to them, but the truth was they were simply scared. They'd never run into a freshman so ruthless, who dispatched them as easily as if they were children. Just as someone was about to say something, another figure came speeding in from a distance. Roy had been watching ever since Yunye sent Jazz flying with a single kick, and Yunye's continued display of strength, knocking out one senior after another, had only fanned the flames of battle within him. Who would have thought such a formidable newcomer would appear among the freshmen? "New guy, how about a match?" Roy called out as he rushed onto the field, fierce fighting spirit blazing in his eyes as he stared at Yunye. The fallen seniors on the ground trembled inside when they heard that voice. That's Roy's voice. Roy's really going to fight too? Now let's see how that freshman show-off handles this. Roy's already a top fighter who's set to join the elite camp. His strength runs deep. There's no way this new kid can stand up to Roy. The older students grew excited once again, their gazes at Yunye now tinged with pity. Getting on Roy's bad side? Yunye was probably in for a rough time. On the other side, the instructors were equally intrigued. Maynard chuckled. "I must have misjudged him. This kid's pretty capable." Layton added, "Still, with Roy in the ring, how long do you think he can hold out? 10 minutes, maybe?" Mandel laughed. If he can force Roy to reveal his devil fruit powers, that alone would be impressive enough. As his colleague spoke, Cage silently grumbled in his heart. Pretty capable? That's an understatement. If this kid joined the elite camp, he'd be one of the top contenders there, too. How long can he last? Are we talking about Roy here? Oh, right, Roy does have a zone-type devil fruit, so maybe he can stick it out for 10 minutes. If the others had heard Cage's inner commentary, they'd have been bewildered. Were they even talking about the same topic? Yunye looked over to see a burly young man, the type you'd only find in the world of pirates, charging toward him at incredible speed. From the murmurs of the older students, Yunye had already gathered a bit about him. A fighter handpicked for the elite camp? I wonder how strong he really is. This might be a good test. He thought to himself, then looked at Roy and said, "Private duels are against camp rules. You've already broken the regulations. Do you really want to keep pushing? You think the instructors don't know about this fight? Why do you think they're letting it happen?" Roy sneered. "Let me give you the answer. Wherever they go, the strong are always favored." As he spoke, Roy planted his foot and seemed to vanish, reappearing instantly behind Yunyi, his fist whipping out like a massive hammer crashing down. Yunyi's body flickered out of the way, escaping the blow, and he smiled at Roy. Are the strong really granted special treatment? Roy showed no sign of surprise. Yunyi's earlier moves had already proven he wasn't someone easily defeated. That's right. The strong do get special treatment. Come on, try and beat me, freshman. His eyes flashed with fighting spirit. With another step, Roy seemed to teleport, darting at Yunyi again with stunning speed. Who gave you the right to act so high and mighty? Yunyi's tone remained calm. This time, instead of dodging, he shot forward to meet Roy head-on. Their fists collided mid-air, sending shockwaves bursting out in all directions. In the next instant, both of them stepped back at the same time. Impressive. I didn't misjudge you. Your strength is truly remarkable. Roy let out a loud, hearty laugh. As he unleashed his power, his speed soared even higher. To the onlookers, his figure all but vanished from sight. But Yunyi's senses were far beyond the ordinary. His gaze tracked with razor-sharp precision, locking onto Roy's swift movements. There you are. Yunyi drove his fist forward. An instant later, Roy's form appeared abruptly, meeting the blow with a punch of his own. A thunderous collision rocked the air as they clashed, each forced backward from the impact. My turn now, senior. Yunyi grinned, then lunged forward with lightning speed, his fist launching straight toward Roy in a ferocious attack. Roy's expression shifted. He hadn't expected Yunyi to be quite this fast. Still, his reflexes served him well. With a quick tilt of his head, he narrowly avoided the punch. As he dodged, Roy twisted his body and snapped a whip-like kick toward Yunyi's head. Yunyi raised his left hand to block, a cold smile flickering across his lips as he clenched his right fist and swung it hard at Roy's chest. Roy felt the terrifying force behind Yunyi's punch. His pupils contracted. This punch, so quick, so powerful. If he didn't act quickly, he risked serious injury. The thought flashed through Roy's mind, his eyes sparking with a fierce light as he growled under his breath. In that split second, his body underwent a strange transformation. Two slender horns sprouted from his temples, and fine fur began to cover his body, spreading over him in the blink of an eye. He swelled in size, his muscles bulking rapidly. His eyes grew wide, pupils black and shining with a cold gleam. His legs especially became powerful and sturdy, bent like a drawn longbow, brimming with explosive might. Within moments, the transformation was complete. Roy's form now bridged the line between beast and man. The Zoan-type cattle fruit, Tibetan antelope form, human-beast hybrid. Seeing this, Yunyi's brows knitted together in contemplation. A Zoan-type devil fruit. Even so, Yunyi's surprise was fleeting. His fist never slowed, punching forward with relentless momentum. With a heavy thud, Yunyi's punch crashed into Roy, sending him skidding backward. But now Roy's defense was many times mightier than before. Yunyi's attack, while powerful, only managed to push him a few steps back without causing any real harm. Impressive defense. Yunyi chuckled, showing not a trace of fear or alarm. It was as if Roy's transformation meant nothing to him at all. To be able to force me into this state, you've more than earned the right to be proud. Roy spoke lightly, yet his aura now blazed even more fiercely. With a swift movement, Roy planted his foot, his tremendous strength splitting the ground beneath him. In this hybrid state, his speed had reached astonishing heights. His legs, in particular, now packed with overwhelming, explosive power. Yunyi now felt that his speed was no slower than Instructor Cage's had been. Roy darted left and right, moving so fast he left after-images trailing behind him, trying to throw off Yunyi's judgment. But none of this could escape Yunyi's senses. Can you really keep up with my speed? Just like Major Cage before, Roy could see what was happening, and his expression grew all the more grave. But even if your eyes can follow me, so what? If your body can't keep up, it's all for nothing. Go down. Roy lunged forward in a single bound, instantly appearing in front of Yunyi. His face twisted into a fierce grin. He swung his thickened arms back, then hurled his fists forward with explosive force. Yunyi couldn't help but arch his brow at this attack. So this was the power of a Zoan-type user. After taking on his beast form, Roy's physical strength had multiplied several times over. This strike, Yunyi genuinely sensed danger. But Yunyi didn't falter. Just as Roy's blow was about to land, he used a flash step to vanish from his spot, letting Roy pound the empty air. So, even in terms of speed, despite being a Zoan-type with beastly legs that drastically increased his agility, Yunyi felt no fear. If Roy had already mastered Shave or Moonwalk from the Six Powers, then perhaps his speed would actually pose a serious threat to Yunyi. But that just wasn't the case. Do you really think being a devil fruit user means you can beat me, old-timer? Yunyi chuckled lightly, and in the next instant, his speed soared again. With a flash step, he was right by Roy's side, throwing out a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Don't get too cocky, freshman. Roy swung his fist to meet the attack, clashing with Yunyi blow for blow. At that moment, Roy seethed inside. He'd already unleashed his devil fruit power, yet he still couldn't overwhelm this freshman. The realization left him bristling with irritation. Thunderous shockwaves echoed as the two exchanged more than a dozen blows in an instant, then leapt apart at the same time. Damn it! Roy's face contorted with frustration. Even after using his devil fruit ability, he still couldn't crush a mere freshman. He remembered what he'd just said to Yunyi, and suddenly his cheeks flushed hot with embarrassment. He'd been completely shown up, a total slap in the face. The battle between these two transfixed everyone watching. Shock filled the eyes of the entire audience. Over by the upperclassmen, mouths hung wide open. They could only stare in disbelief. Even a few instructors were caught off guard. Everyone except Cage. At that moment, Cage studied Yunyi, and an odd thought crept into his mind. Could this guy be deliberately holding back to let Roy save face? He couldn't say why, but the more he observed Yunyi's movements, the more convinced Cage became. In fact, Cage was exactly right. The only reason Yunyi had let the fight drag on this long with Roy was because he intended it that way. The reason for this was that Yunyi intended to hone his combat skills through real battles. Currently, his proficiency in unarmed combat was only 67, not particularly high. He planned to raise it above 80. Once his swordsmanship reached 80, Yunyi would be able to perform the soaring slash. In this world, that would mark his entry into the realm of sword masters. Though Yunyi's physical strength still limited him, his slashing power couldn't match those sword masters who'd grown and advanced step by step. His technique would certainly not be lacking by much. Yunyi had no intention of spending achievement points to directly boost his unarmed combat proficiency. If so, he could only forge his skills one fight at a time. He was truly curious about what awaited him once his unarmed combat exceeded 80. Still, it's about time to finish this. Any longer, and that man might lose his mind. Yunyi looked at Roy, deciding to end things quickly. Roy, having battled Yunyi for so long without victory, grew ever more agitated, his mind even beginning to twist under the pressure. With these thoughts, Yunyi knew he had to get serious. Otherwise, his sparring partner might break down completely. Once Yunyi focused, a change swept over him. His presence sharpened palpably. Those in the arena, with keen senses, all noticed this subtle shift, turning involuntarily to Yunyi, uncertain what had come over him. Only Roy, who faced Yunyi head-on, felt a strange pressure emanate from him, a sensation that made his heart skip a beat. Careful now, senior. Yunyi smiled, then in the next instant, vanished from sight. Almost no one in the arena could track his movement. By the time he reappeared, Yunyi stood directly before Roy. Gazing up at Roy, who was much taller, Yunyi drew back his fist and unleashed a powerful blow, launching Roy into the sky before he could react. Immediately, Yunyi used his flash step to soar after Roy, reaching a point above him. Head down, Yunyi stepped through the air, using the momentum to drive his fist down. This time, Yunyi barely held back at all. A thunderous impact rang out as Roy's body was smashed into the ground by Yunyi's punch, leaving a deep crater where he struck. With a grunt, blood welled from Roy's lips, but as a beast ability user, he managed to withstand two all-out punches from Yunyi without falling unconscious, though he'd suffered serious injuries. A sharp gasp swept through the crowd. Roy lost. How is that possible? Roy actually. You're telling me he's a freshman? Seeing this, all the upperclassmen felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of monster was this new student? Even Roy wasn't a match for him. On the freshman side, everyone felt their blood surge, as if they'd just taken a shot of pure adrenaline. Yunyi is incredible. Not even those with animal-type powers can defeat him. In the distance, several instructors exchanged glances, stunned into silence. Maynard gave a wry smile and said, "Looks like we really misjudged him. I never would have thought even Roy would lose." Layton touched his nose, a bit embarrassed by his earlier words. The talk about lasting 10 minutes. Clearly, it was Roy who couldn't make it 10 minutes. Mandel shook his head as well, inwardly marveling at how wrong their assumptions had been. Suddenly, as if struck by the same thought, the instructors all turned their attention to Cage, who alone showed no sign of surprise. They recalled what Cage had just said. They figured Cage must know something about this new student. Maynard looked at Cage with curiosity and asked, "Major Cage, do you know this new recruit?" Mandel echoed the question. "Major Cage, what's the story with that newcomer?" Cage spread his hands and offered a sly grin. "I'm their instructor, so of course I know more than you do. Don't let his youth fool you. He's tremendously skilled. In fact, it seems even Instructor Zephyr has his eye on that kid. There was a collective sharp intake of breath. His prowess was already evident from the way he defeated Roy. But the fact that Instructor Zephyr would notice him, could he really be that much of a prodigy? Was another monster, like those few before him, about to emerge? They knew well enough about Zephyr's insight. He could spot exactly where someone's talent was lacking and tailor his training accordingly. The fact that all of those fearsome admirals were once his protégés spoke volumes about Zephyr's excellence as an instructor. After today, that kid will probably be given special entry into the elite camp. Cage himself couldn't help but marvel. To be admitted directly to the elite camp meant that, upon graduation, this young man would surely hold a position of great influence in the Navy's future. Across the field, Yunyi calmly watched as Roy tried to rise, shaking his head and speaking quietly. "Give it up, senior. In your current state, you can't beat me." Roy looked at Yunyi. This time, he didn't argue, but instead fixed Yunyi with a long, intense gaze. Finally, he bowed his head and admitted, "I lost." But almost immediately, he looked up again, his voice resolute. "But next time we meet, I'll surpass you." Thanks to his animal-type devil fruit, his impressive ability to recover had already taken effect. Steadying himself, he managed to get to his feet and walked away, his steps surprisingly stable. To surpass me? Not in this lifetime, Yunyi thought with a quiet smile as he watched Roy's departing back. He paid Roy's words no mind. He was a person blessed by fate. How could anyone possibly outpace him? The gap between them would only grow wider, until Roy was left doubting his very purpose. There could be no other outcome. After Roy was defeated by Yunyi, the other upperclassmen all hung their heads in dejection. None of them dared to cause any more trouble. Some drifted away, while others simply melted into the crowd. They'd been frightened by Yunyi's strength. No one had the courage to challenge him again. Meanwhile, the new students gathered around Yunyi, cheering in jubilation. They had, after all, triumphed over the senior cadets. Yunyi replied to their excitement with a few smiles and polite words. Once the excitement died down and everyone regained their composure, Instructor Kaichi made his appearance. Pretending as though he hadn't witnessed the ruckus just now, he strolled over at a leisurely pace, scanning the crowd before letting his gaze settle momentarily upon Yunyi. Then, looking away, he barked at everyone. "Why are you all standing around here? Haven't you got today's training to begin?" "Yes, sir." Startled by his sudden voice, the new students hurriedly snapped to attention when they realized it was Instructor Kaichi and promptly set about their training for the day. The following day, Yunyi was called over by Instructor Kaichi. Kaichi eyed Yunyi with open admiration in his gaze. "You're Patino Yunyi, correct?" Yunyi nodded. "Yes, instructor." Kaichi said, "We all noticed your performance yesterday. With your abilities, there's little left for you to gain by staying here in the recruit camp. That's why I've recommended you for a spot in the elite camp. There are 2 ways to enter the elite camp. One is by earning a top 10 ranking in the year-end evaluations, fighting for a coveted spot through competition. The other way is through an instructor's recommendation, often referred to as a special exception." Yunyi glanced at him and asked, "Instructor, doesn't this bend the rules a bit?" Kaichi smiled. "The Navy values strength above all. If you are strong enough, you earn privileges others do not. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, those with greater strength inevitably have access to more resources. This much is certain. And in the world of pirates, this truth is exemplified to the utmost." "Understand, instructor," Yunyi replied with a nod, showing no surprise. Kaichi went on, "I've already explained everything to the instructors over there. Just head over directly when you're ready." After a brief discussion, Instructor Kaichi took his leave. Yunyi thought to himself, "It seems I'm entering the elite camp sooner than I expected. Was it because I defeated that Zoan user yesterday?" He'd originally imagined he would spend some time in the recruit camp, but to think he'd be entering the elite camp on only the 3rd day. In truth, Yunyi had wanted to train longer in the recruit camp. His skills may have been unparalleled among the newcomers, all thanks to his mastery of combat techniques. But, physically speaking, Yunyi estimated himself to be only average among his peers, maybe even weaker than some other new recruits. Still, many benefits came with joining the elite camp. The superior instructors alone would save Yunyi from many wasted efforts. After all, in the recruit camp, the highest an instructor could rise was the rank of Major General. But in the elite camp, there is a retired general personally instructing the trainees, someone at the rank of Lieutenant General, offering guidance in combat. With advice from such an expert, as long as you aren't exceptionally slow, your strength is bound to grow rapidly. Because of this, Yunyi also felt that joining the elite camp sooner rather than later was a good idea. With these thoughts in mind, Yunyi returned to his dormitory building. After a quick bit of packing, he prepared to leave. Nearby, Lewin Jenner spoke with a note of envy in his voice. No surprise it's you. Only your third day in the training camp, and you've already been promoted to the elite camp. But don't you worry, I'll join you there soon enough. Yin Yi waved a hand and said, then give it your best shot. I'll be waiting for you over there. Hearing this, Lewin Jenner's spirits soared. He thumped his chest and promised, count on it. I'll do my best. Yin Yi waved over his shoulder, showing he understood. Ahead of him loomed the Grand Gate, and just beyond it, the elite camp awaited. At that moment, another figure was heading in their direction. Spotting Yin Yi, he hesitated for a heartbeat. Yin Yi glanced at him and smiled. It's you, isn't it, Senior Roy? It wasn't just anyone. This was Kakaroy, the one who had lost to Yin Yi, the possessor of the antelope Zoan fruit. Upon seeing Yin Yi, Roy's expression turned solemn. It had only been a single day since his defeat, and he hadn't forgotten it. Speaking in a low voice, he asked, you've been promoted to the elite camp as well? Yin Yi nodded. That's right. Roy didn't act too surprised at Yin Yi's answer. If he had made it in on merit, naturally the one who defeated him deserved to be there too. Staring at Yin Yi, Roy's eyes gleamed with a renewed fighting spirit. Once I master the Navy's 6 styles, I won't lose to you next time. With that, Roy marched forward, his resolve clear. Yin Yi just chuckled and followed right behind. The two of them stepped through the gates, one after the other. Headquarters Marine Elite Training Camp. This was the cradle where the Navy forged its strongest fighters. Almost every renowned Navy officer had graduated from here. Everyone eligible to set foot in this place was a standout among the Navy, true prodigies. At the very least, graduates of the elite camp became officers of the regimental rank. Such officers were powerful enough to command a branch base in any of the 4 seas, enough to deter ordinary pirates from even considering attack. The moment Yin Yi stepped inside, he immediately sensed a distinct difference. Ahead, hundreds of trainees were deep in training, men and women together, but they all had one thing in common. Each radiated a faint but palpable aura of menace. A chilling, battle-hardened energy filled the air. Everyone training here was a soldier who had survived real combat. After all, live combat was an essential part of elite camp training. At set times, the instructors would lead teams out to sea to take on actual missions. Every mission is a matter of life and death, a brutal struggle where survival hangs by a thread. Through these relentless training exercises, every soldier in the elite camp naturally exudes a fierce and intimidating aura. If it were merely 1 or 2 people, this murderous air might have gone unnoticed. But here, with hundreds of Marines training together in the same place, the collective force of their killing intent is overwhelming. Even Roy, blessed with the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, visibly pales in the face of it. Beside him, however, Yin Yi remains calm and composed, as if entirely unaware of the pressure in the air. Not far away, Zephyr, broad-shouldered and burly, with striking purple hair, observes the 2 young men. He nods quietly to himself, thinking, not bad. At least they didn't collapse from fear. In the end, Zephyr's gaze lingers on Yin Yi, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he mutters to himself. That must be Pertiz Yin Yi, the one Kai Chi mentioned. Even under such oppressive pressure, he shows not a hint of weakness. Suddenly, a faint smile appears on Zephyr's lips. Well then, let's see how they do under a little test. He snaps his fingers. A young man sporting a full beard steps forward, bowing respectfully. Instructor Zephyr, what are your orders? Zephyr looks the youth over and says, Shuza, I have a task for you. Go and find out the true strength of those 2 new recruits. This young man, Shuza, is momentarily taken aback and glances in their direction, surprised. Sir, do you mean those 2 over there? At the entrance, only Yin Yi and Roy are standing. Zephyr nods. That's right. Don't hold back. Yes, instructor. Shuza bows deeply, then strides toward them with purpose. With that resolve, Zephyr's gaze never leaves Yin Yi. In his eyes, a curious gleam flickers. Let me see where your limits lie. The one who managed to injure Kai Chi. Shuza's movements don't go unnoticed by the veterans of the elite camp. A blue-haired girl, Ayn, a Paramecia-type user with the power of the return fruit, frowns and murmurs. Huh? What's Shuza up to? Nearby, Binz, tall and lanky, dressed like a ninja, adds, aren't those 2 the new recruits joining the camp? Could it be that they've somehow offended Shuza? Tina, with wavy pink hair and an elegant figure, also spies the commotion and looks over, clearly surprised. Very good, a ball fruit user, grins widely from the sidelines, settling in as if for a good show. Now, this should be interesting. Even Shuan, with the power of the rust fruit, pauses and turns to watch. Almost as one, the camp seasoned veterans all stop what they're doing, shifting their attention to Yin Yi and Roy. Under the weight of so many piercing gazes, Roy feels an almost unbearable pressure. The oppressive aura coming from the gathered veterans makes his breath uneven and his face grow even paler. At this moment, an indescribable look once again crossed Yun Ye's face. Watching Xiozhua charge toward him in full fury, it felt to Yun Ye as if a stampede of wild horses thundered through his mind. Seriously, what on earth is wrong with these Marines? How long has it even been since I arrived at Marine headquarters? It's only been a few days at most. And already, this is the third time someone's come by just to put me in my place. Tell me, honestly, are you all crazy or what? Or is it that your Marines simply enjoy this kind of thing? Is it that you just can't rest easy unless you give every newcomer a hard time? Roy, too, instantly grew wary. With Xiozhua's aggressive air, it didn't take a genius to figure out his intentions. Since this was Zephyr's order, Xiozhua didn't even bother with words. No time to waste on talk, just fight. In a blur, Xiozhua shot straight at Yun Ye. No other reason. He simply thought Yun Ye would be the easiest to deal with. So his first target was Yun Ye. Yun Ye felt a fire rising inside as well. Enough is enough. Again and again, do they think I have no temper? As Xiozhua came barreling toward him, Yun Ye's face darkened. Now he finally understood. Here in the Navy, just having talent wasn't enough. He needed to show real strength. Otherwise, trouble would keep coming, one challenger after another. Yun Ye hated trouble, so this time, he was determined to go all out. If you're all so curious about my strength, then I'll let you see it for yourselves. With a cold snort, his aura surged to its peak. Staring down Xiozhua's attack, Yun Ye faced him fearlessly. Instead of backing away, he met the charge head-on. He drew his fist back at his waist, gathering his strength, then let loose a powerful punch. Xiozhua was caught off guard. Who would have thought this brat would advance rather than retreat, even daring to strike back? Interesting. Xiozhua grinned, accelerating again, and threw a punch of his own. With a crash, their fists collided, unleashing a burst of force. Yun Ye was forced several steps back by the sheer power in Xiozhua's blow. He rolled his right shoulder, his expression unchanging. It was no surprise. Physically, he couldn't be a match for someone like Xiozhua, who trained for who knows how long in the elite camp. Unless he unleashed a sudden burst of strength, relying on fists and feet alone, there was no way to best the young man before him. His gaze swept the area, searching for a suitable weapon. Yet, though the arena was spacious, there wasn't a single weapons rack in sight. Not bad. You managed to withstand one of my punches. Xiozhua cast Yun Ye a look of approval, though he had no intention of holding back. These were Zephyr-sensei's orders, after all. Sure gone, finger gun. In a flash, Xiozhua stepped in, appearing in front of Yun Ye, and with a not-yet fluent movement, launched the Six Styles finger gun straight at Yun Ye. Yun Ye's senses were razor-sharp. He detected the threat a split second early, dodged in a flash, and darted backward. His eyes swept from side to side, finally locking onto a girl with blue hair. No, he was really eyeing the two short swords hanging at her waist. Xiozhua attacked again, and while evading, Yun Ye drew even closer to Ayn. Turning to look at her eyes, red irises, just like his own, Yun Ye smiled and said, "Miss, may I borrow your swords for a moment?" Sure. Ayn was momentarily flustered by Yun Ye's polite address, but she nodded. It wasn't a difficult request. After all, her swords were just standard-issue short sword from the training camp, nothing precious. She tossed them lightly, and Yun Ye caught them smoothly. Not a katana. The feel is a bit different, but they'll do. With the short swords in his grip, a powerful aura surged forth from Yun Ye in an instant. A wave of sword energy swept outward, and a razor-sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This sudden transformation drew everyone's attention at once. Xiozhua's expression changed sharply. His face grew serious. What a terrifying aura. But I won't lose. Renkyaku. Tensing up, Xiozhua followed Zephyr's orders. This time, he wasn't holding back. His right leg swept out in a wide arc, kicking up a surge of wind that condensed into a sharp blade, shooting straight toward Yun Ye. It was the only Six Powers technique he had truly mastered. Itoryu Crescent Slash. On the other side, Yun Ye's eyes flashed coldly. With a shout, he raised his blade and struck. A forceful slash, stretching nearly 10 meters, sliced through the air. With a ripping sound, it cleaved through Renkyaku's wind blade, and with undiminished momentum, surged toward Xiozhua. Xiozhua's counterattack came too late. There was no time to react. All he could do was stare in alarm as the slash drew nearer and nearer. Panic flooded his mind. Was this the end for him? He couldn't block that strike. But at the critical moment, a figure burst onto the scene, fist dark as obsidian, swinging directly at the incoming slash. A deafening boom thundered across the entire arena, echoing so loudly that even the new recruits' camp could hear it with absolute clarity. With a single punch, Zephyr shattered Yunny's attack. Landing deftly, he glanced at his arm, completely unharmed, and then shot an astonished look at Yunny in return. A flying slash. A swordsman of legend. At that instant, every veteran around stared at Yunny, sword in hand, their faces a picture of shock. This newcomer was a master swordsman. Everyone on the field knew exactly what that meant. Am I seeing things? That was a flying slash. Does that mean this rookie is actually a sword master? And did you all see how fast he moved just now? Was that shave one of the 6 powers? I've been in the elite camp for a year already, and I still haven't mastered shave. But this new recruit can already use it with such ease. That wasn't shave. It was some other kind of footwork. Is he a devil fruit user? No, I don't think so. A buzz ran through the ranks of veteran soldiers, all stunned by Yunny's performance. But the moment Zephyr appeared, everyone straightened and saluted in unison, greeting him, Instructor Zephyr. Off in the distance, Roy stared wide-eyed at Yunny, who gripped a short sword in the arena. Did he really have to surpass a monster like this? He felt a twinge of regret over how bold his earlier words had been. Zephyr gave the group a small nod in acknowledgement, then turned to Yunny, speaking with genuine approval. Impressive. To be able to deliver a slash like that at your age, there are only a handful in the world who can manage such a feat. In the Navy, the only one I've seen with that kind of talent at your age was that little Tashigi. You're remarkable. He paused, then added, Unfortunately, your physical strength is still too lacking. It's holding back your swordsmanship. From the way people addressed him, and from memories of his previous life, Yun immediately recognized the man before him. This was Zephyr, former Admiral of the Navy, the future Z, the Black Arm Zephyr. While Zephyr may no longer have been at his absolute peak, he had hardly lost any of his edge, and even now remained at admiral-level strength. His insight was leagues above that of other admirals. With a single glance, he had pinpointed Yunny's greatest weakness. That weakness was physical strength. Understanding the situation, Yunny promptly sheathed his short sword and respectfully bowed to the purple-haired middle-aged man before him. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. I'm well aware of my shortcomings. That's why I joined the training camp, to strengthen my weaknesses. I humbly ask for your guidance. Good, he isn't arrogant or conceited. A promising seedling indeed. Zephyr thought to himself, nodding approvingly. Since you're all here, I will train you well. No favoritism. Everyone will be treated the same. He swept his gaze around the training ground, then barked, Everyone assemble, now. A crisp sound rippled through the field as everyone quickly gathered before Zephyr, forming a neat rectangular formation. Yun returned the short sword to Ein, offered her a grateful smile, and thanked her quietly. You're welcome, Ein replied, her curiosity clearly piqued as she looked Yun up and down, unable to hide her interest. Others, too, couldn't resist casting curious glances at Yunny. This new recruit was clearly no ordinary person. Zifa looked around at everyone, focusing especially on the 2 new recruits, and spoke in a calm, steady voice. I want each of you to remember this well. This is the Navy's elite training camp, a place where naval commanders are forged. Compared to the regular recruit training outside, the special training here is 100 times more grueling. I hope you'll have the resolve to see it through. It was obvious his words were directed at the 2 who had just joined. Zifa went on, the Navy is full of talent, so don't think that just entering the elite camp means you can slack off. If you don't give it your all, you'll soon be left behind. When that time comes, I hope you'll still have the courage to stand here. The moment he finished, a few people in the crowd looked a little embarrassed. They felt as if Instructor Zifa was talking about them. After all, they've been training here on and off for more than 2 years, yet still hadn't reached the graduation standard. If they dragged on any longer, they'd be dismissed before graduating, losing their chance at a direct promotion to officer and having to start from scratch as regular soldiers. With those brief words, Zifa swept his gaze over everyone present and bellowed. Everyone, listen up. Training begins now. First, 300 laps around the grounds, with full weights. Yes, sir, the group shouted in unison, voices ringing out as they began to disperse. Thus began another day of special training. Watching their departing backs, Zifa murmured silently to himself, I hope that 3 months from now, when the real combat trial comes, you'll all make it out alive. Meanwhile, Yunye's true self threw himself into the daily grind of training at the elite camp. But the Quincy identity wasn't idle, either. In the North Sea, on Pavilion River Island. It was a small island. The place was ruled by 2 rival gangs and considered a lawless territory. On this island, you were either part of a gang, a pirate hunter, a bounty seeker, or some other shady figure. In one word, chaos. Inside a bar that catered exclusively to such reprobates, Yunyi, wearing his black and white mask, sat unnoticed in the darkest corner, blending into the dim, noisy atmosphere. He took a moment to glance at his system panel. Host, Yunyi. Achievement points, 886. Slash, swordsmanship, proficiency 86. Fist, hand-to-hand combat, proficiency 70. With continual use over this period, the proficiency of each skill had risen, more or less. What's more, he discovered that his physical prowess in this artificial body had also been slowly improving. This confirmed for Yunyi that his two bodies, just like with the system, actually shared physical attributes. In other words, Yunyi's progress was doubled. Absolutely astonishing. Both bodies could train at once, essentially stacking two versions of Yunyi together. Not only did this double his physical growth, but the proficiency of his skills soared as well. The only drawback was the immense energy it consumed. However, this situation was manageable, as long as both bodies weren't engaged in high-intensity battles at the same time. Yunyi could regulate things to keep the energy consumption to a minimum. A bar was, without a doubt, the best place to pick up information. All sorts of intel tended to flow from the mouths of these ruffians. Of course, it was always a confusing jumble. You had to sift through it yourself to find the useful bits. Fortunately, Yunyi's perception was sharp enough to filter out what mattered. Did you hear? That demon Windsor Jean, whose bounty is over 20 million berries, is being hunted down. He's fled to this island now. It's that new bounty hunter, the one they call the Quincy, right? I heard about it too. Amid the raucous chatter around him, Yunyi still managed to extract the information he was after. So he really did escape to this island? Yunyi Grinnet. Indeed, he had come to this island hot on the trail of a pirate crew. As for why? Well, that pirate had pushed his luck and opened fire on Yunyi's little boat. There was a crash. Suddenly, from a nearby table, a commotion broke out. You're that Quincy, the bounty hunter. An astonished voice rang out, catching everyone's attention and making them all turn in that direction. It was a pirate with a red bandana and a pistol at his waist. At this moment, he had collapsed to the floor, one hand trembling as he pointed straight at Yunyi. When the crowd heard what he said, their expressions changed dramatically. Following the man's trembling finger, they saw Yunyi, wearing a black and white mask, a sword at his side. The black and white mask and that sword, it really is the Quincy, the famous bounty hunter that everyone's been talking about lately. Damn it, how did a bounty hunter get onto the island and no one knew? Didn't the Diem Mafia promise us that the Navy and bounty hunters weren't allowed to land here? This is bad. Run. Run for your lives. The bounty hunter's here. Hurry, go alert the Dia people. Tell them a bounty hunter's made it ashore. Everyone here was carrying some kind of bounty, large or small. So hearing a bounty hunter was in their midst, it was only natural that terror rippled through the crowd. And this wasn't just any bounty hunter. He'd recently made a name for himself by single-handedly taking down a pirate crew worth over 10 million. The bar erupted into chaos instantly, and with a flood of panicked shouts, everyone rushed for the exits. Yunyi couldn't help but feel slightly exasperated. Wasn't this all a bit much? Why panic? He hadn't planned on capturing any of them. His only target was that pirate known as the Demon. He hadn't come for anyone else. But only Yunyi thought that way. Everyone else reacted at lightning speed, and within moments, they'd already vanished. Soon enough, the place was cleared out, leaving an open patch of empty floor. Forget it. Now that I know the fiend is here, things will be much simpler. Yunyi had come here for one reason only, to find the fiend. Now that he knew where his target was, there was no need to hesitate. He would go straight to confront him. This guy was slippery as an eel. It was remarkable how, even after Yunyi had struck his ship, he managed to escape onto this island and hide. Still, there was only one port on the island, and it wasn't far from where he was now. Their pirate ship, sporting the fiend's emblem, was docked at the harbor. If they tried to leave, there was no way Yunyi would miss it. He tossed a stack of berries on the table, turned, and left the tavern without another word. Stepping onto the main street, he saw that the place was nearly deserted. Most people had heard a bounty hunter was in town and had been frightened off. Of course, there were always a few exceptions. Not far off, a group of people watched with keen interest, unfazed by Yunyi's presence. Yun neither knew them nor cared to. He walked off in another direction. So that's the up-and-coming bounty hunter everyone's talking about? Doesn't look like much to me. This is going to be interesting. This is Jia's turf. I can't believe a bounty hunter dared set foot here. Guess he's got a death wish. I remember last time, another bounty hunter wandered onto the island without knowing any better. Jia's men beat him half to death, then left him hanging at the port to die of hunger. Grim way to go. The group laughed and gossiped as they watched Yunyi. Suddenly, Yunyi stopped. Someone appeared ahead of him. With a rush of footsteps, a crowd came storming over, radiating menace. Each one wore a twisted smile, faces full of malice. "Where's the bounty hunter? Come out, and let me see what kind of fool's so fearless. Out of the way, everyone, let me handle this. After what happened last time, and there's still a bounty hunter daring to come ashore? Some nerve. Boss, seems your name doesn't carry much weight anymore. There are still fools who dare set foot on this island." One man, bare-chested with corded muscles and an eye patch over one eye, grinned with a jagged, toothless sneer and snorted, "I'd like to know myself. Who the hell has the guts to cause trouble on my turf?" In no time, the gang reached them. They spotted Yunyi standing in the street, a black and white mask. "Looks like you're the Quincy we've been hearing about." One of the lackeys curled his lips into a mocking smile, his tone taunting. "A bounty hunter? Well then, time to deal with him, permanently. That damned fiend, what a useless piece of trash. Chased all the way here by a little guy like you? That's why I say pirates are nothing but garbage. All those so-called New World big shots, white-beard, red-haired, the lot. They're legends in their own minds, that's all." Dia, the leader, glanced at Yunyi, this tiny figure, and a cold, contemptuous smile curled on his lips. "Pirates, what a joke. Useless trash who couldn't even handle a scrawny little thing like this, forced to flee and take shelter here with him." He even doubted whether those infamous pirates in the newspapers were just exaggerated tales. He'd dealt with hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of pirates before, and not one had ever impressed him. Besides, the so-called great pirates, what a hollow title. In no way did it compare to the weight carried by the one behind him. Standing in his shadow was a true king of the criminal underworld. A king and a pirate. Those were two worlds apart. Dia took a step forward, glaring viciously at Yunyi, his smile twisting into a snarl. "Hey, brat, do you have any idea where you are?" Yunyi couldn't help but laugh as he heard Dia's words. How amusing that someone could actually say something so laughable. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. "Sorry, I'm not interested, and I don't care to know what this place is. Would you mind getting out of the way?" Yunyi replied, smiling lightly as if he didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. The scoff in Yunyi's response made Dia's expression darken. He spat a mouthful of phlegm at Yunyi in disgust. Yunyi's eyes flashed cold. In an instant, he dodged away from Dia's spit. "You dare dodge?" Jia snarled. "Get him. Break his arms and legs. I want to make an example of him." The fact that Yunyi had dared to resist made Dia's face grow even darker. How dare this little wretch defy him? Did he have a death wish? A thug from the crowd, grinning wickedly, lunged at Yunyi, a dagger drawn and pointed at his arm. The boss has spoken. Get ready to die. First, I'll take the arm." "I hadn't intended to bother with you lot, but you're asking for it," Yunyi said with a sudden laugh, then pointed a finger at the charging thug. With a sharp crack, a bolt of white lightning tore through the air, piercing straight into the thug's heart. His breath rattled twice, then he collapsed, life snuffed out in an instant. "It's happening. They're fighting with Dia's crew, huh? Now's my chance to survive." Nearby, a burly man nicknamed Ogre watched everything unfold from shadows. When Yunyi struck, a jolt of hope surged through him, a surge of wild excitement. That damn bounty hunter had dared to challenge Dia's man. He was finished for sure. Still have a nerve to fight back? Bold move. Just because you're a devil fruit user, you think you can flaunt it here? Seeing Yunyi kill one of his followers, Dia's eyes went icy cold. His figure blurred as he charged directly at Yunyi. He wasn't like those ignorant fools. He knew all about devil fruit powers. He'd seen those strange abilities before, more than once. "Not bad, you've got some skill, but that won't save you," Yunyi replied with a chuckle. He spread his fingers. Lightning danced and crackled in his palm. Thunder howl cannon. Thunder crashed, splitting the clear sky with a deafening roar. A pillar of lightning shot out, striking Dia directly, charring him black in an instant. His scorched body plummeted among the crowd, and another explosion erupted, sending a shockwave to engulf everyone nearby. In a single moment, nearly half of Dia's group was wiped out. The survivors were battered by the blast, every one of them injured to some degree. Clutching at their wounds, they pointed at Yunyi, their voices trembling with a mix of fear and forced bravado as they shouted. You, how dare you kill Boss Dia? Don't you know he represents a powerful figure on this island? You're finished. You're a dead man. That Big Shot's lieutenants are on this island right now. By killing Dia, you've crossed a line you can never come back from. From today onward, endless hunters will be coming for you. You'll die, alone, in utter despair. King of the Underworld? The phrase flickered across Yunyi's mind, but his hands did not pause. Raising his palm, he unleashed a searing, pale blue blaze, engulfing everyone left standing. Limbs and wreckage flew as the explosions sounded, destruction made manifest. Of course, Yunyi knew who these so-called kings of the underworld were. They ruled from the shadows, each one a titan holding sway over vast resources. These were the overlords of entire industries, so powerful that even the Navy dared not take them lightly. Although not on the level of the great pirates, their very names struck terror into all who heard them, even scaring children into silent obedience. Yet Yun Ye's memories of these dark world rulers were faint. He could only recall a handful, faces blurred, identities uncertain. The few he really remembered were that strange bird from the World Economy News, and perhaps a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. He mused, I wonder which one they're talking about this time. A soft laugh escaped him. There was no fear. If anything, he found the whole situation amusing. Turning his gaze, Yun Yi fixed on one spot. The captain of the Devil Ghost Pirates was trying to slip away in the middle of the chaos, but Yun Yi sensed his intent instantly. In a blink, Yun Yi vanished and reappeared right in front of the would-be escapee. Staring at the brazen pirate, Yun Yi offered a faint smile. And just where do you think you're running off to? The pirate froze, true terror written across his face. He stammered, You can't kill me. There's a king of the underworld backing me up. I'm here on their orders. If you kill me, you'll have more than one king of the underworld coming after you. Yun Yi let out a chuckle and replied, Do you think I believe a word of that? And even if it's true, so what? That crowd just now also claimed to have powerful backers. Look what became of them. He doubted such coincidences. Could killing just a few people really mean stepping on the toes of not one, but 2 rulers of the underworld? If things really were that convenient, then he must be the luckiest man alive. And even if it's true, so what? Yun Yi was just about to finish off the demon when another voice came from nearby. I think you'd better stop. Everything he said is true. Yun Yi looked over and saw that the group he had met before was approaching. They strolled forward with composure, showing no sign of fear even after witnessing Yun Yi's display of power. It was the tall young man leading the group who spoke. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, a sword hanging at his waist, a crimson cloak draped across his shoulders, and a hat embroidered with a skull perched atop his head. He grinned at Yun Yi. The demon saw the young man like a drowning person glimpsing a lifeline, pure joy lighting up his face. Clearly, he knew this youth. Yun Yi raised his hand. White lightning flickered and shot out, piercing straight through the demon's head. The triumphant smile froze on the demon's face as life drained away. Without so much as a glance, Yun Yi said coolly, Say that again. I didn't quite catch it. Seeing this, the young man's face instantly darkened. He replied coldly, Are you looking for trouble? All you talk about is death and doom. Looking for trouble? Who do you think you are? Yun Yi had no patience for these empty threats. He lifted his hand, and a wave of explosive flames surged forward, engulfing them all within its range. You're outrageously arrogant. The youth let out a contemptuous snort. He drew his sword, slashing forward. The blade's power stirred the air, sending a shockwave slicing straight into Yun Yi's flames. A deafening blast shook the air as the 2 attacks collided midair. The force erupted, wind blasting outward in all directions. Clearly, you have no idea what it means to be a king in the underworld. The youth sneered, lifting his chin with cold pride. Let me spell out for you. These men control the criminal underworld of the New World. Every one of them is a legend in their own right. Maybe you're so narrow-minded you haven't even heard of the New World, but here's what matters. Even the Navy is cautious not to cross them lightly. Now that you know who you're dealing with, I imagine you must be terrified, right? Break up their business, and you'll have 2 such powerful figures hunting you down. The youth stared at Yun Yi with an icy smile. In his mind, Yun Yi should now be reeling with horror after realizing exactly whom he defended. That was the reaction he longed to see. He relished it. Borrow pirates, Captain Barovia, bounty, 43,960,000 berries. A frequent presence on the Grand Line and across the 4 seas. On the surface, just another pirate crew, but behind the scenes, subordinates of the Sea Shipping King. And that demon? He was just the same, a subordinate to the Sea Shipping King. As for why they found themselves on this island, it was because the King of Shipping and another dark world overlord were in the midst of a transaction here on this very spot. That's precisely what brought them, each dispatched for this secret meeting. The Fiend was well aware of this, which is why he had chosen to flee to this island. And then, from what I know, these people only rule the shadows. They never dare show their faces in the light, do they? They're hardly worth mentioning. Yun Yi replied with indifference. Judging by how these figures behaved in the original story, they were far weaker than the 4 sovereign rulers. Yun Yi had no fear of them whatsoever. Even facing the future emperors, Yun Yi still felt no dread. Though he hadn't yet reached their level of power, he firmly believed that, given time, he would easily surpass them. What truly caught his attention was the transaction Barovia had mentioned. A deal, was it? The thought made Yun Yi even more curious. He had already begun pondering how he might turn this to his own advantage. You? Barofia's face darkened considerably. Such an insult directed at his master filled him with blind fury. Enough talk. Let's see if you're still boasting after I beat you all down. Yunye's eyes caught a glimpse of a box in their hands, and he couldn't help but wonder, was that the item they were bargaining over? A smile touched Yunye's lips, and without further hesitation, he prepared to strike. In a flash, he vanished from sight, moving like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Barofia. A faint buzz surged as white lightning flared up along his back. His shirt tore open across the shoulders as an overwhelming force radiated from him, unleashing a sudden storm of power. With a deafening crash, Yunye's punch blasted forward. For a split second, the air seemed to ripple and distort. Then a terrifying shockwave swept ahead, whipping dust and grit into the air. But this group was clearly far more formidable than the so-called Dia Mafia. Staring down Yunye's barrage, they responded together, bracing themselves to withstand his assault. Attack! With a roar, Barofia brandished his sword, charging straight at Yunye. He drove the blade forward, aiming to pierce Yunye's heart. But Yunye slipped aside in a flash, effortlessly dodging the strike. Twisting on his heel, Yunye lashed out with a powerful kick. The blow sent Barofia hurtling dozens of meters away, crashing through buildings that toppled and collapsed in his wake until, with a thunderous impact, he slammed into the ground, carving out a gaping crater. Yunye moved to chase after him, but someone in the group leveled a cannon and fired directly at him. Sensing the danger, Yunye blurred aside, dodging just as an explosion roared across the ground below. Suspended in midair, Yunye's expression hardened. Lifting his hand, he unleashed a wave of blazing fire below. The explosion thundered through the street, blasting over a dozen men skyward in the conflagration. At that moment, a sword strike flew at him from Barofia's direction, cleaving through the air toward Yunye. He raised a single finger, discharging a bolt of white lightning that met the attack head-on. The two forces collided, shattering apart in a shower of sparks. Barofia leapt out of the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A look of wariness flickered in his eyes. The man behind me is the shipping king Amit. Have you truly weighed the consequences of offending a king? From a moment he'd exchanged blows earlier, he knew he was no match for Yunye's strength. To survive, there was nothing left but to invoke the name of his formidable backer. He could only hope this would be enough to intimidate Yunye. The shipping king, huh? Yunye mused to himself. While he couldn't quite recall this man's face, he certainly recognized the reputation. A figure said to control maritime transportation throughout the New World, and now it turned out even this so-called paradise bore his footprints. So then, who was the other king trading with the shipping king? North Sea, the Don Quixote family? Heh, a thought suddenly aligned in Yunye's mind, and an enigmatic smile crept onto his lips. The shipping king? Never heard of him. Just another nobody. And what if I do offend him? With these thoughts, Yunye wasted no more words. He would finish them off first and speak later. Activating his instant release, Yunye's power surged dramatically. Combined with his flash step, he seemed to simply vanish and reappear over short distances. Instant release plus flash step, Uruchi's signature move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Barofia, his gaze cold and unyielding. Behind him, there was a sharp crackle as he drew back a clenched fist and threw it forward with brutal force and ferocity. What? Barofia's expression twisted in utter panic. Yunye's speed was beyond his comprehension, leaving him no time to react. He barely managed to raise his sword in front of him, desperately trying to shield himself from Yunye's blow. Yet, as Yunye's attack was about to land, his movement shifted, a feint. The real strike was coming from his left hand. Thundering roar cannon. Yunye sneered, his voice cool and detached. Lightning surged in his palm. In a split second, a thunderous column of energy erupted, blasting Barofia away. Driven back by the thunderbolt, Barofia was hurled through a row of buildings with successive crashes, until at last he slammed down onto the ground with an explosion that resonated throughout the district. A wave of thunderous detonations rippled out, black smoke billowing as a pit several meters wide gouged the ground, arcs of electricity still crackling along its edges. With his opponent struck down, Yunye didn't even bother to look back. He turned and charged towards the rest. Seeing such ferocity, their nerve crumbled. The rest were utterly terrified. Not even the impulse to resist remained. Escape was all they could think of, but Yunye had no intention of letting any of them go. Go keep him company, he called. Raising his hand, he unleashed an even greater attack, azure flame descent. Pale blue flames fanned out in a broad arc, engulfing everyone in their path. The explosion sent a shockwave tearing through the air, leaving countless bodies in its wake. Yunyi moved with a blur, appearing before Survivor. With a heavy stomp, the last vestige of thunder faded behind him. He lowered his head, gazing down at the hapless man, and spoke in a calm, detached voice. Tell me this mission of yours, and your deal with the other king. Speak or die. Though Yunyi's expression was placid and his tone unperturbed, to the Survivor his words were like the chilling whispers of a demon, paralyzing, suffocating, utterly terrifying. And no, please don't kill me. I'll talk. He dared not resist, and obediently revealed their objective and the title of the other king they were dealing with. As he listened, Yunyi's thoughts were confirmed. So it really is Doflamingo. With the information he needed, Yunyi let the man go, deliberately setting him free. There was strategy behind this. He meant to draw the attention of Amit, the king of shipping, laying groundwork for his own future power. Yunyi's gaze sharpened, his mind alive with calculations. The trade routes of the shipping king would be invaluable for anyone seeking to build an influence of their own. Ideas and possibilities surged through Yunyi's mind. And Doflamingo too, the dark broker of the underworld. Yunyi broke into a cryptic smile, a hint of diabolical amusement dancing on his lips. Elsewhere on the island, inside an auction house, in a grand hall, a man dressed in a crimson cape, his face marked with 2 streaks and his head crowned by a fur-brimmed hat, slammed his fist onto a table, shattering it. His eyes were wide with fury as he glared at the shivering subordinate before him. You're telling me our goods were stolen by a bounty hunter? Who would dare such insolence? Who dares to lay a hand on the property of the Don Quixote family? The subordinate trembled in terror, his voice barely steady. It was a bounty hunter who's been making a name for himself lately. He once took down a pirate crew worth over 10 million berries. Just a mere bounty hunter, and they had the gall to cross us? And just what was Jia doing? Why didn't he take care of this pest? Yes, sir. Jia was already killed by this bounty hunter. This man was one of the Don Quixote officers, Diamante, known by the codename Diamond. A frown creasing his brow, Diamante suddenly recalled something. Wasn't it the shipping king's fleet we commissioned for the delivery? The deal hasn't even gone through yet. How could anyone have gotten their hands on our goods? The transaction wasn't scheduled to begin for a few more days. They were still haggling over the finer points. The goods shouldn't have been in anyone's possession yet. How could they already have been stolen? The subordinate answered, That's just it. One of the shipping king's pirate crews was wiped out by the Quincy. That's how our cargo ended up in his hands. At this, Diamante's eyes flashed with understanding. He snorted coldly. This item is of utmost importance to the young master. There must be no mistakes. After a moment's thought, he continued, Let Sea Transport King's people know that what we intended to ship was snatched from under our noses before we even got our hands on it. Ask them how they want to handle this situation. Yes, sir. The subordinate acknowledged the order, quickly wiping the nervous sweat from his brow before retreating in haste. Once the subordinate was gone, Diamante's eyes grew icy. To think someone would dare offend 2 kings of the underworld at once, Bounty Hunter and Quincy. They're braver than I thought. Meanwhile, on a shadowy isle somewhere in the North Sea. This was the North Sea stronghold of the Sea Transport King's operations, responsible for all affairs in the region. At its heart, a corpulent, bald-headed man delivered a heavy slap to the woman perched seductively on his lap, sending her tumbling as he glared fiercely at a subordinate who knelt trembling before him. Roaring, he demanded, Did you just say our deal with the Don Quixote family was sabotage? Who the hell is this Quincy? What makes him think he can cross us? This man was an executive under Sea Transport King, Simon Sandy, a wanted man with a bounty of 88 million berries. The subordinate hastened to explain, This Quincy is, just a mere North Sea bounty hunter, daring to lay a finger on our people. Assemble the fleet. I want to see just what kind of man this bounty hunter really is. As his words thundered across the room, everyone on the island snapped to action. Soon, a warship set a course straight for Bavalai River Island. At that moment, as Yunyi finished annihilating his enemies, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. You have eradicated the Diamante Mafia. Achievement points granted, 50. Ding. You have slain Bolofia. Achievement points granted, 150. Host, Yunyi. Achievement points, 1,086. / Swordsmanship Proficiency, 87. Zanpakuto, Zangetsu Proficiency, 56. Not much had changed in the data. During this recent period, Yunyi hadn't spent any achievement points at all, saving them up and leaving his skills unenhanced. Now, with his achievement points climbing above 1,000, Yunyi made up his mind to spend some and boost his strength. Let's see which new skills have been unlocked. Yunyi opened the skills panel. This time, there were many more unlocked skills, but still not the ones he truly desired. No Hijin Jaka, no Irimaru, no Simbo Zakura, no Kika Suijitsu. He scrolled through the other branches below. Plenty of advanced Keto techniques have been unlocked, but Yunyi found them useless at this stage. He had no intention of investing in them. If nothing else, even with Raikoho, Yunyi had yet to fully tap into its true power. Since there were no new skills that called to him, Yunyi turned his focus to refining the proficiency of his existing abilities. The first choices are Shunhong and Barehanded Combat. Shunhong is currently my trump card. As I improve my proficiency, my own power grows as well. Barehanded Combat, on the other hand, is something I want to experiment with to see if everything changes fundamentally once I hit a proficiency of 80. After weighing my options, Yunyi ultimately decides to focus on increasing Shunhong's proficiency first. The reason for this choice is simple. There's still another battle ahead. Better to strengthen myself before anything else. Right now, Shunhong's proficiency stands at just 55. With every increase in proficiency, Yunyi's fighting ability becomes noticeably more formidable. As Yunyi tries to boost his proficiency, he quickly discovers that for every single point he raises, 50 achievement points vanish without a trace. That's outrageous. Gritting his teeth, Yunyi pushes Shunhong's proficiency up to 65, costing him a staggering 500 achievement points. The pain of that expense is enough to leave him short of breath. It's one thing to painstakingly save up achievement points. It's another to watch them disappear in the blink of an eye. After giving it more thought, Yunyi decides to raise Shunhong's proficiency just a bit further. Once he's done, nothing seems to change outwardly. Everything appears as usual. Yet Yunyi can feel a new certainty within himself, a deeper mastery of Shunhong than he had before. And not only that, but there seems to be a connection between Shunhong and Barehanded Combat. As Yunyi's proficiency in Shunhong increases, so too does his skill in Barehanded Combat. His proficiency has reached 75. Beyond that, there aren't any other major changes. There are two gangs on the island. One is the Dia Mafia, and the other calls itself the Fortune-Telling Club. The Fortune-Telling Club is led by an old witch, not quite 1.5 meters tall, cloaked in black, her face covered in dense wrinkles. This old witch's name is Blackhand Sharon, the infamous leader of the Fortune-Telling Club. At this moment, standing before Sharon is a person wearing a mask, half black and half white. To think, one of the two gangs that rule this island is headed by a woman well past 50. Yunyi remarks casually, finding a seat and eyeing the old witch with calm indifference. A hint of inexplicable anxiety flashes in Sharon's eyes as she lowers her body in a respectful bow. Forgive me for not welcoming you personally, my lord. Yunyi lets out a small laugh. I see you know how to read the room. You haven't tried to attack or threaten me. Sharon still bows her head. My lord jests. With your power, you could crush our entire fortune-telling club in an instant. We dare not act out of turn. So then, Yunyi crosses his legs, drains the last of his tea, and glances at Sharon. Tell me, who's really backing you? When she heard these words, a flicker of panic flashed in Sharon's eyes, though she quickly hid it behind a forced smile. My lord must be joking, she said awkwardly. I'm just the head of the fortune-telling club, a mere woman. There's no one pulling strings behind me. Yunyi's eyes narrowed, his presence filling the room with a quiet intensity. Staring at Sharon, who was now sweating under the weight of his gaze, he let out a soft chuckle. Then, letting his aura fade, he spoke mildly. Never mind, I was only curious. Whether there is someone behind you or not makes little difference to me. With that, Yunyi changed the subject and settled into a more comfortable position, looking down on the old woman who still knelt on the ground. You must have some idea of what's about to happen on this island, don't you? Sharon bowed her head and replied earnestly, If there's anything you need from us, my lord, please say the word. If it can be done, we'll do everything in our power. You're clever. No, rather, the one behind you is clever, Yunyi said, watching her closely, his tone calm. Which, ironically, makes things a bit more complicated for me. From a moment he had stepped foot in the fortune-telling club, every member had treated him with the utmost respect. They showed not the slightest hostility, only deference, as if he were the true leader of this place. Sharon bowed again. At your command, my lord. It's nothing too difficult, Yunyi said calmly, his eyes falling on the small straw figurine tied at Sharon's waist. I'd like one of your subordinates to fight for me. Of course, my lord, Sharon replied with another bow. Yunyi smiled as he turned to leave. Before going, he paused at the door and said casually, Give Basil Hawkins a message for me. I appreciate his discretion. In the future, I could help you solve a problem. With that, he walked away without looking back. But Sharon was left standing there, stunned, unable to recover from her shock for a long while. Inside, her thoughts churned restlessly. He knows. Far away, in a dimly lit building, a young man who had been eavesdropping through Sharon's straw doll, suddenly turned pale. He didn't even notice the figurine slip from his fingers to the floor. Tumult raged inside him, the shock so intense that he couldn't help but blurt out, "How is this possible? I've never had any contact with him. How could he possibly guess it was me?" This young man was none other than Basil Hawkins, destined to be one of the future supernovas. But for now, he was not yet the notorious pirate, but the shadowy mastermind behind the fortune-telling club and a figure in the local underworld. Though he wasn't as powerful as he would one day be, his gifts of divination were already formidable. Even before Yunyi's arrival, he had foreseen danger, calculating that there was a 50% chance the fortune-telling club would be destroyed. The odds of his own demise were only 50%. This meant that as long as he handled things properly, he could weather this crisis without a scratch. Precisely for this reason, he had ordered the members of the Divination Club to show utmost respect toward Yunyi. He himself always operated from the shadows, and had remained hidden all this time. Almost no one knew that he was the true mastermind behind the Divination Club. But now, what was going on? How could his identity possibly have been discovered? Impossible. The more Basil Hawkins thought about it, the greater his unease grew. In the past, he had always used divination to uncover secrets about his enemies and used this knowledge to intimidate others. He never expected that today he would be the one so thoroughly shaken. How in the world did he find out about my identity? Taking a deep breath, Basil Hawkins forced himself to remain calm, but he could not quell the turmoil in his heart. Until he figured out the answer to this question, there would be no peace for him. When Yunyi had first spotted the straw doll at Sharon's waist, coupled with the club's name, Divination Club, a vague suspicion had already formed in his mind. He just wasn't entirely sure. It was only later, when he sensed a subtle fluctuation of emotion from that straw doll, that Yunyi became certain. There was no doubt now that the one pulling the strings behind the Divination Club was none other than Basil Hawkins. The straw doll fruit granted its possessor the art of divination. With it, one could discern their own odds of survival or other useful secrets. All in all, it was quite an extraordinary power. Thinking back, the respectful behavior of the club members toward him most likely stemmed from Basil Hawkins using his powers to find a solution. Since you could divine the future, why don't you divine this? How did I come to know you were the one behind the curtain? Harboring this very thought, Yunyi deliberately revealed Basil Hawkins' identity in front of everyone. Call it a bit of mischief on Yunyi's part. As one of the island's two overlords, the news of Jia's death spread swiftly across the entire island. Perhaps because Jia's mafia had been wiped out, the rest of the island's factions, big and small, were now restless and apprehensive. Some, emboldened by ambition, tried to seize Jia's place at the top. Others saw an opportunity to raid the mafia's auction house and snatch up valuables. One after another, they flocked there. Yet all those who ventured to the mafia's stronghold never returned. What's going on? Is there someone still left inside the Jia Mafia's headquarters? Why haven't any of those people come back? They simply didn't take the rumors seriously. Haven't you heard what's being said on the island? Behind the Jia Mafia stands the Don Quixote family. What? Are you pulling my leg? The Don Quixote family? You mean Doflamingo's crew, one of the 7 warlords? All around the island, people were deep in heated discussion. Very quickly, word spread across the entire island. Behind the Jia Mafia stood none other than the Don Quixote family. Even Basil Hawkins, cloistered in a dimly lit building, frowned slightly upon hearing the news and remarked quietly, "No wonder every time I used divination before an attack on the Jia Mafia, there was a 50% chance of death. This must be the reason." The Don Quixote family? The Shichibukai? Then, the figure of Yunyi came to his mind, and he mused to himself, could it be that the bounty hunter's true target is someone from the Don Quixote family? After pondering for a moment, Basil Hawkins began reading his fortune, only to discover that his future luck showed no signs of decline. In fact, there were even signs that his own influence would rise. Yunyi weighed a peculiar-looking fruit in his hand, his gaze fixed upon it as he muttered to himself, A devil fruit? I wonder what kind it is." Without having seen a devil fruit encyclopedia, Yunyi had no way of identifying what type of fruit this was. Judging solely by appearance was nearly impossible. He had obtained this fruit from the chest once in Barofia's possession, which must have been part of a transaction between 2 kings of the criminal underworld. A devil fruit significant enough to involve both these underworld titans. Surely, it's no ordinary find. If you remember correctly, Doflamingo, as a celestial dragon, ought to have seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, and perhaps he already knew the specifics of this fruit's abilities. This fruit must be of considerable value to him. That's likely why he entrusted its shipment to the Sea Freight King. Unfortunately for him, Yunyi got there first. Could this be one of the devil fruits eaten by the Don Quixote officers in the original story? A thought flitted through Yunyi's mind as he began sifting through memories. The float fruit, the weapon fruit, the spin fruit, the sticky fruit, the stone fruit, the swim fruit, and the hobby fruit. Could be one of these devil fruits? Once again, Yun Yi weighed the devil fruit in his hand, his eyes gleaming, a sly grin curling at the corner of his lips. If it really is the hobby fruit, then there is no need to elaborate just how crucial the hobby fruit was to Doflamingo. In the original story, his swift domination of Dressrosa owed an enormous debt to Sugar and her hobby fruit. Still, Yin Yi wasn't entirely certain. As he recalled, in the original timeline, Sugar consumed the hobby fruit at around 10 years old, which left her appearance and personality frozen in time. But Yin Yi wasn't clear on the exact timeline, so he couldn't be sure. I'll just have to wait and see how the Don Quixote family reacts. With that, Yin Yi put the fruit away. His figure blurred, and in a heartbeat, he vanished from where he stood. His destination, naturally, was the stronghold of the Jia Mafia. Yanni had no intention of simply standing by and waiting for the enemy to strike. Of course, he would take the initiative to seek them out. Besides, he was curious to see just who might be lurking within the headquarters of the Jia Black M Mafia. Was it one of the Don Quixote family's top officers, or perhaps a pirate crew under their command? There was another reason as well. Yan wanted to test for himself just how much stronger his Shunhong technique had become, now that his mastery had reached 65 compared to before. This was no trivial matter. The result would critically influence his next course of action. The Jia Black Ham Mafia's headquarters was disguised as an auction house, with a sprawling complex, casino, bar, and more hidden underground. Normally, this place would be bustling with customers at all hours. But now, it was eerily empty, abandoned, and utterly silent, not a soul in sight. At this moment, only one person strode forward at a casual pace. No one was guarding the entrance. After Jia's death, the underlings, unaware of the full story, scattered and fled, leaving the place utterly unattended. Because of that, there were those reckless enough to sneak in and try to loot whatever they could. But every last one of them had been mercilessly slain by members of the Don Quixote family lurking inside. Sweeping the area with his senses, Yanni quickly realized that there were only a handful of people within, but the aura they gave off was overwhelmingly powerful. They were even stronger than Barofia had been. One of them, in particular, emanated a presence that, in Yanni's estimation, was every bit as formidable as Rear Admiral Kai Chi. Since joining the Navy, Yanni had compared the strength of the various instructors and now had a rough sense of his own abilities. If he unleashed his Shunhong technique at full power, Yan believed he could defeat Kai Chi. And Kai Chi, among Rear Admirals, was already considered one of the stronger ones. In the Navy, rank, to a large extent, corresponded to strength. If Yanni could defeat Kai Chi, that put him at a level comparable to a Vice Admiral, especially now, with his Shunhong mastery having increased by 10 points. It might not sound like much, but it would certainly make a marked difference in battle. He smirked to himself. Well now, someone this powerful is probably one of the Don Quixote family's officers. With a rare devil fruit and the life of one of his cadres at stake, the ransom won't come cheap. Faced with that kind of dilemma, Doflamingo, I wonder, what will you choose to do? He chuckled softly, eyes flashing as he strode confidently inside. Anyone tough enough to survive in the new world would, to some degree or another, be adept at armament and observation hockey. And since Yanni wasn't bothering to conceal his presence, he was soon noticed. Oomph. After all this time, there are still fools bold enough to come here? Greed, truly the vilest flaw in human nature. A scrawny young man with one blind eye spotted Yun Yi as he entered. He assumed Yun Yi was just another reckless thug, coming to snatch their spoils. With a cold sneer, he strode toward Yun Yi, raising his longsword and swinging it down at Yun Yi's head. But at that moment, Diamante's voice rang out. Idiot, fall back immediately. Fall back? Why would I fall back? The thought flashed through the young man's mind. But then, suddenly, a faint, sharp pain pricked his chest. He glanced down, only to find a gaping hole in his torso. The blood around it had already been cauterized by intense heat. His eyes went blank, utterly bewildered by what had happened. Darkness swept over him, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The abrupt turn of events made everyone present tense up and snap their eyes toward Yun Yi. Every face grew solemn and wary. Well, seems everyone's here. Yun Yi walked forward at a measured pace, his voice echoing through the space. Diamante narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yun Yi from head to toe. His gaze finally settled on the mask Yun Yi wore. In a cold tone, he said, Black and White Mask. So it's you, the Quincy bounty hunter who took what belonged to us. Black and White Mask. That was the name described in the intelligence reports about this bounty hunter. Yun Yi also looked at Diamante and instantly recognized him. This was Diamante, top executive of the Don Quixote family, wielder of the Flutter fruit. But Yunyi didn't slow his pace. He simply kept moving forward. Took, you say? I claimed this from a pirate crew. It's only natural for a bounty hunter to take everything from the pirates he defeats. Wouldn't you agree? Oomph. Diamante snorted, fixing Yunyi with a scornful glare. I don't care how you got it, but let me give you a word of advice. Hand over the item quietly. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Yunyi chuckled. So tell me, are you trying to intimidate me with the Don Quixote family's name? Or perhaps you're relying on Doflamingo's status as a warlord? A glint of cunning flashed in Diamante's eyes. He barked coldly. You know we're with the Don Quixote family and you still dare to act so insolent? Do you really think that taking out a pirate crew with a 40 million bounty makes you worthy to stand against us? Yunyi replied coolly. If Doflamingo himself was here to say that, maybe I'd consider it. But you're not qualified. Arrogant fool. Fury flickered in Diamante's eyes. Yunyi's brazen words had pushed him to the edge. Yunyi had already made himself their enemy by seizing that demon fruit, an item of great importance to them. And now, to speak with such audacity, did he really think they wouldn't dare to kill him right here? Arrogant, am I? Why don't you come and find out yourself? By now, Yunyi had already closed the distance. With a cold chuckle, he launched his attack without hesitation. Thunder surged from behind him, lightning crackling like a storm. The fabric on his shoulders tore apart, but thanks to his special design, only the shoulder areas of his coat gave way, while the rest stayed perfectly intact. Yunyi took a single step, then vanished. In the blink of an eye, he streaked forward, moving with astonishing speed. His target, Diamante. Lightning? A devil fruit user? That speed. Diamante's eyes widened as he saw volts of electricity dance over Yunyi's body. But as a master of observation hockey, he recovered quickly, instincts sharpening. The strip of cloth in Diamante's hand suddenly lengthened and hardened into a razor-sharp sword, thrusting instantly toward the oncoming Yunyi. Blade art, serpent's sword. Diamante possessed the powers of the flap-flap fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, allowing him to turn anything he touched into silk-light fabric. Even the clothes he wore were forged from special steel, yet transformed into luxurious, flowing silk by his powers. The sword in his hand twisted and darted, flexible as a serpent. It struck at Yunyi from a cunning angle, aiming to pierce his head before he could react. Yet Yunyi's senses weren't easily deceived. Ready for anything, he slipped out of harm's way just as the attack lunged for him, his movements smooth and unhurried. What's more, he didn't slow down in the least. If anything, his speed only increased. He closed in within a heartbeat, momentum surging. Yunyi gathered force in his fist, unleashed it in a single punch aimed straight at Diamante. Bullfighter's cape. Diamante could feel the sheer power packed into Yunyi's blow. A hint of concern flickered across his face. He quickly swung the cape from his back in front of him as a shield. There was a thunderous impact as Yunyi's fist connected with the draped cape. Oddly enough, striking the soft fabric felt like punching solid steel. But the force behind Yunyi's punch wasn't so easily dispelled. The impact powered straight through. With every ounce of force unleashed, Diamante was sent staggering backwards. His feet gouged impressions into the floor with each force step. Even on the sturdy cape itself, a deep fist-shaped imprint bloomed. Impressive fruit powers. In that case, let's see how you handle this. Yunyi splayed out his fingers. Bolts of lightning coalesced in his palm, forming a brilliant pillar of electricity. Thunder Howl Cannon. His control over the Thunder Howl Cannon had grown more refined with every use, the storm gathering at his command. Some skills like White Thunder and Azure Firefall, once mastered to perfection, Yunyi could summon at will, even without chanting. Right now, his Thunder Howl Cannon was at a proficiency of 65. A raging column of lightning shot forward, roaring with primal energy. Diamante slammed a foot down, cracks spiderwebbed across the floor from the force of his counter, halting his retreat by sheer strength alone. When he looked up, the massive beam of lightning was already bearing down. Crescent, funeral send-off. At this critical moment, Diamante had no time to think. He unleashed every ounce of strength within him, and at the last possible second, he swung his longsword, sending a crescent-shaped blade of energy hurtling forward. A deafening boom echoed through the air as two formidable forces collided mid-air, erupting with a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. Diamante, being so close to the epicenter of the explosion, was caught up in the blast. His body was sent flying backward at tremendous speed, crashing straight through a building behind him and leaving him buried among the rubble. Everyone from the Don Quixote family who witnessed this scene gulped nervously. Has Lord Diamante been overpowered? How can this be? He's one of the highest-ranking officers in the Don Quixote family. Who on earth is this man? How could the North Blue produce someone like him? Every member of the Don Quixote family turned fearful eyes toward Yunyi, too terrified to even consider attacking him. Yunyi paid these underlings no mind. Even though their strength was nothing to scoff at, to him, they were simply too weak. Brushing the rubble off as he emerged, Diamante gazed at Yunyi, a flash of fear in his eyes. If he hadn't unleashed that final sword attack in the nick of time, even his special metal cloak wouldn't have protected him from serious injury at the hands of such force. Even so, while his sword energy had managed to weaken Yunyi's Thunder Pillar, the proximity of their attack's collision ensured Diamante was still caught in the backlash and sent flying by the explosion. When did the North Blue produce such a formidable fighter? Diamante muttered, wary. Your lightning powers. Are you a Logia type? The Rumble Rumble fruit? No, that can't be. You can't possibly be a Logia user. He scrutinized Yunyi with growing suspicion. Just moments ago, Yunyi had unleashed thunder behind him, and a column of lightning appeared in his hand, enough to make Diamante assume he must be a Logia, the wielder of the Rumble Rumble fruit. But a closer look revealed otherwise. A Logia user needs to transform part of their body into an element to use their powers, a detail that can be spotted if you look carefully. Yet, when Yunyi attacked, there had been no sign of this. Take a guess. Yunyi replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. All his abilities came from the system, and even he wasn't sure how to explain them. Should he say it was the Death God template fruit? That sounded dreadful. Much better to let others spin their own theories. What people imagine on their own is often more convincing than anything you could painstakingly concoct. A paramecia? The discharge fruit, perhaps. Diamante ventured, trying to read Yunyi's expression. In the world of pirates, it was often vital to discern an enemy's devil fruit ability. Combat strategy depended on understanding those powers' traits. Without enough intel, you'd always be at a disadvantage in a fight. One careless move, and you might wind up in grave danger. Hearing this speculation, Yunyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What kind of nonsense was that? If he were saddled with such a devil fruit ability, Yunyi thought he'd rather be dead. To put an end to Diamante's wild guess, Yunyi raised his hand. Pale, explosive flames gathered in his palm before erupting outward, engulfing the entire Don Quixote family within their range. One person was too slow to dodge and was struck squarely by Yunyi's attack, killed in an instant. The rest managed to evade just in time. As for Diamante, whom Yunyi had focused on, he managed to avoid actual injury as his cloak shielded him from the brunt of the attack, though he was driven back several steps. Gazing at Yunyi, Diamante's frown deepened. Flames and lightning. What sort of devil fruit did you eat? It's not Zoan type, nor Logia type. Could it be a Paramecia type elemental fruit? Diamante's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had studied the devil fruit encyclopedia, and his knowledge was broader than most. But a fruit that could unleash two different elements at once. Those were rare indeed. If Charlotte Linlin weren't still active in the New World, he might have suspected the Soul fruit had resurfaced. After thinking it over, he remembered only a single Paramecia-type elemental fruit with such potential. Upon hearing the fruit's name, Yunyi paused, then silently mused, "What a clever idea. This is why people's assumptions can be useful. From now on, I'm the wielder of the elemental fruit, a Paramecia type." With this thought in mind, Yunyi answered coolly, making no attempt to deny. You could say that. Compared to some awkward-sounding fire and electric fruit, the title elemental fruit, Paramecia type, carried an air of mystery and style. After all, the art of Ghost Dao involved many elemental powers. Using elemental fruit as a cover story made perfect sense. Yunyi then sneered at Diamante. But even if you know the secret of my fruit, what of it? Do you think this alone gives you the power to defeat me? Thunder rumbled behind Yunyi as a flash of white lightning marked where he'd just stood, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. He reappeared suddenly at Diamante's side, his fist wreathed in white lightning. The crackling energy rode down his arm, making his next blow seem all the more fearsome. Burst stream. Yunyi struck with all his might. Snakes of lightning danced over his fist, erupting with terrifying, overwhelming power. As mentioned earlier, once his skill mastery hit 100, Yunyi could wield his moves as he pleased, no longer limited to any single form of attack. Not good. Diamante's observation haki warned him of Yunyi's intentions, but physically he just couldn't keep up. Gritting his teeth, Diamante had no choice but to brace for impact. His cloak and sword seemed to soften, twining together to form a bullhorn shield, which he desperately raised to block Yunyi's onslaught. Boom! Thunder raged and swept through, crashing against the bullhorn shield, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy in an instant. With a single strike, the ground beneath Diamante's feet collapsed, forming a gaping pit as countless cracks spiderwebbed outward. He felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the shield in his hands, burrowing into his body. Diamante couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fighting through the stabbing pain, Diamante gritted his teeth and roared, "Army banner!" With his guttural shout, the ground began to undulate like fabric, throwing everyone off balance. Yunyi wavered for just an instant, and Diamante seized the opportunity. The bullhorn shield transformed again, its pointed horns extending viciously, sharper than ever. Bull long rack. The tip of the horn lunged for Yunyi's chest, aiming to finish him in a single, lethal thrust. But Yunyi was capable of briefly taking to the air. Stepping lightly, almost weightless, he twisted his body and dodged out of the way in a flash. Sword, serpent blade. Diamante refused to let up. His face twisted and ferocious as the long, cloth-like sword struck out again, snaking forward like a living serpent. You really can't underestimate anyone, especially not a seasoned fighter who's made his name in the new world, Yunyi thought. Diamante's combat instincts were formidable, instantly turning defense into attack. But still too slow, still too weak. Although the sword appeared flimsy and ragged, it was still a sword at its core, blades keen and deadly. Yunyi did not know armament hockey. His mortal flesh stood no chance against sword steel, nor would he be foolish enough to try blocking with his bare hands. Sensing the blade about to pierce him, Yunyi flicked a finger. A bolt of white lightning struck the side of the sword, throwing its aim off so it sliced harmlessly past him. That's impossible. You've mastered observation hockey. Diamante's face twisted in shock. His attack had been read and countered. Only observation hockey could explain that. There's nothing impossible about it. Yunyi's other hand lifted, conjuring searing flames that exploded forward, the blast sending several more opponents flying. His lips curled in a savage sneer, voice cold and distant behind his mask. "You're mine now." He sprang forward. Before Diamante could react, both Yunyi's fists crackled with blinding white thunder. Then, he brought them crashing down. A violent rumble filled the air. Beneath that thunderous impact came an abrupt, sickening crack. In Yunyi's field of vision, Diamante's cape and his specially forged steel garments shattered in the same instant. Diamante's pupils constricted in terror as his chest caved in, sternum breaking under the force. The tremendous blow drove him straight into the earth. Yunyi's strike penetrated his body, crushing his organs and driving blood gushing from Diamante's mouth. It's not over yet. Yunyi was keenly aware of how tough people in the world of pirates could be. Surviving mortal wounds and springing back up was almost routine here. The true way to fight is to strike when your enemy is down. He stomped down again, lightning crackling around his foot. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered even further, spiderweb cracks radiating for dozens of meters around. The building could no longer withstand this relentless onslaught, collapsing with a deafening roar. At the very last instant before the structure fell, Yunyi vanished from his spot in a flash, reappearing atop another building, gazing calmly down at the rising clouds of dust and rubble. Within his senses, Diamante's aura had grown dangerously faint, barely hanging onto life. "Hey, you can't just die on me now. If you do, how am I supposed to move forward with my plans?" Yunyi murmured, stepping onto a pile of ruin to retrieve Diamante's unconscious body. He tossed Diamante toward a specific spot and ordered, "Patch him up. Remember, if he dies, you die. If he lives, I'll let you go." There, a less injured underling stared back at Yunyi in abject horror, like gazing upon a demon incarnate. This man, he defeated even a top executive of the family with ease. Yunyi snorted coldly. "Well, move, or do you want to die too?" "Igriegagis." "Right away," the subordinate replied, his whole body trembling as he rummaged through the debris from medical supplies, then rushed to Diamante's side to administer emergency first aid. Still, Diamante's breathing remained weak. Even with a pirate's resilient body, these injuries would take at least 10 days or half a month to fully recover from. Just after defeating Diamante, Yunyi heard the familiar chime of his system in his mind. For now, he only glanced briefly at the system panel, deciding to review it more thoroughly later. His gaze then swept over to the quivering subordinate. Casually, Yunyi produced a devil fruit from seemingly out of nowhere and rolled it in his hand. "Do you have any idea what kind of power this fruit holds?" This was the very devil fruit he had acquired from Barovia. The subordinate flinched, glancing nervously at Yunyi. With a voice trembling in terror, he stammered, "Yes, sir, I really don't know." Yunyi gave him a brief look, then turned his attention to the intricately patterned devil fruit in his palm. He wasn't at all surprised by the answer. After all, this small fry couldn't possibly know such family secrets. Now Yunyi somewhat regretted having knocked Diamante unconscious. Diamante should know something about it, at least. After some thought, Yunyi decided not to dwell on the matter, tucking the fruit away. Focusing on the frightened subordinate again, he commanded, "Get me in touch with Doflamingo. You should have a way to contact him, don't you?" The subordinate froze, clearly caught off guard by Yunyi's unexpected request. "Sir, I swear I won't say a word about what happened here." But he reacted quickly. Thinking Yunyi was about to silence him, he shook his head frantically, his voice trembling with panic as he promised not to reveal anything that had occurred. He feared that even the slightest delay would cost him his life at Yunyi's hands. Yunyi narrowed his eyes, and a wave of intimidating pressure swept from him. His tone was calm as he said, "If you don't do exactly as I say, I'll kill you right now." The young thug jumped in fright, trying to read Yunyi's expression, but his face was hidden by a mask, giving nothing away. Yunyi's brows drew together. "Please, sir, don't kill me. I swear I don't have any way to contact the young master. But Lord Diamante should have a din-din mushy with him. I'll look for it. Just give me a moment." The thug trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down as he forced out the words. Yunyi said, "Find it and throw it here." "Yes, sir." Driven by mortal fear, the thug moved with impressive speed. He searched Diamante and pulled out a din-din mushy, dressed in a tiny pink-feathered coat, tossing it toward Yunyi. Just as Yunyi was about to dial, the din-din mushy suddenly rang out, its call filling the air. "Well, now, isn't this a coincidence?" Without hesitation, Yunyi answered. The din-din mushy's face twisted into a new expression as a voice came through. "Fufufu. Diamante, how did things go?" That trademark laugh left Yunyi with no doubts. The person on the other end was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Yunyi's voice now reached across to the other side. On a distant island in the Grand Line, inside an auction hall. This was a stronghold of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo froze, then his face darkened instantly. "Who are you? Where's Diamante?" This din-din mushy was Diamante's personal link to him. He kept it on him at all times. If another voice was coming through now, the implications were immediately clear to anyone with half a brain, which was why Doflamingo's expression shifted so brutally in that instant. Yunyi's voice now came across the line. "Diamante? You mean the man lying under my foot?" Yunyi's tone was laced with mockery. A low, resonant hum. Doflamingo's fury erupted, his conqueror's haki sweeping like a tidal wave from his body. Every soul in the auction hall collapsed unconscious, the entire building trembling with the force of his rage. In the wake of this sudden eruption, every officer present jolted, abandoning their tasks and rushing toward the commotion, panic flashing in their eyes. "What's going on, Doffy?" Before Toribol, trailing a slick ribbon of slime, even entered, his voice arrived ahead of him. At that same moment, all the other officers also gathered. Doflamingo didn't respond to Toribol. His gaze remained fixed on the transponder snail, as if he could peer through its eyes and witness the scene on the other end. He drew a deep breath, his voice turning even colder, each word clipped and deliberate. "Who are you exactly?" A laugh echoed, light and careless. "Oh, don't take things so seriously. Rest assured, your officer is still alive." After a brief pause, Yunyi's altered voice resumed. "Enough pleasantries. Let's get to the point. My name is Quincy. I'm a bounty hunter, and I'm calling to let you know, your man is now my captive." Yunyi's words, distorted by his mask, came through the transponder snail cold and merciless. Doflamingo fell silent for a long moment. Then, the table in front of him suddenly shattered, an eruption of countless white threads writhing madly, betraying the storm raging within his heart. Off to the side, Torbal's eyes flickered at the mention of Quincy. Then, like a puddle of living ooze, his body glided out of the room. Doflamingo struggled to keep his fury in check, gripping the receiver so tightly it seemed he might crush it in his hand. "I want to know Diamante's condition. He's still alive. Don't worry." Doflamingo's eyes narrowed. He paused, then continued. "What's your demand?" "Straight to the point. 1 billion berries for ransom. Pay the money, and he goes free. You got 10 days. If the money's not here by then, he dies." The tone from the other side was utterly mocking, as if he hardly regarded them as a threat at all. At these words, every member of the Don Quixote family present wore a grim, ugly expression. For all their years commanding the seas, when had the Don Quixote family ever suffered such humiliation? Suddenly, Doflamingo let out a cold laugh, an unsettling sound rumbling in his throat. "Name a time and place. We'll deliver your money personally." "Of course," Yunyi replied smoothly, a smile coloring even the cold voice. "But I wouldn't try any tricks if I were you. Deliver the ransom properly. Otherwise, who knows what might happen to your man." Doflamingo's lips curled into a frosty smile. Naturally, for family, the Don Quixote family is prepared to pay any price. But I expect you to guarantee Diamante's safety. If anything happens to him, don't worry, Yun interrupted matter-of-factly. As a professional bounty hunter, I value my reputation. The place is Bavely River Island. You should know where that is. Yun's voice came through once more, cool and clear. Remember, you have 10 days. Not a second more. With that, there was a sharp click as the transponder snail line went dead. Baviri Island. The bounty hunter, the Quincy. Doflamingo's gaze turned icy cold as a surge of rage almost spilled from within him. A mere bounty hunter dares lay a hand on a member of the Don Quixote family? Truly, you have a death wish. Pika, whose voice was sharp and piercing despite his massive build, had a glint of murderous intent in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. Daffy, here's all the information we have on that Quincy. At that moment, Treble came sliding back in from outside, his hands full of intelligence reports on the bounty hunter known as the Quincy. Chapter 47. Full Score. Baviri Island. After Yun Yi hung up the den mushy, he let out a low chuckle, his eyes flickering with a trace of mysterious light. The reason he demanded a ransom from Doflamingo to exchange for Diamante's release was, of course, part of Yun's plans. Given Doflamingo's personality, learning that his subordinate had been captured would never be something he could simply let slide. For those earliest officers who followed him, Doflamingo still cared very much. He would never allow such things to go unanswered. Yun knew he had the strength to defeat Diamante, and the other officers might not pose a threat, either. That meant Doflamingo would most likely come in person, and that was exactly what Yun wanted. He had no intention of painstakingly building his own power base step by step. That would simply be too inefficient. The fastest way was to seize territory from others. Yun had already chosen his target, the domain of the shipping king, deep sea current Umit. There was no deeper reason. Umit was simply the first to catch his eye. Of course, having sufficient funds in the early stages was crucial, which was why Yun demanded a ransom of 1 billion berries from Doflamingo. 1 billion might seem like a fortune to most, but to someone as wealthy and powerful as Doflamingo, it was far from unaffordable. More importantly, Yun planned to leverage Doflamingo's dark world connections and intelligence networks to help his own power spread even faster in the future. As an underworld broker, Doflamingo played a significant role. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a partner to so many powerful players. Rather than eliminate him, making use of his resources was the better strategy. Yet with Doflamingo's arrogance, he would never simply go along with the plan. So, the only way to make Doflamingo obedient was to break his spirit in battle. Just as Kaido did in the original story, Yun intended to make Doflamingo fear him. Otherwise, this wild and unruly man would never bow his head so easily. Casting aside these thoughts, Yun turned his attention to the system panel. He checked the rewards he had just received. Ding! First time defeating a pirate with a bounty over 50 million berries. Achievement points, 500. Achievement Challenger unlocked. Reward. Max out. 1 use. Yun paused, surprised to see something new pop up. Max out. Judging by the name, it was impossible to guess its precise effect. He tapped open the description, and suddenly it all made sense. Could this let him instantly raise a skill's proficiency to 100? Now, this was something truly valuable. A real, tangible way to power himself up. One could never have too many rewards like this. At the moment, Yun only had 2 skills maxed out at 100% proficiency, White Thunder and Azure Fire Drop. As for the rest, swordsmanship was his next best, but that only reached 87. Now he had a chance to max out any skill, but Yun hesitated, unsure where to invest it. His gaze finally settled on 3 candidates: Instant Roar, Moon Sever, and Thunderhowl Cannon. These 3 were his most powerful abilities at the moment. If he were to use the point, it'd be best spent on one of these. He pondered for a while, and then eliminated Moon Sever. Right now, he was acting under his Quincy persona out in the world. To avoid drawing attention, Yun had sworn off sword techniques while in this identity. Hand-to-hand combat would come first. Moon Sever could wait for another day. Yun's focus shifted back and forth between Instant Roar and Thunderhowl Cannon. In the end, he decided to use the opportunity on Thunderhowl Cannon. Instant Roar required a tremendous amount of stamina to unleash. Its drain was enormous, and it also came with certain side effects. He had learned this the very first time he used Instant Roar in his initial clash with the Vinsmoke family. Each time he triggered it, the move inflicted a nearly unbearable strain on his body. It brought a pain sharp as tearing flesh. Yun had his suspicions. It seemed that, after being localized into the world of pirates, the skill's driving force had shifted from spiritual energy to physical stamina. With his body not yet robust enough to keep up with that kind of demand, side effects were inevitable. Just like Luffy in the original story. At the start, every use of Gear Second or Gear Third would leave him almost debilitated. Only after rigorous training and fortifying his physique did he eventually overcome those drawbacks. By the same logic, even if Yoni maxed out Instant Roar's proficiency now, his physical weakness meant he probably still couldn't unleash its full potential. That made Thunder Howl Cannon the best option by far. And let's not forget, when White Thunder hit 100% proficiency, he gained new ways to manipulate its form of attack. So, what changes awaited Thunder Howl Cannon? That was something to look forward to. Plus, his achievement points had piled up to 1,086 again. Maybe it was time to unlock a few more skills. Aside from sword techniques, Yoni felt his offensive capabilities were still a bit lacking. So he opened up the fist skill tree, molded over a bit, and decided to unlock a technique called Original Style Combat Method. The description revealed all. This was none other than the hand-to-hand combat style used by Captain Commander Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni from the world of Soul Reapers. One bone, two bones. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yunye's lips. Doflamingo, can you withstand the full, devastating force of my fist imbued with the power of the Thunder Roar Cannon? I wonder if it can rival the mighty punch of a certain Rubber Sun God and shatter Doflamingo's true form into pieces. Meanwhile, under the command of Simon Shandy, a top officer, the fleet of the Maritime King was now nearing the waters around Bavalai River Island. They would be landing soon. Standing at the bow, Simon Shandy's expression looked grim, not because of the Quincy, but for other reasons. To him, it was merely a bounty hunter from the North Sea, someone who could be dealt with a mere wave of his hand. What was really on his mind was how to communicate and negotiate with the Don Quixote family to resolve this situation. After all, the client's goods had been stolen right from under their nose. The responsibility lay with them. If it were just some ordinary folks, he could easily brush them off. They weren't exactly paragons of virtue, and trust was something you measured based on whom you were dealing with. But this time, the other party was no ordinary player. Joker was also a kingpin of the underworld. Even Simon Shandy's own boss wouldn't dare provoke him lightly. In this shadowy world, everyone was in it together. The various kings always had some dealings with each other. Now, with the underworld achieving a precarious balance, most preferred to keep the peace rather than spark open conflict. That's exactly why Simon Shandy felt so vexed. If he failed to resolve things, he might just become the very fuse that ignited a war between two crime lords. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Simon Shandy couldn't help but curse. Damn that wretched bounty hunter. Of all places, he just had to stir up trouble in my territory. Right now, all he wanted was to find that damned Quincy bounty hunter as soon as possible, snatch back what was stolen, and then properly teach that reckless fool a lesson he'd never forget. Behind him, his underlings saw Simon Shandy's fury and didn't dare provoke him. They kept their heads down, eyes focused on their tasks. Suddenly, a call came from the lookout tower. Boss, we're almost at Bavalai River Island. Just 10 more minutes, and we'll be at the port. At this, a cold glint flashed across Simon Shandy's eyes. He barked out the orders, voice like a whip. Get ready. Everyone ashore. Tear the place apart and find that bounty hunter for me. Yes, sir. His men bellowed in unison, each face set in a fierce snarl, the air bristling with murderous intent. Just as Simon Shandy's men were about to reach the island, Yin Yi once again arrived at the fortune-telling club. Amidst the respectful and apprehensive gazes, Yin Yi strode straight into the club headquarters and sought out the old witch named Sharon. Yin Yi wasted no words and went straight to the point. The time has come for you to act. Wipe out everyone landing on the island. Sharon was even more respectful than before and responded, Yes, sir. And one more thing, Yin Yi added coldly. When they ask who you are, just say you belong to the Don Quixote family. This. Sharon hesitated, but in the end, she nodded. Yes, sir. Hawkins had emphasized to her over and over. They must obey orders, no matter what. Even if Yin Yi told them to die, they should carry it out without hesitation. So after only a brief moment's hesitation, Sharon agreed. Satisfied, Yin nodded, then turned and strode away, not wasting a second. Once again, Hawkins did not appear, but Yin Yi didn't mind at all. As long as the man knew his place, there would be no trouble. But if he tried to play any tricks, Yin Yi was perfectly willing to show him the meaning of utter domination. With a single blow, he'd flatten him. Let him taste firsthand what it's like to be crushed by someone stronger. Hidden away in that small room as before, Hawkins suddenly shivered all over, his brows knitting tight. As a diviner, he trusted his intuition completely. And just now, he was certain someone had set their sights on him. That sensation, that pure malice, sent a chill down his spine. What on earth is going on? He picked up his tarot cards, spreading them out on the table. Turning one over, he frowned and murmured, "The warrior, endless battle. Is this telling me it's time to act?" That wave of malice just now, was it because I failed to show myself and displeased him? The strong rule over the weak. The weak must either submit or perish. There's no chance I can defeat him, but last time I divined, my luck was on the rise. This omen isn't submission. I'm supposed to receive help from someone powerful. My luck will soar. Suddenly, Hawkins remembered something Sharon had told him. "Your cleverness pleases me. One day, I'll help you solve the problem." Those were the words of an eliminator. Could it be that a simple sentence alone has boosted my fortunes? And just a single moment of displeasure was enough to send a chill straight through my heart. What sort of existence is someone like that, in the end? The thought unsettled Hawkins more and more the longer he dwelled on it. If this was all true, then he had no choice but to take action. He didn't want to, but if he stayed his hand, he knew something terrible might happen, maybe even death. Down at the harbor, a massive three-masted ship was pulling into the dock, led by a burly, pot-bellied bald man. More than 100 fierce and menacing ruffians leapt down to the ground. Simon Sandy slapped his ample belly, then fired a few shots into the sky with the gun in his hand. Loud cracks echoing across the area. Drawing the attention of all his underlings, he spoke in a chilling tone. "Seal off the port. No one is to take a single step out of here. Then, turn this island upside down and find that bounty hunter. If anyone dares resist, kill them on the spot." "Yes, boss." At their leader's command, the underlings all wore expressions of savage delight, a murderous glint flashing in their eyes. They were part of a pirate crew under the Shipping King's flag, in charge of business across the North Sea. Originally from the Grand Line, they were naturally far more dangerous than the average North Sea pirates. Anyone could tell they were battle-hardened, the elite among pirates. And as for Simon Sandy, he was a pirate with a bounty of over 80 million berries on his head. Once these men set foot on the island, it was as if a swarm of locusts had descended. In an instant, they spread out in all directions. They stormed into a bar, drove everyone out, and herded the captives inside, boxing them in. They were now like fish on a chopping board, utterly powerless to resist. One of the pirates, a fierce-looking brute with a thick beard, pinned a man under his boot. Leaning down with a twisted grin, he demanded, "Do you know where the bounty hunter called the Purifier is hiding?" The man beneath him was nothing more than a local hoodlum. He had never seen anything like this, and was so terrified he couldn't control himself, stammering, I don't know, what bounty hunter? Useless." With a snarl, the bearded pirate stamped down hard, crushing the man beneath his boot. His eyes swept over the cowering crowd, voice cold as ice. "Did you all hear what I just said? Haven't any of you seen a man with a black and white mask? Someone called the Purifier?" Everyone trembled uncontrollably. They were nothing but minor thugs eking out a living through petty crime, completely out of their depth. To this moment, none of them understood why this disaster had befallen them. Suddenly, one among them spoke up, his voice quivering. "Yes, sir. Do you mean someone wearing a black and white mask?" I saw him this morning, heading towards the Djem Mafia's headquarters." "The Djem Mafia?" The bearded man's brow furrowed. Wasn't the Djem Mafia the turf of the Don Quixote family, their business partners? He knew that to secure their deal, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family had rushed over from the Grand Line in person. Why would the Purifier, that bounty hunter, head there? Was he heading straight to his death? In his mind, a mere bounty hunter from the North Sea, no matter how exaggerated his reputation, could never hope to be a match for an officer of the Don Quixote family. So, what exactly was that Quincy doing? Suddenly, a possibility struck him, and his face darkened. Could it be that the Don Quixote family is up to something behind the scenes? That wasn't entirely out of the question. As a monopoly-level maritime transportation giant, the Sea Transport King commanded unique undersea logistics technologies. He also controlled deep ocean currents that provided safe passage to various destinations. Routes not only far safer than those used by ordinary ships, but also several times faster. The only catch, the commissions were notoriously steep. Some organizations had, in the past, orchestrated elaborate schemes to evade these hefty commissions. But such tricks always ended badly. Who would dare to deceive a king of the criminal underworld and not expect disaster? What mattered even more was that this time, their transaction with the Don Quixote family wasn't merely about shipping fees. The collaboration extended to other channels as well. And the profits generated by both sides were by no means insignificant. At least 1 billion berries, perhaps much more. Even the undisputed rulers of the sea would be tempted by such a sum, let alone those of us who dwell a tier lower in the underworld hierarchy. Rumor had it, Doflamingo himself was an exceptionally cunning schemer, and such a stunt wouldn't be beyond him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Big Beard quickly picked up the Din Din Mushi and relayed his suspicions to Simon Shandy. When Simon Shandy heard all this, his heart, too, sank with unease. Because it wasn't outside the realm of possibility, and instantly, a flood of scenarios started spinning in his head. Could it be that devil fruit? Suddenly, Simon Shandy recalled a likely reason. That devil fruit in Barofia's possession had been discovered on an island jointly operated by their two organizations. By treaty, it belonged equally to both parties. But the Don Quixote family had bought it at a sky-high price. They planned to ship it to Beverly River Island. To that end, they'd even dispatched Diamante, one of their top officers. Clearly, this devil fruit was of extraordinary value to them. But that doesn't add up. Even if it's that important, the deal is already in motion. What purpose could causing a commotion now possibly serve? Are they worried we'll back out? If they really intend to swallow up both the fruit and all the profits, then, even if you're the Don Quixote family, if you dare make a move on us, you'll pay a hefty price. He shook his head, pushing away further speculation. In the end, it was just a guess. Rather than keep guessing, he'd rather go meet Diamante face to face. With a sweep of his arm, Simon Shandy gave the order. Let's go. To the Don Quixote family's headquarters. The sound of rushing footsteps followed. A group of people marched grandly in one direction, their numbers impressive and imposing. However, waiting for them ahead was a contingent from the Divination Club. Since a show must be played to the fullest, Yin Yi had instructed the members of the Divination Club to arrive at the Don Quixote family's base, disguised as members of the Don Quixote clan. At the moment, they stood at the ready, solemnly watching as Simon Shandy and his party approached. With a wave of his hand, Simon Shandy brought his subordinates to an immediate halt behind him. He gazed ahead, but found no sign of Diamante. His voice rang out coldly. Who are all of you? Sharon the old witch, cloaked in black with half her face hidden beneath her hood, looked forward and replied in a raspy voice. We are members of the Don Quixote family. And who might you be? Simon Shandy frowned, a faint sense that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The main issue was that he hardly knew anyone from the Don Quixote family, save for a handful of high-ranking officers. Those before him were obviously just lower-ranked foot soldiers. With so many factions under Don Quixote, it was impossible to tell any of them apart. Simon Shandy surveyed everyone present, his tone icy as he questioned, Where is Diamante? Bring him out here. I want a proper explanation about what's happening. And what about that bounty hunter? What bounty hunter? A glimmer flickered in Sharon's eyes, but years had honed her craft. With half her face already concealed, not a hint of unease slipped through. Simon Shandy didn't answer. Instead, the burly bearded man by his side stepped forward with a chilly snort. Someone on the island saw that bounty hunter come here and not leave again. Are you Don Quixote people hiding him somewhere? Hoping to dodge the issue? Utter nonsense. Sharon snapped, her tone sharp. When has our Don Quixote family ever stooped to such tricks? Simon Shandy waved a hand, signaling the bearded man to be silent. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed Sharon with a steely glare, murderous intent radiating from him. His voice was frosty. Enough talk. Bring Diamante out now. He owes me an explanation, and I want it clear as day. Under the weight of his killing intent, Sharon's body trembled, but having been thrust into the spotlight by Hawkins and fortified by years of experience, her nerves held firm. She forced back her fear and retorted with a haughty snort. Lord Diamante isn't here at the moment. You'd better leave. To be entrusted with authority over an entire sea, Simon Shandy only looked rough on the outside. His mind was anything but simple. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He had already sensed something suspicious earlier, and now, hearing Sharon's words, his mind was made up. There was definitely something fishy going on here. Right away, his thoughts flashed to the bearded man's earlier suspicions. The tremor in his fleshy face betrayed the turmoil boiling beneath his rough exterior. But before he could think any further, a series of explosions shattered his thoughts. Then the voices of his subordinates rang out. Artillery fire. Someone's shelling us. Damn it, it's an ambush. We've walked right into a trap. How dare they? Curse that Don Quixote family. Are they really making us their enemies? The shelling was, of course, the work of the Divination Club. With this round of bombardment, over a dozen of Simon Sandy's men were blown to pieces, dying in horrifying ways. Simon Sandy's heart sank at once, then erupted in rage. How could the Don Quixote family dare do this? Were they really trying to spark a war between the two factions? What are you all standing around for? Kill them. Simon Sandy could care less about the consequences now. He needed to deal with these people first. He charged out himself, his gaze deadly as he locked onto Sharon, murderous intent flooding the air. The Don Quixote family. You've really outdone yourselves. At the moment Simon Sandy rushed forward, Sharon had already darted behind the others. A few burly subordinates blocked her from the front. Simon Sandy was heavy-set, but his speed was astonishing. He lunged forward in an instant, smashing in the skulls of the men blocking his way with a single blow each. With an 80 million belly bounty on his head, Simon Sandy's strength was certainly beyond what these North Blue mobsters could withstand. Seeing this, Simon Sandy's face darkened. You can't be with the Don Quixote family. Who are you people, really? After all, the Don Quixote family was their equal in the underworld, and there's no way their underlings would be this weak. As he spoke, he reached out to seize Sharon, want to capture her. Sharon looked back, terror flickering in her eyes, as Simon Sandy's pudgy hand closed in. She had only been pushed to this position by Hawkins. She might have some cunning, but in terms of strength, she was just an ordinary person, unable to escape Simon Sandy's grasp. But at the very last second, a long sword came hurtling down from above. If Simon Sandy kept reaching for Sharon, he'd undoubtedly be impaled. Who's there? Simon Sandy pulled back at once, retreating several steps, his eyes fixed warily in the direction the blade had come from. There, a young man with jet-black stripes across his face and shoulder-length golden hair leapt down from a nearby building. It was clear from the situation, the flying sword just now had been thrown by this youth. Earlier, Hawkins had been pondering Yunny's moves, trying to figure out what his goal was. Now, seeing Simon Sandy, a thought took root in his mind. Could it be that the Quincy wants to provoke a war between the Don Quixote family and others? Is he plotting against Doflamingo himself, one of the 7 warlords? Having come from North Blue, Hawkins was no stranger to Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords. However, when it came to the situation with the King of the Seas, he really didn't know much. Now, seeing how things were unfolding, his first thought was to wonder if the Quincy were deliberately trying to provoke a war between the two sides. With that realization, he felt an even deeper reverence for Yunyi. What kind of identity, what kind of strength would someone need to dare challenge not just Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, but his entire force as well? The aspect of the Demon Slayer. Hawkins ignored Simon Sandy's words. Suddenly, his entire body began to transform. He grew almost a meter taller, and his face twisted into the eerie visage of a straw-stuffed scarecrow. Most striking of all were his hands. His 5 fingers each morphed into long, razor-sharp iron nails. Waste no time. Once the transformation was complete, Hawkins raised his hands and unleashed his 10 iron-tipped fingers at Simon Sandy in a sudden attack. Simon Sandy's bulky body flickered aside, dodging with remarkable agility. Staring up at the now towering scarecrow, he narrowed his eyes. A devil fruit user, are you? Hawkins remained intensely focused, turning to Simon Sandy and declaring, the outcome is already decided. Your probability of defeat is 99%. Stop that ominous mumbling. Simon Sandy snorted, and then his own appearance began to shift. His already hefty frame bulked up even further, his skin darkening to a glossy, nearly pitch-black hue. Steel-hard bristles stood out all over his body, and from his back, his reddish-brown mane extended to form a bristling tail. Twin, jagged fangs jutted out fiercely from his mouth. He was a devil fruit user as well. Hawkins's calm gaze betrayed a flicker of surprise. He spoke coolly. Judging by this form, are you Simon Sandy the Porcupine, captain of the Grand Line's Porcupine Pirates? At Hawkins's words, Simon Sandy's face darkened completely, his expression black as thunder. In a furious roar, he bellowed, I'm just an animal-type Zoan user with a porcupine form. I'm not a porcupine, remember that. My title is Beast, got it? Beast. It seemed Hawkins had struck a nerve. Simon Sandy erupted in fury, even angrier than when he'd learned someone had stolen his possessions. This was a lifelong sore spot for him. No one seemed to know which Marine official it was, but when the bounty was issued, his devil fruit power had been pegged as his title and spread throughout the world. From that day on, the nickname Porcupine stuck to him and never came off. He absolutely detested that moniker, vowing to one day torture the Marine who had branded him with it. Only later did he learn that it was Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino himself, who'd given him the title. No matter how much he resented Kizaru, he didn't dare go after an admiral. As for anyone else who dared call him Porcupine, he hardly ever let them off easily. Some even suffered terribly at his hands. Simon Sandy roared in a fury. He stomped hard on the ground beneath him, cracking the surface underfoot with sheer power, and his massive form barreled towards Hawkins like a runaway locomotive. With each thunderous step, his enormous body made the ground tremble. Seeing Simon Sandy's explosive momentum as he charged forward, Hawkins dared not be careless. His straw-stuffed arms shot out, firmly catching the stabbing twin tusks hurtling his way. Their strengths clashed in a violent contest. Power radiated from both men, shaking the ground so hard it began to sink under their feet. Though Hawkins hadn't yet attained his full power as in the original story, he already wielded the abilities of the Straw Man Fruit with deft mastery. Mark Hoof Punch. Simon Sandy seized the right arm of Hawkins' straw form. With his other hand clenched into a fist, he hammered it straight into the chest of the straw figure. The blow landed with a mighty impact. The force shot through the back of Hawkins' straw body and demolished a building behind him. Yet Hawkins himself seemed completely unfazed. Meanwhile, on the far side of the island, a petty thug was wandering along when suddenly a gaping hole burst open in his chest, splattering blood onto his horrified companions. As another straw man tumbled from Hawkins' body, his eyes flashed. He released his grip on the tusk with one hand, flexed his steel-tipped fingers, and thrust them at Simon Sandy. The steel needles zipped past, grinding against Simon Sandy's skin and striking a cascade of sparks. Simon Sandy grunted, surprised at how tough Hawkins' skin was. "It's useless. Once I transform, my body gains an ironclad hide. Unless you've mastered armament hockey, breaking through my defenses is impossible." Simon Sandy sneered and unleashed a flurry of punches. In a split second, he struck more than a dozen times and launched Hawkins clear across the battlefield. At that very moment, aboard scattered ships out at sea, several people inexplicably had their chests burst open, dying in grim, bloody fashion. Armament hockey? What on earth is that? Hawkins climbed groggily to his feet. Though he looked a bit battered, not a scratch marred his body. Only more straw dolls had fallen off him in the process. Simon Sandy frowned in disbelief. Still unscathed? A rookie who doesn't even know about hockey shouldn't be able to survive my attacks. So, what sort of strange power is this? He was astonished that his own attacks had absolutely no effect on his foe. Was this some kind of devil fruit power? How bizarre. But then, using his observation hockey, he quickly noticed the tiny straw dolls dropping from Hawkins. He realized that these little things must be the reason for Hawkins' mysterious resilience. Hockey. Hawkins muttered the unfamiliar word to himself. This was his first time hearing it named. Simon Sandy gave a wicked chuckle. Hockey is an innate power within every human being. It's just that most people never learn how to use it. Forget it. There's no use explaining to a rookie like you. Just accept your fate. Simon Sandy wanted to say more, but then he remembered that he only possessed observation hockey himself, so he dropped the subject to avoid embarrassing himself. Your ability must have something to do with those scarecrows that fall off you. The reason you've withstood my attacks again and again probably comes from that as well. But how much longer do you think you can hold out? Earth split. With a cold, mocking smile on his lips, Simon Sandy slammed his massive foot into the ground, channeling his strength deep beneath the earth. The ground cracked open in a jagged line. Seeing this, Hawkins sprang nimbly into the air. Took the bait. Porcupine Javelin. Simon Sandy dropped on all fours, transforming fully into his beast form. The spines on his back bristled upright, and with a violent shake, he launched them like a barrage of deadly javelins. The scarecrow puppet soaring in midair was skewered, bristling like a hedgehog, before being hurled to the ground with tremendous force. Hawkins stood up. The scarecrow's face was expressionless, but 3 more scarecrows dropped from his body. A moment of silence passed. Hawkins' attacks couldn't harm his opponent at all, while every blow from Simon Sandy forced him to sacrifice another substitute puppet just to survive. The gap in strength was just too great. Not only was Hawkins being overwhelmed, but his subordinates were also losing ground, driven ever closer to defeat by Simon Sandy's men. The outcome would soon be decided. Out of tricks, are you? If that's all you've got, then it's time to die. As Hawkins made no move to counterattack, Simon Sandy sneered and lunged at him yet again. This time, Hawkins didn't dodge. Instead, he rushed forward head-on. The two met, face to face. Simon Sandy sneered, clenching his right fist so tightly the muscles bulged. A punch that could shatter a building crashed down. Hawkins didn't try to evade. He took the blow head-on. With a thunderous crash, 2 more scarecrows burst free, but this time blood gushed from the corner of Hawkins' mouth. Not necessarily. Now Hawkins' eyes turned icy cold. He seized Simon Sandy's tusk with one hand, while the other transformed into a bundle of straw that parted to reveal a western sword. Scarecrow blade. With a flash, he thrust the sword. The blade, powered by every ounce of Hawkins' might, pierced straight through Simon Sandy's vaunted hide and plunged deep into his body. But in the next instant, Hawkins realized that, just a few centimeters in, the blade suddenly stopped, as if jammed by something unyielding inside. "Ah, you little brat, you really pulled off a good one there." Simon Sandy hissed, pain sharp in his breath. But flexing his muscles, he trapped Hawkins' sword tight. It could go no deeper, nor could it be drawn out. He looked at Hawkins with a cold sneer, grabbing him with both hands before suddenly slamming his forehead forward with a fierce headbutt. With a heavy, explosive sound, Hawkins let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing straight through the building behind him and bringing the whole structure down. Simon Shandy strode forward, each thunderous step pounding the ground like the advance of a tank. Hawkins reverted to his original form, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Yet his eyes remained as calm and unreadable as a deep, ancient well. Fixing his gaze on Simon Shandy, he spoke in a level tone. Your luck ends here, and the odds of you leaving this island alive are just 1%. Is that all you can do? Just talk big, boy. Simon Shandy replied with an icy smile, completely unfazed by Hawkins' words. Luck? That was never something he put any stock in. Hawkins struggled to his feet, using his rapier to brace himself against the ground. With his other hand, he discreetly wiped some of Simon Shandy's blood from the blade's tip, then tucked it away and smeared it onto a small straw doll he carried. No sooner did the blood soak in and the straw doll's limbs twitched with a sudden, uncanny jerk. Your fate was sealed the moment you challenged me, Hawkins declared coldly, his gaze level and unwavering as he faced Simon Shandy. You must be dreaming, kid. Simon Shandy laughed heartily, his voice laced with mockery. The laughter faded into a grim, savage expression as he advanced. The steel spikes on his back suddenly extended in a flash, and he yanked them free, one in each hand, before lunging at Hawkins with deadly intent. Seeing this, Hawkins calmly closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, making no move to dodge or defend himself. Simon Shandy saw the gesture and assumed Hawkins had finally given up. His grin only grew more reckless and triumphant. With two sharp, metallic thrusts, the steel spike stabbed through Hawkins' outstretched arms, nailing him to the ground beneath. Simon Shandy deliberately held back from ending it all with a single blow. Instead, he wanted to savor torturing this impudent boy. Anyone bold enough to challenge his title always had to pay the price. Yet just as he pierced Hawkins, an intense, burning pain suddenly shot through Simon Shandy's own arms. He looked down in shock to see two abrupt holes torn open in his left and right forearms, blood streaming out in rivulets. Ark, what's happening to me? He cried out in agony, staggering back a few steps as his arms fell to his sides. Confusion and alarm coursed through his mind. Why was this happening? He looked over at Hawkins, who was slowly getting back up. Simon glanced in disbelief at Hawkins' arms, where he had just struck, now showing no trace of injury. Grinding his teeth, he spat. Is this some kind of trick? What's the point of fighting a battle you can never win? The moment that presence set its sights on you, your ending was already written. Admit defeat, surrender, bow your head. There might still be a chance at life for you, but stubborn resistance guarantees only one outcome. Brushing the dust of battle from his clothes, Hawkins wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed calmly at Simon Shandy. That being? Are you talking about Doflamingo? Simon Shandy drew a deep breath, his eyes flashing with an indescribable, icy coldness. Just as Hawkins was about to shake his head, a shiver ran through his entire body. He discreetly glanced in a certain direction. Over there, masked and enigmatic, Yun Yi was watching him from afar. Hawkins quickly averted his gaze and tamped down the fear rising in his heart. For an instant, he had felt as if he were thrown into purgatory, with a figure dressed in black and white kimono, sword in hand, looming over him. It nearly shattered his composure. With a calm voice, he said, though he has eaten the porcupine fruit, he's not entirely a fool. Then, tarot cards appeared in his hand, which he began laying out in the air, one after another. A subtle, mysterious power started to influence the minds and behaviors of both allies and foes, subtly shifting their strength and judgments toward the situation. They grew stronger, while the enemy weakened. This was, in fact, the very reason Hawkins' fortune-telling club had risen to be one of only two dominant forces on the island. The power at play was nothing short of extraordinary. Simon Shandy ground his teeth, the tension audible, and hissed, well, Doflamingo, isn't it? The Don Quixote family, good, very good. The Abyssal Current will remember this. He spun around and shouted to the people behind him, Caesar, relay this message back to headquarters. Tell them, Doflamingo intends to swallow all our power in the North Blue. The Don Quixote family must not be underestimated. Caesar, the burly, bearded man, blanched at the words, hastily pulling out a den mushy. This is the North Blue branch. The situation's changed. We've been ambushed. The enemy is the Don Quixote family. They are. But before he could finish, a blinding bolt of white lightning crashed down from the sky, striking him with brutal force and obliterating his head. The abrupt violence shocked everyone to their core. Eyes turned toward the direction the lightning had come from. There, a mysterious figure in a black and white mask strode through the air itself. Of course, it was Yin Yi. Yin Yi had been watching these events unfold from the very start. Seeing Simon Sandy and his people move according to plan, spreading the false message as intended, Yunyi realized it was time to step out of the shadows. He had chosen the perfect moment to strike, eliminating the bearded messenger just as he began to deliver his warning. When words are cut short, imaginations fill in the rest, often making things appear far graver than they truly are. Just as Yunyi predicted, as word of this incident spread, layer by layer, it finally reached the headquarters of the Abyssal Current in the New World after more than 10 days. The leadership of the Abyssal Current was thrown into utter chaos, their rage erupting in an uproar that shook the very organization. In the wake of this, a wave of unrest ripped through the entire underworld. Yunyi's sudden appearance left Simon Sandy's men momentarily frozen in place. After seeing the black and white mask Yunyi wore, Simon Sandy ground his teeth and spat out. Black and white mask, so you're the bounty hunter who stole that devil fruit from Barovia. As I thought, you're part of the Don Quixote family. Was this all planned out by your lot? Yunyi landed smoothly and walked over at a measured pace. He looked at Simon Sandy, and upon hearing his accusation, let out a low chuckle. Planned out? You could say that. It was indeed a calculated move, but the plan was to play both sides against each other. As soon as Hawkins caught sight of Yunyi, his expression turned solemn, and he greeted him with utmost respect. Sir. Yunyi glanced at him, then laughed. Impressive powers from that devil fruit. Even those with observation haki fell right into your trap. Haki again. What exactly is that supposed to be? For the second time now, Hawkins had heard someone mention that odd word, and a tick of doubt flashed through his mind. Still, he buried his questions and lowered his head. You flatter me, sir. Simon Sandy narrowed his eyes, arms hanging loose, but his gaze locked on Yunyi, with murderous intent completely unchecked. You chose this moment to show yourself. Did you really think victory was in your hands? Suddenly, he sprang into motion, but instead of attacking Yunyi, he lunged at Hawkins. Relying on his observation haki, he'd long since caught on to something about Hawkins' peculiar ability. He could transfer his own wounds to a straw effigy or even to another person, and that strawman served as the medium. Back when Hawkins took his blow just to land a strike in return, Simon Sandy suspected the key to that power lay in blood. The enemy's blood. Every time he landed a hit on Hawkins, a straw effigy would drop from the man's body. Simon Sandy was sure those tiny strawmen were shouldering the injuries meant for Hawkins. Or perhaps someone linked to that strawman took the pain in his stead. The injury Simon Sandy had just now must have come because his own strawman had absorbed his attack and sent it back upon him. With all this in mind, Simon Sandy, no fool, knew his first priority should be dealing with Hawkins. Crucially, he had to snatch back his own straw effigy from Hawkins' possession. Otherwise, he'd be at a complete disadvantage. Simon Sandy's move was so abrupt that Hawkins didn't have time to react. In the blink of an eye, Simon Sandy had him at his mercy. Huh, did you think a pierced arm would keep me from fighting? That's underestimating the recovery of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. With a roar, Simon Sandy brought his head down in a brutal headbutt aimed at Hawkins. But due to the power of the straw fruit, the pain rebounded instantly onto himself. He staggered slightly, his head spinning from the blow. Still, as a Zoan fighter, his endurance was far beyond the ordinary, and he could take a punishing hit. His eyes narrowed even further, his suspicions solidified into certainty. Observing Hawkins with his Kenbunchika haki, he finally discovered a small straw doll tucked inside Hawkins' inner pocket. Reaching out, he yanked the straw doll free. Without any hesitation, he gripped it tightly in his hand and twisted, shredding it apart and scattering straw everywhere. Then, wearing a vicious grin, he fixed his gaze on Hawkins. With one hand grabbing him and the other balled into a fist, he drove a heavy punch into Hawkins' abdomen. Hawkins took the blow full force, blood bursting from his lips. This time, there was no backlash from the injury. Seeing this, Simon Sandy broke into raucous laughter. Now, what else have you got up your sleeve? Blood trickled from the corner of Hawkins' mouth, but his expression remained calm, almost indifferent. Perhaps that was simply his nature. He looked at Simon Sandy and replied in an even voice. The moment the Lord appeared, I could no longer see your chances of survival. Simon Sandy shot a murderous glare in Yunyi's direction. After punching Hawkins away, he turned his menacing smile toward Yunyi. It seems you've filled him with confidence, haven't you? Quincy Bounty Hunter? No, should I say an officer of the Don Quixote family. Your schemes are clever, I'll give you that, but you never imagined how terrifying the recovery power of a Zoan devil fruit user could be, did you? It was as if he'd pinned everything that happened on some cunning plan by the Don Quixote family. Even Hawkins' own ability affecting him. He chalked that up to their calculations as well. But their plotting had failed. What they did not expect was that he could actually break free from Hawkins' devil fruit power. Are you that confident yourself? So sure of your victory? Yunyi smiled calmly, repeating the very word Simon Sandy had just used. Simon Sandy glared back coldly, lips curled in a sneer. Still struggling? Just accept your fate. Or do you actually believe Diamante can come to your rescue? With that, he raised his voice and called out sharply to the surroundings. Diamante, get out here. Did you really think these small fry are enough to defeat us? What a pitiful dream. Nonetheless, Simon Sandy did not let his guard down completely. There might still be a Diamante lurking somewhere on this island, and he could not afford to be careless. No need to worry. He won't be showing up here, Yunyi replied coolly, casting his gaze around the area. With Hawkins' scent flying once more, that strange, uncanny aura began to fade, and the members of the fortune-telling club found themselves suppressed once again. After all, Simon Sandy's crew were battle-hardened pirates from the Grand Line. The local thugs on this island were no match for them, which came as no surprise to Yunyi. The battle was now entirely one-sided. Oh, and what exactly do you mean by that? Simon Sandy's eyes flicked toward Yunyi, his voice laced with frost. Yunyi flexed his arms, eyes sharpening with resolve. Exactly what I said. With a sound like thunder, Yunyi's foot struck the ground, and his figure shot forward in a blur, as swift as lightning. Swift as lightning, yet not lacking in explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Simon Sandy, his fist wreathed in white lightning as it cut through the air, striking out with a mighty blow. Simon Sandy was puzzled within, but when he saw Yunyi's speed, he couldn't help but be startled. Still, it wasn't beyond his ability to react. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself. There was a thunderous crash, and Simon Sandy was forced several steps back, though he remained unscathed. His face darkened. Lightning abilities? Yet another devil fruit user. He had long heard rumors that most of the Don Quixote family officers wielded powers, though he dismissed it as hearsay. Who would have thought it was true? No, something's wrong, he muttered to himself. The Don Quixote family doesn't have any officers with lightning powers. Could this one have only recently gained his title? Simon Sandy stared at Yunyi, brow deeply furrowed. That strange feeling he'd sensed before now grew even stronger. By now, it was clear that hostilities between their two factions had broken out openly. There was no longer any room for doubt. Why hadn't Diamante appeared to finish him off personally? If they truly meant to take over the North Sea's interests, shouldn't they have made their move before he and his companions could get word out? That way, everything could have been covered up completely. Without evidence, even if those from Deep Current suspected foul play, they'd never dare act directly against the Don Quixote family. So why wait until after he and his men had sent off the information? Why only then did this supposed Don Quixote family officer make his move? Could it be, these people before me aren't from the Don Quixote family at all? Suddenly, a new possibility struck Simon Sandy. These people weren't Don Quixote family, but were instead impersonating them, deliberately provoking a war between the two forces. As he arrived at this conclusion, Simon Sandy's expression flickered through several shades. He couldn't help but look again at Yunyi, his voice shaken. You're not from the Don Quixote family, are you? Ha! Yunyi let out a low, rough laugh. He hadn't expected this gruff-looking man to be so perceptive underneath it all. Yet Yunyi didn't bother to deny it. He simply replied coolly, No wonder they entrusted you with running an entire sea. You really are something. With Yunyi's words confirming it, Simon Sandy's face turned ashen. He and his men had been thoroughly outplayed. Suddenly, he recalled his exchange with Yunyi just moments ago. A plan? You could call it that, Yunyi had said. So that's what he meant back then. Damn it. Simon Sandy felt like a fool, danced around in circles, all for someone else's amusement. Yet what stung even more was that just moments ago, he'd inadvertently sent out false information. By the time this news makes its way back to headquarters, who knows what kind of chaos will break out? A simple conflict would be the least of it. It could even trigger a major upheaval in the entire underworld. No, I have to recover the lost intel, or we're doomed. With a sudden burst of speed, Simon Sandy dashed off in a determined direction, trying to shake off his pursuer and snatch a few precious moments to relay the information he held. He had to prevent things from spiraling into something even more disastrous. But how could Yunyi possibly let him have his way? With a cold laugh, he gave chase without hesitation. After all the effort Yunyi had poured into orchestrating this situation, there was no way he'd let Simon Sandy ruin it now. White lightning. Yunyi jabbed a finger through the air, forcing Simon Sandy to a halt. In the blink of an eye, Yunyi reappeared right in front of him. In a calm, clear voice, Yunyi said, Give up. I've gone to great lengths to set this up. Do you really think I'll let you ruin everything? Who are you, really? Why would you incite a war between these two factions? Simon Sandy's face grew grim, his words laced with fury as he pressed Yunyi for answers. Me? Don't you already know? I'm just a bounty hunter, Yunyi replied, flicking his finger as another bolt of white lightning shot forth. Do bounty hunters need a reason to take down wanted criminals with a price on their heads? Simon Sandy crossed his arms in front of him, using his iron-tough skin to block the attack. With a thunderous crack, the lightning shattered on impact, but Simon Sandy himself remained unscathed. After all, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, especially one with a porcupine's rugged hide and powerful frame, his physical defenses could withstand even strikes from metal weapons. Do you really expect me to believe that? That a mere bounty hunter would dare strike at the forces of the Seven Warlords, or go after a kingpin of the underworld in the New World? Simon Sandy flicked his wrist, launching a steel needle straight at Yunyi. Yunyi sidestepped effortlessly and replied coolly, "But they're not me." "Oomph. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Do you really think you can withstand someone the very world government hesitates to cross, just because you're a nobody with a bounty license?" Simon Sandy flexed his arm. The wound, pierced earlier, had stopped bleeding now. Though not fully healed, it was no longer a hindrance. Such was the resilience granted by his Zoan-type powers, and it helped that when he'd stabbed Hawkins before, he hadn't struck bone. They're just a couple of would-be emperors playing warlords in the shadows. Yet, from the way you talk, you make them sound like legendary pirates on the verge of conquering the seas. Yunyi scoffed in disbelief. Aren't you overestimating yourselves? Even the world government hesitates? The truth is, the government simply can't be bothered to deal with you. Rulers who can only claim their thrones from the darkness have nothing to truly threaten the world government. Unless someone manages to unify the entire underworld, only then would they be worthy of the world government's attention. You? Simon Sandy's face changed dramatically. How could this guy know so much about the New World? Could it be that he isn't from the North Sea after all? It was as if Yunyi could see straight into Simon Sandy's heart. Striding forward with measured steps, he spoke while advancing. "You're wondering how I know all of this, aren't you? Curious about my identity? Why don't you hazard a guess?" Simon Sandy retreated, his face paling even further under Yunyi's intimidating presence. With every step Yunyi took, it felt as though he was treading directly on Simon Sandy's chest, making his heart tremble uncontrollably. Even his own boss had never made him feel such suffocating pressure. Yunyi let out a derisive laugh, his tone indifferent. "Enough talk. I won't waste any more words with you. It's time to send you to the underworld." A crackle tore through the air. White lightning coiled around his back, and the sword he had kept sheathed finally drew free. "You claim your skin is impervious without armament hockey, but I don't buy it." Yunyi laughed, his voice echoing from behind the mask, sinister and ghostly. "Crescent moon. Heaven strike." The sword's arc surged skywards, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of energy stretching dozens of meters, entwined with ribbons of lightning that made its power even more ferocious. The force of this strike was relentless and overwhelming, thunder booming as if intent on tearing the world ahead to shreds. The slash carved a deep trench in the ground along its path, barreling down on Simon Sandy. "What? An attack of this caliber? Impossible. Who the hell are you?" Overwhelmed by the terrifying might behind Yunyi's strike, Simon Sandy's shock reached its peak, his face draining of all color, as if a mere ant staring up at an elephant. That kind of awe, he'd only ever seen it in the most infamous pirates of the New World. But he refused to accept it. How could he die here? Simon Sandy roared at the top of his lungs, body tense to its limits, his skin hardened further, even taking on a metallic sheen. Both fists clenched tightly, instincts bursting to life in the face of catastrophe. Invisible currents gathered around his fists, the aura of armament hockey. With all his strength coursing through knotted muscle, the ground beneath him cracked from the pressure. Then, with a mighty bellow, he hurled his fists forward. "Break, damn you!" A deafening crash echoed out. Simon Sandy's fists collided head-on with a force beyond imagination. The armament hockey he unleashed let him withstand the attack for a single heartbeat. But only for that brief moment. In the next instant, Yunyi's strike shattered every ounce of resistance. The majestic sword energy burst through his defense, slashing mercilessly towards Simon Sandy's now exposed chest. Simon Sandy took great pride in his steel skin, but under the force of this slash, it couldn't even hold for a moment. It was split open instantly. With a piercing sound, the slash cut Simon Sandy clean in half at the waist. The force of the blade did not diminish. As it swept forward, it demolished every tree and building in its path before racing out toward the sea, disappearing at the far horizon. Cough, cough. Despite being severed in two, Simon Sandy did not die immediately. The monstrous vitality of someone with a Zoan-type power allowed him to cling to a thread of life. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze unfocused as he stared at Yunyi slowly approaching. "Tell me, who are you?" Simon Sandy's eyes grew hazy and the last of his life force was ebbing away. But his final question was still about Yun Ye's identity. He did not want to die without understanding. A flash crossed Yun Ye's eyes. He gave a dry chuckle. Since you're about to die, I might as well tell you who I really am. Are you familiar with the CP organizations under the world government? I'm a member of the most secretive group, CP0. Yun Ye spoke with an easy smile. So now that you know who I am, what can you deduce from my actions? A bitter laugh escaped Simon Sandy's lips. World government. CP0. So you finally set your sights on the underworld. It was as if Simon were experiencing a moment of clarity before death. His face gained color, even as blood pooled beneath him, and his breathing weakened with each passing second. One last thing I'll let you in on. The Queen of Pleasure Street? She's actually an agent of the world government as well. We've been laying plans there for quite some time. Yun Ye lied without hesitation, his expression hidden behind a mask, showing not a hint of change. It was as if this deception came as second nature. I see now. No wonder you're stoking conflict between the two factions. The world government, truly the master of intrigue. As he spoke, Simon Sandy's voice grew fainter and fainter until it vanished entirely. And so, Simon Sandy breathed his last. After Simon Sandy's death, Yun Ye remained motionless, standing in place. It was more than 10 minutes before Yun Ye expressed doubt, murmuring to himself, No reaction? So he wasn't sending out a warning just now. Was it really just curiosity after all? Yun Ye was speechless. So you really don't play by the rules. After all that mental effort, it turned out to be pointless? He had no way of knowing whether Simon Sandy carried a calm snail for communication, or if any of what had just been said was relayed elsewhere. That's why he'd gone all in on deception. If he managed to pass along this fake intel, great. It might at least cause some trouble for the world government or Stussy. If not, it was no great loss, just a few words anyway. He moved up to the boundary. Yun Ye crouched down, gave a quick glance, and took a Din Din Mushie out of Simon Shandy's inside pocket. At the moment, the Din Din Mushie was in a dormant state. He didn't know if Simon Shandy's Din Din Mushie had been connected just now, nor whether the person on the other end had overheard what he'd said. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Whether they heard or not, it won't affect what I do next. After some thought, Yun decided not to toss the Din Din Mushie away and instead took it with him. Maybe it would come in handy later. Returning now to the battlefield. Yun Ye's last attack had been obvious to anyone with sight. Having witnessed their boss be slain, Simon Shandy's men were gripped by panic. How could they possibly muster any will to fight against someone who dispatched their leader as effortlessly as cutting fruit? Some turned to flee at once, their fighting spirit gone. But Hawkins knew Yun Ye wouldn't let these men escape, so he ordered his own subordinates to give chase and charged forward himself. He was strong, with almost no one among the enemy able to stand against him. It didn't take much effort for him to dispatch the entire group, though the fortune-telling club also paid a heavy price. From the moment Simon Shandy's men landed to their absolute annihilation, scarcely half a day had passed. Yun Ye strode onto the scene. Hawkins stepped up with a respectful look and said, "Sir." He dared not show anything but respect. That slash just now had shaken him to his core. He had never imagined a person could reach such heights. That blow seemed powerful enough to split the entire island in two. The others, too, stared at Yun Ye with awe, as if witnessing a god. Yun glanced at Hawkins and spoke in a calm, even tone. "You've worked hard. My promise remains the same. In the future, I'll help you with a problem, so long as it's within my power." Hawkins kept his head bowed, still deferential. "Take care of things here," Yun Ye said with a wave of his hand, turning to leave without another word. Watching Yun Ye's departing figure, Hawkins took a deep breath, the memory of that astonishing slash still playing over and over in his mind. Hockey, swordsmanship. I'm truly so weak. After killing Simon Shandy, Yun Ye didn't gain many achievement points, only 150. It seemed that, in the system's eyes, Simon Shandy was no longer considered a powerful opponent. The system assigned achievement points based on how great a threat the enemy posed. When Yun Ye defeated Diamante, he'd also crushed him handily. But since it was his first time beating a pirate of that level, the reward was comparatively generous. Later, even if Yun Ye were to kill Diamante outright, the reward likely wouldn't be quite as impressive. One can't really be sure if the system is intelligent, but its knack for tailoring its responses to the user is certainly top-notch. At the moment, Yun Ye has 570 achievement points. He originally had 1,086, but after unlocking the Origin School combat technique, which cost him 666 points, and then gaining 150 points for defeating Simon Sandy, his total now stands at 570. All things considered, Yun Ye actually gained quite a bit during the sea voyage, several times more than he did back on Isik Island. Thankfully, he managed to acquire the Righteous Remains ability beforehand, Otherwise, his strength could not have increased so quickly. Take Navy Yunyi, for example. Now, stuck in boot camp, training day in and day out, there's not even a chance to earn achievement points. Except for that tiny consolation prize he got from defeating 2 fellow trainees earlier, there's been nothing. Since Yunyi, in his Quincy disguise, is pretending to be an elemental fruit user, he's already devised a fitting combat system for this period. Hand-to-hand combat as the foundation, supported by Kido, with occasional swordsmanship appearances as standard configuration. As for those iconic Bankai techniques that are so easy to recognize, Yunyi plans never to use them in this identity, unless he's truly driven into a corner. But Yunyi is confident, knowing his own temperament, that he'd never let things get so desperate. The real reason he used swordsmanship against Simon Sandy was because he wanted to test whether he could combine the powers of the Thunder Roar Cannon and the Crescent Moon Slash. To his surprise, it worked. It was a sudden spark of inspiration, and the unexpected result delighted him. That one strike did drain a tremendous amount of stamina, so much so that Navy Yunyi, busy training at headquarters at the same time, almost staggered and collapsed. Still, the power of that blow was undeniable. Even if it hasn't reached its peak, one could already call it the work of a master in this world. To tell the truth, Yunyi deliberately lured Doflamingo over, putting himself in a proactive position. But as for whether he can really defeat the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo, Yunyi isn't entirely sure. He'll decide how to act based on the actual situation as it unfolds. Yunyi isn't foolish. If he realizes he can't win, he won't stubbornly charge and head first. If it comes to that, he'll simply extort a ransom and make his exit, delaying his plans a while wouldn't hurt. Better to let the Don Quixote family and the Shipping King's men wear each other down, so he can swoop in and claim the spoils later. Strategy before action. Yunyi will never knowingly risk placing himself in mortal danger. He collects his thoughts, calming his mind. The next day, Yunyi arrives at the place where Diamante is being held. It's an underground passageway, hidden beneath the headquarters of the Dia Mafia. Within a day, Diamante had regained consciousness from his coma. However, his hands and feet were shackled, his mouth sealed, all with sea-stone cuffs and a cage, taking no chances that he could use his powers to escape. And truth be told, Diamante no longer had the strength to break free. By the way, the underling whom Yunyi had graciously spared was also locked up in the same place. Yunyi was true to his word. He didn't kill the young man. Well, look who's awake. Yunyi pulled up a chair in front of Diamante, sat down with one leg crossed over the other, and looked him over calmly. Diamante's mouth was sealed, so he couldn't speak. Instead, he fixed Yunyi with a glacial, murderous stare, his eyes radiating an overwhelming killer intent. Yunyi glanced up at the shivering underling and teased, "Your boss seems to have something to say. Aren't you going to help him out?" The young man, startled at being addressed, gave a visible shudder, and with trembling hands and legs, he shuffled over to Diamante and tore the seal from his mouth. "You'll pay for this. I swear it. The young master will never let you get away with this." Diamante's eyes were frigid, his tone laced with chilling menace. "I must have heard that line at least 10 times by now," Yunyi replied indifferently, unfazed. "So, tell me, why do you think I'm still sitting here having a conversation with you, while you're the one locked in a cage?" From N-Fit at the beginning, Lawrence, then Vinsmoke Judge, not long ago, Simon Shandy, they had all uttered similar threats before they fell to his hand. But each one either wound up dead or ended up swearing allegiance. If Yunyi hadn't purposefully spared Diamante, just now, Diamante would have already shared their fate. "Enough, let's not waste time any further. Let's get down to business." Yunyi leaned back, reached behind himself, and drew out a devil fruit. He tossed it lightly, and with a flick of his fingers the fruit spun deftly on his fingertip, as nimbly as a basketball. He gazed at Diamante calmly. "Can you tell me what kind of devil fruit this is?" At the sight of the devil fruit, Diamante's gaze flickered. So, this was what this man was after? He remained silent, still glaring unflinchingly at Yunyi. "Yunyi chocolate, WDA. No matter, your silence says it all. For the Don Quixote family to move mountains for this fruit, it must be quite dear to you. All I really needed to know is that it's important to you lot." Diamante finally spoke, his voice low, eyes boring into Yunyi from behind his black and white mask. "What is it you want?" "My goal." Yunyi's eyes glinted, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "Didn't we already cover this? Isn't it natural for bounty hunters to hunt pirates? Then why haven't you killed me? Are you afraid of crossing our young master?" Diamante kept his gaze locked on Yunyi, probing for answers, looking for the cracks in Yunyi's resolve. Since Yunyi had not killed him, it was clear that Yunyi was plotting something, or perhaps he feared the Don Quixote family, afraid of their young master's wrathful revenge. Yunyi curled his lips into a cold smirk. I know the difference between less than 100 million and a billion. Diamante frowned. What do you mean by that? He couldn't quite grasp Yun Ye's meaning, making him feel unsettled. A thought flashed through his mind, and his voice turned icy. You spare my life just so you can bargain with our young master? An intense feeling of humiliation surged within Diamante. To think he would be reduced to a bargaining chip used to threaten their young master. The realization made his gaze grow even colder. With a snap of his fingers, Yun Ye grinned and said, Not bad. You're not slow on the uptake. Diamante ground his teeth, spitting out, Aren't you afraid you're playing with fire? That you'll get yourself burned? Yun Ye's arrogant manner infuriated him. Who did Yun Ye think Diamante was? Who did he think the Don Quixote family were? Did Yun Ye truly believe he could toy with them as he wished? Playing with fire? Yun Ye suddenly broke into laughter, loud and wild, with a swagger that was unlike his usual self. If this is enough to get me burned, then it only proves I'm nothing special after all. Diamante's heart skipped a beat. A man capable of saying such words was either a delusional madman or someone with unshakable confidence in himself. And he could hear the implication behind Yun Ye's words. Yun Ye didn't seem like someone who would just grab the ransom and leave. There was a very real chance this would erupt into an all-out battle. That realization was what sent a chill down Diamante's spine. The New World was not lacking in such men. Those few mighty pirates who stood above even his young master were just like this. This was the spirit of a king, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Could this man before him truly possess such kingly ambition? Impossible. He refused to accept it. Such talent was 1 in a million. Yun Ye could see the shock roiling in Diamante's heart, but he paid it no mind, continuing calmly, 9 days left. If no one from the Don Quixote family comes for you, then I'm afraid your time will be up. Power, fame, status, none of it is gained without war as the cornerstone. What a pity I was born in the wrong era. Otherwise, I'd have loved to cross blades with the greatest warlord. Joel D. Roger. The age he ushered in is positively exhilarating. Ha ha ha. With raucous laughter, Yun Ye strode toward the door, as though the Don Quixote family were nothing at all in his eyes. A madman. This man is a complete madman. Diamante reeled at Yun Ye's words, shaken to his core. To call Gold Roger the greatest warlord. This man was insane. But for daring to challenge our Don Quixote family, the young master will never let you off. Never. Bound by sea prism stone shackles and badly wounded, Diamante could do nothing but rage helplessly. Still, he retained absolute confidence in his own young master. This bounty hunter was no match for the Don Quixote family. The very moment Yun Ye stepped out of the underground, his face returned to a perfect calm, so composed it was as if that wild arrogance from earlier, the bold words, the fierce expression, had never belonged to him at all. Yun Ye's earlier display, naturally, had been nothing but deliberate disguise. Sometimes, a madman with real strength inspires even greater fear. Such a person, no matter what they do, no one dares suspect a thing. Yun Ye had already started to construct every detail of this role, giving life to the character he now had to play. As he walked, Yun Ye muttered under his breath, Even after being reborn, I find I'm still a natural at bluffing, acting, pretending. Truth be told, I never meant for it to be this way. I want to be a good person. He gave a low laugh, then declared, But now, I'm in the Navy, a champion of justice. Several days later, on the Grand Line, a ship cut steadily across the waters. Standing on deck, Doflamingo, never seen without his iconic sunglasses, stared toward a distant crimson cliff, a sharp glint of calculation flashing beneath the tinted lenses. Treble slid up beside him, fixing his own chilly gaze on the red rock ahead. His voice dropped to an ominous growl. Doffy, by tomorrow we'll reach the North Blue. Have you decided how you're going to deal with that damn Quincy? That direction led to Reverse Mountain, and to the Red Line itself. Doflamingo responded with his signature, guttural chuckle, his tone going cool and detached. Anyone who dares declare war on House Don Quixote, well, I'll be sure to give that reckless fool a taste of real fear. Doffy, wants to come with you? Piped up Pika nearby, his voice sharp and piercing. Doflamingo's reply was cold and decisive. I'll advance alone when the time comes. For now, our top priority is rescuing Diamante. The deal with the Sea Trade King is also in Diamante's hands. Now that he's been captured, everything may change. I have to get there as soon as possible and see for myself. Besides, we're talking about a mere bounty hunter who hasn't even left the North Blue. There's no reason for the Don Quixote family to go all in over someone like that. Even though Yun Ye had managed to defeat Diamante, Doflamingo was cautious at best. At most, he gave the man a grudging nod of attention. After all, he was just a bounty hunter. How powerful could he actually be? In all these years, not a single truly formidable figure had ever emerged among the bounty hunters. Once a bounty hunter had made a name for themselves, their fate followed one of two paths. First, they'd accept recruitment from a navy. Second, they'd abandon the law and become pirates. There was no third choice. The Marines simply wouldn't tolerate such unpredictable elements running loose. Truth be told, Doflamingo's real urgency to move faster was rooted in his concern for their deal with the Sea Trade King. That devil fruit. It was a crucial piece in his grand scheme. Tory Bowles said, with Daffy taking action, that bounty hunter won't get away. No one present, none of the officers, had the slightest doubt about Doflamingo's power. Doflamingo nodded, eyes still fixed on the distant horizon, though inwardly he was lost in thought. Was the bounty hunter's purpose really just a ransom, nothing more? Especially at a time like this. Could it truly be just a coincidence? Or was this a deliberate move, a direct challenge aimed at the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo was plagued by questions, and this was one of the reasons he decided to move out ahead of schedule. But the Navy's web of intelligence had not missed Doflamingo's movements. Word soon reached naval headquarters that Doflamingo's ship was heading to North Blue. At that moment, the Navy's upper ranks were already gathered in a meeting. Within the conference room, the officers sat at attention, back straight in their chairs. Well, most of them did. There were a few exceptions. One officer sat slouched with an eye patch covering one eye, lounged back as if dozing. Another had a lazy air about him, a crooked smile on his lips as he gazed absent-mindedly at the ceiling, face sly with mischief. A third gripped a half-eaten rice cracker, on the verge of falling asleep, a bubble of drool wobbling from his nose. Despite their quirks, no one in the room seemed to mind. Fleet Admiral Sengoku went on speaking, undistracted by these oddities. Behind him hung a board plastered with several large wanted posters. Dracula Mihawk, Sir Crocodile, Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, Jinbei the Fishman, and Don Quixote Doflamingo, all members of the current 7 warlords. Clearly, this meeting was centered around matters concerning the Shichibukai. Just then, a rear admiral knocked on the door and hurried in, making his way to Sengoku's side to report. We've received intel from the North Blue. Don Quixote Doflamingo's ship has been spotted there. Though the officer spoke quietly, every person in the room, sharp-eared and vigilant, immediately directed their attention his way. Sengoku frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why would that man suddenly show up in the North Blue?" It hadn't been long since Doflamingo had taken the celestial tribute hostage to pressure the world government, earning himself a seat among the 7 warlords. He'd stayed on the Grand Line ever since, with reports even hinting he was heading for the New World. So his sudden return to the North Blue was puzzling and naturally sparked suspicion. The Rear Admiral gave a concise update. Some Navy units spotted pirates from the Shipping King's fleet in North Blue as well. It's possible the two forces are secretly negotiating some sort of transaction. However, that island is a gray zone. Our eyes don't reach there. Although neither side can compare to the mighty pirate forces of the New World, they are not to be underestimated, especially with their dealings unfolding in the North Blue. The Navy, of course, won't stand idly by and do nothing. In a sense, the 4 seas are the Navy's domain. Even the great pirates of the New World dare not set foot here lightly, at least not openly. Now that he's become a warlord, he doesn't even bother concealing his whereabouts anymore, does he? Akainu sat with his arms crossed, letting out a cold snort as a savage gleam flashed in his eyes. He absolutely despised the warlord system. In his mind, the existence of the warlords was nothing less than an insult to the Navy itself. Pirates licensed to plunder by law? What nonsense is that? To someone who holds the belief in absolute justice as he does, a pirate is a pirate. Evil is evil. These are scourges that need to be eradicated. Still, this was an order from the world government, and he had no grounds for defiance. Kizaru, with his usual sly expression, curled his lips to the side and muttered, Well, isn't this frightening? The warlords didn't waste any time, barely mentioned their names, and already, trouble's brewing. Akiji, lifting his sleep mask ever so slightly, gave a lazy yawn before speaking in a detached tone. Heavenly Yiksha, king of shipping. 2 forces from the underworld, involved in secret, illegal trades? They sure are bold. Both of these powers, one being a warlord, the other reigning over the New World's criminal underbelly, were big names indeed. Naturally, the Navy already had files on both. What puzzled them was why these 2 powers, one usually active in the Grand Line and the other in the New World, would show up in the North Blue of all places. The seasoned Vice Admiral Mamanga also chimed in. Could it be that some incredible devil fruit has appeared in the North Blue? When it comes to luring in big players like these, there are always a few possibilities. Rare treasures, David Fui, or perhaps the object of their hidden trade, is a powerful weapon. Sengoku looked toward Vice Admiral Tsuru and said, Tsuru, you know Doflamingo better than anyone. Any clues? As the Navy's great strategist, Tsuru was without doubt the most well-informed among those present. She murmured to herself, the North Blue, is it? After a moment's contemplation, she continued, there have been a lot of major incidents in the North Blue recently. The Vinsmoke family attacked an island not long ago, which we only just managed to contain, and now this. Could the two be connected somehow? Tsuru turned to the rear admiral who had brought the report. Do we have a more detailed analysis? Yes, ma'am. The rear admiral handed her dossier. Tsuru scanned through the materials, her eyes finally coming to rest on a particular section, a glint flashing in her gaze. She tapped her index finger on the tabletop, drawing everyone's attention as she swept her eyes across the room and said in a slow, deliberate voice, a bounty hunter, a Quincy. Both have appeared on that island in the gray zone. Bounty hunter the Quincy? Someone asked, puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with the name. I recall it was Vice Admiral Bastille who first mentioned him. Apparently, a new bounty hunter who's recently appeared in the North Blue. Vice Admiral Doberman replied calmly. Bastille was one of his subordinates and had reported it to him first, so the memory was still fresh in his mind. It was clear from Doberman's words that Bastille hadn't provided all the details about the events on Donzik Island. Perhaps he was aiming to claim more credit for himself? Yes, that's how the information describes him. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, speaking slowly. But there's an anomaly here. The man showed up on Donzik Island before, and now, once again, he appears. Couldn't this just be a coincidence? True. Considering it's a gray area, it's perfectly normal for bounty hunters to show up from time to time. Besides, for a bounty hunter from the North Blue, no matter how bold, it's impossible he'd pick a fight with someone of Doflamingo's caliber. A Navy officer chimed in, convinced it was nothing more than chance. After all, a mere bounty hunter from the North Blue wouldn't possibly have the nerve to confront a warlord of the sea, would they? The very thought seemed absurd. However, Sengoku arched an eyebrow, then instructed the young Vice Admiral, bring me this bounty hunter's intelligence report. Yes, sir. The Vice Admiral nodded, quickly handing over a file. Sengoku scanned its contents. Nothing out of the ordinary stood out. After all, Yin hadn't spent more than a few months since his first voyage. He had only made a handful of moves. One of those incidents, Bastille had even managed to cover up. So, at this stage, there were only a couple of short descriptions about the Quincy in the report. Wears a mask, suspected devil fruit user, carries a sword. Suddenly, Sengoku turned to Doberman and asked, is Vice Admiral Bastille currently on a mission? Doberman paused to think, then answered, no, lately he's been serving as an instructor at the training camp. Sengoku nodded, then have Vice Admiral Bastille come here at once. Before long, Bastille entered the conference room. Sengoku wasted no words and got straight to the point, turning to Bastille and asking, Vice Admiral Bastille, you must be familiar with the bounty hunter known as the Quincy. Caught off guard by the name, Bastille was startled inside, an involuntary shudder running through his body. Thankfully, his face was hidden behind a mask, so no one noticed any change in his expression. Bastille froze, unable to respond to Sengoku's question, but a thought flashed through his mind. Has the truth about claiming undeserved credit finally come to light? Though Bastille's reaction was subtle, everyone present was seasoned. One glance was enough for them to see that something was very wrong with Bastille. What's going on, Vice Admiral Bastille? Sengoku's brow furrowed, and an imposing aura seemed to surge from him. In that instant, every high-ranking naval officer in the room turned to look. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Bastille's whole body trembled even more violently. Everyone began to frown, puzzled by the unusual atmosphere. With the piercing gazes upon him, Bastille broke into a cold sweat from head to toe. Then, feeling certain his secret had been discovered, although still in the dark about the details, Bastille, under the scrutiny of everyone present, confessed everything that had happened on Donzik Island, leaving out nothing at all. The room listened intently. However, when he got to the part where the Quincy single-handedly crushed the Vinsmoke family, a ripple of astonishment passed through the assembled faces. They had all heard bits and pieces about the strength of the Vinsmoke family. To defeat them single-handedly, this Quincy's strength must at least be on par with that of a Navy Vice Admiral. Doberman, the Vice Admiral directly supervising Bastille, glanced at him with a frosty snort. Vice Admiral Bastille, you've really let me down. In truth, this sort of thing was far from rare within the Navy. Many had claimed military merit that wasn't truly theirs. Among those present, there were few who could say they'd never done such a thing. In fact, it had practically become an unspoken rule, so long as you weren't caught. Unfortunately for Bastille, he managed to expose everything right in front of all the naval higher-ups. What's more, Bastille never imagined the matter would return months later. He thought it had blown over, until it suddenly reared its head like this. Caught off guard and unprepared, Bastille slipped up and revealed everything. Call it fate or misfortune, such is the way of things. Bastille was escorted out to face his punishment. His rank remained unchanged, but many of his merits were stripped away. It would sting for a long time, a loss both in reputation and reward. He even grew to bear a grudge against the Quincy mask that Yunyi wore. Sengoku didn't dwell on the matter. He was well aware that such things happened more often than anyone cared to admit within the vast Navy. Completely eradicating these incidents was almost impossible, given the sheer size and complexity of the organization. So he deftly shifted the topic. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Mouseman straightened in his seat. Now that we know the Quincy's strength, his appearance on Bavary River Island seems highly suspicious. Most likely, the Don Quixote family targeted him directly. Doberman nodded in agreement, speculating, could it be that the Quincy sabotaged a deal between Doflamingo and the Shipping King? Well, to think someone had the nerve to cross two kings of the underworld. Quite the fearsome bounty hunter, Kizar drawled, his tone mocking. Oomph. People like this are a source of instability, ready to turn pirate at any moment. Enemies like them should be completely eliminated. And even if he is a warlord of the sea, so what? To dare trade goods right under the Navy's nose is to show utter disdain for us. Akainu's gaze turned icy as he gave a cold snort. As the figurehead of the hawkish faction, seeing villains so brazen beneath his very eyes made his anger simmer. I propose we take immediate military action and disrupt their operation. Akainu's argument was not without merit. Many vice admirals, staunch believers in his creed of absolute justice, nodded in resolute agreement. Akiji furrowed his brow, his tone cool. Let's not forget, Doflamingo is currently one of the 7 warlords, officially recognized by the world government. If we intervene, we risk drawing the government's ire. With a heavy fist, Akainu slammed the table, his voice harsh. So, is it Admiral Akiji's intent to simply turn a blind eye? What does that say about the honor of the Navy? I never said that, Akiji replied, calm as ever, but tell me this. If we move now, will we even make it in time? We can order the North Sea branch to mobilize, someone suggested. Akiji straightened, meeting Akainu's gaze head-on. Do you really believe North Sea's forces can stand against them? Is preserving the Navy's reputation worth sending those soldiers to their deaths? Akainu rose abruptly, staring right back, his tone frigid. As Marines, that is their duty. Even here in the meeting room, the sense of confrontation hung thick between them. The two admirals squared off, their clash so tense that no one else dared cut in, not wishing to get caught in the crossfire. Kizaru stood to the side, feigning ignorance, clearly with no intention of getting involved. Just as Sengoku was about to step in to break up the standoff, a soft popping sound echoed in the room. A drowsy, muddled voice drifted through the tense air. What's going on? Is it time to eat? Garp scratched his head and glanced around, mumbling to himself. The moment Garp spoke, the oppressive air dissolved, and a palpable sense of relief washed over the room. After all, the two admirals' standoff had been suffocating. Sengoku gave a heavy, almost pained sigh. Oh, so lunch isn't ready yet? I could have sworn the meeting was over. Garp laughed heartily, taking no notice of Sengoku's hint as he scratched his head. Clearly exasperated, Sengoku snapped, Garp, you old fool. Just keep quiet. It's not even over yet. Why'd you wake me up? Still muttering, Garp stuffed a rice cracker in his mouth and bit down with loud, satisfied crunches. Everyone else pretended not to notice. Sengoku massaged his temples, resigning himself to ignoring the antics of this incorrigible fool. After this unexpected interlude, both Akainu and Akiji fell silent, neither pressing the argument further. Sengoku tapped the table lightly twice, then swept his gaze across the room and spoke. Which Vice Admiral of Headquarters is currently stationed closest to Baverly Jang Island? One of the Vice Admirals flipped through his notebook, stood up, and answered, Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Enigmo is presently on an island not far from Reverse Mountain. If he sets out immediately, he would need only a few days to get there. Enigmo, is it? Sengoku pondered silently for a moment before giving his instructions. Notify Vice Admiral Enigmo and have him set out for the North Sea. Yes, sir. The Rear Admiral who had entered earlier responded promptly and left the room. Now that Sengoku had defined the nature of the situation, their next meeting could continue. It was, once again, the meeting about the Shichibukai. With 6 of the Shichibukai already selected, they were now in the process of finalizing the 7th spot. Someone with strength, renown, and influence. Only true powerhouses were being considered. Meanwhile, aboard a marine battleship sailing far along the Grand Line, Enigmo ended his call with a transponder snail, deep in thought. Doflamingo, the shipping king, and that bounty hunter exterminator. What a mess. His original mission had nearly been completed. He was looking forward to some well-earned rest. Now, out of nowhere, this new crisis had cropped up. It put him in a foul mood. With a cold snort, he swept his arm and barked out a command. Starboard full. Set course for the North Sea. Beverly Jang Island. After recent events, and with the die of Black Hand no longer holding them back, Hawkins's fortune-telling club had, in the space of a few days, risen to become the island's most dominant syndicate. Thanks to Hawkins's direct actions, word had quickly spread. The real mastermind behind the club wasn't Old Witch Sharon, but a young man. And just like that, Hawkins's name was now the talk of Beverly Jang Island, a reputation that overshadowed all others. Yet this wasn't what Hawkins wanted. He much preferred working from the shadows. Inside the same dimly lit room, as always, a scatter of tarot cards lay across Hawkins's desk. With furrowed brow, Hawkins studied the card face up before him, murmuring, "A storm's brewing. Could something major be about to happen on this island?" He gazed in a particular direction, the place where that mysterious figure resided. On the very summit of a mountain, Yanni stood at the highest point, silently looking out to sea. Beside him, two figures were tied together, suspended from a tree, their mouths gagged, hands and feet shackled. It was none other than Diamante and an unlucky underling. "Tell me, do you think Doflamingo will show up early? Or will he wait until the appointed time to make his move?" Yanni turned his head towards Diamante, his voice calm. Diamante couldn't speak. He could only shoot Yen a glare as cold as ice. Yen didn't mind at all and kept talking on his own. "I'm guessing he'll probably arrive ahead of schedule. After all, I'm just a mere bounty hunter. Beating you shows I have some strength, but that's about it. The other officers might not be able to defeat me, but Doflamingo definitely has what it takes. What do you think? Could that be what he's thinking as well? And besides, the deal your family has with the shipping king, that devil fruit must matter a lot, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you, an officer, yourself. Now that things have changed, do you think he'd be anxious?" Laughter drifted from Yanni. "I don't know how long it'd take for you all to get to North Blue, but just making it from here to Reverse Mountain would take 10 days. So, 10 days definitely isn't enough. Unless, of course, your Don Quixote family was already in North Blue from the very start. Now, can you see why I set the deadline at 10 days? For someone as powerful as Doflamingo, there's got to be a way to get somewhere fast, right? Even the Navy has moonwalk. So, I guess Doflamingo can do it too, couldn't he?" The last laugh carried a peculiar, inscrutable tone. In truth, Yanni didn't have to guess. When it came to Doflamingo's abilities, he was quite clear. He knew Doflamingo possessed an ability called Sky Path, allowing him to fly through the air under certain conditions. But flying with that power had to burn stamina, didn't it? The more Diamante listened, the more deeply unsettled he became. His heart seemed to sink into a pit. How could this guy be so calculating? When Diamante looked at Yanni, for once, there was a rare hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Yanni's gaze flickered upward, watching a spot high in the sky. Their small black speck was darting swiftly closer. It wasn't a bird, it was a person, a figure wearing a coat of bright pink feathers trailing behind. "Hey look, here he comes." Yanni turned toward the figure, chuckling lightly. And just as Yanni was looking that way, Diamante followed his gaze. When he finally saw who it was, Diamante's eyes sparked with excitement and elation. But deep inside, for some reason, a sliver of anxiety crept into his heart. Could their young master, Doflamingo, really defeat this terrifying man before him? That's right, for Diamante now, there was only one word for Yanni: terrifying. Terrifyingly cunning. Terrifyingly strong. Before the person even landed, a signature laugh echoed from above, a sharp, chilling sound that needed no introduction. With that laugh came a thunderous, overwhelming presence that swept across the island like a crashing wave. Many people caught in its wake instantly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and falling unconscious. This was the power of Conqueror's Haki. Facing this surge of Conqueror's Haki, Yanni felt an unfamiliar rush of hot-blooded passion boil up within him, something he hadn't felt in ages. And deep inside, it was as though a powerful force was straining to burst free, to break loose from his body's shackles. This power was strange, yet at the same time, it carried an odd sense of familiarity. Spiritual pressure. He looked up, his gaze unwavering, firmly meeting Doflamingo's eyes. His tone was cool and detached. "Doflamingo? Bounty hunter? Quincy? And the ransom? Don't tell me you didn't bring it. If you haven't, I'll be far from pleased." Yunya's bold voice rang out, laced with an icy chill. Such courage for a mere bounty hunter. Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, grew glacial, the corner of his mouth curving up in a frosty smile. Now that I'm here, everything goes by my rules. Because I am the heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo. His gaze focused, Doflamingo unleashed an even fiercer surge of Conqueror's Haki, bearing down on Yunyi with overwhelming dominance, as though determined to make him bow his head. That's not for you to decide. Yunyi suddenly laughed, then unleashed the power that had been building inside him without restraint. It was a burst of spiritual pressure, and Conqueror's Haki as well. A deafening explosion shook the air as their two overwhelming auras collided mid-sky, the clash echoing like a peal of thunder that split the heavens. Across the sky, countless bolts of black lightning, thick as arms, writhed and exploded outwards, spreading over the entire expanse above. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to the sky, bewildered by what was unfolding overhead. But most couldn't even watch. The collision of Conqueror's Haki left a wave of fainted bodies in its wake. Fewer than 1 in 10 on the island could still stand. And this was with both auras detonating at a distance. Only Hawkins seemed to have some inkling of what was happening, his expression grave as he muttered under his breath, "What manner of power is this?" Near Beverly River Island, a Navy warship sailed the waves. Moving fast, the ship, belonging to Vice Admiral Enigmo, had already arrived off the coast of the island. "Look up there, what's that? What's going on?" "It's coming from Beverly River Island." On the deck, a sailor, eyes wide, shouted in shock at the exploding black lightning overhead. Hearing this, Enigmo looked up at the churning dark sky, his face as dark as thunderclouds as he murmured, "A clash of Conqueror's Haki. Just who could it be?" Such titanic confrontations were exceedingly rare even in the New World. For a well-traveled man like Enigmo, he could count the times he'd seen it on one hand. That such a spectacle would appear here in the North Blue, a place known as paradise, was beyond anything he could have imagined. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as their auras collided, stirring up shockwaves that fanned out in all directions. The feathers on Doflamingo's coat fluttered behind him as his pupils contracted sharply. With grave intensity, he muttered, "Conqueror's Haki, Haki of King. This guy, astonishingly, possesses the same kingly qualifications as I do." On the other side, Diamante felt his heart sink, though his face betrayed no surprise. Instead, he whispered inwardly, "So it really is the aptitude for Conqueror's Haki after all." After hearing Yunyi's brazen words earlier, he had already harbored suspicions, though deep down he was reluctant to accept it as truth. But now, with Yunyi unleashing the full force of his Conqueror's Haki, Diamante could no longer deny it. Yunyi himself was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected that the passive skill from the world of the Soul Reapers would manifest here as Conqueror's Haki. Still, the two share nearly the same function. Those with immense spiritual pressure can sap the strength from others simply by its intensity. Conqueror's Haki works much the same way. "So where's my ransom? Don't tell me you're planning to go back on your word, Doflamingo." Yunyi's voice grew colder, his gaze razor-sharp. His presence flared even more powerfully, matching Doflamingo's aura. The two poised for a head-to-head clash. A deafening, tumultuous force seemed to resonate between them. Their competitive auras alone made the atmosphere unbearably tense. It felt as if the air itself grew heavier, a suffocating pressure blanketing the entire island. Doflamingo let out his characteristic, wicked laugh. "The ransom? Of course it's here. In fact, that's not all. I should thank you for the special attention you've given my subordinates." He wore that menacing smile once more, looking down on Yunyi with haughty, unapproachable eyes. Yunyi flexed his body for a moment and raised his head slightly, his tone cool. "Can you come down? I really hate looking up at people." At the same time, he spread his fingers, arcs of electricity surging and crackling in his palm. Thunder roar cannon. A pillar of lightning shot skyward, then launched toward Doflamingo in a brilliant flash. Doflamingo let out another one of his chilling laughs. "How arrogant you are!" A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as a column of threads, countless fine strings woven tightly together, coiled from his palm and, with a swift motion, shot forward to clash with Yunyi's attack. Overheat whip. There was a thunderous crash as their probing strikes collided midair, shattering against each other and sending a violent shockwave through the battlefield. Lightning fractured into sparks. The column of threads was torn apart. In that instant, the battle truly began. 5 colored strings. With a savage grin, Doflamingo swooped down from the sky, his taut, slender threads connected to the clouds above, granting him the power of flight. His 5 fingers each manipulated a string of different colors. Using the momentum of his dive, he lashed out with a fierce, claw-shaped strike aimed straight at Yunyi's head. These strings were incredibly tough with the hardness of steel and bolstered by Doflamingo's strength. This swipe could have easily torn solid iron to shreds. Seeing this, Yunyi unsheathed his steel blade, positioning it firmly in front of him. With a harsh, grating sound, sparks flew as the silk threads clashed with the sword's blade. Doflamingo struck again, his other palm tugging at the silk, reaching out to seize Yunyi. Yunyi pressed off with one foot, shifting his weight and using Shunpa to evade in a flash, all while swinging his sword to unleash a thunderous slash that tore through the air. A thunderous boom followed. The spot where Yunyi had just stood was now scarred with 5 sharp slash marks. His attack having missed, a crimson gleam flickered in Doflamingo's eyes, a sign he'd pushed his observation haki to its very limits. As the slash raced toward him, Doflamingo gave a cold snort and thrust his palm forward. Spider's nest. Fine threads shot from his palm, weaving into a dense web that spread before him, intercepting the slash. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo's figure vanished, darting toward Yunyi with predatory ferocity gleaming in his eyes. Not bad, brat, but if this is all you can do, you're nowhere near enough. Such empty words. Yunyi retorted with a cold smile. Lightning crackled in his grip again. This time, he poured even more power into his thunder roar cannon. The pillar of lightning was more than twice as thick as before, its diameter over 10 meters wide. Lightning? Is it the Logia-type thunder fruit? Seeing Yunyi's attack, Doflamingo, like the others, instantly guessed he might be a thunder fruit user. But as he felt the overwhelming force in Yunyi's assault, Doflamingo's expression darkened slightly. This strike could truly threaten him. Watching the lightning column crash forward, Yunyi called out, "It isn't." White silk threads burst from Doflamingo's palm again, spreading out like a fan to form a protective barrier. Web wall. Doflamingo's mastery of the string fruit had reached extraordinary depths. Even without armament haki, his threads were as hard as steel. Another deafening blast echoed as their attacks collided again, but Yunyi's assault still failed to break through. Yet Yunyi showed no surprise. If Doflamingo could be defeated so easily, he wouldn't be called Doflamingo at all. A deep electric hum surged behind him as Yunyi unleashed his power, his speed surging to new extremes. His silhouette traced a sharp arc as he tore toward Doflamingo. "Where are you looking?" Lightning coursed through Yunyi's blade as he appeared above Doflamingo's head, swinging down with a blow meant to cleave him in two. Doflamingo's observation haki screamed a warning. He could feel real, imminent danger from this strike. The unparalleled ferocity and sharpness made Doflamingo's pupils contract violently. He lashed out with his 5-color strings, now wreathed in powerful armament haki, the white silk turning pitch black. A thunderous crash, the crackle of energy, the two attacks collided, erupting into a storm of deadly force, thunder booming across the field. For a moment, both fighters were locked in a tense deadlock. "Break for me," Yunyi let out a cold snort. Behind him, lightning crackled and raged, the thunder growing even more wild and unbridled. This sudden eruption of power made Doflamingo's expression change. Even with his attack imbued with armament haki, he was still forced back by Yunyi's overwhelming burst of force. At last, Doflamingo grew truly serious. He looked at Yunyi, his tone heavy as he asked, "Such immense strength. What devil fruit power do you possess?" "Paramecia-type elemental fruit. It grants me the powers of the natural elements," Yunyi replied slowly, standing his ground. Doflamingo chuckled darkly. "Ha ha ha. That's quite a formidable fruit. Natural elements. Lightning, is it? No wonder you act with such arrogance." He shook out his arms. Yunyi's last attack had left them stinging, the main culprit being the numbing effects of the lightning. That power had nearly overwhelmed even his armored haki defenses. Yunyi, however, spoke with indifferent calm. "Is that all the warlords of the sea have to offer? I must say, I'm thoroughly disappointed." Even as he finished speaking, Yunyi's conqueror's haki surged forth once more, its kingly pressure rolling across the field. Perhaps due to the way spiritual pressure had become localized in this world, Yunyi, once awakened, could now wield this force at will. If his mastery could be measured, Yunyi estimated he'd be above 60% proficient by now. "Don't think that having conqueror's haki means you can act so cocky in front of me." A ruthless glint passed through Doflamingo's eyes, his voice now cold as ice. This man dared use his conqueror's haki as a threat? That was nothing less than provocation. Their conqueror's haki clashed fiercely once again, black lightning splitting the air between them. "Then by all means try to defeat me." Yunyi surged forward, hurling himself at Doflamingo with deadly intent. "I'll make sure you learn. Arrogance comes with a price." A wicked, savage smile twisted Doflamingo's face. one so chilling that any ordinary onlooker would be terrified out of their wits. In the arena, the two closed the gap between them, step by relentless step. Yin Yi gripped his sword in both hands, white lightning swirling around the blade. Doflamingo's fingers curled inward, his hand now coated in dense, formidable armament haki. The very next moment, both fighters launched their attacks, each striking at the other with lethal intent. Thunder boomed. Their conquerors' haki collided, the pressure between them intensifying. The sky overhead filled with churning, menacing clouds, as if some monstrous beast lurked within. At the epicenter of their clash, a terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing through the ground and leaving a crater from the sheer magnitude of their power. There was a thunderous impact as the two held their ground, locked in a momentary stalemate. Then, they both leapt back before launching themselves forward again. A sword met a claw in another earth-shaking collision. Crash after crash resounded. In the span of mere seconds, they exchanged dozens of savage blows. The force from their duel blasted out in every direction, leaving the battlefield in utter ruin. Suddenly, after a fierce exchange, Doflamingo halted his movements. His eyes gleamed as he shot a cold sneer at Yin Yi, a mocking smile twisting his lips. Ha ha ha. So, you really can't use armament haki, can you? Ha 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 ha. He was genuinely surprised. He had not expected that his opponent's attacks carried no trace of armament haki. Was it that he couldn't use it? Or was he simply hiding his strength? He's actually mocking me. Yin Yi bared his teeth in frustration. In the midst of their battle, his inability to wield armament haki had been laid bare before his opponent. But this was within Yin Ye's expectations. The moment they crossed blades, such a glaring weakness could hardly go unnoticed. Still, Yin Yi had weighed his options. As long as he didn't go up against a Logia user, given his current strength. Even if he couldn't win, he could always make his escape, couldn't he? Besides, if he went all out, it wasn't certain he couldn't take down Doflamingo. And apart from the trump cards he had already revealed, Yin Yi still had another trick up his sleeve. Since his swordsmanship had surpassed 80 in mastery, it had undergone a transformation that allowed him to send slashing waves through the air. But what if it were pure hand-to-hand combat? Could that, too, bring about a breakthrough in another power system? Like armament haki, or perhaps something else? Though Yin Yi had yet to experiment, he had a strong feeling that once his hand-to-hand combat skill reached a mastery level of 80, it would bring him a pleasant surprise. Let's not forget, his current hand-to-hand proficiency was already over 75. With just a bit more achievement points spent, he could push it past 80 in no time. Once that happened, his strength would climb to new heights. I may not have started learning armament haki yet, but what of it? Yin Yi raised his sword at Doflamingo, his tone frosty. I can still take you down. Ha ha ha. You can't use armament haki, yet you command observation, and you have conquerors too. Doflamingo replied coldly. I imagine you poured everything into honing your devil fruit power and your observation haki, haven't you? He let out a derisive laugh. How foolish. In this world, you can get by without a devil fruit. You can even lack conqueror's haki, but the one thing you absolutely must have is armament haki. To him, Yin Yi clearly favored the path of observation haki and his devil fruit, neglecting the development of armament haki entirely. There were plenty like that in this world. Those who started out with a powerful devil fruit, naively believing that alone would let them run roughshod over the world. As a result, they neglected the grueling training required to awaken haki. Only when they faced a real powerhouse did they finally understand the true meaning of despair. From Doflamingo's expression, Yin Yi could more or less guess what he was thinking at this moment. Still, Yin Yi paid it no mind. After all, only he truly knew his own strength. Of course, he fully understood the importance of mastering both kinds of haki. However, in the Navy, under Yin Ye's current training schedule, he hadn't yet reached the point where haki was introduced. But that time was drawing near. He was already practicing the Navy's 6 powers, and before long, Instructor Zephyr would begin to explain the secrets of the 2 haki. Trying to comprehend it on your own wasn't that easy. Enough talk. Yin Yi interrupted coldly, slashing through the air toward Doflamingo, lightning crackling down in a dazzling arc. Doflamingo snickered. A mere slash fueled by devil fruit power doesn't threaten me in the slightest. Overheat whiplash. With a flash, he dodged aside, then flicked his wrist. White threads extended behind him, growing longer and longer until, at their limit, he snapped them out toward Yin Yi. That's right. From the beginning, Yin Yi had never delivered a true swordsman slash. He was only shaping his lightning into the form of a blade. The pillar of threads whistled sharply as it tore through the air. It came crashing down from the sky, splitting the atmosphere with the force and wild dominance of a mountain cleaved in two. Yin Yi looked up, feeling a surge of danger prickle at his senses. His eyes tightened with gravity. Its speed was Yunye's forte. Empowered by his transient state and mastery of the Navy shave, Doflamingo's barrage wasn't going to land easily. In an instant, Yunye disappeared from sight, narrowly evading the attack. The moment he did, the ground behind him exploded, Doflamingo's strike gouging a trench more than 100 meters long. Staring at the new scar across the battlefield, Yunye's eyes flashed with thought. Does this guy, has he awakened his devil fruit powers yet? This level of threat from Doflamingo was challenging enough. If he'd already awakened that power, this fight would become even more difficult. Weighing his options, Yunye glanced at his status panel and raised his proficiency with hand-to-hand combat all the way to 80. The moment his hand-to-hand proficiency hit 80, Yunye clenched his fist and immediately sensed something different. This isn't armament hockey. He realized it at once. It wasn't the power of armament hockey, but rather a new kind of fighting technique. Are you scared? Doflamingo sneered, watching Yunye stand still after dodging that attack. Of course, he knew Yunye, who possessed Conqueror's hockey, wouldn't be unnerved just by his attacks. But psychological warfare was part of battle, too. Countless bouts had taught Doflamingo that winning a fight depended on more than brute strength. Yunye met his gaze, his tone brazen. No, I was just thinking, which move I should use to take you down. Doflamingo's grin twisted into a wicked, predatory smile. This time, without another word, he lunged straight at Yunye. His fingers tapped lightly. Thread shot. The jet-black tip of thread shot out from Doflamingo's fingers like a bullet. White lightning. Yunye responded with a flick of his fingers, sending a bolt of white lightning crashing out from his hand. A thunderous boom split the air. The two attacks collided in midair. Doflamingo's thread exploded into nothing, while Yunye's white lightning was knocked off course, streaking past Doflamingo's cheek. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo closed the distance between them. 5 fingers manipulating thin, black threads, he clawed toward Yunye. Yunye dodged nimbly, sword slashing through the air, thunder crackling and surging. Blades rang out as sword and threads met. Roars of sound erupted, the intensity of their duel surpassing everything before, blows landing with the crash of thunder and shudder of metal. Foot-sliced thread. Doflamingo's talon descended, only to be blocked by Yunye's blade. Doflamingo's lips curled into a chilling smile, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. His body spun swiftly, and his right leg, trailing razor-thin threads, snapped out in a whip kick aimed at Yunye's waist. Yunye's eyes flashed in response. His movements never faltered. Lightning surged around his left fist as he countered with a powerful punch. Doflamingo's laughter was as cold as steel. Fufu. No armament hockey, yet you dare to take me head-on with your bare hands? Noting Yunye's boldness, Doflamingo's cruel grin only deepened. This fool, the audacity to challenge him directly? A thick layer of armament hockey cloaked his leg, turning it inky black. He would teach this arrogant man a painful lesson. But just as he believed his blow would sever Yunye's arm clean off, fist met leg. To his astonishment, Doflamingo saw faint ripples of air blossoming from Yunye's knuckles, stopping his hockey-infused attack cold. The atmosphere trembled, distorted by the rippling force, a shockwave rebounding again and again. On closer look, neither fist nor kick truly made contact. Some unseen force had kept them apart. What? Doflamingo was stunned. His strike blocked? What was that technique? Was it hockey? Or some kind of devil fruit power? He barely had time to wonder. Yunye was on the move again. Single bone. Yunye's voice was cold as frost. Discarding his sword, he clenched his right fist, plasma crackling along his arm. Combining that strange, secret technique with Old Man Yamamoto's fighting style, Yunye's punch let loose with full force. At the sight of Yunye releasing his sword and electricity surging over his fist, a wave of dread rose in Doflamingo's chest. Danger, danger, danger. His hockey screamed out warning, draining color from his face. But Yunye gave him no time to evade, not for a single heartbeat. Carry me to the other side of the island. Yunye let out a cold, chilling laugh. A wave of domineering hockey crashed down, suppressing Doflamingo's movements. Then, with a fist that gathered the full force of Yunye's many abilities, he struck out fiercely. Damn it all. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Confronted by Yunye's sudden surge, there was no way he could react at such close range. He could only muster his armament hockey, desperately shielding his chest. Thunder roared. A violent gust howled through the air. With that blow, Yunye's fist landed squarely on Doflamingo's chest. A resonant sound, deep and thunderous as a great drum at dawn or dusk, echoed across the entire island. Doflamingo felt an unstoppable force crash into him. In an instant, even the hardened hockey over his chest collapsed under the impact, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his whole body was hurled back by the force of that punch. He flew backward at incredible speed, just a streak in the sky, flung to a distance impossible to judge. A series of deafening crashes resounded. In the distance, colossal trees were shattered and uprooted one after another. And finally, a mountain peak itself was smacked down, crumbling with a mighty roar. Doflamingo was buried beneath the rubble and stone. At this moment, Diamante's expression utterly changed, twisted in terror. A wild, impossible thought surged from the depths of his mind. Could it be that their young master, Doflamingo, might actually lose to this bounty hunter? Meanwhile, Yunyi was gasping for breath, then, without hesitation, started after him. That burst of power, just now, had almost drained him. Though his physical strength had grown by leaps and bounds during this period, such consumption was still too much to sustain for long. That instant eruption, together with unleashing the Thunder Roar cannon at full strength, had nearly emptied Yunyi's reserves. Far away at Navy headquarters, the Navy's other Yunyi quickly found an excuse to skip today's physical training, doing everything possible to minimize expenditure. Sending out his senses, Yunyi felt the commotion where the rubble had been scattered away. Doflamingo was wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly climbing out of the massive crater. TCH, still able to move? That's some resilience, Yunyi muttered inwardly, gaining a deeper sense of just how tough pirates in this world could be. These guys are just plain beefy. If Doflamingo could tank a blow like that, then what about the Yonko, the emperors, especially those famous for their defense, Big Mom and Kaido? It was almost unthinkable. Doflamingo now looked battered, his flamboyant pink, feathered coat in tatters, and his chest caved in. But even as Yunyi watched, the dent began to bulge out again, visibly mending itself. Doflamingo was already using his powers to heal his wounds. I'll tear that mask from your face, and then send everyone connected to you down to accompany you. Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's haki in a thunderous wave, his gaze as cold as ancient glacial ice, his voice even sharper, each word icy enough to chill the marrow. How long had it been since he'd been treated like this? How many years since he'd suffered wounds of this severity? If you think you can, why don't you come and give it a try? Yunyi retorted with a mocking sneer and strode forward, thunder cracking and scattering behind him. A deafening crash echoed as the two collided again, the shock waves from their blows rippling across the entire island. Meanwhile, everyone still conscious on the island turned toward the source of the noise, whispering among themselves. What in the world is happening over there? Is it possible there's a fight going on? Haha, no way. There's no way a battle could be so intense you'd hear it from this far off, right? Some felt compelled to investigate, but no matter how close they tried to get, an inexplicable force would leave them unconscious before they reached the source. No one understood why people were dropping like flies. Even those who woke from the fainting spell had no memory. They couldn't say what had caused them to black out. Out at sea, meanwhile, a Navy warship was drawing near the island port. On board, every Marine stood at the ready, awaiting orders. G. Spider's expression was calm as he stared toward the island. With a commanding gesture, he barked, "Everyone, prepare to set foot on the island." "Yes, sir," the crew chorused in unison, straightening their postures. Back at the battlefield, neither Yunyi nor Doflamingo had any inkling that the Navy was closing in. Their fight raged on, fierce as ever. He hasn't used his Devil Fruit's awakening. Is it because he's not mastered it yet? Yunyi slipped aside, narrowly dodging Doflamingo's blow, and came to a halt, not immediately launching another attack. Doflamingo, too, paused. For a moment, both were breathing heavily, yet their eyes blazed with undiminished fighting spirit. This was the first time since arriving in this world that Yunyi had felt such exhilaration in battle. His previous encounters had been one-sided, steamrolling over opponents before his blood even had a chance to run hot. But now, for the first time, he was truly experiencing the full weight and worth of this world's strongest. Even after unleashing Shunko and boosting himself with Kido, he still couldn't completely overwhelm Doflamingo. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Ever since I set out to sea, no one's ever managed to take me this far. Doflamingo of the Seven Warlords, I acknowledge you. Yunyi, after pausing to catch his breath, threw back his head and let out a wild, exhilarated laugh. Doflamingo's eyes flashed cold and sharp. Fufufu, acknowledge me? Don't get too cocky. Yunyi laughed heartily, carrying on as if nothing could faze him. Let's strike a deal, Doflamingo. I acknowledge your strength. You're worthy of becoming my partner. So what do you say? Join forces with me. Let's turn the underworld upside down. Ha, such grand ambition. But I refuse. There was a flash of calculation in Doflamingo's eyes, but at this moment, his heart seethed with rage. There was no way he'd agree to Yuni's offer now. First, Yuni provokes Doflamingo, then immediately proposes an alliance? Does Yun really think he's someone who won't get angry? Yun wiped the wild grin from his face, replying coldly, "You really don't appreciate what's good for you. In that case, I'll beat you down first, and then we'll discuss terms." This time, Doflamingo merely snorted coldly in response, not bothering to answer. To be honest, he was already nearing his limit. Some of his strength had been spent getting here with those aerial leaps, but the real reason was the blow he'd just taken from Yuni. That punch had broken through his armament hockey defense, the force tunneling straight into his core. And inside him, a fearsome, wild surge of lightning was still raging out of control. That's why his body was on the very brink. Yuni launched himself forward again, feet barely brushing the ground. This time, his speed soared to an all-new level. He noticed a change himself. Just a glance at his status told him. His mastery of shave had reached 80. Seeing this, Doflamingo's pupils shrank in shock. This guy still had power he'd been hiding? Damn you! Were you playing me for a fool from the start? Now Doflamingo was furious beyond words, convinced that Yuni had been toying with him the entire time. Yuni didn't bother to answer. He closed the distance in a flash, already mere steps from Doflamingo now. But Doflamingo was no rookie. He was a seasoned veteran. Suppressing his fury, he kept a clear head. Losing his temper would only dull his observation hockey, and he couldn't afford that for even a second. Using observation hockey, Doflamingo traced Yuni's swift movements, biting his lip. He could tell Yuni was finally gearing up for a decisive blow. A powerful aura swelled around Yuni, so intense that even Doflamingo's heart clenched involuntarily. Doflamingo's gaze sharpened, and from his back, thin threads twisted together, coiling around each other until they formed several white tentacles. At each tip, thick armament hockey gleamed menacingly, turning them into terrifyingly sharp weapons. Holy killer shot, divine execution. With a sweeping motion, Doflamingo directed the tentacle tips at Yuni. In the space of a heartbeat, they lunged, striking out ferociously toward him. Could he really unleash this attack without awakening? Sensing the sheer force of the blow, Yuni's face tightened in focus. He dared not take it lightly. Shifting from side to side, Yuni expertly dodged every attack, his mastery of the flash step at level 80 turning movement into instinct. For assaults he couldn't evade, he gathered the force of a powerful lightning pillar in his palm, blasting them away with sheer might. Yuni lunged forward. At this point, he was less than 5 meters from Doflamingo. For opponents of their caliber, 5 meters was as good as nothing. Seeing this, Doflamingo tried to escape. But how could Yuni possibly let him slip away again? Blazing triple thrust. Yuni flicked his 2 fingers. 3 flashes of light materialized out of thin air and latched onto Doflamingo's body, halting his movements for an instant. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. Light! Yuni had saved this skill specifically for this moment, never once revealing it until now. He stepped forward with his right foot. The ground fractured beneath him, cracks rippling outward. Thunderstrike, twin bones, both fists drawn back to his waist. Yuni's eyes turned icy. In that moment, every ounce of his strength pooled into his fists, unleashing a blow of unimaginable force. Doflamingo's face was drained of color, true terror dawning, but now he didn't even have time to summon armament hockey to defend himself. A resounding crash split the air. The strike landed squarely in Doflamingo's abdomen, the force punching through his body and bursting out his back. Lightning surged madly into Doflamingo, flooding him in an instant and making him vomit blood by the mouthful. Then a storm of force exploded, hurling Doflamingo's entire body backwards. He sailed in a savage arc through the air, smashing into the very mountain peak where Yuni had once stood at the battle start. The peak collapsed in an instant, massive boulders tumbling, clouds of dust surging to swallow it all, leaving everything buried, the figure inside eerily still and unmoving. Gasping for breath, Yuni extended his senses across the rubble. This time, Doflamingo did not rise again. The signature feathered coat was shredded where Yuni's blow had pierced it. Even the sunglasses he never parted with shattered at that moment. His presence dwindled to almost nothing. Just then, a system prompt chimed in Yuni's mind. Meanwhile, Diamante still hung in the air, watching wide-eyed. Hope and dread flickered across his face as he witnessed the scene. Who had been sent flying? Only when he saw Yuni streaking through the sky did his expression wholly change. What that meant needed no further explanation. Their young master, one of the 7 warlords, king of the underworld, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was defeated. Vanquished here in the North Sea. Yuni strode over to the heap of debris where Doflamingo lay buried, grabbed him, and flung his battered form toward Diamante's side. Switching off his flash step, Yin Yi walked forward, stopping just 10 meters away, fixing Diamante with a cold smile. It seems the one you placed all your hopes on, Doflamingo, couldn't accomplish what you expected after all. And this insolent fool actually dared to refuse my offer. My offer. No one's ever dared refuse me before. Cloud Knight's voice brimmed with wild arrogance, his performance convincingly capturing the demeanor of an utterly brazen man. Watching as Diamante's face twisted in terror, Cloud Knight kept laughing with reckless abandon. Relax, I don't plan to destroy your Don Quixote family. Since I've chosen you as my partners, I'm counting on your help to deal with that old man Amit. Of course, this excuse was something Cloud Knight had prepared well in advance. Though he'd carefully crafted a persona of pure madness for himself, it was still essential to have clear objectives. Take, for example, the prospect of turning the entire underworld on its head, or taking out one of its ruling kings. With these apparent aims, every action he'd taken up to now could suddenly connect. Everything would make sense in hindsight. Why seize the shipping king's cargo? Why target the Don Quixote family? All these questions could finally be met with a reasonable explanation. Because he intended to make his move against the dark underworld. Because he had set his sights on the shipping king, Umit. Naturally, there were still parts that wouldn't fit together perfectly. But honestly, who would pay attention to such details? Facing someone as uncontrollably wild as this, there was nothing he might do that would truly surprise anyone anymore. People would simply decide that Cloud Knight was insane, deeply cunning, a master of manipulation. And anyone like that is especially terrifying. Anyone like that is to be feared all the more. After Doflamingo was defeated, Diamante had been completely deflated, unable to recover from shock. Now, upon hearing Cloud Knight's proposal, his heart filled with astonishment. Cloud Knight actually wanted to cooperate with the Don Quixote family? That was something he'd never anticipated. Diamante's gaze wavered in surprise as he looked at Cloud Knight. Yet he quickly noticed that Cloud Knight's attention was focused elsewhere. Across the way lay the harbor. Navy warships had already made landfall. A formidable squad was marching in their direction, an imposing sight. At the head of this force, Vice Admiral Enigmo had already spotted them. The Navy? Why would they show up at a time like this? A shadow crossed Cloud Knight's face as suspicion flared. His first thought was that the Don Quixote family must have summoned them. But that idea faded almost instantly. It was far too unlikely. Even though both groups served under the world government's banner, there was no love lost between them. And with Doflamingo's temperament, would he ever resort to calling the Navy for help? Impossible, not a chance. That left only one option. The Navy was here, tracking Doflamingo's movements. This was one of the 4 seas, and with someone as dangerous as Doflamingo on the move in the North Blue, there was no way the authorities wouldn't be closely watching his every step. No matter how he looked at it, that was the only logical answer. Clearly, Diamante had spotted the incoming Navy as well. His face changed abruptly, the color draining away. In the eyes of many, the 7 warlords of the sea and the Navy headquarters are both powers under the world government. So, they must be on the same side. He wasn't worried about the Navy coming to capture them. As members of the warlords, the Navy wouldn't dare do anything to them. His real concern was that if Yun Yi encountered the Navy, he might think they were reinforcements called in by the warlords. In a fit of rage, Yun Yi could kill them all on the spot. That would be a complete disaster. Given his current state, and with Doflamingo still unconscious, there was no way they could stop Yun Yi if he decided to kill them. That's why his expression had changed so drastically. Yun Yi himself wasn't in great shape either. He was nearly depleted, running dangerously low on stamina. His body was starting to suffer the after-effects of his burst of power. Right now, facing a vice admiral from headquarters, his chances of victory were slim to none. The moment Yun Yi saw the Navy officer leading the group, he immediately recognized who it was. It was Vice Admiral Enigmo, from Navy headquarters. Within the Navy, he was considered one of the veteran vice admirals. Even though the original story rarely showed him in battle, anyone given the rank of vice admiral couldn't possibly be weak. Clearly, Enigmo's observation hockey had picked up on the situation over here. When he saw Doflamingo collapsed on the ground and unconscious, Enigmo's pupils contracted intensely. Doflamingo defeated? That thought flashed through his mind, and a look of shock appeared on his fierce face. Clearly, this had given him quite a jolt. Who was Doflamingo, after all? A warlord of the sea. To become a warlord, you had to be truly formidable. Take Doflamingo, for example. Even against him, Enigmo would always be extremely wary, never daring to let his guard down for even a moment. But what was happening now? Doflamingo had been defeated? And by the hands of a bounty hunter? Enigmo looked at the masked man, black and white, who stood facing them. Shock rippled through him. but a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Because he could see that Yun Yi was not in good shape at all, that thought stirred something in his heart. To him, bounty hunters were unpredictable, wild cards, liable to ally with evil at any moment. He darted forward, voice cold as ice as he barked at Yun Yi and the rest. All of you, drop your weapons and surrender. So, he made a move after all. Yun Yi's eyes narrowed, unsurprised. He'd already anticipated this. The Navy's way of handling things was clear enough, even back when he watched the anime in his previous life, especially hawks like Enigmo. They'd rather execute 1,000 by mistake than let a single enemy escape. No, even if someone like Momonga, a much gentler, dove-like officer, were here, he still would never let Yun Yi walk free. At the very least, they would investigate and uncover the true identity of Yun Yi hidden behind his mask. In short, whether it was someone from the hawkish or dovish faction, as long as they were part of the Navy, their arrival would inevitably lead to a clash with Yun Yi. Yun Yi's mind was already racing, considering his options for what to do next. In his current state, he knew he was no match for Enigmo. Yet to simply turn and flee in disgrace would be out of character for the audacious persona he had established. If I'm to leave, I have to make the Navy pay a price for it. I can still summon the strength for one last blow. His thoughts speeding along, Yun Yi quickly glanced at the system panel. For defeating Doflamingo, I've received 1,500 achievement points and 1 skill draw. The skill draw can wait. The outcome is far too unpredictable. With these 1,000+ achievement points, I've already unlocked quite a few skills. Is there anything here that could help me now? He dismissed all those immensely powerful skills. Their cost was too great. Even if he unlocked them, his current state wouldn't allow him to use them. In the end, Yun Yi fixed his gaze on the return path within the Demon Branch. There weren't many skills within return path, just a handful, but every one of them focused on recovery. A flash of inspiration lit up Yun Yi's eyes. In an instant, his plan came together. With a recovery skill ready to be unlocked, Yun Yi now felt free to unleash all his strength. Even if his body suffered from the effort, return path would allow him to heal. Navy, I never went looking for trouble with you. I suggest you don't start anything with me. With newfound confidence, Yun Yi's gaze became as cold and sharp as a blade as he looked at Enigmo, his tone absolutely frigid. After attacking one of the 7 warlords under the world government, you claim you're not looking for trouble? Enough talk, just surrender quietly, or else what's waiting for you will be the Navy's full firepower. Enigmo, seeing Yun Yi still behaving so brazenly, was even less polite, his voice cracking like a whip across the square. Yun Yi's expression was unmoved. Behind him, a low, electric crackle of white lightning surged into being. His tone chilled the air. So the Navy is determined to make me their enemy, is that it? Though Yun Yi himself belonged to the Navy, he felt no loyalty owed to his supposed comrades. If they needed to fall, he would show no mercy. Still so arrogant. Even now, a cold glint flashed in Enigmo's eyes. At this point, Yun Yi still dared to act so recklessly. With a wave of his large hand, he shouted, "Attack!" After all, Yun Yi was the one who had defeated Doflamingo. Though he appeared badly weakened at the moment, Enigmo still decided to test him and ordered his men to open fire. The crack of gunfire echoed as countless bullets rained toward Yun Yi. In a blur of movement, Yun Yi sprang into the air with Shuinpa, evading the barrage. But upon landing, he intentionally staggered, letting a bullet strike his shoulder. Blood gushed forth, crimson and hot. It was deliberate. He meant to lure Enigmo into personally making a move. Only after gravely injuring the ghost spider would Yun Yi finally have a chance to escape from this place. Behind a mask, Yun Yi's eyes remained icy calm. Even in such a perilous situation, not once did he panic. As expected, witnessing Yun Yi's seemingly weakened state, the ghost spider's eyes narrowed with a glint of satisfaction, quietly thinking he was right about his suspicions. Immediately, he ordered his soldiers to stand down. He would handle this himself. After all, this was a golden opportunity to earn military merit. Military merit could be used not only for promotion, but also to exchange for valuable items. One could even trade merit for devil fruits and legendary swords. Capturing a criminal powerful enough to defeat a warlord of the sea. Just imagine how much merit that would bring him if he captured Yun Yi himself. A cold, sinister smile played on the ghost spider's lips. In his mind, he had already declared Yun Yi a criminal. He launched forward, feet kicking off the ground with a sudden burst of speed. His longsword was wreathed in a coating of armament haki as he brought it down upon Yun Yi with a decisive slash. He had no intention of taking Yun Yi's life. At most, this blow would leave Yun Yi severely wounded. After all, a living prisoner was far more valuable than a corpse. and the merit awarded would be greater too. Yunye's gaze sharpened to a piercing chill as the ghost spider's sword drew ever closer, mere moments from striking him. Now, the opportunity is here. In a flash, Yunye's pupils contracted. Kingly haki surged from him in a tempest, crashing down over the ghost spider like a tidal wave. At the same moment, thunder exploded behind him. Yunye's left hand shot forward, deflecting the ghost spider's strike, while arcs of lightning snaked outward, each spark weighed with paralyzing force. His right hand gripped his sword, dense plasma coiling around the blade. The heat was so intense, the steel began to glow, shimmer, and tremble, on the verge of melting. One sword style, ultimate slash. His voice was calm, detached, echoing through every heart like the whisper of death itself. This was Yunye's strongest attack, his greatest power, condensed into a single strike. With a rising upward sweep, thunderous and swift, the blade ripped out before the ghost spider could move, a razor-sharp arc cleaving the air with a chilling hiss. A crescent-shaped shockwave, nearly 100 meters long, erupted from Yunye's blade, tearing across the ground, slicing through everything in its path. Buildings, trees, mountain peaks, anything standing before the slash was sliced cleanly in two. The attack carved a deep ravine in the earth, stretching from the east end of the island nearly all the way to the west, a man-made canal left in its wake. Back in the heart of the battlefield, Yunye knelt, breathing heavily, sweat rolling in great droplets down his forehead. The ghost spider stood frozen, his face still twisted in that mocking smile. But in the next instant, a thin line of blood traced down from the crown of his head, splitting lower and lower. The Navy headquarters Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, had fallen. For a moment, every Marine who witnessed this scene stood utterly stunned. Then, panic swept over their faces. The Vice Admiral, he's dead? Run. Hurry, run for your lives. Send this message back to Navy headquarters at once. This bounty hunter is terrifying beyond belief. Almost instantly, every naval soldier lost the will to fight, thinking only of escaping as quickly as possible. After all, even a vice admiral was utterly powerless against Yunye. What hope could they possibly have? They all knew exactly how strong Enigmo was, and to see him killed without even being able to put up resistance was a tremendous shock. Defeat is like an avalanche. Once it starts, nothing can stop it. The Navy, swift to arrive, but even swifter to withdraw. Yunye was a little surprised himself. Originally, he'd only intended to deliver a heavy blow to Enigmo, but to his astonishment, the attack actually finished him off completely. He'd underestimated just how much power he could unleash in a single outburst. Yunye simply watched the Navy soldiers fleeing. He made no move to stop them, not for lack of desire, but because that explosive attack had pushed him to his absolute limit. Now, pain coursed through his entire body, the backlash of unleashing everything at once, leaving him drained and aching. With a low, cold chuckle, he said, "Deliver this message to Doflamingo. I hope he knows better than to refuse me again. Otherwise, next time, it will be the end of the Don Quixote family. And don't forget, I expect the 1 billion ransom." Forcing himself to stand, Yunye swept a steely gaze over Diamante and let out a cold snort. With his warning delivered, he turned and left. First things first, he needed to find a place to recover from his wounds. As Yunye departed, Diamante finally let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Yunye brought to bear was overwhelming. Even without directly facing that final, explosive sword strike, the shock of it sent shivers to his very soul. Such strength rivaled that of the great pirates of the New World. In fact, only those notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion had ever displayed such ferocious might. Not even their young master compared. One day later, this was Navy headquarters. A meeting was underway. The same cadre of naval leaders had gathered once again. But just then, a rear admiral burst into the chamber, hurrying to deliver his report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Report, Fleet Admiral. News has just arrived from the North Blue. Here, the rear admiral swallowed hard, an uncharacteristic heaviness settling on his face. A bounty hunter, known as the Quincy Man, fought the warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, on Bavely River Island and defeated him. At these words, every face in the room changed. Surprise, gravity, doubt, and a disbelief that was nearly impossible to put into words. But that wasn't the end. The brigadier continued, his voice becoming even heavier. Then, Vice Admiral Enigmo, who was heading to Bavely River Island in the North Sea, witnessed this scene. He stepped forward to intervene, but in the battle with the Quincy, he was killed. The other Marines suffered no casualties and have already left Bavely River Island. What? Vice Admiral Doberman sprang to his feet, his face turning gloomy. You're saying that Vice Admiral Enigma was killed by someone in the North Sea? At that moment, not a single Navy officer could remain calm. Even the admirals and the fleet admiral all wore serious expressions, their eyes darkening. The brigadier's eyes were grim as well. Why, yes, that's the message from the Marines who traveled to Beverly River Island. Sengoku's face grew exceptionally somber. He spoke with authority. Bring me more detailed intelligence. After reading the full report, Sengoku took a deep breath. With a sharp slap, he threw the file onto the table, his gaze razor-sharp. Set everything else aside for now. Days later, an earth-shaking piece of news spread worldwide via the newspapers. Across the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World, wherever the newsbirds could reach, they carried this story. The paper described it as follows. In the North Sea, one of the 7 warlords, Heavenly Demon Don Quixote da Flamingo, was defeated by a North Sea bounty hunter known as the Quincy. On the same day, Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Enigma, while pursuing this notorious criminal, was ambushed and ultimately killed in battle. Accompanying the article was a wanted poster showing a figure wearing a black and white mask, lightning swirling behind him. The Quincy, real name unknown, user of the paramecia type elemental fruit, master of the natural elements, lightning and fire. Bounty, 188,880,000 berries. Extremely dangerous. Recommended to be taken out on sight. For a moment, the world was shaken. Everyone was desperate to know, who is this Quincy? Why would he dare strike at both the Navy and a warlord of the sea? In the second half of the Grand Line, a whale-shaped ship sailed across the open sea. It was the Moby Dick, flagship of the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. A grand celebration was underway on deck, a scene of pure festivity. Suddenly, the 4th Division commander, Thatch, holding a newspaper, did a double take, his face flashing with astonishment. He stood up abruptly, exclaiming in amazement, that heavenly demon guy actually got beaten in the 4 seas. He spoke so loudly that everyone on board heard him. At his words, every member of the Whitebeard pirates turned their curious gazes to Thatch. Jozu, who had eaten the diamond fruit, couldn't help but ask, Thatch, are you serious? Thatch handed the newspaper to Jozu. Jozu took one look and spoke up, a Quincy, name unknown, a user of the superhuman class elemental fruit? Bounty, 188,880,000 berries. A sharp inhale swept through the room. No way. Is that for real, Captain? Don't joke with us. Some of the newer members of the Whitebeard pirates, still green behind the ears, gasped. That's nearly 200 million on a first bounty. Has that ever happened before? Blackbeard Teach, who had been lurking quietly to the side with his typical bumbling grin, had his eyes gleam ever so briefly at the mention of the elemental fruit. Though he hid it well, in his heart he mused, elemental fruit, huh? That's no weak power, but compared to Pop's Tremor fruit, it's still a long shot from the top. Marco let out a relaxed chuckle. Yeah, so that's a warlord of the sea? Looks like they're not so fearsome after all. Whitebeard himself, a towering figure whose mere gaze demanded respect, took a hearty swig of his drink. Then he glanced at the newspaper in his hands and let out a thunderous laugh. Gururara, wearing a mask. Could this be a pirate who's already made a name for themselves? Or is it perhaps an impressive rookie breaking onto the scene? Marco replied, at this rate, it won't be long before this one sets foot on the Grand Line. When that happens, even the New World will get a lot more crowded and lively. Whitebeard grinned with an overwhelming, unshakable confidence, his aura radiating like a roaring tide. No matter how lively it gets, it's all just child's play. Pirate games, nothing more. Gururara. Since Roger's death and Golden Line's disappearance, there's hardly anyone left in this era who's worth even a glance from me. The sheer dominance in Whitebeard's smile was impossible to ignore. It was as if an invincible force rolled off of him and filled the room. Though his words were bold, nearly bordering on arrogance, he was never one to bluff. He still stood at his absolute peak. Being called the strongest man in the world was no idle boast. Even the most notorious and active pirates of this age, faced with Whitebeard, would still have to bow their heads before him. Elsewhere, in another sea, the land of Wano, Kaido of the Beasts, too, sat with a newspaper in hand. After reading that Doflamingo had been defeated, he let out a cold snort. Heavenly Iksha, for your sake, I hope what I need gets delivered on time. Otherwise, I'll come and collect it myself. With that, he drained the last of his sake in a single gulp. Other great pirates, as well as the shadowy kings of the underworld, had also seen the headlines. Each one wore a different expression as they digested the news. Let's turn back the clock a few days. After killing Spider, one of the ghosts, Cloud Knight did not immediately leave the island. Instead, He slipped away to a hidden corner. Fighting to endure the waves of pain racking his body, Cloud Knight managed to unlock a healing technique, Kaido. Kaido isn't particularly prominent in the original Bleach story. It's so obscure that its very name is barely mentioned, and its specific skills go virtually unnoticed. Very few people had mastered the art. Outside of the 4th Squad, virtually no one bothered to learn it. So little value was attached to the 4th Squad's healing expertise that the other squads simply looked down upon them. That alone says all you need to know about how neglected the Kaido ability really was. Within the Bleach status system, only 2 or 3 Kaido skills even make an appearance. Reversal Path. Withered Wood meets Spring. This is a reversal skill unlocked by Yun Yi, costing him 500 achievement points. The description is quite straightforward. Essentially, it's a skill for healing injuries. Similarly, activating the skill consumes physical energy. But right now, Yun Yi's body is approaching its limit. He doesn't even have the strength left to trigger the healing. It's only after half a day's rest that Yun Yi manages to summon enough energy to use the reversal skill to patch himself up. When activated, a faint light shimmers across his body, a sign that the healing process has begun. What's more, this skill can be used to treat not only himself but others as well. Given the monstrous powers of recovery that exist in the world of pirates, Yun Yi is fully healed in just a single day. Although his 2 bodies share the same essence and spirit, their physical wounds are not linked, so there's no need to worry about affecting the Navy Yun Yi. The naval Yun Yi continues his training, calm and methodical as always. Staring at the newspaper in his hand, Yun Yi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Not that there was a bounty out for him, but that the very first bounty reached nearly 200 million belly. The Navy was really going all out. Did they see him as such a huge threat? Then again, considering that he'd made his debut by taking down a Shichibukai and a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral in one go, anyone would think he was dangerous. If this weren't the first bounty, it would probably be double by now. With a careless flick, Yun Yi tossed the newspaper aside and turned back to his makeshift quarters. His current home was a cave deep within the forest of Pavalai River Island, one he had carved out himself. He had spent the past few days there, stockpiling supplies, and also keeping safe the devil fruit he'd snatched from the hands of the Sea Transport King. It had been sitting there ever since. Yun Yi sat down and began to plan his next moves. Now that his wounds were healed, it was time to leave the North Blue and sail into the Grand Line. He could no longer earn many achievement points in the North Blue. Even after taking down Simon Sandy, whose bounty exceeded 40 million belly, he had only earned 150 achievement points. The rest were hardly worth mentioning. There just weren't enough strong contenders in these waters. Besides, Doflamingo and his crew were most likely on some island in the first half of the Grand Line by now. Their deal with the Don Quixote family was still pending, and he hadn't received his ransom yet. A partnership was one thing. Bounty payments were quite another. Best not to confuse the two. Either he'd go to them, or they'd come seeking him. With a sly grin, Yun Yi glanced at the devil fruit. With this prize in hand, there was no way the Don Quixote family would ignore him. He ran through his plans one more time in his mind, then set out to sea. Yun Yi was a lone wolf, setting sail with nothing but a small boat. But for Yun Yi, that was more than enough. At the very least, storms and rough seas no longer posed much of a threat to him now. His only real trouble was the lack of supplies. Without a place to store them, Yun Yi found it rather frustrating. Even the devil fruit he'd acquired had just been haphazardly stashed in a box and tossed aside. Boarding the small boat, Yun Yi pressed down with his foot. The surface of the sea seemed to dip beneath the force, and the next instant, like a spring compressed and released, the little boat shot forward, darting away in a flash. A technique derived from White Strike. 80, pretty handy, he thought with some satisfaction. 10 days later, Yun Yi finally arrived at the entrance to the Grand Line. The soaring red line stretched out endlessly, its summit lost in the clouds, a monumental wall that had stood watch here for countless ages, guarding secrets untold. A river running counter to the main current came into view, catching Yun Yi's eye. Reverse Mountain, he murmured, then broke into a smile. Guiding his boat with the surging current, he shot up and over Reverse Mountain, officially entering the Grand Line. At Twin Capes, nestled at the base of Reverse Mountain, Yun Yi sensed a presence with his keen awareness. No doubt the ship's doctor who had once sailed with Roger for a time. Ikaros, was it? He couldn't quite recall, but Yun Yi didn't dwell on it and had no intention of making contact. He simply steered his boat deeper into the distance. Meanwhile, in a lighthouse, Crocus narrowed his eyes, having caught sight of Yun Yi's figure. That mask. Is that the Quincy who took down Doflamingo? Has he entered the Grand Line too? Crocus adjusted his glasses and picked up a nearby wanted poster. Sure enough, Yun Yi's photo stared back at him from the page. A glint flickered in his eyes, and he mused to himself. Amusing? With a rising star like this entering the new world, will it stir up even fiercer storms? A few more days slipped by. Grand Line, Kororo Island. This island marked the beginning of one of the Grand Line's magnetic routes. Most pirates who first entered the passageway would anchor here to resupply. As a result, chaos reigned on the island year-round. All sorts of people mingled here. Danger and disorder were part of the very air. Killings, robberies, violence, and worse were everyday occurrences. Pirates were the embodiment of chaos. There was no telling what they might do next. Adventurers like Luffy from the original story were a rare breed. Most other pirates were ruthless and savage in nature. Stepping onto the island, Yin Yi moved with clear purpose, heading straight for an auction house he remembered. If his memory served him right, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, controlled many underground auctions, and Yin Yi intended to try his luck there. Even if he was mistaken, he could always put the devil fruit up for auction himself. Given his current notoriety, a little well-placed publicity would see the news spreading fast. And if the Don Quixote family caught wind of it, well, Yin Yi expected they'd come looking for him soon enough. Yin Yi made no attempt to hide himself. He stepped onto the island openly, with calm confidence. Almost everyone who laid eyes on Yin Yi paused in surprise, only for their expressions to change dramatically a moment later. Some couldn't help but cry out in shock. That mask. Wait, isn't that the mask from the Whole Sea's latest rumors? The Quincy who defeated the Warlord of the Sea. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they hurriedly backed away. He really is dangerous. Everyone, keep your distance. That guy even dared to take down a Navy Vice Admiral. Isn't he afraid of the Navy's retaliation? That black and white mask had already become Yin Yi's unmistakable symbol. At a glance, anyone would immediately think of the notorious Quincy who had recently become the sensation of the seas. However, some bounty hunters watched Yin Yi with a glint of sharpness in their eyes. Who knows if the rumors are even true? The Navy tends to exaggerate everything. They probably mix things up. It could all just be a big misunderstanding. He found it hard to believe that someone who had only just appeared on the bounty list could already be worth nearly $200 million. Most likely, the Navy had made a mistake. Another scoffed. Why don't you go try your luck and see for yourself? Humph, you think I wouldn't dare? Chafed by the provocation, the bounty hunter snorted and strode forward. This man was named Vic, and he was no weakling. He defeated pirates with a 50 million belly bounty before. Among the local bounty hunters, he was considered top tier. Now this is going to be interesting. That Vic is seriously lacking in brains. A real idiot. Still, even though he's a fool, his strength isn't bad. I bet even that Quincy would have some trouble dealing with him. No kidding. All muscle, no brains, that one. Excited murmurs spread among the onlookers. Vic marched straight up to Yin Yi, blocking his path with a cold smile. He glared at Yin Yi and called out, "Hey, you're that Quincy, aren't you? Rumor has it you're real tough. Strong enough that not even the Warlord of the Sea could handle you." Yin Yi had overheard the crowd's conversation just moments ago, so he naturally understood why this man was barring his way. "Idiot," Yin Yi said flatly, not even stopping as he lifted his hand. A crackle of white lightning flashed forth in an instant. In a flash too fast for the eye to follow, a bolt of lightning shot out, piercing Vic cleanly through the forehead. Yin Yi didn't even pause. He simply walked past without a second glance. Behind him, the others could only stare, wide-eyed in utter disbelief. One strike? Are you kidding me? He finished Vic with a single attack. What kind of monster is that? Is that a Paramecia-type devil fruit? One with lightning powers? That's terrifying. It was only after Yin Yi had gone that the shocked whispers began to spread in earnest. It was simply beyond belief. With just a single blow, Yin Yi had crushed a man they all thought of as one of their strongest. Vic. Was this the true strength of the man who defeated the Warlord of the Sea? Yin Yi gave no attention to this minor incident and continued on his way. He walked straight ahead, making his way to the front of an auction house. This was an enormous auction house, lavishly decorated and glittering with gold from floor to ceiling. Even the signboard gleamed with golden brilliance, exuding the unmistakable aura of nouveau riche extravagance. Emblazoned on the signboard were the words, "Rao Auction House." Chuckling softly, Yin Yi strode inside. Within, he found a grand hall radiating with the same opulent splendor, dominated by a massive counter in the center. On either side, rare and precious items were on display, as if the place were hosting a miniature exhibition. At that moment, two men stood behind the counter. One was burly and fierce-looking, the other, sallow and gaunt, positively scrawny. As soon as they saw someone enter, the burly man scowled and snapped at Yin Yi. "Who are you? Don't you know this is the back entrance? You can't just wander in here." Yin Yi didn't even need to sense them. He knew right away that these two weren't worth worrying about. Glancing casually around, Yunyi finally settled his gaze on the man who had spoken and said in a calm voice, "Go and fetch whoever's in charge here. This isn't something you can decide." The burly man's eyes widened, then his face twisted in rage. Was this guy deaf, or just ignoring him? He was about to bellow a retort when his companion stopped him in his tracks. He turned to him, confusion clouding his face, only to see his skinny partner staring at Yunyi in terror, his legs quivering so much he almost collapsed right there. The burly man was still at a loss. "What's gotten into you?" "Shut up, you idiot," the scrawny one snapped, suddenly mustering the strength to smack the big man right across the face. A sharp, echoing slap broke the tension. "What the hell are you doing?" the burly man yelled, incredulous, glaring at his frail co-worker. The kid who'd been bullied by him all this time had the audacity to strike him today? Was he tired of living? The scrawny man was on the verge of tears. Was the big guy really that clueless? Did he honestly not realize who stood before them? This was the man who had defeated their young master. The moment Yunyi entered, the scrawny one had recognized him. It was impossible not to, after all the attention they'd paid to the man who'd bested their young lord. But this blockhead still hadn't caught on? Heaven help him. Was this brute sent here just to ruin his day? Ignoring his clueless partner, the frail man turned a terrified gaze on Yunyi. His voice shook as he said, Please wait here, sir. I'll go get our manager right away." With that, he hurriedly turned and rushed inside. "No need, he's already on his way." Yunyi's gaze shifted in one direction. From that side, a burly man, wearing a pointed hat and a skin-tight suit adorned with lightning patterns, hurried over. The moment Yunyi saw this man, he immediately recognized him. It was Lao Ji, an officer of the Don Quixote family. Though Lao Ji wasn't the scrawny old man featured in the original story, Yunyi recognized him at a glance. "Seems like my luck is good," Yunyi thought to himself. He hadn't expected to find a member of the Don Quixote family so quickly. Lao Ji had rushed over at once, because his keen haki had detected the presence of a formidable aura. When his eyes fell upon Yunyi, masked in black and white, his pupils contracted in shock, and his voice trembled with fear. Quincy, what are you doing here?" Lao Ji's face was filled with alarm. Why would a Quincy be here? Was he searching for traces of their young master? Word of their young master's defeat in the North Blue had certainly reached every member of the Don Quixote family. And if there was anything they knew well, it was information about the Quincy. Now, faced with one of them, fear seized him. He even suspected Yunyi had followed some secret lead straight to their doorstep. Looks like I found the right person after all. You're one of the Don Quixote family officers, aren't you?" Yunyi let out a short laugh and continued. "I assume you have a way to contact Doflamingo, don't you? Do it. Get in touch with him for me." Lao Ji's eyes flickered. He forced down his shock, responding in a low, steady voice. "If you're looking for our young master's whereabouts, I won't give you anything." He was terrified, but he would never betray the location of their young master. Even at the cost of his own life, his lips would be sealed. "Relax. I have no intention of doing anything that would disadvantage my partners," Yunyi replied coolly, as he casually found himself a seat. "Partners?" Lao Ji's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by that?" Yunyi crossed one leg over the other and stared at Lao Ji, his gaze chilling. "Just do as I ask and contact Doflamingo. There's no need for you to ask so many questions." As he spoke, Yunyi's conqueror's haki burst forth, sweeping across the auction house. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming pressure knocked most of those present unconscious. Lao Ji, standing in the very eye of the storm, felt the brunt of that forceful oppression bearing down on him, rattling his very spirit. He gritted his teeth. Under the weight of Yunyi's haki, not even the thought of resisting could take shape in his mind. After a moment's hesitation, Lao Ji reached into his pocket and pulled out a din mushi, dialing the number. After all, it was just a matter of contacting their young master. As long as they didn't reveal their exact location, the Quincy wouldn't be able to find them. What was even more pressing was that line from Yunyi. "What do you mean by partner?" If things were truly as he suspected, then he had no choice but to make this call. If, because of his own hesitation, he ended up jeopardizing the young master's deal with the Quincy, he would bear grave sin. With all those reasons in mind, Raoji ultimately decided to reach out to their young master. After a few rings, the transponder snail call was answered, and Diamante's voice came through. Hello, this is Diamante." Yunyi snatched the transponder snail from Raoji's hands and spoke confidently into the receiver. "This is the Quincy." There was an obvious pause on the other end, followed by a burst of flustered voices. It didn't take long before a familiar, sardonic laughter echoed through. "Fufufu, I must say, you took good care of us last time, didn't you?" "Quincy." Yunyi, unmoved, replied with a sharp tone. Huh. Do you really want to try me again, Doflamingo? There was a brief silence. Then Doflamingo's voice returned, cold and cutting. Enough with the nonsense, Quincy. Where's Raoji? Yin Yi answered calmly. Relax, I haven't harmed any of them. Pausing for a moment, Yin Yi continued. All right then, enough chatter. Doflamingo, about the proposal I gave you earlier. Have you made up your mind? A chilling chuckle sounded from the transponder snail. Doflamingo replied, An alliance, is it? What exactly do you have in mind? And what's in it for me? Yin Yi scoffed, his tone laced with menace. What you get is that you're still alive and not dead by my hand. Does that count for something? Doflamingo's anger simmered on the other side of the line, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Unconsciously, his conqueror's haki began to surge. Forcing his rage down, he answered with a frosty snort. I don't do anything for nothing. Even your threats won't change that. Oh, you've just recovered, and already you're so full of yourself? You and Yasinidid Inyardli. He let out a soft, mocking laugh and said evenly, Don't think I'm unaware that you're working for Kaido. With Kaido's nature, do you honestly think you'll get anything worthwhile from him? Or do you just think I'm less than Kaido? With that, Yunya's voice sharpened, taking on a steely edge. Doflamingo's pupils contracted into pinpricks. How in the world did this maniac know about that? Suppressing his anxiety, Doflamingo steadied his voice. Kaido and I are partners, working together for mutual benefit. Do you really think I do anything without something in it for me? Fufufu, you do well not to underestimate me. Yun inwardly curled his lip, well aware that Doflamingo's words were true. On the surface, it looked as if Doflamingo was working for Kaido, but in reality, Doflamingo also reaped huge benefits from the arrangement. However, this partnership was clearly dominated by Kaido. Such is the nature of many alliances in the New World. The one with the greater strength always takes the lead. And what Yun wanted was to be the one holding the reins in all his dealings. With a cold tone, Yun said, I'm sure you've already heard from your own officers about my intentions. I'm very interested in the Sea Transport King's power. I want to take his place. Doflamingo's eyes flashed as he replied, And if you succeed, what's in it for me? He didn't doubt for a moment that Yun could replace Amit. With Yun's strength, he could probably topple the Sea Transport King's deep-sea current solo. It was only a matter of time. Benefits? Don't flatter yourself. Yun shot back bluntly. You should have heard by now. Umit has already made a move against the Don Quixote family. Even if I do nothing, the two of you are already on opposing sides. My intervention is simply helping the Don Quixote family solve a problem. In this situation, you really want to discuss what's in it for you. Yun snorted, his voice ice cold. Earlier, Yun had already read in the papers that the Sea Transport King Amit had declared war on members of the Don Quixote family in the New World. Perhaps others would believe Amit was simply seizing the moment, planning to strike Doflamingo while his reputation was tarnished after his defeat, a classic case of kicking someone when they're down. But Yun knew the truth. This was all part of his own deliberate design. Doflamingo's defeat had merely hastened Umit's move. When it comes down to it, everything that happened stemmed from Yun's own machinations. But of course, no one else knew that. Doflamingo was furious at Umit's sudden aggression. Like so many others, he believed that Umit's ambitions toward the Don Quixote family and his declaration of war were a direct result of Doflamingo's fall from grace. He weighed his options. Deep down, Doflamingo wasn't entirely opposed to Yun's proposal. Still, if there was to be cooperation, the terms had to be clearly defined. He only dared negotiate because, although Yun had defeated him once, Yun did not exude the overwhelming, invincible sense that Kaido did. There was still a sliver of hope, that with enough effort, he might just win if they crossed paths again. But when facing Kaido, Doflamingo had been utterly helpless, with not a single card to play. What's more, following this last battle with Yun, Doflamingo sensed something shifting inside, a breakthrough in the power he'd been striving after for so long, a force called Devil Fruit Awakening. Doflamingo was confident that once he had fully mastered this new power, if he fought Yun again, he would not be the one to lose. Of that, he was absolutely certain. That was precisely why he had the confidence to negotiate terms with Yun. Doflamingo chuckled. I agree to form an alliance with you. However, after you've taken over all of Umit's forces, our Don Quixote family's cooperation fee needs to be reduced by 30%. Yun refused outright. That's impossible. He might not know exactly what kind of business the Don Quixote family and the Sea Transport King had together, but a 30% cut in commission was definitely no small amount. Yun replied coolly. And don't forget, you still owe me a ransom of 1 billion berries. It would have been better not to mention that. As soon as Yun brought it up, Doflamingo's tone turned icy as well. You stole something from me, Yun. I haven't even started to settle that score with you. The whole incident had started because the Quincy had snatched away their devil fruit, setting everything else into motion. Doflamingo certainly hadn't forgotten that Yunyi was the one who had made the first move against the Don Quixote family. Looks like your officers didn't deliver my last message to you. Yunyi's gaze was sharp and his tone was chilling. If you dare to refuse my terms again, I will wipe out the entire Don Quixote family. And what right do you have to negotiate with me? You're nothing but a defeated loser. If you're still this clueless, I'll come find you right now and put an end to you myself. Yunyi noticed the confidence in Doflamingo's voice, and a new suspicion grew in his heart. Why, after having been beaten by him, could Doflamingo still display such bravado? Does he have powerful backing, or has his own strength grown? A devil fruit awakening. Yunyi's thoughts were sharp and clear. Given Doflamingo's nature, it was unlikely he'd go looking for outside help. The fact that he had the nerve to face someone who had defeated him before could only mean he'd made a breakthrough in his abilities. He believed that if they fought again, he might not lose this time. Ha. Don't think that just because you beat me once, you can talk to me like this, Quincy. Doflamingo's voice was equally cold, his words biting with frost. The Quincy didn't respect him at all. How could that not enrage him? Yunyi sneered. After I defeated you, something changed in you, didn't it? Is that newfound confidence the result of a devil fruit awakening? Doflamingo grunted, the expression on his face turning grave. How'd he know? He couldn't help but waver inside. Just a little. It felt as if, standing before Yunyi, he had no secrets left. That realization sent a chill down Doflamingo's spine. Doflamingo was visibly stunned for a moment, and Yunyi knew at once his guess was right. Pressing his advantage, he continued, when one's mind and body finally catch up to their abilities, that's what is known as awakening. But did you really think that would put you on my level, Doflamingo? Yunyi's tone was scornful, as if in his eyes, even the much-vaunted awakening of a devil fruit was nothing special at all. Doflamingo's eyes flickered with uncertainty, struggling to decipher Yunyi's words. Could it be that after their previous fight, Yunyi's devil fruit had awakened as well? Or perhaps Yunyi had simply been holding back his true strength during their last encounter. Diamante had already recounted everything that had happened afterward in detail, especially that one fateful sword strike, an attack so devastating it had annihilated a Marine headquarters vice admiral in a single blow. Before, Yunyi's swordsmanship hadn't seemed particularly impressive. Most of his strikes appeared to be mere slashes empowered by his devil fruit abilities. But could devil fruit powers alone truly unleash such a shocking attack? Damn it, where did this monster even come from? Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo regained his composure and said, I'm willing to work together, but first, show me your sincerity. Yunyi replied with a mocking laugh. Sincerity? You certainly know how to bargain, don't you? Doflamingo continued, that devil fruit, it must be returned to me. At this, Yunyi's curiosity was piqued. I have to admit, I'm quite interested. What kind of devil fruit is this that it's attracted the attention of two kings from the underworld? Doflamingo answered coldly. That's none of your concern. A soft chuckle escaped Yunyi as understanding flickered in his eyes. He now had a solid guess as to the identity of this fruit. The Hobby fruit, a paramecia type. Yunyi's eyes darted as he weighed the prospect of snatching the fruit for himself. But he quickly dismissed that idea. The Hobby fruit was of little use to him. He had no trustworthy children under his command, and starting to raise one now would be an immense waste of time. More importantly, he had no need to use the Hobby fruit to erase any evidence of his own crimes. Doflamingo, on the other hand, needed it to maintain his hold as king of Dressrosa, turning any would-be rebel into a toy. Once memories of these rebels faded from existence, Dressrosa would be his for the taking. Furthermore, Dressrosa's strategic importance offered Doflamingo tremendous advantages for his future ambitions. Naturally, he was desperate for the Hobby fruit to cement his rule as soon as possible. As for Yunyi, the only real reason to build his own forces was to keep from being outnumbered when future conflicts inevitably arose. After all, he could always go toe-to-toe directly with their leaders himself. When it came to managing power, Yunyi hardly gave it a second thought. If anyone harbored treacherous intentions, he would simply kill them. Why make things so complicated? Yunyi spoke calmly. All right, here's my compromise. 1 billion berries in exchange for this devil fruit in my hand. 1 billion berries shouldn't be much for you, should it? Without waiting for Doflamingo to respond, Yunyi continued. This is my final offer. I hope you give it careful consideration. Doflamingo's eyes glimmered as he let out a peculiar laugh. Fufufu, 1 billion berries? Fine, I accept these terms. To be honest, Doflamingo couldn't quite figure Yunyi out. He possessed formidable strength, boundless ambition, and a wild, unruly nature. From what Diamante had shared, It was clear this man was also shrewd and calculating. Definitely not just another brute who relied on sheer force and had no head for strategy. He had power, was resourceful, cunning in his plots, and just mad enough. Everything about Yun Yi spelled danger. Best to avoid making an enemy of him if possible. Yet, working with someone like this, in some ways, was even riskier than partnering with Kaido himself. Weighing all these factors, Doflamingo agreed to Yun Yi's proposal for an alliance. Now that we're allies, when do you plan to move against Amit? The Don Quixote family head asked, narrowing his eyes. Yun Yi chuckled. I've just come from the North Blue. I can barely see a thing here. Don't even know my way around. How am I supposed to go after Amit right now? It'll take some time. I'll wait until I've figured out where everyone stands before heading to the New World. Doflamingo snorted dismissively. He certainly didn't believe Yun Yi's story. This man knew the lay of the New World very well. There was no way he'd only just arrived from the North Blue. Still, he didn't expect Yun Yi to immediately move against Amit just because they'd reached an agreement. In fact, he was already preparing for a confrontation with Amit's forces on his own account. An alliance, after all, could be torn up at any moment. Changing the subject with a wry chuckle, Doflamingo said, Fufu, since we're partners now, I can't keep calling you the Quincy, can I? My name is Yisu, Tipa's Yisu, but I prefer people to call me Quincy Yisu. After briefly sealing the agreement, Yun Yi hung up the Den Den Mushi, handed the devil fruit to Lao Ji, and took his leave. Before he left, he picked up a golden card, a card that would allow him to spend money at any Don Quixote family business or any of their partners. The balance? 1 billion. Tepa's Yeshu. Doflamingo murmured this name to himself, eyes narrowing as he gave a cold command. Find out everything there is to know about this name. Noon. Navy Headquarters Training Camp. Yun Yi's eyes flickered with thought. The Quincy disguise had set out to sea once again, and the alliance with Doflamingo was now essentially established. His own plans were progressing smoothly, step by step. There was no need to rush into the New World. Better to let those two sides clash a bit longer and wear down each other's strength. Then, when the time was right, he would simply step in and reap the rewards. After all, this was only the first island, and there was still a long way to go before reaching the New World. Even if Doflamingo came looking for him, Yun Yi had plenty of reasons to put him off. And if he didn't have any excuses, what could Doflamingo do? Force him to go? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Yun Yi opened up the system panel. Host, Yun Yi. Achievement points, 1370. Blade, Swordsmanship, Proficiency, 86. Zanpakuto, Zengetsu, Proficiency, 57. Fist, Hakuda, Proficiency, 80. Jinryu, Style Martial Arts, Proficiency, 50. Movement, Shuinpa, Proficiency, 80. Spells, Heido number 4. Byakurai, Proficiency, 100. Heido number 33. Sokatsui, Proficiency, 100. Heido number 63. Raikoho, Proficiency, 100. Bakudo number 30. Shitatsu, Sansen, Proficiency, 76. Special, Shunko, Proficiency, 66. Jigai Clone, 0/1. With 1370 achievement points, Yun Yi wanted to see what new skills might have been unlocked. Were any of the skills he yearned for now available? He glanced over and noticed that all the Heido and Bakudo up to number 60 had been lit up in the spells branch, but he only skimmed past these. He didn't plan to unlock them for now. The Fist branch had quite a few new techniques as well, but he ignored those too. Most of his attention was focused on the Blade branch. This time, a batch of new Zanpakuto names had appeared. Kasisi, Frousen Cloth, Isnake Talpil, Sarpmon, Soden no Shirayuki. A few looked genuinely useful, but the same old problem remained. The ones he truly wanted were still not among them. And almost all the ones that showed up were straightforward attack types. Elemental types, illusion types, those were still few and far between. 1370 achievement points, and I still can't unlock Senbenzakura or Hyarinmaru. Yun Yi could only shake his head. Was the system being too stingy? Thinking it over, he decided to use the lottery draw he'd earned after defeating Doflamingo. Just as the name suggested, the lottery was a random chance to obtain skill. He'd been holding off until now, but this seemed like the perfect time to try his luck. He tapped the draw button. There was no flash of golden light, no dramatic effect, just an ordinary, unremarkable click. But in the very next instant, the system panel flickered and a new skill was unlocked. It landed right in the Zanpakuto section. Yun Yi glanced over. Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru, Proficiency 50. Not bad luck at all. Yun Yi's eyes sparkled, thinking fate was in his favor to have drawn this ability. The strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. Ice powers. I wonder if this could stand up to Akiji's Ice Fruit. But I guess I'll have to reach the Bankai stage for that. Bunky. Could it be that it also requires a proficiency of 80? A smile touched Yun Yi's lips. If he got the chance, he'd definitely give it a try. For now, I should focus on learning armament hockey. Otherwise, if I run into a Logia user and can't hit them, I'll be in real trouble. And conveniently, today's Zephyr Sensei is starting his lecture on the two forms of hockey. After tidying himself up, Yanni headed for the door. By the time he reached the training ground, the place was already packed. As Yanni made his way over, many people called out greetings to him. Through deliberate effort over the past weeks, Yanni had already grown familiar with most of the people here. Tina, dressed in standard-issue training attire that traced the curves of her athletic figure, grinned at Yanni and said, "Yanni, you always manage to cut it fine. If you weren't such a standout in training, Zephyr Sensei would have chewed you out ages ago." Yanni laughed. Showing up just at the right time is better than being early. As long as it doesn't cut into training, what's the harm? Off to the side, Hugso chimed in too. "Yanni, I heard you've already mastered Shave and Moonwalk. Is that true? It's barely been any time at all." Hugso was only sent by Zephyr to test Yanni's strength, and though he lost, he harbored no ill will. On the contrary, he had come to admire Yanni's abilities greatly. Yanni replied, "The techniques behind Moonwalk and Shave are pretty close to the footwork I use myself, so I caught on fast. Just a fortunate coincidence." A slender figure with blue hair, Ein, walked over as well, saying, "That's no coincidence. You're just too talented." Many of those present couldn't help but nod at that. This guy, he's a real phenomenon. Not only was Yanni a skilled swordsman, but in less than 2 months since joining, he'd already mastered 2 forms of Rokushiki. And throughout this intensive training, they'd also noticed that Yanni's physique was making remarkable progress. He might not surpass them yet, but it's worth remembering they've been training in the elite camp much longer. At least 6 months, every single one of them. And most of them were a few years older than Yanni, to boot. Yet, they all felt Yanni was inching closer, bridging the gap every day. It was as if the results of his training were twice what they achieved themselves. They were all doing exactly the same training. Yanni wasn't sneaking off at night for extra practice, so he just couldn't figure out what was going on. Even Zephyr suspected that Yanni's body was simply different from the rest, which was why he improved at such an astonishing rate. Waving his hand, Yanni spoke with a tone full of admiration. "Ein, don't tease me. Compared to Teacher Zephyr, I'm still far behind." The two girls rolled their eyes in a dramatic flourish. Who wants you to compare yourself with Teacher Zephyr, anyway? The way you're performing right now is already freakishly impressive. If you actually catch up to Teacher Zephyr in such a short time, you wouldn't just be exceptional, you'd be a monster among monsters. As the group chatted, Zephyr walked over from the doorway. Standing tall, Zephyr cleared his throat softly, drawing everyone's attention. He swept his gaze around, his tone calm as he said, "You all should know what today's training is about, right? That's right, we're going to discuss the use of the 2 types of hockey today. Hockey. Surely none of you are strangers to it? Even if you don't understand all the details, you must have heard something from others." The students listened attentively. Zephyr paced a few steps, then continued in a mellow voice. "There are 3 types of hockey: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey is something one must be born with. You can't force that. But," he paused mid-sentence and walked, glancing at everyone as he added, "the ability known as the dual hockey is something everyone can master through training." Honestly, Zephyr didn't even need to say much. Everyone here more or less had some knowledge about hockey. The thing was, even if they knew about it, they didn't have a proper way to train it. Yanni was listening too, but thanks to his memories from his previous life, his understanding of dual hockey definitely surpassed everyone else's. He even knew about advanced forms like armament hockey that could penetrate objects, and the technique of wrapping conqueror's hockey. On old message boards in his previous life, people had even debated that the 6 powers of the Navy were essentially the first stage of dual hockey. But Yanni didn't see it that way. To him, these were 2 entirely different systems. The 6 powers of the Navy were the result of centuries of collective wisdom distilled by the Navy's elites, with well-developed training regiments. Dual hockey, on the other hand, was about constantly delving into your body's latent potential. One represented refined skill and technique, the other, the extent to which you could unlock your physical potential. There might be some overlap, but they were by no means the same combat system. So, Yen never looked down on the 6 powers. He didn't think they were inferior to dual hockey. If possible, he wanted to master both at the same time. That way, if one day he lost the use of his system, he wouldn't end up weak and helpless. Zephyr continued. "First, let's talk about observation hockey." After a moment's thought, he pointed at Yun Yi and said, "Soldier Yun Yi, step forward." Yun Yi was caught off guard. Why was he being called on? Still, he stepped forward, responding, "Yes, sir." Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. "You will now demonstrate how observation hockey works. Here, tie this over your eyes." As he spoke, Zephyr tossed Yi an eye patch, identical to the one Aokiji wore. Catching it, Yi hesitated inwardly. Has my ability to use observation haki already been exposed? Somewhat bewildered, he nonetheless put on the eye patch. At Zephyr's signal, the other soldiers all stepped back, leaving only Yi, now blindfolded, standing alone in the clearing. Zephyr pulled out a gun, flicking it with his finger so that a crisp metallic sound rang out. He began to explain, observation haki is one's innate sense of danger. Through relentless training, you can sharpen this perception until you are able to sense an opponent's movement, the force behind an attack, even the presence of their aura, all without relying on your eyes. By reading the flow of energy, the changes in the environment, and the signs of impending threat, those with observation haki can avoid most attacks entirely. When cultivated to its highest level, one can even catch a brief glimpse of the future, peering seconds ahead of what is about to unfold. Everyone below listened intently, but when Zephyr spoke of seeing the future, astonishment spread across their faces. Zephyr continued, normally, observation haki requires years, sometimes a lifetime, of dedicated training to awaken, but there are exceptions. Without warning, he aimed the gun at Yi and pulled the trigger. The sharp crack of gunfire split the air, and a bullet hurtled toward Yi, who still wore the blindfold. A collective gasp escaped from the assembled soldiers. But in the next heartbeat, Yi simply inclined his head to the side, letting the bullet whiz harmlessly past. Zephyr fired again and again, the gunshots echoing, but Yi dodged every bullet with effortless ease. Lowering his gun, Zephyr nodded in approval and looked at the group. Some people are simply born for observation haki. In certain circumstances, it awakens within them naturally. From the very start, they stand at a height others can only dream of. A stunned hush fell. The sound of nervously swallowing was audible as everyone processed what Zephyr had said and what they had just witnessed. Yi, blindfolded, evading bullets with uncanny grace. Clearly, Yi was exactly the type of rare individual Zephyr had mentioned, someone who had awakened observation haki all on his own. A bitter smile spread among the others. To share the same era as such a prodigy, what a demoralizing blow. Especially for Roy, who possessed the Tibetan antelope fruit and had once harbored hopes of surpassing Yi. Now, he felt utterly crushed. To compete with such a monster? Forget it. Better to accept reality. Perhaps worried he might discourage the other soldiers, Zephyr continued, but don't lose heart. Observation haki can certainly be strengthened through training. It's not that those who awaken it naturally are inherently stronger than others. Their starting point is simply higher. That's all. He turned to Yi and warned, and you, don't get complacent. Yi lifted his eye patch, offering a respectful salute. Yes, sir. Zephyr paced a few steps, then said, next, I'll teach you all the techniques for learning observation haki. As long as you follow this training method, it's only a matter of time before you master it. The hardest part is catching that first sensation. Once you grasp it, you're basically set, and after that, it's just a question of time. Zephyr spoke with steady confidence, and every soldier listened intently. Close your eyes, calm your mind. Use your senses to feel your surroundings, empty your thoughts. Then, do your best to let your awareness reach outward. Yi closed his eyes, clearing his mind. It felt as if the surrounding world faded into darkness, leaving only himself in the void. Using himself as a center point, waves of perception began to ripple outward. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, until eventually the scope of his awareness enveloped the entire Marine headquarters. All at once, countless presences, each with varying intensity, appeared within this world of darkness. Every presence was like a ripple, tens of thousands of ripples flowing toward Yi, who could perceive each one distinctly. In almost the very next instant, everyone in the area who possessed the power of observation haki sensed that someone was sweeping over them, probing with this ability. They all frowned slightly. Who could be so inconsiderate as to unleash their haki so recklessly here? One by one, they all turned in the same direction. Sengoku's brow tightened. That should be the training camp, right? What is that old Zephyr up to again? Isn't he supposed to be training the recruits? In their respective offices, the three admirals also sensed the disturbance, each reacting differently. Akainu let out a short, cold huff, his own observation haki spreading outward. He sensed Zephyr and Yi training in the camp, and was momentarily astonished to realize the source was a mere recruit, but soon withdrew his haki. Aokiji stepped out of his office, opting not to rely on his senses. Instead, he simply looked in the direction of the disturbance, murmuring, "Is it over by Teacher Zephyr?" As for Kazuru, he raised his eyes just a little, then promptly returned to resting his head on the desk. Over at the training ground, Zephyr also noticed a sudden change in Yunyi. He was momentarily speechless, a thought blinking into his mind. Could this kid really not have known how to use observation haki earlier? The more he watched Yunyi, the more certain he felt that this was precisely the case. Just like how some people suddenly awakened their observation haki in moments of crisis, but are unable to control it first. They can only keep it activated, letting a chaotic flood of information pour into their minds. There's another situation, much like Yunyi's. He's already unlocked this power, but because he hasn't grasped the knack of using it, he isn't able to fully unleash the potential of his observation haki. Clearly, Yunyi fell into this second category, without a doubt. To be able to achieve that level without fully mastering observation haki. This kid, he's a real prodigy, a little monster. Zifa had already been quite astonished by Yunyi before, but he hadn't expected Yunyi's talent to be so overwhelming. Seeing Yunyi freely release his observation haki without any restraint, Zifa could only give a slightly exasperated comment. All right, that's enough. Stop now. If you keep this up, you're going to offend at least half the people in Navy headquarters. Yunyi paused for a moment, realizing Zifa was speaking to him. He quickly suppressed his observation haki, turning a puzzled look in Zifa's direction. Zifa explained, observation haki can be sensed by others who also possess it. That means, unless you're in combat, you shouldn't use it in crowded places. Otherwise, it can be seen as a challenge by some people. Zifa gave him a straightforward explanation. Suddenly, it clicked for Yunyi, the pirate world's very own, over-the-top version of "You looking at me? Got a problem." Testing his own observation haki, Yunyi discovered that it was now sharper and covered an even wider area than before, nearly blanketing the entire Navy headquarters. So, what he'd had before wasn't the complete observation haki, after all. If Soul Reapers could have an incomplete Bankai, does this mean pirates get an incomplete haki, too? Yunyi couldn't help but grumble inwardly at the comparison. Then he turned to Zifa and asked, Teacher Zifa, what just happened? I feel like my observation haki has become even keener, and the range is so much broader. Zifa replied, You probably awakened the power before, but since you didn't know the right technique, you couldn't bring out its full strength. Now that you've mastered it, you can use the ability to its fullest. Yunyi nodded in understanding. I see. Then Zifa smiled and said, But you, kid, are definitely something special. At this level, your observation haki could probably rival that of some vice admirals in headquarters. With that, everyone present felt another hit to their self-esteem. How could there be such a gap between people? Ahem. Zifa cleared his throat and moved on. That's enough about observation haki. Next up, armament haki. At those words, everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Yunyi. Feeling all those stares, Yunyi could only inwardly sigh. Why is everyone looking at me? I don't know how to do that. Zephyr's gaze also settled on Yunyi for just a split second, barely noticeable. Before he continued, armament haki, much like observation haki, is developed in distinct stages. The first stage is to cloak your body in haki, wrapping it around your fists or weapons like a swirling aura. This enhances the power behind your attacks. At this level, even the most ordinary pirate in the New World could possess this skill. It's the most basic usage of armament haki. As he spoke, a faint, tangible aura began to swirl around Zephyr's hand, visible even to the naked eye. He threw a punch at a metal target ahead of him, and with a resounding crash, the metal sank inward from the force. Next is the second stage. Once your mastery of armament haki reaches a certain measure, you can use it like armor or protective gear. This stage is known as hardening. With a deep hum, Zephyr's fist suddenly turned jet black, shining with an oily luster that stood in sharp contrast to the rest of his skin. He launched another punch at a different target. This time, the metal target caved in deeply, and a web of cracks spread from the point of impact, as if it would shatter any moment. The destructive power had clearly increased by more than double. I used the same force both times, but the damage caused by armament haki varies significantly depending on its stage. And then comes the third stage, the true mastery. You channel your haki inside your opponent, wreaking havoc from within. Anyone able to achieve this on the seas is considered a formidable powerhouse. His voice was cool, but his eyes sharpened to a steely glint as he spoke. Armament haki began to flow along his fist, and he struck again with identical force. Yet this time, the result was utterly overwhelming. There was a thunderous boom. The target before him shattered instantly, fragments hurtling in all directions. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Though they hadn't seen Zephyr exert any more effort than before, the metal target had been completely obliterated in an instant before their eyes. So this is armament haki? Every gaze turned toward Zephyr, filled with awe and longing. Even the seasoned old veterans, who had witnessed such displays before, could hardly contain the surge of excitement in their chests. This was their instructor, once Admiral Black Arm Zephyr of the Navy. Even in retirement, his strength was every bit as fearsome. Afterward, Zephyr briefly explained the methods for training armament hockey. Listening intently, Yin Yi felt reassured that joining the Navy had been the right choice. Here, there were carefully designed training steps with targeted exercises. The efficiency was countless times higher than haphazardly fumbling for enlightenment. With equal physicality, training with the Navy's regimen would enable someone to master these skills far faster than if they'd had to learn through solo seafaring adventures. Of course, the speed comes from not having to figure things out on your own. Once you have the basics, sharpening your hockey still depends on constant progress through battles. Listening to Zephyr's explanation, Yin Yi began to give it a try. Stir up the hidden strength inside me, kind of like observation hockey. As long as I can catch that sensation, that's all it takes. Yin Yi closed his eyes again. All eyes were on him. Even Zephyr watched closely, thinking to himself, will this kid surprise me again? Envelop. It should be similar to that technique I used after white belt level 80. As long as I can sense that subtle feeling. Yin Yi's body may not be especially powerful yet, but it's more than strong enough to withstand the use of armament hockey. So right now, Yin Yi really could awaken it. But 5 minutes passed, and Yin Yi still hadn't found the knack. This is harder than I thought. He opened his eyes and gave a faint shake of his head. When the others saw that he hadn't mastered it right away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Good grief. When Yin Yi closed his eyes, even they held their breaths, half expecting him to suddenly pull off a full armament hardening. Zephyr let out a light chuckle too. After all, armament hockey isn't so easily mastered. If Yin Yi hadn't already awakened his observation hockey, it would have been impossible for him to grasp it so quickly without a dedicated period of training. But just then, Yin Yi's gaze sharpened. He looked at Zephyr and spoke up. Teacher Zephyr, I'd like to challenge you to a match. From what you said, armament hockey has to be honed in battle and constantly strengthened. So I'd like to ask you to guide me in a real fight, to see if I can awaken armament hockey during combat. Just take the original story as proof. When did Luffy ever get stronger without a fight? He powers up in battle, pushing his limits every time. Yin Yi had his system as a cheat. Could he really be any weaker than the Rubber Sun God? But more importantly, Yin Yi actually already sensed something, even if the feeling kept slipping away from him. Maybe he could truly seize it through combat. That's why he dared to make this request of Zephyr. Zephyr paused, surprised by Yin Yi's proposal. For a moment, he thought he saw shades of those prodigies in Yin Yi's eyes. A broad grin spread across his face. You better think this through. I won't be holding back on you. Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to actually hurt the boy, but a thorough lesson? That was fair game. Yin Yi's eyes shone with fighting spirit. Please teach me, Teacher Zephyr. In the moment Yin Yi finished speaking, Zephyr's form vanished from spot. Instantly, he reappeared to Yin Yi's right, launching a punch straight toward him. Of course, here's your translation, maintaining the original paragraphing and the literary tone. Obviously, Zephyr was holding back. Otherwise, with his current speed and strength, a single punch would have sent Yin Yi to the afterlife. Even if Yin Yi were to go all out, there's no way he could be a match for Zephyr as he is now. A crimson gleam flashed in his eyes as Yin Yi spun around, throwing a punch to meet the attack head-on. Boom after boom echoed through the air. Their blows collided in quick succession, but after just a few exchanges, Yin Yi was sent flying. Thudding sounds followed as Yin Yi dashed through the sky, his feet tapping out a moonwalk across the air, dispersing the force of the punch. He landed. At once, his observation hockey sounded another warning. A gale swept in from his left. He whipped his head around. Zephyr was already attacking again. As Yin Yi neutralized the force, Zephyr's figure surged forward once more. So fast, Yin Yi's eyes narrowed. He'd always been the one overwhelming others with his speed. Now, for the first time, he tasted what his enemies once felt. Observation hockey let him sense the blow, but his body simply couldn't keep up. All he could do was raise both arms in front of him, hoping to block Zephyr's punch. With a resounding crash, Yin Yi's body was hurled through the air. He twisted mid-flight, his feet scraping long trails across the ground before he flipped backward twice, shedding the momentum. Yin Yi wanted to ignite his armament hockey in the heat of battle, so of course he had no intention of drawing a weapon. The moment he landed, observation hockey once again picked up Zephyr's incoming assault. He threw a punch straight forward. Zephyr tilted his head to avoid it and countered with a punch that sent Yin Yi flying again. This time, however, Zephyr didn't follow up. He just grinned and called out, "Take enough hits, and even your armament hockey might awaken." Yin Yi clenched his fists, but still hadn't found the breakthrough he needed. Even so, he wasn't going to give up. In a flash, he launched himself back into the fight with Zifa. On the field, their fists collided over and over. Yet each time, Yunyi was knocked right back. Yunyi shook out his arms, feeling the numbness from Zifa's blows creep all the way up his limbs. Yet beneath it all, he was exhilarated. He could sense he was getting close. In a fleeting instant, just now, he felt something awakening within him, only for it to fade as quickly as it appeared. But that moment, the feeling, he was sure that if he experienced it a few more times, he'd be able to grasp it for good. Crash! 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 They clashed again. Zifa's senses were razor-sharp. He didn't miss that fleeting surge of armament haki that briefly flickered in Yunyi's fists. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Was Yunyi really about to master it after all? That was why, with every attack, Zifa made sure to push slightly harder than Yunyi, enough to apply just the right amount of pressure, to help him break through in the midst of battle. What's wrong? Already spent. Zifa taunted, giving Yunyi no chance to catch his breath. He flickered to Yunyi's side, swinging a whip-like kick at his waist. Yunyi spun backward, nearly letting a bolt of white lightning fly in reflex. He was getting used to this blistering rhythm. Luckily, he caught himself in time. Instantly, he stepped on air, transforming his fingers into a fist and driving forward with all his might. Bang! Once again, their fists collided. But in less than 2 seconds, Yunyi was forced back once more. Not feeling enough pressure yet? Suddenly, a strange smile crept onto Zephyr's lips, and a crimson glint flashed in his eyes. In that instant, Zephyr unleashed an aura the likes of which he had never shown before. This was the aura of a seasoned warrior, honed by countless battles. A force so sharp that even those who wielded the Conqueror's haki would not be able to suppress it. In a split second, Yunyi felt as if Zephyr had transformed completely. An indescribable sense of pressure rolled off Zephyr, engulfing him. It was nothing like Doflamingo's overpowering haki. Rather, it was the suffocating presence one feels when facing a top predator. In his previous life, Yunyi had once come across a tiger in the wild, its hungry eyes fixed on him. The oppressive force from a predator's gaze. That memory alone made Yunyi's heart race to this day. Yet what Zephyr projected now was countless times more overwhelming. To believe unwaveringly is to be truly powerful. Suddenly, Yunyi remembered this phrase. Conviction, the most crucial ingredient for unleashing armament haki. It wasn't that Yunyi's belief was lacking, but that he'd been so focused on seeking out a certain feeling, he'd overlooked this essential factor. The power the system gave him had come so easily that he'd neglected cultivation of his inner strength. Belief, it's a terrifying power, capable of pushing one beyond their own limits. Just as when Yunyi had faced the demon spider, in that moment, driven by will alone, he unleashed the strongest strike of his life. It was that blow that felled the demon spider. Facing Zephyr now, Yunyi let out a quiet chuckle. He stopped searching, stopped obsessing over that elusive feeling. Instead, he surrendered himself to belief. With that, he swung his fist. In that moment, a surge of power welled up from within him, channeled instinctively, swirling around his fist in rings of force. This was armament haki. He actually pulled it off. Zephyr's eyes flashed in surprise. This kid never ceased to amaze him. In fact, Zephyr thought, even the 3 admirals of this era wouldn't be a match for Yunyi. After all, Yunyi was only 18 years old. Elsewhere, the commotion quickly drew the attention of other instructors training nearby. They hurried over to see what was happening. When they reached the scene, one of the instructors let out an incredulous chuckle. What's up with Instructor Zephyr? Is he training a new recruit? A vice admiral grinned. Looks to me like he's just giving someone a beating. But who's that kid? He looks pretty skilled. Wait, is that shave and moonwalk? Can't be more than 20, right? And he's already mastered 2 of the 6 powers. He's got potential, that one. Bored as ever in the training camp, the spectators gathered happily to watch the spectacle unfold. On the other side, over at the recruits camp, Cage and a few other instructors also noticed the commotion happening here, and curiosity got the better of them. The main reason was that the wave of observation haki spreading out earlier had caught their attention, and now there was suddenly another outburst, which piqued their interest even more. They poked their heads over the dividing wall, eager to see what was happening. When they spotted Yunyi facing off against Zephyr in the field, the instructors were taken aback. Cage exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Yunyi, that little guy? Is he actually sparring with Instructor Zephyr?" Maynard added, "You know, he really does look a lot tougher than before, even though we haven't seen him for a while. But what exactly are they doing right now?" Leighton wondered aloud. The group was brimming with curiosity. As they watched, Cage's jaw dropped, and he started blurting out exclamations of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. "Am I seeing this right? Is that armament haki wrapping around him?" The rest of the group wore expressions of astonishment. It really looks like it. What a monster! He's only been in the camp for such a short time, and he can already use armament haki? All eyes were fixed on the two as their fists collided. Almost inevitably, even though Yunyi now possessed armament haki, he was still knocked flying by Zephyr's attack. Zephyr finally withdrew, nodding in approval. Not bad. You actually mastered armament haki already. Yunyi shook his arm out, feeling pins and needles all through it, as if it had lost all sensation. It's all thanks to your guidance, Instructor Zephyr. Without it, I wouldn't have mastered it this quickly, Yunyi said with a respectful bow to Zephyr. Zephyr let out a hearty laugh. I just played a tiny part. The real credit goes to your own incredible talent. As Yunyi and Zephyr finished up, the other instructors who had been spectating drifted away. But every one of them remembered Yunyi's name. To be able to grasp armament haki while still in basic training promised a remarkable future. If they ever found out that the powerful wave of observation haki from earlier was also released by Yunyi, they might be too shocked for words. Only Cage, who knew Yunyi had mastered observation haki, suspected the truth. Don't tell me that powerful sweep just now was also Yunyi? But he couldn't help shaking his head. Even as a top-notch major general, he didn't possess observation haki on that scale. The rest of the recruits looked utterly dispirited. Looking over at Yunyi now, it was as if they were staring at some kind of monster. Tina couldn't help blurting out, "Hey, are you sure you're even human? I've never heard of anyone as freakish as you." I nodded emphatically. I have to agree. But soon, she shot Yunyi a suspicious look. "Hey you, are you sure you're not lying about your age? Maybe you're not 18 at all, but actually 28, or even 38. Here, let me test you with my devil fruit power." I possess the power of the retro fruit. Just a touch could turn back time by 6 years. The others laughed and chimed in, thinking Yunyi was just too much of a prodigy to be real. Yunyi shot everyone a glare, exasperated. "Boring. Maybe you're the ones with something off. Come on, just let me touch you for a moment." Yunyi wasn't about to take any chances with those wild suggestions, slipping deftly out of reach. Sometime later, it had been 3 months since Yunyi joined the training camp. Today, every member of the elite program was suited up and ready. They were about to embark on a special mission. Real combat training. Twice a year, all elite trainees would, under Zephyr's command, undertake missions across the 4 seas. The reason for choosing the 4 seas was simple. The criminals there were generally less dangerous. Rarely did they encounter anyone with a bounty over 50 million berries. This helped minimize casualties among the soldiers. As strict as Zephyr was, he truly cared about his students. He would never send them to their deaths on a whim. Everyone fall in, board the battleship. At Zephyr's booming command, all the soldiers fell into formation, lining up in orderly ranks to board the ship. Once aboard, the battleship slipped from the harbor, charting a course toward its destination. The Navy had their own special sea routes, using 3 gates of justice to generate ocean currents. This made their ships travel much faster. Their destination this time was the North Blue. As for the exact location, no one but Zephyr himself knew. Yunyi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to return to the North Blue so soon. If the opportunity arose, maybe he could visit Donzik Island again, and perhaps even try to heal Xiaoya's arm with his abilities. The scars on her face would be easy enough, but her arm, that might take a bit more work. He'd have to see when the time came. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the battleship pressed steadily toward its goal, Beverly Jiang Island. Yunyi found himself speechless. What were the odds their destination turned out to be Beverly Jiang Island? After the incident with the Quincy there, the Navy had come by several times to investigate, but had never found anything useful. This time, Zephyr was leading the team personally, because a new force had caught the Navy's attention, a suddenly rising power known as the Fortune-Telling Club. With the Gem Mafia wiped out, the Fortune-Telling Club had emerged as the island's sole reigning power. Yet, for reasons unknown, they hadn't flaunted their ambitions from the start, and remained quiet, avoiding any friction with the Navy. It wasn't until recently that they started expanding frantically, and it was precisely for this reason that the Navy informants left on the island managed to send back news. And that piece of news landed squarely in Zephyr's hands. Coincidentally, there happened to be a live combat training assignment during this period. So Zephyr took on the mission himself, using the opportunity to investigate whether the Divination Club had any connection to the Quincy. Upon hearing about the situation, Yunyi observed a moment of silent sympathy for Hawkins. With Zephyr setting his sights on him, Hawkins would likely find escape far more difficult than he'd imagined. Word that the Navy had landed on the island spread like wildfire from the harbor throughout every corner of the island. Just about anyone with a bounty on their head went pale at the news. Damn it, didn't the Navy leave already? Why are they coming back now? It's all that blasted Quincy's fault for pulling such a loud stunt on the island. Now the Navy's locked onto us. This used to be a nice, quiet place. Now it's about to become another naval outpost. Though their voices seethed with resentment, all these criminals could do was curse under their breath. They had no choice. Now that the Navy was disembarking, everyone melted away into hiding, more discreet with every passing second. Of course, these were just petty thugs from the island, far from any real threat. Meanwhile, in the dim little room at the Divination Club's headquarters, Hawkins sat with a deepening frown. Why were the Navy back again? And more than that, his latest reading seemed to suggest that they were coming for him personally. The moment Hawkins saw the result of his fortune-telling, his face darkened. After some thought, his eyes flashed with resolve, and he strode out to the main hall, giving a firm order to his subordinates. Everyone, get ready. We're facing a Navy assault. With a sudden burst of action, his entire crew assembled in an instant. Giving up his hard-won empire wasn't an option for Hawkins. So, he chose to stand and fight. Elsewhere on the island, on the other side, a pirate ship dropped anchor by the shore. This was the notorious Scythe Pirates, whose combined bounty surpassed 180 million berries. Their captain, Peter Weasel Scythe, had a personal bounty of over 100 million berries. On the surface, they were just another pirate crew, but behind the scenes, Peter was actually the governor overseeing all affairs in the four seas for Deep Current. Within Deep Current, his status ranked even higher than that of Simon Shandy. The reason for their arrival was that the shipping king, Umit, sensed something amiss and sent him to Bavili River Island to investigate. Recently, the shipping king's faction and Doflamingo's forces were beginning to clash. All eyes in the underworld had turned toward their ongoing conflict. Even the most notorious pirates were paying attention. Both sides were kings of the criminal underworld, their influence widespread. With their organizations now locked in open war, both suffered losses. But for now, it was the shipping king who was feeling the most pressure, struggling to keep from being completely overwhelmed. After all, Doflamingo held a unique position. He played both sides of the law with endless logistical support. That was far beyond anything Umit could imagine. So, after suffering a setback, Umit grew flustered and wanted to negotiate peace. But Doflamingo was not someone who could be appeased so easily. You think it's that simple? Fight when you say fight. Make peace when you say peace? Umit understood this reasoning well. He quickly dispatched his forces to Bavili River Island to investigate. First, he wanted to get to the bottom of things. If everything turned out to be a misunderstanding, at least he'd have an excuse ready for backing down. You know, sometimes all it takes is claiming miscommunication or that his underlings had spread the wrong message. Second, he wanted to see if he could find the Quincy who had defeated Doflamingo and invite him to join his side. If he could bring this Quincy under his banner, they truly wouldn't be afraid of challenging Doflamingo head-on. This is why the Scythe pirate crew ended up arriving at Bavili River Island in the first place. Just then, a lackey rushed out of the forest, shouting anxiously, "Boss, bad news. The Navy has landed. I think they're here for us." A young man of average build with short red hair lifted his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. But his voice remained calm as he asked, "No need to panic. What exactly happened?" The lackey went on to explain the situation in brief. Navy soldiers with no epaulets? Peter muttered a few words to himself. Then, as if something had occurred to him, he asked gravely, "Did you see what the leading officer looked like?" The lackey shook his head. "I only saw the battleship and ran straight here to tell you, boss. No epaulets, probably Navy recruits. Are they here for some live combat drill?" Peter pondered silently. He controlled information across all four seas. All intel would eventually flow to him, so he was well informed about such matters. He knew that at certain times, the Navy would send out recruits for training missions. The recruits themselves weren't much of a threat. It was the veteran officers leading them that he feared. Anyone who could lead such an operation would be at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Pausing for a moment, he ordered, "Have everyone hide. Avoid all conflict with the Navy." "Yes, sir," the others chorused in unison. But then, another lackey, wiping cold sweat from his brow, interjected, "Boss, our second-in-command just headed into town." The second-in-command, he mentioned, was the crew's second strongest fighter, also Peter's younger brother. His bounty was over 50 million berries. Arrogant and brazen, ruthless and cruel. A cutthroat villain who'd kill without batting an eyelash. This time, the group of Navy personnel who had arrived numbered about 100. Among them were Yin Yi, Ain, Tashiji, Shuzo, and Berrygood. They had not been picked for the last live combat mission, so this time it was their turn. Roy, who had entered alongside Yin Yi, wasn't selected for the operation. Real combat comes down to strength. If you haven't mastered at least 2 of the 6 forms, Zephyr will never let you take such risks. This was the lawless zone, Anyone who set foot here almost certainly carried a bounty on their head. Even if they didn't, none of them were what you'd call good people. Hardly any civilians ever ventured into places like this. The moment the Navy landed, the fighting erupted. Pirates, true embodiments of ruthlessness, were never the type to cower. Now, with the fortune-telling club in charge, Hawkins had given the order. Everyone on the island was sternly on guard, gathering in force to confront the Navy. Yet, at that very moment, to everyone's shock, someone else made the first move before they could. Roosevelt, known as Scimitar, and with a bounty of 53 million berries, glared at the approaching Marines, his face growing dark. The Navy? Could they be here to capture us? Roosevelt was vicious by nature, his expression twisted. At the sight of the Navy, he instantly assumed they were targeting the Scythe pirates. Rage ignited in him. This was outrageous. How else could this all be so perfectly timed? They had barely landed when the Navy showed up at their doorstep. The Navy. Oomph. Roosevelt let out a cold grunt. He'd tangled with the Navy plenty during his days on the Grand Line, and his captain had once even slain a Marine branch colonel. That feat had earned the captain a bounty of over 100 million berries and the attention of the Sea Transport King, who recruited him into Deep Current as a governor. Roosevelt now strode boldly out, a ferocious aura radiating from him as he marched toward the Marines. Naturally, the Navy noticed Roosevelt's aggressive approach. Must be a pirate. Fire quick. One of the Marines frowned. In a lawless place like this, anyone in sight was a potential enemy. Without hesitation, they opened fire. They called it live combat, but really it was to let these raw recruits see blood, so they wouldn't freeze up when real battle came. But to their shock, every bullet fired was dodged with ease by the man advancing at the front. Fall back. This one's no ordinary opponent, shouted a Marine, pupils contracting in alarm. Roosevelt moved like lightning, closing the gap in a flash. The Navy? Why do you keep coming after us, again and again? With a chilling, bloodthirsty grin, Roosevelt swung his scimitar, slicing a Marine clean in two before him. Blood sprayed, soaking him from head to toe, making his appearance even more terrifying. Damn it, don't be afraid. Everyone attack. Hold out a little longer. Someone will surely notice what's happening here. Charge. These Navy hopefuls, chosen for the elite camp, weren't weak. Despite the terror, they stood their ground, raising their weapons and surging forward. Yet, when facing Roosevelt, who had already braved the Grand Line, they were still far too weak. In just a few minutes, several Navy soldiers were slain, their blood soaking the ground. The rest of the Marines, terror-stricken, scrambled backwards. "Who are you?" One of them stammered. Roosevelt ran his tongue over his scimitar, lapping up the traces of blood left on the blade. With the taste of blood, his expression grew even more twisted and ferocious. He sneered coldly. "Is this all the Navy's got?" Just as Roosevelt finished cutting down the Marines, both Yun Yi and Zephyr turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. There were sounds, and then sudden silence. Zephyr's face darkened instantly. A shard of icy intent flashed in his eyes as he dashed off, muscles taut. Had something gone wrong? I noticed the grim change on Yunye's face and asked in concern what happened. The others also halted, looking to Yunyi for answers. Yunyi furrowed his brow. "Some of our companions have been killed." "What? How did that happen?" someone else asked. Yunyi shook his head. "Not sure yet. I'll go check it out first." With those words, Yunye's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The rest exchanged glances, then sped out after him, leaving only the wind swirling in their wake. Meanwhile, over among the Scythe pirates. At this moment, Kamaitachi Peter also looked sharply in a certain direction, rose to his feet, and spoke in a grave tone. "A fight's broken out?" "Boss, has something happened to our second-in-command?" a subordinate inquired anxiously. Peter's expression shifted dramatically. He barely spared a word in reply before launching himself upwards with a burst of wind at his feet, springing into the air to rush off at high speed. Within his observation hockey, he sensed a frighteningly powerful aura racing toward them. It was the strongest presence he'd ever felt. Peter had only one thought now: to find his fool of a brother as quickly as possible and get him out of here before disaster struck. The members of the Scythe pirates looked at each other in panic. Then, in the next instant, rushed out as one. If even the boss was moving, how could they stay behind? Roosevelt hacked down at another Marine with his blade, his face twisted into a manic, cruel grin. "What's the matter? Are you Navy people really this weak?" His blade swung down. The unfortunate Marine was too slow to dodge and lost an arm to Roosevelt's strike. The agony made the Marine let out a blood-curdling scream. Clutching the stump, his face contorted with raw terror, feet scrambling to escape this demon incarnate in front of him. The remaining Marines gritted their teeth and tried to rally, but Roosevelt swatted them back in a matter of moments. Wounds opened beneath his blade, crimson staining their uniforms. He howled with laughter. Ha ha! The Navy. Is this really the North Blue's so-called Navy? Pathetic. Roosevelt's laughter was savage, his attacks completely devoid of mercy. Another life was snuffed out beneath his hand. And that Marine whose arm had been severed? Roosevelt brought his blade, streaming down again. This time, he sliced the man's head from his shoulders. He grinned menacingly, advancing toward his next target. The Navy officer, seized by terror, shrank into himself, trembling uncontrollably. Roosevelt showed not a hint of mercy, bringing his sword down with a ruthless slash. But just at that moment, a blade of energy sliced through the air from afar, deflecting his attack with a sharp, cutting sound. HM? Who goes there? Roosevelt frowned as he glanced over, only to see the figure of a young man treading effortlessly through the air toward him. Yet another Navy brat with a death wish? Seeing it was a Navy officer again, the cruel smile remained on Roosevelt's face. He paid no heed to the interruption and once more slashed relentlessly toward the trembling sailor before him. To behave so brazenly in front of me? A chill flashed in Yunya's eyes. He raised his hand, sending forth a blade of energy nearly 10 meters wide, sweeping toward Roosevelt with deadly intent. Sensing the imminent danger, Roosevelt snapped his head around just in time to see the attack racing toward him. Shock surged through him. He hastily drew back his blade and redirected his strike to clash with Yunya's energy slash. With a thunderous boom, Roosevelt's sword clashed against the wave of energy. What? Roosevelt's expression changed instantly. An overwhelming force surged through his blade, knocking him back uncontrollably. His legs scoured deep tracks in the ground as he slid backward, before crashing into a building and collapsing it entirely with the sheer force of the impact. A violent crash, debris rained down, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Moving lightly with moonwalk, Yunya landed beside the cluster of Navy troops and asked, "Are you all right?" Seeing Yunya arrive, the surviving sailors let out a breath of relief. Yet almost at once, a look of guilt and grief appeared on their faces. "We're fine, but Alien and the others." Though Zephyr had warned them from the start, this combat training would be a matter of life and death. Facing the loss of comrades now filled their faces with sorrow all the same. "Don't worry, I'll get justice for them." Yunya's gaze shifted to the distance. "Be careful. That guy is dangerous," one of his comrades warned. Yunya simply nodded. Over by the rubble, Roosevelt shoved off the stones that had buried him and climbed to his feet, his face dark and thunderous. "You've got guts, Navy boy. That hurt." His voice rasped with a hellish menace. Eyes dyed crimson like a demon risen from the depths. "Hurt? You won't have to suffer long. I'm sending you to hell myself." Yunya's words were cold and cutting. In a blink, he pushed out from the ground and shot toward Roosevelt. Roosevelt let out a manic laugh, raising his sword to defend. Another collision shook the air as steel crashed against steel, a shockwave erupting from the impact. The force tore across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and loose earth. Navy blot. Roosevelt pressed his attack, shoving Yunya back. In a swift motion, he drew a flintlock pistol from his belt and fired several times directly at Yunya's head. Gunshots rang out in quick succession. A crimson glint flashed through Yunya's eyes. With a subtle tilt of his head from side to side, he effortlessly dodged every bullet. He raised his sword, and another powerful slash tore through the air. This time, Roosevelt didn't try to take the blow head-on. Instead, he darted aside. The slash ripped through the air, slicing the building ahead clean in two. "Ha, let's see where you run to now." Roosevelt let out a chilling laugh, leaping toward Yunya and bringing his blade down with both hands. Yunya met him, sword raised to block. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid exchange of metal rang out across the field, each strike sparking arcs of light. Both fighters moved at dazzling speed. One moment, they'd flash to this side, the next, to the other. The ground around them became pockmarked with craters and rubble. "Quit dodging around, Navy man!" Roosevelt shouted in frustration. The fellow before him was slippery as a monkey, impossible to pin down. There was something strange about the power in his blade. Roosevelt hadn't seen Yunya exert much force, yet every time he struck with all his might, his attack was effortlessly parried. "Fine, if that's what you want, I'll oblige you." Yunya batted Roosevelt's blade aside, leaving Roosevelt wide open. Seizing the chance, Yunya landed a heavy kick, sending Roosevelt flying, and followed up with a slash that knocked Roosevelt even farther away. Roosevelt let out a muffled grunt as a bloody gash appeared across his chest. Unable to stop himself, he crashed backward, smashing through a building and bringing it crumbling down. That Marine is unbelievably strong. And Did anyone else notice? The one who got knocked flying looks just like Roosevelt Scimitar, the vice captain of the Crescent Scythe Pirates, the one with the 53 million belly bounty. Whoa, now you mention it. That really does look like him. If Roosevelt's here, does that mean the whole Crescent Scythe crew is hiding out on this island? The crowd murmured anxiously, glancing at Roosevelt's collapsed figure as the realization dawned on them. Roosevelt coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood. His face turned so dark and grim, it seemed almost a glisten. You can take a pounding, I'll give you that. Yin Yi strode forward, sword in hand, his tone calm and untouchable. Roosevelt licked his lips and wiped away the blood, his expression unfaltering, eyes cold and mocking. You're finished. The whole lot of you Navy dogs are finished. My big brother is right here on this island. Since you dared come after the Crescent Scythe Pirates, today, none of you are leaving here alive. After Roosevelt's outburst, many people in the crowd quietly started to slip away. They had no desire to get caught up in what was coming. They'd considered making a run for it when the Navy first arrived, but all their ships were docked at the harbor, which was now firmly under Navy control. Escape was impossible. As the clash continued, more and more Marines, drawn by the commotion, began to gather at the scene. Some among them, well-versed in the seas and familiar with bounty posters, quickly recognized just how high the stakes had become. The moment the name, Curved Sickle Pirates, was mentioned, several people immediately turned pale. Is that the Curved Sickle Pirates, with a total bounty of over 180 million berries? Their captain, Kamitachi, alone has a bounty exceeding 100 million. What are they doing here? Weren't they operating in the Grand Line? How could they show up in the North Blue? Hurry, go call Instructor Zephyr. If that really is Kamitachi Peter, we don't stand a chance. Around them, several Navy officers lost their composure. Some were bolting toward the port, desperate to notify Zephyr. Tina, Ein, Zion, and Barry Good arrived in quick succession as well. Upon seeing Yun Yi and Roosevelt locked in a standoff, and then spotting their comrade's corpse lying not far away, they all underwent a visible change of expression. They instantly understood what had transpired. In the center of it all, Yun Yi looked at Roosevelt and spoke in an indifferent tone. Curved Sickle Pirates? Never heard of them. Enough talk. Let me send you to your death. If Yun Yi hadn't been deliberately holding back, Roosevelt would have already gone to meet his maker. There was no way he'd still be cappering about. Roosevelt's strength was, at best, slightly above that of Simon Shandy. Since Yun Yi had killed Simon Shandy with a single blow, it stood to reason that he could easily take out Roosevelt in one strike too. Especially considering Yun Yi was now even stronger than when he'd taken down Simon Shandy. Still, acting too overpowering would only arouse suspicion. Yun Yi needed to reveal his abilities gradually. He took a decisive step forward, sweeping his sword out in front of him. A dazzling slash arced through the air. This time, Yun Yi put a little more force behind it. The slash was far swifter than before, blindingly fast, and upon its target in the blink of an eye. At the sight of this overwhelming attack, Roosevelt's eyes shrank with terror. The slash was simply too fast, and with the injury in his chest holding him back, there was absolutely no way Roosevelt could dodge. Brother, help me. Suddenly, as if glimpsing a savior, he reached desperately in a certain direction. Curved Sickle Slash. A shout rang out from that direction. At the same time, an azure wind blade swept through the air. With a sharp sound, the wind blade and Yun Yi's slash collided, shattering both attacks into fragments. Peter unleashed a gale under his feet, launching himself high into the air toward them with tremendous force. Stop right there. Stormblade. Peter bellowed, and with a flick of his finger, sent a whirling wind blade surging toward Yun Yi. Yun Yi's observation haki was already nearing the level of a vice admiral, perhaps the result of two souls merging across worlds, granting him this instinctive mastery. Naturally, he sensed a formidable presence hurtling their way. Yet he paid it little mind. If he said he was going to kill Roosevelt, then nothing would stop him from finishing the job. As his slash was blocked, Yun Yi didn't hesitate for even a second. With a flicker of his figure, he darted straight towards Roosevelt. With a single stroke of his sword, off went the head. A dull thud resounded as the severed head hit the ground. Roosevelt still wore a smile of relief, a survivor's joy frozen on his face, now stilled forever. In an instant, Yun Yi flashed away, dodging the sweeping wind blades, returning to the Navy's side. With a practiced flick, he shook the blood from his sword and cast a cool gaze at the burly red-haired man beside Roosevelt's corpse. He asked, voice calm, "What was it you just said?" Peter stared at his brother's lifeless body, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. When he looked at the assembled Navy, especially Yun Yi, his eyes brimmed with chilling fury and murderous intention. "Navy, you dare kill my brother? You all deserve to die." As the words fell, he swept his arm, conjuring a roaring storm that spiraled into a cyclone, barreling toward the Navy. Peter was a devil fruit user, empowered by the Kamaitachi fruit. With a mere gesture, he could unleash a torrent of deadly wind blades. Like razor-sharp daggers, the blades of wind tore through the air, streaking straight at Yunyi and the others in a blink. Yunyi saw the danger and stepped forward to meet it, raising his sword to block. His blade was shrouded in armament haki as he clashed with the storm of wind blades, sending out a shower of overlapping clangs. The other Navy soldiers didn't stand idle. Some swept out their own Renkyaku slashes, clashing forcefully with the oncoming attack. A series of explosions rang out as the wind blade shattered, whipping into swirling tempests that shot out in all directions. Tina's locked down Black Lance. Tina stepped forward with her long legs. A black steel bar appeared in her hand, which she gripped like a javelin and hurled with all her might. With a sharp hiss, the lance sliced through the air, heading straight for Peter, only to be casually deflected with a wave of his hand. Kamaitachi claw blades. With a cold snort, Peter's eyes gleamed with murderous light as his hands twisted into claws, slashing at the empty air. From his 10 fingertips erupted howling wind blades, crisscrossing toward the front in unpredictable arcs, so fast and chaotic, those without observation haki would struggle to track them. This is bad. Fall back. On the Navy's side, someone cried out in alarm, stumbling to retreat. But Yunyi didn't back down. Instead, he surged forward, unleashing a sharp air slash. Crescent slash, he called, cutting through part of the incoming wind blades. But countless more blades slipped by him, colliding with the Marines behind. Those who failed to dodge in time were struck directly, their bodies raked with gashes, blood gushed forth in torrents. Watch out! Pirates are closing in all around us. Yunye's observation haki detected a swarm of figures converging from every direction, and he quickly shouted a warning to his comrades. At last, the Crescent Scythe pirates arrived, sweeping onto the battlefield and plunging headlong into the fray. Brace yourselves, the Crescent Scythe pirates are here. A Navy voice rang out. Then, all at once, the two sides collided, erupting into all-out war. On the other front, Bellygood transformed himself into a barrage of scattered balls, barreling toward Peter as his fists pounded out in a thunderous assault. However, Peter dodged the attack, seized the opportunity, and sent out a razor-sharp wind blade that struck his opponent, leaving a deep gash across their chest. Tempest kick. Ein leaped nimbly into the air, her long, elegant leg lashing out to unleash a slicing arc with her kick. Peter's observation haki swept across the field, tracking every movement. With a flick of his finger, a wind blade dissipated the Tempest kick. Then he pushed off the ground with a single leg. An intense cyclone surged beneath his foot, boosting his speed dramatically as he shot straight toward Ein. He knew he couldn't afford to linger here. The sight of his own younger brother being killed before his very eyes left his fury with nowhere to go. The one he truly wanted to kill was Yunyi, the mastermind behind all this. But from Yunye's previous display, he could tell that Yunyi was the strongest among these Marines. Taking him down wouldn't be easy. So, Peter shifted his target to the two female Marines on the field, thinking that in this world, women had much slimmer odds of achieving real power compared to men. Before that terrifying presence arrived, he would vent his rage by cutting down a few Marines. Otherwise, he could feel himself going mad from holding it in. Deep down, he also considered taking a hostage to use as leverage against the Navy. Damn it, Tina cursed under her breath as she witnessed what was happening. She tried to use Soru to rush over, but it was clear she was too late. Ein's expression shifted drastically as well. Without mastery of skywalk, she was helpless in midair. She could only watch, wide-eyed, as Peter drew closer with a savage grin on his face. I'll cripple you first. Peter's gaze turned glacial, a deadly chill flickering in his eyes. Forming his right hand into a blade, he struck downward at Ein, sending forth a sharper, more concentrated wind blade, its force no less devastating than a swordsman's lethal slash. Peter could almost envision Ein's blood spraying everywhere. But just at this hair-raising moment, a figure dashed forward, wrapping an arm around Ein's waist and whisking her away in a flash, narrowly evading Peter's deadly attack. Yunyi landed on top of a building with Ein in his arms and asked softly, "Are you all right?" Ein, still shaken, nodded. "I'm all right." Yunyi released Ein from his gentle embrace, turned to face Peter, and said, "His powers are far too overwhelming. You're no match for him. Fall back." "All right, but please be careful." Ein grit her teeth. Had it not been for Yunyi, she might well have been cut in two just now. Seeing that Ein was unharmed, Tina let out a sigh of relief as she hurried over to check Berrygood's condition. She found that he'd sustained only a long cut, without any fatal injuries. Against pirates of this caliber, they simply weren't strong enough, at least, not yet. Peter turned his gaze to Yun Yi, the one who had slain his brother. His eyes burned with endless hatred and murderous intent, but he managed to keep a thread of rationality. He knew he couldn't stay long. Locking his stare firmly onto Yun Yi, he spoke in an icy, cutting tone. Mark my words, Navy, I will avenge my brother. No matter how much time passes, I will never let you go. I'll hunt down your family and friends, and take them out one by one. With that, he gave a direct order. Everyone, stop fighting. Fall back. In an instant, every member of the Crescent Scythe pirates halted their attacks in perfect unison, displaying a discipline uncommon among ordinary pirates. Not blinded by hatred, that's remarkably clear-headed, and this level of discipline doesn't feel like what you'd expect from pirates at all, Yin Yi thought to himself. Still, he had no intention of letting them slip away now. There was a huge amount of merit at stake here. Merit could be used not only for promotion, but could also be exchanged for precious items. So far, Yin Yi didn't have a weapon that truly fit him. The swords he carried were merely forged from refined steel. They sufficed against average pirates, but if he had to face someone wielding a famed blade, he'd be at a severe disadvantage without a proper weapon suited to him. Don't even think about running. Iato, Crescent Moon Slash. A torrential sword aura surged around him. His eyes flashed with a crimson glow as Yun Yi gripped his sword tightly in both hands and delivered a single, decisive cut. A majestic sword energy, in the shape of a gigantic crescent spanning dozens of meters across, burst forth, sweeping out with overwhelming force. A truly terrifying sight. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt their pupils contract sharply, faces frozen in utter disbelief. The pirates of the Crescent Scythe crew were stricken with terror. What kind of attack was this? It was far beyond anything they'd seen before. Peter's expression changed as well. Being attuned to observation hockey, he could sense just how frightening Yun Yi's strike truly was. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter unleashed his full power and roared. Weasel Gale, Chain Blades. His hands moved at lightning speed, conjuring forth a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, raining them down in rapid succession to intercept Yun Yi's attack. A flurry of heavy collisions rang out across the battlefield, wave after wave of force rippling outward in every direction. Though Yun Yi's strike was forcefully checked, it steadily advanced, inch by relentless inch. Side slash. Peter bellowed, gathering a torrent of wind blades into a single, much larger arc that sliced forward with ferocious intensity. The two mighty slashes collided with a thunderous crash. A moment later, an even more cataclysmic wave of energy erupted. The blast sent clouds of dust shooting hundreds of meters into the sky. The shock waves from the clash leveled buildings and uprooted trees within a wide perimeter. Nearly everyone on the island turned to stare in the direction of the explosion. Zephyr paused. Then his face darkened as he picked up his pace, racing over from the harbor. Even for him, as swift as he was, it would still take a moment to arrive. Why are pirates of this caliber appearing here? Previously, he had already gained a certain understanding of the island, which was why he felt confident enough to let the students land. But he hadn't anticipated such an unexpected incident. Anger was surging within him, burning like a hidden fire. At the same time, out on the distant sea, a Navy warship was approaching. A soldier stationed at the lookout post raised his binoculars, suddenly shouting down below, "Rear Admiral Strawberry, we've spotted the Scythe pirate ship ahead. What's more, there's another warship docked at the port." A warship? Standing at the bow, Strawberry raised an eyebrow and asked, "Whose ship is it? A branch vessel from the North Blue?" A voice called down from above. "It appears to be the training camp recruit's warship. Strawberry's surprise deepened." Training camp? Could it be that a fellow officer is here with a team for recruit exercises? While pondering this, he ordered, "Approach the port. Let's see which colleague it is." As he spoke, Strawberry's gaze sharpened. He was here in pursuit of the Scythe pirates. He suspected that this pirate crew might be connected to some powerful force from a new world. If he could capture them and extract valuable information, it would be a major achievement. And even if there weren't any secrets to uncover, bringing in pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million would still earn him considerable merit. He was now just one step away from promotion to Vice Admiral. If he could successfully apprehend the Scythe pirates, he'd secure that advancement at last. This was a goal he'd spent years striving for. Now that it was within reach, there was no way he'd let it slip by. Let's hope nothing unforeseen happens. A cold, subtle determination flashed in Strawberry's eyes as he held his thoughts close. The warship maintained its steady course, closing in on the port. Such commotion. Hawkins stared at the towering plumes of smoke and dust, a grave expression settling over his face. This level of disturbance reminded him of a past battle that had erupted on the island. A strange feeling welled up within him. There had been far too many clashes of this scale on Baville River Island in recent times, and each one had been a battle of titans. Powerful figures from the sea. Perhaps it's time I ventured out myself. Hawkins's eyes glinted as he reached a quiet decision. After witnessing such overwhelming strength, he too felt a fierce urge to grow stronger. Maybe heading out to sea was the right path. With those thoughts in mind, he decided to investigate just who was behind this battle. He had no talent for observation hockey, so he would have to rely on his sights alone. For that reason, he chose to head over by himself. On the battlefield, the shockwaves from the two fighters finally faded. As the dust and smoke cleared, all eyes turned toward the arena. In the center of the field, a tremendous and gaping crater had appeared. Within dozens of meters of the pit, not a single person was left. They had all been hurled away by the powerful gust that had just erupted. The nearby buildings were smashed and toppled, leaving a swath of destruction. Damn it, Peter crawled out from a crater. Because he had been closest to the explosion, he suffered the brunt of the impact. He'd been blown away in an instant. Still, as someone with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, he was no weakling. Though he'd been sent flying, he managed to escape with barely a scratch. Climbing out of the crater, he glared at Yanni, eyes dark and cold. This guy, his strength is overwhelming. Meanwhile, all the Navy soldiers stared at Yanni in astonishment. Truth be told, they hadn't known much about Yanni's true power until recently. Their only impression was of his sword skills displayed against Hauser. Now, witnessing the havoc Yanni had wrought with a single sword strike, they were dumbfounded. Their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Ein and Tina's mouths hung slightly open, looking truly adorable. After a long moment, Tina sighed with admiration. Yanni, your strength has outpaced ours by a mile. Maybe even graduates would struggle to stand against you. Among their peers who had already passed the final exam, there were a few freakishly strong ones. Drake, who could transform into an ancient dinosaur with his Zoan-type powers, and Smoker, who wielded the Logia-type smoke fruit. But now, even they might not be a match for Yanni. After all, Yanni had already started to master armament hockey. I nodded in wholehearted agreement. The more they understood Yanni, the more they found him less like a person and more like a monster. Yanni's expression did not change one bit. He kept his gaze fixed on the other side. In his observation hockey, Peter's aura hadn't weakened much at all. Stay alert. Yanni spoke sharply, slicing the air with a sword slash. A burst, the air split as slash and blade of wind collided, erasing each other in a flash of force. I'll handle the strongest one. The rest of you, wipe out all his underlings. With that, Yanni dashed toward Peter. The Navy exchanged quick glances, then charged forward together, clashing head-on with the pirates. Peter's face was ashen. He drew a long sword from his waist. The blade wreathed in swirling air, humming and vibrating with the ferocity of a chainsaw, ready to cut through anything. He could tell Yanni had no intention of letting them get away, aiming to wipe them out here and now. There was still another powerful enemy in the distance. If he delayed, it would be too late. So Peter held nothing back. With a sword edge honed for ultimate cutting power, he swung at Yanni. Though he had eaten a devil fruit, Peter was already a swordsman of formidable skill. Now, with blades of wind shrouding his blade, his strikes became razor-sharp and nearly unstoppable. A metallic clang rang out, fierce and clear. The two swords clashed, ringing out with a piercing sound of metal striking metal. Using his observation hockey, Yanni sensed the slicing wind on Peter's blade and didn't dare let his guard down, immediately wrapping his sword in armament hockey. The two held their ground, their unleashed power causing the very earth beneath their feet to shatter and crack. In the next instant, they both withdrew their blades, only to swing again in unison. Boom! This powerful exchange left the ground split open even further. Yanni withdrew his sword, stepped forward, and launched a horizontal slash toward Peter's waist. Peter twisted his waist to dodge, then countered with a fierce, heavy swing downward. Yanni shifted behind Peter in a flash, unleashing another slash. Peter turned and blocked it quickly. With a resounding crash, both fighters recoiled backwards. Crescent slash, side slash. They shouted their attacks at the same time, sending forth a wave of terrifying sword energy that kicked up clouds of dust and debris. The clash of their blades was relentless, each strike ringing out in rapid succession, the air filled with the clamor of steel upon steel. Through this prolonged duel, Yanni's physical prowess had made remarkable progress. After all, he was keeping pace with another's training. By now, he nearly matched the veteran students among the elite ranks in strength. With his blade now entwined in armament hockey, he was holding his own against Peter, neither giving nor yielding ground. Commodore-level strength. Feeling the force transmitted through his blade, Yunyi made a rough assessment of Peter's power. It was about equal to that of Commodore Cage. His observation Haki sensed that Zephyr was rapidly approaching, prompting Yunyi to turn up the intensity of his assault. He had to finish Peter off, both for honor and for the merits to be earned. With a sudden surge of speed, Yunyi changed up the tempo, catching Peter off guard and appearing at his flank, sword slicing down in a flash. With a ripping sound, the blade severed Peter's sword arm at the root. Ah! Peter let out a blood-curdling scream, but his iron will kept him standing. He gritted his teeth, raised a foot, and sent another slicing wind blade flying at Yunyi. Yunyi dodged once more, reappearing at a distance. He raised his sword above his head, and his voice rang out cold and clear. This sword avenges my fallen comrades. Crescent moon heaven slash. With a resonant hum, a sweeping crescent-shaped energy wave burst forth, roaring toward Peter, who watched in terror as it closed in and struck him head-on. Thunderous impact. The sword aura crashed into Peter, driving him into the earth and carving a deep scar across the ground itself. Yunyi scanned the battlefield. Peter's presence had completely vanished. The man known as Kamaitachi Peter, with a bounty of 105 million berries, was dead. From a moment Yunyi sensed Peter's life force fade. No more than 5 minutes had passed. At that very moment, Zephyr arrived just in time to witness this scene, his eyes brimming with surprise as he looked upon Yunyi. With this strike, Yunyi had already demonstrated strength on par with a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. As Zephyr marveled at this in his heart, his observation Haki also caught sight of several corpses lying on the ground. His expression grew dark, and he gave a direct order: leave not a single pirate alive. Ever since his own family had been slain by pirates, Zephyr no longer shunned slaughter in his heart. The former admiral, known for his vow never to kill, was gone. What remained was a man who harbored deep hatred for pirates. Yes, sir. With Zephyr's arrival, every Navy soldier's fighting spirit surged. They rushed out fiercely, engaging the fleeing pirates in battle. After their boss was killed, the pirates under Hei's lost all sense of purpose and could not match the Navy. They were pushed back in defeat. Zephyr stepped up next to Yunyi, scrutinizing him from head to toe before finally nodding in satisfaction. Very good. You're even more gifted than I imagined. After some more time, once you've mastered all 6 forms, you can apply for graduation. If Yunyi could successfully graduate within half a year, it would break the record for the fastest graduation in the history of the elite camp. Even those 3 prodigies had spent nearly a full year there. Feigning ragged breaths, Yunyi said, I'm still far from your level, sir. Don't belittle yourself, Zephyr replied calmly, a hint of criticism in his tone. You're already very strong. Gaining true power takes time. Rushing too much will only hold you back. Yet, Zephyr was thoroughly satisfied with Yunyi as a student. His background was spotless, his actions steady, bonded closely with his peers, and driven by ambition. More importantly, his talent was nothing short of monstrous. In Zephyr's mind, Yunyi was an exemplary role model for the Navy. One could not help but admit that Yunyi's act was nearly flawless. But truth be told, if you put aside the factional struggles within the Navy, compared to the pirates' wicked chaos, there were still far more righteous souls among the Navy ranks. And if someone powerful enough could overturn the world government, many in the Navy would surely refuse to obey the government's orders. Yunyi himself didn't actually mind the idea of becoming a Navy man. After all, just the sound of champion of justice was upright and proper. Since he bore the name of Justice, Yunyi felt he must thoroughly enjoy the part and could not tarnish this reputation. So he acted with extra dedication. I understand, Teacher Zephyr, Yunyi replied with humility. After a brief pause, Yunyi and Zephyr turned their gazes toward the same direction. In their observation Haki, they both sensed a presence, one that was far from weak, entering their perception. It was Hawkins. After a moment's thought, Yunyi said, Teacher Zephyr, I'll go check over there and see if there are any pirates we might have missed. Zephyr did not object. He had witnessed Yunyi's strength firsthand. There was simply no one left on the island who could pose a threat to him. Yunyi nodded, and with a swift flash of Shuinpa, vanished from sight. Watching Yunyi's disappearing figure, Zephyr turned and went about his own affairs. In battle, death is inevitable. As a veteran who had seen countless battlefields and witnessed far too many comrades fall, Zephyr had long grown accustomed to such loss. Yet, deep inside, he still struggled to come to terms with it, especially when the fallen were his own students. Hawkins was not wanted by the authorities, so in a certain sense, he wasn't truly a criminal. But the lawless island he now inhabited was a different story. Should disaster strike, he'd only have his own luck to blame. Life rarely offers explanations. Cautiously, Hawkins did his best to keep his presence hidden, completely unaware that two powerful figures already had their eyes set on him. At that moment, Hawkins noticed Yun Ye's movement. The Navy officer was heading his way. His heart sank as he recalled stories he'd heard about a mysterious power known as Haki. Was it possible that this Marine also held such power? What exactly was Haki? A pirate? A criminal? Yun Ye approached, asking the obvious in a steady voice. Hawkins managed to keep calm and replied in an even tone, "I carry no bounty. I'm a bounty hunter on this island." His answer was reasonable. After all, lawless places like these attracted many bounty hunters seeking wanted men. "Oh, is that so?" Yun Ye's expression remained as calm as ever. Hawkins' brows knit together. What exactly was this man's attitude? After all, as someone who worked behind the scenes, Hawkins was privy to secrets that most people never heard. He knew that some Marines, eager for merit, would label even innocents as criminals just to claim rewards. So when he saw Yun Ye frown, Hawkins suspected that a fight was inevitable. Yun Ye glanced at him and continued, "If you're not a criminal, then let me ask, do you know of a gang on this island called the Fortune-Telling Club? What's your point?" Hawkins' face grew solemn. Confusion clouded his mind. He couldn't fathom Yun Ye's intentions with this line of questioning. Did Yun Ye already know his true identity? Or was this simply an interrogation? No need to be nervous. I just wanted to confirm something I heard. The Fortune-Telling Club is said to be connected to that Quincy who defeated the 7 warlords. At these words, Hawkins' expression shifted slightly. "Yet," he replied, "I'm not aware of any such matters." "That's good," Yun Ye said lightly. "If even the boss of the Fortune-Telling Club claims not to know, then I suppose it's truly nothing. I'll report back exactly what I've learned." As soon as those words were spoken, Hawkins understood. The Navy officer before him was clearly toying with him. His body swelled, transforming into a towering strawman figure as he cast a cold gaze at Yun Ye. "Are you making a fool of me?" Yun Ye showed not the slightest hint of fear. He spoke calmly. "Think carefully. If you attack the Navy, you'll be branded a criminal. Are you sure you want to take me on?" Hawkins maintained his fearsome posture, eyes narrowing as he tried to read Yun Ye's intentions. Yun Ye met Hawkins' gaze directly, his tone still even and detached. "Relax. I'm not one of those Navy dogs who can't distinguish right from wrong. Your Fortune-Telling Club hasn't harmed any civilians, so in my eyes, you're not criminals." Having spent some time on the island, Yun Ye was well aware that the Fortune-Telling Club was far from innocent. They'd done everything the other gangs had done. But nearly everyone on the island was a criminal anyway, so the club hadn't truly crossed any new lines. Whether it was for lack of opportunity or something else, it hardly mattered. Yun Ye was not a man to see the world in black and white. He had his own standards for judging criminals. In other words, he carried an inner scale. Whether someone was a criminal, he would weigh and judge for himself. Finally, Yun Ye cast one last glance at Hawkins, let out a soft chuckle, and turned to leave. It was just a final look, but the pressure it exerted on Hawkins was immense. It was as if he were once again standing in front of that great figure, the air thick with an inexplicable, overbearing aura. In that instant, Hawkins realized, with certainty, that he had no chance of beating this Navy man before him. Watching Yun Ye's retreating figure, Hawkins fell silent, lost in thought. After a long while, he brought out his tarot cards, shuffling them in midair as he began a fortune-telling ritual. But the result left him stunned. The dual ace, masters of both yin and yang, a king destined by fate, whether walking the path of justice or evil, whichever road he chooses, he will become the one true king. How could such a card even appear? No, this isn't absolute. He quickly regained his composure. A reading is never the whole story. The future can change in the blink of an eye. Could it really be that fate is set in stone in this world? His fortune-telling only revealed one possible sliver of what the future might hold. Meanwhile, Yun returned to the gathering point and began sweeping up the remnants of the Scythe pirates. Within half an hour, every pirate on the island was either captured or slain. The Navy had claimed victory. The triumph washed away some of the grief over lost comrades, and soon the sailors began to chatter. So, does that mean the group behind the Fortune-Telling Club wasn't the Quincy, but the Scythe pirates? It's possible. I mean, would criminals as powerful as the Quincy really bother with a small-time gang in the North Blue? But so what? In the end, we still defeated them. Did any of you see how Yun Ye fought earlier? He was unbelievably strong. Can he really be just a rookie? Because of the attack by the Sickle Pirates, the Navy here mistook them for members of the island's Fortune-Telling Club. Now, after capturing all of the pirates, everyone thought the battle was over. And then, they started talking about Yun Ye's performance just moments before. Yun Ye put on a truly dazzling display. He handled pirates with bounties over 100 million berries with ease, and in the end, he even finished them off single-handedly. This allowed his fellow recruits to see Yun Ye's strength in all its glory. A monster. All at once, Yun Ye's reputation as a monster was solidified beyond doubt. Some even compared him to a young admiral. But Yun Ye himself just smiled, indifferent to all the empty praise and accolades. Zifa didn't ask Yun Ye how things went. Instead, he simply ordered everyone to regroup and withdraw. The Navy began retreating in an orderly fashion, boots crunching steadily on the ground. When they made their way back to the harbor, they were surprised to find a naval warship docked there. Zifa was taken aback. Spreading out his Kinbunchiko haki, he sensed Stolo Berry's presence. Huh, it's this kid, Zifa exclaimed, taken aback that he'd run into Stolo Berry here. Stolo Berry was also one of his former students, so, of course, Zifa recognized him. But what was he doing here? Zifa harbored a silent question as he leaped onto the warship, moon stepping through the air. Upon seeing Zifa, Stolo Berry was equally surprised. He hadn't expected Zifa to be leading the troops. Still, he respectfully greeted him. Professor Zifa, I didn't know it was you. If Zifa was leading the operation, then there went his chance for any commendations, Stolo Berry thought with a sigh. Zifa asked, why are you all here on this island? Stolo Berry replied, we're tracking a pirate crew on the Grand Line, the Sickle Pirates. At that, Zifa laughed heartily. If it's the Sickle Pirates you're after, we've already taken care of them. Stolo Berry's suspicions were confirmed, and he shook his head with a wry smile. If Professor Zifa took action, they wouldn't stand chance. This time, I didn't do anything, Zifa corrected, shaking his head. Then, Stolo Berry began, puzzled. If it wasn't Professor Zifa, then who? Zifa pointed in Yun Ye's direction with a proud smile. That boy over there. He single-handedly took down the captain of that pirate crew. Don't let his age fool you. He's a real monster. It wasn't Professor Zifa? Stolo Berry looked over, and when his eyes landed on Yun Ye, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. So young. This was Strawberry's first impression, for someone so young to defeat a pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries. Yet, since the words came from Zephyr himself, and considering Zephyr would never lie, this young Navy recruit clearly possessed some real strength. But still, at this moment, there was no sense of admiration in Strawberry's heart. Instead, as he looked at Yun, a faint hostility began to simmer within him. It was this kid who had turned all his recent hard work into nothing but smoke. Had it not been for this boy, Strawberry figured he would have already crushed the Scythe pirates, reaped the credit, and earned his promotion to Vice Admiral by now. A flash of animosity flickered in Strawberry's eyes. Though he kept it well hidden, it was aimed at Yun, not something Zephyr noticed at all. Right then, Yun suddenly sensed something and instinctively turned his head in this direction. But just as Yun turned, Strawberry had already averted his gaze and was deep in conversation with Zephyr. As Yun caught sight of Strawberry, his twin swords at his side, and a pair of neat black mustaches, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. He was pretty sure this man had appeared in the original story. When Yun's eyes moved to the epaulets on his shoulders and saw the insignia of a rear admiral, his brows furrowed slightly. Yun was certain he'd just caught a trace of hostility. Observation haki was a wondrous thing. Whenever animosity or murderous intent was directed at him, his senses became especially sharp. From the day he awakened his haki, Yun had noticed this. Was it something unique to him, or did every haki user experience such keen perception? Why would someone bear hostility toward me? It can't be Zephyr. Is it that rear admiral, or maybe someone else aboard the ship? From Yun's vantage point, rows of dozens of Marines stood in tidy formation. He had no way of telling who exactly was sending that sudden wave of enmity his way. Nonetheless, he made a mental note of this incident. Moving over to Tina's side, Yun turned his gaze toward the warship and asked, Tina, do you know the name of that rear admiral? Let me think, Tina replied, giving it some thought before answering. I think that's Rear Admiral Strawberry from headquarters. Why do you ask? It's nothing, Yun said. I was just curious about his identity. I can't help wondering what he's doing here. Aren't rear admirals usually stationed along the Grand Line? That I don't know either, Tina answered, rubbing her smooth chin thoughtfully. Yun nodded, but inwardly he began to ponder. Strawberry. If memory serves, wasn't he one of the 5 vice admirals who carried out the buster call on Eni's lobby? But as far as the original story goes, he's barely left a mark. If the person radiating hostility was truly him, then what could be the reason? Could it be that I'm simply too outstanding, drawing envy from others? That wasn't out of the question. Yun was only 18, yet his power had already reached such heights. It was understandable if someone found him to be an eyesore. He had seen plenty of examples in his previous life of people whose jealousy had twisted them inside out. All the more so in this pirate world, where madness ran even deeper. Here, it was nothing unusual to kill someone just for giving you a dirty look. Being resented for talent was hardly surprising. Yunye's gaze shifted, and he quietly made a mental note of this. After learning that his target had been eliminated, Stalaberry bid farewell to Zephyr. But just as he was about to leave, his eyes lingered in Yunye's direction. A faint, cold smile played at his lips. With the turn of a heel, the expression vanished. Almost no one noticed it. If Yunye hadn't been watching closely from the corner of his eye, he would have missed it too. So it really is him? Stalaberry, one of the Navy's hardliners. Yunye's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light as he watched the battleship fade into the distance. Mission accomplished. The training corps ship turned back toward home. Yunye had originally planned to ask Zephyr for some leave to return to East Island, but after thinking it over, he decided to put it off for now. With folks from the village looking after Xiaoya, he wasn't all that worried. Navy warships were a breed of their own. Sea prism stone was embedded in their hulls, letting them sail the seas freely, safe from detection by the monsters lurking below. After passing through a special route, they returned once more to the Grand Line. Following a peaceful journey over placid seas, Yunye and the others eventually arrived back at the Navy headquarters elite camp. Matters such as calculating merits and tracking casualties were handled by other colleagues. All the details were taken care of. Once everyone had disembarked, Zephyr dismissed them. Yunye headed back to his quarters and lay down to rest. The next day, Yunye and the others gathered once again for training on the practice grounds. Day in and day out, Yunye never paused his training, whether it was the Six Styles or armament hockey. At the end of practice, Tina suddenly approached him and said, "Yunye, I heard your merits are already enough for you to be promoted to major." Shizuo walked over too. "Looks like Smoker and Drake are in the same boat. After graduation, you all could become majors right away." Yunye wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Is that so? So, what exactly are the requirements for graduation?" Tina answered, "As far as I've heard, you need to master all 6 Navy combat forms and then pass a final graduation assessment." Graduation assessment? Yunye looked puzzled. Shizuo nodded and said, "The 6 powers of the Navy are actually fairly easy. Many people can master them within a year or two. But the graduation assessment after that is much more difficult. You have to earn the recognition of a commander or even a high-ranking officer." Ein, who had walked over, added, "Take Smoker and Drake, for example. They both passed an officer-level assessment and were exceptionally promoted to lieutenant colonel." Hearing their explanations, Yunye suddenly understood. The elite camp, as the most distinguished unit within the Navy, was bound to have extremely high standard for graduation. Essentially, those who made it through graduation would become officers with real military ranks. This was something that simply couldn't be compared with regular boot camp. And precisely because of this, countless people dreamed of joining the elite camp, wanting so desperately to break their way in. But gaining admission was no easy feat. It was extraordinarily challenging. Time passed once more. Yunye's training never relented. Physically, he had finally reached the standards set by the elite camp. As for armament hockey, Yunye still hadn't reached the threshold where he could truly condense it. Still, his strength had grown tremendously compared to before. Achieving hardening now seemed to be a matter of catching the right opportunity. On this particular day, Yunye arrived at Zephyr's office and knocked on the door. Zephyr's voice came from inside. "Come in." Yunye pushed open the door and walked inside. Seeing that it was Yunye, Zephyr smiled and said, "Oh, Yunye, is there something you need?" Yunye snapped a sharp salute and spoke earnestly. "Instructor Zephyr, I'd like to apply for graduation from the elite camp." Hearing this, Zephyr paused, then replied solemnly, "Are you certain? At your age, you could easily train here for another year or two. With my guidance and the abundance of resources available, those 2 years will be enough for your armament hockey to reach the level of hardening." After all, it had barely been 5 months since Yunye joined the elite camp, and now he wanted to apply for graduation already? Refining hockey is never something that can be accomplished overnight. It takes a long time to toughen the body and hone one's spirit. In Zephyr's mind, staying in the elite camp was absolutely the best choice for Yunye's growth. Yunye nodded seriously. "I've already made my decision, Instructor Zephyr." For Yunye, the training in the elite camp had become less and less useful. At this stage, it would do little more than build up his physique. He had already learned all 6 forms of the 6 powers, meeting the minimum requirement for graduation. But it was only a basic mastery. He could use them, but not yet wield them with true skill. In recent days, Yunye tried to blend the shave and moonwalk techniques, 2 methods of explosive leg power, to see if he could push his speed even further, but the breakthrough still eluded him. As for Iron Body, Yunye dismissed it outright. If it hadn't been required for graduation, he wouldn't have bothered learning it at all. To be honest, it It was a real letdown. In his previous life, an old hand on the forums once joked, "The iron body technique is a troublemaker. We should just take it out of the six styles altogether." Of course, it was only a tongue-in-cheek remark. Yunyi would never underestimate the iron body technique. After all, it might be one of the prerequisites for life return. Isn't it perfectly normal for the six styles of the Navy to actually total 8 techniques? It's just like the so-called for heavenly kings, who always seem to have a hidden fifth member. Both life return and the ultimate six styles technique, Rokugan, are evolutions that demand mastery of all 6 basic styles. Missing even one simply isn't an option. From Yunyi's perspective, once he learned armament haki, the iron body's importance could be minimized. Let's not forget, Yunyi, as a Navy man, specialized in swordsmanship, so the iron body didn't serve him much. In that case, I agree. Zephyr glanced at Yunyi and spoke with a strange note of satisfaction in his voice. Judging from the boy's performance, he truly wasn't inferior to those monster prodigies in their heyday. Zephyr continued, "There's still a graduation test, though. But for you, passing it shouldn't be difficult. After all, graduates from the elite program were almost at officer level, so naturally, a certain threshold was set, the graduation exam. Learning the 6 styles was only part of the requirement. Above all, one had to earn the recognition of the graduation examiner. Victory was not essential. What mattered most was approval. Most of the time, active duty officers served as graduation examiners. They could be field-grade officers or even general officers. On rare occasions, a vice admiral would preside over the test. In other words, the graduation exam was divided into stages. From lowest to highest, each stage aligned with a naval rank. Junior officers, field officers, and generals. Generally speaking, those in the elite program took graduation exams before field-grade officers. A select few would attempt to pass the test with a general as their examiner. So far, aside from a handful who succeeded flawlessly, most had failed and retreated. Drake and Smoker, for example, both chose to face field-grade officers. Upon graduation, they instantly became lieutenant colonels. Yun nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Instructor Zephyr." With that, he bowed respectfully and took his leave. Only after Yunyi had gone did Zephyr slap his forehead. I forgot to ask the kid which level of test he wanted. He hesitated for a moment, gaze wandering back and forth between field grade and general officers. Then, with a chuckle, he filled in the application for the general level test and muttered, "Let's see if you can handle a headquarters rear admiral. Don't go getting complacent just because you're strong enough to graduate." With a mischievous grin, Zephyr seemed to relish the thought of Yunyi finally running into some trouble. After all, Yunyi had always worn that calm, unflappable expression. By the afternoon, news of Yunyi's application for the graduation exam had swept through the entire training camp. Whether in the recruits camp or among the elite trainees, everyone had caught wind of the story. An looked at Yunyi with surprise and asked, "Are you really planning to apply for the graduation assessment? You've only just joined us. Hasn't it been such a short time?" Yunyi nodded. "I've already gained so much experience here. Plus, refining my armament haki requires real combat. Only through fighting can I improve more rapidly." Tina chimed in. "It's only been, less than half a year? You really are something else." Even Smoker and Drake both stayed here for over a year before graduating. "It's not that big a deal," Yunyi replied with a grin. His so-called monster reputation had already spread throughout the training camp. Many people whispered that he might become another future admiral, a man born with the stature of an admiral. Just then, Tina added, "I think I'll be applying for graduation right after you. I can't let you two get too far ahead of me." Yunyi ain't her. "Give it your best shot." Ein puckered her lips, disappointment clouding her expression. "I'm still far behind. I guess I'll need a lot more time. Plus, I have no idea how to train my ability further." The regression fruit, In Yunyi's eyes, the regression fruit's power held tremendous potential. If properly honed, it could become an incredible weapon. Yunyi said thoughtfully, "I haven't eaten a devil fruit myself, so I'm not sure about its development. But if you could rewind people or objects by several decades, then as long as you touch someone, the battle would practically be decided. And perhaps you could try projecting your flames outward. Like armament haki, maybe you could channel them into firearms covering weapons with your flames. That could be another avenue for development," Yunyi suggested. "I've actually tried that," Ein replied dejectedly, "but nothing can seem to contain my flames. Anything they touch gets rewound immediately." She had made attempts before, but every object she used was undone by the power of her flames. Yunyi gave it some thought, then suddenly had an idea. What if you wrapped your weapon in a layer of armament haki first, then covered it with your flames? In their world, armament haki could touch the bodies of Logia fruit users, and naturally, it could defend against Ein's flames as well. It was a foundational principle in the world of pirates. as if Armament Haki had been created specifically to counter Devil Fruit abilities. Armament Haki was the only way to deal with those who wielded such formidable powers. But upon hearing this, Ein pouted. Armament Haki, I still haven't learned how. Yunyi gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't give up, big sis. You'll get there. Meanwhile, in the recruit training camp, Lunliner heard the news and proudly declared to everyone, Did you all hear that? That's my brother they're talking about. I can't believe he's already graduating from the elite camp. After spending some time together, the others still hadn't quite gotten used to Lunliner's appearance, but by now they'd all come to realize he was a genuinely good guy and easy to get along with. Someone laughed and said, He's about to graduate, and you're only just getting into the elite camp. You still can't catch up with him, can you? In an instant, Lunliner's expression fell, but she quickly bounced back, declaring with determination, I will catch up to him, no matter what. The instructors at the recruit training camp had also caught wind of this matter. Among them, Major General Kai Chi was especially surprised when he first heard the news. But then he turned to his colleagues and said, See, I knew that kid wasn't ordinary. It hasn't been that long, and now he's already about to take his graduation assessment. I suddenly want to be his graduation assessment examiner. Usually, the examiners for the graduation assessment are chosen from among the camp's instructors. But there are always special cases. Some idle Navy major generals love to get involved in this sort of excitement. Maynard chuckled. You just love making a fuss, don't you? Leighton joined in, saying, Just be careful you don't end up flat on your back. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? I heard that in the last real combat mission, that kid actually took down a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Mandel turned toward Kai Chi, ribbing him. If I remember right, the most you've ever done is defeat a pirate with a bounty over 100 million, isn't it? That's how you made Major General. That's different. I took down an entire pirate crew fair and square to make Major General. Kai Chi rolled his eyes at his colleagues' teasing, trying hard not to let them underestimate him. But the truth was, the idea had taken root. He truly wanted to see just how strong Yunyi had become after training under Teacher Zephyr. Once, Yunyi's attack had almost made a fool out of him. By now, could the kid actually be a real threat? Patino Yunyi? Isn't that the brat who snatched away my glory? Having just returned to Navy headquarters, Strawberry had somehow heard the news too. With a cold sneer, he changed course and headed in a particular direction. The requirements for being a graduation examiner weren't stiff. Anyone ranked field officer or above could do it, which meant he was eligible, wasn't he? If he thinks graduating is so easy, he's got another thing coming. Even if I can't stop him from graduating, I'll make sure he loses face in front of everyone. Strawberry had never been the forgiving type. To have his praise stolen, to waste almost a month of his time for nothing. How could he not be furious? Originally, he had been content to make trouble for Yunyi in the future, but since the opportunity had come sooner, he certainly wasn't going to let it slip by. Strawberry made his way to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. He intended to take on the role of Yunyi's graduation examiner, but when he arrived, he found someone was already there. It was Major General Kai Chi. The two arrived one after the other. When he spotted Cage, Strawberry narrowed his eyes. Why is this guy here? Cage, too, had noticed Strawberry. As soon as he saw him, his brows furrowed. What's he doing here? The two of them were both major generals. Of course they recognized each other. But their relationship was far from friendly. For one thing, they actually belonged to different factions. Strawberry was a hawk, while Cage was a dove. Their philosophies clashed. But more importantly, back during their days at the training camp, they had once clashed violently. Ever since, they had been at odds, never seeing eye to eye. After understanding what brought them here, Sengoku couldn't help but look surprised. You're both here to act as Patino Yunyi's graduation assessment instructor? Sengoku was genuinely surprised. Just a moment ago, he'd been racking his brain, wondering who should oversee Yunyi's graduation exam. In the end, two powerful major generals showed up, one after the other. He had heard about Patino Yunyi from Zephyr, a recruit with impressive talent, so the stories went. But Sengoku had been busy, so he hadn't kept a close watch on this candidate. Now, seeing that two major generals were vying for the role, he realized this little upstart must have something truly special. Hearing Sengoku's words, both Cage and Strawberry looked at each other, each harboring their own thoughts. Cage frowned inwardly. Is that guy here because he caught wind of something just to cross me on purpose? Strawberry, on the other hand, had a different suspicion. Could it be that Patino Yunyi is from Cage's camp? If that's the case, there's no way I'll let him pass that test so easily. Cage turned to Sengoku and spoke. Fleet Admiral, I was the boys' instructor in the recruit camp. Now that he's applying for the graduation exam, naturally, I should be the one to oversee it. I want to see for myself how much he's grown under Zephyr Sensei's guidance. Just as I thought. Strawberry's suspicion was confirmed. Yunyi really was connected to Cage's side. Before Sengoku could respond, Strawberry interjected. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I don't think Major General Cage is the right choice. First, he still has missions in the training camp. Second, I worry he might go easy on his former trainee. Utter nonsense, Cage exclaimed, unable to hold back any longer. Strawberry, just what are you implying? You think I would show favoritism? Strawberry let out a cold snort. That's not something I'd rule out. Cage was about to blow his top, but Sengoku raised a hand to stop them. All right, enough. No more arguing. Sengoku let out a cold grunt and said authoritatively, Major General Strawberry, that statement is a bit too much. Who would dare cover up anything with so many eyes watching? But Major General Ketch, you as well. Don't you realize what kind of occasion this is? My apologies, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I acted rashly. The two spoke up at the same time. They still harbored a bit of apprehension toward Sengoku. Sengoku knocked the table once to regain control, then continued. Both of you are outstanding among the major generals. Either of you would be excellent as the instructor. After a brief pause, Sengoku came to a decision. In that case, since you both are so keen, why don't you settle it with a round of rock, paper, scissors? The two stared at each other in disbelief. Was this really allowed? Truth be told, Sengoku wasn't too keen on this approach either. In situations like these, it was usually a struggle to find volunteers. Everyone would dodge and make excuses, extremely reluctant. Who could have predicted that this time, not only did two step forward, but both were adamant about it? Even Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, found this a bit hard to take. He knew there was friction between these two. Not wanting things to get any trickier, Sengoku resorted to what looked like a playful solution. In the end, it was Strawberry who won. Ketch left Sengoku's office, grumbling under his breath. Strawberry, on the other hand, bid farewell to Sengoku with a victorious grin on his lips and a sharp gleam in his narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, Sengoku, his curiosity piqued, pulled out Yunye's dossier for a closer look. Patino Yunye, Hememe. Zephyr speaks so highly of him, comparable to someone like Akiji. Now, isn't that interesting? By the end of the report, Sengoku was visibly surprised. Zephyr's evaluation of Yunye was simply stellar. Sengoku knew his colleague Zephyr well. If Zephyr could offer praise that high, Yunye must truly be extraordinary. The following day, word somehow began to spread, and before long the entire Navy headquarters was abuzz with the news. Almost everyone at headquarters had heard. Such a scene was nearly unprecedented. This was just an assessment for a new recruit in the elite camp. Normally, something like this would attract little to no attention. But this time, circumstances were different. Yunye's reputation in the training camp was already huge. He was hailed as an admiral in the making. On his very first mission at sea, he'd taken down a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million berries, a feat that many current major generals hadn't achieved. This piqued the curiosity of many soldiers at headquarters, who found Yunye an intriguing character. Now, news had it that Yunye was about to undertake his graduation test, and not just any test, but one on a formidable general-level scale. The anticipation was palpable, bringing onlookers from all around. Even several vice admirals and some admirals were taking notice. Admiral potential? People these days really dare to say anything. Do they even know the kind of strength an admiral possesses? He's just a cadet who hasn't even officially joined the Navy, and yet he talks so big. Just to show off, trying to grab everyone's attention. The admiral-level assessment? I'd like to see how he plans to pass Rear Admiral Strawberry's test. During a break, a few Navy officers started talking, their words laced with open disdain for Yunye. Not just anyone can be called a potential admiral. In their eyes, Yunye was simply seeking the spotlight with empty bravado. Elsewhere, in a private office, Borsellino, the admiral known as Kazu, leaned back in his chair, legs propped nonchalantly on the table, completely at ease. He held a report in his hand, Yunye's personal file, and the corners of his mouth curled with an irreverent smirk, relaxed and a little sly. Oh my, an admiral prospect in his youth? Now, that really is something. Sakazuki, or Akainu, was also aware but had no interest. To him, this was nothing but a childish game, something hardly worth his attention. Kazan, on the other hand, felt differently. He was genuinely curious about the abilities of this newcomer, someone Zephyr himself had praised. He decided he'd go and have a look for himself. In another spot, several vice admirals had gathered to discuss the same event. Vice Admiral Mamanga, who had also caught wind of the news, smiled as he spoke to his colleagues. I heard there's a graduation assessment happening at the training camp today. Apparently, a rather strong rookie applied. Anyone interested in going to check it out? Next to him, Vice Admiral Burning Mountain gave a simple, good-natured grin. This has caused quite a stir. Seems like a lot of people are paying attention. Vice Admiral Dalmatian's expression was stern as he added, all flash and no substance. If he only relies on cheap tricks to catch the eye, then he shouldn't be allowed to graduate at all. Haha, I heard he's got some real strength. Supposedly took down a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. But there have been plenty of geniuses who burned out because they got arrogant after early fame. Let's hope this kid doesn't follow their path. Let's go see for ourselves. Besides, there aren't any urgent assignments today. Meanwhile, at the training ground behind the camp, a crowd had gathered, all of them here to witness this time's graduation trial. Some were curious, some just there for a good show, others openly dismissive or quietly excited. Each person had their own thoughts. At the center stood a structure much like an arena where the assessment would take place. Yunyi himself was puzzled by the turnout. What was going on? Was this how graduation assessments usually were? Still, Yunyi wasn't one to be easily flustered. He'd seen too much to be rattled by being the focus of attention. Inside, he remained perfectly calm. In contrast, when the others saw Yunyi, none of them sensed anything remarkable about him. In fact, a thought surfaced in their hearts. Is that all? Yunyi, unaware of their private assessments, paid them no mind. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the arena, eager to see who would be his examiner for this test. However, when he caught sight of the person, a flash of surprise crossed his face and his eyes narrowed slightly. Strawberry? He still remembered vividly the hostility Strawberry had shown toward him back at Bavli River Island, something Yunyi could never forget. And now, barely any time had passed before they crossed paths again, right at the graduation assessment. If anyone called this coincidence, Yunyi certainly wouldn't believe it. So you've come here to make things difficult for me? Yunyi muttered to himself. Strawberry's expression remained cold as his half-shut eyes scrutinized Yunyi. Now that he knew, Yunyi was on Keki's side, past grudges mixed with new ones to fuel his growing hostility. Watching Yunyi, Strawberry let out a silent snort. Mind's already working on ways to ensure Yunyi wouldn't pass this assessment. The hostility in the air became ever more palpable. Whether Strawberry no longer cared to hide it, or Yunyi's senses were simply that sharp, it was hard to tell. Sensing this unwarranted malice, Yunyi frowned slightly, knowing today's test would hardly be smooth sailing. Still, Yunyi wasn't intimidated. For whatever comes, he would answer in kind. The benchmark was to win the examiner's approval. Approval? Would beating him count? A cold smirk tugged at Yunyi's lips. So you want to target me? Well, today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Just then, Zifa's imposing figure suddenly appeared at the center of the arena. Teacher Zifa is here. The test is about to begin. The sight of Zifa prompted everyone to tense with anticipation. They all knew the assessment was about to start. Off to the side, Keki looked toward Yunyi, secretly thinking, do your best, kid. Teach Strawberry a lesson he won't forget. A few months earlier, Yunyi had already managed to trip him up. Now, after training under Zifa for several months, what heights had he reached? Yunyi was bound to surprise everyone, wasn't he? Keki could hardly wait to see the look on Strawberry's face when he finally realized Yunyi's real strength. Now that would be quite a show. Zifa looked over the two of them before speaking solemnly. Are you both ready? Then the assessment begins now. As his words fell, Zifa's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Though Yunyi knew Strawberry bore him ill will, he maintained proper composure, offering a respectful salute and saying with a smile, Instructor, please guide me. Despite the enmity swirling inside, Strawberry kept up the facade. He couldn't let anyone see he was targeting this boy. With apparent indifference, he replied, Enough talk. Attack. As the assessment officer, it was only natural that he couldn't make the first move. He had to give the candidate a chance to show what he could do. It was also a way for the strong to throw a bone to the weak, a gesture of condescension. Strawberry had already made up his mind. After Yunyi made his move, he would respond with one overwhelming attack and send him flying from the ring. If Yunyi couldn't withstand even a single blow, then this assessment would end in a laughably ridiculous manner. Yunyi would become the laughingstock of everyone present. Potential admiral? A future hero? The higher you lift someone up, the harder they fall. All it would do is add fuel to the jokes and gossip. And for Strawberry, it would be a way to let off some steam, and maybe even discuss that idiot Keki while he was at it. But as good as his plan sounded, would Yunyi really fall by his hand as easily as he hoped? Yunyi's eyes flashed, and he offered a faint smile. Instructor, please be careful. With that, Yunyi launched forward in a blur, his feet barely touching the ground, vanishing and reappearing in an instant. At his waist, a finely crafted long blade was drawn with fluid grace. It was silver fiber, one of the fabled 50 skillful blades. A jet-black hilt, smooth and rounded, with a sleek silver blade. The prism-shaped edge gleamed in the light, sharp facets sparkling like a diamond freshly cut. cold, and threatening from the moment it left the scabbard. This sword was a reward Yun Yi had earned through distinguished service. He moved with lightning speed, appearing before his opponent and swinging the blade down, sending razor-sharp sword energy slicing through the air. Faced with this explosive speed and the burst of deadly sword energy, Stolberry was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Yun Yi's assault to be so swift and formidable. Such an attack, right from the start. But Stolberry's observation haki was nothing to scoff at. In the blink of an eye, he reacted, drawing his own long blade and raising it just in time to intercept Yun Yi's attack. The collision of blade and sword rang out with a crisp, metallic note. Again and again, the sounds of steel clashing filled the ring. Yun Yi's strikes came relentlessly, sometimes slashing vertically, sometimes thrusting horizontally, now feinting, now lunging, his onslaught wild and fierce. The two combatants darted and weaved around the arena, trading dozens of blows in moments, until Stolberry was clearly being pushed onto the back foot. Whoa, what sharp swordplay! He's actually forcing Major Stolberry back. So the rumors weren't lies after all. I thought the story about him taking out a pirate with a 100 million belly bounty was just made up. What's Stolberry doing? Why isn't he fighting back? Seeing this, several Navy soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Fight back? With what? Stolberry struggled to fend off Yun Yi's offensive, his expression turning grim. He had never expected Yun Yi's attack to be so ferocious. He had already tried to give Yun Yi as much credit as possible. But even so, he had still underestimated him. Damn it! A dark look swept across Stolberry's face. To be overwhelmed by a new recruit who hadn't even graduated yet. It was nothing short of humiliating, especially when he heard the discussions all around him. His face burned even hotter with embarrassment. Boom! The two swords clashed again, and this time, the force behind each was even greater than before. The crash was no longer the mere ringing of metal, but a thunderous explosion that seemed to shake the air itself. A wave of energy erupted from the spot where they faced off, sweeping outward in all directions like a storm. A crimson flash flickered in Stolberry's eyes. His blade, now coated in a thick layer of armament haki, deflected Yun Yi's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he swept his right leg out in a wide arc. An attack like a slicing gale, aimed directly at Yun Yi's waist. Yun Yi drew back his sword and, with a flicker of movement, avoided the strike. The force of the kick tore a gash into the ground where he had just stood. Stolberry used this moment to turn defense into offense. He drew his second long blade, the one he hadn't had time to unsheath earlier under Yun Yi's relentless pressure. Now with both swords in hand, he stood at his mightiest. Not bad, rookie, but this is where it ends for you. Stolberry's face twisted into a grim scowl as he whirled both swords, hurling two razor-sharp waves through the air. Yun Yi was not surprised to see his opponent wielding armament haki. He darted forward, using observation haki to read the trajectories, and split the coming attacks with two swift cuts. His path remained clear and unhindered. Armament haki now shrouded his blade. Yun Yi thrust forward in a dazzling streak of light, straight and true, fast as a lightning bolt. He's using armament haki now. So the kid knows it too, although he hasn't mastered hardening, which might cost him dearly. Those with sharp eyes saw the aura swirling around Yun Yi's blade and gasped in astonishment. To master armament haki as a mere recruit, no wonder people call him a monster. Stolberry was taken aback, but only snorted in reply. Both his swords were soon covered in a jet-black sheen as he met Yun Yi's attack head-on. Boom! With both combatants now fully empowered, their clash became even more terrifying. Yun Yi's sword tip slammed into the crossed twin blades, unleashing a surge of force that rippled through the ground. The floor buckled, unable to withstand their unleashed might. Locked in a stalemate, Yun Yi let out a cold snort, then lifted his leg to deliver a sharp kick. A crimson light flickered in Stolberry's eyes again. He launched a kick of his own to meet Yun Yi's strike. There was a heavy impact as their legs collided, and both were forced to retreat. Yun Yi, however, was pushed back even farther. Clearly, he had lost ground in this exchange. His opponent outmatched him both in the strength of his armament haki and sheer physical prowess. Had Yun Yi not used a special footwork technique from the white martial arts to channel his strength, he would have been sent flying. But in the very next second, both men lunged forward once more. Their figures flashed and darted around the arena. The repeated clang of blade meeting sword rang out, accompanied by eruptions of sword energy that crisscrossed and scarred the ground with deep fissures. Incredible! They're both so powerful. Both of them. Who said he's just a show-off? Come out and say that again. No wonder some call him a monster. All the naval officers below the rank of general who witnessed this scene stared with wide eyes, their hearts pounding in shock. Even those above the general rank were deeply surprised. They had assumed that Yunni's armament haki hadn't yet reached the level of hardening, and that he would fall behind in a direct clash. But now it was clear he wasn't being overwhelmed by Strawberry at all. Strawberry was no ordinary opponent. Even among rear admirals, few could stand against him. It's his swordsmanship. Yunni's mastery of the blade is exceptional. Even when his armament haki is at a disadvantage, he forcefully blocks Rear Admiral Strawberry's attack, whispered Dalmatian, who had come to observe the fight. His keen, experienced eyes immediately saw through the reason. With Dalmatian's explanation, several nearby general-ranked officers finally grasped what was happening. It's true. This recruit's swordsmanship is terrifying. With each move, he neutralizes Strawberry's attacks, and does it all with such effortless ease. For someone this young to possess such formidable sword skills, he's no ordinary fighter. No wonder they call him an admiral in his youth. He really does have the talent. I feel like I'm seeing a shadow of Vice Admiral Momosadi. All around, the generals discussed among themselves. Yunni's strength far exceeded their expectations. To hold his ground against a Navy headquarters rear admiral, he was defying all logic. In the arena, I still can't match him in raw strength, and my armament haki is a tier weaker, Yunni reflected inwardly, sensing Strawberry's power. It was clear that he was far stronger than that pirate with the 100 million bounty he'd fought before. But even so, there was no way Strawberry could defeat Yunni. Damn it, just how is he this strong? On the other side, Strawberry's mind was equally tumultuous. He had never imagined Yunni's strength would be this terrifying, able to hold his own in such an even match. Was this really just a recruit? A stalemate? That's right. From the looks of it, this was a genuine deadlock. However, what Strawberry didn't know was this. Yunni wasn't even using his full strength. After this period of training, every aspect of Yunni's abilities had improved. Even without using Shun Hong, Yunni's power had already reached the level of a vice admiral. A doubling of strength was no joke. The battle raged on, both sides still locked in a fierce struggle. His haki must be the weak spot. Strawberry realized that even after he unleashed his armament haki, he couldn't overpower Yunni. His expression grew even darker, but he thought he had found Yunni's weakness, his armament haki. Seeing that Yunni could only wield armament haki around his blade, Strawberry instinctively believed Yunni was just beginning his haki training. Perhaps he hadn't even awakened observation haki yet. After all, to have mastered armament haki at such a young age must have required arduous training. How could he possibly have found the time to hone his observation haki as well? With a quick movement of his foot, the ground beneath him cracked open. Armament haki surged over his blades as he swept them out in a powerful arc, slashing toward Yunni. Dual blade style, Shadow Reaper. Strawberry's two swords came crashing down in swift succession, each hand moving as if guided by its own will. The blades struck from shifting angles, the trajectory unpredictable and nearly impossible to follow. For anyone without observation haki, dodging such an assault would be no easy feat. Does he think I can't use observation haki? Even as he fought, Yunni had time to watch the look on Strawberry's face. Observing his opponent's expression and sword technique, Yunni quickly gleaned what Strawberry was thinking. With a cold chuckle, Yunni used his observation haki to track every move. The silvery blade in his hand weaved through the air, parrying every blow that came his way. Then, under Strawberry's astonished gaze, Yunni's sword swept forward like a breaking wave, blasting Strawberry back with overwhelming force. At the last moment, Strawberry managed to shield himself with armament haki, protecting the spot where Yunni's blade struck. Even so, the sheer power of the attack sent him hurtling backward. Only by executing a moonwalk in midair was he able to arrest his retreat at the last possible instant. Observation haki. Strawberry ground his teeth so hard it sounded like they might crack. This wretched kid, he had mastered even observation haki as well. Instructor, you'd better watch out. Yunni raised his sword overhead and looked at Strawberry, offering a word of good-natured warning. Immediately after, a surge of sword pressure burst from Yunni, sweeping outward in all directions. The force of his aura was so tangible it carved deep scores into the ground. Crescent moon slash. Channeling his energy to its peak, Yunni gave a light chuckle and brought his blade downward in a single, decisive sweep. A low resonance rang out from the silvery blade, and in the next moment, a dazzling, crescent-shaped slash shot from the sword, gleaming coldly like moonlight. This can't be. How is this possible? Strawberry had only just landed when his observation haki flared with warning. He jerked his head up to see a magnificent silver slash descending upon him. A sweep of moonlit death, both dazzling and lethal. At this desperate juncture, Stolberry unleashed every ounce of his strength. Armament Haki raced along his blades, gathering force through his legs and twisting his waist. He stacked his two swords atop each other and thrust them toward Yun Ye's crescent moon slash. Breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided with a thunderous clash. A deafening roar shook the entire field, erupting from the point where their blows met. A violent shockwave surged outward, flinging debris and dust into the air, and in its wake, sweeping up and tossing away any weaker soldiers caught in the blast. In the arena, aside from a handful of people who remained unaffected, everyone else was forced back by the shockwave. Cries of pain echoed out. Stolberry roared with all his might, making one final burst of strength, yet he was still overwhelmed by Yun Ye's attack. However, his desperate outburst managed to break apart Yun Ye's crescent moon slash, scattering shards of energy that shot toward the crowd. A few rear admiral and vice admirals quickly intercepted the flying slashes, preventing what could have been further injuries to others. Stolberry's entire body was sent hurtling backwards by the force of the sword, but he hadn't lost the ability to fight. He could still stand and battle. Yet in the next instant, a voice sounded softly in his ear, chilling him to the bone. Oh, managed to block that? Then how about another? Crescent moon slash. Yun Ye's voice rang out from the center of the fray, and once again, a shimmering silver arc, like a crescent moon's radiant blade, tore through the smoke and dust that had clouded everyone's vision. The attack shot straight at Stolberry, who had barely managed to regain his footing and had no time to defend. There was no question, if Stolberry couldn't put up a defense, this strike would bring him down for good. But just as Yun Ye's crescent moon slash was about to land, as he had anticipated, a figure darted forward, throwing themselves into the path of the strike. A flash of perception told Yun Ye who it was. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Facing Yun Ye's sword, even Flying Squirrel didn't dare take it lightly. His observation, Haki told him. This strike could truly threaten his life. With a shout, Flying Squirrel summoned the full might of his armament Haki, both fists shrouded in dark power, and unleashed a double-fisted counter straight ahead. A deep rumble resounded as the clash of force sent shockwaves in every direction. His blow managed to shatter Yun Ye's crescent moon slash. Yet the recoil transmitted through his arms sent the Vice Admiral staggering back several steps before he could steady himself. Clenching his fists, Flying Squirrel looked solemnly in Yun Ye's direction, a thought passing silently through his mind. Such a powerful slash. At this moment, he could hardly believe that Yun Ye was merely a recruit who hadn't even graduated yet. A sword strike of such power would make even a seasoned Vice Admiral tread with caution. And yet, here it was, real and undeniable, unfolding before his eyes. He could only marvel. No wonder Zifa-sensei thinks so highly of this student. The rumors are true. He really is a monster. This sudden turn of events left everyone present staring in utter disbelief. All eyes turned toward Yun Ye, a flicker of shock and astonishment in every gaze. Wow, what kind of joke is this? Are you telling me he's a rookie? A slash like that? Not even most sword-wielding vice admirals could unleash such power. No wonder people call him a future admiral in his youth. With strength like that, the title fits perfectly. All around, the crowd erupted in an instant, their previous skepticism and even mockery swept away. They had come to this graduation assessment half expecting a farce, but witnessing Yun Ye's display of power left them in utter shock. They couldn't help but think that the rumors they'd heard before might actually have a point. The potential of a future general. This rookie, he truly has the makings of one. Tina, Ain, Shizuo, and the others who were close to Yun Ye stood there, mouths agape, wide enough to fit a whole egg inside. They had always known Yun Ye was strong, but they never imagined that when he gave his all, he could be this terrifying. Roy, who once dreamed of surpassing Yun Ye, was so mortified he nearly slapped his younger self twice. How could he have been so naive back then? Surely Yun Ye wouldn't remember what he'd said, right? The embarrassment was overwhelming. Luen Liener and the others who had followed Yun Ye to Navy headquarters were left speechless. They didn't even know what to say anymore. Yun Ye was unbelievably monstrous. Only Luen Jiner still watched with burning eyes, delighted for Yun Ye, yet more determined than ever to train harder and catch up, no matter how steep the climb. In a nearby building, looking down at the arena outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Admiral Akiji sighed and murmured, "No wonder teacher Zephyr thinks so highly of Yun Ye. Possessing this level of power at such a young age, he truly is exceptional." Standing beside him, Zephyr maintained a calm, easygoing air, breaking into a small smile. Don't underestimate my judgment, boy. My eye for talent isn't something your generation can match. Yet, deep down, Zephyr felt wholly flustered. He never expected Yunyi to be quite this extraordinary. He'd always believed Yunyi would pass the assessment, but never in his wildest dreams did he think he could defeat an active rear admiral. And not just any rear admiral, but Strawberry, a standout even among his peers. Yunyi's performance had completely upended all his expectations. Not only had he defeated Strawberry, but he'd even forced Mole to retreat. The scare was almost too much, the sort that knocks the breath from your lungs, not a pleasant surprise, but pure shock. If he weren't so practiced at keeping his composure, Zephyr might have lost face right in front of Akiji. At some point, Kizaru had also turned his attention to the training camp's proceedings. Perhaps boredom had gotten the better of him, or perhaps that idle, sun-seeking spirit of his had made him curious. But Kizaru had seen the whole thing unfold. A sly, almost greasy grin crept across his face, and though his tone was as insouciant as ever, something subtly different lurked beneath his words. Hey now, this can't be real, can it? Are all the new recruits this terrifying nowadays? Strawberry had once served under Kizaru, which was why he'd come over to see what was going on, but never had he expected to witness such an explosive event. A mere rookie defeating a rear admiral, even forcing a vice admiral to fall back. Back in the arena, Yunyi withdrew the silver thread, bowed politely to the two men before him, and then asked, "Instructor, does this mean I've passed the assessment?" Strawberry was gasping for breath, his expression as dark as a storm. He hadn't anticipated such a crushing defeat, had it not been for the intervention of Flying Squirrel just now. If he'd been struck by Yunyi's sword off guard, even with armament hockey to defend himself, he would have been seriously injured, maybe even killed outright. How could he possibly come to terms with this? He, a seasoned officer, defeated by a mere freshman. Strawberry remained silent, his face clouded over, while Yunyi stood there, grinning expectantly at him, as if waiting for a response. An uncomfortable silence settled over the scene. Flying Squirrel opened his mouth, as if he wanted to speak, but, since he wasn't the instructor here, he held his tongue. Thankfully, the stillness didn't last long. Before anyone could say more, Zifa appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, striding into the arena. He glanced at the two of them, sensing something unusual in the air, but merely cleared his throat and turned to Strawberry. Rear Admiral Strawberry, Patino Yunyi has passed this assessment. You don't object, do you? Strawberry drew a deep, steadying breath, pushing down the storm of emotions inside. Teacher Zifa, I have no objections, he replied quietly. With that, Strawberry wasted no time. He turned and marched away. Yunyi, however, could feel it, the faint chill of killing intent radiating from Strawberry as he left. A curious smile flickered across Yunyi's face. Asterisk killing intent? Ha! How interesting. Asterisk. Zifa nodded and announced. Then let it be declared. Patino Yunyi has passed this assessment. Yunyi smiled, bowed to Zifa, and said, Thank you, Teacher Zifa. Zifa looked at Yunyi with satisfaction, then lowered his voice a little. You truly surprised me. For you to defeat Strawberry, your strength is already worthy of promotion to the rank of Rear Admiral. The command will see to it for you. Thank you, Teacher Zifa. Yunyi's eyes lit up. He nodded and bowed once again. Zifa chuckled. That's enough. You're dismissed for now. We'll handle things here. Yen nodded and walked away. With the departures of Strawberry and Yunyi, the arena did not quiet down. Instead, heated discussions broke out among those who had witnessed the match. Before long, the news had spread throughout Navy headquarters. A rookie, managing to decisively defeat a rear admiral during the graduation assessment. For a time, the entire headquarters was in an uproar. The next day, the ceremonial hall of the training camp prepared for the awarding ceremony. The ceremony at which Yunyi would be promoted to Rear Admiral. Zifa himself presided over the event. This is the Navy training camp, and the highest authority here is Zephyr. He alone has the credentials to bestow honors. As early as yesterday, Zephyr had already sent word of this through a written notice to Sengoku. He got Sengoku's official seal of approval as well. At this point, Yunyi's promotion was practically set in stone. Almost everyone present today was a soldier from the training camp. After the graduation assessment yesterday, no one had any objections to this decision. Yunyi's strength more than qualified him to serve as a rear admiral. The ceremony itself was utterly simple. Zephyr merely placed the shoulder straps of a rear admiral and a Navy cloak into Yunyi's hands. And that was all there was to it. Promotions in the Navy were always straightforward and efficient. There was none of the fanfare or elaborate gatherings you'd see when entertainment awards were handed out in his past life. Simplicity was the way. Thank you, Instructor Zephyr. Yunyi accepted both the rear admiral's shoulder straps and the cloak of justice from Zephyr with a respectful bow. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively and said, "Now that you're a rear admiral and wearing the rank, life won't be as easy as it was in the training camp. There will be missions that require you to set out to sea." Yunyi nodded. "I'll be careful." Zephyr gave Yunyi a reassuring pat on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Still, you've just graduated. Headquarters probably won't send you on anything truly dangerous right off the bat. At most, you'll likely be stationed at a base in one of the 4 seas. The 4 seas, huh? A gleam of reflection crossed Yunyi's eyes. He didn't believe it would be that simple. From the look of murderous intent that Strawberry showed when he turned around yesterday, Yunyi suspected someone would work against him behind the scenes. After all, Strawberry had been in the Navy for years and had connections with certain people. If they wanted to manipulate things quietly and send this rookie on a dangerous mission in some perilous sea, it seemed entirely possible. Yes, Yunyi was already thinking this far ahead. When it came to adversaries, Yunyi always assumed the worst of their intentions. He tried to imagine what tricks they might use against him. And when that happened, how would he break through such a predicament? Yunyi asked, "How long does a posting as a base commander usually last?" Zephyr replied, "That depends. It's mainly based on your accrued merits. Otherwise, if headquarters issues a compulsory recall, generally, it won't be longer than 3 years." Yunyi's assignment was as a branch rear admiral, which meant that for the foreseeable future, he'd be stationed at a branch base. Once he'd accumulated enough merits, he could be transferred to headquarters. Although the difference between a branch rear admiral and a headquarters rear admiral was just a matter of wording, they both carried the same rank. The authority to mobilize troops was on an entirely different level. In other words, identical ranks, but vastly different command powers. The two talked a little while longer about these matters. Most of the time, Zephyr was explaining to Yunyi, the newbie, about the distribution of power on the seas. Of course, it was only mentioned briefly. Detailed information would come to Yunyi in due course. Yunyi gave Zephyr a military salute, then took his leave. A few days later, Yunyi's transfer order arrived. The Grand Line G7 branch base. Even the officers in charge of such transfer orders were taken aback. The G7 branch base stood in an awkward position. Directly ahead lay the Sabeti Archipelago, the gateway for all pirates heading into the New World. Behind, it bordered the Comm Belt. Because of this, many pirates bound for the New World would unintentionally stray into the territory of the G7 branch. For that reason, fierce clashes with pirates erupted there often. Once, an incident even shook the entire world. For various reasons, among all Navy branch bases, G7 was considered one of the most dangerous. It was a place that stirred fear in many. But faced with such a situation, why would headquarters send a fresh graduate, promoted directly to Rear Admiral, to such a posting? Still, orders were orders. They could only obey. Before long, Yunyi received his transfer notice. G7 branch base? Yunyi murmured, pondering whether this place had ever appeared in the original story. But no matter how hard he tried, the memory just wouldn't surface. Forget it. There's no need to mull it over. Yunyi decided to go and see for himself. At present, Yunyi had no idea what G7 was truly like, nor was he overly concerned. As long as it wasn't inside the New World, in the territory ruled by the 4 emperors, Yunyi believed he could handle whatever came his way. According to Zephyr's usual practice, his postings were almost always in the 4 seas, but this time he was being sent to the Grand Line. There had to be something fishy going on. At the harbor, a warship was poised for departure. Yunyi strode forward confidently, his marine justice cloak billowing behind him with each step. He cast his gaze over the ranks of assembled soldiers, and was surprised to spot 2 familiar faces among the field officers. There stood Drake, who had once led him to Navy headquarters alongside Smoker, the White Hunter who appeared in the original story. Neither man looked at him with the deference others showed. Instead, they appraised him with sharp, scrutinizing eyes. A few days prior, they'd been on a mission and had missed Yunyi's graduation exam, in which he had defeated Stoloberry. Although rumors of Yunyi's feats had reached them upon their return, both remained skeptical. Now, seeing Yunyi in person, his youth only deepened their doubts. At such a young age, he's already a major general? Could it be that he got here through connections? With that suspicion in mind, whenever they looked at Yunyi, there was always a scrutinizing gaze in their eyes. Drake, in particular, stared with even deeper doubt. After all, he was the one who brought Yunyi to Navy headquarters, and in the blink of an eye, Yunyi had become his superior. How would he not question that? Is everyone ready? If you are, then let's set sail. Yunyi naturally noticed their scrutinizing looks, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he walked straight past them and boarded the warship. Behind him, everyone watched, each with their own thoughts swirling, as the warship began its departure. Yunyi stood at the prow of the ship, looking ahead. At some point, his navy cloak had vanished. Nobody quite knew where he tossed it. Just then, Smoker strode up, his tone bristling with arrogance. "Sir, I heard that during your graduation exam, you managed to defeat Major General Strawberry?" Yunyi turned around and replied with a smile, "That did happen, yes." Smoker met Yunyi's gaze steadily, his eyes sharp. "I'd like to see your strength for myself, sir. Please, allow me to challenge you." Smoker had always been a troublemaker. He'd even ignored his commanding officers from time to time. How could he accept a superior who was even younger than himself? Unless the man's strength truly surpassed his own, Smoker wouldn't back down. So, he was determined to test Yunyi's abilities for himself. "Sir, I'd like to challenge you as well." Drake's eyes flashed as he stepped forward. He shared the same intent as Smoker, though Smoker had spoken up first. Yunyi glanced at the two of them and said coolly, "Defying your superior. Do you realize how severe the punishment for that is in the Navy? Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Smoker brushed off Yunyi's warning with a dismissive twist of his lips. "Sir, you're not afraid, are you?" It was a clear provocation. But Yunyi only smiled, then said, "Very well. Let's establish some terms. If you lose, the two of you will be responsible for cleaning every toilet in the base for the next month." What a vicious condition. Nearby soldiers who overheard Yunyi's words all went wide-eyed with alarm. No one had expected the new Major General to impose such a fearsome punishment right out of the gate. Those two idiots, how dare they challenge Major General Yunyi? Those familiar with Yunyi's abilities looked at Smoker and Drake as if they were doomed. Of course, Smoker couldn't read minds and had no idea what the others were thinking. Instead, brimming with self-confidence, he sneered and said, "So, sir, do you accept?" Drake's eyes were sharp as he stared at Yunyi, as if he suspected Yunyi of making this condition just to scare them off because he was feeling a bit insecure inside. "Of course," Yunyi replied with a casual smile. "After all, since you're willing to contribute to the collective good of our G7 branch base, it wouldn't make sense for me to object, would it? In other words, you're destined to lose." "Umph," Smoker snorted. "But what if you lose, Commander?" The smile slowly faded from Yunyi's face, his tone growing distant. "Don't push your luck, soldier." With that, a surge of aura erupted from Yunyi. This aura was deep and suffocating, enveloping the two men before him like the shadow of an abyss. Suddenly, the two of them felt as if they were being crushed beneath a mountain, every breath coming with difficulty. This wasn't conqueror's hockey, just the sheer pressure Yunyi radiated. The effect was instant, like the signal flare for battle. Both men changed in an instant. One transformed into a massive, fearsome dinosaur. The other erupted in white smoke. Ancient Zoan type, Tyrannosaurus form. Logia type, smoke fruit. Both devil fruit powers activated at once to withstand Yunyi's overwhelming presence. "Not bad." Yunyi nodded coolly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear right above Drake's gigantic dinosaur head. His fist, wrapped in armament hockey, came crashing down. But still not enough. With a thunderous blow, Drake's dinosaur skull was driven straight into the deck by Yunyi's fist. Such incredible speed. Only now did Smoker react, thrusting out his right hand in a powerful punch. White snake. Smoke billowed from Smoker's body, his arm following suit. The fist detached and shot forward, guided by Smoker's command, aiming straight at Yunyi. A Logia user, is it? Still too slow. Yunyi used Moonwalk, springing off the air, and in an instant he was right in front of Smoker. Armament hockey encased his leg as he delivered a brutal kick to Smoker's waist, sending him hurtling into a nearby room with a crash. Drake scraped at the deck with his massive claws, prying his head free. With a sharp glare at Yunyi, he charged, jaws stretched wide in a vicious attempt to bite. But it was as if Yunyi had eyes in the back of his head. Just as the attack was about to land, he vanished once more. "With a body that big, are you just making it easier for me to hit you? Fool!" Yunyi sneered. Another punishing fist sent Drake flying, slamming him right where Smoker had just crashed. By now, Smoker had already mastered observation hockey. Transforming into smoke ahead of time, he dodged Drake's incoming body. His own form dissolved to mist as he sped toward Yunyi, brandishing his jit for another attack. At the same time, Drake, who was especially resilient to attacks, had already regained his composure. Transforming into his half-beast form, he launched himself forward with Shave, chasing closely behind for the kill. The two of them attacked from the left and right. "Not bad, not too dumb. Facing someone stronger, you still know how to work together," Yunyi commented indifferently. In this world, power determines everything. The strong are always right, and authority follows the powerful. However, let me teach you both something today. Never look down on anyone, Even if that person is just a child, a beggar, or a madman. This world is vast. There are countless devil fruits with all sorts of abilities. Be careful, or one day you'll find yourself utterly defeated. As he finished speaking, Yunya's slender silver blade slipped from its sheath, sword energy surging as he swung down in a single, sweeping arc. Crescent slash. The moment Yunyi drew his sword, the two charging opponents suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of danger through their observation haki, a warning that screamed at them to escape, to run for their lives. It was impossible to block, unthinkable to resist. Yet, under Yunye's overpowering sword aura, even their steps faltered, their legs felt weak, and they simply couldn't move forward. The dazzling, moonlit slash grew larger and larger in their eyes, until it enveloped them both. But they felt no pain, only bewilderment, their minds still paralyzed from the terror of that strike. Ahead, Yunyi calmly sheathed his blade and said, "You two, patch up every bit of this shattered deck in the rooms. And remember, for the next month, you'll be in charge of cleaning every toilet on the division's base." With that, Yunyi turned leisurely and walked away. Only after Yunyi had left did everyone finally snap out of their shock. Suddenly, a startled cry in the crowd drew everyone's gaze. A soldier, pointing with trembling hand at a distant spot, stammered, Look over there." Everyone turned to follow his direction. Smoker and Drake glanced over as well. There, sprawled across the ocean ahead, a terrifying rift tore through the water, stretching for hundreds of meters. Even the sea itself seemed momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, the waves began to rush back toward the center, pulled into the yawning gap. A thunderous rumble, louder than any explosion, echoed as the surging waters collided, sending up countless sprays and unleashing waves that surged toward the warship, shaking it violently. Every soldier who witnessed this scene was left in utter shock. The deck fell eerily silent. Not even the quietest whisper dared to break it. Is this the power of Rear Admiral Yunyi? He can even command the sea itself. That's so powerful. A weapon slipped from a soldier's hand as awe spread across his face. Even though they had seen Yunyi defeat Strawberry with one strike and drive off the weasel, this was something else entirely. But none of the earlier shocks could compare to the sensation caused by Yunyi's strike. It was all the more spectacular, all the more breathtaking. Smoker and Drake exchanged glances, both swallowing hard. They could hardly imagine, if that sword were to fall upon them, could they possibly survive unscathed? The answer was a resounding no. Even if they summoned all their might to resist, they would still be obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust under that blade. Naval warships are generally much faster than the triple-masted pirate ships. Even so, Yunya's warship had sailed some distance at sea before reaching the waters near Branch G7. During the journey, nothing unexpected happened. Even when a pirate ship appeared in view, the moment they spotted a Navy warship, they steered clear from far away. The Navy's authority on the first half of the Grand Line was still formidable. At this moment, Yunyi was in his own office, poring over documents. Among them, one particular file caught his attention. Bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Captain Fuzz F. of the Tiger Hunter Pirates. After battling Jack the Drought, one of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, in the New World, Fuzz F. emerged victorious. He was subsequently recruited by Kaido and joined the Beast Pirates. He glanced at the date. It was around the time he'd set sail, about 2 weeks ago. Fuzz F. from the bounty poster. Yunyi recognized this as a character from the original story. He would become one of the Flying Six of the future Beast Pirates. Once a member of CP9, he had claimed himself to be on par with the strongest in the past 800 years, Rob Lucci. Whether that was true or not, who could say? Judging by his feats in the original storyline, though, he was certainly no ordinary opponent, a true powerhouse. As Yunyi fell into contemplation, a sudden knock sounded at the door outside. Before he could respond, the door swung open. A soldier rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Yes, sir, a suspicious pirate ship has been spotted ahead." "Oh, what's the situation?" Yunya's curiosity was piqued. "A suspicious pirate ship?" "Sir, the ship looks a bit shabby and the flag's unclear. It even surfaced from underwater, so it must have been coated and was traveling beneath the waves. The moment they saw us, they started heading straight this way." The soldier rattled off the account without missing a beat. Yunyi stood and said, "Let's go take a look." By the time Yunyi stepped outside, the two ships were already drawing alongside each other. Because the pirate vessel had surfaced so suddenly, the distance between them and Yunya's warship was remarkably short. In fact, from the moment it emerged from beneath the waves, this ship had clearly been targeting Yunya's warship. And far away, on the deck of that pirate ship, some people also noticed the Navy warship not far off, and suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "Boss, that's a Navy warship. What should we do now?" The former vice captain of the Tiger Hunt Pirates, Beast Claw Damon, with a bounty exceeding 120 million berries, narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "The Navy? So what? I'm no coward like Who's Who. Charge! Take that warship for ourselves." After the Tiger Hunt Pirates had encountered Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates in the New World, a fierce clash broke out between the two crews. The spark was a Zoan-type devil fruit. So, both captains engaged in a fierce battle, both wielding animal powers. The struggle lasted for ages, but in the end, Who's Who was defeated. After that, Who's Who was recruited by Kaido and joined the Beast Pirates, though some of his crew refused to become subordinates to another. Led by Vice Captain Damon, they broke away from Who's Who's crew, making the resolute choice to leave. Before leaving, Damon steeled his heart and took the devil fruit with him. As he put it, "Why should we let Who's Who hand over what we fought to seize to that beast Kaido?" But this act angered Kaido, who ordered Jack the Drought to hunt them down. Driven out of the New World, they barely escaped with their lives. No sooner had they surfaced than they spotted a ship passing overhead. With supplies running dangerously low, they naturally set their sights on Yun Ye's warship, leading to the standoff that just played out. The two ships drew alongside, and with hardly a word exchanged, the battle erupted. Anyone who could carve a path through the New World was no ordinary pirate. Their strength couldn't be compared to those from the first half of the Grand Line. Nearly all of them possessed haki, although the intensity varied. As soon as the ships met and combat broke out, the Navy was forced back step by step, barely holding their ground. If it weren't for a few ranking officers among them with considerable strength, who held firm under pressure, things would have turned much grimmer. Both Drake and Smoker were elites among the officers, even reaching the power of Commodore. They faced Damon in a flurry of exchanges, but were soon under immense pressure. Against opponents wielding armament haki, Smoker's Logia abilities became more of a liability than an advantage. Still, as a graduate of the elite camp, his close-quarters combat was far from weak. Damn it, Drake relied on his Zoan physique to take Damon's Iron Claws head-on, suffering 3 gory wounds across his body. Yet through gritted teeth, he managed to strike back, sending Damon stumbling back with a solid punch. Damon braced himself by grinding both feet against the deck, halting his momentum. A crimson gleam flickered through his eyes as he let out a cold laugh. His hands, each brandishing 3 hooked iron claws, became wreathed in a pitch-black aura of armament haki. With a cock of his head, he deftly dodged Smoker's smoke-wreathed fist as it streaked in from behind. Whirling around, Demon raked his claws across Smoker's smoky body in quick succession, leaving bloody gashes. Then, with a powerful kick, he sent Smoker flying. Smoker's body hurtled backwards, nearly thrown clear off the warship and into the sea. He only managed to return by virtue of his powers, but his face was now as dark as a gathering storm. Blood dripped steadily from the wound on his chest. "This pirate, he's incredibly strong. Navy, is this all you've got?" Demon crossed his hands and, with a motion like a tiger swiping its claws, slashed forward. From the crossing arcs of his claws, 6 savage slashes tore through the air, rending space itself as they sliced toward the Marines ahead. A menacing grin stretched across Demon's face. He already pictured the Navy soldiers being torn to pieces beneath his beast-like claws. Drake and Smoker moved to intercept him, but were blocked by other pirates before they could act. Despair washed over the faces of the Marines ahead. Confronted with such a fierce assault, there was simply no way they could resist. But just then, a figure stepped forth from behind. "Trying to hurt my subordinates? Did you ask for my opinion first?" The voice, icy cold and edged with murderous intent, was immediately followed by an even more terrifying silver slash unleashed from behind. The 2 waves of slashing force collided, erupting in a turbulent gust of wind. In the very next instant, however, Yunye's slash sliced effortlessly through Demon's attack, driving right back toward him, though its power was diminished somewhat. A sharp glint flashed in Demon's eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist, his armored haki gathering along the iron claws, and brought it down in an arc, shattering Yunye's slash, though the blow's force still forced him to stagger backwards. With a furrowed brow, Demon fixed his gaze on Yunye and spoke in a low voice. "Navy Rear Admiral?" Yunye strode forward, face grave. "A pirate? You're bolder than I thought. You even dare to attack the Navy." Pirates and the Navy were never meant to coexist. Save your breath." Demon gave a dismissive snort, though this time he didn't attack first. From Yunye's earlier strike, he'd sensed a genuine threat, a powerful one. Yunye gave a slight, chilling smile. "You're right. In that case, enough talk. Let me send you to your end." With those words, Yunye launched himself forward with lightning speed, sword silver thread drawn and enveloped in haki. And you call yourself fierce? You can't even harden your armament. What a rookie. Demon sneered once more, discarding his earlier caution. If this guy hadn't even mastered haki hardening, how dangerous could he be? But in the very next moment, the sneer was wiped from his face. Claw and blade clashed, and from the first instant, the threat radiating from Yun Ye's sword felt even more terrifying than before. Sharp, silent, utterly overwhelming. The gathered silver slash converged on the blade, veiled and elusive, making silver thread gleam even more dazzlingly than before. A mighty crash shook the air. The clash between them unleashed a terrifying gale, so fierce it billowed the sails of the warship to their fullest. Then, in the blink of an eye, a figure was sent hurtling backwards at incredible speed, crashing into the pirate ship and smashing a gaping hole through the hull. A cough, wet and strained, echoed out. Demon spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to his feet, his eyes wide as he stared at Yunyi. This Navy rear admiral. How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Not bad. To withstand that strike, you do have some ability after all, Yunyi said coolly, stepping into the air with a flash step. Damn you! Who are you looking down on? Demon roared with fury, bracing himself and charging at Yunyi once more. But Yunyi had no interest in wasting time. Raising his sword, he unleashed a far more ferocious attack, a crescent-shaped energy slash that crashed down like a tidal wave. Demon charged ahead, meeting Yun Ye's blade head-on. The silvery arc sliced downward like moonlight falling from the sky. Icy and clear, but within it surged a deadly sharpness that seemed capable of severing anything it touched. Get lost! Demon growled through clenched teeth, his iron claws enveloped in a thick coat of armament haki, as he crossed his arms and slashed at the incoming silver energy. But he had underestimated Yun Ye's power. His strike was shattered instantly, not even holding for a single heartbeat. Then, to Demon's horror, the silver arc swept toward him, its glow spreading so wide there was nowhere to dodge. Still he clung to one last fragment of defiance. He refused to die so easily. He coated his whole body in armament haki until his skin turned jet black. A harsh, tearing noise rang out as the energy wave sliced through Demon, propelling him backwards. He crashed into the pirate ship behind him, and Yun Ye's devastating attack split both Demon and the vessel cleanly in two. Demon lay sprawled on the splintered planks, beaten and broken like a dying animal. Yun Ye's senses swept over him. Demon was still alive, but his aura had faded to the faintest flicker. Demon, the beast claw with a bounty of 127 million berries, was defeated. No sooner had Demon fallen than a bright, metallic chime sounded within Yun Ye's mind. Chime, you have defeated a pirate with a bounty over 100 million berries. Achievement points, plus 100. Glancing at the numbers behind that notification, Yun Yi shook his head ever so slightly. These days, earning achievement points was growing harder and harder. Now, even defeating someone with a 100 million bounty only netted him 100 points. For anyone worth less than 100 million, he doubted he'd even earn anything at all. During this period, aside from Yun Ye's exploits in the Navy, the Quincy faction had seen some gains as well, though not many. Currently, Yun Ye's status was Host, Yun Yi. Achievement points, 1670. Swordsmanship proficiency, 86. Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, proficiency, 59. Hayarimaru, proficiency, 50. Fist, Hakuda, proficiency, 81. Original school combat method, proficiency, 52. Step, flash step proficiency, 80. Go skills. Destructive art number 4. White lightning, proficiency 100. Destructive art number 33. Azure fire drop, proficiency 100. Destructive art number 63. Thunder roar cannon, proficiency 100. Binding art number 30. 3 flashes of piercing mouth, proficiency 76. Special techniques. Shunko, proficiency 67. Artificial body doppelganger, 0/1. Looking at his current stats, Yun Yi saw that a few of his skills had become slightly more proficient from use, but the increase was hardly significant. There were still many skills whose proficiency hadn't budged at all. When he noticed the proficiency of Zangetsu had reached 59, Yun Yi paused to think, then spent 50 achievement points to raise it to 60. He had long since realized that whole number proficiency milestones were crucial thresholds. Each one brought a noticeable boost in power. Unless absolutely necessary, Yun Yi rarely spent achievement points to improve proficiency anymore. He'd tested with hand-to-hand and learned that raising a skill above 80 proficiency demanded 100 achievement points for every single increment. It was downright extortionate. Suddenly, Yin recalled that when he maxed out White Lightning before, it hadn't even cost him 10 achievement points. Why did it cost such a hefty price to raise a single point now? Was there some sort of starter gift or newbie bonus for the first skill? If so, hadn't he missed out big time by choosing to boost White Lightning first? The thought pained Yunyi. He felt like he'd lost a fortune. But then, thinking back, he realized that with his physical constitution at that time, he couldn't have wielded overly powerful abilities anyway. With that in mind, he let the matter go with a shake of the head and turned instead to the skill menu. This time, he'd unlocked a slew of Zanpakuto. Several well-known blade from the original Soul Reaper tales, like Senbenzakura, were open to him, but since he'd already won Hyorimaru in a draw, he decided against unlocking more. No available weapon seemed to truly catch his eye, and since he didn't urgently need to strengthen himself, he decided to just wait for now. He'd save his options for later, when they might matter more. Recently, Yunyi felt more and more that achievement points drained away far faster than he could earn them. After defeating Demon, Yunyi didn't linger. He moved in at once to suppress the pirates. In barely a dozen minutes, pirates lay dead or captured. The skirmish ended in a complete Navy victory. Better still, losses were minimal, only a handful injured or killed. The Navy took a moment to regroup before beginning to collect their spoils. At that moment, a Navy crew member, soaked through from head to toe, hurried over carrying a wooden box and handed it to Yunyi, saying, "Sir, this is loot we recovered from the ship." Oh, Yunyi opened the box and, to his astonishment, found a devil fruit inside. With its eerie spiral patterns and a pale violet sheen, the fruit was shaped like a cylindrical pineapple. On either side, it sported small wing-like appendages, and atop, crystal-like diamond-shaped leaves crowned it. Even just looking at it filled Yunyi with a sense of uncanny unease. He weighed the fruit in his hand. This was only the second devil fruit he'd ever handled himself. Turning to the soldier, Yunyi asked, "Did you find this on their ship?" The soldier saluted and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he promptly took his leave. Usually, the spoils of war in the Navy are distributed according to merit. As the highest-ranking officer present, and as the one who had struck down Diamond, Yunyi's merits naturally topped the list. Every bit of loot would first pass through his hands. With so many eyes watching, no one would dare to pocket anything for themselves. Yunyi stroked his chin thoughtfully as he looked at the devil fruit. What was the right thing to do with it? Typically, when the Navy acquires a devil fruit on a mission, the options are to eat it themselves or exchange it for military merit. That's why Navy headquarters has such a wide array of items redeemable with merit points. A single devil fruit can earn as much merit as capturing a pirate with a 200 million berry bounty. After a moment's consideration, Yunyi decided to keep it for now. With his system interface, he didn't need devil fruit powers. In fact, eating one would only burden him with the inability to swim. There was another worry on his mind as well. If he ate the fruit, would the Quincy avatar that shared his body also gain its abilities? Though curiosity tugged at him, Yunyi resisted the urge. After organizing the aftermath, he ordered the captured pirates, including Diamond himself, to be escorted aboard and locked in the warship's brig. The Navy vessel set sail once more. This time, the journey went smoothly, and after several days at sea, Yunyi and his company finally arrived at the G7 branch base. As soon as the ship docked, Yunyi led all the soldiers ashore. Down at the port, a contingent of over 100 G7 base Marines waited for them. When they saw Yunyi at the front, everyone was momentarily taken aback, a single thought echoing in their minds, "So young." Then a colonel stepped forward and saluted. "I am Hill, acting commander of the G7 branch base. On behalf of everyone here, I welcome you, Rear Admiral Yunyi." "Thank you, Colonel Hill. I'm Patino Yunyi, newly assigned to take command of the G7 branch base." Just as Yunyi was settling in at the G7 base, a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger suddenly burst out from beneath the waves. Whether by special tracking means or uncanny intuition, the pirates sailed straight for the spot where Diamond's ship had gone down. Next, several crew members leapt from the bow and soon resurfaced with a large hull dredged up from the seafloor. As one of them was rummaging through the pile, he suddenly spotted a tattered military cap, half of it torn away, yet the seagull emblem on it was still clearly visible. The moment he saw the hat, his face drained of color. Without delay, he hurried over to a towering man and spoke anxiously. "Lord Jack, the goods are missing. I'm almost certain the Navy has taken them." This man, standing 8 meters tall and built like a living fortress, hardly looked human at all. A mask with 2 sharp, curved, tusk-like ornaments on either side concealed his face, and cruel, barbed shoulder armor jutted menacingly from his shoulders. This was none other than Jack the Drought, one of the dreaded 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates. Jack seemed a man of a hair-trigger temper. He seized the crew member with a single hand and roared, "What did you say? What's missing? Where's the devil fruit?" Intimidated by Jack's overwhelming presence, the crew member swallowed hard and replied, trembling, "Yes, sir, it's the devil fruit. It's gone. Gone." Jack hurled him aside, unleashing a savage aura. Bloodshot fury flashed in his eyes as he thundered, "How could it be gone? Find it, all of you. That devil fruit is a rare treasure Lord Kaido personally wants. How could I lose it? I don't care if you have to turn this place upside down. Give me that fruit." Suddenly, he froze, as if realizing something. Jack snatched the same unlucky crew member he'd tossed aside and dragged him close, staring him down. "What did you just say? The Navy? Are there Marines here?" Worn out after Jack's manhandling, the crew member nearly passed out, but he knew better than to faint. If he lost consciousness and failed to answer, Jack's unpredictable wrath might crush him on the spot. Fighting through his discomfort, the crew member gulped and stammered, "Why, yes, sir, just now, inside the sunken ship, I found a Navy cap. It has to be the Navy's doing." Jack threw him aside yet again, gave a cold snort, and barked, "Find out which Navy brat dared to steal from the Beast pirates." "Yes, sir," came the immediate response from the other crewmen. Some dove back under the waves, while others hurriedly contacted their network via Din Din Mushi. Just then, another crew member approached Jack, cupping his hands and calling out, "Lord Jack, I remember there's a Marine outpost base nearby. If the goods were stolen, they must have been taken there." Jack's glare snapped to this crew member, a vicious glint in his eyes. "Where is it?" The young subordinate hurriedly pointed in a direction. "Sir, it's over there." Jack, his eyes bloodshot, exuded an even fiercer and more violent aura. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, he barked out coldly, "Everyone move out. Let's show those Marines who dare to steal from the Beast pirates a real lesson." A chorus of roars echoed in response. Riding on a surging tide of energy, Jack's pirate ship, the Mammoth, swung its helm and steered straight toward the nearby Marine G7 base. Meanwhile, at the Marine G7 base, not a soul had any inkling of what was coming. The stage was set for a monumental clash. After Yun Yi arrived at the G7 base, he immediately began acquainting himself with the many affairs of the place. Though pirates often passed by these waters, their visits happened at intervals. Compared to other branch bases, encounters here were simply more frequent. Still, trouble didn't knock on the door every single day. During Yun Ye's first few days on duty, the base remained calm, the sea tranquil and unbroken. No foolhardy pirates dared to challenge the peace. By chance, as he dug deeper, Yun Yi discovered that the previous commander of the branch was none other than Spider Demon, who had perished at the hands of a Quincy. What a coincidence, Yun Yi mused. Since Spider Demon's demise, the head post at G7 had remained vacant. Initially, headquarters had planned to assign the position to another capable vice admiral. But, for reasons unknown, Yun Ye's name suddenly appeared on the shortlist. And not just that, it bore the official stamp of approval from headquarters. Understandably, the soldiers responsible for these matters found the decision odd, but following orders was all that mattered. Changing them was beyond their authority. Yun Yi had no idea what political strings had been pulled behind the scenes, but he was almost certain that Strawberry had played part in this. He simply chuckled to himself and made a mental note of the incident. Then Yun Yi picked up the case files. From what was left in the archives, it was clear the most dangerous foe to have ever attacked G7 was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. Back then, this pirate had very nearly massacred the entirety of the G7 base's Marine personnel. The news swept like wildfire across the first half of the Grand Line, sending shockwaves through the Marine world. In the end, it took the decisive intervention of an admiral to bring that pirate down and finally close the book on the disaster. But it was precisely that catastrophe that cast the Marine G7 base in such a perilous light. Every Marine transferred here arrived with a shiver in their heart, silently cursing their own rotten luck. After all, the fatality rate among the stationed soldiers here stood at a staggering 50%. Several more days trickled by. By now, Yun Yi had already familiarized himself with every corner of the island. Like the other branch bases, this one was fully equipped, boasting everything a Marine outpost should provide. At one of the training grounds, at this moment, Yun Yi was training his armament hockey. After this period of dedicated practice, his hockey had grown much thicker and was now far stronger than before. After all, in a sense, armament hockey is closely tied to one's physical strength. Now, with his body strengthened on two fronts, Yun Yi was no longer that frail weakling who would collapse for half a day after firing off a single Thunder Roar cannon. It seemed that, as long as he found the right opportunity, his armament hockey could make a breakthrough and enter the hardening stage. While Yun Yi was training, a Marine suddenly ran over, snapped into a salute, and reported, "Sir, we've completed the investigation. The pirate you captured is the first mate of the Hunter Tiger Pirates, Beast Claw Damon, with a bounty of 120 million berries. After Yunyi had defeated and captured Damon, of course the Marines had launched an investigation into his true identity. And sure enough, this time they'd really caught a big fish, a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million berries. That was no small achievement. Hunter Tiger Pirates? Yunyi paused, then recalled, wasn't that the same group he'd read about in the newspaper before? All right, I understand. Yunyi nodded, then continued. If I remember correctly, the captain of the Hunter Tiger Pirates should be Foz Fuhrer, right? The soldier was surprised that Yunyi knew the name, hesitated a moment, then answered, according to our intel, it seems their captain was recruited by Kaido of the Beasts, but we haven't received any further reports since. Should we conduct a follow-up investigation? Yunyi waved him off. That won't be necessary. Perhaps they've simply parted ways. Such things were hardly rare among pirates. Some, unwilling to serve under others, would break away and form their own crews. The soldier hesitated, uncertainty flickering on his face. Noticing this, Yunyi regarded him kindly and asked, is there anything else you haven't reported? The soldier gritted his teeth and finally spoke. Sir, there's one more thing. Go ahead, Yunyi said gently. Don't worry. When Damon regained consciousness, he didn't cause a scene or shout. Instead, he said something to us. What did he say? He called us all fools for capturing them at a time like this. Oh, is that so? Did he give a reason? And no, sir. He didn't say anything more, and no matter how we questioned him, we couldn't get anything else out of him. It's just, his expression was strange. When he looked at us, it was like he was staring at a bunch of corpses. Meanwhile, on board the Mammoth, after several days at sea, the Mammoth finally arrived at the G7 branch base. From the crow's nest, a young crew member shouted at the top of his lungs, Boss Jack, the Navy branch base is just ahead. Upon hearing this, Jack swung his arm with a commanding gesture, his eyes turning icy cold as he spoke in a chilling tone. Everyone, get ready. Land on the island and kill every last Marine. Take back the devil fruit. Yes, sir. All the pirates roared in response, their eyes flashing with savage excitement. As is often the case, the crew tends to pick up traits from their captain, for better or worse. After spending time under Jack's command, even his subordinates had grown fiercer and more brutal. A few hundred meters from the island, Jack suddenly tensed his legs and, with a tremendous crash, launched himself toward the Marine base. The Mammoth nearly capsized from the powerful kickback. Jack soared high into the air, climbing hundreds of meters before letting gravity pull him down. With another deafening crash, he landed in front of the Marine branch base, hitting the ground with earth-shaking force. He'd picked up this dramatic entrance from his boss, and couldn't help but enjoy the commanding impression it made. Marines, come out and face me. Jack bellowed skyward, his voice booming like thunder, sending waves of sound rippling through the air. Inside the base, every Marine who heard the roar paled instantly. What's happening? Could pirates be attacking? Several Marines sprang to their feet and rushed outside. Then, from the lookout on high, a panicked sailor's voice rang out. Enemy attack. Pirate ship approaching. That flag, that's the Mammoth ship of Jack the Drought. One of the calamities of the Beast pirates. Like a bolt of lightning, the announcement exploded in the minds of every soldier on the base. Pure terror seized the hearts of all who heard it, leaving their minds reeling. Jack the Drought. One of the infamous 3 calamities of the Beast pirates? That name was infamous across the seas. A pirate with a bounty of over 700 million. Just his name was enough to make many collapse in fear. But why would a pirate of his stature appear in the first half of the Grand Line? And why would he be targeting them? Despair. In that instant, a wave of despair swept over every soul present. Hurry, go inform Rear Admiral Yunyi. What do we do now? What do we do? Stop them. We can't let them land. How can the Marines' justice be sullied by pirate boots? Panic spread among many, but in the crowd, there were those whose eyes burned with resolve. Though fear gripped their hearts as well, they would not back down, not even in the face of death. Even knowing full well they had no chance against a pirate of this caliber. The Marines wasted no time and quickly formed ranks. Smoker and Drake joined the others, ready and united for the coming battle. Drought Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast pirates. Smoker took a deep breath, his eyes now heavy with concern. He truly hadn't expected that, barely a few days into his posting at G7, he would run into an incident of this magnitude. Could they really stand against an opponent of such strength? Unbidden, an image of Yunyi surfaced in his mind. Major Yunyi. Did he have the power to confront an enemy like this? Drake's eyes were just as solemn. A bounty of 765 million berries, just how terrifyingly strong is a pirate of that caliber? In the New World, any pirate with a bounty over 500 million was already considered a great pirate, and Jack's was over 700 million. Even the admirals had to tread carefully around someone like that, didn't they? Could any of them hope to survive in the presence of such overwhelming power? So that's what Demon meant by those words. One of the calamities of the Beast pirates, Drought Jack. At that moment, Yin Yi too heard Jack's furious roar. Extending his senses, he immediately detected a presence emanating an oppressive, monstrous force. Earlier, a soldier had reported something odd to him, something that had lingered at the back of his mind. When Demon had been detained and interrogated, he hadn't shown much fear at all. On the contrary, he even said, "You're all fools, capturing us at a time like this. You're gonna die, all of you die, ha ha ha, all doomed." Back then, Yin Yi hadn't paid it much heed. He'd thought Demon had simply snapped, losing his mind after being caught by the Navy. But now, it seemed there was another reason entirely. The Tiger Hunters, Foz, the Beast Pirates, Drought Jack, and the Devil Fruit. As Yin Yi pieced everything together, the truth became suddenly clear to him. Deep down, he couldn't help but find the situation utterly exasperating. One of the calamities, is it? I wonder if swordsmanship alone is enough to stand against him. Perhaps it's finally time for the Higher Rimuru to make its presence felt on the high seas. Ever since obtaining Higher Rimuru, Yin Yi had never once used it in battle. Maybe this was the right occasion to unleash its full potential. Ice powers were different from fire. Anyone could claim to wield fire. And as for certain fruits, well, anyone, including a dog, could stumble upon those cough. Revealing them rashly would only attract unwanted suspicion. After all, Yin Yi had an unblemished record ever since joining the Navy. He'd had no possible way of obtaining a devil fruit. Of course, he could always claim to have eaten a fruit before enlisting, but that would only make others suspect him of being deeply calculating. Why had he hidden his abilities during recruitment? What exactly was he trying to conceal? So Yin Yi had, until now, refrained from showing Higher Rimuru's power to anyone. Right now, it would actually be plausible to disguise these powers as something gained from eating a devil fruit. After all, Yin Yi truly did have one in his possession. He had even invented a name for it. The human fruit, mythical Zoan-type, Reaper form. Only the rarest and most precious of the Zoan-type mythical creatures would truly do justice to Yin Yi's sword skills. The Yin Yi of the future would surely possess more than just the powers of Higher Rimuru. Powers from the Paramecia type, like the Chill fruit or the Frost fruit, didn't feel right for Yin Yi at all. So, inventing a never-before-seen devil fruit was clearly the best choice. Turned over with these thoughts, Yin Yi flickered and vanished from where he stood. But Jack didn't share such patience, unwilling to wait for the Marines to appear. With a leap, his colossal frame crashed through the buildings ahead, reducing them to rubble as he barreled into the base. A tremendous crash echoed through the square as his massive form hit the ground, sending tremors across the pavement. No sooner had Jack landed than he spotted the Marines ahead of him. Fury blazed in his eyes, and with a stomp that shattered the ground at his rear, he charged forward like a living tank, sending those in his path flying with devastating force. Countless soldiers were knocked aside by this rampage, sent skidding through the air with bones snapping on impact. Grabbing one dazed Marine as though he were no heavier than a chicken, Jack hoisted him up by both arms. "Marines, where are my things?" The Marine, lifted effortlessly from the ground, felt as though his head was about to split open from the earlier blow. He teetered on the edge of unconsciousness and could barely comprehend Jack's question, let alone answer it. With a dark grunt, Jack squeezed, and the Marine's arms snapped and went limp, dangling uselessly like overcooked noodles. "Damn you!" Smoker's eyes went frosty cold, his body dissolving in a smoky vapor as he lunged forward, brandishing his jit in a ruthless arc. On the other side, Drake's expression darkened as he transformed into his half-beast form, raking at Jack with ferocious dinosaur claws. "Fire!" At Colonel Hina's command, muskets snapped and roared, a hail of bullets whistling toward Jack. But Jack's skin was like armor. The bullets did nothing more than sting, barely tickling him, completely incapable of causing any real harm. Smoker and Drake were able to deal him some real damage, but it only made Jack wince, nothing more. Then, with a swing of his fists, he sent each of them flying, one after another. "I'll ask one more time, where are my things?" Jack thundered, a wild aura bursting from his massive body. He stomped the earth with titanic force, and the plaza surged like a stormy sea before collapsing under his might, sending a violent gust howling outward and blowing everyone around him off their feet. Soldiers were swept up by the blast, flung helplessly into the surrounding buildings. "If no one speaks up, everyone here will die." Jack's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he held up the unfortunate Navy officer, who, overwhelmed by pain, had already fallen unconscious. Well then, let's start with you. Jack hoisted the soldier high, then let go. The soldier's body dropped from his grasp. Watching coldly, Jack's face twisted into a sadistic grin as he drew back his other fist and, with a powerful motion, drove it forward in a brutal punch. This devastating blow had enough force to topple a mountain, let alone crush an ordinary soldier. If it landed, the soldier would be utterly destroyed, body shattered by the tremendous impact. But just as Jack's fist was about to connect, a figure in a navy coat emblazoned with the symbol of justice leaped forth. With a flash of silver from his sword, he intervened at the final moment, blocking Jack's punch with a single, determined arc. A thunderous explosion shook the scene. The ground rumbled and trembled as a terrifying shockwave erupted outward, sending a powerful gust surging in all directions. The earth caved in, forming a bowl-shaped crater beneath their feet. Jack let out a cry of surprise. His attack had been stopped. "Pirate, you've gone too far." A cold light flashed in Yunye's eyes. He hadn't expected Jack to be so reckless, charging forward the moment he landed. Already, significant casualties had occurred in the brief time it took Yunye to arrive. Once again, the silver light coursed along the slender blade of his sword. Yunye shouted a command, and with a swift stroke, forced the massive Jack back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Yunye grabbed the naval officer's collar and, in a blur, withdrew to the safety of the Navy ranks. "You were the one using observation hockey to spy on me just now, right?" Jack's eyes turned icy as he removed the twin ivory adornments from his shoulders, drawing two weapons shaped like sickles. After glimpsing the insignia of justice on Yunye's cloak, he spoke in a chilling voice. "Rear Admiral? Huh? Not many in your rank could withstand my attack. Name yourself, kid." After handing off the wounded soldier to others, Yunye flashed between positions, reappearing just a short distance from Jack. They faced each other, and Yunye replied coolly, "Rear Admiral Patino Yunye of the Navy. So, you're the strongest one here, aren't you? Navy, where's my devil fruit?" There was a deadly coldness in Jack's gaze, and his tone cut like frost. "So, it's really the devil fruit you're after?" Yunye thought silently to himself, but did not answer Jack's question. Instead, he retorted with icy calm. "Beast pirates? Drought Jack, do you even realize where you are? I don't care where this is." Jack, always quick to anger, finally exploded after being ignored time and again. He strode forward, both scythe blades crossing down in a furious attack toward Yunye. Yunye's eyes flashed, and instead of taking this blow head-on, he dodged in a blur of movement. With a deafening crash, the ground caved in, causing the entire Navy branch to tremble precariously. In the blink of an eye, Yunye appeared before the assembled Marines and commanded, "All of you, go out now and stop the pirates landing ashore. Leave this place to me." Then, without hesitation, Yunye dashed out again, clashing directly with Jack. The air was filled with an intense rumbling, the sounds of battle reverberating like continuous thunder. Commodore Yunye. No one expected Commodore Yunye to be this formidable. He's actually holding his own against a pirate worth 700 million berries. Relief swept through the crowd, but a heavy solemnity lingered in their gazes. Can Commodore Yunye really take him on alone? They didn't hesitate much longer before Colonel Hill spoke up. "There's not much we can do to help in here. Let's head out and hold back the pirates first. Once we're done outside, we'll come back and assist Commodore Yunye." Smoker and Drake exchanged a quick glance before gritting their teeth and heading out as well. Their previous attacks had been barely enough to leave a scratch on Jack. Rather than staying here and getting in Yunye's way, it would be better to deal with the pirates outside first. Then they could return together and launch a coordinated assault on Jack. That's right, none of them really believed Yunye could defeat Jack single-handedly. As long as Yunye could hold him off for a while, that would be enough. The crash and clamor of battle echoed through the air as Yunye and Jack's swords collided, the released force shaking nearby buildings to rubble. Crescent Moon slash. Yunye's blade crackled with armament hockey, a glimmering silver aura gathering at its edge. Instantly, he launched himself with a flash step over Jack's head, both hands gripping the sword as he brought it down with ferocious might. Mammoth charge. Jack's eyes gleamed with a savagely red light. Twisting his twin scythe blades together, he coated them thickly with armament hockey, meeting Yunye's descending strike from below with overwhelming force. The impact reverberated, sending colossal shockwaves through the ground. From above, the spreading cracks looked like a spider's web, radiating out from the two as the earth splintered beneath their feet. What monstrous strength, Yunye thought, feeling a tremor in his own arms. Even unleashing the power of Crescent Moon Slash, he couldn't shake his opponent. If it had been Demon before, he'd have been sent flying from the very first clash. But Jack remained immovable, a mountain unshaken. Navy, if that's all you've got, then you might as well prepare to die. With a furious roar, Jack braced himself against Yunny's blade and forcefully pushed him away. Yunny's body flew backwards, slamming into a building behind him and reducing it to ruins. Jack was a fishman who'd eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit. The fishman's physique was already far stronger than that of any human, a difference impossible to measure. Coupled with the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit, famous for its resilience, his endurance became almost monstrous. In terms of sheer might, Yunyi was never going to be a match, at least not on the surface. Yet in the blink of an eye, Yunyi shot forward, ghost-like, closing in on Jack with uncanny speed and unleashing a strike of his own. What nonsense are you spouting? A massive silver arc slashed forth from Yunye's blade, cascading like moonlight, cold as ice and swift as a lightning strike. It cleaved directly into Jack, sending his hulking form flying through the air. With a thunderous crash, Jack's enormous body slammed backwards, smashing through a building, the rubble burying him in a cloud of debris. But almost instantly, Jack rose from the wreckage as if nothing had happened, casually brushing aside the boulders that covered him. The spot where Yunye's blade had landed bore only a shallow wound, barely a scratch that bled for a heartbeat before rapidly healing over. You didn't even harden your armament hockey. There's no way you can break through my defense. Jack's low, guttural voice rumbled as he fixed his gaze on Yunyi. Clearly, such a wound meant little to someone like him. Funny, didn't someone once say something similar to me, right to my face? Yunyi glanced at the slender silver blade in his hand, a sudden smile playing on his lips. He looked up, his eyes glimmering with a strange, unreadable light as he met Jack's gaze. If it weren't for you, I don't think I'd have grasped armament hockey hardening so soon. As he spoke, Yunyi tightened his grip around his sword. Armament hockey began to swirl around the blade, condensing further and further until, with a resonant hum, the silver sword gleamed with a brilliant, obsidian black sheen. He had achieved hardening, true armament hockey hardening. After rigorous training, Yunyi could finally sustain this advanced power. All he needed was a catalyst. Locked in fierce combat against Jack, Yunyi's armament hockey had crystallized, growing denser and deeper. At its peak, the transformation was complete, allowing him to fully harden his weapon. Yunyi pointed his sword squarely at Jack. Again, Jack's eyes narrowed. True, Yunyi had now mastered a higher realm of hockey, but who was he? He was Jack the Drought, one of the Beast Pirates' all-powerful calamities. Even if a fleet admiral or marine admiral stood before him, he'd charge at them without hesitation. Jack's confidence never wavered. Judging from the fight so far, this marine rear admiral was faster and maybe even stronger in attack, but he still couldn't breach Jack's monstrous defenses. Jack excelled in defense and stamina. All he had to do was outlast his opponent. The rest would take care of itself. Stepping forward, his body began to change as well. Falling to all fours, his entire frame became blanketed in coarse brown fur, while two long, sharp tusks protruded menacingly from his mouth. With a sweeping motion of his trunk, he whipped up a storm of sand and wind. Compared to his half-beast form, Jack vastly preferred complete bestial transformation. Only in his fully beastly state could he truly harness his strengths to their fullest. And those strengths were defense and endurance. Jack swung his massive trunk like a whip at Yunyi. The air cracked under the blow, shattering the silence with a thunderous snap. A streak of silver gleamed against Yunyi's jet-black blade as observation hockey helped him track Jack's assault. Just as the whip was about to land, Yunyi brought his sword down in a decisive arc. A deafening crash thundered out. With his blade now coated in armament hockey, Yunyi felt a notable surge in his attack's potency. Yet even so, Jack's trunk was cloaked in a thick armor of the same implacable hockey. The two forces collided, and Yunyi was forced back, clearly at a disadvantage. Crash after crash echoed through the air as Jack's trunk lashed again and again. Though Yunyi tried valiantly to parry with his sword, he found himself steadily driven backward, step by relentless step. With a sudden swish, Yunyi dodged to the side, narrowly evading a strike. The ground where Jack's blow landed trembled in undulating waves, sending dust billowing skyward and stones flying in every direction. Spotting an opening, Yunyi ducked under another wild swing and countered with a swift, powerful strike at Jack. Yet, to Yunyi's astonishment, it felt as though his blade had struck some unyielding material. His sword was stopped cold. Crescent moon slash, Yunyi intoned under his breath, as a silver light shimmered along his blade. With a sharp hiss, a gaping wound tore open across Jack's side. Clearly, Yunyi's enhanced hockey, paired with the explosive power of his Crescent Moon Slash, was sufficient to break through Jack's formidable defenses. But even so, he still couldn't truly injure Jack. Such defense. Yun Yi narrowed his eyes, a wry ache echoing in his jaw at the thought of such durability. He was the toughest opponent Yun Yi had ever faced. Suddenly, a troubling notion flickered through Yun Ye's mind. If Jack was already this tough, what of Kaido, the so-called strongest creature in the world, or Big Mom, the woman called an iron balloon? How terrifying must their defenses be? It was nearly unimaginable. He still had a long way to go before reaching the peak. But Yun Yi had no doubt. Sooner or later, he would stand atop that summit. Ugh, that hurts like hell. Mammoth Stomp. The pain only fueled Jack's fury. Roaring in rage, he reared up on his hind legs to unleash a thunderous, mountain-crushing stomp. A crimson glint flashed in Yun Ye's eyes, the sign that he'd pushed his observation haki to its very limit. The next instant, Yun Yi vanished, using Shuinpa to retreat far out of harm's way. The ground erupted, quaking like water beneath a boulder. In an instant, an immense force exploded outward, hurling debris and sand hundreds of meters into the sky. Through the swirling dust, Jack charged forward like a runaway locomotive, every step pounding against the ground with a thunderous rumble. In the same instant, Yun Yi soared into the air, his head pointing downward. With a subtle push from his foot, he flashed forward, brilliant silver light dancing along his blade as he unleashed a powerful slash. At the same time, a red glint flickered in Jack's eyes. He covered his massive nose with a layer of armament haki and swung upward toward the sky. A deafening crash exploded as their attacks collided again. This time, caught in midair with no footing to brace himself. Yun Yi was at a disadvantage and was sent flying backward once more. Jack did not let up, seizing the moment to press his advantage. He lashed out with his nose again, and Yun Yi, caught off guard, could only bring his sword up in a hurried defense. With a sharp crack, Yun Yi was struck and sent hurtling through the air. A muffled groan escaped Yun Yi as the force crashed into his body, but he had suffered no serious harm. A few well-timed steps in the air dissipated the remaining force, and he landed steadily atop a building. Is this what they call Devil Fruit Awakening? He wondered to himself, eyeing the wounds on Jack's body that were slowly knitting themselves closed. Unlike other types of Devil Fruit Awakening, those who possess Zoan-type abilities typically gain tremendous improvements in stamina, endurance, and recovery. That's what makes Zoan users so notoriously tough. Oomph. Still not dead. Jack snarled, his anger barely contained as he hurled himself forward once more. Watching Jack surge toward him, Yun Yi drew a deep breath and, all of a sudden, a cryptic smile appeared on his lips. Weren't you looking for that devil fruit? Well then, let me show you. Jack skidded to a sudden halt, all 4 feet digging in as he watched Yun Yi warily. His observation haki sensed something. An unusual aura was now radiating from Yun Yi. Then, hearing Yun Yi's words, a realization dawned on him. Jack jerked his head up, eyes locked tight on Yun Yi, murderous intent practically radiating from his gaze. Did you eat that devil fruit? Jack's eyes instantly burned red with fury. He hadn't expected to be beaten to the prize. This man before him had devoured the devil fruit he so coveted. The very same fruit that Kaido himself desired. Let's give it a try then. The chill that sits atop frozen heavens. Yun Yi said lightly, a gathering aura welling up from within him as his once crimson eyes became rimed with a layer of frost. Suddenly, an indescribable cold swept across the G7 base, a chill that spilled beyond the walls so that everyone nearby could feel it. The temperature in that instant plummeted by dozens of degrees. Outside, amid the chaos of battle, both sides instinctively turned to look in the same direction. Countless eyes followed, witnessing an icy mist condensing from water vapor, billowing upward in thick white clouds from the center of the base. What's going on? Ice. Has Admiral Aokiji arrived? Don't be ridiculous. The Marine headquarters is at least 10 days away by sea. There's no way they'd be here now. Could it be Major General Yun Yi's power at work? No way, right? I thought Major General Yun Yi was an ability user. Is it Drought Jack then? Idiot, Drought Jack gained his power from eating a Zoan-type devil fruit. A heated discussion broke out among the Navy soldiers. At first, when they witnessed the presence of ice powers, they thought Aokiji might have arrived. But the more they considered it, the less sense it made. Yet, as far as they knew, Major General Yun Yi had never been identified as a devil fruit user. At that moment, the very soldier who had handed Yun Yi the devil fruit shouted out, I figured it out. Major General Yun, you must have eaten the devil fruit we seized earlier. Major General Yun Yi was already incredibly strong, and now, after eating a devil fruit that boosts his strength, maybe, just maybe, He could even defeat Drought Jack. Colonel Hill's eyes gleamed with a flash of inspiration. His seasoned instincts told him this was the perfect chance to stoke the flames of morale. With a voice full of force, he roared, "Everyone, hear my command. Wipe out every last one of these pirates. With Major General Yun Yi holding off Drought Jack, as long as we slaughter these pirates, victory shall be ours." He drew his sword and led the charge at the vanguard. Did Major General Yun Yi really eat a devil fruit? An ice-type ability. A glint of excitement flickered in Smoker's eyes. Yun Yi had already been formidable, and now, after absorbing the devil fruit's power, he might truly have a shot at defeating Drought Jack. Attack! Smoker's body dissolved into a plume of smoke as he surged forward. His jit pierced through a pirate, and the smoke twisted and coiled like a giant serpent, ensnaring a dozen pirates and suffocating them in its icy grip. On the other side, Drake had transformed into the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His massive jaws tore apart several pirates in a single bite, and a swipe of his imposing claws shredded another group into bloody tatters. "Kill all the Marines. How dare you steal from the beast pirates? You must truly be tired of living." But the pirates were no pushovers. After all, anyone who survived in the New World, especially under a commander as ruthless as Drought Jack, was fierce beyond measure, savage and merciless in battle. They paid no heed to anything but the fight, throwing themselves into the bloody melee with reckless abandon. Everything would be decided by their leader. Their leader would never lose. The battle between the two sides raged with extraordinary ferocity. Blood already coated the ground in slick, crimson streams. Inside the base, a crystalline mist of frost swirled ever more thickly around Yun Yi. "So, I can't affect the weather yet. Even with 50 points in proficiency, it's still not enough." Yun Yi cast a glance skyward. The heavens above remained a clear, unblemished blue, utterly untouched by the magic of his ice wheel Maru. Turning his attention to the silver thread in his hand, he observed that it hadn't changed much either. Just a faint sheen of icy blue now coated its surface. It had been the same when using Zangetsu, and it was the same with Ice Wheel Maru. Neither had taken the form of a Zanpakuto like those in the original manga. However, Yun Yi swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of ice projectiles that shot forth from the blade, bombarding Jack with relentless force. Ice could be Kuzan the Admiral. The sudden chill caught Jack completely off guard. For a split second, he thought the Admiral Kazan himself had appeared, startling him so much that he dodged away in haste. There was no way Jack would dare take on Kazan's ice with mere flesh and blood. Still, he reassured himself, other abilities should be fair game. Yun Yi struck again, this time delivering a slash charged with pure, overwhelming frost straight at Jack. Where the blade swept, the very moisture in the air seemed to crystallize instantly. With a sharp crack, though Jack narrowly evaded the arc of the slash, the ground at the point of impact erupted. A mound of solid ice shot upwards like a bamboo shoot breaking through the earth in spring. In that instant, the chill permeating the air grew even more biting and unmistakable. Frost spread rapidly from the ice mound at the center, radiating outward. In the blink of an eye, the ground within dozens of meters had become blanketed in shimmering white, as if winter had descended suddenly. What on earth? What kind of devil fruit did you eat? The chill fruit, like a paramecia? No, that can't be right. There's no way that fruit could exist in any form other than its original. Jack felt a wave of cold sweep over him. Even with his formidable physique, he couldn't help but shiver. In that moment, it truly felt as if he were facing the naval Admiral Kazan, the one who could freeze him solid with but a glance. Yet beneath his fear, there was confusion. The fruit he was after was clearly a Zoan type. He didn't know exactly what kind of animal it was, but he was positive it wasn't a fruit of any other class. Yun Yi let out a low chuckle. It's the human fruit, Zoan, mythical model. As for the exact form, I haven't figured it out yet. After all, I only ate it a few days ago. Ew. You consumed our precious mythical Zoan devil fruit. You damn bastard. I'll never let you get away with this. And neither will Boss Kaido. Jack's face darkened to its very core. Rage and a cold, killing intent flickered in his eyes as he glared at Yun Yi. This wretch had swallowed an extremely rare mythical Zoan fruit. How precious were the mythical Zoans? Not even the rare Logia types could easily surpass their value. For the beast pirates who sought ultimate strength, this was a crushing blow. He wanted nothing more than to see Yun Yi dead. If the current possessor died, the devil fruit might, be reborn somewhere in the sea. Yun Yi had to die. With a thunderous roar, Jack charged forward, wild and furious like a rampaging beast, murderous intent radiating in waves. Let me use you, then, as one of the stepping stones for my rise. Ice Dragon Tailspin. Yun Yi dashed in, sword raised. The blade shimmered with frosty motes, a sign that the cold was freezing the very vapor around them. He swept the sword upward from below. Everywhere the blade passed, everything was engulfed in ice. Up ahead, Jack's body suddenly froze in place, caught mid-motion by Yun Ye's sword and encased in solid ice. Yet barely a heartbeat later, the silence was shattered by the sharp crackling of ice breaking apart. Jack burst free from the frozen prison, giving another fierce shake of his nose. Yun Yi, relying on his observation haki, caught Jack's movement. With the tip of his sword, he touched the ground, and an ice wall surged up, standing tall and firm to intercept the next attack. But Jack's strength proved overwhelming. The ice wall was smashed to pieces in an instant. By then, Yun Yi had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. With a flash step, Yun Yi appeared on the other side, his sword slashing down. The ground erupted as jagged spears of ice shot upward one after another, sprouting like bamboo shoots and racing toward Jack along a deadly path. Jack said nothing. His feet, now clad in armament haki, stomped down on the rising icicles. A thunderous boom echoed as the ice was obliterated and mist billowed outward. But even so, Jack felt a chill seep up from beneath his feet, spiraling into his body, enough to make his mighty frame give a brief, involuntary shiver. Cold, aren't you, brat? But compared to Akiji's ice, yours is nothing. Jack charged again, thick breath jetting from his mouth and nose, his form shifting subtly mid-stride. Now in his half-beast shape, he wielded two curved sickles, slashing them in a lethal cross. Icicle Rampart Array. Yun Yi ignored Jack's taunt, sending another sword slash forward. Solid ice spread from the blade, rising into walls that blocked Jack's sight as well as his path. Yun Yi was faster than Jack. In the blink of an eye, he flash-stepped to Jack's left, sending another slash packed with frigid energy. Frost Dragon's spiraling tail. Jack shattered the ice barrier again, but Yun Yi was nowhere to be seen. Sweeping his observation haki, Jack tracked his opponent's presence. His long nose lashed out with savage force, cracking the air with a whip-like report. The ice splintered again, but Yun Yi dodged the blow. Can't do any real damage, can I? Yun Yi narrowed his eyes. The frost might slow Jack down, but it couldn't truly hurt him. In the end, Yun Yi realized his technique still lacked finesse. He couldn't yet unleash the full might of Hyarinmaru. With a determined thought, Yun Yi spent 500 achievement points and boosted his proficiency with Hyarinmaru up to 60. He could feel the sword's power swell at once, a noticeable difference. The battlefield was now filled with a constant drum of explosive clashes. Slashes tore up the ground, and ice towers rose and fell in the arena. In but a moment, they had crossed blades over 100 times. You annoying little insect! Jack roared, frustration boiling in him. In this cold, it's getting sharper and sharper. Are you starting to master your devil fruit? Damn it! Almost none of Jack's blows could land on Yun Yi. Meanwhile, Yun Yi's sword had left him with countless cuts, injuries that healed quickly, but still left Jack simmering with rage. Moreover, the chill that pervaded the surroundings intensified in the midst of battle, making his movements gradually sluggish. With every breath he took, the cold seeped in his body. Though he managed to endure it, the sensation was far from pleasant. Naturally, this outcome was intentionally crafted by Yun Yi. The ice element possesses extraordinary power to control the battlefield, and over time, this effect would only grow stronger and more pronounced. When the cold fully invaded the enemy's body, that would be the moment when victory and defeat were finally decided. Right now, Yun Yi's mastery of Hyarinmaru was still too shallow. He couldn't unleash its true power yet. Perhaps only after attaining Bankai would he be able to bring forth Hyarinmaru's full might. Its greatest strength was the ability to command the heavens themselves, but for now, Yun Yi had yet to grasp such dominion. Thus, he could only create an artificial field control effect for the time being. At the same time, Yun Yi's mind raced. Since Thunder Roar Cannon could be fused with Getsuga Tensho, then, what about Hyarinmaru? The thought sparked a gleam in Yun Yi's eyes. It's time to bring this battle to an end. Yun Yi dodged Jack's blow. This time, instead of counterattacking, he retreated several steps, lifting his gaze to stare at the towering Jack. His tone was cool and unhurried. This is the end, Drought Jack. Become a stepping stone that leads me to the grandest stage. You cocky brat. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Drought Jack. With a furious roar, Jack charged straight at Yun Yi once more, an unstoppable force barreling forward. Everything in his path, the thickest of ice, shattered under his reckless advance. His fighting creed was simple. If one attack is unstoppable, then stick to it until the end. As long as you can't finish me off in one stroke, I'll grind you down until you fall. Yun Yi brandished his sword, unleashing a wave of absolute cold. It was as though some invisible mechanism had been triggered. The chill on the battlefield surged at his command, spiraling together like a gathering vortex and locking Jack at its center. A creaking, cracking sound echoed as the frost solidified into thick ice, hindering Jack's every move. A white rime spread across his body, and hard ice crept up from his feet, encasing him further and further. Jack struggled endlessly, breaking the forming ice, but to no avail. The cold only deepened, freezing both his legs and rooting him firmly to the ground. This was all a part of Yun Ye's design, drawing all the frigid energy into a single point. Even a physical monster such as Drought Jack was helpless to free himself in a short time. And during this precious window, Yun Yi could prepare to unleash a sword strike at the very limit of his power. He raised Silver Thread, the obsidian blade glimmering with a thin sheen of silver. In that instant, an endless surge of icy power poured into the sword, converging at its tip. A faint, icy blue hue tinged Silver Thread. Itoryu, Ice Severance. The sword swept down in a single arc. Silver Thread trembled with wild intensity as a slash, towering over 100 meters high, erupted from Yun Ye's blade and crashed forward. Where the blade swept, the ultimate power of ice seemed to freeze everything in its path. Ice crystals glittered, dazzlingly beautiful, yet fraught with deadly menace. This cold was so penetrating, it felt as though it could freeze all existence, rendering every trace of life utterly still. This was a strike that combined the powers of two Zanpakuto, Hyorimaru and Zangetsu. This impossible, that chill, that slash, how can you possibly be just a rear admiral? Jack's observation haki flared desperately, screaming at him to dodge, to flee, danger. But the relentless cold swept toward him. Solid ice formed upon his body, hampering his every movement and sealing off any means of escape from this blade. In his senses, this single strike was no less powerful than the blows from the notorious pirates that roamed the seas. And the frigid force contained within reminded him unmistakably of Akiji, a chill that could briefly freeze even their boss. The beast Kaido himself, feared as the world's strongest, temporarily in ice. That's right, on Yuni's form, he saw a shadow of Akiji. How could someone like that be just a rear admiral? Regardless of the turmoil in Jack's heart, against this attack from Yuni, he had no way to evade. Everything had been meticulously calculated by Yuni. There was simply no chance for Jack to escape. In the next instant, with a soft, slicing sound, Yuni's blade found its mark, striking Jack squarely as expected. Utter silence followed. For a moment, the field grew deathly still. Then, gradually, the sound of cracking ice drifted through the air. Before him, the feared Jack the Drought had, at some point, acquired a deep, bone-revealing gash stretching from his shoulder to his waist. No blood gushed forth. The instant he was struck, a surge of absolute cold invaded his body, freezing his consciousness where he stood. Then, pale ice crystals began spreading from his wound, crawling outward across his entire body. At last, Jack was wholly encased in ice. And that was not the end. The ice crystals crept even higher. In the end, a colossal sculpture appeared in the battlefield. Dozens of meters tall, like mighty ice spikes twisted and fused, piercing the sky in a spectacle of frozen grandeur. Behind Jack, a long, fan-shaped trail of white frost radiated outward, reaching into the distance. With a single strike, the sword had cleaved through the entire island, its chill spreading all the way to the distant seas. Everything along that frosty path, trees, buildings, every trace of life, even the faraway ocean, was blanketed in white, sealed under a sheet of solid ice. Yuni knelt on one knee, bracing himself on his slender silver staff, gasping for breath. Sweat beaded on his brow, and before the droplets could hit the ground, they froze into tiny pearls. This strike had drained most of his strength, and even the Quincy, battling elsewhere, could feel its power. Yet, the might of that sword was beyond dispute. He had utterly frozen Jack the Drought, whose bounty exceeded 700 million berries. His body and even his consciousness were sealed in unyielding ice. This means that Jack the Drought, one of the all-stars of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 765,400,000 berries, has been defeated. The next moment, a prompt echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! You have defeated Jack the Drought, whose bounty is 765,400,000 berries. Achievement points awarded, 888. Defeated, huh? Yuni narrowed his eyes as his Kenbunchiko haki swept outwards. In his perception, Jack's presence, though terribly faint, was still stubbornly clinging to life. As expected from a Zoan-type awakened user, your vitality really is monstrous. But with no one to help you, even if I gave you all the time in the world, you'd still never break free from this ice. Yunyi chuckled softly and paid Jack no more mind, turning away to deal with the aftermath. A few days later, word broke out, and the world was shaken to its core. Let's go back to a few days earlier. That day, Sengoku was, as always, in his office handling reports for various regions. The upheavals of the new world had yet to subside. In fact, it felt like a storm was about to break. Several of the great pirates had begun to clash, and the Navy's informants were constantly sending back intelligence. Even Sengoku, the fleet admiral responsible for the entire operation, found it overwhelming. Enraged, he couldn't help but curse, "These damned pirates." Just then, a Navy soldier hurried in, stepped up to Sengoku's side, and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing what the soldier had to say, Sengoku slapped both hands loudly on the desk and shot to his feet, exclaiming, "Are you certain this is true?" The commotion startled the goat at his side, which had been busy chewing on some documents. The startled animal dropped what was in its mouth, flicked its ears, and looked around warily. Only after confirming there was no danger did it lower its head and continue munching. The soldier's voice grew grave. "Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This report just came in from G7 base. Give me the full details." "Now." "Yes, sir." Sengoku sat again, took the report from the soldier, and read it carefully. His expression darkened, uncertainty flickering across his face as he muttered, "How is this possible?" No matter how terrifying someone's natural talent and potential might be, at that age, defeating Jack the Drought, and with ice powers too, after eating a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. Suddenly, Sengoku looked up sharply and ordered the soldier, "Summon all Marine officers at the rank of Vice Admiral and above. Meeting in the conference room. Now." "Yes, sir." The soldier saluted and withdrew. Left in his office, Sengoku frowned deeply, his forefinger unconsciously drumming a steady beat on the table, a sign of a growing headache. There was no doubt about it. The Navy's defeat of Jack the Drought would be earth-shaking news across the world. And for the Navy itself, capturing a pirate of his caliber could only mean one thing: the morale of the entire fleet would soar. However, on the flip side, this would definitely offend Kaido of the Beasts. This man is fiercely protective of his own, and in circumstances like this, there's no way Kaido would just let the matter rest. Kaido is a madman. No one would be surprised by anything he might do. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to remember something and turned his attention to another file. Just now, he thought he had glimpsed some intelligence concerning Kaido. He shuffled through the papers for a moment before finally locating it. The information inside read, "Kaido of the Beasts is currently locked in a fierce battle with red-haired Shanks. As of now, the outcome remains uncertain. The new world is in utter chaos these days, and with Kaido and red-haired Shanks now clashing, Kaido is unlikely to have the time or energy to come trouble the Navy in the near future. Still, the problem of Jack the Drought must be dealt with as soon as possible. We can't just keep him locked up at the G7 base. A transfer is imperative." Sengoku went over the situation once more in his mind. Then, rising to his feet, he made his way toward the conference room. By now, the room was already filled. Every officer of Vice Admiral rank was present. Even Zephyr had come out of retirement to attend. The two admiral candidates, Momosaji, Peach Rabbit, and Shaitan, T-Pig, were also both here. The Navy's top brass was all in attendance. In front of everyone sat a detailed report, the very one describing how Yunyi had vanquished Jack the Drought. At this moment, all eyes in the room were filled with surprise. Disbelief flickered on more than one face. Clearly, they'd all read the report. Some vice admirals, long-standing veterans like Dalmatian and Doberman, wore particularly grave expressions, shocked by the news they'd received. A newly appointed rear admiral had decisively defeated one of the notorious disasters, and had even managed to freeze him solid. If the report hadn't been verified by Sengoku himself, they would have found this story impossible to believe. Surely, it had to be a fabrication. Well, quite something, isn't it, Rear Admiral Yunyi? Kizaru's voice was as languid as ever, though surprise and seriousness crept into his usually lackadaisical tone. To best Jack the Drought was undeniable proof that Yunyi's strength was not to be underestimated. Momosaji, the tall and poised admiral candidate, glanced at the file in her hands with keen interest. "A rising star in the Navy, is it? Hatino Yunyi? Straight out of the elite training camp, and already capable of taking down a pirate with a bounty of over 700 million berries? Zephyr, you've truly trained an extraordinary student." Zephyr laughed heartily. "Oh, I didn't do all that much. That kid got where he is through his own efforts." Shaitan, echoing Momosaji's sentiment, joined in with a smile. Indeed, indeed. The Navy's new star, Quite impressive, I'd say. On the other side of the table, Doberman's eyes flashed with an inscrutable look, and he thought to himself, this kid, after eating the devil fruit, has his power really soared to such terrifying heights? What kind of mythical beast fruit could it be? Akainu sat quietly to one side, saying nothing. Mausch glanced at Akiji and remarked, ice-based powers, just like Admiral Akiji's. Indeed, the most formidable attack method Yin Yi displayed in this battle was his mastery over ice, and it was natural to draw parallels with Akiji. After all, both of them wielded the power of ice. Akiji also raised his eyes and said, to be able to freeze Drought Jack completely, perhaps Vice Admiral Yin Ye's ice is no less potent than mine. Akiji himself had crossed paths with the Beast Pirates before. He knew all too well how tough those Zoan users could be. Powerhouses at the Calamity level were never easy opponents. Freezing them entirely was no simple matter. At these words, many present fell silent for a moment. Soon, curiosity grew about which mythical beast-type devil fruit Yin Yi had eaten. And to think, it's the same mythical class as the fleet admirals. Vice Admiral Yin Yi really is lucky, someone concluded. Devil fruit abilities came in tiers. If you chanced upon a powerful fruit that matched your nature, your strength could skyrocket overnight. But if you ended up with a weak fruit, like the human fruit, ordinary form, well, that was just bad luck. Not only would there be little change, you'd even inherit a pesky weakness, such as being unable to swim. At that moment, Sengoku strode in, took his seat, and as he surveyed everyone, seeing that they'd all read the documents before them, he nodded and spoke. I assume everyone has been briefed. Now, let us discuss the aftermath and its consequences. Sengoku's expression turned grave. This was no trivial matter, and required the collaboration of all top officers. If not handled properly, it could spark an all-out war between the Navy and the Beast Pirates. No, such a war was likely unavoidable. With Kaido's temperament, he would never swallow this insult quietly. At this point, Akainu opened his eyes and spoke in a low, resolute tone. I propose we confront Kaido in a decisive battle at the G7 branch base. As the champion of hawkish policy, Akainu's style was always direct and uncompromising. Shrinking from trouble was never his way. His suggestion won approval from many in the room. Yet, more still chose to withhold judgment. War, after all, would cost manpower and treasure alike. If battle was to come, the Navy had to plan thoroughly, ensuring nothing was left to chance. After several inconclusive rounds of discussion, Sengoku could only decide to first transfer Drought Jack to the G7 branch base, then deliver him to Impel Down. Located within the Calm Belt, Impel Down was a fortress easy to defend but nearly impossible to attack, an ideal place for holding prisoners. No ordinary force could hope to break in, and for the criminals inside, escape was even less possible. The only time before was the incident when the Golden Lion broke out of prison. And now, the Navy was fully prepared for an all-out clash with Kaido. The New World, a nameless stretch of sea. On a small, unnamed island, Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, guzzling wine straight from a jug. When he drained it, he tossed the empty vessel aside, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. That red-haired brat, his power is growing ever more fearsome. But in the next instant, his mood flipped to fury. Damn it, that guy was just a rookie doing an internship on Roger's ship, and now he's risen all the way up to this stage. His emotions spun wildly for a while, until at last he broke down, bawling loudly. Damn it, these battles, compared to what Roger did, they're just child's play. I need to start a truly top-tier war. With each emotional surge, Kaido's overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted, rolling across the entire island in a crashing onslaught. Every creature besides the strongest warriors collapsed beneath his will, foaming at the mouth and falling into unconsciousness. At that moment, the leader of the three calamities, King the Wildfire, approached from afar. He stopped at Kaido's side, handed over a report, and said without wasting words, We've received intel. Jack was defeated by a Marine Rear Admiral. He's being taken to Impel Down. Kaido's fierce mood vanished in a flash. He spun around, eyes narrowing. What did you say? Jack was captured by the Navy. As Kaido's oldest follower, King showed no fear before his captain's aura. He replied in his usual slow manner. Yes, a Marine Rear Admiral named Patino Yanni. Kaido demanded what happened. King explained the situation in concise terms. With a thunderous crash of his fist on the ground, Kaido made the very earth tremble, his voice cold as iron. He actually ate our beast pirate's devil fruit, and a rare, mythical Zoan at that. Should we attack the Navy now? But with the current situation in the New World, you probably can't leave, King said calmly. Let me go rescue that blockhead myself. If we lose Jack, the battles to come will get a lot trickier. Fine then. Saving Jack is your responsibility. Once things stabilize in the New World, I'll settle the score with the Navy. Anyone who dares take what belongs to Kaido, even the Navy, will pay for it. A cold gleam flashed in Kaido's eyes. The situation in the New World had become so tense that there was no way he could leave his territory unattended. Should he make the slightest move, the other great pirates would pounce to carve up his domain. King gave a short nod, spread his massive wings, and transformed into a toothless pterosaur, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was only a tiny black dot on the horizon. Navy, Patino Yun, huh? I won't forget you. Once this war is over, I'll come knocking at your door. Kaido's laughter echoed across the island, his imposing presence so powerful that even the clouds above seemed weighed down, darkening the sky. The heavy clouds began to churn, rolling in thunderous waves as if heralding the world's end. Lightning crackled and muffled thunder rumbled ominously overhead. Across the world, those who move in the shadows, those with their fingers on the pulse of every rumor, had all caught wind of this news. Kings of the underworld, pirates, the seven warlords, each became aware, but their reactions varied wildly. Some were thrilled, others scoffed, some shrugged it off, while a few couldn't hold back a hearty laugh. Somewhere in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard glanced down at the newspaper in his hand, then burst into a deep, booming laugh. That rascal Kaido. Seems even his 3 calamities were taken out by a single marine. Now that's something I never expected. Dealing with Kaido, that tireless brute, had always been a headache for Whitebeard. No matter how many times you beat him, he never stayed down for long, and every so often, he'd show up alone to challenge the entire crew. The last time had only been a few months back. After Whitebeard's crew put Kaido down once more, Kaido got up and went straight to provoke that red-haired kid, stirring up more trouble wherever he went. Fortunately, though, that red-haired rookie had quickly climbed to the top, wiping out a notorious pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries and seizing their territory without hesitation. This eventually led to a violent clash with Kaido's forces, all over control of an island. Their battle raged for days on end, over 10 days by now, and already more than half the island had been reduced to rubble, with neither side willing to back down. Marco the Phoenix strolled over and said with a smile, "Who knows, maybe that lunatic Kaido will turn his sights on the Navy next. If Kaido goes quiet for a while, the New World might actually catch its breath." After all, Kaido was behind almost every bout of chaos rocking the New World lately. If he wasn't crossing swords with the Whitebeard pirates, he was stirring up trouble for the red-haired pirates. And then there was Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin herself, a madwoman cut from the same wild cloth as Kaido, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere to wreak havoc. No one could fathom where they found such boundless energy. Together, they'd flipped the New World entirely on its head. Whitebeard let out another roll of laughter. Now that Kaido is tangled up with that red-haired brat, he won't have time or energy left for the first half of the Grand Line. I'd wager we'll have to wait for the dust to settle before he makes another move. On Whole Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin had received the news, too, and couldn't help but pull a mocking grin. The lot under Kaido's command, nothing but helpless fools. At her side, Charlotte Kakuri, whose bounty had soared to 900 million berries, responded in a calm, measured tone. Patino Yun, a Zoan-type mythical devil fruit user? Now, that is quite a rare ability. Charlotte Linlin threw her head back in laughter. Forget about Kaido. With his temper, I'd bet he'll go after the Navy himself before long. The eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, spoke up suddenly, his tone cautious as he said, "Mama, there seems to be a problem with the sweets we entrusted a meat to transport this time." Charlotte Linlin's voice turned cold in an instant, her enormous figure looming, exerting immense pressure on Perispero. What happened? Perispero's tongue lolled as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Wiping it away, he answered warily, "Umit's forces are at war with Doflamingo. He's too preoccupied to help us with any deliveries now. There's such a thing going on." At these words, Charlotte Linlin erupted with fury. "Tell that Doflamingo, if he dares make a move on Umit's side again, his Don Quixote family won't even have a place in this world." "Yes, Mama," Perispero stammered, trembling and fearful, not daring to go against her wishes. Casting the matter aside, Charlotte Linlin went back to reading another newspaper in her hand, the corners of her mouth curling into a wicked grin. Not only are his subordinates useless, Kaido himself is just as disappointing. He actually let that upstart red hair rise to the top. How shameful! Mama. Linlin burst into shrill, raucous laughter. Flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder outside made the entire cake castle seem even more eerie and menacing. Meanwhile, at the encampment of the red-haired pirates, Redhair's crew was in high spirits, throwing a lively party. Fresh from driving Kaido off, even if just for a while, they decided to celebrate their moment of victory. Ben Beckman, the strategic genius of the crew, always kept an eye on the world's tidings. Now a newspaper was in his hand, its headline announcing that Jack the Drought had been defeated and captured. Taking a slow drag on his cigarette, he suddenly remarked, "Look here, seems like the Beast Pirates suffered a loss. The Navy captured some of their own." This caught everyone's attention, and they crowded around with curiosity. "What's going on?" "The Beast took on the Navy." "Jack the Drought? Huh, so it's that tough bastard. Who beat him? A Navy rear admiral? Hey, come on, are you kidding us?" There was a jovial air in the red-haired crew, where strict ranks scarcely existed. Even the newest members could joke around with the officers. Shanks leaned over for a look at the paper, then smiled. "So, the Navy's finally producing new stars as well. As expected, history finds a way to repeat itself." His words were laced with meaning, though, apart from Ben Beckman, no one else seemed to catch it. Ben Beckman shot Shanks a glance, then smiled as well. This sea could use a spell of calm, for a change. Shanks gazed out at the distant sea and spoke slowly. "The Marines, the Seven Warlords, and the Pirates. These are the three great powers that keep the ocean in balance." A few days after the incident, the waters near the Sabeti archipelago, a small boat glided over the waves. Aboard the vessel was Yun Yi, a Quincy donning a black and white mask. After a hurried journey, Yun Yi had finally reached the end of the first half of the Grand Line, the Sabeti archipelago. He lounged casually in a chair, newspaper in hand, reading intently. The headline reported on the Droughtbringer, Jack. After being frozen and defeated by Marine Yun Yi, Jack had been transported away on a battleship the next day, still encased in ice. At the same time, Marine headquarters dispatched 2 vice admirals to rendezvous on another battleship. So all in all, 3 warships were tasked with escorting Jack to Impel Down. To ensure nothing went wrong, every move the Marines made was within the calm belt. Yet, as fate would have it, an accident still occurred. It happened so suddenly. A massive shadow appeared overhead and spread across the battleships. Everyone looked up to see an enormous, fiery monster bird diving straight down. It was none other than King, the Wildfire of the Beast Pirates. Swooping down from the sky, King unleashed a devastating attack that sank one of the Marine battleships in a single blow. Vice Admirals Dalmatian and Mamanga, who were part of the escort, instantly recognized King. He was the Wildfire, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates. With careful planning and the element of surprise, even though a fierce skirmish broke out, King successfully rescued Jack from Marine custody. Sengoku was furious. He hadn't anticipated Kaido would play so unpredictably, sending someone who could strike from above and catching the Marines completely off guard. King's strength far surpassed that of Jack. Even with 2 vice admirals working together, they couldn't gain the upper hand. The Marines were left with nothing but bitter frustration. News of the failed transfer quickly spread at the hands of those eager to leak it. A few days later, the story had made it into every paper around the world. The one in Yunye's hands today detailed that incident. "Ah, you underestimated them, Sengoku." Yunye, meanwhile, remained stationed firmly at the G7 branch base. He wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He had known about Jack's transfer to Impel Down, but what happened afterwards had been beyond his knowledge. Only now, after reading the news, did he realize the full story. The Droughtbringer Jack had been rescued by King the Wildfire. This made Yunye even more vigilant. After all, he'd stolen Kaido's devil fruit, and knowing Kaido's personality, that meant Kaido would never let him off so easily. Since Kaido hadn't made a move yet, it was obvious that something else was tying him up for the time being. Drawing upon various pieces of intelligence streaming in from the New World, Yunye had begun to form his own suspicions in his heart. The era of the 4 emperors. Is it finally beginning? The situation in the New World was becoming increasingly clear, for the mightiest figures on the seas had now risen above the rest. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and red-haired Shanks. Shanks was the last to emerge. After returning from the East Blue to the New World, he fought his way straight to the top, even crushing a notorious pirate crew that had long dominated this sea and taking their place. He now stood toe-to-toe with the other 3 great pirates, matching them in strength and influence. Kaido and Shanks found their territories bordering one another, their forces clashing repeatedly, each fiercely defending their own ground, with grudges sown between them. Now, only these few powers continued their relentless skirmishes, while most of the other contenders had been pushed out or faded away. As Yunye pondered all this, a dark silhouette appeared ahead, the Sabeti archipelago. As they drew closer, Yunye noticed more ships gathered in the surrounding waters. This was the crucial crossroads to the New World. Every route's vessels would converge here. Merchant ships and pirate crews alike were all steering toward the ports to land. At that moment, behind Yunya's small boat, a massive three-masted ship slowly glided closer, a billowing sculling crossbones flag flying high above it. Clearly, this was a band of pirates. The pirate ship showed no sign of giving way to Yunya's tiny craft, barreling forward as if it hadn't even noticed him. Perhaps they had seen him, but they simply didn't care. Aboard the pirate ship, the lookout caught sight of Yunya's boat and shouted down, "Captain, there's a little boat ahead." "A little boat, you say?" The captain strode to the rail and peered ahead, spotting Yunya's lone craft drifting forward. He let out a disdainful snort. "Ignore it. Full speed ahead. Run it down." "Aye, Captain," the helmsman answered without hesitation. All at once, the crew's faces lit up with eager anticipation. Some even wore vicious grins. They were gleefully awaiting the moment when the small boat would shatter under their assault, its occupant flung helplessly into the sea. It would be a welcome diversion from the monotony of their journey. It was just a tiny boat, after all. If it was destroyed, so be it. What business was it of theirs whether the person aboard lived or died? They were pirates, not marines. Why would they change course just to spare a stranger's life? Little did they know, they had picked the wrong target this time. Yunya had already sensed a ship approaching from behind with his observation hockey, but he paid it no mind. The sea was vast. Surely they would just pass each other by if he shifted course a bit. What Yunya hadn't expected was this pirate ship was actually aiming straight for him with no intention of avoiding a collision. Yunya shook his head. People in this world seemed to be utterly mad, especially pirates who killed with abandon, as if they'd forgotten what it meant to be human. Since entering the Grand Line, Yunya had encountered these foolish, death-seeking pirates more than once. He never went out of his way to trouble these weaklings, but trouble always seemed to come for him. Even though his masked face was becoming quite famous, there were still foolhardy pirates and bounty hunters who lusted for his head. Naturally, Yunya showed them no mercy. Without even rising to his feet, Yunya simply turned slightly, spreading his 5 fingers. In his palm, azure flames began to gather. Take a taste of azure firefall first. A burst of pale blue fire shot forth from Yunya's palm, enveloping the pirate ship completely. A tendre explosion érupted. The azure firefall unleashed terrifying might, enveloping the entire pirate vessel. A wild shockwave blasted outward, sweeping across the sea. In an instant, flames blazed sky-high. The violent wave unleashed by the explosion churned the waters, and a third of the pirate ship was obliterated, with those unlucky enough to be on the bow blown to smithereens. After unleashing his attack, Yunya paid no mind to the sinking pirate ship. His small boat, rocked by the waves, remained completely unscathed and perfectly steady. Not far away, other ships bound for the Sabidi archipelago noticed the explosion and looked over, only to be stunned as waves several meters high surged toward them. What caused that explosion? "Hurry, huge waves are coming this way. Stabilize the ship, quick." What on earth happened over there? In the bright daylight, where did these massive swells come from? Everyone stared hard and spotted a pirate ship sinking into the depths. That flag? Isn't that the Arrow Pirates? Their bounty's over 60 million. Were they hit by cannon fire? No. Look, there's a small boat over there. Someone with a telescope noticed a lone, small boat drifting nearby. He focused his gaze and nearly dropped the telescope in shock. The others asked him what he'd seen. The man swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "It's the Quincy, the one who defeated a warlord, Doflamingo, just a few months ago and killed a rear admiral." A hush fell over the crowd, then broke into shocked clamor. "What? That Quincy is here on the Sabidi archipelago. Is that true? Hey, this is front page news. Is he heading for the New World?" The Quincy. Only recently, he'd shaken the seas with an earth-shattering deed. He defeated one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo, and slew a fearsome rear admiral. No one expected to run into him here. Moreover, they had even witnessed him destroy an entire pirate crew with one direct strike. Terrifying, a ruthless man. This was the thought running through everyone's mind. It wasn't just those aboard this merchant vessel who saw it. Even some pirate crews off in the distance had witnessed the scene. "Hurry up! Let's get out of here before the Quincy notices us. I heard he used to be a bounty hunter. If he targets us, we're finished." After seeing Yunya completely annihilate a pirate crew that dared provoke him, all the pirates in the nearby waters became much more sensible, keeping their distance and not daring to come anywhere near Yunya's small boat. Yunya, however, paid none of this any mind, steering his little boat onward. Before long, the site of the Sabidi archipelago appeared, an island chain composed of many Urukuman mangrove trees. From Yun Ye's vantage point, countless colorful bubbles drifted slowly up from beneath the ground, floating into the air. In the sunlight, the scene was dazzlingly beautiful, reminiscent of paradise on Earth. Number 17? That's right. Where is Doflamingo's auction held again? The island Yunyi landed on was Mangrove number 17, but he wasn't aware of what secrets each numbered section held. His sole purpose in coming here was to find the auction house run by the Doflamingo family. He hoped he might be able to hitch a ride to the New World. Of course, his own little boat could make the attempt, but Yunyi didn't know the routes, so it was far more practical to seek out an experienced navigator to guide him. As an ally, Doflamingo shouldn't refuse, right? Heh. With these thoughts in mind, Yunyi began moving forward. Islands number 1 through number 29 were considered lawless zones, swarming with bounty hunters, pirates, slave traders, and gangsters who banded together to prey on each other in a brutal game of survival. Robbery, murder, and vendettas were everyday occurrences here. Yunyi didn't completely let down his observation hockey, and so he could sense people lurking in the shadows, behind trees, beneath the ground, even up in the branches, all secretly watching him. But none of these shady characters dared actually approach or bother Yunyi. These underworld types had a keen sense for danger and were well aware of whom they could and could not afford to provoke. Unlike the arrogant pirates who, upon reaching this place, assumed they'd already conquered the first half of the Grand Line and became overconfident, acting as though even a Navy admiral was nothing to be feared. Once these criminals caught sight of Yun Ye's distinctive mask, they immediately changed their expressions. Some quietly backed away, while others froze on the spot, not daring to move. Yun Yi simply swept them a glance and paid them no further attention. Just small fry. He continued on. Island number 7. Yun Yi walked for a while, then abruptly paused. Turning a corner, he stepped into a bar. The bar's name was Nightfall Bar. Seeing this name, Yun Yi became even more intrigued. Ignoring the sign outside, which had no entry written in bold, blood-red letters, Yun Yi pushed open the bar door and stepped inside. The sound of the door drew everyone's attention. All eyes inside the bar immediately turned toward him. As he entered, a burly man with a fierce expression couldn't contain his anger and barked. "Who are you? Didn't you see the sign outside?" Yun Yi looked around. What met his eyes was a floor strewn with severed limbs and pools of blood. The corpses had piled up into small mounds. The stench of blood filled his nose, yet Yun Yi showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, it brought an odd sense of familiarity. A bar, corpses, organized crime. In the center of the room knelt several disheveled, battered people. Compared to the corpses, they were lucky, still alive, if only barely. From certain details, Yun Yi deduced they were likely a band of pirates. Among the kneeling men, one especially burly fellow seemed to be their captain. Opposite them was another group, some sitting, some standing, looking completely at ease. Their faces betrayed no reaction to the carnage, as if the bloodbath around them was nothing out of the ordinary. Paying no heed to the predatory stares locked on him, Yun Yi simply found a seat and sat down, then said calmly, "Isn't this a bar? I'm here for a drink." "Are you deaf? Can't you understand human speech?" snapped the burly man from earlier, his voice dropping menacingly as he readied to attack. Clearly, he had no idea who Yun Yi was and was bold enough to go straight for violence. But a melodious voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. "Alan, since this guest wants a drink, then serve him." Yun Yi followed the voice to its source. Speaking was a striking woman, dressed in a perfectly tailored black outfit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure. Her pink hair was swept up elegantly, and her beauty carried a seductive, dangerous edge. She was the only woman in the bar. At that moment, she sat sideways on a bar stool, one long, pale leg crossed over the other, gently swinging. One hand propped up her chin, while the other held a slender cigarette holder. Her rosy lips exhaled a plume of smoke as she tilted her head, sizing up Yun Yi. "Why yes, boss." The man named Alan was momentarily stunned by her command, shot Yun Yi one last vicious glare, and then turned to leave. Yun Yi watched with interest, but apart from giving the beauty a quick glance, his attention soon moved on. He wasn't someone easily swayed by desire. Beauty, to him, was nothing more than a pleasant diversion. It was so in his previous life, and the same held true now. What truly interested him was the way this woman handled things. Judging from the situation, it seemed these pirates had come to cause trouble, only to be utterly subdued by the people in the bar. Not a single one was spared. Every last one of them was slaughtered. From the way they handled things, it was clear that the folks in this bar were far from ordinary. Yet, when it came to that beautiful woman, they showed nothing but respect. This much was obvious from how Aylin had acted just now. Before long, Aylin brought over a glass of the same wine that was on the beautiful woman's table and set it down before Yun Yi. "Red wine, is it?" Not my favorite, but since it's on the house, I suppose I'll give it a try. Yunyi took off his mask, revealing a delicate, youthful face. Of course, this face wasn't the one he used as a Navy officer named Yunyi. No, this was the face Yunyi had in his previous life. After a few experiments, Yunyi had perfected the art of molding his prosthetic double's features, swapping out the naval face for the one he'd worn in his former life. Just as Yunyi removed his mask, the beautiful woman's gaze flickered with interest. Yunyi had been watching her with his observation haki all along. The subtle change in her eyes brought a faint, inscrutable smile to his lips. How intriguing, he thought to himself. Standing nearby, Aylin bristled at Yunyi's words, barely able to contain his anger. Free? Who told you it was free? Unless you've got 1,000,000 berries to pay for that wine. Punk, you're not leaving here alive. Alun si tet inwardly. Not a bad red wine. Yunyi commented coolly as he put his mask back on. It's just a shame. The taste is ruined by a hint of blood. You little. Aylin's face grew as dark as a thundercloud, infuriated by Yunyi's brazen attitude. Who did this guy think he was to speak like that? But it was obvious Yunyi's remark wasn't meant for Aylin at all, but for the beautiful woman across from him. At this, the woman offered an enchanting, dazzling smile. It's just that you picked the wrong time to visit. A group of fools barged in, and there was nothing to be done but kill them all. Her voice was clear as a mountain stream, lovely to the ear, though what she said carried the metallic scent of fresh blood. The people who'd been kneeling on the floor now lay still and silent. Blood pooled beneath them. It was clear the inhabitants of this bar were merciless. But then, that was only natural. Judging by the aura this group gave off, they could only be professional killers. And as everyone knows, you won't find a soft-hearted assassin. So, are you the boss of Area 7? What should I call you? Yunyi leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs in a relaxed, almost lazy posture as he looked at the woman. You'd better watch your mouth, kid. Aylin finally snapped. Incensed by Yunyi's insolent attitude, he reached out with a furious snarl, aiming straight for Yunyi. Yunyi didn't even spare Arlen a glance. Instead, his eyes narrowed, and a surge of unyielding, sovereign will burst forth, enveloping the entire room and forcing everyone present into submission. In an instant, about half of the people collapsed into unconsciousness, white foam trickling from their mouths. As for the rest, it felt as though a mountain had suddenly crashed down upon their shoulders, pressing so hard they could barely breathe. Sitting there like a true leader, Yunyi cast a calm look at Arlen and spoke in a completely unruffled tone. If I hadn't shared a glass of your wine earlier, those who dared provoke me would already be in hell by now. There was a clear reason behind the sharp edge in Yunyi's voice. It was not because he fancied the beauty in front of him, but because he had set his sights on every person in this room. Yunyi's intention was simple. He wanted them all under his command. Arlen, singled out by Yunyi's overwhelming pressure, could barely stop himself from trembling. With a muffled thud, he dropped to one knee, sweat pouring down his forehead, eyes wide with terror. Dominant will so absolute. The beautiful woman bit her lower lip and furrowed her delicate brows, an expression that tugged at the heartstrings. She too was reeling from the force of Yunyi's aura, her heart in utter turmoil. In the next moment, she snapped at Arlen. Arlen, aren't you going to apologize to the Lord at once? With that, her address for Yunyi shifted, from guest to Lord, as she lowered herself in deference. It was obvious. Not long ago, she had already recognized Yunyi's identity. The mask of a Quincy was hard to mistake. That was why, when Yunyi had asked for wine, she held back from making any rash moves, instead sending Arlen to fetch the drinks. All the while, she was secretly curious about the face behind the Quincy mask, hoping to get a glimpse, a careful probe. What caught her off guard was that this Quincy had no intention of hiding. With almost casual ease, he simply removed his mask, revealing a face strikingly young, almost impossibly so. Shocked awake by her scolding, Arlen regained his senses. Still on one knee, he bowed his head low. "Oh Lord, I failed to recognize your status and offended you. For my wrongdoing, I must accept punishment. Let me sever a finger as penance." With those words, Arlen pulled a dagger from his belt and, without hesitation, sliced off his pinky. There was a sharp sound as the finger fell to the ground. His reaction was so drastic, driven by the suffocating pressure emanating from Yunyi, the ultimatum from the beautiful woman, and most importantly, the strict discipline of their organization. Mistakes always came with a price. Yunyi merely observed, unmoving. But when he saw how decisive Arlen was, a faint smile appeared beneath his mask. Shrewd, ruthless, decisive, and resourceful. That was Yunyi's appraisal of the beautiful woman. Turning his gaze to her, Yunyi asked in a cool tone, "And what is your name?" After the meal, the beautiful woman spoke. "Night 7 is both my code name and my name. We are the Nightshade Assassin Organization. You're all quite capable. How about joining me? Yi didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Knight 7 bit her lower lip and furrowed her brows, putting on a pitiful expression. But this was only a facade. One doesn't rise to the top of an assassin organization by being weak. A few seconds later, Knight 7 looked at Yi, pressing her lips together. "My lord, what if I refuse?" she asked. "Why do you think I took off my mask?" Yi answered with a question of his own, his tone utterly even. Of course, Yi had already seen right through Knight 7's little scheme earlier. Yet he hadn't cared, still removing his mask and sipping his wine as if unbothered. From his words, Knight 7 instantly realized the truth. Making him take off his mask came with a price. With that, Knight 7 lowered her head, defeated. "My lord, I agree." They were facing a Quincy strong enough to defeat the Shichibukai. Even if they all acted together, the outcome would be the same: the complete destruction of a Nightshade assassin organization. Besides, she couldn't shake a strange feeling, as if her probing only led to one result, driving them closer and closer into Yunye's hands. Yunye was unsurprised, having already grasped Knight 7's mindset. He smiled. "A wise choice. You won't regret it in the future." With that, Yunye turned to Alan and said, "Pick up your finger and reattach it." This time, Alan did not hesitate. When Knight 7 lowered her head, everyone present already understood. Yunye was now their leader. He didn't quite know what Yunye intended, but he did as ordered. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pressed his severed pinky finger back to its stump. Yunye was quite satisfied with their obedience. With a flick of his hand, a silvery thread of pure white light descended onto Alan's finger. Astonishingly, Alan's pinky began to heal before their very eyes, quickly returning to its original, flawless state, as if the injury never happened. Everyone was amazed. Was it really that easy? Knight 7 rose to her feet, her tall, graceful form clearly visible. Bowing her head slightly, she asked, "My lord, what would you have us do?" "Just do as you always have. If anything comes up, I'll find you myself," Yunye replied calmly. Finally, he asked, "By the way, do you know which businesses of the Don Quixote family are on this island?" Yi quickly regained her composure. Upon hearing Yunye's words, she steeled herself and said, "Most of the auction houses in the lawless area are owned by the Don Quixote family. But the largest business is still that biggest auction house on Island Number 1, where the Don Quixote family keeps their top officials posted year-round." As the secret leader of Island Number 7, they knew the Sabedi archipelago inside out. Still, why would the Quincy be asking about this? Watching the change in Yi's expression, Yunye immediately saw through her thoughts and said, "Don't overthink it. Don Quixote is actually considered our ally." The moment these words left his lips, Yi, who already knew Yunye's true identity, was so stunned she instinctively covered her mouth in shock. If this hadn't come from the Quincy himself, she never would have believed it. The revelation was simply too astonishing. Some of the others still hadn't worked out Yunye's identity, while a few had already pieced it together. But whether they knew or not, in that moment, everyone was taken aback. Living on the Sabedi archipelago, they were all too familiar with the fearsome reputation of the Don Quixote family. They were, after all, part of the underworld themselves, and their understanding of Don Quixote, the king of the dark world, went far deeper than most. Yunye continued, "In some time, I'll be heading to the New World. Once I arrive, I'll summon all of you there." The New World. Yi nodded obediently, refraining from further questions and standing quietly at the side. The others behaved much the same, demonstrating outstanding discipline. Yunye nodded in satisfaction, pleased with how well he had brought them to heel. In the days to come, they would surely become sharp blades in his hand to turn against his enemies. Yunye then handed Yi a card, the 10 billion berries he had forced from Doflamingo, and said, "This contains 1 billion berries. Use it to expand our influence as much as you can. I'll need it in the future." With that, Yunye departed, heading toward Island Number 1 and the Don Quixote family's estate there. Yi was sharp and skilled at managing operations. For the Nightshade assassins to become the secret overlords of Island Number 7, her leadership deserved much of the credit. Yunye wasn't worried about her running off with the money. He trusted that Yi, being a capable and resourceful woman, would never do something so foolish. Besides, showing some trust was itself a method of effective leadership. Staring at the card worth 1 billion berries in her hand, Yi was momentarily dumbstruck. Never in her life had she seen so much money. The fact that the Quincy handed it over without hesitation left her with a whirlwind of emotions she struggled to define. After Yunye's departure, Alan wiped the sweat from his brow and asked Yi in a cautious whisper, "Boss, that lord, just what kind of person is he?" Yi carefully put away the card, then snapped irritably, "I keep telling you to read newspapers more often, but you never listen. If it weren't for the grown-ups sparing you, you would have ended up just like those guys on the ground. Alan stammered uneasily. At that moment, another person approached. His name was Nick, and he was in charge of intelligence. Nick pushed up his glasses and patted Alan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. You should count your blessings. If that person hadn't wanted us under his wing, you'd be dead by now. Hearing how serious they sounded, cold sweat broke out even more on Alan's forehead. Stop keeping me in suspense. Nick again adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing in the light. He spoke slowly. On the seas, that person's name is the Eradicator. What? It's really someone like that? The members who didn't know the story were all struck with shock. Now that Yunyi had a clear goal, his pace quickened. Without much delay, Yunyi soon arrived at Island Number 1. The way was smooth and unimpeded, and he quickly found himself in front of a massive auction hall. Inside, the auction was already underway. Yunyi considered for a moment, then decided to join the commotion. He wanted to witness firsthand the foulest place this world had to offer. A human auction. With Yunyi's status, entering was effortless. The auction was run by the Don Quixote family, who managed this line of business. A certain level of intelligence was a must. Naturally, they recognized Yunyi on sight. But even if they hadn't, paying a certain sum of belly would have been enough for entry. With looks of awe and deference from the attendants, Yunyi walked in at his leisure. Once Yunyi had entered, the attendant quickly excused himself to go alert the Don Quixote family's executive stationed there. It was astonishing. The Eradicator had set foot in Sabaody Archipelago. This had to be reported to the higher-ups at once. Yunyi just took a brief glance and ignored the fuss. He knew news of his arrival in Sabaody Archipelago would not escape Doflamingo's spies. It made no difference whether they found out sooner or later. After all, Yunyi's true purpose was to seek out the Don Quixote family. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The auction hall was already packed to the rafters. At regular intervals, this place held auctions, not for ordinary goods, but for people. Yunyi picked a seat at random, crossed his legs, and draped his arms casually over the backrest, unconcerned with the curious stares around him. He looked down at the auction floor, his expression entirely untroubled. This was a den of evil in this world, the infamous human auction hall. One commodity after another was led onto the stage, then either bought by a bidder or left unsold, fueling the feverish atmosphere even further. I'll bid 500,000 belly. What a beautiful woman. I'll offer 1,000,000 berries. Don't compete with me. I bid 1.5 million. With that stunning young woman stepping onto the stage, her beauty exquisite, her figure captivating, her modesty barely maintained by a few veils, the entire audience broke out in an uproar, voices rising even louder. Yunyi merely watched, showing no intention of taking action. Things like this happen all the time in this world. It's simply impossible to intervene unless the world government is overthrown and the celestial dragons, perched arrogantly above all others, are trampled down. Otherwise, these auctions and this cruelty will never end. These self-proclaimed nobles are simply mimicking the celestial dragons, but the true source of evil comes from the celestial dragons themselves. Yet, just as the next person was brought on stage, Yunyi's eyes narrowed. He straightened in his seat, murmuring to himself, the Pirate King's right hand, Dark King Rayleigh. Indeed, the man being escorted onto the stage had a collar locked around his neck, chains on his hands and feet, and his half-length hair was streaked with gray. He looked, for all the world, like an ordinary old man. But who would ever imagine that this seemingly unremarkable old man was once the famed right-hand man of the Pirate King, the legendary Dark King Rayleigh? And now, our next item is a skilled craftsman with over a decade of coding experience. Buy him, and you'll have a bubble membrane guaranteed never to pop on your voyage to the New World. Starting price, 300,000 berries. The master of ceremonies, dressed in flamboyant colors, worked hard to persuade the crowd, but the audience showed little interest. Just as the host worried that this one would go unsold as well, a heavily distorted voice rang out from the very back row. 300,000 berries, I'll take him. The speaker was none other than Yun himself. Rayleigh, the Dark King being auctioned, lifted his head at the sound, and upon seeing that black and white mask in the crowd, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Is that the Quincy who defeated Doflamingo? Has he already reached Sabaody? Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. And, does he already know who I am? Or is there another reason? With someone finally placing a bid, the auctioneer, as if worried that Yunyi might have second thoughts, hastily raised the gavel, ready to strike it down. But at that very moment, the tightly shut doors were pushed open, and strode a man with an ugly face, a bubble helmet perched atop his head. Behind him marched several dozen men in black suits. 10 million berries. I want that one. As it happens, I need a ship to go sailing. The words sent a shiver through the entire hall. not for the amount, but for the simple fact that the bidder was a celestial dragon. At the sight of the celestial dragon, both Yun and Rayleigh narrowed their eyes. Rayleigh had lived on the Sabati archipelago for who knows how many years. He was no stranger to the peculiar and capricious ways of the celestial dragons. Having known about the celestial dragons through the original story of One Piece in his previous life, Yun held no affection for them whatsoever. He cast a cold, indifferent glance in their direction and spoke calmly. 10,300,000 berries. At this unexpected voice, everyone turned to look at Yun, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this guy out his mind? How could he dare to speak up now? Does he not realize who he's up against? The celestial dragon? Even Rayleigh, standing on the stage, found himself surprised by this man's audacity. Still, it wasn't long before someone recognized Yun's identity, and their astonishment only deepened. The more shrewd among them took this as their cue to quietly slip away. After all, Quincy's were people to be feared. He'd killed a Navy vice admiral on a whim before. No one could predict what he might do next. HM, you dare challenge me? The celestial dragon was used to lording over others. Seeing someone defy him ignited his fury. He drew his pistol from his belt and aimed it straight at Yun. Yet Yun remained unfazed by the gesture. Instead, a strange smile curled at his lips, and a faint murderous aura began to emanate from him. Those particularly sensitive to such things felt a chill run down their spines, shuddering involuntarily. This isn't good. Sensing Yun's killing intent, Rayleigh's pupils shrank violently. This was utter madness. Was he actually trying to kill a celestial dragon? If a celestial dragon died here, an admiral would surely come rushing over. And if they found out he was present at the scene, would they accuse him of being involved? At the thought, cold sweat broke out across Rayleigh's forehead. He had hoped to enjoy his retirement on this island. He certainly didn't want to be hunted by the Navy again. With this in mind, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed once more. Suddenly, a terrifying haki of the Conqueror erupted from him, sweeping over the entire auction house in an instant. In a single heartbeat, aside from a handful of individuals, everyone present collapsed in unison, white foam at their mouths, knocked out cold. The celestial dragon's hand froze midway through pulling the trigger. He pitched forward, his bubble helmet popping with a sharp crack, his forehead splitting open and blood pouring down. Even the black-suited bodyguards behind him were not spared. They all fell unconscious to the ground. Yun's gaze flickered, understanding Rayleigh's intention. He couldn't help but smirk. In the end, age had made him more cautious than before. Still, exactly who are you trying to suppress with your haki? Yun sneered inyardly. Hey, old man, don't go throwing your haki around all of a sudden. Yun's own eyes narrowed as his own ferocious conqueror's haki exploded outward. A thunderous crash filled the air as the two mighty wills collided, and it felt as if reality itself cracked under the strain. A sound like the world itself breaking apart. Above Island Number 1, streaks of black and red lightning suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire Sabati archipelago in an instant. Crack, 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 crack. Countless bubbles burst all at once. All over the place, people plunged from their bubble cars, caught off guard as the bubbles shattered beneath them. On the islands near Island Number 1, a number of people's eyes suddenly rolled back, and they collapsed limply to the ground. Huh? What's going on? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? Is it some kind of poison? The crowd was filled with astonishment, unable to grasp what had just happened. Two overwhelming wills had clashed, and the impact was so intense that nearly everyone on the Sabati archipelago felt its presence. Anyone with the ability to sense their surroundings turned their gaze toward Island Number 1 at that very moment. Back at the auction house. Hey, a clash of conquerors haki. What? What did I just witness? I recognize the one wearing the mask, but who's that old man? This is terrifying. Among the attendees were a few notorious pirates, each with a bounty over 100 million belly. They alone could withstand the crushing force of conquerors haki without fainting. But even so, their hearts were shaken by the spectacle before them. They had never witnessed anything like this. It made their blood run cold and their legs nearly give way. A king among men, Rayleigh himself hadn't expected that the Quincy before him would also possess conquerors haki. He quickly reined in his aura. The shockwaves from their duel created far more commotion than if only one person had unleashed it. By now, it was likely that news of this event would quickly spread. These thoughts left Rayleigh with a bitter smile. What a mess. Not only had he failed to make a profit, he'd ended up in the center of chaos. Intent on a swift escape, Rayleigh stood up. The shackles on his wrists and ankles fell away at once. Reaching to his neck, he tore off the explosive collar and tossed it aside without a second glance. A resounding explosion echoed as the collar detonated. Rayleigh moved like lightning, weaving through the room to remove every slave's collar with practiced speed. Whether you make it out or not, that's up to your own luck. So thought Rayleigh, taking one last look at Yunyi before leaving without another word. Advanced armament hockey, Yunyi mused, watching the scene unfold. The ability to force armament hockey directly into an opponent's body signaled true mastery. The old man's skills hadn't dulled much at all. Yunyi didn't try to stop Rayleigh. There was no point. The old man's strength clearly hadn't diminished much over time. Casting a brief glance at the trembling pirates clinging to consciousness, Yunyi paid them little heed. In a flicker, his figure vanished from the scene. With the two main players gone, peace swiftly returned. The remaining pirates hurried to rouse their still unconscious crewmates and made a speedy exit. Entering the private room prepared by the attendant, Yunyi settled in at his leisure and began eating. Before long, an elderly, hunched man with a bald head walked in, dressed in a tight suit adorned with thunder and lightning patterns. This man was Lao Ji, an officer of the Don Quixote family. Since Yunyi was busy eating, he hadn't put on his mask. Caught off guard for a moment by the incredibly youthful appearance of the Quincy, Lao Ji quickly regained his composure and offered a respectful greeting. "Sir, I am Lao Ji, an officer of the Don Quixote family." Only after finishing a delicate pastry did Yunyi glance up at Lao Ji and speak in a calm tone. "Put me in touch with Doflamingo." "Yes, sir." Lao Ji carefully handed over a din-din mushi adorned with pink feathers. As the signature trilling of the snail phone filled the air, it was soon followed by a soft click. The next moment, a burst of signature laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, my ally, Master Quincy, have you finally decided to contact me?" "Yunyi Simirkit, you really never drop that attitude, Doflamingo. Is a meet such a disappointment that you still have the mood to joke around?" A brief silence hung over the line before Doflamingo responded, his tone turning brisk. "Enough small talk, Quincy. Tell me, what brings you to my territory? Can a person drop by for a visit?" Yunyi quipped, but when Doflamingo didn't reply, he let the matter drop. No hurry, they could drag this out as long as needed. On the other end, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead pulsed with irritation. "This damn Quincy." Taking a deep breath, Doflamingo spoke up again. "If you're just here to tease me, I'm afraid I don't have the time to humor you." Were it not for his overwhelming wariness of the Quincy, Doflamingo would have been tempted to storm in and kill him on the spot. "Yun Yisanorthit, you really have zero patience. Fine, let's get to business. I need a ship to the New World." Doflamingo paused for a moment before replying, "When?" "Yun Yigurinut, as soon as possible. I can't promise what might happen if I stick around much longer." Doflamingo frowned. What have you gotten yourself into this time?" He certainly knew better than most when it came to the Quincy's penchant for chaos. With a wide, toothy smile, Yunyi replied, "Not much, just nearly took out a celestial dragon and almost started a fight with a certain old veteran." Doflamingo scoffed. "Don't joke about that." Yunyi let out a hearty laugh, his voice filling the room, then abruptly fell silent, though the irrepressible curl of his lips remained. "A joke? Do you really think I'm joking with you?" That expression sent chills through Lao Ji and the attendants in the room. And when they heard Yunye's words, though they hadn't the faintest idea what had taken place at the auction house, their faces instantly turned ashen. Just now, a celestial dragon had indeed gone to the auction house. Could it be? At this moment, their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. What had happened at the auction house just now? Because only a few minutes had passed before Yunyi arrived, they had focused on entertaining him instead of checking the situation themselves. Now, every fiber of their being was trembling with terror. This madman. This wasn't the first time Doflamingo had called Yunyi a lunatic. In fact, Yunye's ways were even more extreme than Kaido's. Doflamingo's voice grew grave. "I hope you don't provoke the celestial dragons. Otherwise, even the Navy admirals will be dispatched." Yunyi burst into hearty laughter. "Of course, as long as those fools don't come to bother me. I can't be bothered with them myself." Hearing this, a vein throbbed even more violently on Doflamingo's forehead. If the celestial dragons were fools, then what did that make him? Damn it, could this bastard be doing this on purpose? For some reason, the thought popped into Doflamingo's mind. While not everyone knew of his own connection to the celestial dragons, there were certainly those who did. If Yunyi happened to be among them, then those words... Suppressing his anger, Doflamingo growled, "Can you just shut up, Quincy?" Yunyi smiled and replied, "Hurry up and arrange a ship to the New World for me. It's about time someone else took Umit's position." With that, Yunyi hung up the din-din mushi with a crisp click. Far away, Doflamingo took several deep breaths to calm himself, then burst into a savage laugh that echoed through his entire castle. His tone turned vicious. "Perfect. Let's see you take the brunt of Big Mom's wrath. That damn woman dares to threaten me? Quincy, I hope you get there quickly." Fu-fu-fu-fu-fu. Because of Amit, Charlotte Linlin had already sent Doflamingo a final ultimatum. Don't target Amit again. When it came to Charlotte Linlin, Doflamingo wasn't foolish enough to cross her. You could say that in the New World, aside from the other 3 Yonko crews, no one else would dare provoke Charlotte Linlin so recklessly. If Yunyi were to dive headfirst into the battlefield between these 2 sovereigns, he'd be plunging into a heap of trouble. He might even end up as Charlotte Linlin's enemy. That was exactly what Doflamingo intended. Very few people knew Charlotte Linlin had gotten involved in the war between these kings of the underworld. In fact, other than Doflamingo, no one else was aware. Yunyi was no exception. So, after hanging up the Din Din Mushi, Yunyi didn't dwell on it any longer. He simply gave Lao Ji an order. Once the ship is ready, contact me with the Din Din Mushi. Saying this, Yunyi picked up his Din Din Mushi and turned to leave. It was only after his departure that the people in the private room finally let out a breath of relief. Yunye's overwhelming presence had left them on edge. No one had even dared to breathe loudly. Suddenly, Lao Ji spoke up urgently. Hurry, go check on the auction hall. The group rushed over together. However, the time they delayed was long enough that, in the hall, except for a few who remained unconscious, everyone else was gone, including the slaves. What exactly happened just now? Lao Ji roughly pulled the host over and asked in a cold voice. The host stammered for a while, but couldn't offer any useful information. In truth, he didn't know what to say. He had been rendered unconscious by Conqueror's haki right from the start. How could he possibly know anything? Useless! Lao Ji cursed at him, then demanded, "Where's the celestial dragon?" The host shook his head, not knowing the answer either. With a grunt, Lao Ji tossed the host aside and hurried outside. As he left, Lao Ji let out a silent sigh of relief. So long as nothing truly catastrophic had happened. If anything had happened to a celestial dragon at their auction, they'd be in real trouble. They'd have no choice but to abandon this base. And this place was a veritable treasure trove. Each year, it brought in a mountain of berries for them. Losing it would be painful, even for the Don Quixote family. Inside a lavishly decorated palace, the celestial dragon who had been knocked out by Rayleigh now found himself here. A bandage was wrapped around his forehead, and he'd once again donned his bubble helmet. Now, he was in a towering rage, his face twisted in fury as he smashed everything within reach. Go and search for me. Find that masked man. And where's the Navy? Bring every Marine on the island here. Even if you have to turn this entire island upside down, find that man for me. After a few rounds of destruction, he was left panting with rage. Finally, he pulled out his pistol and aimed it at a black-suited attendant standing respectfully in front of him, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A sudden burst of gunfire echoed through the hall. On the spot, the attendant was shot dead by the bullets. The celestial dragon stalked over to the corpse and, in his fury, stomped on it repeatedly, hurling insults all the while. Trash. Useless trash. You can't even protect me. All of you. You should just die as well. With those words, he clapped his hands, summoning another group. Ignoring the desperate pleas of the black-suited attendants, he ordered them to be dragged away. No, I have to go there myself. I can't let the Navy kill him. I want him as my slave. I'll torment him for the rest of his life. He needs to know what happens when someone dares defy me. The celestial dragon was gasping for breath, cursing venomously under his breath. After catching his breath, he began rallying his followers to search for any trace of Yunyi. Yunyi was strolling leisurely through the Sabaody archipelago. He'd originally planned to find Rayleigh for a proper conversation. After all, he had paid for the transaction. In a sense, you're someone I bought. Just leaving like that is hardly proper, is it? Although money hadn't yet changed hands, he was allied with Doflamingo. For something like a mere 10 million or so berries, Doflamingo probably wouldn't even charge him. After all, he'd already offered 1 billion berries. What's another 10 or 20 million on top of that? Still, after weighing his options, Yunyi decided against it. Just from the way the old man made his move earlier, it was obvious his strength had declined, but certainly not by much. If it came to blows and Rayleigh turned out to be too fierce, how would it end? Things could easily spiral out of control. So Yunyi abandoned the idea. After wandering across several more islands, Yunyi left the lawless zone and entered the commercial district. But as he continued down the road, the once lively clamoring in front seemed to vanish, as if someone had pressed pause. An eerie silence blanketed the area. Looking ahead, Yunyi saw that the bustling street had suddenly cleared. Every passerby was scrambling frantically to either side of the road, doing their best to disappear into the crowd, bowing their heads, kneeling, their whole bodies trembling with fear. Amid the absolute hush, everyone kneeling on the ground wore an expression of sheer terror. No one even dared breathe loudly. Seeing this, Yunyi chuckled. Was it those same idiotic people again? The so-called rulers of the world, the celestial dragons. Just as Yun Yi was thinking this, a female celestial dragon appeared at the end of the street. She wore a bubble-shaped helmet, her features quite striking, and her long blonde hair was elegantly coiled. She sat atop a massive bubble-powered carriage, slowly making her way forward. Surrounding her, dozens of bodyguards in black suits followed closely, both in front and behind. It took so much just to get down from the Holy Land, yet nothing even remotely interesting is happening. Margarita Gong complained, lounging in her luxurious seat, a pistol in hand. The moment her eyes fell on a displeasing commoner, she casually raised her weapon and fired with a loud bang. The bullet struck a burly man in the shoulder. He let out a strangled cry of pain, but quickly caught himself, biting down hard on his tongue to stop himself from screaming further. Unable to stand, he collapsed to the ground, shuddering uncontrollably from the agony. The man understood well. If he could just hold back his cries, there was still a slim chance he might survive. But if his screams annoyed the celestial dragon, then there was no question. He'd be dead for sure. The others heard the gunshot and the agonizing scream that followed. Yet none of them dared raise their heads. They could only grit their teeth, terror scrawled across their faces, praying desperately that the next bullet would not find them. This was far from the first time such a thing had happened, and by now, the thought of resistance had long since faded. Too many had already died trying to defy them. Fear gripped the entire crowd like a suffocating shroud. Just then, the steady sound of footsteps approached from the front, echoing through the tense silence. A lone figure was making their way forward with slow, deliberate strides, a sharp contrast to the people kneeling on the ground. Inside her bubble vehicle, Lady Margarita of the Dragons also heard this sound and turned to look. The moment she saw someone rise to their feet after meeting her gaze, without kneeling, Margarita felt insulted. A storm brewed on her face, her elegant features twisting with rage as she shouted, "You wretch! How dare you remain standing? Kneel before me at once." The people kneeling all around were just as shocked to hear that someone dared stand in the presence of a celestial dragon. In spite of their fear, they couldn't help but sneak a quick glance upward. What they saw was a tall, masked figure moving forward unhurriedly, as if oblivious to the danger and chaos that surrounded him. As Margarita's angry words rang out, Yun Yi stopped in his tracks. She assumed her command had finally had its desired effect, yet she still eyed Yun Yi with vicious hostility. But Yun Yi had not paused out of fear. From another direction, yet another celestial dragon appeared, wearing the distinctive bubble helmet, accompanied by dozens of men in black suits, all heading toward the commotion. At the same time, a tide of Navy soldiers surged in, closing in on the entire area from every side. However, when some of these Marines caught sight of Yun Yi, they clearly recognized him. Panic flashed across their faces as they shouted, "Be careful, everyone! He's a pirate. That's the executioner, the pirate with a bounty of over 180 million berries." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in a rush of whispers and alarm. No wonder he had the nerve to be so brazen. He was a pirate of that caliber. Even the two celestial dragons seemed momentarily taken aback, though their minuscule minds couldn't fully grasp the implications of a pirate's infamy. Lady Margarita only snorted dismissively. "So, what if he's a pirate? Does he dare lay a finger on us? You wretch, kneel now, or I'll have an admiral come and arrest you myself. I'll take you away as my own slave." But even before she could finish, the other celestial dragon who had arrived interjected, clearly displeased, "Margarita, I picked this slave first." Catching sight of this monstrously ugly celestial dragon, Margarita let her contempt show. "It had to be you, didn't it, Raleigh Richard? Useless as ever. Why did he get lost? What did you say? Would you like me to repeat it?" The two of them spoke as if they already owned Yun Yi, treating him like their personal property. But on the other side, the Navy was on high alert, feeling as if a great threat loomed over them. Unlike the foolish celestial dragons, they knew full well how terrifying a Quincy could be. After all, this was the one who had defeated Doflamingo and killed Vice Admiral Enigmo, a truly ruthless man. A soft chuckle broke the tension, echoing through the scene. Then, Yun Yi's calm voice rang out. "I've always heard the celestial dragons were a pack of idiots. Seeing you now, I must say, it's absolutely true." A dead silence fell over the entire area, so complete it pierced to the bone. Everyone who heard these words was stunned, frozen in place. Wide-eyed, they stared at Yun Yi in disbelief. How could he say something so outrageous? To call the celestial dragons idiots, right to their faces. Everyone already knew it, of course, but to voice it so openly, so brazenly before the world's so-called gods, this was a first. It's over. That guy is done for. No matter that he was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 180 million berries, none of that would save him now. Sure enough, both celestial dragons erupted in fury at his words. Margarita Palace, blinded by rage, raised her pistol and fired at Yunyi on the spot. Damn worthless scum. What did you just say? How dare you? With a sharp crack, the bullet tore through the air toward Yunyi. But he simply tilted his head, evading it with ease, gracing the world with a faint, amused smile. In a blur, Yunyi vanished and reappeared atop Margarita Palace's bubble car, as if he were a ghost. Grabbing her by the throat with one hand, he hoisted her into the air, staring in her terrified face as he spoke at a leisurely pace. Very good. You had the nerve to fire at me, did you, celestial dragon? To others, you may be gods, but in my eyes, you're nothing but ants. Hugh Quincy, let her go. She's a celestial dragon, a world noble. If you dare kill her, the Navy will come after you. The world government will hunt you down. One of the Navy rear admirals wiped sweat from his brow, his voice trembling with rage as he shouted at Yunyi. Slowly turning with Margarita Palace in his grasp, Yunyi looked directly at the rear admiral and replied, So this is the Navy? Are you the guardians of justice, or merely the celestial dragon's lapdogs? No wonder people call you the world government's running dogs. It seems they're right. Although Yunyi still held a Navy rank, he despised this kind of behavior. True justice was never about taking sides. This was justice turned upside down, a mockery of justice. During his time with the Navy, Yunyi had seen many with honest hearts, burning with a sense of genuine justice, and he did not dislike those men and women. In fact, Yunyi longed to see them carry out true justice, unswayed by the whims of the world government. However, for now, Yunyi doesn't yet have that kind of strength. He still needs to take things step by step, moving forward slowly. The rear admiral was left speechless by Yunyi's words, but he couldn't deny it. This was the reality. For the sake of the celestial dragon's safety, even an admiral of the highest rank in the Navy would be dispatched to protect them. This rear admiral had once genuinely strived for justice, but after experiencing so many outrageous things, the sense of justice in his heart had begun to crumble, leaving him numb. What is justice, really? Is it fighting for fairness for the ordinary people? Or is it the celestial dragon's so-called justice, looking down on everyone from above? By now, he could no longer even look the word justice in the eye. Wretch, filthy commoner, let me go right now, or you'll die a miserable death. Notify the Navy. Call the admirals. I swear, I'll make you my slave. I'll torment you for the rest of your life. Even while being choked, and despite an overwhelming sense of terror, Margarita Palace continued to shriek at Yunyi, her voice sharp and venomous. In fact, Margarita didn't even have to shout. Some Marines had already picked up the Din Mushi to contact Navy headquarters. Yunyi couldn't help but be speechless. He realized he'd been wrong. Those pea-sized brains, always praising the celestial dragons, were actually meant as compliments. Completely exasperated, Yunyi slapped Margarita Palace straight across the face, so hard her mouth swelled up instantly. Expression calm, he said, Do you really think I'd dare not lay a finger on you just because you're a celestial dragon? Then, open your eyes and watch closely. Yunyi suddenly broke into an inscrutable smile, and a killing intent began to seep into the air. All at once, Margarita Palace felt her whole body shudder. Enveloped by Yunyi's murderous aura, it was as if she were standing naked in a frozen wasteland, so cold it seemed to freeze her soul itself. A tide of terror, fear of death, surged up from deep within her. In all her life, she had never experienced such dread. It was a chilling cold, as if she had fallen into the depths of an icy abyss. Quincy, you dare. The rear admiral, sensitive to spirit, immediately sensed Yunyi's murderous intent. His expression changed drastically. This madman, he was actually directing his killing intent at a celestial dragon. He wanted to kill a celestial dragon. He had to be stopped. Gripped by these thoughts, the rear admiral dashed forward, using his high-speed technique in a desperate attempt to snatch the celestial dragon from Yunyi's grasp. But for all his urgency, this rear admiral was nothing like the marine prodigy who had once defeated Drought Jack. How could someone like him possibly stand in Yunyi's way? With a single blow, Yunyi sent the rear admiral tumbling back. Then, clutching Margarita Palace, he tossed her into the air. White lightning gathered in the center of his palm, and his voice grew indifferent and cold. Celestial dragons? Gods of the world? What a joke. Before me, your status means nothing. A thunderclap split the air. A pillar of lightning shot forth, and Margarita Palace, the celestial dragon, was utterly annihilated by that high-voltage surge. The roar of the thunder was not only deafening in the physical world, it reverberated in the hearts of everyone present. Fear, boundless, all-encompassing fear, spread through everyone's hearts. A celestial dragon had been killed. Everyone was stunned to their core, staring blankly at the pirate daring enough to strike down a celestial dragon. For the first time ever, someone had slain a celestial dragon in full view of the crowd. So they weren't gods after all. The celestial dragons could die, just like anyone else. Just like ordinary people, they could be killed. At the sight of this, many people couldn't hold back their tears. Memories of tragedy at home came rushing back, and they began to sob quietly. They had lost wives, daughters, husbands, loved ones, all because of the celestial dragons. In this moment, their hearts brimmed with a rush of satisfaction, as if a heaviness had finally lifted, just a little. The Navy, and those men in black suits, all stood frozen. The celestial dragon was dead. Right under their very noses, he'd been completely obliterated. There wasn't even a body left. It was over for them. They hadn't protected the celestial dragon. They would never survive this. Run. They had to escape. This single thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. With the celestial dragon dead, an admiral would surely come soon. Go. Hurry, we can't stay here. Those words seemed to snap everyone out of their stupor. In an instant, the place erupted in chaos as people dashed for their lives, not daring to linger a moment longer. And as the crowd scattered, the news of what had happened spread rapidly, not just across the island, but throughout the entire world. At that same moment, another celestial dragon stood rooted to the spot, transfixed with terror. He couldn't quite believe his eyes. Someone had actually dared attack the celestial dragons, and one of them had actually been killed. Crushing waves of fear swept over him, leaving his legs weak and unsteady. Quick, get me out of here. He's a madman. He's insane. Get me away from here now. The celestial dragon shrieked, his cry almost inhuman with desperation, hauling himself forward on trembling knees. He couldn't stay a moment longer. He needed to get far, far away. Such a miserable sight did not go unnoticed by those who remained. Strangely, the words celestial dragon and God, once so terrifying, now seemed almost laughable. Don't worry, you won't be running anywhere. With a single stride, Yin Yi appeared before the remaining celestial dragon. He pointed. In an instant, a bolt of white lightning shot out, piercing straight through the celestial dragon's head. Deed done. Yin Yi swept his gaze over the assembled marines, then sped away in a flash, not about to waste a moment more. There was no time to linger. The admirals would arrive at any second. One of them, maybe two. Yin Yi wasn't sure. He braced himself for the worst. If all three admirals came, he would be ready. Without hesitation, Yin Yi moved quickly to action. After witnessing the Quincy slay the two celestial dragons, the Marines seemed to wake from a daze and began the pursuit. But how could their speed possibly match Yin Yi's? At the same time, news of the celestial dragon's deaths had spread across the entire Sabati archipelago. Everyone was shaken to their core. All the pirates hurried frantically toward the harbors. No one was oblivious to what the deaths of celestial dragons meant. An admiral would soon arrive. If you didn't run now, would you wait here for death instead? Some pirates who had just made landfall, cursing the Quincy in their hearts, could only lament their terrible luck to have arrived at such a time. Inside the Ripoff bar, at the moment, only two people were present, Shaki and Rayleigh. Just then, the din-din mushy on the table suddenly rang. Shaki picked it up, her face turning grave as she looked at Rayleigh and said, "Something big has happened on the island. Two celestial dragons have been killed." Rayleigh froze, then seemed to realize something. Was it the work of that Quincy? Shaki looked at Rayleigh in surprise. How had he guessed? But she still nodded and replied, "Yes, he killed two of them in one blow." Rayleigh grimaced, feeling a sharp pang in his teeth. What a madman. The holy land of Mariewa. Inside the office of the five elders. Zodni, the Daindin Mushihong. One of the five elders picked up, his expression instantly darkening. The Quincy has killed two celestial dragons on Sabati archipelago. What? It's the same Quincy who defeated Doflamingo. Damn it, what's going on? Alert the Navy immediately. Dispatch an admiral at once. This dangerous individual must be captured. If capture fails, execute him on the spot. There was no room for negotiation. The five elders had issued their final ultimatum. Such an outrageous incident left the five elders livid with rage. How dare the Quincy pull off something like this? Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, in Sengoku's office, the din-din mushy suddenly rang. Celestial dragons slain on Sabati archipelago, two of them. Sengoku picked up, and his face darkened dramatically. In a flash, he used Soru and dashed straight out. The headquarters erupted into chaos. Then, a golden beam of light shot forth from Marine headquarters, streaking toward the Sabati archipelago. It was Admiral Kizaru. As he sped on, Kizaru's face grew gloomier by the second. He'd been minding his own business, lounging in the office, when he was given an urgent mission out of nowhere. Anyone's mood would be soured, especially Kizaru, master of laid-back living. A day of lazing around, collecting his salary, seemed to be his ideal aim. Yet now he had to deal with this Quincy? Someone that dangerous. Couldn't they send someone else? I wish I could swap fruit powers with Akiji right now. But regardless of what he thought inside, there was no ignoring Sengoku's order, or the world government's command. Who could blame him? After all, he was the fastest among the three admirals. Chaos. The entire Sabaody archipelago had erupted into turmoil. Pirates, bounty hunters, and all sorts of outlaws and underworld figures, everyone in these gray and black professions, were now thinking of nothing but how to escape the archipelago. A celestial dragon had been killed. With a naval admiral on the way, anyone not wanting to be caught in the crossfire should make their escape as soon as possible. Elsewhere, Yin had already returned to the auction house managed by the Don Quixote family. Under a room full of fearful, wide-eyed stares, Yin found Lao Ji and asked in a calm voice, "Is the ship ready yet?" "Why, yes, sir. It's ready." Lao Ji stammered, his nerves frayed. The madman before him had even killed a celestial dragon. There was no limit to his audacity. Yunyan nodded, satisfied. "Then let's set off. If we linger any longer, I might end up having to go around with an admiral. I'll get everything ready right away." Lao Ji didn't dare defy Yunyi in the slightest, hurrying off to make the final preparations. But just as Lao Ji was about to leave, Yunye's eyes glinted. He stopped him with a question. "By the way, do you know a bar called Extortion on the island? Which grove is it in?" If time grew too short and a clash with an admiral became unavoidable, Yunyi was prepared to use whatever means necessary. At this stage, unless he could unlock an 80% mastery of any one of his three critical techniques, Shunko, Zangetsu, or Hayarimu, Yunyi doubted he could match up to an admiral. Even the blow that defeated Drought Jack would not be enough. It might threaten Kizaru, but no more. A brief skirmish was feasible, but ultimately, he knew he would lose. If he ended up entangled, Yunyi fully intended to seek out Rayleigh. He would have to rely on that veteran strength to help him make a getaway. That was Yunye's plan. After all, in the original story, Rayleigh had managed to slip away unscathed from a clash with Kizaru too. "Extortion bar?" "Sorry, sir, I don't know of such a place," Lao Ji replied after a moment's thought, shaking his head, a clear sign he was unfamiliar with the bar. Yet, someone nearby overheard and spoke up. "Sir, I know where to find it. It's on Grove 13. I went there once. Way too expensive for my taste." Judging from his expression, he had clearly been ripped off there once. Yunyi nodded, then turned and left the private room, heading toward the harbor. Grove 17. At the harbor, a Don Quixote family merchant vessel was undergoing its coating process. They had just received urgent orders to set sail for the New World as quickly as possible. On board, the coating artisans worked with practiced precision. Only one last mast remained before the ship's protective film would be complete. Yunyi appeared at the harbor in an instant, his gaze falling on the craftsmen busy with their final tasks ahead. Yet behind the mask, there was not the slightest trace of anxiety. Suddenly, Yunyi's eyes flicked toward a certain direction, where a beam of golden light shot straight toward him. "Still a step too late, am I?" His eyes narrowed as his observation hockey picked up on someone spying on him. The newcomer was none other than one of the admirals, Kizaru. Yunyi wasn't surprised to see him. After all, Kizaru's devil fruit power was light, making him the fastest. He could arrive at the scene in no time. As for whether there might be more pursuers behind him, Yunyi could only guess. "Hey now, you can't expect to escape. Quincy criminal." With those words, the golden light solidified into the tall figure of Kizaru, draped in the Navy Admiral's cape and dressed in his signature yellow suit. He stepped into the air on moonwalk, and when he spotted Yunyi, instantly recognizable by his signature mask, Kizaru raised his hand. In a flash, a laser blast thundered toward Yunyi. Against a criminal who had slain a celestial dragon, the world government's instruction was clear: execute on the spot. This time, Kizaru wasn't just here to go through the motions. He was fully serious, a true admiral with lethal intent. "Admiral Kizaru, I'm honored by the attention." Yunyi sensed the killing intent radiating from Kizaru, becoming all the more vigilant. A serious-minded admiral was nothing short of terrifying. He spread his fingers wide, electricity crackling, thunder howl, cannon. A deafening crash rang out as the laser and lightning column collided midair, erupting with a fearsome burst of force that made the massive Urukumin mangrove tree sway. Countless bubbles were swept up and burst by the shockwave. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" A chilling voice rang in his ear. Before he realized it, Kizaru had flickered into appearance right before Yunyi, as if teleporting. His right leg snapped toward Yunyi's head with blistering force. A low, menacing hum built as white lightning arced from Yunyi's back to his shoulders, wild surges of energy shredding his clothes. Though fortunately, he wore a specially crafted outfit beneath, sparing him from exposure. Speed was also Yunyi's forte. Just as Kizaru's attack was about to land, Yunyi vanished in the blink of an eye, barely dodging. Still, a few strands of his hair were sliced away. Got hit. Huh. Yunyi remarked after reappearing elsewhere, running a hand through his disheveled hair as he eyed Kizaru warily. It was the first time someone had managed to strike him, even if it was just a few hairs, while he was fully aware of their attack. Kizaru's speed was truly astonishing. What incredible speed, Kizaru thought in surprise. Someone had actually dodged his attack under cover. But his face soon darkened. Was his Quincy mocking him now? In truth, Yunyi had no intention to mock in truth. Yunyi had no such intentions. He genuinely thought Kizaru's speed was astonishing. Otherwise, how could a mere graze have singed his hair? Yet, Yunyi's careless demeanor and offhand gestures came across as mockery. Do elemental fruits really bestow such physical prowess? Kizaru's eyes drifted to the white lightning leaping behind Yunyi's back. He clenched his right fist toward his left palm and drew from it a sword of pure light. The moment the blade appeared, it was clear Kizaru was done playing games. He was deadly serious now. Yunyi inhaled deeply, then exhaled, his voice calm, yet resonant. A devil fruit's true potential lies with its wielder. If anyone else had eaten the tremor fruit, would they still call it the strongest? Don't measure me against the previous user of an elemental fruit. As if to underscore Yunyi's words, the lightning swirling behind him erupted in even wilder ferocity. Quincy, has anyone ever told you how dangerous you are? Kizaru's face was stern, the aim no Murakumo blazing in his grip. In a flash, he was overhead, sword cleaving down with lightning speed. I think there was a celestial dragon once, just before dying, who said I was terrifying. Yunyi chuckled. His fist was armored in dense haki, crackling with electricity, the wind from his punching arc forming intense shockwaves. Thunderstrike, lone bone. A thunderous crash split the air as fist met blade, a cyclone of force stripping earth from the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Through the swirling smoke, Kizaru's usually sly face flickered with steely resolve. Golden light pulsed beneath his feet as he launched a blindingly swift kick at Yunyi's chest. It seems you still haven't realized the gravity of your crime. Yunyi's punch was overpowered, leaving him no chance to evade. A crimson glow flashed in his eyes as he braced and met the attack with a leg of his own. Another explosive impact, and this time, the buying of strength lasted only a moment before Yunyi was hurled away. Crash after crash, Yunyi's body smashed through several buildings before finally slamming, with a tremendous blast, into the base of tree number 17 of the Archimon mangrove, leaving a gaping crater in the trunk. Seizing the opening, Kizaru pressed the attack, unleashing a volley of laser beams with relentless speed. Such overwhelming force. It's on a different level entirely from Doflamingo or Jack the Drought. Yunyi pulled himself free from the shattered tree, his expression ice cold. Spreading his fingers wide, he fired a rapid salvo of thunder howl cannons. Each blast erupted with devastating force not far ahead, sending another round of explosions through the battlefield. Bracing his legs against the Archimon mangrove, Yunyi's explosive power splintered the giant tree itself. Harnessing the recoil, he shot forth like a lightning arrow. Don't underestimate me, Admiral. He threw open his right palm. White fire burst forth, roaring toward Kizaru in a blazing tide. Lightning and fire together? What a terrifying power you possess. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, trying to dodge. But in that instant, Yunyi used Shuunpa to step off the very air itself, his speed surging yet again. With a flash, he appeared behind Kizaru and unleashed a fierce whip kick with tremendous force. Sensing Yunyi's attack with observation haki, Kizaru promptly stopped, spun around, and countered with a lightning-fast kick of his own. A thunderous crash erupted. Taking advantage of his calculated burst of speed, Yunyi managed to rival Kizaru within that short distance. His attack hit first, and Kizaru was sent staggering backward. Behind them, Yunyi's previous strike only just landed. At the same moment, a pillar of lightning flared in Yunyi's palm, pressing the attack from both the front and rear. Kizaru's gaze turned steely. Raising his hand, he sliced through the lightning pillar with his sword of light, then spun around and pointed with a finger. The laser shot out in a golden ray. Explosions thundered all around as Kizaru shattered each of Yunyi's attacks. In that very instant, Kizaru turned into a point of light and dropped to the ground. With a swift motion, he fired another laser. You underestimate a Marine Admiral. Don't you, Quincy? Yunyi dodged with Shuinpa, letting the roar echo behind him. He met Kizaru's eyes directly, his voice calm. So you're just like the rest of the Marines? Dogs for the Celestial Dragons? What nonsense are you spouting? Kizaru gave a cold snort. Using Moonwalk, he lunged forward, his sword of light thrusting straight at Yunye's chest. A criminal like you doesn't get to lecture me. Yunyi dodged, simultaneously launching a lightning-fast blast of white lightning. Kizaru turned as well, firing his own laser beam. The golden laser shattered Yunye's white lightning. Yunyi dodged again, but Kizaru was already upon him. Fist and sword of light clashed once more. After a brief stalemate, Yunyi was forced back by the force of Kizaru's sword, plummeting from the sky. His feet struck the ground with a mighty boom, shattering the earth beneath him and leaving a deep crater. Thunder roar cannon. Landing solidly, Yunyi showed little sign of injury. In the next instant, he brought his hands together, merging two pillars of lightning into a single, massive bolt and blasting it forth. But under the force of Kizaru's Ama no Murakumo sword, Yunye's lightning pillar was cleaved cleanly in two. Brilliant golden light surged at him once more, and Yunyi twisted aside, then shot out to counterattack. Thunder rolled endlessly. In the heart of the battlefield, the two clashed again and again. Their tremendous collisions unleashed shockwaves that scattered golden light and wild arcs of lightning, carving deep cracks into the ground and buildings all around. The cacophony spread across the whole of Island 17. Countless eyes turned to the source of the chaos. Ever since Kizaru had arrived, the pirates waiting at the port of Island 17 had been watching. The moment they saw Kizaru, they abandoned their ships without a second thought, scrambling to escape and spreading word that a Marine admiral had come ashore. And now, news of this fierce clash was spreading too. Watching as Island 17 trembled and roared beneath the onslaught, onlookers everywhere couldn't help but swallow hard. Even in the original work, the up-and-coming stars of that hellish era were reduced to nothing more than playthings beneath the admiral's feet. Anyone who could earn the title of Supernova was undoubtedly among the elite pirates of the first half of the Grand Line. All the more so for the rest, the riffraff and bottom feeders. When had they ever witnessed a spectacle like this? They were so terrified that they couldn't even utter a word. With a deafening crash, both men staggered backward at the same time. Yunyi, thrown back by the impact, stumbled a few steps before managing to steady himself. On the other side, Kizaru appeared much more composed, though a hint of gravity flickered across his face. From an outsider's perspective, it was obvious that Kizaru held the overwhelming advantage. I'm still a notch below. Yunyi flexed his aching, numb arm and wiped a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes locked warily onto Kizaru. In this clash with Kizaru, Yunyi found himself at a clear disadvantage. He'd already realized the gap in his abilities when he'd fought Jack the Drought. Not quite a match for the true peak powerhouses. This battle with Kizaru merely confirmed what he'd suspected all along. Unless he could unleash that devastating strike which had once felled Jack the Drought, he stood no chance of truly threatening Kizaru. Yet that move belonged to the Marine side of his identity. If he used it now, his secret would be laid bare without a doubt. Narrowing his eyes, Yunyi began plotting his escape. The merchant ship was already coated and ready. Yunyi had deliberately drawn the battle away from the harbor to ensure that the shockwaves wouldn't reach the departing vessel. By now, everyone on board had already fled, leaving only the empty ship at the dock. But that wasn't a problem. He still had his Din Mushi to contact Lao Ji. If he could just keep Kizaru occupied for a little longer, it would be enough time to make his getaway. Surrender now. That way I can give the Celestial Dragons an explanation. Kizaru, though somewhat grave, still held a tone of ease. He had already gauged Yunyi's strength, about on par with a Vice Admiral candidate at best. That might make him a cut above average Vice Admirals, but he was still a long way from reaching Admiral level. A bit lacking compared to the true monsters. The world government's orders were clear. Capture if possible. If not, eliminate on the spot. Spare me your nonsense. Yunyi snapped coldly, his voice icy. Did you really think you've seen the full extent of my power? He opened up his system interface, eyes locking onto instant burst. Time to level up. 68, 69, 70, 72, 75, 79, 80. With every increase, the thunder rolling behind Yunyi grew ever more wild, especially after his proficiency surpassed 70. But when it hit 80, something changed. Instead of the upgraded Thunder God battle form he'd expected, a burst tore through the air as flames erupted from both of his shoulders. Dazzling white lightning, brilliant orange fire, both powers igniting in unison. Two forces of different natures collided and canceled each other out, erupting in an unimaginably terrifying surge of power. A wild, uncontrollable tide of energy surged through Yun Ye's entire body, leaving him struggling to maintain control. It felt just like the very first time he unlocked Shunko, the sensation that his body might not withstand this overwhelming power. That shredding pain, the kind he hadn't felt in ages, swept through Yun Ye's body once again. Fire! Yun Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. The turn of events had caught him off guard, but he quickly pieced things together. In the original Reaper story, it seemed Shunko wasn't limited to a single attribute. If you remembered right, Yoruichi Shihuin's Shunko was lightning-based. The second squad captain wielded wind, while Yashiro Shihuin's was fire. But hang on, doesn't Shunko reach an advanced form after proficiency hits 80? Then what about the Zanpakuto? Could it be something other than Bankai? He shook his head, pushing those questions aside. For now, dealing with Kizaru was the only priority. Although Shunko had hit 80, Yun Ye could sense from the feedback of his body, he still couldn't exert perfect control. He had once again come up against the same old wall. His body just wasn't strong enough to bear it. In that case, I'll call this Shunko Thunderflame Dragon. Thunderflame mode. Yun Ye fixed his gaze on Kizaru, knowing he no longer had time to waste. With a roar like thunder, Yun Ye vanished forward with a flash step, explosive power shattering the ground beneath his feet as his speed climbed to new heights. He charged in, now with armament haki hardening his fist, and threw a punch forward. Zulfust. For the very first time since consuming the glint fruit, Kizaru found himself uttering those two words. The speed Yun Ye unleashed just now was simply astounding. But Kizaru was an admiral for a reason. His combat instincts matched his reputation, and he darted aside in the blink of an eye to evade. Yun Ye's fist struck the ground instead, and the earth splintered beneath the impact. Just then, a searing beam of light shot towards him. Yun Ye dodged in an instant, countering once more. The two clashed again, their battle taking them from island to island without them even noticing. The sound of their furious blows thundered across the entire island. In that moment, the fight actually reached a fleeting deadlock. Using your own life force to boost your attacks, is it? You've really pushed that fruit to the extreme. But just how long can you keep this up? There was gravity in Kizaru's tone. He could tell something wasn't right about Yun Ye's current state. It was anything but normal. This kind of sudden burst of power, Kizaru knew that Yun Ye would suffer a terrible backlash once it ended. That's no concern of yours, Kizaru. Yun Ye's fist crackled with lightning and surged with waves of energy as he delivered another fierce punch. Kizaru raised his sword to block and was pushed back, leaping high into the air as he crossed his arms. Yasakani no Magatama. Countless beams of light rained down like a storm, enveloping Yun Ye from every direction. Yun Ye snorted coldly, sweeping his right hand forward, sending a wave of pale, explosive fire radiating outward. Boom! 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 Violent explosions erupted in the sky. Yet in the next instant, the pale fiery blasts were wiped away by shimmering projectiles. As those blasts descended, they exploded again with thunderous force, stirring up a howling gale. Within the billowing smoke and dust, Yun Ye's figure darted rapidly, dodging one dazzling attack after another. He soared to new heights, evading another burst of light. In the same breath, Yun Ye opened his 5 fingers, and a lightning pillar shot forth. Stop struggling already. Kizaru aimed a single laser shot. The air rumbled with its launch. Flecks of golden light scattered, swiftly coalescing before Yun Ye not far away, forming Kizaru's figure, blade in hand, ready to strike. TCH. Yun Ye clicked his tongue, his eyes glinting. With a flick of his right index and middle fingers, he drew downward. Binding spell 30, triple jab. 3 rays of golden light burst forth, locking Kizaru in midair. Light! Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so easily bound? He struggled with all his strength. The golden chains shattered, but in that moment's hesitation, Yun Ye seized his chance. Finally, an opening. Kizaru. A surging tempest of lightning and fire burst forth behind Yun Ye, colliding, clashing, and tearing each other apart in an explosion of terrifying power. At the same time, Yun Ye's pupils narrowed. His conqueror's haki washed over, shaking Kizaru's spirit and hindering his reactions. Clenching his fists at his sides, concentrated electricity crackled, energy dense enough to turn to plasma. Twin Thunderbones. Yun Ye called out quietly and smashed his twin fists downward with savage force. Conqueror's haki. Normally, with Kizaru's incredible speed, he could have slipped away at the last instant. But Yun Ye's haki pressured him. His movement stalled for a heartbeat. And in that fateful heartbeat, escape was lost. He was locked in Yun Ye's range. Sensing the ferocity of Yun Ye's strike, Kizaru's expression turned grim. To turn into light now would be suicide. With no time for anything else, he wreathed himself in armament haki, bracing for impact. Crash! Yunya's mighty blow landed squarely on Kizaru's chest. The explosive force was so overwhelming that Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood. The sheer power sent him hurtling backwards, smashing into the trunk of Red Tree number 14, splintering the enormous tree clean in half. Spun headlong, Kizaru transformed into a streak of golden radiance, thundering into the earth below. The ground split open in his wake, ripping a massive gash nearly 100 meters long. Groaning, Kizaru managed to collect himself, shifting into an elemental state to lessen his injuries at the last moment. High above, Yunyi gasped for breath, haki flaring outward as his senses swept the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes shone. Found it! He didn't hesitate. A blur, he hurtled off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Kizaru emerged from the wreckage, battered and disheveled. His marine cloak was in tatters, and even his signature yellow suit showed signs of damage. Trying to escape? You really think I'd let you get away with that? Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood with a contemptuous sound. Although his hand-to-hand combat skills were the weakest among the three admirals, his armament haki was still at an admiral's level. While he had taken some injuries, they weren't enough to render him immobile. His body once more dissolved in a countless flecks of golden light, pursuing at high speed. Island number 13. For some reason, as Rayleigh stood at the entrance of the shakedown bar, watching the fierce battle raging in the distance, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. It felt as if something ominous was about to unfold. The sounds of battle between the two drew ever closer. TCH, I can't sense that old man's presence at all. Is there some way to conceal one's aura? Looks like observation haki isn't foolproof after all. Nevertheless, I found the shakedown bar. With a swift movement, Yunyi flashed through the air, each step bursting with thunderous shockwaves. His figure shot forward like lightning toward a single direction. Behind him, a streak of golden light surged after him, even faster. Such incredible straight-line speed. Yunyi sensed Kizaru, closing in, bit his lip with a hint of annoyance. True, it wasn't quite up to the terrifying speeds of light from his previous life's natural laws, but it was already astounding. In this world, Yunyi never bothered thinking in terms of the physics he once knew. After all, there were cases of fire with limitless temperatures being snuffed out by magma. Lightning and light could be plainly seen by the naked eye. Strange, but not unfathomable here. He also wasn't about to get stuck on questions like why the skills in Soul Reaper world use stamina instead of spirit pressure. The system provided what it did. He didn't know the reason either. If anything, he'd much rather know where the system itself came from. With time running out, pondering such questions was a waste. Far better to focus on racking up achievement points and unlocking advanced haki techniques. Conqueror's haki infusion, armament haki penetration, observation haki precognition. Yunyi was eager to learn it all. One pursuing, one fleeing. The two rapidly closed in on island number 13. Even without relying on observation haki, Yunyi soon spotted Rayleigh. Rayleigh wasn't standing in front of the bar at this moment, but somewhere else, gazing in their direction. "Heh, old man, I finally found you." On seeing Rayleigh, Yunyi's brows arched instinctively. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed straight toward him, calling out, "Old master, lend me a hand, would you?" Behind him, Kizaru had also spotted Rayleigh's figure, and his face instantly darkened. He muttered hoarsely, "Dark King Rayleigh? Could it be that Rayleigh is behind all of this? Are the Quincy and the Roger pirates connected somehow?" A storm of speculation surged through Kizaru's mind. He even began to question whether the Quincy might have ties to Roger's crew. Hey, youngster, that's hardly playing fair." Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, seeing right through Yunyi's intentions. He was trying to pass this trouble on to someone else. After Yunyi dodged a laser blast and countered Borsellino with a bolt of lightning, he suddenly plunged into the ground, weaving skillfully through a barrage of attacks. Unfair? Old master, aren't you the unfair one? I risked my life to buy you from the celestial dragons. Isn't it reasonable to ask for a little help so I can set sail? Yunyi's words were pure nonsense. With Rayleigh's abilities, who could possibly reduce him to slavery? He was just making up an excuse on the spot. Oomph. Youngster, stop talking nonsense. Rayleigh couldn't suppress a cold snort. This kid really knew how to lie with a straight face. If it weren't for Yunyi, he would have simply taken the money and gone off to drink and gamble somewhere. Listening to their exchange, Borsellino's gaze flickered. So, is it possible they're not actually working together? Still, Borsellino dared not take it at face value. It could easily be an act between the two. He gave an icy snort. Silver's Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King himself. What is your connection to the Quincy? Rayleigh raised his hands in a surrender gesture, indicating he meant no harm. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm retired. No more pirating for me. I'm nothing but an old man drifting through his last days. I have absolutely nothing to do with that dangerous brat. To dare slay a celestial dragon. Rayleigh had no wish to be associated with such a madman. A dangerous figure like yourself, hiding right under the Navy's nose. We can hardly sleep at night. Borsellino's eyes grew colder. Normally, faced with someone as formidable as Rayleigh, he'd just feign a fight and never go all in. But this time was different. 2 celestial dragons had been killed. If they couldn't catch the real culprit, the Navy would be held accountable. The world government would never accept their excuses. Now, with the Dark King himself appearing at such a sensitive moment, suspicion was inevitable. Yun-Yi suddenly halted, then in a flash, darted in the opposite direction, launching himself at Borsellino. His fist, pitch black and swathed in crackling plasma, thundered directly at the Admiral. Because part of Borsellino's attention was on Rayleigh, and Yunya's sudden maneuver was blindingly swift, he couldn't react in time. Yunya's fist crashed into him once again. With a thunderous crash, Borsellino exploded into golden light, hurtling backward, tearing through dozens of buildings in his wake. Seizing the opportunity, Yunyi pulled out his transponder snail, contacting Lao Ji. He wasted no words and gave brief orders. Have the merchant ship set sail. Once I shake off Borsellino, I'll head straight over. He hung up and flashed sideways to dodge another golden beam. Impressive kid. Even Rayleigh was surprised by Yunya's attack. This youngster really was formidable, able to go toe-to-toe with a Navy admiral. He'd even managed to knock Borsellino flying. Although Rayleigh could tell something seemed a little strange about Yunya's current state. It must be some kind of explosive technique, something that can't be sustained for long. Kizaru, now transformed into a flash of golden light, shot forward with a look of deep displeasure. But this time, he didn't make another move. Up ahead, Rayleigh and the Quincy stood apart, facing off on opposite sides. In this situation, Kizaru dared not act rashly before understanding what was really going on. Even just dealing with a single Quincy had proven troublesome, let alone when the legendary Dark King Rayleigh was also present. Seeing Kizaru finally halt, Yunyi glanced at Rayleigh and shrugged. You see, old master, the Navy certainly won't let you go so easily. How about this? We team up and take Kizaru down together. Rayleigh furrowed his brow, shooting Yunyi a sidelong glare, and snorted coldly. If you hadn't deliberately drawn him over here, I'd probably still be enjoying myself in some bar right now. What exactly is your relationship with him? Kizaru narrowed his eyes and asked in a frosty tone. There's absolutely nothing between this brat and me, Rayleigh replied, exasperated, thinking to himself, do they not understand plain speech? Kizaru remained skeptical. How could this Quincy have headed straight for this spot without a reason? Hey, you're really cutting all ties with me that cleanly, old master? Yunyi grinned wide, refusing to let Rayleigh disavow any connection. Though Yunyi knew that the moment Kizaru saw Rayleigh, the old man was inevitably pulled into this mess. After all, here's to the Navy Admiral and the infamous right-hand man of the Pirate King, each a legend in his own right. And things were unfolding in such a peculiar situation. Still, you never knew what might happen. In the original story, even when the Navy learned that Dark King Rayleigh was hiding out on the Sabeti archipelago, they acted as if he was invisible, making no move against him whatsoever. Just as Rayleigh himself had said, by now, he was an old man in retirement, not much of a threat anymore. Besides, to go after an old legend like Rayleigh could provoke a massive chain reaction. If, because of this, the remnants of Roger's crew got dragged in, the resulting chaos would be far more than the Navy could afford. Not to mention, there was probably the influence of Shanks, too. That's why the Navy had turned a blind eye to Rayleigh's presence. Rayleigh's face darkened. Friendship? What friendship? Where did that come from? He couldn't help but rebuke. Don't talk nonsense. Kizaru still said nothing. Instead, he reached for the din mushy in his coat. As a faint click echoed, Kizaru's vigilance toward the 2 men in front intensified, and he was about to speak. His movements did not escape the sharp awareness of either Yunyi or Rayleigh. Yunyi suddenly sprang into action. There was no way he'd let Kizaru call for reinforcements. Thunder cracked as a thick pillar of lightning surged forward. Kizaru's expression darkened as laser beams shot from his fingertips. A thundering explosion rocked the air. Yunyi charged through the smoke left by the blasts, gripping a long spear condensed from white plasma. Spear of electrocution. Lightning speared through the air as if hurled by Yunyi himself. Kizaru's figure transformed into a flash of golden light, deftly dodging the attack, but the commotion in his wake was immediately relayed to someone else through a din mushy. Even as he evaded, Kizaru pointed once more, golden energy bursting forth to block Yuan-Ye's advance. In a hurried tone, he said, "Kazan, have you set off yet? We've got a situation over here." Before Kizaru could finish his sentence, Yuan-Ye charged forward. Streaks of lightning unfurled behind him, faster than his own pace, but Kizaru slipped away again, just in time. Yuan-Ye had caught Kizaru's words. A second admiral was already on his way, and not just any admiral, but Aokiji, the one who could freeze whole seas. This might become troublesome. Casting a sidelong glance at Rayleigh, Yuan-Ye realized he needed the old man's help. "Old master, I have some information for you. How about helping me keep Kizaru busy for a while?" Rayleigh Yuchit Yuan-Ye Yaridi. This sly youngster, was he about to set him up? Sidestepping another attack from Kizaru, Yuan-Ye landed and whispered, "You're no stranger to the name Portgas, are you, old master?" All at once, Rayleigh's expression turned steely. The oppressive force of Conqueror's haki filled the space, halting Yuan-Ye's next words as Rayleigh lunged toward him, his gaze ice-cold. "Just how much do you know?" Unmoving, Yuan-Ye offered a faint smile. "Relax. I don't mean any harm to the kid." The way the kid rolled off Yuan-Ye's tongue was nothing short of artful. Rayleigh stopped 10 meters from Yuan-Ye, narrowing his eyes as he measured the younger man. In a voice meant for their ears alone, Yuan-Ye murmured, "East Blue, Garp." At the mention, Rayleigh breathed deep and answered, "I don't know what your sources are or what ties you have to Roger, but I'm just a remnant of the old era. This time, I'll lend a hand for the sake of your connection to him. I'll keep Kizaru off your back." With a snap of his fingers, Yuan-Ye grinned. "That's all I need, old master. Just keep Kizaru busy." Hey, do you two think I can't hear you?" Kizaru's voice grew sharper. "Rayleigh, so you really are mixed up with this Quincy kid?" Rayleigh let out a cold chuckle. "I've been holed up in Sabaody for years. If I wanted to start something, I would have done it already." "That's hardly a convincing excuse," Kizaru retorted. "Enough talk. Show me how much you've improved, Borsellino." With that, Rayleigh rushed forward, sword in hand. "You realize this makes you an accomplice to this whole mess," Kizaru shot back, unable to treat him lightly. After all, they'd crossed blades before. Back then, Kizaru had only been a vice admiral, barely able to withstand Rayleigh's assault. But times had changed. Now Kizaru stood at his peak, while Rayleigh had long since stepped down from his. A thunderous impact tore through the battlefield. Swords clashed in midair, stirring up powerful gusts all around. Ignoring the ongoing duel between the two, Yuan-Ye did not believe Rayleigh would fall so easily. At this moment, Yuan-Ye extended his haki across the entire island, sparing no thought for the offense this might cause others. Through his perception, he sensed that some merchants at the harbor had already reboarded their ship, just about ready to set sail. Perfect timing. With a flicker, an explosive burst of lightning fire surged behind Yuan-Ye, propelling his speed to its very limit. In no time at all, Yuan-Ye boarded the merchant ship, letting go of his haki. A wave of searing, tearing pain coursed through his body, but he paid it no mind. Looking at the crew, who stood trembling before him, Yuan-Ye spoke coolly, "Set sail." "Yes, sir." Everyone on board responded at once and hurried to their assigned tasks. But just then, the lookout shouted down from above, "Sir, there's a warship ahead." Yuan-Ye se burol tiktenet. A warship? More Navy reinforcements. He considered for a moment, then removed his mask. Almost no one in the Navy had ever seen the true face behind the Quincy mask that provided a slim chance to slip through unnoticed. Yuan-Ye refrained from using his haki again, wary of being detected. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Ignore them. Keep moving forward." Yet right at that moment, Yuan-Ye suddenly felt a prying sensation, as if some unseen presence swept across him. It was a keen alert, the unmistakable sign of someone probing him with observation haki. His eyes narrowed. As the ship sailed onward, Yuan-Ye spotted up ahead a pirate ship frozen in the middle of the sea. Instantly, he realized who was on that Navy warship. Admiral Aokiji. So, not even pirate ships will be spared. The weight in Yuan-Ye's heart grew heavier by the moment. Running into Aokiji on the open sea, this truly was a grim predicament. What's worse, it was clear Aokiji had already fixed his observation haki on their vessel. Still, one detail worked in their favor. They sailed under a merchant flag, not as pirates. Ideas began to churn in Yuan-Ye's mind. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy warship, Aokiji's observation haki swept across the water, sensing everyone aboard the distant ship. Most of his attention gravitated to Yuan-Ye. The aura radiating from him hardly belonged to an ordinary man. "Stop them." There was a sharp gleam in Aokiji's eyes. In these extraordinary circumstances, no ship could be allowed to pass. As for pirates, he'd simply sink them without a second thought. For ordinary merchant ships, however, an inspection must always precede any clearance. "Sir, they're getting closer," A sailor on Yunya's ship cried out, voice trembling with fear. Alone, the crew might have stayed calm, but with a man on board who had slain a celestial dragon. If the Quincy clashed with the Navy, what chance did any of them have to survive? Stop. Let them come alongside, Yunyi said coolly. Even now, confronted by overwhelming odds, his composure remained utterly unshaken. The two ships drew close to each other, and a rear admiral from the Navy approached, stepping through the air with moonwalk. Who are you people? The admiral demanded sharply. Given the current special circumstances, his tone was far from friendly. Yunyi met the admiral's gaze, his voice calm and indifferent. We are a merchant vessel under the Don Quixote family. What's the meaning of this, Navy? Are you really planning to detain a ship belonging to the Seven Warlords? Right from the start, Yunyi was staking his claim, forcing their hand. He knew full well that the Navy had no authority to interfere with those under the Seven Warlords banner. Yunyi was also confident that nearly every crew member aboard belonged to the Don Quixote family, so flaunting this tiger skin came easily. Besides, no one except the cadre knew he had already formed an alliance with Doflamingo. A Don Quixote family merchant vessel? Where's your flag? And are these all of your people? The rear admiral sounded suspicious. Ships under the Seven Warlords usually flew their own special flag, not only to intimidate other pirates, but to make their affiliation clear to the Navy. Sir, I'm just following our young master's orders. I'm only a subordinate, simply carrying out my duties. If you have questions, should I get in touch with our young master for you? Yunyi met the admiral's eyes and replied coolly, producing from his pocket a Din Din Mushi adorned with a distinctive pink feather, already poised to make the call. The marking on the Din Din Mushi was unmistakable. It was clearly the property of the Don Quixote family. The other crew members, tense and nervous, didn't dare utter a word. No, that won't be necessary. If you are truly a ship of the Seven Warlords, you may pass. The admiral's face darkened. Yunyi's unyielding manner grated on him, angering him further, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't about to cross a member of the Seven Warlords. With an observation hockey sweep of the ship, finding nothing amiss, he turned and vaulted away with moonwalk once more. He returned to Akiji's side and gave a quick report. Akiji cast a glance at Yunyi from afar, nodded, and the two ships then angled away from each other and continued on their separate courses. Yunyi watched the Navy ship fade into the distance, then turned to his crew. Dive. At once. The entire crew sprang into action. The merchant vessel began its slow submersion beneath the waves. But just then, from the distant Navy battleship, two figures came skimming over the sea on moonwalk. It was Akiji and Kizaru, only moments after the two ships had passed each other. Looking a little battered, with numerous slashes from sharp weapons across his body, Kizaru transformed into light and descended onto the deck of the Navy ship in a flash. Immediately after, both admirals launched into the air with moonwalk in pursuit. Yasukani no Magatama. Ice Age. A blinding cascade of golden light rained down like a storm, while a wave of glacial cold swept forth. A layer of white frost covered everything, and a sheet of ice surged forward like a relentless current. Yunyi gazed ahead, drawing a deep breath. He couldn't worry about the side effects growing worse. With a thunderous roar from the lightning and fire at his back, two powers of differing natures clashed and annihilated each other, unleashing a terrifying force. Tears began to split open across Yunyi's body, blood soaking his garments red. Yunyi knew that if he didn't stop these two attacks, if the ship were destroyed or frozen, his fate would be sealed. He snatched a refined iron sword from a crew member, plasma crackling fiercely along its edge. The blade glowed red-hot, and every ounce of power Yunyi possessed erupted at once, forging his mightiest strike yet. One slash ultimate cleave, Yunyi murmured, focusing every shred of will into the sword, and, with a sudden surge of strength, brought it down in a sweeping arc. A slash over 100 meters wide burst forth from Yunyi's blade, slicing through everything in its path. Ice shattered, golden light exploded in all directions. Every pursuing attack was obliterated beneath the force of this single strike. A thunderous rumble echoed deep beneath the waves. Upon the ocean's surface, which had been eerily calm, the water suddenly bulged upward, and a surge of currents erupted without warning. It was as if a nuclear explosion had detonated beneath the sea, sending an endless torrent of water soaring into the sky. Faintly amid the chaos, a voice rang out. My esteemed admirals, there's no need to see me off. This is where we part ways. Farewell. The voice boomed like rolling thunder, so powerful that even the distant Sabiti archipelago could hear it clearly. On the island, many people were stunned. Two admirals had given chase, yet the Quincy who killed a celestial dragon had gotten away? Unbelievable. This was truly beyond belief. Aboard the warship, Both admirals' faces were dark as thunderclouds, especially Akiji, who felt thoroughly played for a fool. If Kizaru hadn't come to tell him, he would have watched the Quincy escape right before his eyes. No, he already had watched the Quincy slip away. Akiji furrowed his brow, turning to Kizaru for answers. What happened? How did you lose him? Kizaru's expression was grim as he replied slowly. I was blocked by Dark King Rayleigh. That old man's strength hadn't waned much at all. His mastery over Haki was astonishing, as formidable as ever, and in the end, the Quincy got away. What? Akiji was taken aback. Was this the Rayleigh he knew of? Kizaru gave a brief explanation. Akiji's brows knitted even more tightly. Could it be that Roger's remnants are involved in this? Kizaru shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Rayleigh and the Quincy don't seem acquainted, perhaps barely familiar. As to why Rayleigh intervened, I have no idea. Akiji gazed out to sea, where the waves had already calmed. He spoke, let's report this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, Yoni continued on his journey to Fishman Island. The news, carried swiftly by the newsbirds, had already spread throughout the entire world. The Quincy, a man who once defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea, took the life of a Marine vice admiral and received a bounty of over 180 million berries on his very first wanted poster, had once again shaken the world with his deeds. He killed a celestial dragon. He escaped from the grasp of a Marine admiral. Such unbelievable things had actually happened. Countless people were left shocked and terrified, but even more began to cheer in excitement. On an unknown island somewhere along the Grand Line, a figure cloaked in deep green, his face marked by fierce tattoos, gazed at the newspaper in his hands and murmured to himself, challenging the world itself? Challenging the gods, even? Quincy, I hope you survive. This man was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Though the Revolutionary Army hadn't yet reached its full strength, their ideals alone had put them firmly on the world government's radar. CP agents were already hunting them down. At his side, a burly figure dressed in black fishnet stockings with rather unconventional looks held the newspaper with a broad grin. Hee-haw, Dragon. Are you thinking of reaching out to him? He might turn out to be a kindred spirit. Dragon shook his head. We need steady growth. People like him can never be stable. Bloodshed will follow them wherever they go, just like those few pirates in the New World, all vying for the top. Hee-haw, do you think he'll clash with those contenders someday? Ivankov's expression was grave. Dragon gazed into the distance and answered quietly. With him entering the fray, the balance of power in the New World is bound to shift once more. Marine headquarters. The place was in complete chaos. Countless soldiers hurried back and forth, frantic. Inside the conference room, every available high-ranking officer had gathered. The meeting began. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was dark with anger. He'd just finished a call with the 5 elders, who had berated him mercilessly. In the words of the 5 elders, what are you all even doing? How could you let him get away? Do you still want your jobs? Or should someone else take over? With each scolding remark, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words, his frustration reaching its limits. With a frosty expression, Sengoku rapped on the table. Let's hear it. What exactly happened at the Sabati archipelago? Kizaru, already wearing his usual tired look, had taken quite the tongue-lashing from Sengoku beforehand. Now, faced with Sengoku's inquiry, he forced himself to look presentable. The Quincy's strength is truly frightening, at the very least on par with an admiral candidate. What's more, the way he's developed his elemental fruit is different from its previous user. He's found some kind of method to further amplify his power. Kizaru briefly summarized the situation regarding the Quincy, then added, but the main reason he managed to escape wasn't just that. The real issue was the appearance of the Roger Pirate's first mate, the Dark King, Rayleigh. When Kizaru mentioned that Rayleigh was involved in this incident, many of those present were visibly startled. Even Garp, who'd been paying little attention, couldn't help but perk up at the mention of that familiar name. Akainu asked in a low, serious voice, is there any relation between Rayleigh and the Quincy? Could the Quincy be a remnant of the Roger Pirates, like red-haired Shanks? With 2 such legendary names mentioned in quick succession, everyone in the room sat up straighter, their interest unmistakably piqued. Kizaru shrugged. That, I really can't say. Then Akiji suddenly interjected. When we passed that merchant ship, I got a good look at the Quincy's face. He's young, doesn't look anything like someone from the old Roger Pirates. Since the Quincy had always worn a mask since his appearance, no one knew what he looked like beneath it. Akiji's words now made everyone curious. Sengoku asked, can you describe his features for us? Akiji shook his head slightly. We were some distance apart, so I only saw the general outline. But one thing is clear, he's very young. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsaru, the chief strategist, suddenly spoke. Could he be a descendant of one of Roger's crew? Roger's son, someone blurted out. Everyone was momentarily stunned, recalling the incident in the Navy's past involving Roger's bloodline. Roger's child. Sengoku shook his head. The timeline doesn't match up. Garp's eyes flickered, but he kept silent. Kizaru suddenly said, Personally, I don't think there's any connection between the Quincy and Roger. You can tell by the way those two spoke to each other. Then why would Rayleigh intervene and help him out of nowhere? Momonga asked. The room fell silent. No one had an answer. Akainu narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked a sharp question. What is to be done about Rayleigh? This question made everyone's expression turn grave, Sengoku's included. The meeting went on for hours, lasting well into the night before finally adjourning. No one outside those walls knew what was discussed among the Navy's top brass. But when the meeting ended, a brand new wanted poster was sent flying around the world by the Swift News coup. Pirate, Quincy. Real name, unknown. Bounty, 770 million berries. That's right, 700 million. Yunyi's bounty jumped from just under 200 million straight to a staggering 770 million berries. The speed of this increase was utterly unprecedented. Raised by nearly 600 million berries in one go, it sent shockwaves across the world. Dressrosa. Through certain means, the Don Quixote family had successfully seized control of the entire country. In a way, it could be called a return to its rightful owner. Sitting upright in the royal palace, Doflamingo gripped the newspaper tightly, his face clouded with a deep, ominous gloom. Then suddenly, he burst into riotous laughter. What lunatic! Killing a celestial dragon, escaping from the grasp of a Navy admiral. Ha ha! Quincy, partnering with you really is playing with fire. Even celestial dragons aren't safe. So, when you spared my life back then, did you really mean to join forces and turn the underworld upside down? Ha ha ha! What's your real aim, I wonder? Is it to devour me? Or do you have some other goal in mind? Ha ha! This is getting ever more interesting. Just what is it that you want? With your ambition, would you really care for something as small as being king of the seas? Or is your eye set on the seats of those great pirates? Since you've already set sail for the new world, then, the gift I prepared for you, you'd better be ready to receive it. Hurry up and come. To tell the truth, I'm starting to look forward to this. Each of the other infamous pirates responded to the news in their own distinct fashion. On Cake Island, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, tossed the newspaper aside with a dismissive wave. Mama, mama. The Navy, honestly, it's going more and more downhill, letting someone slip right past them at Sabaody. One of her four sweet commanders, Charlotte Snack, gave a cold, disdainful snort. So what if he killed a handful of trash? Now his bounty shoots up 200 million more than mine. Right now, Charlotte Snack had just ascended to the rank of Sweet Commander, with a bounty as high as 490 million berries. It stung to see the Quincy's bounty leap so much, all for killing a few celestial dragons, now far surpassing his own. After rising to the status of Sweet Commander, Snack had grown a touch arrogant, a feeling that made this all the more galling. How could he, one of Big Mom's elite commanders, not even match the bounty of a pirate who had simply disposed of some so-called trash? Deep beneath the sea, Yunyi was, of course, oblivious to all that was happening on the surface. As they dove deeper, the seafloor, once touched with light, was swallowed by darkness. Sunlight faded away completely, and soon, everything was shrouded in a pitch-black gloom. It felt as if the entire world had been plunged into darkness, a suffocating sense of oppression descending upon them. It was clear that those aboard this ship were no strangers to such ordeals. There wasn't the least sign of surprise on their faces. Soon enough, a lamp flickered to life on the deck, its glow modest but bright enough to drive back the shadows and ease the weight of gloom, at least a little. This seawater has weight, clearly, yet after descending for such a long time, the pressure can't even burst a single bubble wrap. Reaching out his hand, Yunyi idly swirled it through the water, discovering to his astonishment that the pressure here was no different from that at the ocean surface. It made no scientific sense at all. Yet Yunyi quickly let it go. In this world, there were countless things that defied scientific explanation. There was no need to dwell on it. Not good. There's a giant sea king heading our way. Move, quickly, dodge it. Donji, where's the helmsman? Turn the rudder, now hurry. This is bad, really bad. Suddenly, a crew member cried out in alarm. In the next instant, a massive sea king lunged toward their merchant ship, jaws yawning wide, intent on dragging them all to the bottom. Yunyi looked over and saw a serpent-like sea king winding its way swiftly through the water. His pupils narrowed sharply as he unleashed his conqueror's haki in that direction. The creature's movement halted abruptly, its eyes wide with terror. Even underwater, a few visible beads of sweat rolled down its scaly body. That overwhelming presence before it made the Sea King feel as though it faced a true apex predator, one capable of swallowing it whole. With a whimper, the Sea King twisted its body in panic, fleeing madly like an earthworm wriggling for escape. "Keep moving," Yunyi commanded. "Yes, sir." These sailors had seen their fair share of wonders, but this was the first time any of them had witnessed a Sea King forced back by nothing but a glare. They were left speechless in awe. The merchant ship pressed on, riding the ocean currents across the seabed. Their journey, though perilous, passed without further incident. Soon, a glow appeared in the distance ahead. There it was, Fishman Island. Initially, the merchant ship had planned to bypass Fishman Island entirely and head straight into the New World, but at Yunye's request, they had altered course. Fishman Island. In this world of pirates, there were several islands that deeply fascinated Yunyi. The Sky Island in the heavens was one, and beneath the sea, Fishman Island was another. That was why Yunyi had chosen to change course for Fishman Island. Of course, he had more than one reason for coming. The famed Sea Kings and the rumored fishmen said to be able to foresee the future both deeply intrigued him. As a legitimate merchant vessel, entering Fishman Island was a simple matter. Fishman Island relied on merchant ships to provide essential supplies. After a series of routine inspections and formalities, the merchant ship gained entry with ease. "You're free to do as you like. Go wherever you please. We regroup here in 3 hours," Yunyi announced at the harbor, then set off on his own without waiting for a response. The crew exchanged glances but showed no surprise. They were no strangers to Fishman Island and knew their way around. Yunyi, however, was a different case. It was his first time setting foot on Fishman Island, and he wasn't familiar with the place at all. Even the memories from his previous life offered little help. Still, Yunyi felt no worry. Here on Fishman Island, there was no one who could pose a threat to him. After a few days' rest, most of his injuries had healed. The effect of his rapid recovery technique was, after all, quite remarkable. Yunyi wandered casually, but soon noticed that something was amiss. There wasn't a single person to be seen in this vast area of Fishman Island. "What's going on?" As he pondered, a cry, filled with a strange, inexplicable power, reached his ears. Yunyi's brow furrowed as he looked in the direction of the sound. A flicker of firelight caught his eye. Extending his observation hockey, Yunyi scanned the area and saw something that truly piqued his interest. "So, what's happening at this moment, is it?" He let out a quiet laugh, and, in an instant, disappeared like an arrow released from a bow. Yunyi moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on the scene. The area was in utter chaos. Merfolk and fishmen of all descriptions were mixed together in confusion. Among them, Jinbi, the burly blue fishman, sensed danger through his observation hockey. He glanced toward Yunyi's swiftly approaching figure, and his face darkened. "Who are you?" "Poseidon. Shirahoshi." Yunyi paid Jinbi's question no heed, his gaze locked on the little mermaid girl who was crying. He was intent on detecting that special energy again. It was a fluctuation deep within the soul itself. A Shinigami is, by nature, a being of spirit. Though the system had altered all his abilities to be driven by physical stamina, some intrinsic qualities of Shinigami still lingered within Yunyi. His spiritual energy, for instance, had become Conqueror's Haki in this world. So, the cry just now had carried a wave of soul energy that ordinary people would never sense. Fluctuations of the soul, inheritance, reincarnation. Questions swirled in Yunyi's mind as he glanced at the chaotic scene, and at the few merfolk who had been playing with Shirahoshi, making her laugh just before she began to cry. As Shirahoshi gradually calmed down, the wave of energy also faded. That, however, was not the outcome Yunyi wanted. He did feel a pang of guilt for the little princess Shirahoshi, but he knew that, right now, she could not stop. With these thoughts, he strode purposefully towards her. "Stop right there," Jinbi yelled, baring his teeth in anger the moment he saw Yunyi's masked face. He had recognized Yunyi at first glance, the Quincy who slew the celestial dragons. Jinbi had no idea why a man so dangerous would appear at a time like this, but under no circumstances would he allow a Quincy to come any closer. In fact, a dark suspicion crept into his heart. Could Yunyi be responsible for Queen Otoheim's fate? Yunyi, for his part, instantly recognized the hulking blue fishman in front of him. Jinbi, the first son of the sea, now a member of the Seven Warlords. But Yunyi had no intention of engaging with him now. He replied coolly, "If you want to keep Queen Otoheim alive, you'd better stand aside. A dangerous man like you. Why are you here at a time like this?" Jinbi blocked Yunyi's advance, ready to fight. No matter what Yunyi said, Jinbi could never just let him pass. Seeing Shirahoshi gradually stop crying under the playful distractions of her two older brothers, Yunyi's eyes grew sharp. His Conqueror's Haki swept out, overwhelming those in front of him. knocking several merfolk unconscious. Mother, brothers, wah! Shirahoshi, who had only been sobbing quietly moments ago, looked at her brothers suddenly collapsing to the ground. Her tears had just begun to dry, but now they burst forth again as she let out a loud, heartbreaking cry. On the ground, Otoheim, drained and gasping for breath, struggled to turn her gaze toward Yunyi. Her complexion grew deathly pale. Hearing the sound of Shirahoshi wailing, the eldest prince, Sharkstar, turned abruptly, his face shifting to alarm as he looked toward her direction. The cry echoed out, and that strange, invisible force grew even more intense. It swept throughout Fishman Island, reverberating into the surrounding seas. In that instant, somewhere in the pitch-black depths, it was as if a colossus stirred from slumber. Enormous eyes snapped open, fixing their gaze upon Fishman Island. The movement of those massive bodies sent powerful currents churning, plunging the sea floor into chaos. Conqueror's Haki? Damn it! What have you done? Jinbei's face darkened with horror. He knew exactly what Shirahoshi's tears could bring. The summoning of gigantic sea kings. And in that moment, he was certain Yunyi was masterminding this disaster. Burn the pact, kill the queen, make Shirahoshi cry, summon the giant sea kings, destroy Fishman Island. When that happens, every last mermaid and fishman on the island will lose their home, and the slave traders across the seas will descend like vultures gone mad. Realization crashed over Jinbei, leaving no room for hesitation. With a thunderous sound, his figure turned to a streak of blue as he shot toward Yunyi. He had to stop this at all costs. To everyone watching, Yunyi's actions were those of a villain beyond doubt. He gave no explanations, there was no time for that. Facing Jinbei's charging attack, Yunyi summoned lightning and fire behind him, both forces surging and colliding, annihilating one another, imbuing him with boundless strength. I don't have time for you. He raised a hand to block Jinbei's blow. Lightning crackled along his fist as Yunyi, with a single strike, sent rippling shockwaves into Jinbei's abdomen, blasting him clear across the cavern to crash against a distant wall of coral. With Jinbei dealt with, Yunyi used Shuanpa to appear instantly at Otoheim's side. What have you done? At that moment, the eldest prince, eyes bloodshot, brandished his trident and lunged at Yunyi. Yunyi waved a hand. White lightning flared and sent the prince tumbling through the water, though Yunyi held back, sending him only a dozen meters away. Otoheim, ghostly pale, stared up at Yunyi. Blood trickled from her lips as she managed, in a weak and trembling voice. Why would you do such a thing? What is your purpose in all of this? Yunyi glanced at Otoheim, feeling quite a sense of admiration for this mermaid who carried such lofty dreams. With a casual motion, he pointed his finger, and a silvery white light flowed from his fingertip, landing gently on Princess Otoheim's wound. The light began to slowly heal her injury, though the bullet remained lodged within her body. Yunyi had only performed some basic healing. He said, "It wasn't my people who fired that shot. You all should take a closer look at your own army to see if you have any traitors among you." As he spoke, he turned his eyes to Shirahoshi. "As for my purpose here, of course I've come to witness the power of the Sea Kings." Otoheim's expression shifted once more. "How did you cough?" She wanted to ask how Yunyi could possibly know, but before she could finish, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet at the same time, her special form of Kinbunchika Haki gave her a faint sense of Yunyi's thoughts and emotions. She felt no hint of hostility towards them. In fact, she realized that the life which had been steadily ebbing away from her seemed not only to have stilled, but even to be slowly recovering. "Don't move. Your internal organs are injured, and the bullet's still inside you. Move around too much and you'll die. I have no interest in being blamed for killing a queen," Yunyi said indifferently, though his gaze had shifted to another direction. Over there, a few enormous sea kings were gliding through the water toward them. Throughout all this, Yunyi kept using his Kinbunchika Haki to sense the waves of spiritual energy radiating from Shirahoshi. The soul. This was an area Yunyi had never truly explored, yet it was something innately woven into existence itself. Sometimes, Yunyi even wondered if his ability to flawlessly control his artificial puppet bodies was due to some natural talent he possessed regarding the soul. So, when he first sensed this kind of wave, an answer arose inside him without conscious thought. This wave belonged to the soul. That was why Yunyi wanted to investigate it further, but so far had found nothing of substance. These things are just massive. If too many of them show up, I'm not sure I can handle it." Unable to hide a flicker of unease, Yunyi shook his head at the sight of these colossal sea kings. Creatures of that class, Conqueror's Haki alone wouldn't be enough to keep them at bay. Realizing he wasn't learning anything useful from his investigation, Yuni had no choice but to give up for now. In an instant, he appeared at Shirahoshi's side, patting her cheek and saying, "All right, stop crying. Your mother is safe now." When Shirahoshi heard this, she wiped her little arms across her eyes, though the tears continued to fall freely, and looked over, finally noticing that her mother, though still very weak, clearly seemed to be out of danger. Her curious eyes soon landed on Yuni, and in an instant, she nearly burst out sobbing all over again. The masked Yuni had startled her. Like a nervous reflex, she swung her right hand in his direction. Even as a child, Shirahoshi was already much larger than Yunyi, and when she swiped her hand, the wind roared through the air. Yunye's face darkened. With a swift step, he dodged aside and appeared in front of Shirahoshi's face. He tapped her on the forehead and said, "Don't cry. If you keep crying, I won't save your mother." Hearing Yunye's threat, Shirahoshi pouted miserably, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. But at least she managed not to cry. At this moment, Sharkstar, the eldest prince who had been knocked aside by Yunyi earlier, rushed back to his mother's side and helped her up. "Mother, are you all right?" Thanks to Yunye's healing, Odoheim's complexion was much better now, her words no longer coming out in fits and starts. "I'm fine," she replied. "Princess Odoheim, are you all right?" Jinbi climbed out from the rubble and hurried to her side, keeping a wary eye on Yunyi. He still couldn't figure out Yunye's true intentions. Right after, he noticed the massive sea kings looming nearby, and his expression instantly changed. Now that she was certain she was safe, Odoheim also looked outside the protective bubble with a grave expression. "TSK trouble." Paying no mind to the others, Yunye's eyes narrowed as he watched the enormous sea kings drawing closer. He couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. He hadn't expected that. Even after Shirahoshi stopped sending out waves, those creatures were still heading this way. But since he was the reason for all this trouble, Yunyi wasn't heartless enough to just sit by and watch. "Blue Fatty, keep an eye on your princess. I don't want to come back down just to find her dead." With those words, Yunye's figure shot toward the sky. Behind him, thunder and flames exploded in his wake. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, immediately drawing the attention of the summoned giant sea kings. "Hey, stop!" Yunyi called out from high above, his voice cold and commanding. The sea kings turned their gazes toward Yunyi, who looked like nothing but a speck to them. One of them released a cluster of bubbles, sending out a strange ripple, its meaning, a human. Another sea king also sent a wave, its message clear, "The scent of the king, over there. Let's see." Yet despite this, they did not slow down. They kept swimming relentlessly towards Shirahoshi's location. Each time these massive creatures moved, they churned the surrounding waters, their immense bodies sending powerful currents slamming into Fishman Island. Even the bubble membrane protecting the entire island began to tremble and sway under the impact. "What's that? Sea kings? Sea kings, but that big? This is bad. They're heading straight for us. What will we do now? If the bubble pops, Fishman Island will be lost." Countless islanders stared in terror at the colossal sea kings looming just above the bubble membrane, faces drained of all color. Beyond a square outside Ryugu Palace, King Neptune, alerted by the ministers, also looked up at the monstrous sea kings. Could something have happened to Shirahoshi? Neptune, who was aware of some of the goings-on, was now deeply anxious. He glanced toward the direction of Gillincourt Plaza, but from where he stood, it was impossible to see what was happening over there. Without hesitation, he swung his arm decisively. "Go quickly. Check what's happening at Gillincourt Plaza." As soon as he gave the order and looked up again, this time, with keen eyes, he caught sight of a flicker of light, sparkling noisily in midair. It was the light burst behind the instant eruption of Yunyi's power. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Suspended in midair, Yunyi narrowed his eyes, and a blast of overwhelming will surge forth, cascading down in an imposing wave. At first, these gigantic sea kings felt nothing. The will of a conqueror? It had no effect on them, or so they thought. Yet in the blink of an eye, every one of the colossal sea kings became dazed. For just an instant, they seemed to glimpse a towering figure gazing down upon them from above. This figure was so vast that, despite their enormous size, they seemed as insignificant as ants before him. Clad in a black kimono and wielding a blade that shimmered with a dreamlike glow, the figure's face was impossible to discern, nor could they comprehend his true power. He simply lowered his gaze, and beneath that gaze, they were reduced to mere specks, utterly insignificant. They felt as if they could not endure even a single glance from this being. An overwhelming pressure crashed down, not upon their bodies, but upon their very souls. Terror gripped them, an unutterable dread, as though they were facing their greatest nightmare. What Yun himself did not realize was that his conquering will was more than just that alone. It carried a unique pulse, something that surfaced only when his spiritual pressure erupted. He had always unleashed this force alongside his will, but until now, no one else had ever perceived it. Yet now, this peculiar pulse could not escape the Sea King's senses. I told you to stop. Yunyi's icy voice rang out again, seeing the creatures still refusing to halt. At that moment, the thunderous command struck the senses of the Sea Kings, snapping them out of their trance as if yanked from a dream. Everything that had just happened seemed illusory, yet it felt indescribably real. Heeding that voice, they halted, not daring to move even half a step further. They understood now. It was this human before them who had brought upon them this shuddering pressure. That force radiated from the very depths of his soul. Greater than Poseidon, greater than Joy Boy, greater even than him. Their fear of him eclipsed them all. The first two were their kings, the last, a being capable of annihilating them entirely. Yet before the presence of this man, both their kings and their nightmares seemed utterly trivial. Withdraw. That voice rang out again, making their massive bodies tremble. A few of the giant Sea Kings didn't dare linger. Even for a second, none of them had the courage to defy the words of the person before them. This being was a god, a true god. It felt as though they didn't belong to this world at all. To enrage, such an existence would mean destruction, world-ending destruction. Everything would be wiped out, lost forever. After a few terrified whimpers slipped out, the giant Sea Kings swiftly turned and, with frantic sweeps of their fins, hurried away. That worked better than I expected. Even Yun Yi hadn't thought that simply releasing a hint of Conqueror's Haki would so easily frighten those giant Sea Kings into fleeing. Is Conqueror's Haki really that overwhelming? Inevitably, this thought surfaced in Yun Ye's mind. But he quickly shook his head. As great as Conqueror's Haki was, it still shouldn't be powerful enough to terrify monsters of this caliber. Yes, what came from them wasn't just fear. No, it was abject terror. Yun Yi, ever cautious and thoughtful, didn't believe such an outlandish explanation. Even if the most daunting of them all, the red-haired Shanks, were to appear, he couldn't imagine the Sea Kings reacting this way. So, could it be that my Conqueror's Haki is somehow different? After all, it had evolved from spiritual pressure, possibly unlike ordinary Conqueror's Haki. It was just like Shirahoshi. With nothing but her tears, she could cause the ocean to roil. Yet, from others' expressions, it was clear they noticed nothing unusual. Perhaps they couldn't sense it at all. But Yun Yi could detect a power distinctly out of the ordinary. Those Sea Kings could sense the soul waves Shirahoshi released. So, could they also perceive his own soul waves? As the one emitting Conqueror's Haki, Yun Yi himself couldn't tell if it was different. He could only wait for another chance to experiment. With these thoughts churning, Yun Yi began his descent from high above. Jinbei and the others watched him with utmost caution. This guy was ruthless by reputation, and nothing about his approach suggested he was here for good. But Odoheim just waved her hand and shook her head. It doesn't mean us any harm, she said. The others exchanged anxious glances, but, in the end, followed Odoheim's instructions. Yun Yi didn't spare them a second glance. He walked straight up to Odoheim, noticing the wound she still hadn't treated, and snapped irritably at those around her. Why haven't you dealt with her wound yet? Do you want her to die? Odoheim gave a slight bow, her voice full of respect. My lord, I was the one who told them to wait. Her observation Haki was remarkable, able to sense the surge of emotions in others. Just now, she had distinctly felt the boundless terror radiating from those giant Sea Kings. Although she didn't know what exactly Yun Yi communicated with those Sea Kings, judging from his earlier actions, she was certain that their fear was undeniably connected to Yun Yi. To make those giant Sea Kings, powerful enough to destroy their entire island, tremble with such terror, any being that could inspire that was not something Fishman Island could ever hope to oppose. That was why she was treating him with such utmost respect. She worried that even a careless gesture on her part might anger Yun Yi. If that happened, Fishman Island would face a fate she dared not imagine. Queen Odoheim's deference to Yun Yi left everyone present stunned. They couldn't comprehend why she was humbling herself to such a degree. Mother, Sharkstar tried to speak, but Odoheim quickly signaled him to stay silent. Yun Yi, too, noticed that Queen Odoheim's attitude was exceedingly deferential. However, knowing how keenly perceptive her observation Haki was, he figured she must have sensed something beyond what the others could. He didn't give it much more thought, and simply said, "You should get that wound treated." Odoheim responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Because of her frail health, there was always a medical team at hand within her entourage, just in case. The reason the doctors hadn't stepped in earlier was that the bullet had struck a critical area inside Queen Odoheim's body, and given her weak constitution, no ordinary method could have saved her. Still, the medical team was quite skilled. Not long afterward, the bullet was successfully removed from her body. Despite her serious injuries, Odoheim managed to push herself up and, struggling, came before Yunyi. With great respect, she said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Please allow us to invite you to Ryugu Castle as our honored guest." Yunyi looked at Odoheim's weakened state and tapped gently in the air. Once more, a soft, white glow shone from his fingertips and landed on Odoheim's wound. This time, no one dare make a move. Earlier, Queen Odoheim had already issued a stern warning to everyone. Jinbi, wise as he was, bore no grudge for being knocked aside by Yunyi. After all, Yunyi had just saved Queen Odoheim's life. Before their very eyes, Odoheim's complexion grew healthy and rosy. Within a matter of seconds, her wounds had healed completely. Yunyi said, "I've healed your injuries. That's my way of making up for acting so abruptly before." "Thank you, sir." Odoheim bowed once more in gratitude. Yunyi waved a hand dismissively. "Enough. There's no need to be so formal. If you say you want to treat me as a guest, let's get going. I'm getting a bit hungry myself." With that, the group set out for Ryugu Castle. However, Yunyi noted that Jinbi, Shark Star, and a team of soldiers hadn't joined them. Clearly, Yunyi's earlier words had struck a chord. There was a traitor in their midst. On top of that, with Yunyi having just unleashed his conqueror's haki, many people had fallen into unconsciousness. Not only their own soldiers, but others who were caught in the aftermath as well. On the way, Shirahoshi suddenly drifted over, hovering around Yunyi. Her adorable little face was filled with hesitation. In the end, though, her curiosity got the better of her. Sir, how were you able to soar into the sky just now without a bubble? And what was that white light?" At her age, curiosity was at its peak. Adding to that, she was naturally gifted with observation haki, so she could sense that Yunyi had no ill will toward them. Besides, Yunyi had just healed her mother, deeply imprinting on Shirahoshi the impression that he was a good person. It was this conviction that made her unable to suppress her curiosity. If word ever got out that a so-called heinous criminal, one who dared to slay a celestial dragon and escape from an admiral, was seen as a good person by Shirahoshi, there'd probably be a collective uproar. "Shirahoshi, don't be rude." Queen Odoheim reprimanded at once. Being scolded by her mother was a rare thing, and Shirahoshi's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, her gaze watery and aggrieved. Yunyi waved his hand, signaling that it was no bother, and continued walking as he spoke. In this world, there's a thing called a devil fruit. If you eat one, you're granted a wondrous power. But once you do, the sea will spurn you, and you'll become a landlubber for the rest of your days. Shirahoshi glanced nervously at her mother. Seeing that she wasn't scolded again, she pressed on with her curiosity. "Landlubber? What's that?" Naturally, such a term was unheard of on Fishman Island. After all, everyone that was born knowing how to swim, topics like these never even came up. It means a person who can't swim. There are people who can't swim. As Yunyi spoke, he was also using his senses to probe Shirahoshi, still seeking to understand whether he could replicate that peculiar soul resonance he'd sensed before. If it was possible to mimic, perhaps one day he could command all the Sea Kings himself. If not, he at least wanted to gain deeper insight into the legend of the Sea Kings. But it seemed that kind of resonance could only be triggered by strong emotions. For now, nothing of the sort was radiating from Shirahoshi, leaving Yunyi with nothing more to observe. Before long, the group arrived at Ryugu Palace. "Thank you, sir, for saving Queen Odoheim. We are forever grateful," Neptune offered, bowing deeply. Upon learning that Yunyi had saved Queen Odoheim, Neptune showed utmost respect, not just because Yunyi had rescued his beloved wife, but also due to the weight of Yunyi's identity. Yet most of all, he was moved by Odoheim's own urgings. It was the first time he'd ever seen his wife speak to him with such solemnity. "You need not stand on ceremony, King Neptune." Yunyi was well accustomed to such occasions and responded with appropriate grace. The banquet began, and both host and guest celebrated heartily together. Yunyi was eating the unique cuisine of Fishman Island without his mask, while Shirahoshi joyfully fluttered around him, clearly delighted. Ever since he discovered he could change the shape of his artificial face, exposing his true appearance had ceased to matter. He only wore the mask to maintain his persona. Yunyi was always patient with children, just as he was with Xiaoya. So too was he with young Shirahoshi. Nevertheless, under this identity, he exercised greater restraint, careful not to act in any way that might arouse suspicion. In this regard, Yunyi was extremely cautious. From time to time, Jinbi would visit Ryugu Castle. He remained uneasy about such a dangerous individual as a Quincy and felt it necessary to keep watch. Although Yanni had saved Odoheim's life, that alone was not enough to rule out the danger he posed. Jinbi came over to Yanni, carrying a jug of sake. After they clinked their cups, Jinbi said, "I'm very grateful you saved Princess Odoheim, but I still want to know, what is your real purpose for coming here?" After eating a snack, Yanni replied, "Fishman Island is one of the world's famed islands. Naturally, I want to see it for myself." He only answered the question about why he came, omitting the reasons for his earlier actions. Jinbi frowned. That wasn't the answer he was seeking. He was about to press further when Odoheim hurried over. With her observation hockey, she could sense people's feelings. She'd picked up on the mood between the two and rushed over in concern. She knew Jinbi's character well, upright, cautious, but with one stubborn flaw. Once his mind was made up, he rarely changed it. Worried the two might have a falling out, Odoheim had come over in haste. After a few words of small talk, Princess Odoheim suddenly changed the subject, not minding that Jinbi was present. Or perhaps Jinbi was among those who already knew. Odoheim asked, "My lord, are you aware of Shirahoshi's condition?" Since Yanni had previously mentioned the term Poseidon, Odoheim knew he must understand something about it. If she could, she would rather her daughter never bear such a dangerous power. As a mother, her only wish was for her child to live a peaceful, ordinary life. "Poseidon, you say?" Yanni looked at Odoheim and slowly replied, "I imagine you must know at least a little about it. Ever since Shirahoshi's power had once erupted, summoning the kings of the sea, Odoheim had begun quietly gathering information about it. For an island that had stood for countless generations, the royal family held many secrets, including legends surrounding Poseidon." Odoheim nodded gravely. "The mermaid princess who can command the sea kings, the legendary Poseidon." Yanni nodded and said, "Are you asking whether I can remove this power, or perhaps suppress it?" From Princess Odoheim's expression, Yanni could easily tell what she wished for. No mother, after all, could bear to see her children burdened with such a terrifying force. If this news were ever to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Odoheim bit her lip and nodded. Yanni spoke calmly. "It is something deeply imprinted on the soul. Even after death, it follows into the cycle of reincarnation. It cannot be erased, and it is something inevitable in this era. In this world, such a thing as destiny truly exists. Even Roger, who conquered the Grand Line with overwhelming strength and set foot on the last island, found that in the end, it was still futile. He was not Joy Boy, and therefore he could not accomplish what only Joy Boy could. When one forces destiny's hand, fate will play its cruel tricks, making you miss your chance again and again. What appears as coincidence is, in truth, all part of a predetermined path. He was merely the key to a new era, the one to end it was never meant to be him. Such is the decree of destiny." Yet, despite saying this, Yun himself did not believe in fate. The reason Roger couldn't break the chains of destiny was simply that he wasn't strong enough. Once you become powerful enough to trample everything underfoot, destiny and inevitability become nothing but empty words. Odoheim, unwilling to resign herself, pressed on, "Is there truly no way?" Yanni shook his head slightly. Right now, perhaps he had no way. But if one day he grew strong enough and his understanding of the soul deepened, then maybe, just maybe, there would be a way. But such uncertainties Yanni would never speak aloud. Odoheim let out a resigned sigh. "I understand, my lord. I promise to keep this secret." Yanni nodded and picked up another pastry. He had to admit, the flavor was decent. It was no wonder Big Mom would take notice of these in the future. At that moment, a soldier came over from the other side and delivered a respectful salute before reporting, "Your Majesty, all of those signatures have been destroyed." For a moment, Odoheim's eyes dimmed, but she quickly composed herself and smiled. "It's all right. If they're gone, I'll simply gather them all over again." At that point, Yanni spoke, dousing her resolve with a dose of cold reality. "Much as I admire your ideals, they are far too hollow. If you send all your people to the surface without having the strength to protect yourselves, all you'll achieve is a quicker ruin." Stunned, Odoheim hurried to ask, "My lord, why is that?" "Never underestimate human greed," Yanni replied. "Even here, deep beneath the sea, shielded under Whitebeard's flag, there are those who dare sneak on a Fishman Island for human trafficking. If you relocate to the surface, to the weak edge of the Whitebeard's domain in the first half of the Grand Line, how much safety do you think you'll really have?" Yanni spoke coolly. "Don't take your ideals for granted. Unless Fishman Island produces someone like Whitebeard, you'd better put away that foolish idea." Although Yanni admired this sort of determination, he couldn't help but see it as utter foolishness. With no means of protecting themselves, yet willfully lowering their shields and exposing their weaknesses. If that's not courting death, what is? My lord, even so, I will never give up. I do this for the sake of our children's future. Odoheim's voice was unwavering, the force of a lifelong dream refusing to be so easily swayed. But Yunny poured cold water on her resolve. If you don't want your children to be born as slaves, as toys for others, then banish such thoughts from your minds. You can't even recognize traitors hiding among your soldiers. You're oblivious when Shirahoshi is marked by someone's devil fruit power. You can't even manage your own people properly. Yet you want to grapple with cunning humans? Yunny's words cut deep, leaving everyone present burning with shame. Odoheim's face turned ashen at his words, even paler than when she had been wounded. Was her life's pursuit truly this foolish in the eyes of others? Yet someone picked out a crucial detail in Yunny's speech. Jinbi quickly interjected. You said Shirahoshi was marked by a devil fruit user? Jinbi's words snapped many out of their shock. They began to realize what had just been said. Yunny just quirked his lips. Even from a distance, my Haki could sense it. And you, one of the 7 warlords, failed to notice? He nearly let slip. You ought to hang up your sword and take up farming instead of being a warlord. But to be fair, it wasn't entirely Jinbi's fault. The scene was chaotic at the time, and the use of Kin Bunchaku, observation Haki, required a steady state of mind. Given the circumstances, Jinbi's oversight was understandable. Meanwhile, Yunny possessed foreknowledge from the source material, and his Haki had been focused on Shirahoshi all along, so he saw the fisherman's actions with perfect clarity. Jinbi had no grounds for rebuttal. His face darkened as he became aware of how grievously he'd erred. Yunny continued. As for the one responsible, he was knocked unconscious by me earlier. If you let him slip away, don't say I didn't warn you. That man's a Paramecia type, with a target fruit. Back when Yunny unleashed his conqueror's Haki, that fishman had been stunned with the rest. A minor figure. Yunny couldn't even remember his name. Finally, Yunny gave a cold laugh. So you see, give up these foolish methods. I have no desire to one day see Shirahoshi's face at a slave auction. He finished the last bite of dessert, stood up, and waved his hand. Thank you all for your hospitality. The food was excellent. Would you mind packing some for me to take along as I leave? The left minister wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Understood, sir. I'll get things ready right away. And don't forget to have it delivered to the merchant ship at the port. With that, Yunyi departed, leaving behind a crowd of people whose faces shifted through a range of emotions. After a long silence, Princess Odoheim let out a faint sigh. Could it be that I was wrong all along? She couldn't disregard Yunye's words. A figure of such stature wouldn't speak idly. Thinking it through carefully now, she realized she had been too optimistic. She had only pictured a beautiful future, never stopping to imagine how things might go completely awry. We should take things step by step, Your Highness, Neptune offered, trying to comfort his wife. Then his tone turned steely. Have any of those who fainted come around? Interrogate them thoroughly. His own daughter's safety was at stake. He could afford no carelessness. Soon, several soldiers descended to the task. In the end, the unfortunate user of the target fruit was defeated by Yun Ye's overwhelming conqueror's Haki. After leaving the banquet hall, Yun Ye made his way toward the bustling parts of the city. Coral Hill, vibrant streets at the heart of Fishman Island. If you remember correctly, the cafe run by Madame Shirley, the fortune-telling mermaid, was located there. For this trip, Yun Ye's first aim was simply to explore. After all, having come all the way to the world of pirates, he was truly intrigued by islands so different from his past life. Meeting Shirahoshi and chasing off that enormous sea king had just been a fortuitous event. His second reason was to visit the fortune-teller Shirley and see what she could divine. Hawkins' readings were always about his own luck and fate. But what Madame Shirley saw concerned the shape of things to come. He wondered, now that he was part of this world, would its destiny veer off its original course? Curiosity pushed him onward. When he reached the cafe, there were few customers inside, a result of the morning's disturbances. Yunyi pushed open the door, and a crisp, pleasant greeting chimed through the air. I'll have a coffee, Yunyi said, casually choosing a seat. Soon, a cup of rich, fragrant coffee was set before him. These must be a special variety of coffee beans. As the cup arrived, a tempting aroma wafted over. He added 2 cubes of sugar, took a small sip, and nodded. This is an excellent brew. The barista has real skill, as long as the customer enjoys it. A sweet-looking red-haired mermaid waitress flashed him a gentle smile. She had personally brewed this cup. The cafe's fresh and elegant atmosphere gave off a soothing vibe, while the mermaid waitstaff, each with their own unique beauty and charm, moved gracefully about, their laughter adding a lively touch to the place. Just sitting here felt like a pleasure in itself. Yinyi truly relished this inviting ambience. However, Yinyi had come here with a purpose. After quietly finishing a cup of coffee, he got straight to the point, looking at the red-haired waitress. "Where is Madame Shayley?" One of the mermaid waitresses was momentarily taken aback, then smiled sweetly. "Madame Shayley is resting in the back. Ask her to come out and say a guest is looking for her. But just mention it to her. She'll come out." Yunyi fixed the mermaid with a gaze that brooked no refusal. Sensing that Yunyi was no ordinary guest, the waitress hesitated. Typically, this was Shayley's break, and she never came out unless there was something important. But the guest did seem to have serious business, which left her uncertain for a moment. Just then, a figure seemed to drift out from the back room, glancing in Yunyi's direction. "Is there something you need, guest?" Yunyi answered directly. "I've heard the fortune teller at the Mermaid Cafe is remarkably accurate. I'd like you to read my fortune." Shayley took a drag from her cigarette and asked, "Where did you hear that? Does it matter?" "It matters a lot." "Oh, really?" "A fishman named Along told me." The moment she heard that name, Shayley's expression darkened. "If you're here on his recommendation, then I'm afraid I can't help you." Yunya's tone was cool. "It seems I invited this rejection myself. Still, I'm not really asking for your permission, understand?" "I won't read your fortune," Shayley replied firmly. "I won't do fortune-telling for anyone anymore." Because her predictions had time and again revealed only misfortune, Shayley now saw her gift as a burden, deeply rejecting the very thought of using it. "Running away isn't going to solve anything," Yunyi said, looking steadily at Shayley. "Is it because your fortunes always brought bad news that you're thinking of sealing them away?" Shayley, startled that he saw straight through her, clenched her jaw and answered coldly, "Get out. You're not welcome here." Without so much as shifting his posture, Yunyi continued, "If fate has given you this gift, why not make proper use of it? If you're worried about misfortune, will avoiding it truly keep it away? Knowing in advance might be a chance to make things right. Destiny is already set. There's no changing it," Shayley replied, taking a slow, deep breath. "How can you be sure if you never try? If the timing is uncertain, how could anything be changed?" Yunyi let out a quiet laugh. "Sounds to me like you've tried to change destiny before." Shayley didn't argue this time. Instead, she seemed calm. "Leave. I've decided. I won't read anyone's fortune again. I want to know what lies ahead for me," Yunyi replied, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "I refuse. There are many people in this world who have the power to refuse me, but you are definitely not one of them." Yunyi had come here for one purpose, to have Shayley tell his fortune. Of course, he wouldn't allow her to turn him down. So, even if he had to play the villain, even if it meant forcing her, he was determined to make her read his fate. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Yunyi, now more serious than before, exuded a presence that was nothing like his earlier self. Everyone present could feel the pressure radiating from him. Shayley clenched her teeth and wanted to refuse him outright, but for some reason, the words stuck in her throat. She had a vague, unsettling premonition. If she dared refuse him again, the consequences would be more than she could withstand. It was the intuition of a fortune teller. Just then, a tall figure pushed through the door. It was Jinpei. Ever since Yunyi had arrived, Jinpei had shadowed his every move. He simply couldn't feel at ease leaving someone as dangerous as a Quincy unattended. Yunyi noticed but didn't care. Jinpei entered with a grave expression. "Quincy, though we're grateful to you for saving Princess Odoheim, if you intend to cause trouble here, I won't stand idly by." Yunyi remained seated, casting a cool glance at Jinpei. "My request is simple. I want Madame Shayley to tell my fortune. That's the reason I came. Like I said, there are many who could refuse me, but none of you on Fishman Island are among them." This time, the thread in Yunyi's words was impossible to ignore. Jinpei's face darkened even further. He was not someone easily intimidated or cowed. With an angry huff, he opened his mouth to speak. But before he could, another person burst through the door. Princess Odoheim rushed in, breathless from running. "Jinpei, don't act rashly." She then turned to Yunyi, bowing with humble respect. "Sir, please don't be angry." Shirahoshi floated over as well. "Sir, please don't be upset, all right?" Yunyi waved his hand, then looked at Shayley. "Read my fortune just this once. In return, I promise, someday in the future, you can ask one favor of me. That is my concession." Shayley was torn. By now, she understood that Yunyi's identity was anything but simple. If he could make Jinpei so cautious and warrant such respect from Princess Odoheim, his status was beyond imagination. After a long pause, Shayley finally exhaled heavily. "Very well, sir. I will read your fortune, but only this once." Yunyi nodded in approval. Shayley stepped to a giant pearl clam and took out a divination orb. "All of you leave. After a moment's consideration, Yin Yi spoke up. He was concerned the fortune might reveal secrets about himself, complicating matters unnecessarily. The others exchanged glances, but filed out obediently. Soon, only Yin Yi and Shayli remained in the room. "Let's begin," Yin Yi said, fixing his eyes on the crystal ball. Xiali nodded, then closed her eyes to begin the divination. Soon, visions emerged atop the scrying orb. Blazing golden flames soared to the heavens, and within the inferno, two blurred figures were locked in fierce battle. One wore a black and white Haori, clutching a sword with a pure white, scorching blade. With every swing, boundless fire rolled forth in waves. The other, draped in a white gauze robe and crowned with a four-pointed diadem, drove back the relentless flames with every gesture. As the two clashed, the entire world was thrown into upheaval. The red earth continent cracked and crumbled, the waters of the four seas surged in reverse, and endless gales howled across the calm belt. It was a vision like the end of the world itself. Gazing at the images within the crystal ball, Yin Ye's eyes reflected flickering thoughts. That crowned figure could be I'm? And the other one, is that me? Those golden flames, is that Ryujin Jaka? As these questions churned in Yin Ye's mind, the vision in the orb shifted, and the scene transformed in an instant. Inside a grand palace, the two figures once again appeared, seated face to face. One in the black and white Haori, the other with the crown, the same two from before. But this time, there was no battle. They were engaged in conversation, the setting remaining constant, the two quietly facing each other and exchanging words. At this, Yin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. What's happening here? Why are there two such different outcomes in the divination? Is the future uncertain, or is something else at play? Yin Yi pondered, committing every detail of what he saw to memory. Then, the vision in the crystal ball vanished abruptly, and a sharp cracking sound echoed as it split cleanly in two. At the very moment the orb shattered, Xiali gave a sudden scream and collapsed to the ground. Sweat streamed down her forehead, her entire body curling up as if suffering an unbearable agony. Yin Yi extended a finger, sending a white light that enveloped Xiali, soothing and healing her. After some time, she began to recover, though her face remained deathly pale, drained of all color. "Don't tell anyone what you saw in the divination. I owe you for this. If you ever get into trouble, you can come find me." Yin Yi addressed Xiali with a glance before turning and leaving. Xiali gasped for breath, watching Yin Ye's retreating figure, unconsciously overlaying his silhouette with the black and white Haori-clad figure from the vision. "It's over. Let's go." Yin Yi stepped out through the doorway, with Xiali, her face still pale, filled with deference, trailing respectfully behind. Had Yin Yi straightened his clothes a little just then, he could almost have resembled, well, since he'd landed on the island, some time had already passed, and now that his purpose on Fishman Island was fulfilled, Yin Yi saw no reason to linger. "Sir, goodbye," Shirahoshi said, her face full of reluctant longing, lips trembling as if on the verge of tears. During their earlier conversation, Yin Yi had spoken of many things she had only ever dreamed of. Shirahoshi truly liked this distinguished visitor. The rest of them, including Princess Otoheim and a dozen soldiers, all bowed respectfully. Waving his hand to the group, Yin Yi strode away without looking back. Behind him, Jinbei quietly asked Shirley what she had divined, but Shirley only shook her head, pale as a sheet. Recalling that divination, those terrifying scenes, just thinking about it now still sent a chill down her spine. How powerful would someone have to be for the aftermath of their battle to shake the very foundations of the Red Line? She simply could not imagine it, and Yin Yi had already warned her not to speak of it, so she dared not utter a word. If someone like that were to be angered, Fishman Island could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Jinbei felt puzzled. Why did everyone go silent and tense when facing Yin Yi? Yes, Quincy were incredibly strong, but he himself had witnessed Whitebeard unleash his fury before. The sheer, world-shattering destruction was enough to shake him to his core. That was true strength. So, even though he'd been sent flying by Yin Yi earlier, at most he was on guard. He hadn't truly been afraid. Still, Jinbei wasn't foolish. He knew both Princess Otoheim and Madame Shirley well. Their characters wouldn't allow them to be intimidated merely by Quincy's reputation. Clearly, there was something he didn't yet understand. "Princess Otoheim, Madame Shirley, do you two know something about the Quincy's that you're not telling me?" Jinbei looked at them both, his expression solemn. The two women exchanged a glance, but merely shook their heads. Otoheim spoke up, her voice firm. "Jinbei, don't even think about provoking that man. If we anger him, Fishman Island will be wiped off the map." Her words were harsh, but they reflected what she truly believed. Creatures like those sea kings were so much larger than their ordinary kin, a few ramming charges alone, and Fishman Island would be reduced to rubble. Yet even those colossal sea kings had quailed in terror before Yunyi. From that alone, it was clear, Yunyi's power far surpassed even the mightiest sea kings. Beside her, Shirley nodded repeatedly. A being of that level, with a mere gesture, he could destroy their entire home. In that moment, both women wore solemn, heavy expressions. Seeing their reactions only deepened Jinbei's unease. He let the matter drop and turned to Shirley, asking, "How did the Quincy know about your gift of foresight? There's no way outsiders could have found out." Shirley drew a deep breath. He said Arlong told him. Maybe. She didn't finish. She knew Arlong well, his hatred for humans, his arrogance. If he really had met that man, odds were 9 out of 10 that conflict had broken out. By now, maybe Arlong, huh? Jinbei narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Back when he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Arlong already quarreled with him for becoming a warlord, accusing him of being a lapdog for the world government. No one knows where Arlong has gone since then. Now, hearing what Madame Shirley said, that thought inevitably surfaced in his mind. Boss Jinbei, although your strength is immense, and you're among the 7 warlords of the sea, it would be best not to provoke that lord, Shirley said to Jinbei solemnly. Jinbei nodded with careful resolve. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Seeing how serious the two were, Jinbei understood the gravity of the situation. He wouldn't do anything to endanger Fishman Island. In the following days, he used his status as a warlord to search everywhere for news of Arlong. Eventually, he discovered that Arlong had set off for the East Blue. It's time to set sail. At Yunyi's command, the merchant vessel once again set off on its journey. With an experienced helmsman aboard, the voyage proceeded smoothly, with no incidents along the way. They deftly avoided one dangerous area after another. Their destination, Dressrosa. After some time at sea, an island finally came into view ahead. It was Dressrosa, a place steadily gaining fame in these nearby waters. At the port, Diamante stood below to await them. When he saw Yunyi approaching, he bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Nightshade, the young master is waiting for you at the palace." Yunyi had once revealed his name, Tipaz Nightshade. Yunyi nodded. Let's go. Their group made its way toward the royal palace highlands. Along the way, Yunyi was greeted by scenes of blooming flowers, fine wine, sumptuous delicacies, and flowing music. The people smiled with joy, the island thrumming with happiness and harmony. Dancers in sizzling, alluring attire showcased their graceful figures, casting enchanting glances, radiant with youth as a hint of fragrance seemed to linger in the air. At some point, toys of all shapes and sizes began to roam the streets, mingling seamlessly with humans. Everything appeared orderly and beautiful on the surface, but beneath it all lurked boundless darkness. Darkness, cleverly concealed behind the veil of beauty. However, these matters were none of Yunyi's concern. In a certain sense, since Doflamingo had taken control of Dressrosa, the lives of its commoners had improved dramatically. Though some things would inevitably be lost or sacrificed, the world was not simply black and white. Every story had its shades of good and evil. He would leave the role of crusading hero to someone else. Led by Diamante at the front, they soon arrived at the palace highlands. Outside the palace, Diamante pushed open a grand door. Inside, every top officer of the Don Quixote family was gathered, with Doflamingo presiding. Among them were Treble, Pica, Sugar, and Baby Five, those who had followed Doflamingo from the very beginning. None of them were seated. They all stood respectfully behind him. Doflamingo sat at the dining table, one leg crossed over the other. The table was set for just 2 people, seats positioned face to face. Holding a glass of red wine, he glanced at Yunyi and let out a low, sinister laugh. Ha, ha. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Quincy. Yunyi smiled in return. Everyone's gathered here. Are you trying to put me in my place? With a resonating hum, Yunyi unleashed his conqueror's haki straight ahead, authority radiating from him. Doflamingo responded in kind, his own conqueror's haki flaring to life. Above them, thunder rumbled from out of nowhere, and streaks of red and black lightning danced across the sky. Seems like you were the one trying to make an impression the moment you arrived, Quincy. Doflamingo countered with a sly grin. Their haki met for just an instant before they both allowed the oppressive aura to fade. Only a few onlookers outside the core circle were caught in the aftershock, fainting for a moment, though they quickly recovered. It was just a way of saying hello, Yunyi said, sparing no glance for anyone else as he strode straight over and took a seat opposite Doflamingo. His eyes swept over the dishes set out on the table. Quite a feast. No poison, I hope. I'm not petty enough to neglect a guest, especially an ally, Doflamingo replied, flashing a toothy smile. Yunyi removed his mask and set it aside. After sampling a bit of the food, he nodded in approval. Not bad. Delicious, in fact. Although Lao Ji had already mentioned that Yunyi was remarkably young, the other officers couldn't help but be surprised when they saw his face up close. He looked far too young, hardly even 20. A flicker of something crossed Doflamingo's eyes. What you're eating is the choicest cut from a rare deep-sea fish. It doesn't come cheap, you know. Oh, planning to charge me for the meal? Yunyi took a sip of the red wine. The flavor was rich and full-bodied, quite excellent. Doflamingo was momentarily at a loss for words, then scoffed and steered the conversation back to business. Now that you've arrived in the new world, what are your plans? My plans? Yun Yim Wusit. Well, I'm not familiar with this place yet. I'll take some time to get my bearings before making any moves. Besides, I did kill 2 celestial dragons, not exactly low profile. The Navy's probably scouring the globe for me as we speak. Honestly, I'm terrified. Can't just go showing my face anywhere. Though his words sounded cautious, there was not a trace of fear in Yun Ye's demeanor. After committing such a grave crime, the 5 elders had to deal daily with the outrage from those 2 infuriated celestial dragon families. It wore them down to the bone. It wasn't just the Navy searching for Yun Yi. The CP intelligence agencies under the world government were also scouring every corner for his whereabouts. Doflamingo's expression darkened. He was having none of Yun Ye's humor. That's your business. After all, I'm one of the 7 warlords. Even if we're allied, it's all under the table. You'd best leave Dressrosa as soon as possible. I don't want to be seen associating with a criminal of your caliber. This madman Quincy really did dare to strike at the celestial dragons. Doflamingo, once a celestial dragon himself, thoroughly understood the consequences of such defiance. The world government would never let something like this go unpunished. Doflamingo was determined not to be caught up in his mess. You're the notorious joke of the underworld, aren't you? Don't tell me you're scared so easily. Ha ha ha. Being around someone as dangerous as you, I worry you'll devour me whole. How could I? You're a vital partner in my business, after all. Doflamingo only let out a low, mocking chuckle in his heart, refusing to reply. Yunyi went on. Did you leave that guy, Umit, hanging around until now on purpose? Were you waiting for me to take care of him for you? Doflamingo took a sip of his drink and glanced at Yunyi. Never underestimate any of the kings of the underworld. I never underestimate anyone, including you, Yunyi replied, suddenly breaking into a smile. Right now, I'm all alone on your turf. Want to see if you can take me out? Doflamingo's gaze sharpened, his lips curving into a grin. As a businessman, I don't break ties with my partners so lightly. This might be your only chance. In the future, you probably won't get another one, Yunyi said, licking his lips, a wild gleam in his eyes. Doflamingo remained silent, inwardly cursing this madman. Yunyi brushed off his intense expression and changed the subject. I'm a little curious. The devil fruit you got from me last time, what kind was it? That's none of your concern, Doflamingo replied calmly as he cut into his steak and took a bite. Yunyi shrugged, then swept his gaze over the officers standing behind Doflamingo. Seems like it was a pretty remarkable devil fruit. Did one of your officers eat it? Anyone here want to spar with me? Hearing this, a flurry of thoughts raced through Doflamingo's mind. Could the Quincy possibly know Sugar's abilities? Should I get rid of him here and now? But after considering, he resisted the urge. If he succeeded, fine. But if the Quincy was even the least bit cautious, there was no way Sugar's power would succeed. A man bold enough to venture here alone. Doflamingo didn't believe he hadn't prepared for this. Weighing his options, Doflamingo let the idea go. As for the officers under Yunyi's gaze, Pika, Buffalo, Gladius, and the rest all felt chills down their spines. None dared meet Yunyi's eyes. The Quincy's infamy was legendary across the seas. He'd even defeated their own young master, someone who'd go so far as to slay celestial dragons. Who among them would dare to start something with him? Only the 2 young girls, Baby, 5, and Sugar, regarded Yunyi with open curiosity. Could this young man really be the one who'd bested their young master? He certainly didn't look the part. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on someone as important as you. The infamous Quincy with his 700 million bounty. Doflamingo glanced at Yunyi and spoke in a tone laced with mockery. I only got a small bump for killing 2 celestial dragons. The world government is pretty stingy. Or maybe those dragons were just worthless trash. I suppose if they were stronger, the price might have been different. Yunyi seemed unbothered by Doflamingo's sarcasm and instead replied with a hint of suggestion in his voice. Fu. Perhaps that's true. Those fools have power, but haven't the faintest clue what matters most in this world. Catching the underlying message in Yunyi's words, Doflamingo clenched his jaw inwardly, but remembered that Yunyi was a madman, so he let it slide. That's right. The celestial dragons are fools. Otherwise, Why would they provoke a lunatic like me in the first place? Yunyi spoke offhandedly. Suddenly, there came a sharp crack. Doflamingo's wine glass shattered in his hand, red wine trickling through his fingers as his face darkened to a stormy shade. This bastard was doing it on purpose, no doubt. Feigning surprise, Yunyi looked over as if he had no idea why Doflamingo reacted so. What's wrong? Not enjoying the wine. Doflamingo took the towel Baby Five handed him and wiped his hand, his tone casual. It's nothing. Just thought of something unpleasant, that's all. That's good. I was afraid I'd said something wrong. Yunyi lifted his glass with a laugh. Silence. After that, Doflamingo said nothing more, and the room fell still and heavy. Yunyi didn't mind. He simply continued eating at his own pace. Across the hall, an oppressive mood hung over everything. The rest of the officers were all trembling with fear. Once he'd eaten and drunk his fill, Yunyi wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at Doflamingo. Let's get down to business. Give me Umit's territory map. Since we're allies now, it's only right I help you handle your problems, isn't it? He had made it clear enough. He intended to take Umit's place. Doflamingo knew it too, and yet, all this time, Umit still hadn't been dealt with. Obviously, Doflamingo didn't want to make things too easy for him, even though Umit had already declared war on him. That was always the way of the underworld. One moment enemies, the next allies. The only constant was profit. Such was the alliance of Yunyi and Doflamingo, a fragile relationship, as thin as a soap bubble waiting to burst. If not for his wariness of Yunyi, Doflamingo would have already been scheming to turn him into one of his toys. Fufufu, let's hope so. Doflamingo grinned, handing Yunyi a folder of information. Yunyi took it, flipping through the pages. Oh, his base is under the sea, just like Fishman Island? That's going to be a bit tricky. According to the dossier, the headquarters of the Deep Current was called Undersea City. Deep beneath a certain stretch of sea, the ocean floor is shrouded by heavy layers of bubble membranes, forming an underwater stronghold much like Fishman Island. Some of these enclaves are the product of natural formation, while others are man-made, a truly unique environment. What's more, treacherous currents sweep through the surrounding waters, without proper knowledge of the routes. Venturing in recklessly is nothing short of courting danger. One misstep, and you could be swept up by the infamous White Dragon current, both ship and crew vanishing without a trace. Fufufu. That Umit fellow is notorious for his caution. Anyone thinking of taking him out will find it's no easy feat, Doflamingo chuckled. Because of its uniquely strategic location, Umit's lair is nearly impossible for outsiders to reach. As long as he hunkers down in his fortress, most wouldn't even dream of making a move against him. Of course, there are always exceptions. Though this stronghold sits at the bottom of the sea, it's not buried a full 10,000 meters deep like Fishman Island, more akin to the depth of Impel Down. Ordinary people would stand no chance, but that means nothing to the most formidable pirates on the seas. Their attacks can strike from the surface, battering the submerged fortress far below. For all his bluster, Umit dares not act recklessly in their presence. As long as I know where he is, that's all I need, Yunyi replied coolly, flipping through the information in his hands. Fufufu. Then let me wish you the best of luck, Doflamingo chuckled again. The next day dawned bright and clear. It seemed that on this island, fine weather was a constant gift. The sun shone every day, perfect for endless amusement. Thanks to this climate, countless people flocked to the island for vacation, building its reputation as a holiday paradise that only continued to flourish. But none of that mattered much to Yunyi. He was already alone, sailing out to sea in a small boat. His destination, the territorial waters ruled by the shipping king, Umit. Yunyi understood that Doflamingo would never entirely fall out with Umit. If he wanted something done, he would have to do it himself. Nor was he interested in waiting around. He needed a territory of his own to build real power, and a solid base was indispensable for that. According to Doflamingo's dossier, Umit's stronghold was tucked away in a place called the Vault Sea. Hidden beneath the ocean's surface, ringed by fierce currents, it was nothing short of a perilous zone. This organization specialized in transport. They did business with all manner of factions. Their ships were powered by seahorse-like sea beasts, expertly maneuvering the labyrinth of underwater currents, ensuring swift and efficient deliveries. Even Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin herself, was an important client, relying on them for urgent shipment of her treasured sweets. But to call it business would be misleading. Umit wouldn't dare ask for payment. It was all provided free of charge. In truth, it was more akin to a very special protection fee. Still, it's not without its advantages. After all, once the other powers learn about their connection to Big Mom, they'll tread a little more carefully around them. Because they need to travel underwater, the resin from the Urukuman mangrove trees on the Sabeti archipelago is absolutely essential. But the supply of natural resin in that area has been monopolized by the Don Quixote family. Every single time, Umit has to pay a hefty price to the Don Quixote family for it. Naturally, Umit isn't happy about this. The stuff is everywhere on the Sabaody archipelago, yet the Don Quixote family turns around and sells it to them at a huge profit. There had always been friction between the two sides over this. It only took a single spark from Yun Yi to ignite a full-scale war. The undersea currents are home to a vast underground force, led by General Umit, a powerful organization that controls the entire transportation industry. Naturally, managing such a large operation demands a considerable workforce, but most of them are unofficial members. Only a handful of people truly stand out. There's General Umit, with a bounty of over 500 million. Commodore Ernia, whose bounty tops 400 million. First Mate Neil, with a bounty above 200 million. And a handful of others, each worth over 100 million berries. But Yin Yi hadn't paid much attention to these details. As far as he was concerned, if none of them ranked among the four emperor's top commanders, their numbers didn't really matter. While at sea, despite the chaotic undercurrents beneath the surface, from above, the Wallet Sea looks no different from any other stretch of ocean. Ships can sail freely across these waters. Crescent Island. It's a small, unremarkable island in the Wallet Sea. There are no famous specialties, no pleasant climate. Just an ordinary island, really. Islands like this are all too common in the New World. Its name comes from its distinctive crescent shape, arched staunchly in the midst of the sea. Yin Ye's reason for coming to Crescent Island was simple. This territory belonged to the shipping king. It served as a branch of his enterprise, and, more importantly, a key transportation hub and transit station. Aside from the main headquarters hidden deep under the sea, this was one of the most vital nodes in their entire network. If something were to happen here, if the island were attacked, Umit would have no choice but to respond. Failing to do so would mean cutting their transport capacity in half, and the resulting losses would be unimaginable. Of course, Umit was famously timid. If he sensed real danger, he wouldn't show up, even if it meant shrinking his power base. You could always rebuild a weakened network, but once you lose your life, there's simply no coming back. To avoid alerting anyone, Yin Yi did not wear his signature black and white mask. He came to the island in his nightshade persona. A bar. As always, the story seemed to start at a bar. This one was called the Shipping Bar. As the name suggested, it was clearly tied to Umit's organization. Yin Yi pushed open the door and walked in. He casually ordered a beer and settled into a corner seat. A bar is a place where all sorts of people mix, and where news and information spread quicker than anywhere else. No matter in his previous life or now, Yin Yi always enjoyed spending time in bars. Here, he could easily catch wind of local information. Back then, he had already mastered the art of sifting through chaotic rumors to find the intelligence he needed. Now, with his sharpened senses, it was even easier for him. A particularly large man with a thick upper body and thin legs caught Yin Yi's attention with what he was saying. After downing a gulp of beer, the big man complained, "Who knows what the higher-ups were thinking? Going to war with the Don Quixote family? Ever since it started, we've lost so many brothers, not to mention the hit our business took. Plenty of groups have already cut ties with us." He shook his head, snorting with a hint of sarcasm, and continued, "At least it looks like it's over now. I suspect Lord Umit must have paid some price. Made a deal with the Don Quixotes. Umit is fine in most things, just a bit too cautious for my taste." A thin, weasel-faced man suddenly glanced around. When he saw no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice. "Rumor has it, over this whole mess, Lord Onya's not too happy with the boss. The two even had a shouting match, maybe even a fight. Who knows if it's true?" "What? Are you serious?" "Lord Onya is eager for a fight and incredibly strong. A match for any of the Don Quixote officers. If it had come to blows, I doubt we'd have lost to the Don Quixote family. It's possible. Those two have never gotten along. Lord Umit doesn't like fighting, prefers steady business, while Lord Onya is all about battle and expanding power. Honestly, Onya is more my type. Begging for peace after making sacrifices? Not for me. I heard it was Onya who started the war with the Don Quixotes without getting Umit's permission first. Right? You idiot. The Don Quixotes showed up on our doorstep. What else could we do but fight? If we capitulated, everyone would think we're afraid. We're both kings of the underworld. Who's scared of whom? We're talking about the heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote, Doflamingo's crew. They're one of the 7 warlords, officially authorized to plunder. Hush, don't go saying things like that. Someone might overhear. I'm just worried. What happens if our bosses end up at each other's throats?" The group kept their voices low, but that was no obstacle for Yin Yi's sharp senses. "So, there's actually something like this going on?" He mused to himself, thoughts quickly spinning as he considered whether there might be an opportunity here he could exploit. With Yunya's strength, he could have simply crushed his way through, but if he could save some energy by using his wits, he certainly didn't mind doing so. In the world of pirates, it was nothing unusual for the top dog and his right-hand man in a faction to be at odds. Many harbored thoughts of taking down their boss and stepping into their shoes. Those with ambition are always this way. Subservience is merely a temporary act of patience. Perhaps that Alunya was just such a character. When even rank-and-file minions knew there was friction between the two, it meant there was an 80 or 90% chance of success. Perhaps the two were already keeping their guard up against each other. Yunya's eyes flashed as a knowing smile spread across his face. After settling his bill, Yunya stepped outside. He still didn't know much about this island, so he decided to dig up some more information. After several days of inquiry, Yunya managed to gain a good understanding of the island situation. Thanks to the friendly contributions of a few underlings, Yunya could now confirm his earlier suspicions. Alunya had been plotting in secret for a long time, waiting for the chance to depose Umit from his position as leader. This island stood at the pinnacle of deep-sea currents territories, and it served as a transit hub for many transport fleets. Alunya had stationed himself here for years, and most of the people on the island were his followers. This place had already been hollowed out from within. Because the organization was so large, information from the lower ranks reached the higher echelons only in a slow, filtered progression. If one only had control over one layer of this hierarchy, even passing along false information would go unnoticed. This was Alunya's method, bypassing Umit and directly waging war against the Don Quixote family. When Umit eventually discovered it, he was furious, and the rift between them deepened ever further because of this incident. In the end, it was only Umit's connections with Charlotte Linlin that temporarily stabilized the situation. But the rest knew nothing about these behind-the-scenes dealings. They assumed Umit must have paid some hefty price to make the Don Quixote family back down. This was what Alunya believed as well, and he could not stomach this concede and survive strategy. He was absolutely determined to take Umit's place. Umit was simply too weak. He was not worthy of the title king of the underworld. Alunya burned with ambition and could never settle for playing second fiddle. He was ambitious but clever, and he knew that, to replace Umit, he needed a legitimate and righteous excuse. If even Yunya could overhear such news at the bar, it was obvious that Alunya had deliberately spread these rumors. He wanted to stake his claim on the side of justice. Justice, true or not, mattered a great deal. Once you toppled the old boss, it was what kept people loyal and stopped them from abandoning you. As the second in command of the Deep Current for many years, Yelena understood these principles well. That was why this time, he had come fully prepared. So, you've taken control of the crucial hub for intelligence and communications, planning a surprise attack? A clever move, but since Umit still sits as the future Lord of the Seas, this means your gambit has failed. Umit is notorious for his caution. Someone so vigilant would never allow his forces to be eaten away from within. A trap within a trap, perhaps? Maybe Yelena's every move has been under Umit's watch all along. Yunya muttered to himself, then let out a dry chuckle. Well then, let me add a little fuel to your fire. He reached for a din-din mushy at his waist, a device he'd obtained from Simon Shandy, and it kept on hand all this time. Yunya punched in a string of digits and made the call. It was intelligence someone had once generously provided. He waited for a moment, and someone picked up on the other end. Yunya's voice came across as terrified, interspersed with exaggerated gulps for air. No, this is bad, sir. Lord Yelena. No, Yelena is already rallying his forces at Crescent Island. He's about to strike at headquarters and seize the boss's place. We can't let him succeed. How could someone like that possibly replace the boss? You must let Lord Umit know at once. Before the person on the other end could respond, Yunya let out a staged, miserable scream. He pulled the din-din mushy away and, using a different tone, said, "Damn it, the message got out. Notify Lord Yelena, quick." With a sharp snap, Yunya hung up the din-din mushy. Without missing a beat, he dialed another set of numbers, switching to yet another voice. Your plan's been exposed. Lord Umit has realized everything and is rallying forces at headquarters. If you don't want to die, you'd better gather your men and get ready for a fight. With everything set, Yunya laughed softly. Whether the plan would work or not, it was worth a try, and if it failed, he would just crash in with overwhelming force. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. But that wasn't enough. He needed the entire island thrown into chaos. Although the island was largely under Yelena's control, not everyone here today was one of his people. And sure enough, by midday, a rumor was already circulating throughout Crescent Island. Lord Yelena and Lord Umit have parted ways entirely. They're mustering armies on Crescent Island and at headquarters. A major battle is brewing. No one believed it at first, but soon enough, The whole island erupted into conflict. And the reason the fighting broke out so quickly, all thanks to Yunyi and his behind-the-scenes meddling. Headquarters of the Deep Current, the undersea city. Umit took the intelligence report handed over by one of his men and glanced at it, his face largely impassive. That idiot Alunya doesn't even realize he's being watched. Brainless fool. Did he think I wouldn't notice the moves he's making behind my back? Ridiculous. He opened the report in his hands, but his brow involuntarily furrowed. But who could have passed this information along? Someone at the captain level. Umit turned to one of his men and asked coolly, "Have you found out?" The underling wiped the sweat from his forehead and stammered, "Sorry, boss. We haven't found anything yet." Umit didn't seem to mind. He tapped on the table and sneered. "Looks like that idiot can't even win people over, yet he wants to play at rebellion? What a joke. But enough of that. I'm done with him anyway. The ship transporting snacks to Linlin is still at Crescent Isle. Just to be safe, it's best to take care of him as soon as possible. Pass down the order. Everyone is to assemble. We're heading to Crescent Isle to execute the traitor. Oh, and make sure Neil comes along too." "Yes, sir," the underling answered and hurried off. Soon after, fully protected ships wrapped in bubble membranes set off from the seafloor, navigating the treacherous currents with practiced ease as they headed for Crescent Isle. In a pavilion on Crescent Isle, Alunya slammed his hand on the table, his voice exploding in anger at his subordinates. How did the information leak out? One of his men trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Yes, sir, I'm not sure. Just now, a captain called me through a transponder snail and said that our plan has been discovered by Umit. They've already mobilized their forces and are preparing to attack us." "Damn it. Do you know which captain it was? Could this be one of Umit's tricks?" Alunya growled, teeth clenched, and asked pointedly. He couldn't recall ever having installed a spy on Umit's side, so if the tip hadn't come from his own people, could it have been a ploy by Umit meant to confuse them? The subordinate shook his head and added, but from the way the man spoke, it didn't seem like a lie. And the signal from the transponder snail was indeed Captain Rank. Maybe he's a cadre who dislikes Umit's methods, just as we do, and so he's deliberately tipped us off. Their channels were strictly classified by rank. Captains in the deep sea currents were already considered cadre level. Find out for me. Figure out which captain sent that warning. Alunya took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of his nose. His original plan had been to slowly eat away at Umit's other branches, letting that timid coward see that hiding beneath the waves was no way to grow a true power or expand influence. Doing things so furtively, never daring to show his face, just wouldn't work. Unfortunately, this sudden turn of events disrupted his plans, leaving him with a headache. Before he could collect his thoughts, a subordinate rushed in and blurted out, "Sir, this is bad. Headquarters really is gathering their forces. Looks like they mean business this time." Yelenia sprang to his feet. "What did you say?" A wave of doubt swept over him. Could the news that Captain sent be true after all? Yelenia's face darkened as he issued a swift order. "Gather everyone immediately. We're in for a fierce battle." A few days later, a tense, stormy atmosphere settled over the island, as if a great tempest was about to break. Many people who'd caught wind of impending trouble had already fled in search of safety. The island wasn't just home to members of Deep Sea Current. There were others like Yunyi here, drawn by their own business. Bounty hunters, pirates, traders, occupations common on the high seas, mingled in this place. But few, like Yunyi, remained on the island now. Inside a bar, only Yunyi and the bartender were present. For days, Yunyi had been the bar's sole customer. Everyone else had run for their lives. The brewing war didn't trouble Yunyi much. He lounged like any ordinary patron, feigning ignorance, a newspaper in hand. He thought to himself, "So, Big Mom has actually started fighting Whitebeard? Kaido and Redhaired's war is heating up, too. Those four never seem to settle down. Who knows when the seas will find peace again? Though, if it ever does, I suppose that'll be when the four emperors are officially recognized." Reading the stories printed on the paper, Yunyi pondered in silence. If his memory served, Redhaired had become one of the four emperors a little over 4 years before the original story began. By his calculations, that time was drawing near. Within a year or two. No way would Redhaired's war with Kaido drag on for that long. Perhaps, before it ended, Redhaired would still have to face off against Big Mom as well. Whitebeard wasn't the kind to attack others unprovoked, and everyone knew better than to pick a fight with him. Aside from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Redhaired had no reason to provoke Whitebeard out of the blue. Once the others realized Redhaired couldn't be overcome, maybe the wars would finally come to an end. When that time comes, the four pirates at the pinnacle of this era will be crowned with the title of the Four Emperors. While Yunyi was absorbed in the news of the seas, a voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. "You're not leaving, lad? This place is dangerous now." Yunyi looked up to see the speaker, a hunched old man, cane in hand, shuffling as if he barely had 1 foot left in this world. The old man tottered over and eased himself into the chair beside Yunyi, then turned to the bartender and said, "Give me a flaming rose." Dangerous? Not really, Yunyi replied as he sipped his red wine, looking at the old man with a calm gaze. But what about you, sir? At your age, you're still drinking something as strong as flaming rose. Yunyi was familiar with flaming rose. It was a blend of several spirits, infused with a natural rose essence. The first taste was a fiery burn, the liquid scalding down the tongue like molten lava, leaving a trail of heat as if fire was raging inside. Yet amid that intensity, there was a sudden burst of floral fragrance, a combination that created a truly unique experience. He tried it once, but the taste didn't really appeal to him. He preferred the rich, mellow aroma of red wine. The old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. I'm old now. If I don't drink something that tingles the senses, everything else just tastes like plain water, bland and lifeless. At your age, you should probably take it easy, Yunyi said, his gaze drifting to a shoulder insignia on the man's uniform. It wasn't a Navy badge. He couldn't identify the rank displayed there. But Yunyi remembered. Once, Crescent Island had been its own nation. The old man let out a hearty laugh. "No need to worry about me, young man. I'm tough as ever." Saying that, he took the glass of flaming rose handed to him by the bartender and downed a large gulp, then thudded the glass heavily onto the table. "Ah, that's the stuff. It's been too long since I felt this alive." Yunyi lifted his glass, inviting the old man to clink with him. Their glasses met with a gentle tap. Yunyi took a sip of his wine, then spoke with a note of meaning. "That sort of thing, when you're young, you can handle it. But when you're older, the body just can't keep up." The old man glanced at Yunyi, replying with refreshing candor. "The young ones these days don't care for this kind of fire. Who's left to appreciate it besides us old folks?" He was talking about the drink, but clearly the conversation ran deeper. Yunyi nodded. In his previous life, he'd seen many people, after years of peace, forget the old grudges of war. They advised forgiveness, urged people to let go, to move on with their lives and not dwell on the past. People, they said, should look forward, not back. For such people, Yunyi had nothing to say. After all, they had already forgotten their hatred. He took another sip, then raised his thumb in admiration. "Sir, you still have the vigor of youth. Something we should learn from." The old man brushed imaginary dust off his shoulder insignia, as if lost in memories of days gone by, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "I'm old now. If I were younger, maybe I would brag about it a little. Back then, I could stare danger in the eye without even blinking." "You're not so bad now, either," Yunyi replied with a smile. "At the very least, you didn't run away, did you? My legs just aren't what they used to be. Couldn't run even if I wanted to." "Well, that's a shame." "Haha. Young man, you truly are amusing. If my granddaughter were still here, I'd have loved to introduce you to her. You'd probably be about her age now, wouldn't you?" The old man let out a cheerful laugh, his tone as carefree as ever, though Yunyi's sharp perception could sense a fleeting trace of melancholy beneath it. Yunyi chose not to linger on that topic and instead asked, "Who do you think will win? Those two?" "It's hard to say," the old man sighed, shaking his head. "People of their caliber always have cards up their sleeves. Once, facing those figures, they themselves have been defeated without the slightest effort." Taking a sip of his wine, Yunyi teased, "Didn't you say earlier that you weren't afraid of them?" At those words, the old man bristled, indignantly puffing out his cheeks and glaring. "Who said I was afraid? When I was young, I took down dozens of them, you know." "Only a few dozen," Yunyi replied with a trace of mockery. "If I so much as glare at them, a few thousand would probably drop to the ground." The old man shot Yunyi a look full of disdain. "Anyone can talk big. What, do you think you're one of those great pirate kings?" "I'm not," Yunyi answered lightly, "but I'm younger than any of them." The old man snorted even more disdainfully. "Well, I'm older than those pirate kings. Doesn't mean I'm stronger than them, does it?" Yunyi burst out laughing. "Old man, you really are a character." This old guy, he thought, was truly entertaining. The old man gave a dismissive smirk, but then his expression grew serious. "Still, no matter what, we old folks have a responsibility to do something for the next generation. Age is no excuse." "Oh, got something big planned?" Yunyi asked with curiosity. The old man shrugged with unrestrained candor. "You have to gamble it all at least once. It's our only hope left." Yunyi grinned. "Aren't you afraid I'll tell them about it? That would earn me quite a reward. Would you, though? If I said I would you have the men outside open fire on me?" The old man shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. "They're just here to protect this old man, nothing more." Yunyi finished the last of his wine. "Old man, what were you called back then?" "Called what?" the old man asked, puzzled. Yunyi clarified, "Your homeland, your country. What was it called?" The old man sank into a moment of nostalgia. After a long silence, he murmured with deep emotion, "Country. I haven't heard that word in so long. Yes, we were the kingdom of Wunrat. Yun Yisimilit Kuitli." A thunderous explosion suddenly shook the air outside. Moments later, a fully armed soldier rushed in, stopping before the old man and reporting urgently, "Sir, Umit's fleet has arrived." Upon hearing this, the old man nodded. For an instant, his hunched back seemed to straighten, and a battlefield-hardened aura radiated from him. "Understood. You may return to your post." He then turned to Yun Yi with solemn earnestness. "Young man, it's best you don't go outside. Things are very dangerous now. Staying here may be your only chance to survive." Yun Yi paid no attention to the old man's words. Instead, he spoke faintly. "The name Wunrate Kingdom is uninspiring. How about picking a new one? Something like Moonlit Isle, perhaps?" "If we succeed, we'll change our name to Moonlit Isle," the old man replied with a laugh. Maybe it was the alcohol talking, but his voice grew a little bolder, more exuberant. "I think it's a good name, too. Moonlit. It has the word night in it," Yun Yi said with a small smile. He refilled his own glass with red wine, raised it in a silent toast to the old man, and after drinking, he added calmly, "When you're old, don't push yourself too hard. Let the young people take care of things." "That's not possible," the old man said, shaking his head as he walked along. "Aside from us, the true remnants, everyone else is thrown in their lot with them." "How tragic," Yun Yi remarked. The old man paused, came tapping the floor, and laughed. "That's why we old folks have to fight, with everything we've got, for the future of our children." Yun Yi raised his glass. "Here's to your victory." The old man's hearty laughter echoed. "If we succeed, I'll treat you to all the drinks you want." As the sound of laughter faded, his figure vanished through the doorway. Yun Yi let out a soft laugh. He found the old man amusing. After taking another sip of wine, Yun Yi spoke coolly, "You can come out now." There was no sign of anyone else in the room. Only the bartender remained. The bartender, though, moved like an automaton, only responding to instructions, serving drinks, pouring refills, never saying a word, never making an unnecessary move. It was clear that the bartender knew the old man. No, it was even more likely they were on the same side. Both were remnants of that lost nation. "I won't say it again. If you don't show yourself, you die." Yun Yi's voice remained calm. From a dark corner, a figure concealed by the shadows suddenly quivered, from head to toe, as if caught in the gaze of some predator, shivering uncontrollably. In a swift blur, a tall figure appeared, a striking woman with long crimson hair, clad in a fitted black outfit that outlined her form sharply. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Her voice was low and raspy, tinged with a dangerous edge. Undeniably, a woman's voice, alluring yet hostile. Yun Yi didn't even turn his head. "And what business is that of yours? If you refuse to answer, don't blame me for what happens next." Her tone was guarded, with a note of caution. The sense of threat she'd felt earlier lingered, refusing to leave her mind. Yun Yi spun slowly around in his chair, sizing up his questioner. Tall, her long red hair like fire, pale blue eyes, and a scar running down the left cheek that marred her once striking features. Her lips pressed into a tense line as she watched Yun Yi with wary, narrowed eyes. "A pirate?" Yun Yi asked, glancing at the skull motif on her clothes. Being stared at by Yun Yi made the woman extremely uneasy, as if she was being seen through entirely, inside and out. The sensation sent a chill down her spine. "I'll remember you," she said through clenched teeth, fixing Yun Yi with one last look before turning and, with a flash, disappearing from sight. Yun Yi turned his body back around, speculating silently. Those eyes, same color as that old man's. Must be the granddaughter he mentioned. She's become a pirate now? Maybe she hopes to save this country by taking a different path. Heh. From what he sensed, the woman's strength was quite impressive, about on par with the current Aintina. But facing the present situation on Crescent Island, it was still not enough by far. The battle erupted. Out on the sea, dozens of warships were bearing down on Crescent Island, guns blazing. At the harbor, cannons were being dragged out and ready to fire in return. With thunderous booms echoing across the water, both sides were instantly locked in a ferocious war. As one of the overlords of the underworld, their weaponry was exceptionally sophisticated. But on Urenia's side, preparations had been meticulous, and they were no less fierce in response. After several volleys of cannon fire, both sides suffered damage. The ships made landfall, and the melee began. A grand clash erupted, thousands taking the field in chaotic battle. But it was obvious that Amit's forces held the advantage in sheer numbers. Gunfire, cannon blasts, screams, and furious roars mixed together in wild, ceaseless discord. "Urenia, you idiot! The boss has always treated you well, and yet you betray him like this? What a disappointment." First Mate Neil, wielding two curved blades, charged into the fray. With every attack, another life was cut short, blood pooling on the ground. Urenia, watching Neil wreak havoc across the battlefield, laughed loudly and shouted seductively. "Neil, stop following that coward Umit. He's not worthy of the title king of the underworld. Come to my side. Let's reclaim order over the deep currents together." Neil dispatched an enemy with casual brutality, blood spattering across him, a fearsome sight. He glared at Urenia, his voice thick with scorn. "Fool, you truly have no idea how terrifying a boss is. He's always been watching your every move. Did you really think that with this pathetic force, you could force the boss into all-out war? Laughable. If it weren't for something here that Big Mom Charlotte Linlin values, the boss wouldn't have bothered lifting a finger against you at all, idiots." "Oomph. You think I'll buy that? What am I, a child?" Urenia snorted coldly. There was no way he'd believe such a claim. To him, only his actions could have threatened Umit's position enough to make that coward risk everything to come here, just to get rid of him. Everything would be decided here and now. There was no way he would be shaken. What a fool, Neil thought coldly to himself, choosing not to say another word. As his twin scimitars danced through the air, countless lives were lost in their wake. Kill them all. Umit is nothing more than a coward. He's unworthy of being king. Urenia bellowed, his rage boiling over as he charged forward, leading the attack. All he does is bow and submit. How could such a timid soul ever rule the deep currents of the sea? A bounty of 400 million was a testament to his strength. With every punch Urenia threw, dozens of enemies were blasted aside, sent flying as if weightless. Those with weaker constitutions met their end instantly. With a sudden step, Urenia appeared before Neil, his fists wrapped in a dark armament. He drove forward with a savage, unrelenting punch. Neil crossed his blades before him, using his own armament to withstand the blow. Yet even so, the sheer force sent Neil stumbling backward several paces. "Neil, you're not my match." Urenia pressed his advantage with another powerful punch. "Where's Umit? Don't tell me he's too scared to show himself." This time, Neil couldn't dodge. Urenia's fist connected squarely with his chest, striking so hard that Neil spat out a mouthful of blood and hurtled backward. He crashed through a dozen men behind him before finally skidding to a stop. Neil wiped the blood from his lips and stood up, his face calm and untroubled. "Just wait till the boss arrives. Then you'll know the meaning of despair. That will be the true end of this battle." "Oomph. That old man hasn't fought in ages. Maybe he's forgotten how." Urenia sneered, unable to hide his scorn. In his memory, ever since Umit had claimed the throne, he'd grown more and more inactive, hardly ever joining the fight in recent years. Even their battles with the Don Quixote family, it was always Urenia at the forefront. What Urenia never expected was to be locked in such fierce combat with the Don Quixote family, only for Umit to stand idly by, even bowing his head to them. How could Urenia ever accept such an outcome? What he craved was battle itself. He wanted to gradually wear down his enemies through struggle, to see his own power swell ever greater. He even had an ambition grander still, to replace one of those arrogant, untouchable pirate lords of the sea, to become the true king. And Umit was the first and most formidable barrier in his path. Attack! With a furious roar, Urenia leapt high and drove his fist down into the densest part of the crowd. His blow struck the ground with explosive force, a shockwave surging across the entire port. Within dozens of meters, enemies were sent flying by the impact. In an instant, the battle reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, in a distant square, a vast assembly of soldiers clad in worn military uniforms had gathered. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 men. Most of them were older. There were scarcely any young faces among the crowd. Some of them appeared aged and frail, their bodies small and thin, yet the spirit within them remained vigorous, and their eyes shone with unwavering brightness. The old man from before now stood at a high vantage point, gazing down at everyone below. In his eyes flickered a complex array of emotions: loneliness, desolation, excitement, and solace. But in the end, all those feelings settled into resolute determination. He began to speak slowly. "Many years have passed, so many that I can barely remember we were once soldiers who defended our homeland. I used to believe that hope had vanished, that all we could do was let time sweep everything away, until even the memory of our existence faded into nothingness. Yet each time I see those newborn children, when I hear them struggle to name their own country, a deep sorrow rises in my heart. Yes, we failed utterly and completely, without even a chance to resist. Our entire nation fell under the enemy's barrage of fire. But I, this stubborn old man, every time I close my eyes, scenes from the past flash before me." The old man lowered his head, his voice weighted with remorse. I know I am a sinner in this nation. It was I who ordered surrender, I who told everyone to give up resistance, who surrendered us all. Many of you here hate me. I understand. Truthfully, I should have died long ago. I have longed for death myself. To live is to relive the past on a loop. Maybe dying would bring relief. If I could, I'd leave this world, bearing the shame of our country's downfall with me. Silence fell. The scene grew heavy and still. More and more people quietly let tears slip down their weathered faces. Suddenly, the old man's voice rang out loud and clear. But then I thought, if I die, who will be left for you to hate? If even your hatred loses its target, all that remains is an empty shell. So by that logic, I had to keep living. I mustn't die. Yes, I am selfish. So selfish that I surrendered in order to save your lives. Selfish enough to use your hatred of me to keep you going. The fact that you aren't empty shells, that is good. And I'm still alive. That too is good. Though we have grown old, there's still hope. As long as we live, hope lives with us. And now, we see hope. Our enemies have turned on each other. Those wicked men are tearing themselves apart. This is our chance. Our one and only chance. Yes, we are old, but we are still soldiers. We are still the army of the kingdom of One Rat. As long as we remain, our country has not truly vanished. The kingdom of One Rat is not yet lost. At last, the old man ground his teeth and declared, "Let us shine with our final radiance. Let those villainous pirates witness the last glow of the Winlat kingdom. Let every young child know that our kingdom still stands. The nation they belong to is the Winlat kingdom." Everyone present had bloodshot eyes, burning with hatred and the will to fight. They were the soldiers of the Winlat kingdom. Their general, legendary Arian, remained as sharp and brilliant as ever. Past defeats had not dampened his spirit. There was still hope for them. Meanwhile, Yin had arrived at a spot not far from the harbor, silently observing the unfolding scene below, his face calm and unruffled. He showed no emotion for the chaos he had unleashed. The battle raged on. By now, blood stained the ground, and severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. The fighters were ruthless and merciless, holding nothing back. Even former comrades who had fought side by side were now locked in deadly combat. Yet one could already sense the tide of the conflict. The side of Ulrenia was starting to falter. The reason? Because among Ulrenia's ranks, a key officer had betrayed them. No, to be precise, it wasn't betrayal. That man had belonged to Umit all along. From the very start, none of Ulrenia's plans had escaped Umit's gaze. Defeat was always his inevitable fate. Yinya's interference had simply forced Umit to act a bit sooner. Why? Why are you following that coward, Umit? Ulrenia cried out, after being stabbed through the shoulder by the traitor's blade. Though it was hardly fatal for someone as skilled in close combat as he, the deeper wound came from betrayal. He's no king. Only I, Ulrenia, am worthy to steer the deep currents. Let me enlighten you. As Ulrenia shouted in fury, a slow, composed voice sounded from behind him. Ulrenia spun around, his eyes instantly reddening. Umit, damn you, is this all your scheme? Umit appeared, hat pulled low and a bristling beard framing his face, his tone laced with mockery. That's right. I just wanted you to taste the agony of betrayal. Well, not so pleasant, is it? He walked towards Ulrenia, speaking coolly. From beginning to end, I've watched your every move. Rebellion? Someone as witless as you could never turn them against me. My terror is etched too deeply in their minds for that. Yelunia's expression turned completely grim. Was all of this part of your scheme? Was your plan to wipe me out in one fell swoop? To eliminate all those who rebel, leaving no threat behind? Umit walked over slowly, looking at him with a touch of pity. I saw through your ambition the moment you joined Deep Current, but I wasn't bothered by it. There are plenty of ambitious people in this world. In my eyes, as long as you have the strength, you can rise to a high position. But first, you have to work for me, properly and loyally. The timid, those who don't even have the urge to expand their influence, people like that have no right to stand above me. A cold glint flickered in Yelunia's eyes. He pressed off with his foot and shot toward Umit, his fist shrouded in armament hockey, aiming straight for him. Have you gone so long without a fight that you've forgotten what danger feels like? You're barely 10 meters away from me right now. Excitement danced in Yelunia's gaze as he let his fist fly, aiming directly at Umit's head. If he could capture the leader first, if he could seize Umit, then there might still be a chance of victory. In his mind, Umit, who'd barely taken any action since becoming a king in the underworld, must have grown weak, a king in name only. There was no way that someone like Umit, who had stepped away from the battlefield, could be a match for someone like Yelunia, who had been tempering himself on it all these years. But just as Yelunia's confident punch was about to land, Umit calmly raised his left hand and caught the blow easily. Fool! If being king were that easy, the new world would be filled with kings. Umit sneered, tightening his grip. There was a sickening crack as Yolunia's hand bones shattered in his grasp. Aff! My hand! How is this possible? Yolunia's agonized cries filled the air as the pain made him wrench himself free, stumbling backward, eyes wide with shock and terror as he stared at Umit. Why? Why was Umit's strength so terrifying? He hadn't even lasted a single exchange against him. Umit stepped forward, placing one foot squarely on Yolunia's chest and pinning him to the ground, a mocking smile on his lips. Do you know why those who stood with me from the very beginning never dared rebel? Because they've seen my true, fearsome power. Every king in this world climbed to the top through blood and death. As one of the kings of the underworld, Umit was never someone incapable of violence. He, too, had earned his spot atop the hierarchy through countless brutal battles. Countless victims had met their end at his hands. Yolunia, on the other hand, had only joined Deep Current after Umit became king. He'd clawed his way up to become second in command on sheer strength, but he never truly understood Umit. To be called a king, this is no title that just anyone can claim. Your foolishness will only lead to your own demise, dragging down everyone you've nurtured along the way into hell with you. Throughout it all, Umit's expression remained ever serene. Such a trifling scene was far from enough to stir any feelings within him. Yolunia's face was frozen in terror. This wasn't how things were supposed to unfold. Not at all. Filled with despair and bitterness, he cursed out, "If you possess such overwhelming strength, then why resort to schemes and trickery? Was it also by your orders that your men spread messages through the transponder snail? How ruthless you are!" To him, it was clear. Umit had the power to crush him outright, yet chose instead to watch, step by step, as Yolunia rebelled, turning all his struggles into nothing more than a game for Umit's amusement. A transponder snail? What transponder snail? Upon hearing this, for the first time, a flicker of confusion crossed Umit's face. But before any answers could surface, a new force surged onto the scene from the other direction. It was none other than the army of the Winrat Kingdom, led by the old general himself. However, as they charged forward and finally took in the sight before them, an uncanny silence fell over them all. The battle was already over. With Yolunia pinned beneath Umit's boot, every one of Yolunia's followers lost the will to even resist, surrendering to utter despair just as he had. Looking over at the newcomers and noting their military uniforms, Umit suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh. "So, there are still remnants of the Winrat Kingdom hiding on this island? Judging by the look of you, do you really still dream of restoring your nation? How ridiculous! Oh, I see now. Was it this wretch under my foot who led you into thinking we were at each other's throats? Did he make you believe hope had returned? Huh, how amusing!" His voice sharpened, stinging with disdain. "It seems that one fool's betrayal has actually helped me root out some hidden parasites within my own ranks. For that, he almost deserves my gratitude." As he spoke, Umit pressed down with his foot. There was a sickening crunch as Yolunia's chest caved in. Yolunia spat a mouthful of blood, his face drained of all color. Nor was he alone. In the blink of an eye, the faces of 1,000 soldiers before him had turned ghostly pale as well. This was the man who had single-handedly annihilated the Winrat Kingdom. Facing him alone was like holding back the advance of 10,000 troops. Just a cold glance from him, and those who lacked resolve found they no longer even had the courage to stand in his presence. The old man, none other than Elian, the legendary admiral of the Winrat Kingdom, stood trembling, his face ashen. He had never imagined that, after rallying his men, things would come to this. Hadn't they just been embroiled in civil strife? How could it end like this? Staring ahead at Umit, who now wore a playful and amused smile, a chill ran down Elian's spine. Once again, they were forced to face the very demon who had so effortlessly slaughtered their army before. Is it possible that today, history is about to repeat itself? He had gathered everyone together. Could it be that this act would only lead to the collective demise of them all? After bearing humiliation and hardship for so many years, is this what it all amounted to in the end? Perhaps, deep down, Elian never truly believed that their plan could succeed. Perhaps the odds of success weren't even 1 in 100. But this was the only glimmer of hope he'd had in all these years of waiting. They were too old now, and they couldn't afford to wait any longer. No matter how slim the chance, they had to fight for it, however desperately. His old comrades felt the same way. Otherwise, at a single word from him, they wouldn't have gathered together like this. Resigned yet with a measure of relief, Elian looked back at everyone and said, "It seems we've failed again. Still, let's show them, just one more time, the might of the Winrat Kingdom's army. Charge!" Though Elian was bent with age, at this moment he radiated the spirit of a legendary general, commanding his army with all the force he once had. Charge! Behind him, the elders and the middle-aged men shouted as one, their voices ringing out across the battlefield. Their eyes were bloodshot, fixed with unwavering resolve on those villains who had invaded their homeland. In this moment, they were fearless. Well, you've certainly given me a good show. Umit's pupils narrowed to slits, and a wave of conquerors might surge forward like a crashing tide. But before me, the weak haven't even earned the right to stand. In that instant, the soldiers of One-Rate Kingdom frozen in place. Then, one after another, they began to collapse and fall unconscious. Less than half managed to stay on their feet. His power again. He paralyzes an army with no effort at all. Elian's eyes flashed blood red. Once upon a time, their army had bravely charged ahead, but in the end, they weren't even worthy to stand before their enemy. That was how they lost. He finally understood this power, known as Conqueror's Haki, a gift so rare that perhaps only one in a million could ever possess it. Under the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki, the One-Rate soldiers seemed as if someone had pressed pause. After half of them had fallen unconscious, terror from their past encounters with Umit flooded back into their memories. Some clenched their jaws, struggling against it, but their legs wouldn't stop trembling. The very air pressed down on them, making each movement an ordeal. They were old now, their bodies worn thin through years of relentless toil. Tears of frustration welled up in everyone's eyes, blurring their vision. Umit strode forward, stopping right in front of Elian. With a sneer, he said, "Such pointless struggle. The only reason I've spared you is because you're weak and you still have value to me. Every person on this island will be our laborer, carrying goods for us, your children, and their children after them. There's no escape for you." Although there were still some civilians left on the island, most of them had migrated from other islands. The former citizens of the One-Rate Kingdom had, for the most part, become laborers, these surrendered survivors included. And as for the former nobles, they now served as overseers, keeping watch over the laborers each day, their main task simply to supervise their work. These were, in fact, the collaborators Elian had referred to earlier. They were, if anything, even more despicable than the men serving under the demon Umit. With a sigh of deep defeat, Elian muttered, "In the end, we still lost. I remember you." Umit looked over at Elian with a cold smile. "The legendary admiral of that kingdom, aren't you? Never thought you'd still be alive. You've done me a great favor, delivering all the remaining rebels of the One-Rate Kingdom right into my hands." It was inevitable that some would slip through the cracks of that battle all those years ago, though even Umit hadn't expected so many to survive. Much of this, he suspected, was thanks to the handiwork of Elian, the famous admiral. Elian's face was deathly pale, and he said nothing. He looked utterly drained, like a man whose spirit had been snuffed out. Umit, watching Elian's lifeless demeanor, shook his head, bored with it all. It was in that moment that a gunshot suddenly rang out. Umit jerked his head aside, narrowly dodging a speeding bullet. A figure emerged, swift and sure, and in a flash had pulled the slumped Elian up from the ground and whisked him away. It was none other than the woman who had appeared before Yanni after the old man departed. She held on to Elian, leaping several times to put distance between them and Umit. Only when she felt safe did she set Elian down, turning to him with concern, her voice tight with worry. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Elian's face, usually so resolute, flickered with astonishment as he saw the young woman. His hand lifted, trembling, to gently touch her cheek. You're Camilla." "Yes, Grandpa, it's me." The woman called Camilla was none other than Elian's granddaughter. Suddenly, an urgent thought flashed through Elian. He turned anxiously to Camilla. "You must go. This is no place for you." But Camilla shook her head and stood firmly in front of him, resolute. Umit's gaze sharpened, his eyebrows raising. "A pirate? And that flag? Are you on the ice, which Whitebeard's crew?" Camilla fixed her eyes steadily on Umit. "Yes. Might I ask, Lord King of Shipping, would you allow us to leave?" She knew that someone like the King of Shipping, one of the rulers of the underworld, would have no fear of her captain. Yet perhaps he would think twice before crossing Whitebeard's pirates. After all, they were one of the famed crews under his banner. It was worth a try. But Umit's face remained impassive as he replied, "You think the name of the ice which is enough to make me back down?" It didn't work. Seeing that Umit wasn't intimidated by her captain's reputation, Camilla bit her lip and fell silent. What a shame. If she herself had come, perhaps I would have shown some respect. But just sending one of her little pirates? That's far from enough. Umit said quietly as he gazed at Camilla, "I don't wish to cross the ice witch. Step aside now, and I might just spare your life." Umit was a cautious man, rarely making enemies. His business flourished across the New World because he knew when to use discretion. He avoided creating hostility whenever possible. The incident with the Don Quixote family had only happened because of that fool Yalunia. Still, if a conflict was truly unavoidable, Umit would never show mercy. Unfortunately, against the Don Quixote family, he simply wasn't their match. Camilla remained unmoved. She couldn't just stand by and watch her only family perish here. Umit gave a dismissive snort, then waved his hand. Enough talking, take them. Capture everyone. We're always short on laborers for the island. But right at that moment, an unexpectedly casual voice broke the tension in the hall. Come on, old man, is this all you've got? Didn't you say you were going to rename the island? Don't forget, you still owe me a drink. Yun strode forward from one side, his tone calm and unhurried, as if he hadn't the slightest awareness of the situation's gravity. Struggling, Elian lifted his head. When he saw Yun, a weary smile crossed his face. Seems like this is the end for us. I'm really dragging the two of you down with me. He had never thought Yun would show up now, of all times, or under such dire circumstances. To speak to him now, wasn't that the same as courting death? From the instant Yun appeared, Camilla had been staring fixedly at him. She'd once sensed an almost terrifying aura from him. This man was nothing like he appeared. Of that, she was certain. Dragging down? Old man, don't underestimate anyone. I'm actually quite strong. Yun spoke with a relaxed air as he continued forward, completely at ease. Yet the way he said it made it hard to believe. He looked terribly young, barely 20 by the looks of him. How could someone so young possibly be as powerful as he claimed? On Umit's side, those who heard Yun's words burst out in derisive laughter. This kid, he really didn't know his place. Young man, you don't seem ordinary, but Umit is the king of the underworld. You're no match for him. Take my granddaughter and run. Both of you. Let this old man hold Umit off, if only for a while. Elian struggled upright, and somehow, his frail body found a sudden surge of strength. Umit was now watching Yun closely, his brow furrowed. He had stood at the pinnacle of the underworld for many years, and his insight was unrivaled. In that moment, his observation haki picked up a subtle but unmistakable warning. This young man, there's far more to him than meets the eye. But he wasn't scared. Who was he, after all? The king of shipping, a ruler of the underworld. He had all but monopolized the sea routes of a new world. In terms of power and influence, he was a giant no one else could ever hope to touch. Unless he stood before one of those legendary pirates, there was nothing in this world that could make him flinch. Yun strode forward, stopping a short distance from Elian, his gaze settling on Umit with a faint, knowing smile. Then, with a deep, resonant surge, the air trembled as the overwhelming force of a king's haki swept down, blanketing all of Umit's underlings in a shadow. Conqueror's haki. Yet Umit reacted swiftly, his eyes narrowed, and his own conqueror's spirit crashed outward in retaliation, the surge palpable. A sharp, crackling sound split the air. The auras of their house Hoku haki collided, black and crimson arcs of lightning bursting into existence and ripping across the space between them. At first, the two forces seemed evenly matched, deadlocked in a clash of will. But in no time at all, Umit's haki began to buckle under the pressure. Yun let out a cold, dismissive laugh. There were always degrees of strength, even when it came to royal haki. His conqueror's haki swelled even greater, a torrential wave crashing mercilessly toward Umit's camp. In an instant, the haki Umit had gathered shattered, and Yun's presence flooded over, unstoppable. Within moments, among the thousands behind Umit, countless eyes rolled back. Their bodies went rigid, mouths frothing as they dropped to the ground, senseless. Like a plague, this wave of collapse swept through the crowd, people falling as if they were stalks of wheat cut down in a field, one after another sinking into unconsciousness. Barely a tenth of them could remain standing. Yun gave a mild, almost teasing smile. Didn't I just say, with a single glance, I could flatten thousands? Now do you believe me, old man? This, Alien's jaw hung open, disbelief shining in his eyes. Conqueror's haki. So the young man was a wielder of that power too? How badly he had underestimated him. Camilla, still helping to steady Alien, also gasped softly. Her own captain didn't even possess such an ability. Yun fixed his gaze on Umit, an odd, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. You're Umit, king of the shipping lanes? Do you know how much effort it took to get you out of your den? Umit's eyes narrowed further, the pressure of Yun's haki weighing heavily on him. He was grave, cautious now. Just who are you? And what do you mean by that? A man able to wield Conqueror's haki with such strength. There was no way this was any ordinary player. But even more troubling were the implications in his words. Then, recalling his earlier interrupted thoughts, Umit's expression darkened. Was that last call from the transponder snail you're doing? You're not entirely clueless. Yunny gave a light chuckle, then leaned forward. Let's get to the point. Your territory interests me. Would you mind handing it over? Umit let out a cold laugh. Such arrogance. Do you know what it means to be a king? When a king is enraged, rivers of blood flow for 1,000 miles. Kid, even if you possess the conqueror's haki, a place like this is not somewhere you can walk into so easily. His gaze grew icy as he looked at Yunny. It doesn't matter who you are. Today you are doomed. No one can anger a king and walk away unscathed. Yunny snapped the Quincy mask on his face. As the mask settled, his voice changed too, and a sly smile appeared. Doflamingo once told me the same thing. So did the celestial dragons. But you know what happened? One of them ended up flat on the ground, the other, I killed him. So, tell me, which fate do you think awaits you? Or will there be something entirely new for you? You're the Quincy. At those words, and seeing the mask covering Yunny's face, Umit's expression finally changed. The Quincy defeated Doflamingo, killed a Navy vice admiral, slaughtered a celestial dragon, even escaped from the hands of an admiral. Every one of these feats screamed of the Quincy's terrifying strength and reputation. Behind Yunny, thunder roared and fire danced. Two forces of opposing nature erupted, clashing and consuming each other, granting Yunny's strength beyond reckoning. With a thunderous crash, Yunny shot forward like a cannonball. So, what's your choice, King of the Seas? He didn't intend to waste any words on Umit. His strike came without hesitation, his full power unleashed. Another deafening boom split the air. Their fists, clad in armament haki, collided. The ground shuddered, and after the tremendous impact, Umit found himself forced backward, unable to stand his ground. What? Umit was aghast. Such overwhelming force. Yunny sneered and charged again. The two figures clashed in an instant. A storm of blows followed, the sound of their fierce battle echoing all around. In the blink of an eye, they'd exchanged dozens of blows. Umit's mastery of both armament and observation haki was formidable, yet overall, he was still no match for Doflamingo. And Yunny, after a series of enhancements, was now far stronger than when he had defeated Doflamingo. Umit, at this moment, was being utterly dominated. Another explosive clash sent Umit flying through the air. He crashed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. The imposing aura he had just moments ago was gone, replaced now with utter disarray. You bastard! The entire crowd around them stood frozen in shock, eyes wide at the unbelievable scene before them. Umit, the king of the seas, a ruler of the underworld, forced to this degree, completely powerless to resist. The Quincy, someone in the crowd, seemed suddenly to recall something, frantically searching through a pile of newspapers before pulling out a wrinkled copy. He spread it open, revealing a headline and a wanted poster. On it was news of the Quincy, and Yunny's bounty staring back at them. Quincy, bounty, 770 million berries. At those words, everyone who heard them felt their hearts tremble. Damn it, he's so strong. Umit was terrified inside, shaken by the sudden eruption of Yunny's power. From the very start of the battle, he had been at a disadvantage. So this is the true strength of a Quincy? It was utterly overwhelming. No wonder not even a Navy admiral could capture him. Once again, Umit was sent flying by Yunny's fierce blow. He crashed to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and glared coldly at Yunny. He didn't bother with pointless questions like why Yunny was attacking him. In a new world, the law of the jungle ruled. Sometimes even a sideways glance could get you killed, especially at the hands of a madman like the Quincy. Still, he couldn't help but feel confused. Why had the Quincy set his sights on him? Why me? Quincy, shouldn't you be making trouble for Doflamingo instead? Umit roared, smashing the air with a devastating punch that sent a shockwave hurtling toward Yunny. Though furious, he managed to keep his wits about him, his mind racing with possible explanations. Given they were coming from Fishman Island, the Don Quixote family's territory would have been closer than his own. Everyone knew about the animosity between Doflamingo and the Quincy. If the Quincy wasn't targeting Doflamingo, but was coming after him, the king of the seas, something clearly didn't add up. How do you know I didn't? Yen replied coolly. I went by myself to Dressrosa, but he didn't even dare to fight me. Stretching out his fingers, a pillar of lightning shot forth. Their attacks clashed with a deafening crash, and a powerful shockwave swept out, cracking the very ground beneath them. After breaking through Umit's attack, the Thunder Roar cannon surged forward, showing no sign of losing momentum as it continued toward him. Umit mustered all of his haki, coiling it around his fists, and struck back with another thunderous punch. He shattered the blast, scattering lightning everywhere as many explosions went off along the ground. Even so, he still stumbled backward several steps. Are you kidding me, Quincy? Umit spat, refusing to believe it. If Yunyi had really gone to Dressrosa, there's no way they wouldn't have come to blows. Given the history between those two, Umit couldn't imagine a scenario where they didn't fight to the bitter end. He'd certainly have heard some news if anything had happened. What he didn't know was that, behind the scenes, the two had already become allies. For a split second, Umit's eyes flashed red as he jerked his head up, only to find, to his shock, that Yunyi was suddenly overhead, his fist poised to strike. Yunyi moved with lightning speed. Umit barely had time to raise his arms in defense, shielding his head. There was a thunderous impact. With that blow, Umit was sent flying yet again, his body gouging a deep groove in the earth before crashing through a building, finally coming to a stop. After activating his Thunderflame mode, Yunyi's physique had grown unimaginably stronger. Combined with his armament haki, tendrils of plasma swirling around his fists, and the white-hot catalyzed bursts of his raw strength, his attacks were devastating. Several powers combined, so much so that even Kizaru wouldn't dare to take the attack head-on, let alone Umit, who was blasted away with a single punch. Damn it! Shaking off the rubble clinging to him, Umit's face was dark as a thundercloud. This guy's strength was overwhelming. He stood no chance at all. At that moment, Umit was already thinking about escaping. Live to fight another day. The same lesson he learned back before he became a kingpin. If you can't win, bide your time, and hunt for revenge in the future. You're still holding something back, aren't you? Yunyi strode forward, two colored lights blazing and bursting behind him, his tone calm and composed. A devil fruit power, perhaps? Use it. Otherwise, you have no hope against me. Yunyi's sensitivity was razor-sharp. He could sense Umit had yet to unleash a hidden strength. In this world, aside from haki, there was only one other power system. Devil Fruit. What a terrifying opponent. You even discovered this. Such frightening observation haki. Shock flickered in Umit's eyes. He had thought he'd kept his secrets so well hidden, not even most of his subordinates knew the truth. Yet, the Quincy had uncovered it all. He had eaten a devil fruit years ago, back in his youth, making him one of those cursed by the sea. Drawing a long, controlled breath, Umit's body began to change. He swelled in size, his muscles knotting and hardening like chiseled granite, bursting through his clothes. His skin darkened and grew covered in fine, dark green scales. His pupils morphed into slitted emerald ovals, shining with a frosty light. A thick tail unfurled from his back, swinging to smash the ground and crack the earth beneath him. I ate the zoan-type lizard fruit, ancient model, amphibious megalizard form. Umit looked down at his hands. Jet black, razor-sharp talons gleamed with a metallic sheen, wickedly sharp and deadly. With a casual sweep of his hand, wind blades lashed out, gouging deep scars into the ground. But truth be told, I hate this form. Ever since he accidentally ate that fruit as a child, people had called him a monster. He was treated as an outcast. In a fit of rage, he wiped out his entire village. When he finally regained his senses and saw his blood-stained hands, he wept long and bitterly. After that, he chose to set sail, thus beginning his rise to infamy as the king of the underworld, the lord of the seas. Perhaps because of those childhood memories, he loathed his transformed self. So unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to this power. An amphibious giant lizard? Now, that really is unfortunate. Yunyi looked at Umit's transformed form, finding it strangely familiar. Lizardman, the name of this devil fruit, left him at a loss for words. Amphibious meant it could traverse both land and water, but since devil fruits carry a weakness to seawater, undersea abilities were almost completely negated. Still, it's probably better than the standard fish fruit. Yunyi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Unfortunate? This is the very reason I earned the name Sea Transport King. Even though this fruit doesn't let me into the sea directly, it grants me an unparalleled sense for reading ocean currents. When it comes to sensing the flows beneath the sea, not even fishmen can compare. Umit clenched his fist, feeling the simultaneously familiar and strange power coursing through him. His vertical pupils glinted coldly at Yunyi. Yet, he wasn't arrogant. He didn't think just activating his ability would let him defeat a Quincy. The difference in raw power was too great. Even this animal transformation could only slightly close the gap, and it wasn't nearly enough to defeat a Quincy in a single leap. In terms of haki, speed, strength, he was outmatched in every aspect. Even his mastery over his devil fruit paled in comparison. This was a fundamental gap in strength. That's why, deep down, Umit was still fixated on escape. But he could tell the Quincy excelled at speed. With his own swiftness, he'd never be able to shake him off. He'd have to create an opportunity, a chance that would let him slip away. So that's how it is. No wonder you could establish an underwater city in the chaos of the seafloor. Realization done it on Yunyi. He'd been puzzled before. The Sea Transport King's ships traversed even places like the Volat Sea, where tangled currents swept everything away. Not even fishmen or merfolk could manage that. But Umit had pulled it off. He'd always assumed Umit was just an experienced helmsman, but now he saw the truth. It was the devil fruit power at work. It all made sense now. Enough talking. I won't surrender my territory so easily. Giant lizard tail whip. Umit drew a deep breath. His massive, 5-meter-tall frame lumbered forward, charging straight at Yunyi. His dark green, muscular tail snapped through the air like a whip, lashing towards Yunye's forehead. With a sharp crack, the air itself seemed split apart. A bursting detonation echoed out. Yunyi leapt aside, white lightning coiling around his fingers as he unleashed a thunder roar cannon. Umit's 5 fingers splayed wide, armament hockey spreading over them as he reached out to grasp the lightning column. Neither the lightning nor the hockey could break through his armored scales. As he advanced through the thunder roar, he drew closer and closer to Yunyi. 5 claws shatter. A keen glint flashed through Umit's vertical pupils as he raked his open claws down. Yunyi leapt into the air once more, stepping lightly across nothingness to dodge again. Yet after Umit's partial beast transformation, he seemed to develop a keen, animal-like instinct. Coupled with his ability to sense threats, he managed to catch hold of Yunyi's movements. As the ground shattered beneath his grasp like crushed tofu, Umit's tail lashed over again. You could say Umit's 2 attacks landed almost simultaneously, leaving even Yunyi hard-pressed to dodge in time. Still, Yunyi's extraordinary senses let him read Umit's intentions in a flash. His eyes narrowed. He threw his hands up in defense, infusing them with the power to harden and shield himself. With a heavy sound, Yunyi was struck and sent hurtling backwards through the air. Yet he twisted his body mid-flight, landing in a backwards flip. With a quick push of his foot, he launched forward again, headfirst into the fray. Thunderous crashes erupted one after another. Yunyi's mastery in battle was unmistakable as he engaged Umit in fierce close combat. Every exchange of fists and feet sent out shockwaves of force, rippling the air around them. Fortunately, they had already taken the fight far from the harbor, sparing anyone from getting caught up in their clash. Is this all the strength you can muster, even after transforming? Yunyi's eyes flashed with a red glint as he caught Umit's pounding fist. With a swift twist of his body and a surge of strength from his legs, he flung Umit soundly over his shoulder. A tremendous crash followed as Umit slammed into the ground, carving out a massive crater. The impact forced a fountain of blood from his mouth once more. Even so, his powerful frame responded quickly. His tail coiled like a spring before he came at Yunyi again with explosive speed, claws outstretched in a bid to tear his opponent to shreds. "Shut your mouth." Yunyi dodged, then seized Umit from behind, clutching his head and pressing it forcefully toward the ground. The earth cracked beneath the blow, splintering with each inch. Umit's head took the brunt of the impact. His eyes rolled back as he crashed into the bottom of the pit, buried beneath a shower of rubble. For someone who doesn't even dare face his own power, it's no wonder you can only wield a fraction of its potential, Yunyi remarked, staring down at the rocks below, uncertain whether his tone was one of scorn or lament. Umit clawed his way up from the debris once again. Blood streamed down his forehead, and his thoughts were muddied by dizziness. That last blow had nearly knocked him unconscious, and with every fresh injury, his strength was fading fast. Seeming to grasp Yunyi's intent, Umit's eyes flickered dangerously. He spoke coldly. "You're not killing me because you want me to submit, is that it?" A wave of kingly presence burst from him, surging outward. He was a king. How could he possibly bow to another? Yunyi answered calmly. "I'm not foolish enough to think someone with a conqueror's spirit would ever live beneath another's shadow. But as you said before, your subordinates are well aware of your terrifying reputation and would never betray you lightly. So, if I want them to work for me wholeheartedly, I have to make sure they witness my own fearsome power." Yunyi spoke coldly, his overwhelming willpower completely suppressing Umit's presence. The first reason Yunyi wasn't in a hurry to kill Umit was to hone his own skills. The second was that he wanted all of Umit's followers to witness firsthand the strength of their future master. He wanted them to think twice before even considering betrayal. Yunyi intended to take over Umit's operations, and naturally, he would need the key members of the Deep Current to work under him. Suddenly, Umit let out a laugh. "Without my unique ability to sense the ocean currents below the sea, even if you take my territory, you'll never become the next king of ocean transport." "Who said I want to be the king of ocean transport? Don't you think there are too many kings these days?" Yunyi laughed as well, arrogance in his tone. "In the future, there will be only one ruler in this whole underworld. What astonishing ambition, but they will never let you succeed." Umit gasped heavily. Right now, he was gravely injured. The Quincy's attacks carried a force that pierced through his tough scales, inflicting severe damage to his organs. The only reason he could still move was thanks to the resilience and recovery granted by his zone abilities. As for the they he referred to, they were the infamous pirates ruling the seas and the agents of the world government. Others had tried to unify the underworld before, but all had failed. The scale of what was involved was simply immense. Once, there had been a truly powerful ruler who attempted to bring the entire underworld to heel, but in the end, he utterly failed. Whether I succeed or not is no longer your concern. You won't be around to see the outcome. As Yun Yi spoke, flames of lightning erupted behind him, and a chilling aura of murder filled the air. Sensing Yun Yi's killing intent, Umit's heart tightened. He knew that if he didn't escape now, this place would be his grave. Judging from what the Quincy had said, the moment that call came, the BATT had already been set in motion, for the sole purpose of luring him out of the underwater stronghold, so he could be eliminated. Only through Umit's death could Yun Yi fully assimilate his forces. Unfortunately, the enemy lurked in the shadows, and Umit had no idea someone else was watching him, waiting for the perfect opportunity. If he'd known, he would never have left his stronghold so easily. I still have one last chance, Umit panted, focusing all his will. A sudden explosion boomed in the distance. Yun Yi couldn't help but shift his gaze toward the source of the sound. This is my chance. Just as Yun Yi's attention shifted ever so slightly, a glint of cunning flashed in Umit's eyes. He suddenly unleashed a thick spray of dark green poison mist from his mouth. The toxic fog engulfed the entire area, shrouding Yun Yi's vision in a murky haze. Then, Umit's body began to transform once more, morphing into a giant lizard crouched low to the ground. With a single swipe of his forepaw, he tore open the solid earth as easily as slicing through tofu. His entire form slipped into the ground like an eel in mud, tunneling desperately beneath the surface in an attempt to escape. Yun Yi swept his right hand through the air, dispersing all the poison mist, then glanced at the gaping hole in the ground. Shaking his head, half in lament and half in mocking disdain, he spoke. The moment I set my sights on you, your fate was already sealed. I even orchestrated it so you'd clash with the Don Quixote family, hoping Doflamingo would finish you off as I intended. But, sadly, that man failed to deliver, so it falls on me to end this myself. Yun Yi's voice echoed down into the earth, reaching Umit's ears and sending a jolt of terror through him, chilling him to the very core. Was it really the Quincy who instigated the war between the deep-sea streams and the Don Quixote family? How could that be possible? Trembling inside, Umit dug deeper and deeper into the earth, desperate to get as far away as possible from this terrifying Quincy. If what he said was true, then this man was far more frightening than he'd ever imagined. So, after all the effort I've invested, do you really think I'd let you run away? Yun Yi's voice resounded once more, immediately followed by a thunderous streak of lightning, its strike absolute and terrifying. No, his observation Haki screamed of unspeakable danger, but now, trapped below ground, there was simply nowhere to run. He could only stare in horror as doom closed in, utterly unable to escape as it swallowed him whole. There was a sharp, searing hiss as the lightning strike sliced through, leaving behind a gaping fissure that ran almost the length of the underground tunnel. The Sea Transport King, Umit, was dead. Ding. Sea Transport King Umit slain. Achievement points plus 500. King of the Underworld achievement unlocked. Reward. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Yun Yi glanced at his stats panel. Host. Yun Yi. Achievement points. 1,470. Slay. Swordsmanship. Proficiency 87. Zanpakudo. Zangetsu. Proficiency 60. Hyarimru. Proficiency 60. Strike. Hakuda. Proficiency 81. Motoryu Style Tactics. Proficiency 54. Flash. Shuinpa. Proficiency 83. Kido. Heido number 4. Byakurai. Proficiency 100. Heido number 33. Sokatsui. Proficiency 100. Heido number 63. Raikoho. Proficiency 100. Bakudo number 30. Shitatsu Sansen. Proficiency 76. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Proficiency 50. Special skills. Shunko. Proficiency 81. Artificial Jigai Split Technique 0/1. The other skill proficiencies hadn't changed much, and as for abilities, he had only gained one more skill in the Ghost Branch, Bakudo number 81. Danku, Proficiency 50. As for achievement points, Yun Yi no longer bothered to fuss over the constant gains and losses. After all, he always spent more than he earned. Take Danku, for example. Its proficiency was only at 50, and to bring it up to 80, To reach a new level, it would cost 1,500 achievement points, calculated at 50 points per increment. If that's not a trap, then what is? Although using his skills did gradually increase his proficiency, the progress was so slow it was barely noticeable. Look at swordsmanship. After all this time, it finally crawled up to 87. Who knows how much effort that took? Forget it. No point thinking about this. It's just too frustrating. Yin Yi simply pushed the thought aside. Whatever his skill levels were, as long as he could keep growing stronger step by step, that was enough. Meanwhile, the naval officer Yun Yi continued his post at the G7 branch base. Ever since he had defeated Jack the Drought, pirates rarely dared to stir up trouble on that route anymore. Who could say if that was a blessing or a curse? In any case, after bringing down Jack the Drought, the naval Yun Yi barely found any opportunities to take action. All he did was follow his routine workouts, steadily honing his physical strength. Surrender or die. Yun Yi strode through the air, thunder and flame surging behind him. Conqueror's haki radiating outwards like a prison's crushing pressure. Everyone witnessing this moment immediately understood the fate awaiting the shipping king, Umit. Some loyal followers refused to surrender. Yin Yi was left with no choice but to send them to their deaths. It's worth mentioning that during Yin Ye's battle with Umit, that Yelunia was dispatched by the first mate, Neil. In this same Neil, after seeing Yin Yi overpower and slay Umit, immediately chose to swear allegiance. Once, their loyalty had owed itself to fear. Now, it had simply shifted to a new master. No surprise there. The power balance of the underworld, the deep current, had just been overturned. A new chapter dawned for the dark world. The Quincy, wielding overwhelming force, crushed the shipping king Umit. With unstoppable momentum, he ascended to the throne of the underworld. He became the new sovereign of the underworld. Speculation had once circled. After killing a celestial dragon and escaping from an admiral of the navy, what would the Quincy choose to do upon entering the new world? Would he form a new pirate crew to challenge the ranks of the great pirates? Or would he head straight to Dressrosa to confront Doflamingo? As it turned out, everyone was wrong. Upon entering the new world, the Quincy's very first strike fell upon the forces of the underworld. In one sweeping move, he cut down shipping King Umit and claimed his territory. He established a new criminal syndicate, calling it the Throne of King's Void Hall, a new power in the shadowy world. A few days later, this news went out and stirred up a great commotion among the people of the new world. At that moment, everyone deeply realized that the balance of power in the underworld had shifted. The Quincy had arrived with overwhelming force. In an instant, the great kings of the underworld found themselves on edge, gripped by a sense of imminent danger. Their strength and influence were, at most, on par with Umit, the king of shipping. But now, barely any time after the Quincy's entrance into the new world, Umit's entire operation had been wiped out. How could this not send chills down their spines? At the headquarters of the World Economic News, Morgans, the president, who had eaten the albatross fruit, beat his chest in frustration when he heard the news. He couldn't help but slap his wing on the table. Damn it. How could something this explosive happen and I wasn't there to see it? But at least I got the scoop first, haha. The Quincy really is a force to be reckoned with. I'll have to keep a close eye on him. He'll surely be at the center of even bigger news to come. Feld, the king of loans, held the newspaper, his face heavy with concern. That old fox Umit actually went down. The Hall of Empty Thrones. The Quincy. Looks like I'd better think twice before making any deals involving shipping from now on. Giberson, the warehouse king, upon hearing the news, wore a stormy expression. Damn it. This is going to get troublesome. I hope that Quincy is easier to deal with than he seems. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to join forces with the others. Doflamingo probably won't refuse such a proposal. When Picaro, the great funeral director, saw the news, he let out a bloodthirsty, manic laugh. It's been ages since the underworld was shaken this hard. How exhilarating. Let them all fight. That just means more business for me. Hi ha ha. Meanwhile, Doflamingo chuckled as he read the paper. Fu. That's impressively swift. The Quincy, the Hall of Empty Thrones. It's barely been any time at all. But with your strength, I suppose it's only natural. Still, I wonder, what would happen if you clashed with Charlotte Linlin? With your crazy personality, there's no way you'd bow your head. But, can you really withstand the full fury of an Emperor of the Sea? Fu. Queen Stussy of the Pleasure District, however, used her transponder snail to contact the world government. Sir, the Quincy's whereabouts have been confirmed. A few days ago, he defeated Umit and absorbed his territory, formally establishing his own power, the Hall of Empty Thrones, and becoming the new king of the underworld. Yes, sir, I'll continue to keep watch. Upon learning of this event, Each of the underworld kings had their own unique reactions and thoughts. But one thing was certain. They'd have to think long and hard about any future deals, especially those with the Hall of Empty Thrones and the Quincy himself. After Yun Yi defeated Amit and took control of the Deep Current, all of Deep Current's business dealings fell into Yun Ye's hands. In the underworld, business connections exist between nearly all the different factions, more or less. The fall of one king and the rise of a new ruler. Any prior business, even if not erased and rebuilt, would certainly have to be reassessed. Cooperation might continue, but this time around, the dynamics of who leads and who follows all need to be straightened out afresh. Kings are proud by nature. When the terms are not yet agreed upon, they aren't about to make hasty decisions. At this moment, all the other rulers took a wait-and-see stance. What will the master of Wangshu Palace do? What about the Quincy's position? The downfall of a king in the underworld is no trivial matter. News traveled fast. Soon, all the powers of the New World had heard. The underworld is a shadow across the entire New World. Its business entangles every part of life, often touching on the illegal, yet running through the fabric of the world, tied to everyone's daily needs. No matter whether you're from a world government member nation or a self-proclaimed independent country, everyone, in some way, does business with these people. This is no small affair. As for the great pirates, at the most, they glanced over the news. The underworld kings may be formidable to most, but to them, it's hardly impressive. The highest-ranking officers under their command, the likes of the Calamities or the Sweet Commanders, any one of them could walk into the underworld and easily seize such a throne. Even Whitebeard's side paid some attention. After all, the Quincy had been making waves lately, stirring up trouble with a string of bold moves, hard for anyone not to notice. Meanwhile, over at Shanks and Kaido's camps, they were locked in fierce combat, far too busy to care about anything else. Just a few days earlier, both sides had mobilized their full forces and erupted in a massive clash. Troops met head-on, commanders dueled commanders, and the island they'd fought over before was practically torn apart by the chaos. Yes, that very island they'd been fighting for. Days had passed, and the battle still had yet to end. The only one to make a sudden move was Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. When she learned the desserts she'd been longing for still hadn't arrived, her rage was unstoppable. She thought the King of Shipping had stood her up. But now, word came. The King of Shipping had been wiped out, his entire operation swallowed by another. Already disadvantaged in her struggle with the Whitebeard pirates, she'd hoped to return to her favorite sweets, only to find they still hadn't come. With all that piled together, she was truly infuriated. Send word to that so-called Quincy. If my desserts don't get here within 3 days, he can forget about finding a footing in the New World. Charlotte Linlin sat at the head of the table, roaring down at those below her. Denied her favorite pastries, she was now brimming with fury, her hair bristling as if ablaze with rage. Her eyes burned with a fierce intensity, and at this moment, she looked as terrifying as a vengeful specter. The sheer force of her will seem to whip the clouds above Cake Island into a frenzy, her ominous presence rumbling through the sky like thunder echoing among the storm clouds. Below her, every officer of the Charlotte family trembled uncontrollably, utterly terrified by Charlotte Linlin's current appearance. Only the generals, Katakuri and the others, managed to keep a measure of composure. "Yes, Mama, I'll notify the Quincy right away," said Perospero, the Minister of Candy and the eldest son. Wiping sweat from his brow, he spoke to Charlotte Linlin, then hurried out. It was that cursed Quincy's fault. Of all the times to make a move, they just had to pick this one. Unforgivable. Moonlit Isle. After Yun Yi had taken down Amit, the ordinary people of the island were finally freed, no longer trapped in endless toil day after day. Naturally, Yun Yi took control of the island and brought it under his rule, bestowing upon it a new name, Moonlit Isle. From that moment, Moonlit Isle would serve as the headquarters for the Hall of Emptiness, Yun Ye's own domain. Arian had no objections to this suggestion. With Yun Ye's support, his homeland had been restored, pledging loyalty and strength to Yun Ye's cause. After thanking Yun Yi, Camilla set out once more, returning to the Ice Witch's ship. Everything was now falling into place. But just then, Neil, the first mate of the former deep-sea currents, whose bounty exceeded 200 million, came rushing in, drenched in sweat. "Bad news, my lord. The infamous pirate Charlotte Linlin has come knocking. She demands that we deliver pastries to Cake Island within 3 days. Why would that lunatic come looking for us now?" Yun Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "Then send it over. Did you really need to come to me about this?" Though surprised that Charlotte Linlin had sought them out at such a time, Yun Yi was unconcerned about the business. After all, the staff of the former deep-sea currents were still managing it. There was nothing for him to worry about. But My lord, without a meat, we can't possibly cross so many seas and deliver the goods in just 3 days. Neil's anxiety was palpable. The very mention of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was enough to chill him to the core. Previously, every Cake Island delivery had been handled personally by Umit. He possessed a unique way of sensing ocean currents, sailing hidden routes beneath the waves, and could always get pastries to Big Mom in the shortest time possible. But now Umit was dead. Without his special routes, and relying solely on conventional sea travel, reaching Cake Island in less than 10 days or even half a month would be impossible. That was why Neil had rushed in to report the matter to Yun Yi, his nerves fraught with worry. When Umit was alive, they had always tiptoed around Charlotte Linlin, never daring to risk her wrath. Yun Yi spoke calmly. Just tell them directly that there's been an incident on our side, and it'll take 10 days before we can arrive. All right, since this is a trade, what price did they pay? A question suddenly popped into Yun Yi's mind. Knowing Charlotte Linlin's crazed temperament, if they dare to take payment, there's a good chance Umit would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Neil froze for a moment before replying, Sir, we didn't dare accept any payment. Yun Yi thought to himself, just as he suspected. With this matter weighing on him, Yun Yi began considering all sorts of outcomes that might follow. Right now, facing the likes of the Calamities or the Sweet Commanders, perhaps he could still hold his own. But when it came to challenging an emperor, Yun Yi estimated that he was still lacking. Even going all out, he might be able to fight an emperor for a short while, but ultimately, he knew he would lose. He just didn't have enough endurance. Picking a fight with Charlotte Linlin at this stage would definitely not be a wise move. After a moment's thought, Yun Yi said, Explain the situation to them. Tell them we'll deliver as soon as possible. Neil accepted his orders and left. After Neil was gone, Yun Yi continued to ponder over the matter. The best outcome would be if Charlotte Linlin agreed with his reasoning. Then everything would turn out fine. But would things really go so smoothly? Yun Yi wasn't so sure. It didn't take long before Neil returned, but this time, his face had changed dramatically. Sir, they refused. The Minister of Candy from Whole Cake Island, Perospero, said that if they don't see the goods in 3 days, there's no need for us to exist anymore. They actually said that. Yun Yi's eyes narrowed at the words. Yes, sir, it was Perospero himself who told me. Neil replied carefully. He still hadn't figured out what kind of person this Quincy man was, and didn't dare raise his voice. Yun Yi gave a cold snort. Then let them come get themselves. Did they think he was someone to be pushed around? To be pinched and played with at will? Yun Yi had a temper too. So what if they were emperors? Worst case, let's settle this with a fight. But just as he was thinking this, a sudden realization struck Yun Yi. He mused inwardly. Could it be that Doflamingo's abrupt withdrawal was because of Charlotte Linlin? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. With a personality like Doflamingo's, he would never have let Umit off so easily otherwise, especially with the upper hand completely in his favor. Clearly, something must have happened to make him pull back. And Charlotte Linlin was by far the most probable reason. So without a word, you're planning to let me charge headlong into Big Mom's trap? Quite the cunning scheme. Yun Yi let out a cold sneer in his heart, silently tallying up this new grudge. Someday, he would make Doflamingo pay dearly for it. Right now, with Big Mom and Whitebeard locked in battle, and given he was nothing but a small fry in her eyes, it was unlikely she'd act personally. The most probable scenario was that one of the 4 Sweet Commanders would be sent. If it was only a Sweet Commander, he figured he could still handle it. Lost in thought, Yun Yi turned to Neil and said, Pass along my words. If she wants it, she can drag herself here and take it, and then hang up immediately. Neil's face went ghostly pale. Yes, sir. Are you sure about this? That's the Big Mom Pirates, the rulers of the New World. I'm still a Quincy. Yun Yi grinned, his smile nothing short of manic. War, that's where I truly shine. Seeing this ferocious expression, Neil couldn't help but shudder. He almost forgot that the man before him was someone bold enough to strike down even a celestial dragon. Killing a celestial dragon would surely incur the wrath of the entire world government. The world government, with its 170 allied nations, formed an overwhelming force. Even if all the strongest pirates in the New World banded together, it would be impossible to defeat such an unyielding power. Yet this madman Quincy never hesitated to act. If that's the case, why would a man like him fear the Big Mom Pirates? Understood, sir. Neil withdrew and, as instructed, dialed the Den Den Mushy and delivered the shocking message that left Perospero in disbelief. Before Perospero could respond, Neil hung up. It was nothing less than resolute. Damn it, Perospero was instantly furious. There were precious few left in the New World who dared speak to the Big Mom Pirates in such a way. He hurried to Whole Cake Island, bearing the news straight to Charlotte Linlin. Mama, Quincy, what a brazen fellow. Has killing Umit gone his head? Not a single king of the underworld has ever spoken to me like that. Charlotte Linlin's face was a storm of shadows. When she first heard the message, she thought she'd misheard. Was there truly still someone in the new world bold enough to speak to her, Charlotte Linlin, like that? In her view, this Quincy must have gotten inflated after rising to the top of the underworld, letting his pride swell too far. He didn't even put her big mom, Charlotte Linlin, in his eyes. One of her sweet commanders, Cracker, wore a frosty look. Utterly reckless. Just an underworld king. Yet he dares speak to our big mom pirates in that way. Back then, not a single king of the underworld would have dared utter such words to anyone from the big mom pirates. This infuriated Cracker, who felt utterly insulted by the Quincy. Smoothie scoffed coldly as well, making no effort to conceal her contempt for the Quincy. Meanwhile, Katakuri simply stood silently to the side, his eyes closed, saying nothing at all. At that moment, Snack, who had only recently been promoted to Sweet Commander, suddenly spoke up. Mama, let me go over there and teach that reckless Quincy a lesson. Truth be told, Snack had been annoyed by the Quincy for quite some time now. After all, the Quincy had killed 2 celestial dragons and ended up with a bounty even higher than his own, despite being a Sweet Commander. How was that acceptable? Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst out laughing. Mama, Snack, is it? Very well. Go and show that Quincy what happens to those who dare to turn down a request from Charlotte Linlin. Yes, Mama, Snack replied, his face alive with excitement. Since becoming a Sweet Commander, he hadn't had a chance to make a name for himself, and now that this opportunity had appeared, he certainly didn't want to let it slip by. Like a child desperate to impress the grown-ups, he leapt at the chance to prove himself. He wanted to show Charlotte Linlin that choosing him as a Sweet Commander had been the right call. He wouldn't necessarily be any less capable than the other Sweet Commanders. In fact, he'd set his sights high. His target was none other than Big Brother Katakuri, the top commander. His ambition was to one day surpass the rest, to become second only to Charlotte Linlin herself in the Big Mom Pirates. With a Sweet Commander on the move, the Quincy is finished for sure. He's just a so-called boss of the underworld. Who does he think he is? How dare he refuse our Big Mom Pirates? He's as good as dead. Brother Snack, teach that guy a lesson he won't forget. A few hours later, a massive ship bearing the banner of the Big Mom Pirates slowly set sail from the port of Whole Cake Island. Its destination, Tsukiyo Island. Aboard the ship was none other than Charlotte Snack himself. As the most powerful force on the seas, every move made by the Big Mom Pirates was naturally watched with keen interest. So when people saw the ship departing from the port, curiosity began to spread. Given that a war with the Whitebeard Pirates was already underway, it was surprising to see Charlotte Linlin dispatching forces to a different sea altogether. What could possibly be happening? That ship, if I'm not mistaken, it must be Snack, who just recently became a Sweet Commander. Whoa, even a Sweet Commander is being sent out. Has something big happened? That direction leads toward the Hulet Sea, doesn't it? Isn't that the territory of Amit, the shipping king? You're behind the times. Amit is dead. His territory has been taken over by someone else. What? When did that happen? Are you clueless? You didn't even know that the Quincy conquered the underworld and founded the Hall of Kings. Is the Quincy actually planning to go up against Big Mom's pirate crew? Are they really that fearless? This is someone who dared to kill even the celestial dragons. What do you think he's afraid of? This is honestly fascinating. A Quincy against one of Big Mom's Sweet Commanders. This is bound to be the kind of headline that'll shake the whole world. Unsurprisingly, the news quickly got out. Most of the major powers in the New World maintained their own intelligence networks, and before long, every faction, big or small, had heard the whole story. This is major news. This time, I have to be among the first on the scene. I'll document every detail of the battle between the King of the Underworld and one of Big Mom's commanders, and broadcast it far and wide. This is bound to cause an even bigger stir than Umit's downfall. Morgans of the World Economy News was the first to catch wind of the story. He set off immediately, seated in his custom-built hot air balloon, floating toward Moonlight Island. Though he possessed the bird fruit abilities, oddly enough, he didn't seem able to actually fly. Dressrosa. Doflamingo couldn't resist a wild burst of laughter. Fufufu. Just going after a single Sweet Commander won't do. That Quincy bastard is insanely strong, and knowing his personality, he won't let Snack off the hook easily. When that happens, things will get far more entertaining. Fufufu. The other kings of the underworld turned their gaze in this direction as well. Now aware of the breaking news, their expressions grew more inscrutable. He's just barely taken his place at the top, and he's already made an enemy out of Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin? Truly, what rotten luck. Stussy wasted no time delivering the news to the world government, and then chose to bide her time. As for Moonlight Island, it was already under martial law. The moment word spread that the notorious pirate Charlotte Linlin was sending people here, whatever signs of life had begun returning to the island quickly dissolved into chaos again. Countless people began to flee for their lives. The panic was even more widespread than during the previous civil strife sparked by the undersea current. Yet Yenny hardly cared. Those were only ordinary citizens, and even if they remained on the island, they wouldn't serve any real purpose. Especially considering he had only just established himself here, on Moonlight Island. The only exception was that old lot led by Arian, who stubbornly refused to leave, claiming they wanted to support Yunyi in resisting Big Mom's crew. Needless to say, Yunyi flatly refused, stifling a sigh. With your level of strength, you'd only be in my way. Waving the matter aside, Yunyi said casually, "Old man, you'd better focus on training up your next generation. Leave everything else to me. I'll handle it." After Yi supported them in their efforts to reclaim their country, Arian began devoting himself to training the next generation, hoping to cultivate the pillars of their nation. One could also say he was grooming talent on Yunye's behalf. Yunyi had supported their quest to restore their nation, and, as the island's protector, Alien still felt sincerely grateful to him. Alien gave a wry smile. "We old relics really can't be of much help to you. It seems we're quite useless. This is a crisis, yes, but isn't it also an opportunity?" Yunyi replied, his voice calm, though something enigmatic flickered in his eyes. "Since I ascended to kinghood, none of the other rulers have come to greet me. They're all holding back, hoping to see how I handle this situation. When I'm done with it, I'd like to see if they still dare to pretend I don't exist." Even now, none of those shadowy lord from the dark world had reached out to him. They were waiting for him to make the first move. Yunyi could guess their intentions easily enough. If he were to initiate contact and propose an alliance, he'd be showing his hand first, an implicit sign of deference. Was Yun the kind of man to do that? Absolutely not. After claiming the mantle of king, and after unmasking Doflamingo's schemes, Yunyi still hadn't gone to confront anyone directly. Taking the initiative meant showing weakness. There might be times for that, but certainly not now, when Yunyi had boldly claimed his new throne. His first show of force upon entering the New World had already been dramatic, snatching the seat of a Shadow King in one fell swoop. But that wasn't enough. Yunyi needed to fan the flames even higher to make sure his strength was recognized by all in the Dark World. Only then would they understand just who ought to be respected in these shadowed realms. Alien was a seasoned veteran himself and saw right through these games. He commented, "You're right, but the Big Mom pirates aren't the easiest people to deal with." "It's fine," Yunyi replied. "It's only one sweet commander coming. I'm not worried in the least." He paused, then added, "By the way, old man, is Charlotte Linlin clashing with the Whitebeard pirates right now?" Yunyi valued Alien's talents, making him responsible for intelligence gathering. Alien had once been a legendary admiral of his country, his prowess in battle unmatched. But his skills in other fields weren't lacking either, making him perfect for the job. He nodded. "Yes, but as far as I know, it's mostly skirmishing among their subordinate forces. Nothing as fierce as the fighting with Kaido or the red-haired crew." However, a few days ago, Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard did cross swords, though no one knows the result. "Do you know which waters their confrontation happened in?" Yunyi asked. "The Wobble Sea," Alien replied immediately, memories of various intelligence flashes in his mind. "That's the border between their territories. We don't know exactly what sparked it, but for some reason, fighting broke out there." Yunyi nodded once more, making a mental note of this matter. Inwardly, he scoffed. "Charlotte Linlin, do you really think I'm like the other rulers of the underworld? If you dare to cross me, I'll make sure you pay the price." The two exchanged a few more words before Alien took his leave. With the island under lockdown, there was still much for him to deal with. "We're still short-handed. I wonder how Yi Chi and the others are progressing. Now that they have territory of their own, maybe it's time to send them to the New World." As for Germa, Charlotte Linlin seems to put great value in external power. Otherwise, she wouldn't take interest in Germa's technology. Perhaps there's room to maneuver here. After Alien left, Yunyi remained seated upon his throne, lost in a whirl of thoughts. Every so often, a chilling smile crossed his lips. Anyone who saw him at that moment would surely feel a cold shiver run down their spine. 10 days swept by in the blink of an eye. During this time, a great many significant events unfolded. A conclusive battle broke out between two notorious pirates, Kaido and red-haired Shanks. At the cost of Shattered Island, Shanks managed to drive back the marauding Kaido, handing him yet another defeat. This were left no one in doubt about the power of the red-haired pirates. Their position was now unshakable. No one dared underestimate red-haired Shanks, the pirate who had climbed, step by step, to reach the pinnacle. It was at this very moment that people began referring to the four most powerful pirates as the Four Emperors, the four sovereigns reigning at the very peak of the seas. Elsewhere, tensions between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlein's factions were flaring ever more fiercely. Even their top lieutenants and division commanders had taken to the field. A major war seemed imminent, leaving every force in the New World anxious and on edge. And it was at this turbulent moment Snag's ship finally arrived at the waters of Wurret, setting course for Moonlit Isle, the site of the Quincy Order's main stronghold, the Hall of Hollow Kings. At the harbor of Moonlit Isle, the members of the Hall of Hollow Kings had already gathered, all gazing out nervously over the sea. Suddenly, a ship appeared on the horizon. It was Snag's vessel. "They're here. It's the Big Mom Pirates." That's Snag himself, the sweet commander with a bounty nearing 500 million. "I can't believe it's actually him. We're under attack. Prepare to face the enemy." At once, shouts erupted all over the square. Though they lived in the shadows, even these underworld figures couldn't help but fear a mighty force like Big Mom's pirates looming above them. Now, with one of their ships approaching the port, nervous tension filled the ranks, a sense of restlessness and unease. "What's there to panic about?" Yenny's calm voice rang out. It seemed to carry a strange power, soothing many hearts and restoring order amid the chaos. Cloud Knight sat upright upon the throne, gazing calmly at the approaching ship. His manner remained composed, utterly untroubled, as if the situation before him was hardly worth a thought. Truth be told, Cloud Knight truly didn't think much of this encounter. If Katakuri himself were to appear, perhaps Cloud Knight would show a trace more seriousness. But just Snag? What was he supposed to be worth? Out at sea, the ships bearing Big Mom's flag drew ever closer. That infamous standard seemed almost suffocating, casting a heavy shadow over the square, causing everyone present to hold their breath in tense anticipation. General Starsnack was coming. "Quincy, your Royal Void Palace really does have some nerve, daring to ignore the word of the Big Mom Pirates." Even before the ship came to a halt, Snack's voice rang out across the water. Everyone jolted at the sound, swallowing nervously as the atmosphere grew even more tense. Yet Cloud Knight remained reclined upon his throne, answering with unhurried ease. "Oh, Charlotte Linlein only sent you. The goods are at the docks. Do you plan to carry them off yourselves? How arrogant. You think that after killing a meat, you can look down on the true powerhouses of the New World? People like you, our Big Mom pirates, cut down dozens every year." Snag stood at the prow, right hand gripping the hilt of his katana, his voice edged with menace. This Quincy lived up to the tales, brazen enough not to spare even the Big Mom pirates a second thought. Cloud Knight cocked his head with mock confusion. "And who exactly are you?" "Unbelievable. You don't even know who I am? I'm the face of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Snag, one of the four sweet commanders." A cold gleam flashed in Snag's eyes. He was only in his 20s, young and hot-blooded, eager to prove himself to the world. And what better stage than this? He wanted everyone to know, though still young, he had earned his place as one of the four commanders by sheer strength. The four commanders? I suppose it'll soon be 3 commanders instead. Cloud Knight suddenly broke into a taunting grin, his words dripping with scorn. If memory served right, this fellow was destined to be defeated by someone from the worst generation, losing his title, eternally remembered as the commander's disgrace. Yet to Snag, Cloud Knight's remark sounded like a threat, like a vow to strike him down here and now. Rage flared within Snag. This upstart Quincy was simply insufferable. The moment the ship docked, Snag lunged straight for Cloud Knight. The warriors of the Royal Void Palace leaped to block his path, but Snag's speed was overwhelming. In a blink, he stormed past them, surging forward. Detecting Snag's movement, Neil activated his observation hockey. In a flash, he intercepted Snag's charge, unleashing a mighty punch. But Snag merely gave a chilly snort, countering with a blow of his own. Expansion, shockwave. Snag's armament hockey-coated fist burst apart with an explosive force, like popcorn in a blast, releasing a terrifying shockwave that sent Neil hurtling through the air with a single punch. Neil spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backwards and smashing straight through the buildings behind him, reducing them to rubble. Oh, a devil fruit user. Yenya's interest was piqued. In his previous life, the original story never mentioned Snag possessing a devil fruit ability, yet now it appeared that this man truly was a power wielder. "I'm the one who ate the puff-puff fruit. Come at me, Quincy. Your underlings are no match for me," Snag declared with a cold arrogance. With a forceful stomp, a blast of explosive power erupted beneath him, doubling his speed in an instant. Yet, he could not escape from Yenya's keen observation hockey. Yenya stood, white lightning crackling intensely behind him. He didn't activate his Thunder Flame mode. Just a pure burst of one element was already enough. This was a recent discovery of his. He could still unleash the speed burst of a single element. While not as powerful as the Clash of Two, it was plenty sufficient. If the commander of the Sweet Commanders, Katakuri, had come, I might exercise some caution. But for a nameless extra like yourself, I don't even feel the need to use my full strength. Yin reached out and caught Snag's punch midair. The rippling shockwaves and explosive impact canceled each other out, and Yin firmly held Snag's fist in his grasp. Lightning coiled around his own knuckles, air ripples buzzing, as Yin's left hand kept Snag's fist immobilized. With his right, he drove a fist straight for Snag's chest. Lightning, one strike. Observation Haki flared with warning. Yin's blow sent shivers down Snag's spine, making his scalp prickle in panic. He struggled to escape, only to realize he couldn't free his fist from Yin's grip, no matter how he tried. With a deafening crash, Yin's merciless punch landed squarely on Snag's chest, right over the thick layer of armament Haki, unleashing a spectacular eruption of electric power. A violent blast of wind raged through the scene. As a resounding boom echoed, Snag was shot backwards like a cannonball, sent flying by Yin's single strike. Snag's body hurtled through the air, blasting holes through building after building until he finally crashed into the mountainside nearby, punching a crater into it before he skidded to a halt. Coughing harshly, Snag clutched his bruised chest and spewed another mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror as he stared in Yin's direction. Yin strode forward at a steady pace, his voice calm and indifferent. It seems to me that you lot are the arrogant ones. Filth like you think you can just waltz in here and cause me trouble? Your strength. Snag was shaken to his core. That had only been a single blow from the Quincy, and yet it had pushed him far past his limits. Even with my armament Haki as protection, I was still overpowered. My Haki shattered instantly by an even stronger force, and some inexplicable energy seemed to pierce right into my body. Just one blow, and I'm already this badly hurt. Strange, isn't it? Actually, what's really strange is your ignorance. Yunya's voice dripped with mockery. Don't tell me the Big Mom pirates don't have a file on me? You sent a fool like you here without knowing my strength? Sweet Commander, what a joke. Is this what passes for Sweet Commander in your crew? Then, your pirate crew must be shockingly weak. Yunya's words were dripping with scorn. He could see right through Snag's pride. This was the kind of man who would be hurt the most by scorn and belittling. Today, Snag would die here. Even if it meant making an enemy of Charlotte Lin. Yunyi had decided Snag had to die here. Snag's eyes burned with fury. Yunya's taunts cut him deeper than any blade. As a man who placed pride above all else, he simply could not endure such public humiliation. With a furious howl, Snag roared, "Shoo! Shut your mouth. You filthy roach from the dark underworld. How dare you insult us this way? I'll kill you. I have to kill you." Puff up, cut. His eyes bloodshot. Snag drew his samurai blade in a sweeping flash. Armament Haki surged along the blade as he swung, launching a cutting arc of force. As the blade strike sliced through the air, it swelled suddenly, doubling, tripling in size and strength, a ferocious attack unleashed. Pointless struggling, Yunyi darted forward, his form a blur as he raced straight at the 100-meter-long slash. Plasma crackled around his fist as he threw a punch. Shock waves rippled through the air. There was a tremendous blast, the kind that shakes the earth, obliterating Snag's slash, shattering it into countless smaller arcs that scattered and scored deep wounds across the ground. Yunyi didn't lose any momentum. In fact, his speed only climbed faster as he instantly closed in on Snag and smashed out with another thunderous punch. Crushing force overwhelmed skill. In the face of overwhelming power, Yunya's attacks were simple but brutally effective. A deafening slam sent Snag flying again. This time, however, Snag was ready. Mid-air, he flung a fistful of spiked iron balls from his pocket. As they hurtled through the air, the iron balls suddenly expanded, each transforming into a meter-sized iron bludgeon, hurtling toward Yunyi. Yunyi batted away the balls one by one with his fists, and finally caught the last one barehanded. "Just iron," he sneered. Then Yunyi gave a cold smirk as the lightning in his hand flickered and shifted. This was lightning he could command utterly, the fruit of mastering the Thunder Howl cannon, perfection achieved at a skill level of 100. If he could wield power like that, why not try something new? After all, electricity and magnetism are inseparable. Yunyi might not have been a genius physicist before he crossed worlds, but he'd still been through school, and he remembered the connection. So, is it possible to transform electric current into magnetic force by altering the flow of electromagnetism? After numerous experiments, Yunyi discovered that it was indeed possible. Lightning danced across his hand at a specific frequency, creating an electric current that wound around his arm. The iron orb in his hand floated up and down his palm. Let's try this. Railgun. Yin Yi maneuvered the iron orb to the center of his palm. The current formed a magnetic field, propelling the iron orb forward. An instant later, the orb shot out like a cannon shell, hurtling towards Snack. A scarlet light flashed in Snack's eyes. Upon landing, he swung his blade in a fierce arc, slicing the air. Blade and iron orb collided head-on, with a thunderous explosion. The iron orb shattered, and the arc of the blade was shattered too. Although Yun Yi could launch iron objects like cannonballs using electromagnetism, the force was clearly lacking. Perhaps his technique was still unrefined, or maybe the electric current he infused wasn't powerful enough. The effect was still far from his expectations. After all, his expectation was to send a Yonko flying in a single blow. Yin Yi let out a cold laugh. In a blur, he vanished, this time appearing behind Snack. He lashed out with a kick, sending him flying. At the same moment, the fingers of Yin Ye's right hand spread wide. Lightning gathered in his palm. Thunder roared cannon. A pillar of lightning cut through the air, striking Snack directly and driving him forward at breakneck speed. Buildings toppled and collapsed one after another as Snack was smashed through them. Snack struggled to his feet again, his face and body covered in blood. When he looked at Yun Yi now, the fear in his eyes was unmistakable. How could he possibly win against such an opponent? The difference in their strength was far too great. He almost felt as if he were facing Katakuri himself. That feeling of overwhelming, insurmountable power. It was even more despairing than standing before Katakuri. Though he had pledged to surpass Katakuri, he knew just how difficult such a goal would be. But now, the Quincy before him was giving him the same hopeless feeling. Damn it! Snack gritted his teeth and glared at Yun Yi, cursing himself for underestimating his enemy. He never expected the Quincy to be so terrifying. He couldn't possibly win on his own. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Where's your awakened devil fruit? Advanced armament haki? Future sight? Conqueror's haki infusion? Without any of these, you dare to prance around on my turf? Yin Yi strode forward, his eyes on the now defeated Snack, his tone tinged with mockery. With this kind of ability, he still dared to be so brazen in front of me. No wonder there are only 3 sweet commanders in the future. With trash like him, how could anyone ever consider Snack worthy of being a 4th? Ew. Snack's face flushed crimson with humiliation at Yun Ye's taunting words. Awakening one's devil fruit, mastering advanced forms of armament and observation haki. Could these things really be achieved so easily? And what was this Conqueror's haki infusion that Yun Yi mentioned? Snack had never even heard of such a thing. Blood gushed from his mouth once more. Roaring with desperation, Snag shouted, "If you have the guts, just kill me. But do you really dare? I'm a member of the Big Mom Pirates, and my mother is the great Charlotte Linlin. Would you really dare to lay a hand on me?" Watching Snag's wild, frenzied outburst, Yun Yi simply shook his head. "You really can't see the reality in front of you, can you? I've taken down even the celestial dragons. Why would I hesitate against a mere pirate like you?" A sudden pallor washed over Snag's face as Yun Ye's words landed. That's right. The man before him was a madman, the kind who would even raise his hand against the celestial dragons. If this lunatic feared neither the world government nor the powers behind it, why would he ever be afraid of Charlotte Linlin? Run. He had to run. If he didn't get away now, he'd die here for sure. Sheer terror finally seized Snag, wholly and absolutely. He didn't want to die. He was still young, with so many rivals yet to surpass. He still dreamed of rising above Katakuri and becoming the strongest of the sweet commanders. He couldn't die here. Almost the instant this thought flashed through his mind, Snag's body sprang into action. Pushing his devil fruit powers to their utmost, he caused the ground at Yun Ye's feet to bulge upward before it exploded with a thunderous blast. Using the explosion as cover, Snag darted toward the port, sprinting for his life. Humph! Yun Yi strode out of the swirling smoke and dust, coldly snorting as he watched Snag's frantic escape. With a swift step, Yun Yi gave chase. He lashed out with a punch, sending Snag hurtling into the ground. Then, splaying his fingers wide, Yun Yi gathered lightning at his palm and unleashed a ferocious thunder cannon. Boom! The ground erupted, and the force of the explosion swept Snag up, flinging his body backward. Yun Yi closed in again, his tone flat and unhurried. Now that you're here, don't even think about escaping. Thunderstrike, twin bones. Both fists fell at once. With a sickening, bone-splintering crack, Yun Ye's punch drove its force directly into Snag's body. Wild, raging lightning coursed through Snag from head to toe. As Snag's broken form was about to be flung away, Yun Ye's reflexes were faster. He grabbed Snag's arm, holding him in place. Then, gripping his head, Yun Yi slammed it violently into the ground, sending visible shock waves through the air. The ground shattered and sunk in with a deep, splintering crunch. Fist force pierced Snag's skull, scrambling his brains to mush. And thus, Snag, one of the Sweet Commanders, met his end. By the time Morgans arrived above Moonlit Island, high in his hot air balloon, the battle was over. From his vantage point above, there was no sign of combat at all. Did that mean the fight hadn't yet begun? Or was it already finished? Morgans stamped his foot and clenched his fists in frustration, burning with impatience. If he hadn't run into the sudden storm, he could have arrived several days ahead of schedule. Now that he'd finally reached Moonlit Island, he found, to his dismay, that everything here was already over. Yes, it was all over. He could see ships docked at the port, their masts flying Big Mom's flag. From this, it was easy to deduce that the battle was finished, and, judging by the outcome, the Quincy had emerged victorious. Damn it, too late. Morgans couldn't help but smack himself across the face. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have traveled by hot air balloon. He should have come by ship. He lingered at a distance, observing the scene for a while longer. When nothing happened that was worth reporting, he could only hang his head and sigh. It had all been for nothing. He dared not go down and confront the Quincy directly, nor did he dare recklessly expand his observation hockey, lest he be discovered. The Quincy was a madman, and, as much as Morgans craved a headline, he had no desire to provoke someone so dangerous. This trip had truly been a waste of time. With no solid information, he didn't even dare to speculate and spread rumors through his newspaper. If the news turned out to be false, his paper's reputation for reliability would plummet, an outcome he was resolute to avoid. I'll just have to wait for the real story to break before reporting anything. Morgan sighed in resignation. His luck really couldn't be worse. Just then, the din mushy in his pocket started to ring. He picked up. Hello, what's going on? What? Whitebeard and Big Mom are at war. On Sibia Island in the Wobble Sea? I'll head there straight away. After hanging up, Morgans took a deep breath, and a strange laugh rattled from his beak. Caw-caw. Who would have thought Big Mom would really launch a full-on assault against Whitebeard? Now this is real news. This far outshines some scuffle between the Quincy and the Sweet Commanders. Child's play by comparison. I've got to get there at once. Luckily, Wobble Sea isn't too far from here. I should be able to make it in a few days. Just hope this time, it won't be for nothing. His bizarre laughter echoed as Morgans piloted his hot air balloon away. A few days later, Wobble Sea, on a small island known as Sibia. This was Whitebeard's territory. Once just an ordinary island, it was now the focal point of the entire ocean, every faction's attention riveted here for a single reason. The reason, two great pirate crews, Whitebeards and Big Moms, were about to clash in a full-blown war on this very island. Everyone was in shock. No one imagined a simple skirmish between subordinates would escalate to such extremes. Both sides had mobilized all their forces. The sky was pressed under heavy clouds, as if even the heavens sensed what was about to unfold, the air so stifling you could nearly choke on it. On Sibia Island, the air itself seemed thick with tension, ripe with the anticipation of war. The island's civilians had already been evacuated in advance. The only ones who remained here now were the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, sat upon a chair at this moment. Though the golden hair on his head had turned nearly white, he still radiated overwhelming presence. His robust body harbored a power mighty enough to destroy the world. Anyone who laid eyes on him would feel an invisible weight pressing them down, unable to resist the force of his sheer dominance. He held a wine gourd in one massive hand, took a hearty swig, then looked calmly toward the sea. 1st Division Commander Marco the Phoenix, 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu, 4th Division Commander Thatch, 5th Division Commander Flowersore Vista. All the commanders were present now. Amid this tense atmosphere, Marco's expression suddenly sharpened. They're here, he announced. On the waves, ships began to approach. At their head was a bizarrely shaped vessel, covered in sweet confections and crowned by a grinning figurehead, a wide-toothed smile. This was the Tato Land flagship, the Anthem, created by Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, with her soul fruit powers. Standing at the prow, Big Mom gripped Napoleon, her weapon, and regarded the horizon with a fierce grin. Her harsh, grating laughter rang over the water. Mama, Whitebeard, I'm going to settle our old score right here and now. Not yet arrived, and already a horrific, overwhelming wave of conqueror's hockey burst from her, rolling out to envelop Whitebeard and everyone nearby. Behind her, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates were arrayed in full force. The 3 Sweet Commanders, Minister of Candy Perispero, and countless others from Tato Land were gathered. Guararara, Charlotte Linlin, you've certainly grown bolder, daring to unleash your conqueror's haki right in front of me? You're still not quite up to the task. Whitebeard gave a booming laugh, set his wine vessel aside, and unleashed an even greater surge of conqueror's haki to meet her challenge. Thunderous, crackling energy filled the very air as the two unbelievable forces collided. Purple-black lightning tore across the sky, and waves of pressure radiated outward from both titans, battering all that stood around them. Sea spray erupted in great surges. Their clash of sovereign willpower was so potent that it spilled into reality itself, warping the world around them. The terrifying impact of their duel sent shockwaves through every heart, especially among the rookie pirates witnessing such power for the first time. Their mouths hung open in sheer astonishment. Mama, who do you think you're underestimating, Whitebeard? With a twisted smile, Big Mom launched herself forward. The tremendous force of her leap nearly capsized the ship beneath her feet. Emploi soit, destruction slash. Napoleon in her hand transformed into an even more fearsome blade, its length wreathed in furious fire, swathed with a jet-black coating of armament haki. Along the weapon's edge, a surge of purple-black electricity crackled. It was the sign of Conqueror's haki merged into her attack. Gururara, that's the spirit. Whitebeard roared in delight as the clash intensified. A crimson glint flashed through Whitebeard's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a fierce grin. He sprang to his feet, brandishing his mighty blade with a sweeping arc. As it became shrouded in haki, black and red plasma crackled and gathered along its edge, while the overwhelming force of Conqueror's haki surged forth and entwined itself around the weapon. Whitebeard, today, I will defeat you, one way or another. Charlotte Linlin's savage smile grew wider. Though her stature was massive, her speed was nothing short of astonishing. Locking her eyes on Whitebeard below, she gripped her sword tightly in both hands, slashing downward with a strike as awe-inspiring as a force of nature. Gururara, if you think you have what it takes, then come and try your luck. Whitebeard burst into laughter as he swung his blade, Murakamajiri, upward to meet Linlin's attack head-on. This is bad. Everyone fall back. Get out of here. The shock wave's coming. Witnessing the escalating clash, members of the Whitebeard pirates were struck with alarm. Without hesitation, they turned and sprinted for safety, desperate to get clear of the impending collision. Across the battlefield, Katakuri's expression tightened into fierce focus. Sweeping his arm, he shouted, "Steady the ship. Brace for the shockwave." All present understood what devastation could erupt when two giants of the seas clashed. None dared linger where the collision would strike. An earth-shattering boom erupted. Within the arena, both titans attacked at once. Sword and halberd met in the air with a cataclysmic crash, sending a monstrous shockwave in every direction, flattening everything before it. The two combatants locked eyes, battle spirit blazing. The aura of their conqueror's haki towered into the sky, so intense that even the heavy clouds above were torn asunder, rolling aside as if forced by a great wind. Lightning split the air as the heavens roared. The ground beneath their feet shattered, while boulders and trees were blown violently away by the turbulent energy unleashed by their clash, shooting out across the battlefield. With both at the center, the very earth began to sink in. Waves of violent force surged toward the shoreline, driving the sea into a frenzy, waves rolling outward to the horizon. Marco conjured a shield of blue flames around himself, forming a circle of protection that absorbed the onrushing shockwave entirely. Nearly all of the division commanders responded as well, each unleashing their powers to shield themselves and their allies from the relentless aftershocks of the titanic duel. On the other side, the forces of the Big Mom pirates braced themselves in the same way. This shockwave was terrifying in its magnitude, yet it was still not enough to break through their gathered defenses. With a mighty roar, Whitebeard drove Charlotte Linlin back, both hands forcing her away. "Old man," Linlin grunted, stepping atop the storm cloud Zeus as she retreated. Casting a cold glare at Whitebeard, she waved her huge hand and commanded, "Attack! Bring down Whitebeard." Behind her, their ship had reached the shore, and her crew leaped down, ready for battle. Cracker's Biscuit soldiers charged out first, a cruel grin twisted on his lips. "Ha ha! I've been waiting for this. All of you Whitebeard pirates, prepare to die. Charge! Who cares if it's the Whitebeard pirates? We fear nothing. Kill them. If we defeat Whitebeard, we'll become the most powerful pirate crew in the New World." With that, a host of Big Mom pirates surged from behind their captain, launching themselves toward Whitebeard's crew, ready for battle. "Gulalalala. Boys, drive back Big Mom's crew." Whitebeard let out a cold chuckle. Brilliant pale light flickered around his fist as he swung it with tremendous force right at Big Mom. A crack split the air, sharp and piercing. Suddenly, the very atmosphere shattered like breaking glass, and a terrifying shockwave surged towards Charlotte Linlin. "Ah, Pops. Charge. Drive them out. We're the Whitebeard pirates, after all. So what if it's the Big Mom pirates? If they dare cross us, we'll make sure they regret it." Behind Whitebeard, his captains led the charge, storming forward. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Only the elite had made it this far. From the very start, the battle blazed with ferocity. "Mother, let me lend you my power." A mass of flame floated down from the sky, landing beside Charlotte Linlin. "Mama, Prometheus, is it? Just what I needed." The blaze of the blade, mother. Charlotte Linlin sneered wickedly, gathering an endless inferno in her palm. The flames surged along her arm, engulfing Napoleon, her blade. With a swing, she clashed with Whitebeard's strike. A thunderous explosion rocked the battlefield. Their blows collided like planets, smashing together, unleashing titanic force at the center, blasting the weaker fighters away in all directions. A web of cracks split the ground, caving it in. That boundless force rippled outward, making the entire island tremble as if gripped by the wrath of the gods. "Ma, you're as troublesome as ever, Whitebeard." "Sovereignty." Charlotte Linlin gripped her sword with both hands and thrust forward, shattering Whitebeard's last attack. Then, with a sweeping motion, she unleashed a massive shockwave of sword energy, engulfing Whitebeard and all those behind him. "Oh, getting serious from the start? Then I'll play along." Quake shock. A manic red light danced in Whitebeard's eyes as he broke into boisterous laughter. Pale light coalesced around his fist, and he punched out again. The air fractured and shattered as a fresh shockwave burst forth. The force clashed violently with Charlotte Linlin's attack, neither side yielding. For a moment, the two powers stalemated, until Whitebeard's shockwave surged stronger, pulverizing Sovereignty and blasting straight for Charlotte Linlin, sending her crashing backward. "Zeus!" Charlotte Linlin bellowed. A thundercloud instantly swooped in, catching her in its embrace. She sprang to her feet atop the thundercloud and shot straight back into the fray. Thunder boomed, flames surged. Their battle raged on, shockwaves sweeping outward, lightning and fire ravaging everything in their wake. The entire island trembled, barely able to withstand the catastrophe unleashed by these two titans. No one dared approach the center of their battleground. This was the Kingdom of Emperors, a stage reserved for the mightiest. Elsewhere, Katakuri and Marco had locked themselves in combat. Both were masters of close combat and wielded the highest level of haki. For now, neither showed any sign of yielding or defeat. "Marco, last time our fight ended unfinished. This time, let's settle it once and for all." Katakuri's voice was cold as he spun his trident and lunged toward Marco. "So it's you again, Katakuri." Marco's feet transformed into talons, armament haki flowing over them. He blocked Katakuri's strike with his foot, twisted his body, and aimed a vicious kick at Katakuri's head. Krain Talon. A flash of crimson flickered in Katakuri's eyes. His form melted and flowed away like sticky mochi, dodging the attack. In the next instant, his trident stabbed forward from an impossibly tricky angle. Machi thrust. Marco's kick sliced through empty air, but he remained unfazed. He caught himself with one hand on the ground, crouched low, and whirled his right leg in a sweeping arc for a ferocious counterattack. A sharp metallic clang rang out as their blows collided in midair, locking them in a brief stalemate. Phoenix Mark. Marco Sadenias Mirkev coldly. His left leg landed and bent slightly, power coiling from his soles like a drawn bow, gathering unstoppable force. Then his right leg snapped out, as taut and straight as a loosed arrow, unleashing an explosive shockwave aimed straight ahead. The force traveled through the trident and hammered into Katakuri, sending him reeling with a muffled groan. He was forced backward, gouging deep ruts in the ground with his heels, and almost lost his grip on his weapon. Katakuri braced himself with his left hand, halting his retreat, and glared icily at Marco. With a powerful push from his toes, he surged forward again, trident ready. Horn Machi, his fist, coated in a thick layer of armament haki, struck downward with the weight of forged steel. An echo of crashing impacts followed as Marco dodged again and again, Katakuri persistently pursuing him. The ferocity of their clash was surpassed only by Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin themselves. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Sweet Commander Smoothie confronted Flower Sword Vista. The clash between these two swords masters was every bit as perilous. "If this is all you've got, there's no way you'll beat me." Petal Dance. Vista flourished both his rapiers, scattering a storm of petals that sliced with razor-sharp precision. The level of a great swordsman, is it? Smoothie's tone was cool. "I may still fall a bit short, but with my devil fruit powers, I won't lose so easily. Though she was a woman, her attack was anything but gentle. With a sweep of her blade, a torrent of sword energy surged out, flowing and twisting like liquid. Unpredictable, yet lethally sharp. Their sword auras collided with a sizzling explosion, splitting apart into even finer glints of energy that scattered throughout the arena. Deep, clean cuts appeared across the ground. Unlucky combatants caught in the aftermath found themselves slashed to the bone. Smoothie felt a sudden chill across her cheek. She reached up and winced. Blood trickled freely from a fresh cut. Her cheek had been sliced open. In this exchange of sword techniques, she'd come up just a hair short. Is this the realm of a true sword master? Smoothie stared intently at Vista. Just now, their attacks shattered simultaneously, yet somehow, the opponent's strike still managed to reach her. Give up. Even with your swordmaster's skill and the power of your devil fruit, you're still no match for me. Although Vista had gained the upper hand in the previous exchange, his expression remained serious. The foe before him was far from easy to deal with. Let's see who wins. Either I grasp the realm of the sword saint before you cut me down, or I lose trying. A cold light flashed in Smoothie's eyes. Sword in hand, she charged forward without hesitation. Vista's brows knitted together as he crossed his twin blades, sending a storm of petals swirling outwards, beautiful yet deadly. Clashing steel resounded, blades meeting with a flurry of ringing and tearing sounds, echoes of their furious assault splintering the very world around them. Above, Diamond Jaws struck a powerful blow, smashing one of Cracker's biscuit soldiers to pieces. He frowned and snorted, his voice cold. All you do is hide behind those biscuit minions? Can't you fight me face to face for once? No way. I really hate pain. Spiral pretzel slash. Cracker replied cheerily as another biscuit soldier dove down from above, its sword as black as ink and wreathed in coiling sword energy. This strike was truly formidable. Oomph. Child's play. Radiant fist. Jaws' arm transformed, his fist shining diamond bright as he hurled a devastating punch upward. Despite his moderate stature, an immense giant strength surged in his blow. The biscuit soldier was pulverized instantly, shattered into a cloud of crumbs. Fragments rained down. You're big and tough, but just how fast are you, I wonder? Huh, rippled pretzel. As Jaws attacked, another biscuit soldier shot forward, its sword stabbing straight ahead. Radiant charge. But Cracker had underestimated Jaws' speed. The moment he crushed the biscuit minion above, Jaws' huge frame shifted with startling agility. He recoiled his fist, twisted his body, and his elbow crashed into the foe from the left. The sound of shattering rang out again, and the biscuit soldier crumbled once more. Jaws' observation haki spread out as he scoffed. Testing your hardness against me? So tough. Inside the biscuit soldier, Cracker himself gritted his teeth. This guy's body is ridiculously hard. His soldiers alone can't get past Jaws' defenses. Ahaha, just paltry shockwaves. Watch me shatter them. Once again, Charlotte Linlin was sent flying backward by Whitebeard's tremor, her wild hair streaming and her eyes burning blood red, like some fearsome demon goddess. Both hands gripping Napoleon tightly, Charlotte Linlin's gaze turned icy cold as she swept her blade forward once more. Ikoku, sovereignty. But that wasn't the end of it. With her other hand, Charlotte Linlin seized Zeus, her thundercloud homie, and the charged air above began to crackle wildly, resonating with the distant rumbles of thunder in the sky. Tuinderdrum. A mighty rumble echoed, like the sky itself being struck by a celestial hammer, followed by several bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels, crashing down upon Whitebeard and the other commanders. This is bad. Damn you, Charlotte Linlin. In that heartbeat, every commander engaged in battle felt the hair on their head stand on end. Their haki senses screamed of impending peril, and they swiftly flickered away, just in time. Whitebeard's Bicento intercepted one of the raging lightning bolts. Upon seeing Charlotte Linlin dare to lay hands on his beloved sons, his fury erupted. Charlotte Linlin, how dare you attack my precious sons? This time, Whitebeard struck with all his anger, his blow fiercer and more terrifying than any before. With a thunderous crash, his fist hammered into the very fabric of space, causing it to fracture as if shattering glass. An immense and dreadful tremor surged forth, tearing straight through the terrifying waves of sword aura, bearing down upon Charlotte Linlin. Mama, same old trick. Charlotte Linlin flashed a wicked smile, yet she dared not take him lightly. Whitebeard's techniques might be straightforward, but their overwhelming force could annihilate anything. Her powerful left arm, coated in black haki, then enveloped by coursing electricity, met the oncoming shockwave. Linlin threw a punch that collided head-on with Whitebeard's devastating force. Lightning cracked and thunder roared as their attacks met. Not even making direct contact. Lean strike, wound in Conqueror's Haki, met Whitebeard's. A monstrous shockwave whipped across the island. Boulders gave way and crumbled. The entire island trembled, winds screamed, and waves surged, all testifying to the terror of their clash. But Whitebeard's strike, fueled by wrath, was not something to be shrugged off. The quake force shattered all resistance, slamming directly into Charlotte Linlin. The blow sent her rocketing backward, tracing a mighty arc through the air before slamming into a distant mountain, collapsing it in a shower of stone. Mama! Cries of shock erupted all around. She'll be fine. Keep attacking. Katakuri shouted coldly, brandishing his trident as he charged back into the fray. They knew full well just how tough Charlotte Linlin's defenses were. Members of the Big Mom Pirates traded glances and surged forward again. Explosions and crashes filled the battlefield without end. Damn you, Whitebeard, that hurt. Charlotte Linlin heaved the fallen boulders off herself and shot back to her feet, riding atop the thundercloud Zeus, cackling as she charged forward once more. You didn't even use armament Haki? Your body's getting more monstrous by the minute. But let's see how you handle this next one. Whitebeard let out a cold, disdainful laugh and charged forward, his massive form cutting through the air. The blade of his Bicento gathered a brilliant, shimmering white light, which he then brought crashing down toward the oncoming Charlotte Linlin. Big Mom, you dare ambush me? Take this. On the other side, Marco transformed into his hybrid form, part human, part beast. Brilliant blue flames unfurled into wings behind him. With a gentle flap, he traced an elegant arc through the air, appearing in a blink behind Charlotte Linlin. A mocking smile touched his lips as the blue flames of his wings swelled and condensed into a sphere, launching forward like a cannonball. Blue flame swallow. So it's you, Marco? I'm fighting Whitebeard. What are you doing here, meddling? Charlotte Linlin let out a raucous laugh. Her right hand plunged into the little sun, Prometheus. It was as if she drew endless fire from Prometheus's core, gripping the roiling flames in her grasp. The fire coiled around her fist. She spun with explosive force, meeting Marco's attack head-on with a single punch. An earth-shaking collision followed. The power of Linlin's Prometheus rivaled even the might of the flame fruit, her unleashed fire blazingly intense. Coupled with her overwhelming Haki, the blow shattered Marco's attack in an instant. Her fist pressed on, unrelenting, hurtling toward Marco with unstoppable momentum. Damn! Phoenix Guard! Marco hadn't expected Linlin's reaction to be so quick. His pupils constricted sharply as he hastily shaped his blue flames into a round shield in front of him. But even so, it shattered beneath Linlin's furious punch. The blow landed square on Marco's chest with brutal force. In plain sight, Marco's chest caved in, and he spat a mouthful of blood as his body was sent hurtling to the earth like an arrow loosed from a bow. The ground exploded beneath him, cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Linlin spared Marco no attention, hastily spinning back to confront Whitebeard's onslaught. She gripped Napoleon with both hands and once more unleashed a terrifying shockwave of sword energy. Yet, Whitebeard's attack overpowered her again, sending her crashing into the ground and carving out a massive pit. This time, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She was wounded. Whitebeard's power to shake the very world was not so easily withstood. Even one hailed as the Iron Balloon found it difficult to endure. Throughout her battle with Whitebeard, Linlin had remained at a disadvantage. Whitebeard was yet to relinquish his position at the peak. His strength remained at its zenith. "Ah, that hurts like hell." Marco grimaced as he soared from the crater, baring his teeth. Before everyone's eyes, his chest rapidly began to heal. This was the power of his Phoenix fruit. As long as his stamina lasted, he could recover from almost any wound. "You all right, Marco?" Whitebeard called over, concern in his voice. "I'm Phoenix, Bulps." Marco grinned, and in the next moment, all his injuries had vanished completely. "It's fine as long as she's all right. Go help the others. Leave her to me." Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, his tone absolutely commanding. Ever since the Golden Lion disappeared and Roger died, his strength in this new world stood unrivaled. No one could defeat him. This was the confidence of the strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. "All right, Pops. I'll go help the others." Marco nodded, his body transforming into a blazing phoenix as he soared off into another battlefield. The clash of these two new world pirate legends held the power to reshape the entire balance of the seas, so it was only natural that others would come to witness and investigate the unfolding drama. At this very moment, the waters around Zybeia Island were packed with forces large and small from across the New World. The battle's begun. What an overwhelming shockwave. Even from this distance, I can feel that frightening pressure, So this is the power of those legendary pirates. Hurry, brace for impact. A tsunami's coming. All around the island, countless ships lingered at a safe distance, none daring to get closer as they watched the events unfold from afar. The crowd erupted in excited whispers. The world's strongest man has taken the field, the one who wields the power of the Tremor fruit, the mightiest Paramecia. On the other side, Big Mom is making her move too. They stopped that attack. What monsters? That's the First Division commander, Marco the Phoenix, the mythical Zoan-type user. His opponent is Katakuri, the top of the Sweet Commanders, Diamond Joseph, and Smoothie, one of the other Sweet Commanders, and more. As each commander entered the fray, the onlookers recognized them one by one, swallowing hard in awe and anxiety. High above, a hot air balloon drifted closer. Watching the ferocious battle raging below, Morgans couldn't contain his excitement, shouting gleefully, "Haha, what a scoop! This time, I'm not missing out." Oh, it looks like there are other spectators too. Of course, how could anyone ignore such monumental news? Let's see who's shown up. The Poison Fong Ross and his pirate crew. Bounty, 360 million berries. Over 400 million. The notorious Dunbar, captain of the Dunbar Pirates. The one-armed swordsman with a bounty of 600 million. Wasn't he boasting that he'd challenge Hawkeyes? What's he doing here? Phew, these aren't small-time players. HM? There's a little boat too? Looks like someone's made it here on their own. Maybe fleeing from somewhere. As an expert in such matters, Morgans naturally had an eye for every notable figure sailing these seas, recognizing many wanted pirates at a glance. But when he spotted that small, roughly built boat making its slow way across the waves, his brow arched in surprise. He'd assumed it was some refugee's vessel. It was so ramshackle, it hardly seemed seaworthy. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who this mysterious figure could be and what might have driven them to arrive at such a crucial moment in such a humble craft. It wasn't until the man turned slightly and glanced his way that Morgans, to his shock, realized who he was looking at. A Quincy. Startled, Morgans found himself staring into those cold, piercing Quincy eyes, and a shiver ran through his core. Such terrifying eyes, he thought. It felt as if he'd been plunged into an icy abyss. Fortunately, the Quincy only looked his way for a moment before turning his attention elsewhere. Even so, Morgans felt beads of sweat gathering on his forehead. That look just now had been utterly chilling. Hey, a Quincy? Why would someone like him show up here? Forcing himself to calm down, Morgans' mind was still reeling in disbelief. A figure like the Quincy had come here alone. What could such a dangerous man want in this place? Could he be here to cause trouble for the Big Mom Pirates? No, that's impossible. Who would dare go that far? Then again, while no one else might, this insane Quincy just might. Morgans was at a loss, unable to be sure. But as he watched the Quincy's masked figure, he had a sense that things were about to get much more interesting. The Wable Sea. Out on the water, a small boat moved along at a measured pace. It should be just ahead, then. Yunny leaned back, one leg crossed over the other, watching as a black slowly came into view on the horizon. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A tsunami? Off in the distance, a white line appeared, drawing closer. And as Yunny focused, he saw it was a towering wave surging straight for him. The wave drew near, reaching a height of several stories. One blow from that, and Yunny's boat would be shattered to splinters. Rising to his feet, Yunny spread his fingers wide. Lightning shot from his palm, splitting the air as it struck. The incoming wave burst apart under the attack. Water sprayed in all directions. So the battle's already begun. Yunny murmured to himself, steering his boat forward, setting his eyes on the destination ahead. Sibia Island, the battleground of the two emperors. After killing Snack, Yunny had set out at once, and several days at sea had finally brought him here. Yunny was never one to sit back and wait for fate. Now that he had provoked Charlotte Linlin, he knew he had to take the initiative. Learning that the Big Mom Pirates were making moves against Whitebeard and that hostilities were about to explode, Yunny made his way over, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Taking down Charlotte Linlin herself was simply unrealistic at his current strength. His goals this time were straightforward: to size up the power of the emperors for himself, to measure exactly how far he remained from their level. And, just as importantly, to plan his next steps. There was another motive, too. He wanted to make his name known, to become someone that none in the underworld would dare cross. Even the four emperors are no exception. If anyone wants to cause trouble for me, they'd better think twice before making a move. As he pressed on, Yunye's gaze swept ahead, finally taking in the situation on the island up front. A fierce battle, a tremendous war. Even from here, one could feel a suffocating sense of dread, an overwhelming pressure radiating from a monumental clash. It It was also the aura of overwhelming power. Yin noticed, not far ahead, ships belonging to other factions scattered across the waters. But he didn't spare them a second thought. Suddenly, as if sensing eyes upon him, Yin Yi turned his head to look behind. There, floating in midair, was a hot air balloon gliding slowly towards Zabia Island. He sent out a wave of observation haki and soon spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Yi murmured to himself, "That Birdman? Why is he here too?" But after a brief consideration, Yin Yi understood. As the president of a newspaper, wherever the biggest news broke, that guy would make his appearance. Yin Yi paid him no further mind and turned forward, continuing his journey. Before long, Yin Yi's small boat approached the area where other ships were anchored. This was the region where people from other factions had gathered. Many people, upon spotting such a tiny vessel approaching, couldn't help but feel bewildered. What kind of joke was this? Did that little boat really belong here? But when they caught a glimpse of the person on board, some immediately recognized Yin Yi's identity. The Quincy mask was unmistakable. Wait, that's the master of the palace of the Hollow King? The Quincy, a criminal with a bounty of over 700 million. What's he doing here? Weren't there rumors he'd offended the Big Mom pirates? How does he have the guts to show up in these waters? What could his purpose be? I remember, just a few days ago, Big Mom's sweet Commander Snagger was said to be headed to his territory. Why would the Quincy show up here instead? With that, the murmurs spread. Everyone was filled with curiosity as to why the Quincy had shown up there. Move aside. Don't block his way. That man is crazy. He dared kill a celestial dragon in paradise, slaughtered a Dark World lord on his debut in the New World, and even clashed with the Big Mom pirates. A few ships blocking Yin Yi's path hurriedly shifted away. No one wanted to provoke a madman over some trivial matter. Very soon, every single ship ahead pulled aside, clearing the way for Yin Yi. As Yin Yi's boat slipped past, people behind started buzzing once more. Could he be planning to interfere in the battle between those two pirate crews? Is the Quincy going after Big Mom's crew? No way. That can't be true, can it? It's the Quincy we're talking about. Of course it's possible. If that's really the case, then we're in for a real show. Over on that side, the battle was still raging. Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin clashed relentlessly, tearing the earth apart with every blow. The fights between the commanders and the sweet commanders were every bit as fierce. Amidst this chaos, very few took notice of the small boat gliding in. Cloud Knight's arrival went mostly unnoticed. His little boat docked quietly at another spot, and with a swift leap, Cloud Knight landed ashore, striding toward the heart of the battlefield. Everyone present possessed observation haki and, at this moment, remained on high alert, making a sneak attack almost impossible. Unless someone intervened from the shadows, disrupting others' duels. But Cloud Knight was not one to stoop to such underhanded methods. As a true king and sovereign, schemes and strategies were fair game, but meddling slyly with someone else's battle was beneath him. Thus, from the very start, Cloud Knight made no attempt to hide his approach. With such a bold and open walk onto the field, there was no way the fighters, especially those stationed around the periphery, would miss his presence. Some turned and frowned in curiosity. Who is that? A Quincy. He's one of the Quincy. Recognition lit up someone's eyes, who shouted a hurried warning. Instantly, heads turned, more eyes fixed on him. At this very moment, Charlotte Oven, the hot fruit wielder, who was locked in battle with one of the Whitebeard pirates, jerked his head around as soon as he heard the word Quincy, and sure enough, spotted a black and white masked figure approaching at a measured pace. A flicker of doubt flashed across Oven's mind. Why is the Quincy here? Where's Snack? Could it be they never met? Puzzled, Oven dispatched his opponent with a single punch, sending the pirate flying, then bounded toward Cloud Knight. Quincy, what are you doing here? He barked, blocking Cloud Knight's path. Why shouldn't I be here? Cloud Knight replied coolly, never pausing his stride. He'd already recognized the figure before him. Charlotte Oven, user of the hot fruit, bounty unknown, but clearly not much of a threat. Not even a sweet commander. Oven narrowed his eyes, voice icy. Where's Snack? Didn't he go to your territory? Cloud Knight's voice was cold and emotionless behind a mask. Oh, him? He's dead. He told the plain truth. Yet Oven simply sneered at his words. You? Take down one of our sweet commanders? Don't make me laugh. To Oven's mind, the Quincy must have caught wind of Snack coming and fled Moonlight Island in a hurry. But then, the whole scenario didn't quite add up. If he was really running away, why would he show up here, openly, in the middle of a war? Was he truly so fearless? Was he not afraid of death? Why shouldn't we kill him? Do you really think he's that strong? At this point, Yin had already closed the distance to within 10 meters of Charlotte Owen, stopping there with a smile as he spoke. Of course he's strong. Otherwise, how could he become a star general? The thought flashed through Charlotte Owen's mind. though he chose not to say it aloud. Instead, he gave a cold snort. So, you're here to apologize and beg for mercy? That's pointless. The moment you said those words and insulted Mama, your fate was already sealed. Yunyi was speechless for a moment. Was this guy out his mind? To think he could actually utter something like that. With a cold grin, Yunyi replied, "Is something wrong with your head? Well, forget it. I won't waste my breath on you. I came here with a purpose." What purpose? Charlotte Owen's brow furrowed. This guy was absurdly arrogant. No wonder people called him ruthless. But no one flaunts their power in front of the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Owen's expression darkened. "I'm here, of course, to stir up trouble for all of you." Yunyi chuckled. Suddenly, wild lightning burst out at his back, the electric surges crackling in the air and shredding the fabric on his shoulders. Then, with a single push off the ground, Yunyi vanished with unbelievable speed, his movement leaving only a brief spark where he'd stood. The very next instant, Yunyi was already face-to-face with Charlotte Owen. Though Yunyi stood less than 2 meters tall and had to look up at the nearly 5-meter-tall Charlotte Owen, the aura he unleashed in that moment was several times more overwhelming than Owen's. With a cold sneer, Yunyi cloaked his fist in armament hockey, electricity coiling around his knuckles. Then, with a violent swing, he drove his fist straight into Charlotte Owen's chest. Yunyi's explosive speed was far too great. Even with observation hockey primed and his guard up, Charlotte Owen had no chance to react. He could sense the attack coming, but his body simply couldn't move quickly enough to avoid it. Yunyi was too fast. Raw power rippled outward. With a heavy thud, Charlotte Owen was sent flying by Yunyi's punch. Launched through the air like a broken doll, he had no chance to resist at all. Not even time to muster his own armament hockey for protection. One punch from Yunyi, and he was already done for. Spinning backwards midair, Charlotte Owen spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing into several people behind him as he soared back hundreds of meters before finally skidding to a stop, gouging a deep furrow into the ground. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. One by one, heads turned to look. Many caught sight of Yunyi's figure, and someone called out in surprise, "That mask. Is he a Quincy? Why would a Quincy appear here?" This question began to echo in the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, even the captains and commanders had all turned their gazes over. The aura that Yunyi unleashed was as conspicuous as a lantern in the dark to everyone present. The Quincy, so that's the new king of the underworld, isn't it? After shattering a biscuit clone, Jozu heard the voices around him and turned his head to look as well. Cracker, hiding inside one of his biscuit soldiers, slowed his assault when he saw Jozu wasn't coming at him again, and also watched the scene unfold. The Quincy? What's he doing here? Smoothie, having just exchanged a blow with Vista, retreated several steps and turned her head toward Yunyi's direction. Vista reacted the same way. High above, Marco and Katakuri had just clashed, their powers colliding before both retreated through the air. Marco's arms became wings as he hovered midair, glancing at Yunyi and murmuring to himself, "Now, that's an unexpected arrival." Katakuri's brow furrowed as he, too, looked that way, just in time to catch the sight of Charlotte Owen being blown backwards, his expression immediately darkening. Across the battlefield, Yunyi's presence was enough to make both sides, Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates, pause the fighting, if only for a moment. "What are you all looking at me for? You should be fighting each other." Yunyi called out after sending Charlotte Owen flying with a single punch, but made no further move. With so many people here, it'd be reckless to make another move. Any misstep could provoke them all to turn on him. Still, something about his words sounded off. Whitebeard's followers shot him where he looks, while Big Mom's crew stared daggers at Yunyi, eyes full of menace. Yet with the commanders away, none of the lesser pirates dared make a move. If the Quincy could send Charlotte Owen flying with one punch, he could do the same to the rest of them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Big Mom crashed into Whitebeard again with another thunderous blow. The force of Whitebeard's quake sent her lightning and fire scattering and knocked her back once more. Riding atop Thundercloud Zeus, Big Mom turned in this direction and bellowed, "What are you all playing at? Why did you stop fighting?" Someone called out in a loud voice, "Mama, it's that Quincy again. He's shown up." "The Quincy? What is that?" Big Mom frowned, searching her memory. She had already forgotten Yunyi altogether. She wasn't the type to remember some so-called king of the underworld. He might be a big deal to others, but to her he was just some guy who had given her gifts. "It's that guy, the one who beat Umit and took over his territory," another voice reminded her from the crowd. With that, Big Mom finally remembered and glowered at Yunyi with a twisted sneer. "So, it's that Quincy, the one who stole my favorite desserts?" Feeling the pressure that radiated from Big Mom, a pirate from her crew nodded with great difficulty. "Yes, Mama, that's him." Yunyi also heard what Charlotte Linlin said. He looked straight at her, utterly unafraid, and replied, "Robbery? Since when does anyone make a deal without paying the price?" "Ma, your predecessor, Umit, never dared refuse my demands." Charlotte Linlin grinned with a fearsome, demonic intensity. "That's why he's dead. And now I've taken his place." With a wild grin, Yunny's voice rang out, charged with arrogance. "You masked brat, you're bold, aren't you? But I wonder if you actually have the power to back it up." Thunder drums. Charlotte Linlin let out a chilling laugh. At her feet, the storm clouds shifted suddenly, churning with endless streaks of lightning that crackled and hissed menacingly. In an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning blasted straight toward Yunny. Looking at the oncoming lightning strike, Yunny couldn't help but feel odd. All this time, he was always the one wielding lightning attacks. Now, for once, someone else was attacking him with thunderbolts. Thunder Howl Cannon. Facing the incoming lightning, Yunny spread his fingers wide. From his palm surged a fearsome pillar of lightning, roaring to meet the attack head-on. The two streams of lightning clashed in midair, unleashing a monstrous shockwave that rippled through the sky. He actually stopped it. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's attack intercepted, many bystanders couldn't conceal their astonishment. Ma, not bad. You got a bit of skill." Charlotte Linlin let out a mad, gleeful howl, gearing up for another strike. But Katakuri stepped forward. "Mother, leave this one to me." Katakuri, is it? All right, he's yours. I'm off to deal with Whitebeard." Charlotte Linlin didn't object and immediately turned to charge at Whitebeard once more. Katakuri was not only her most trusted son, but also her mightiest. How could he possibly lose to a mere kingpin of the underworld? "Katakuri, leading commander of the Sweet Commanders. I hear your observation haki can glimpse fleeting moments into the future." Yunny, the tall man, striding toward him, his gaze growing serious. Katakuri ignored Yunny's words, simply regarding him with a calm, cold stare. "Why have you come here? Where's Snack?" "Dead," Yunny answered flatly. Katakuri's eyes narrowed. "That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible. If he dares storm my turf alone, he's nothing but an idiot, and such a person could really call himself a commander." Yunny also stepped forward, locking eyes with Katakuri. Detecting the unmistakable seriousness in Yunny's tone, Katakuri's face darkened, cold enough to chill the air. "If that's really the case, then you've just made a grave mistake. I'll make you pay for it." "Pay the price? I haven't even settled my scores with your Big Mom pirates, yet you want me to pay." Yunny sneered, his arrogance unrestrained. "Who do you people think you are? The notorious Big Mom pirates? Maybe others fear you, but I don't. After all, I am a Quincy." Yunny let out a cold laugh. "Katakuri, what makes you think you can take me down? Who do you think you're looking down on?" A terrifying killing intent erupted from Yunny, and from within him, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki burst forth, sweeping violently in every direction. The shockwave of this haki impacted many nearby in an instant. Yet, these were all elite fighters. Most managed to withstand it without losing consciousness. Yunny's release of Conqueror's haki was wild and unrestrained, beyond his precise control, but he didn't care. After all, none of his companions were in the arena. He was quite alone. That's Conqueror's haki. This guy, he's a conqueror as well, and he's unleashing it here. Damn him. In that moment, many people were frozen in astonishment. But even more of them became outraged. How dare someone unleash Conqueror's haki at a time like this? The audacity! Katakuri narrowed his eyes at the scene, but then from within him, his own wave of Conqueror's haki surged outward, colliding head-on with Yunny's. A deafening, thunderous clash erupted in the center of the arena as both bursts of Conqueror's haki battled for dominance. Although it wasn't quite as fearsome as the confrontation between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin before, the spectacle was overwhelming. Black and red lightning crackled into existence overhead, streaking chaotically in all directions. "Seems like your haki isn't quite up to mine." Yunny locked eyes with Katakuri, releasing an even more powerful Conqueror's haki that pushed Katakuri's back, overwhelming it. "No way. Brother Katakuri's haki. He's being forced back. This level of haki, could it really be almost on par with Mama's?" A new wave of shock rippled through the spectators. Even Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard, who had been keeping their distance, were now drawn to the spectacle, gazes locked on the combatants. Gururara, with a haki like that, looks like the sea's found itself another extraordinary one. Whitebeard roared with laughter, his eyes brimming with surprise as he turned his gaze to Yunny. Mama, so what? His opponent is still my most treasured son." Charlotte Linlin was astonished, but her faith in Katakuri was unwavering. With that, the two combatants threw themselves into battle, their clash stirring up a storm of chaos and noise. Katakuri's face grew dark and grim. He hadn't anticipated just how terrifying Yunny's haki could be. Drawing a deep breath, he hefted his trident and charged headlong at Yoni. Facing Katakuri, Yoni dared not let his guard down. His storming lightning flame mode activated in an instant. From his shoulders, two opposing elemental forces collided and annihilated each other, unleashing a terrifying power. A Paramecia user with elemental fruits, thunder, and fire. Huh? That's a frightening combination. Katakuri watched the lightning and flames explode from Yoni's back, unable to keep his pupils from constricting. This setup, he couldn't help but be reminded of his own mother. Let me see this observation haki of yours, this power that lets you peer into the future. Yoni twisted his neck, a series of sharp cracks echoing from his joints. In the next instant, Yun Yi sprang forward, launching himself like a bolt of lightning. A thunderous boom erupted as their fists collided, sending a shockwave rippling across the ground. Although Yun Yi's armament haki was not as formidable as Katakuri's, his punch, infused with plasma and the power ripple, made up for what he lacked in armament. The impact left the two of them deadlocked, neither side giving an inch. Winds from their clash blasted outward, sweeping those nearby off their feet. A barrage of thunderous impacts followed one after another as the two fought at blinding speed, their fists meeting again and again in rapid succession. Thunder roar cannon. With a burst of Shuinpa, Yun Yi dodged an attack and appeared behind Katakuri. His fingers spread wide, buzzing with electricity, aiming a thunderous pillar to pierce straight through. But even at such close range, with an attack as swift as lightning, Katakuri managed to evade. His body flowed like liquid, forming a gap at just the right spot, allowing Yun Yi's thunderbolt to pass harmlessly through. Yun Yi blocked Katakuri's counterattack, then retreated a step, eyeing him carefully. So, this is the advanced form of observation haki? The power to see into the future. I can see what's to come. That means your attacks can't touch me. Katakuri drove his trident into the ground, his gaze icy and unyielding as he stared down Yun Yi. Oh really? Yun Yi similet undetected. Even if he could see a few seconds into the future, what difference did it make? With absolute power, even foresight couldn't guarantee a reaction in time. Yun Yi's feet pressed hard into the ground as he surged forward once more. Thunder burst behind him, propelling him even faster. Katakuri, his mouth hidden behind his scarf, looked on with cold indifference, then likewise charged in. Once again, their devastating attacks collided with an explosive force, sending another terrible shockwave surging in all directions. Spectators all around were blown away by the blast. A deadlock. Even Katakuri can't suppress him. Is the king of the underworld truly this powerful? The Quincy is incredible. Those watching were stunned to see that the Quincy could go toe-to-toe with Katakuri. Ikatsu. Hormachi. Another resounding crash as their fists met. This time, Yun Yi was forced back several paces by Katakuri's strength, each step shattering the ground beneath him. Grilled Machi. A fierce red gleam flashed in Katakuri's eyes as he caught Yun Yi's movement. Flames erupted over his right fist, and with a sudden swing, his fist separated from his shoulder and shot forward like a rocket. Yun Yi snapped his head up, fingers splaying wide as a pillar of lightning tore through the air to meet Katakuri's flaming fist in midair. A tremendous explosion tore through the space between them, sending gales howling and dust billowing in all directions. Amid the swirling dust, Yun Yi's figure suddenly appeared, materializing at Katakuri's left in a flash, his fist crackling with lightning as it thundered forward. But Katakuri's eyes flashed red, having already anticipated Yun Yi's move a moment earlier. It's useless. You can't hide your movements from me. Katakuri snorted coldly, twisting aside to dodge Yun Yi's punch. With a spin of his trident, he thrust toward Yun Yi. Sticky rice lunge. This attack came from a fiendishly sharp angle, its speed blinding. An ordinary person would never have time to react. However, speed was Yun Yi's forte. Over short distances, he could rival Kazuru himself. In almost the blink of an eye, he responded, pressing off with his foot to dodge in a burst of Shuinpa. Foresight into the future. It's certainly impressive. Yun Yi retreated at speed, his face growing grave as he watched Katakuri. Twice now, Katakuri had evaded his attacks, and even Yun Yi began to find this opponent vexing. In that case, let's see who can be even faster. Yun Yi glanced at his system interface, focusing his upgrades on Shuinpa. Allocate points. 84, 89, 90. If my speed is so fast that your body can't keep up, that'll do. Yun Yi charged out once more, his velocity now leaps and bounds ahead of before. He appeared behind Katakuri. One bone. With a fist packed with all of Yun Yi's might and special techniques, he struck with the force of a cannonball. Yet Katakuri, foreseeing the move, dodged yet again. It's not over yet. Yunyi switched stances in rapid succession, unleashing an onslaught of martial techniques at Katakuri. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, attack after attack rained down in a torrential storm, each strike empowered by Yunyi's skills. At last, leveraging the paralyzing effect of lightning, he seized an opening and landed a decisive punch to Katakuri's chest, sending him flying. Seizing the momentum, Yunyi conjured a spear of lightning in his hand and hurled it with a whip of his arm. A sharp crack burst through the air as if lightning itself were splitting the sky, and the spear of lightning shot straight into Katakuri's body. The spear didn't slow, piercing further away with unstoppable force. What? No damage. Yunyi's haki picked up everything clearly. Except for the injury caused by his own punch, the lightning spear had left Katakuri completely unharmed. He must have evaded it. Some kind of special paramecia, perhaps? Yunyi mused, preparing to launch another charge, when suddenly, a distant slash screamed toward him. It was a slash sent by Charlotte Smoothie, one of the Sweet Commanders. Seeing Katakuri falling into a disadvantage, Smoothie gritted her teeth and endured an attack from Vista before retreating. Then, she unleashed a terrifying slash toward Yunyi. Yunyi's brows drew together in concentration as he turned, spreading his 5 fingers and drawing forth 5 crackling threads of lightning, clutching at the air before him. With a sharp snap, he seized Smoothie's attack within his palm, and with a clench, shattered the slash into fragments. Sweet Commander Smoothie. Yunyi gave a cold snort, fingers opening wide, sending a pillar of lightning crashing forward. But Smoothie managed to raise her sword in time to block the blow. Smoothie, do not interfere with my battle. From a distance, Katakuri charged back into the fray, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips as he called out to her. Fixing his cold gaze on Yunyi, he declared, "Let's continue. No one will intervene in our fight as long as I can still stand." Yunyi burst into laughter, clearly impressed with Katakuri. This man, if not for Charlotte Linlin towering above him, truly had the talent to claim the throne for himself. Very well, let's see what you've got. Your devil fruit must be awakened by now. Show me the extent of your power. Yunyi looked down on Katakuri with boundless arrogance written in his voice. He was certain, at this point, Katakuri must have already mastered awakening. Even compared to the time he'd appeared in the original story, his strength wouldn't be any less formidable. "Quincy, you are indeed strong," Katakuri said, pressing his foot to the ground. Suddenly, the earth seemed to come alive, rippling like ocean waves beneath him. "But I will only be stronger." Flowing Machi. Responding to Katakuri's command, the surging Machi at his feet rolled like tides, hurtling toward Yunyi. Machi was sticky and tenacious. If those waves glued themselves to him, Yunyi would be in serious trouble. In a flash, Yunyi launched himself into the air, using Shunpa, only to find, at some unknown moment, a swirling mass of Machi had appeared right above him. From its center, a jet-black fist emerged, swinging down toward him. A crimson glint flashed in Yunyi's eyes, and twin-colored light danced behind him. Stepping through the air, he narrowly avoided the punch. But all around him, more than a dozen Machi orbs suddenly materialized, each one sprouting countless fists that rained down on Yunyi like a torrential storm. The onslaught was relentless, no matter how fast he was, and even with his observation haki, Yunyi hadn't yet reached the level where he could fully predict the future. He overlooked a single opening, and a massive fist struck him with crushing force. At the critical moment, Yunyi crossed his arms in front of his body, haki armor spreading over him. There was a deep, resounding thud, and Yunyi was sent plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground like a meteorite, carving a huge pit in the earth. It's not over yet. Monster Machi. Above the crater Yunyi had left, a gigantic Machi mass, over 10 meters across, materialized. From within, an even larger fist reached out, and under Katakuri's command, slammed down with brutal force. Rumble. The earth exploded in an instant, splitting open with a massive chasm. Around this gaping wound, countless smaller cracks spread outward in every direction. From high above, the ground seemed to be opening a single, watchful eye. That was close. Yunyi's figure flickered into view at another spot. Just as Katakuri's fist was about to strike him, Yunyi used his incredible speed to dodge the blow, narrowly escaping harm. "You've still got the attention to look around?" Machi slash. Katakuri charged again, his right arm swelling and shifting, taking on the shape of a spiked mace, while that deep black aura of armed haki flowed over its surface. Perfect timing. Yunyi grinned wide. Behind him, lightning and fire exploded and clashed, fueling him with terrifying power. Thunder, twin bones. Clenching both fists at his waist, Yin Yi launched forward with blinding speed. Dark fists crackled with plasma, fire danced along his knuckles, and with his punch, Yin Yi unleashed his full might. Crash! Their attacks collided with the force of planets crashing together. A tremendous roar echoed out, and the ground beneath the point of impact simply collapsed from the sheer force. Locked in struggle, their gazes clashed. Two waves of overwhelming conquerors' haki met again in midair, each one vying to overwhelm the other. Both refused to give an inch. Still haven't learned your lesson? My conqueror's haki is stronger than yours. Yun Ye's aura surged again, pressing down on Katakuri with crushing intensity. But Katakuri didn't waver. Behind Yun Yi, he gathered more than a dozen machi bundles, forming shadowy fists wrapped in black haki, and aimed them at Yun Ye's back. Sensing the danger with his observation haki, Yun Yi tried to slip away. Don't even think about running. But Katakuri's left hand turned fluid, stretching out in an attempt to ensnare Yun Yi. How irritating! Yun Yi sneered, letting forth an eruption of pale, white-blue flames. Scorching heat burst out, attempting to force Katakuri back. Yet Katakuri stood his ground, his armament haki formidable. He endured the inferno without flinching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of fists pummeled him from behind. Unable to break free from Katakuri's hold, Yun Yi took the full brunt of the assault and was struck down from the air, crashing into the earth to leave a deep crater. Machi monster strength. A sense of danger loomed again from above. Enormous fists, several meters wide and shrouded in black, hammered down. With a deafening crash, the ground caved under the force, and cracks spread in every direction. Even shielded by armament haki, Yun Yi groaned under the impact, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Katakuri moved in for the next attack, but this time Yun Yi recovered in a flash, his form blurring and vanishing from sight. His feet tapped rapidly on the ground, the air erupting with the sound of shattering barriers. In that instant, Yun Yi's body seemed to break the sound barrier, releasing a sonic boom. Like a phantom, he darted forward. In a heartbeat, Yun Yi appeared right in front of Katakuri, his gaze cold and unyielding. Katakuri was truly formidable. Though the battle wasn't as perilous as Yun Yi's duel with Kizaru, it was still enough to force him to his limits. Especially when it came to Katakuri's advanced observation haki that could see into the future, it gave Yun Yi quite the headache. It was as if every move he made, every attack or dodge, was predicted in advance, the attacks always appearing right in his path a moment before he got there. If he weren't fast enough, the situation would be dire. In a blink, Yun Yi dashed right in front of Katakuri, fingers splayed wide, lightning crackling and spreading outwards, trying to disturb Katakuri's perception. A curtain of lightning rained down, momentarily obstructing Katakuri's vision, but with his precognitive foresight, he anticipated where the attacks would land and dodged accordingly, while thrusting his trident towards an empty spot. The very next instant, Yun Yi's figure flickered, almost by coincidence, right into that spot. However, Yun Yi came to a sudden, gravity-defying halt in midair, changed direction, and lunged away again. That's my line. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Katakuri's trident jabbed out again and again, always striking just before Yun Yi's body appeared in each new spot. A slight frown crossed Yun Yi's face. This ability, it was just too outrageous. With a stamp of his foot, ripples of force spread out, shattering the ground. Countless shards of stone shot out like bullets toward Katakuri. But Katakuri's form turned fluid, twisting and weaving like a serpent to dodge the barrage. Then his body suddenly solidified once more, and he lunged with the trident in a vicious strike. 5 thunder threads. Yun Yi shot downward at astonishing speed, his fingers drawing out fine strands of lightning. With a sharp upward grab, lightning spun into razor-thin wires, aiming to slice Katakuri apart. A flash of red gleamed in Katakuri's eyes. He stood his ground, not even trying to dodge. From the earth, stripes of machi shot up like fresh bamboo shoots, blocking Yun Yi's crackling threads of lightning. They lashed back at Yun Yi in retaliation. Yun Yi's fist blazed with fire as he punched forward to meet them head-on. A tremendous blast erupted, shrouding the air in smoke and dust. Yun Yi deflected the attack, instantly darting behind Katakuri and bringing his heel down like a falling battle axe. Katakuri sensed a strike coming, but his body just couldn't keep up. Yun Yi's attack was simply too fast. All he could do was reluctantly reinforce himself with armament haki. With a thunderous crash, Katakuri was slammed to the ground by Yun Yi's blow, gouging another immense crater in the earth. Thunder flame burst. Yun Yi's eyes were icy cold as power gathered in his hands. A blinding fusion of lightning and fire, compressed into a single devastating surge. A colossal thunder flame pillar exploded forth. The pillar of thunder and flame, dozens of meters thick, spanned an enormous area and hurtled forward at incredible speed, far too fast for Katakuri to dodge right away. But he had no intention of dodging. The ground churned and rose. A giant fist of machi, equally dozens of meters across, glossy black as ink. "Smash him for me, monster machi fist!" Katakuri roared, stamping the ground. The enormous fist shot skyward to intercept. A fierce, earth-shaking impact drew every eye on the battlefield. This is utterly terrifying. Gales of fierce wind shot out in every direction, hurling massive boulders into the air. All around, countless people were blasted backwards, unable to get within 100 meters. How eerily similar this was to the epic clash between Whitebeard and Big Mom. Naturally, the chaos on this side instantly drew the gaze of countless fighters across the battlefield. Are those two even human? Never mind Katakuri, but since when did a king of the underworld wield such devastating power? With strength like that, why hide away in the shadows? Why not start a pirate crew of his own? People scrambled to distance themselves, staring at the center of the storm, each one sharply sucking in a breath. Even the elites glanced that way, their expressions turning grave. Such destructive force. None of them could claim they'd survive a blow unscathed. To think someone could fight Katakuri to a standstill. This Quincy's strength is truly terrifying. Marco, locked in combat with Perispero, wore a deeply troubled look. He's holding his own against brother Katakuri, even when he's unleashed his awakened powers. Smoothie, once again matched against Vista, couldn't keep from sneaking glances, utterly shocked by Yuni's strength. She had rarely seen her brother Katakuri push this far. Cracker, flinging Jozu aside with a sweep of his biscuit soldiers, watched from afar, his face tense with concern. Even brother Katakuri can't suppress the Quincy? This man is far too dangerous. But before the turmoil here could subside, an even more terrifying shockwave erupted from another direction, accompanied by a piercing roar. Whitebeard, just die already. Ikoku's sovereignty. See quake. As these two forces detonated in quick succession, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The entire island seemed to shudder under the weight of their collision. Webs of cracks spread across the ground, as if the entire island was splintering apart, barely able to withstand the aftermath of such overwhelming power. Spectators outside stared in slack-jawed disbelief at the sight unfolding before them. Did you see that? That Quincy is unreal. He's fighting Katakuri, the sweet commander. The shockwaves, are they even human? They're monsters, I swear. Who is this Quincy who just became king of the underworld? How can he be so formidable? Whitebeard fighting Big Mom, and Katakuri facing off against the Quincy. This is the ultimate showdown. Awe and excitement rippled through the crowd as they discussed the spectacle. Clinging to his balloon, Morgans was flushed with excitement, barely able to contain himself. Big news! This is the biggest scoop ever. During the war among great pirates, a dark lord from the underworld stepped in. Yet instead of fading into obscurity, he shocked them all with an astonishing display. He fought the second-in-command of the Big Mom Pirates without falling behind. When this news spreads, the world will be in an uproar. In the arena, Yun went all out. The pillar of lightning and flame thickened even more. Bit by bit, it pressed down on Katakuri's massive fist. This is bad. Katakuri, sensing danger, pushed his devil fruit power to the limits. The force called awakening surged through him. Streams of machi flowed and gathered, swelling his already huge fist even larger. A stalemate. Their attacks locked in a deadlock. Break! Yun shouted coldly, unleashing an even more terrifying force. This time, he let the full power of his Shunhong ability erupt, restraining nothing. Let there be side effects if there must. At worst, make this a swift battle. In this moment, he released all the power that could rival an admiral. Before this, Yun never fully unleashed his Shunhong ability. He always held back just a little. Full power would bring harsh aftereffects, and he couldn't sustain it for long. In a battlefield surrounded by enemies, it was unwise to use everything at once. But seeing that he couldn't suppress Katakuri without going all out, frustration flared within. Now he held nothing back. As Yun's voice faded, an explosive force raged through him, threatening to tear his body apart. Pain seared through every nerve. With a chilling gaze, he channeled that power. Suddenly, the lightning flame pillar surged larger still, finally pinning down Katakuri's fist. A tremendous boom shook the air as Katakuri's machi fist was completely overwhelmed by Yun's assault. This is bad. Katakuri's face twisted in shock. His attack had been overpowered. As the pillar of lightning and flame drew ever closer, danger bells blared in Katakuri's mind. Dia pitied. No time to think. All around him, dozens of spinning machi spheres appeared. Thick arms shot out, hammering desperately at the pillar descending from above. Thunderous detonations rocked the arena. But it was useless. Utterly useless. Every attack only delayed the lightning flame pillar for the briefest instant before it punched right through. Katakuri gritted his teeth, struggling to hold out, but the pillar rushed nearer and nearer. His face grew ever paler, sweat rolling down his brow. Just as Yuni's attack was about to break Katakuri's final defense, a figure flew from afar at incredible speed. By complete accident, that person crashed right into Yuni's attack. The collision set off a devastating eruption. A massive shockwave thundered through the arena. The shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave, sweeping across the land in all directions. Even the dark clouds above were scattered by the force, unveiling a clear and brilliant sky. A deep, earth-shaking rumble echoed, followed by the terrible sound of cracking and collapsing. The ground split apart in vast sections, and the entire island trembled violently. Amidst this chaos came a sharp, shrill scream. That hurt like hell. Who dared attack me from behind? In the next instant, the roiling shockwave was torn asunder as a fiendish silhouette leapt from the massive crater in the ground. A figure whose presence was as fearsome as a demon god, surveying the scene with a savage glare. Her wild gaze finally settled on Yunyi, who hovered in midair. So, the Quincy brat actually dared to interfere in my fight with Whitebeard. Charlotte Linlin spat, her face twisted in fury. Her hair billowed wildly, her immense body radiating a harrowing, demonic intensity. Yunyi hadn't expected such a twist of fate. Just as he and Katakuri were locked in battle, none other than Charlotte Linlin herself had intervened. And in such an explosive way, no less. But facing her accusation, Yunyi stood his ground without a hint of fear. You're the one who barged in on my fight with Katakuri. Charlotte Linlin let out a menacing cackle. Oh, you've got quite a mouth on you for a little brat. She glanced down at Katakuri, who was panting heavily below. Katakuri, haven't you finished off this kid yet? Katakuri caught his breath, his eyes full of determination. Mama, give me a bit more time. I'll take down the Quincy. Yunye's gaze sharpened, a trace of indignation in his eyes. Were they really underestimating him? One of the reasons Yunyi had come here was to test the strength of the four emperors. Without hesitation, he turned his focus directly on Charlotte Linlin and launched an attack. Charlotte Linlin, the great pirate, show me. Let me witness the strength of a four-emperor. Yunyi called out, his voice brimming with a passion rarely felt before, his fighting spirit roaring within him. These were emotions he could never have experienced in his previous life. A power so overwhelming that guns and cannons meant nothing before it. It was a thrill that set Yunye's blood alight. As if answering his call, the thunderous power surging behind him grew even more intense. Emotions themselves could become an incredible force. At that very moment, and without Yunyi even realizing it, his mastery over Shunko suddenly increased by 5 points. An even more terrifying aura erupted from within him. His conqueror's haki was unleashed in a savage, uncontrolled tide, bearing down upon the two monsters below. Both Charlotte Linlin and Katakuri looked up at once. Katakuri's pupils shrank in shock as he felt the force of Yunye's presence. Charlotte Linlin, however, only sneered. You really don't know who you're provoking, do you, little brat? Maha. Provocation? Then let's fight, Charlotte Linlin. Yunye's eyes were razor-sharp as a sly grin curled on his lips. His fingers spread wide as lightning and flame converged, crackling with fierce energy. Thunderflame burst. A massive column of thunder and fire, dozens of meters in diameter, surged downward like a shockwave, crashing toward the two figures below. Mamma, you little brat in the mask, you dare attack me? But can you withstand my wrath? Indomitable nation. Charlotte Linlin gazed at the oncoming assault with a twisted grin contorting her face. She swung Napoleon with brutal force, sending out a terrifying wave of sword energy. Her attack collided with Yunye's Thunderflame pillar in a violent clash. A thunderous explosion shook the air as the two powers crashed into one another, erupting in a shockwave that threatened to tear the world asunder. For a brief moment, neither side yielded, until Yunyi saw, to his alarm, his own Thunderflame pillar beginning to be pushed back, inch by inch. Why does this scene feel like something straight out of Dragon Ball? Yunyi couldn't help but grumble inwardly, but he reacted quickly, fully aware of the terrifying power behind Charlotte Linlin's attack. He dared not be careless. Heaven's chosen, wall of cast iron, dragon's soar, lion's roar, tiger's prowl, wolf's race. Before all crumbles, sever sky from earth. Way of binding, number 81, Danku. Yunyi swept both hands downward, invoking the spell he'd previously obtained. Due to his lack of mastery, he had to chant the full incantation to amplify the spell's power. The Thunderflame column was split apart. Charlotte Linlin's attack was dampened but remained devastatingly fierce. Another deafening blast echoed out as Charlotte Linlin's indomitable nation struck squarely upon Danku, the collision point blazing with a sun-like brilliance. The sword energy surged forward but smashed hard against some invisible barrier, halting just in front of Yunyi. Terrifying waves of sword aura swept past on either side of Yunyi, but not a single strand grazed him. "Oh, you stopped it." Charlotte Linlin's surprise flickered across her face, but in the next instant, fierce curiosity gleamed in her eyes. Zeus, wreathed in thunderclouds, swept beneath her feet and carried her skyward. Mama, just what ability is this? Little masked brat, you've piqued my curiosity." Natural elements, air, thunder, and flame blazed at Yunya's back. He sprang forward, headlong into combat, power surging within him like a tidal wave. "Enough talk, just fight me." One sword up, the other charged down, both radiating a dreadful aura. "How about you join my crew, little masked brat?" What a stupid question. At last, the two closed in on each other. Mama, you dare refuse me? Then die." Charlotte Linlin's face twisted savagely. Her fist hardened with thick armament haki, Conqueror's haki sparking in purple-black arcs. With a mighty roar, she slammed her fist down at Yunyi. So much pointless talk. Yunyi clenched his midnight black fist, gathering an intense charge of plasma. Flames coiled around his arm as he bared his teeth in a ferocious grin, slamming his own punch forward with equal savagery. A thunderous crash echoed as their fists, one large and one smaller, collided in midair with explosive force. At the very moment their blows met, Yunyi's expression changed. An overwhelming, terrifying power surged from Charlotte Linlin's fist, crashing into Yunyi's body. Along with it came a strange shockwave that slammed into his mind, making his consciousness momentarily blur. Fortunately, Yunyi's will was resolute. Though shaken, he withstood most of its effect. In the next instant, Yunyi was blasted high into the sky by the impact, a spray of blood escaping his lips. With a single strike, Yunyi had actually been wounded. Charlotte Linlin, too, was sent hurtling backward by Yunyi's blow, to the point even the thundercloud Zeus could not support her. She plummeted from the sky, hitting the ground and creating yet another massive crater. Yet, even this ferocious attack was not enough to truly harm Charlotte Linlin. Now, Charlotte Linlin gazed up at Yunyi, her eyes gleaming with an odd curiosity. She lunged forward again, her wicked grin deepening with intense interest, and she roared, "Ma, your soul, where does it lead? Such terrifying strength. Her blows are so much fiercer than Kizaru's or Katakuri's. And that pressure, this force that rattled my very spirit. This is the power of Conqueror's haki entwined with her attack, isn't it?" A heavy sense of gravity weighed on Yunyi. He had been injured in just one exchange, even if he had intended to clash head-on. The sheer force behind her assault shook him deeply. And yet, from what he sensed earlier, in terms of raw power, Charlotte Linlin still fell short of Whitebeard. A true emperor of the seas. These beings are on another level entirely. The realization reminded Yunyi of Kizaru. When faced with Kizaru's lightning attacks, his only choice had been to run. He could match him for a few exchanges, but inevitably he was forced on the back foot. It was clear now, he still had a gap to cross before reaching the summit. But as Charlotte Linlin's words echoed in his ears, Yunyi's expression briefly flickered before settling into cold calm. Inwardly, he mused, could you be talking about my clone, the powers of the soul fruit? Yunyi hovered in the air, his eyes narrowing as he replied, "What are you talking about?" Charlotte Linlin charged forward, keen curiosity flashing in her eyes. "This is the first time I've seen such a soul structure. Your soul is divided?" "No, it's still whole, but there's a tunnel leading elsewhere." "How intriguing. Mama, let me extract it and take a look." Hearing her words, Yunyi's suspicions were confirmed. The soul fruit allowed her to perceive the oddity in his soul. Now understanding the situation, Yunyi steeled himself and sneered, "I think you're losing your mind. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't waste all our time with nonsense." Without giving Charlotte Linlin a chance to speak, Yunyi spread his fingers wide, unleashing another burst of thunderflame. Charlotte Linlin covered her left hand in armament haki, the Conqueror's haki swirling around as well. She swung her fist, knocking Yunyi's attack away, which exploded on the distant ground. "I'll capture you and study you thoroughly." A chilling grin twisted at Charlotte Linlin's lips. Beneath her feet, the thundercloud Zeus erupted, sending a surge of terrifying lightning lancing toward Yunyi. Thunder boomed. Yunyi retaliated with his own thunderflame blast, their attacks crashing together, sending shockwaves and violent explosions rippling through the air. As Charlotte Linlin charged at him once more, Yunyi took a deep breath. Behind him, two auras collided, igniting a surge of formidable power, and he too dashed forward. Plasma crackled around his fists as Yunyi shot forth, meeting Charlotte Linlin head-on with her Napoleon sword. Their blows clashed fiercely. With a thunderous crash, Yunyi was hurled back again, his feet scraping long grooves across the ground. Donji. His observation haki flared a warning, and Yunyi dodged sharply to the side, narrowly evading Linlin's fiery assault. You can't run from me. Charlotte Linlin bellowed, launching herself at him once again. This isn't going to work. Yunyi remained calm, but he knew all too well that things couldn't go on like this. Charlotte Linlin's strength far exceeded even his worst expectations. In physique and all three types of hockey, she had him beaten on every front. Speed was the only advantage Yunyi could claim. But if speed was all he had, the situation was no different than when he faced Kizuru. All he could do was run. Still, even if he had to retreat, he intended to leave Charlotte Linlin with a memory she wouldn't soon forget. Gripping the spear of thunder in his hand, Yunyi hurled it straight at the oncoming Charlotte Linlin. She didn't even bother to dodge. The spear struck her massive body, only to shatter on impact, unable to do her the slightest harm. Explosions rang out, one after another. Yunyi and Charlotte Linlin clashed relentlessly. Although Yunyi was outmatched in nearly every regard, he was still able to hold his own, at least for a while. His astonishing speed and bursts of raw power were the main reasons Yunyi could keep up with Charlotte Linlin. Speed went without saying. His mastery of Shuanpa had granted him an unmatched swiftness. Layering multiple skills to amplify his attacks, Yunyi managed to maintain a standoff with Charlotte Linlin, refusing to yield. Witnessing the fierce confrontation, countless spectators were left speechless. This Quincy's power was simply monstrous. Who could have imagined someone could fight the infamous pirate Charlotte Linlin to such a standstill? Even Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, well aware of Charlotte Linlin's formidable strength. She was no opponent he could deal with easily, even himself. He's one of the most fearsome men on the seas. Who would have thought a king of the underworld could stand toe-to-toe with Charlotte Linlin like this? Gururara. Now, there's a remarkable fellow. Whitebeard laughed heartily. With someone holding off the madwoman Charlotte Linlin, he could finally enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Members of the Big Mom Pirates were struck by utter disbelief. A Quincy, able to battle Mama to such a degree? Katakuri, the foremost of the sweet commanders, clenched his teeth, his feelings an impossible tangle. Did the Quincy not use his full strength against me? Pride blazing within him, that realization cut deeper than a defeat ever could. Quincy, gazing at the figure locked in battle with his monstrous mother, Katakuri drew a deep breath, his eyes sharpening to a deadly resolve. He needed to become stronger, much stronger. Elsewhere on the battlefield, they're fighting just fine without you. So stay out of it, Cracker. Oh, and by the way, I found your real body. Like a charging beast, Diamond Joseph barreled through the biscuit soldiers ahead of him, smashing them to smithereens without slowing down, and dashed straight toward his true target, Cracker's real form. Cracker, just about to rush to his mother's aid, was caught off guard. Jozu crashed into him at breakneck speed. An overwhelming force surged through him, shattering his biscuit soldiers instantly. The next moment, he himself was sent hurtling through the air, blood spraying from his lips with each ragged cough. Damn it all. Cracker's face twisted with pain and fury. He hated being hurt, and this wretched man had made him suffer more than he could bear. Worse still, his eyes darted toward his mother. If Mama was being held back, what about Whitebeard? Aside from Charlotte Linlin, no one could hope to withstand more than a few blows from Whitebeard. That was why he had tried to help take down the Quincy. Looks like you people have brought yourselves a real headache, Vista remarked, sending Smoothie reeling back with a sweeping slash. He glanced toward the chaos where Charlotte Linlin and Yunyi clashed, then grinned back at Smoothie. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Smoothie replied coolly, Mama would never lose. She was utterly confident. Even Whitebeard wouldn't dare claim victory over her mother. You're not half bad, Mass Brat. But how much longer can you keep up this burst? Charlotte Linlin blocked Yunya's punch with her palm, barely stepping back. Her lips curled in a cold sneer as she summoned her willpower into her blade and swung down at him in a crimson arc. She could see that something was off about Yunyi. A surge of power, likely the result of a fruit awakening. But what of it? She wasn't the least concerned. Awakened or not, there was no way anyone could stand against Charlotte Linlin. Yunyi's expression darkened. This madwoman's strength was simply overwhelming. Even when struck off guard by his attack, all she did was cry out a few times in pain, and that was it. Nothing more. As another blow came slashing toward him, Yunyi dodged to the side, weaving past her attack. In the same motion, his 5 fingers gathered a crackling surge of thunder, which he pressed fiercely against Charlotte Linlin, blasting her away once more. Yet, still, it wasn't enough to inflict any significant damage. Yunyi gave chase at once, both fists drawn back toward his abdomen before blasting them forward. Thunder, twin bones. His powerful fists landed squarely on Charlotte Linlin's stomach, and a ripple of force surged from the impact, sending energy searing straight into her body and causing destruction from within. But Yunyi knew too well, his attacks could only make Charlotte Linlin cry out and send her flying. They couldn't truly harm her. No one knew what kind of monstrous constitution this woman had. Her internal organs were almost impossibly tough. It defied all logic. The more Yunyi fought, the more frustrated he became. No wonder she'd been able to defeat the giants even at the age of 5. Her strength was downright monstrous. They called him a monster among Quincy, but compared to her, he wasn't anything special. At best, his attacks could cause some pain. But if Charlotte Linlin managed to land a hit on him, that was enough trouble for anyone to handle. Even so, Yunyi was not without gain. He could faintly sense he was touching the threshold of advanced Conqueror's Haki. After all, his Conqueror's Haki was a manifestation of his spiritual pressure, and control over spiritual energy was second nature to a Soul Reaper. Though the world was different, his abilities remained within his command. Ever since he had awakened Haki, Yunyi had exhibited a remarkable level of control, as if it were an innate talent. Now, closely observing the way Charlotte Linlin wielded her own Haki, Yunyi began to slowly comprehend its secrets. "That hurts like hell, you masked brat." The demonic figure of Charlotte Linlin stormed in on a thundercloud again. She sneered at Yunyi, flames curling along the blade of Napoleon as she unleashed a fiery slash. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Yunyi spread his fingers, conjuring a surge of pale, explosive fire. A roaring vortex of flames slammed into her blazing attack. The flames erupted in a simultaneous explosion, shattering where they met. Bursting through the cascading sparks, Yunyi lunged at Charlotte Linlin, his fists crackling with plasma as he struck a direct blow. Charlotte Linlin withstood the strike without budging and immediately counterattacked. Yunyi tried to retreat, but was suddenly enveloped by a wave of soul-piercing Conqueror's Haki. His movements seized for an instant. "Think you can still run, brat?" Charlotte Linlin let out a crazed, terrifying laugh and hurled a Haki-infused punch right at him. Biting his tongue, Yunyi forced himself alert with a jolt of pain, snapping out of the intimidation. But that brief hesitation meant it was already too late to dodge. Charlotte Linlin's fist landed hard on his chest. With a thunderous crash, Yunyi was sent hurtling backward through the air. As he was sent flying backwards, Yunyi spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for his steely resolve, he might have lost consciousness right then. It was only after crashing into a mountain and bringing it down that he managed to finally stop. Clutching his chest, he coughed up more blood. Yunyi's expression hardened. Several of his ribs were broken. He quickly activated his healing technique, a soft white glow enveloping his body, temporarily suppressing the pain and injuries. Well, is that all you've got, kid?" Charlotte Linlin came at him again, her cold laughter ringing out as she stared at Yunyi. Yunyi spat out another mouthful of blood. "Why don't you come and find out for yourself?" His gaze frosted over. In a flash, he shot forward, the ground beneath him crumbling to pieces. His speed rocketed to the limit, the very air splitting with a thunderous sonic boom. "Arrogant brat, just die already. Seigneur de Mignon." Charlotte Linlin roared with crazed laughter, and the thundercloud beneath her, Zeus, suddenly erupted in frenzy, a monstrous bolt of lightning as thick as a house tore through the air toward Yunyi. Final Wheel, Thunder Flamme Explosion. Yunyi, driven to desperation, unleashed all his strength into his attack, pushing it to its very limits. A deafening explosion filled the sky as their powers collided. A violent shockwave blasted outward, sending dust and smoke billowing across the battlefield. "This is my last attack, Charlotte Linlin." Yunyi burst out from the swirling debris, closing in on Linlin in a flash, her figure reflected in his eyes. "Conqueror's Haki infusion. You brat." Charlotte Linlin sensed the overwhelming Haki gathering on Yunyi's fist and couldn't help but roar, hastily raising her sword in defense. But Yunyi was far too fast. His fist struck home before she could react. Infused with Conqueror's Haki, his punch radiated an aura that even the 4 emperors would feel. A single strike? No, the blows poured down like a relentless storm, battering Charlotte Linlin without pause. A succession of thunderous impacts shook the battlefield. Yunyi unleashed everything, filling the arena with a barrage of fierce detonations. Every punch was thrown with his whole being, every strike a testament to his mastery and will. Panting heavily, Yunye's eyes remained cold as frost. For the finale, Thunderbolt, Twin Bones. He unleashed both fists at once. The terrifying force drove right through Charlotte Linlin and struck the ground, which caved inward under the impact. A sharp crack split the air as the ground buckled open, revealing a terrifying chasm that gouged deep into the earth, with rivers of scarlet magma bubbling up from below. Charlotte Linlin's eyes rolled back as she fell helplessly into the abyss below. Mama. Did Mama lose? All around them, the onlookers were frozen in shock. Did Charlotte Linlin really lose? Even the people from Whitebeard's crew couldn't believe their eyes. Only Whitebeard himself furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Yunyi with a hint of concern. Deep down, he murmured to himself, Conqueror's Haki in fusion. Cloud Knight dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. The explosive burst of power from just moments ago had drained much of his energy. Still, he knew Charlotte Linlin would not be defeated so easily. If he didn't leave now, his fate would be sealed right here. But just then, Katakuri charged at him again. Cloud Knight's eyes narrowed. If Katakuri managed to stall him at this moment. Yet instead of attacking, Katakuri fixed him with a piercing gaze. Next time we fight, I will defeat you, and avenge Snag as well. With those words, he gave Cloud Knight one last look before turning and leaving. Cloud Knight spared a brief glance at Katakuri, but he had no time to ponder further. In a flash, he slipped cleanly out of the battlefield. No one dared to stop him. Stepping lightly, Cloud Knight boarded a small boat and set off immediately. From beneath the ground, Charlotte Linlin burst forth, overcome with rage. She bellowed at the top of her lungs, Masked brat, you damn fool. I'll never let you get away with this. She looked around, but there was no trace of Cloud Knight anywhere. Her observation Haki couldn't pick up the Quincy's presence either. In that instant, she realized he had escaped. How dare he treat her this way? Charlotte Linlin was furious. She couldn't even remember the last time she had been this enraged. Seething, she turned her wrath toward Whitebeard. Behind him, the hysterical shrieks of an old hag echoed, but Cloud Knight didn't give them a second thought. He sailed away, steering his boat with ease. On the battlefield, another fierce clash erupted. Within the Whitebeard pirates, a deeply hidden figure watched Cloud Knight's retreating silhouette, a sharp gleam flickering in his eyes as he muttered to himself, an elemental fruit. Looks like he's developed it quite well. Still, the old man's fruit is a bit stronger. Gururara, Linlin, you really are a mess right now. Whitebeard burst into laughter, his giant fist crashing down. Shut your mouth, Newgate. Since that brat got away, you'll have to bear the brunt of my fury. Charlotte Linlin roared, swinging Napoleon overhead with murderous intent. A deafening crash rocked the battlefield, unleashing another wild surge of air. The battle raged on, lasting an entire day and night before finally coming to an end. A few days later, Cloud Knight returned to the headquarters of his hollow throne, Moonlit Isle. After Cloud Knight's departure, Whitebeard and the Big Mom pirates fought for another day and night before the victor was finally decided. Both sides suffered losses, and in the end, the fighting ended with the retreat of the Big Mom pirates. The news agency rushed an emergency edition, with President Morgans himself writing the article. Within just one day, this earth-shaking news had been spread far and wide by news gulls. The Battle of Sibia Island has concluded. A war involving two of the four emperors comes to an end with the retreat of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. During this tumultuous period, the newly crowned king of the battlefield, the Quincy, thrust himself into the heart of the conflict. First, he challenged the formidable Katakuri, head of the Sweet Commanders, and then faced none other than Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin herself. In these intense battles, the Quincy unleashed a power strong enough to rival Charlotte Linlin, leaving everyone present in utter shock. When the world government caught wind of these events, they too were alarmed and immediately raised the Quincy's threat level once again. A man with a bounty of 1 billion. The Quincy. A bounty of 1 billion berries is exceedingly rare, even in the New World. Only pirate crews of the Four Emperors caliber have such astronomical bounties. The title Four Emperors had already been informally used to refer to the four great pirates of the sea, but it hadn't yet spread widely enough to gain full recognition from the masses. It was only on the battlefield, when Yunyi uttered those very words, that Morgans overheard him and broadcast the term to the world through his newspapers. In this way, the designation for emperors became firmly established, coming into universal use sooner than in the original story. And as a direct result of this very battle, The Quincy's reputation throughout the New World soared higher than ever. A monster capable of dueling Big Mom herself. Though he ultimately fought from a disadvantage, no one, no matter who they were, dared to underestimate this newly ascended king of the underworld. Even his bounty was raised dramatically, reaching that jaw-dropping sum of 1 billion berries. Dressrosa. Doflamingo clenched the newspaper in his hands, his expression shifting rapidly from one emotion to another. Diamante, also gripping a newspaper, shook his head in awe. The Quincy's strength just keeps growing. The first time he encountered the Quincy, he hadn't thought him so powerful. True, the Quincy had crushed him, even defeated Doflamingo himself. But back then, Diamante could at least sense the limits of Yunye's strength. Yet since entering the Grand Line and advancing into the New World, the Quincy seemed to grow stronger by the day. Now, there were even rumors that he'd fought Charlotte Linlin to a standstill, shocking everyone across the seas. A bounty of 1 billion. The world government's acknowledgement of the Quincy's terrifying might. Hearing Diamante's words, the assembled officers all nodded in agreement, looks of deep respect on their faces. They, too, had come to recognize the force that was the Quincy. At that moment, Baby 5, still just a small, timid girl, peeked up at the somber expressions of the senior officers and quietly asked, "Isn't the Quincy our ally?" The question caught several of them off guard, causing their faces to twist into awkward, uneasy smiles. Doflamingo's eyes flashed shrewdly as he let out a sly, unsettling laugh. Fu. That's right. We are allies, aren't we? While it was true that, on paper, they were allies, only the highest-ranking officers knew the truth. Their alliance with the Quincy was fragile at best, ready to be broken at a moment's notice. And now, news had come that the Quincy could fight Charlotte Linlin on even footing. Doflamingo was feeling more than a little frustrated. If yet another alliance like the one with Kaido appeared on the horizon, the Don Quixote family would hardly be able to handle it. The Dark World. At this moment, the major Dark World kingpins wore grim expressions, utterly stunned by the news they had just received. They began pondering urgently how to respond to this Quincy king, whose reputation was rising like a star. Now that they knew the Quincy king possessed enough power to contend with Charlotte Linlin, they no longer dared to let their guard down, even for a second. A single misstep could throw their entire network into jeopardy, or even spell total destruction. The New World. On one of the islands occupied by the red-haired pirates, a raucous celebration was underway. It was a victory feast in honor of their latest triumph. The red-haired pirates had bested the beast pirates in battle and claimed their place as one of the 4 emperors. The atmosphere here was different from other pirate crews, hardly any strict hierarchy to be seen. Beckman took a slow drag on his cigarette before finally speaking. Looks like a true king is about to rise in the Dark World. With his very first strike, the Quincy king had shaken the whole underworld. Many had already guessed his intentions. He aimed to unify the entire Dark World under his command. After all, someone of the Quincy king's caliber would never be satisfied playing the role of a mere cockroach scuttling in the shadows. Shanks sipped his drink with a wry smile. Actually, maybe that's for the best. The New World has only just settled into a fragile peace. If another emperor rises, that balance would be shattered. I suspect the Quincy king realizes that too. Yasopp suddenly curled his lip. That one's a real troublemaker. He's only just arrived in the New World and already stirred up this much chaos. I doubt he's content to stay hidden in the Dark World. Haha, that's for sure. The guy's outrageous, storming right onto the battlefield between Whitebeard and Big Mom. That's as bold as it gets. If that crazy witch Charlotte Linlin loses face like this, she'll never let it slide. No way she isn't already plotting to make him pay. Sabaody Archipelago. Island number 7. Nightfall Bar. With the 10 billion berries Yunyi had extorted, and after a period of rapid development, Nightfall Bar, which was already the top dog, had grown even stronger, its influence subtly starting to spread to neighboring islands. But with such rapid expansion, the Marines soon turned their gaze toward them. Yet just as this was happening, Yechi received a call from Yunyi on the Den Den Mushi. Within Nightfall Bar, the entire senior leadership of the Nightfall Assassins organization had gathered. Yes, I understand. My lord, we'll make our way to the New World soon. Yechi nodded, a hint of gravity crossing her lovely face. The New World, huh? As the call ended, a look of hope and admiration lit up Yechi's face. She had read the newspapers before. Now the name of the Quincy had become famous across the world. Even those notorious pirates of the New World were no match. Once, deep down, Yechi still felt some resistance to Yunye's forceful act of bringing them under his banner. But now it seemed that joining the Quincy's ranks might just be a wise choice after all. At the very least, they finally had someone powerful to rely on. When Yechi hung up, Alan cautiously inquired. Boss, did the Lord give us any instructions? Yi nodded. Yes. The Lord has ordered us to head for Moonlit Isle in the New World. Moonlit Isle in the New World. That's the headquarters of the Wandenrake Palace, the very heart of the Lord's territory. The excitement was evident on Alan's face. He'd long dreamed of seeing the New World. Those stories circulated around the island about how dangerous it was there and how fearsome the pirates were had always made him hesitate. At one point, Ichi had also imagined setting sail for the New World, but she had enough self-awareness to know that with their abilities, they'd likely never survive such a venture. But things were different now. They'd be traveling straight into the domain of the Quincy, the Dark World's supreme ruler. In other words, their own boss's turf. Besides the so-called four emperors, who else would dare provoke the Quincy now? Everyone knew the Quincy was a madman. Only those with a death wish or bursting with arrogance would challenge someone like him. In short, not only was there no danger in heading to the New World now, they actually had an unparalleled protector at their back. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to Yi Chi, and a peculiar look appeared on her face. Oh, right, boss also said that if we need any coding work done, we should go to a craftsman called Old Lay at the Shakedown Tavern on Island 13. Boss said he's got great skills and is utterly trustworthy. Yi Chi was puzzled. Why would boss speak so highly of a mere coding craftsman? Why would he heap such praise on Old Lay's workmanship? Does anyone know who this Old Lay is? Yi Chi glanced around at her underlings. They exchanged glances. One finally raised his hand. Boss, I think he's a coding craftsman. I've heard his skills are top-notch. Lots of people about to set sail choose him to do their ship's coding. The Shakedown Tavern. I heard the place is overpriced for everything, and the proprietress is a real shark. A shark for boss? Yi Chi mused inwardly, then said, all right, since it's still early, have everyone check our supplies and prepare to set out. We're heading to Island 13 to find this Old Lay. And so, the group set off towards Island 13. Island 13. The Shakedown Tavern. Xiachi was holding a newspaper in her hand as well. She looked over at Rayleigh, who was sipping his drink, exhaled a plume of smoke, and said, so this is the Quincy kid you mentioned earlier? A curious glint flickered in Rayleigh's eyes behind his glasses. With a smile, he replied, that kid's really something. He's hardly been in the New World for long, yet he's already managed to stir up such a commotion. Xiachi nodded in wholehearted agreement. Yeah, he sure knows how to cause trouble. After a pause, Xiachi continued, it seems, even without your help, he could have escaped from Kizuru's clutches on his own. Back then, after a brief skirmish with Kizuru, Rayleigh had found a chance to slip away. With all his experience, it was fairly easy for him to conceal his presence and avoid detection by observation haki. With a little trickery, Rayleigh managed to quietly vanish from sight. A smile crept on Rayleigh's face. That kid really holds a grudge. He's paying me back for using Conqueror's haki on him before. Had a real handful, that one. Rayleigh's haki was sharp indeed. He could tell that Yanni was deliberately dragging him into trouble, but he sensed no true malice, just the mischief of someone playing a prank. Because of that, Rayleigh hadn't taken offense. More importantly, he suspected there was some connection between Yanni and Roger. Do you know his real identity? Xiachi suddenly asked. She, too, had heard from Rayleigh that this Quincy might be linked to Roger. Rayleigh gently shook his head. Not sure. The kid's a real mystery. But for him to know so much, he must have some connection to Roger. Otherwise, there's no way he'd have all those details. Of course, Rayleigh was no omniscient being. He couldn't possibly know that Yanni was someone from another world, privy to most of the pirate world's secrets. Even now, he still believed Yanni had ties with Roger. Born in the North Blue, yet connected to Roger. This little guy has no small secrets. Xiachi blew a smoke ring, propped her chin against the bar. In her other hand, she held Yanni's wanted poster, lost in thought. Rayleigh simply smiled and said nothing, taking another sip from his sake flask. Anyone connected to Roger was never a simple person. But just then there was a knock at the door, followed by the sound of it being pushed open. The bar door was the automatic type. A gentle push, and it swung open. Both of them looked up in curiosity. At this hour, the bar wasn't even open yet. Besides, this place had a notorious reputation. Aside from a few regulars who came to Xiachi for information, no ordinary person would set foot here. Next, they saw a strikingly beautiful woman walk in, her figure accentuated by a sleek black and gold bodysuit, long legs moving confidently in high black boots. Is Master Lay the coding craftsman here? I'm looking for Old Lay to do some coding work. It was none other than Yi Chi. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Chi. Young lady, who told you that Old Lay is here? Many people had heard of the masterful coding craftsman, Old Lay, renowned for his unparalleled skills. But not a single soul knew where he lived. Old Lay could only ever be found where he worked. So the real question was, How did this young woman know he was at the Bamboo Racket Bar on Island 13? Xiaoqi watched with keen interest, recalling what she knew of Yi Qi. Yi Qi, the boss behind Island 7, a member of a killer organization. Yi Qi, for reasons she couldn't quite put a finger on, felt a shudder run through her body, as though some invisible force was pressing down on her. It was a sensation she had felt before, from Yunyi. Instantly, she realized, these two before her were no ordinary people. They were truly significant figures. My master sent me here for the coding, Yi Qi answered warily. Rayleigh reigned in his imposing aura and looked at her. And who is your master? Relief washed over Yi Qi, and she answered gingerly. My master is the Extinguisher. Xiaoqi and Rayleigh both fell silent. Meanwhile, in the land of Wano, Kaido glanced at the newspaper and sneered, Extinguisher, Extinguisher. Why does this brat's name keep popping up everywhere lately? Never mind the useless navy, even Linlin failed? Now I'm really curious. Lately, the name Extinguisher had been appearing over and over in the papers. Kaido had lost count of how many times he'd seen it. His curiosity was completely hooked. King, standing nearby, commented coolly, We've just finished a battle. The men below haven't recovered yet. It'll be a while before they're ready to go to war again. Kaido took a long drink, replying, That's Linlin's target, not mine. I won't get involved. After the way that old witch embarrassed herself, there's no way she'll let this slide. King nodded silently, adding nothing further. Kaido slammed his jug to the ground, his tone icy cold. Soon, I'll be heading to Paradise for a visit. Keep a close eye on that Kurizumi Orochi. King raised his head, sounding curious. Why are you going to Paradise? You've only just been given the title of Yonko. The Navy's been watching all of you. To kill. Kaido's lips curled into a savage grin. He hadn't forgotten about that Navy brat who dared to steal their mythical Zoan devil fruit. And with his war against red hair finally at a standstill, he had time on his hands once again. Once he had some time to himself, his thoughts immediately turned to that damn Marine. That was a mythical Zoan type, after all. The North Blue. Vinsmoke family residence. Judge stood holding a newspaper, his expression twisted with conflicting emotions. Ever since he'd been subdued by Yunyi, thoughts of breaking free from Yunyi's grasp had crossed his mind more than once. After all, once Yunyi had forced them to submit, it was as if he'd forgotten all about them. He hadn't even bothered to send a single message. This neglect had planted seeds of rebellious thoughts in Judge's heart. But as Yunyi's reputation grew ever more fearsome, those thoughts quickly died away. The things Yunyi had done recently were simply beyond belief. He had defeated Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, killed a vice admiral, slain a celestial dragon at Sabati Archipelago, and even escaped from an admiral's pursuit. After entering the New World, Yunyi's actions became even more astonishing. He annihilated a king of the underworld, taking that throne for himself, then charged straight into a battle among the 4 emperors, clashing with Big Mom herself and emerging unscathed. With someone so ruthless and unpredictable, if he ever found out they had slipped from his control, Yunyi would not hesitate to kill every last one of them. True, the Vinsmoke family wielded great power in the North Blue, and many trembled at their name. But that only applied to regular people. Against someone like the Destroyer, fear meant nothing. What does the future hold? Judge let out a long sigh, adrift and uncertain about what he should do next. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door, and a striking figure in pink pushed it open and entered. Reiju walked up to Judge's side, pressing her lips together before saying, Father, my brothers have made a full recovery. By recovery, Reiju meant that Ichiji, Niji, and Yanji, after their recent battles, had regained their capacity for emotion. They were, once again, human in more than just name. Judge glanced at Reiju. I see, he replied. When he first discovered this turn of events, Judge's initial thought was to modify his sons once more. Though it would be troublesome at this stage, it was still possible. But recalling the words Yi had once said, Judge abandoned the idea. Once emotions are erased, their potential becomes locked. He hadn't believed such talk at first. Only by casting aside useless feelings like fear, compassion, and weakness could one become the strongest. But after witnessing Yunyi's relentless ascent to the pinnacle, Judge's outlook began to shift. Perhaps it was time to reconsider his methods of nurturing strength. Reiju nodded and turned to leave. But Judge's voice came from behind her. Reiju, you and Sanji are probably my children with the greatest potential, aren't you? Reiju turned to look at Judge, her gaze filled with disbelief. But by then, Judge had already lowered his head and was once again absorbed in his paperwork. Watching her father so intently busy, an unfamiliar and long-forgotten emotion welled up inside Reiju. Her eyes grew moist. All right, father, I'll take my leave now, she whispered. Without even looking up, Judge replied simply, "Go on." After stepping out of her father's office, Reiju gazed up at the sky. Somehow, the world above seemed brighter and more vivid than before. A faint, involuntary smile appeared at the corner of her lips as she murmured, "Sanji, if you could have seen that, I could bet you would have been absolutely stunned. I'm actually looking forward to the day I see you again." Lost in these thoughts, Reiju started to hum a light tune as she walked away. On the Grand Line, a three-masted sailing ship cut calmly across the waves. Having been at sea for some time now, Hawkins glanced at the newspaper in his hand, absorbed by the bold new wanted poster of the Sternritter. He muttered under his breath, "So you've come this far already, sir?" One of his crew strolled over, spotted the newspaper, and grinned. "Boss, what you up to?" "Oh, is that about the big news everyone's been talking about? That Sternritter fellow, he's quite the big shot. Word is he's from the North Blue. I wonder if that's true." With little interest, Hawkins set the newspaper aside. His tone was flat. "That esteemed man truly is from the North Blue." The crewman laughed. "North Blue just keeps producing remarkable people. Kind of think of it, boss. Aren't you from North Blue too? Hasn't it only been a short while? Your bounty's already over 50 million berries." Hawkins continued shuffling his tarot cards, face calm as ever. "Just 50 million. It's still a long way off. Attention, warship on the horizon. Boss, bad news. The Navy's on our tail." Hawkins didn't falter for a moment, his hands never pausing. "Full speed ahead. Don't worry. Our chance of escape is 100%. Hawkins' journey had certainly taken some strange turns. After leaving Beverly River Island, he set sail for the open sea. Hawkins never intended to become a pirate. He was only searching for that elusive power called Haki, a force that could make him stronger. But fate had other ideas, and soon enough, he too was declared a wanted man. The reason? He'd happened upon a Navy warship. During their inspection, the Marines had tried to frame them as pirates just to earn some cheap glory. That's when Hawkins realized not all Marines were as fair-minded as those he'd encountered before. Naturally, a fight broke out. Hawkins, destined to be one of the supernovas, was no pushover. Without much effort, he defeated every Marine aboard. But because of that, a bounty was placed on his head. His very first bounty exceeded 20 million berries, and soon after, he defeated the Navy branch in the North Blue, successfully breaking free from their siege, the bounty on his head rising to 50 million berries. During this period, he also left the North Blue and set foot onto the Grand Line. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At the headquarters of the Void King's Hall on Moonlit Island. In this time, the forces under Yun Ye's command had begun to operate in an orderly fashion, having fully absorbed all of Amit's branches scattered throughout the New World. Meanwhile, Yi Chi and the folks from Nightfall Bar had also arrived in the New World during this period, and by now, they had reached Moonlit Island. However, their strength was considered average in these waters, so Yin Yi asked them to focus on honing their abilities before taking on greater challenges. Yin Yi taught them training methods he had picked up from the Navy, urging them to refine their combat prowess. He also briefly introduced the practical use of the two forms of Haki. Yi Chi dabbled in both observation and armament Haki, though he hadn't yet mastered either. Still, with Yun Ye's guidance, it seemed only a matter of time before he'd make real progress. This was how some of the group were managed. As for the rest, Yun Yi sent them on different assignments. Their mission was to weave together an intelligence network, operating between various factions. For them, this task wasn't a hurdle, it was their area of expertise. In this world, intelligence is invaluable, often determining the outcome of entire wars. That was precisely why Yun Yi brought the Nightfall Assassins into the New World. Elsewhere, the remaining kings of the underworld dared not remain as bystanders any longer. After witnessing Yun Ye's astonishing strength, these shadowy rulers reached out to Yun Yi one after another, using Din Din Mushi to discuss mutual trade agreements. Without Amit's unique talents, Yun Ye's transportation force had taken a hit. Their operations weren't as speedy or secure as before, and the cost had actually risen above what Amit once charged. But this was not Yun Yi extorting them for greater profits. They volunteered these terms themselves. There was no other way. Here, strength makes the rules. Yun Yi certainly wasn't going to turn them down. It's also worth mentioning that Stussy, the queen of the Pleasure District, had invited Yun Yi over for a vacation call, but Yun Yi politely refused, claiming he was recovering from injuries. Yun Yi knew full well that Stussy was with CP0, and he had no intention of rushing headlong into a setup. Still, he made a note of the incident. Perhaps the world government was planning to act. Even though Amit was no longer there to pioneer new routes, the established lines leading across the New World remained open. They might be slower than before, but all things considered, they were stable enough. Compared to others, the shipping power of the forces under Yun Ye's command remains among the best in the New World. Yin Yi even considered using the Germa 60 SXS snail ships as transport vessels, but after thinking about the potential uses he might have for the Vinsmoke family in the future, he gave up on the idea. After all, Umid had once bred a number of seahorse sea beasts, which were certainly no slouches when it came to speed. Yin Yi harbored ambitions to bring order to the entire underworld, making it all revolve around him. But there was no need to rush. At present, caution was still the priority. He decided to focus on solidifying his own strength first. All this while, Yin Yi hadn't left his territory. He stayed put on his own turf. Inside a special training ground he'd set up, Yin Yi was working on his physical conditioning. Although his current strength was decent, there was still a considerable gap before reaching the very top. Charlotte Linlin hadn't made any moves lately, nor had she taken any action targeting him, as if she had completely forgotten about his existence. But Yin Yi knew better. With Charlotte Linlin's personality, there was no way she would let things go so easily. Sooner or later, she would come knocking once again. She even dared to provoke Whitebeard. There was nothing this madwoman wouldn't stoop to. That's why, to be ready for a surprise attack from the Big Mom Pirates at any time and to fend off the world government's secret schemes, Yin Yi knew he had to keep getting stronger. His current power was simply not enough. Yin Yi began to ponder how he could boost his strength more quickly. Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was the system. Point allocation. However, after the recent battles, Yin Yi hadn't received many achievement points. The only notable gain was the 100 achievement points he'd earned from defeating Charlotte Oven. Hardly worth mentioning. His fight with Katakuri had been interrupted halfway through by Charlotte Linlin, and in the battle with Charlotte Linlin herself, they hadn't settled the score decisively. Yin Yi let out a weary sigh. He only had 1,220 achievement points left. A little over 1,000 points. What could that even get him? Thankfully, those battles hadn't been entirely fruitless. He had learned Conqueror's Haki imbued attacks, which was an unexpected delight. At least in battles against the four emperors, Yin Yi wouldn't be completely outmatched anymore. With this application of Conqueror's Haki, he'd truly gained a foothold at the top level. But he was still a long way off. After all, which of the four emperors didn't know how to wield this power? Physical strength, devil fruit abilities, armament Haki, observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, martial arts, swordsmanship. If any one of these abilities reached its peak, the wielder could be called a powerhouse. But the four emperors, all of them haven't just reached the summit in one discipline. As for Yin Yi, so far, it was only his Conqueror's Haki infusion that stood at this level. Of course, if we count all sorts of abilities among the devil fruits, then Yin Yi's talents in this area could be considered a kind of power as well. But this system is merely Yin Yi's own speculation. It's just something to reference, never entirely accurate, since there are countless factors in battle, not to mention how much can vary from one individual to another. Take, for example, Garp and Charlotte Linlin. Both possess advanced armament Haki. If you gauge them by armament Haki alone, there's no doubt that Garp holds the advantage when it comes to clashing with that power. Yet, let's look at it from another angle. Suppose both of them have reached outstanding physical prowess, and Garp were to face Charlotte Linlin relying on his body alone. He would surely be at a disadvantage. That goes to show, even at the peak level, there are still distinctions to be made. However, it's also not accurate to say that the one with the greater fighting power will win for sure. Battles have never hinged on just one side's strength. Victory is never so simple as comparing power levels and declaring who is stronger or weaker. In truth, once you've mastered the sensation of Conqueror's Haki infusion, you never really forget it. By now, Yin Yi is thoroughly proficient in using this technique. Still, Yin Yi's main focus has been honing his armament Haki, hoping to make its flow more dynamic, ultimately able to inflict internal damage on an opponent. But for now, he hasn't grasped the key to that breakthrough. This challenge is made all the greater since he's training both his bodies at once. Maybe it'll take the tempering of real combat for me to catch that spark. With this thought, Yin Yi pressed on with his training. Navy G7 branch base. Inside the training ground, Yin Yi worked on his physique with the same dedication as a Sternritter perfecting their own body. Just then, an officer walked over with a somewhat respectful tone and said, "Sir, the new members of the branch have arrived. Your presence is requested." After Yin Yi single-handedly defeated Jack the Drought, everyone at the G7 branch base viewed him as their pillar of strength. He became the backbone of the G7 branch base. Everyone stationed at G7 couldn't help but feel a surge of respect whenever they saw Yin Yi. After all, he was the one who took down Jack the Drought and saved the base. "Oh, new recruits." Yin Yi nodded and paused, grabbing a towel to wipe away sweat. With a flash, he disappeared from the training ground and reappeared at his own quarters. Each branch cycle, new recruits are sent to different bases for training and experience. Yin Yi and his peers had once done the same. So, New faces showing up at the base never came as a surprise to him. After a swift wash, Yunyi donned his uniform, draped the cloak of justice across his shoulders, and strode purposefully toward the harbor. Over at the docks, a Navy warship was just pulling in, with soldiers bustling about, taking care of arrival procedures. Yunyi glanced over and saw Acting Base Commander Colonel Hill in conversation with another Navy officer, who wore the same imposing Marine cloak and bore the rank insignia of Vice Admiral. Upon seeing this man, Yunyi narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Vice Admiral Doberman from the Navy headquarters. The man was tall, a few scars marking his face, a sharp-eyed glare beneath his Navy cap. There was no mistaking him. This was none other than Vice Admiral Doberman of the Navy headquarters. Doberman spotted Yunyi as well. His gaze swept over Yunyi from head to toe before he let out a cold snort. Quite the presence you have, Rear Admiral Yunyi. Am I, a Vice Admiral, supposed to wait around here just for you to show up? Hearing this, Yunyi's eyes flickered. For some reason, he had the distinct feeling that Doberman was harboring some hostility toward him. He pondered Doberman's attitude, but gave nothing away, replying in a calm tone. What are you saying, Vice Admiral Doberman? I'm here now, aren't I? Is this how you treat your superior officers? Doberman snapped, his tone frosty, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yunyi met Doberman's gaze without backing down. As far as I'm aware, in the Navy, that kind of formality is meant for one's direct superior. Tell me, Vice Admiral Doberman, are you my direct superior? Yunyi's immediate supervisor was Burning Mountain, and above that, Akiji, both members of the more pacifist faction, unlike Doberman, who didn't belong to the same group. Although the two factions rarely clashed openly, there was always a certain tension below the surface. Their differing philosophies made for uneasy colleagues. Do you mean to say, Rear Admiral Yunyi, that a superior who's not directly above you is undeserving of your respect? Doberman squinted, annoyance simmering beneath his words. This guy really is just as Stoloberry described. Arrogant, disrespecting his superiors simply because of his own strength. Yunyi chucked. That's your interpretation, Vice Admiral Doberman. I never said any such thing. The two glared at each other, neither willing to give an inch. Caught awkwardly between them, Colonel Hill trembled with unease. But he knew how to read a situation, so after wiping away his cold sweat, he quickly stepped in. Vice Admiral Doberman, Rear Admiral Yunyi was training at the practice grounds earlier, so he couldn't get here immediately. You come a long way. Why don't you rest at the base for a bit? We can discuss any issues over a meal once you've had a chance to settle in. After spending some time with Yunyi, Hill had come to understand the Rear Admiral's temperament. Outwardly gentle but steadfast and utterly unyielding. That's exactly why he'd stood alone against monsters like Drought Jack. Doberman had clearly come to make trouble, but seeing that he couldn't put Yunyi in his place, all he could do was snort again and leave in frustration. Yunyi watched Doberman's retreating figure, thoughts whirling in his mind. He suspected there was more to his transfer to this perilous G7 branch base. Doberman's hand was likely at work behind the scenes. As Doberman walked away, Hill finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was just glad the confrontation hadn't escalated. But just then, Yunyi turned to him with a question. Colonel Hill, do you know the reason Vice Admiral Doberman came here this time? Yunyi originally thought it was just a group of new recruits arriving, but to his surprise, a lieutenant general had come along as well. Could it be that he was here to take over his position? But when he thought about it, that didn't make sense either. Yunyi had only been stationed here for a few months. Wasn't it far too soon for someone to replace him as the head of the G7 branch? Unable to figure it out, Yunyi finally asked about it. Hill, the island's chief of intelligence, who was always the first to learn any headquarters updates before passing them on to Yunyi, spoke with heavy seriousness. It seems that one of the 4 emperors in the New World has started to make a move, so headquarters has responded accordingly. One of the 4 emperors is on the move. Yunyi's eyebrows shot up in surprise. As if something dawned on him, his tone grew grave. Is it Kaido of the Beasts? Bill was a little surprised by Yunyi's quick reaction, but nodded solemnly. Yes, that's right. Kaido. Yunyi sighed inwardly. If his guess was right, all of this was targeting him. What's the word from headquarters? Yunyi asked. We've already lost track of Kaido's whereabouts, Hill replied, continuing in a measured tone. But one thing's for sure, he's left the New World. He's headed for Paradise. Hill himself had only learned all of this information today and hadn't had a chance to share it with Yunyi. This was as good a chance as any. Looking at Yunyi, Hill spoke gravely. Rear Admiral Yunyi, it's possible Kaido is coming for you. The Navy didn't have precise intel confirming Kaido's target, but there were clues pointing in that direction. In Paradise, other than Yunyi, who had previously stolen a devil fruit from Kaido and defeated Jack the Drought, earning Kaido's wrath, there really wasn't anyone else. Still, Hill kept his words measured. Whether Kaido was truly aiming for Yun, headquarters couldn't be certain. The Navy was simply preparing in advance. What instructions has Fleet Admiral Sengoku given? Yun asked, his voice calm and steady. Remain on standby. Apparently, an admiral is already en route here, while Vice Admiral Doberman just happened to be nearby and was called over by the Fleet Admiral as well. Understood. Navy headquarters, conference room. A meeting was underway. At this moment, Sengoku was holding a report, rubbing his forehead with a weary sigh, grumbling under his breath. That damned Kaido. He's always been so restless. He's never respected the Navy one bit, and now he's even more brazen than before. When Kaido was younger, he always caused trouble. He even treated Navy warships as his own cafeteria, raiding them for food before strolling off as if nothing happened. The level of audacity was simply outrageous. Sometimes Sengoku found himself so infuriated by that lunatic that his teeth ached with anger. Kaido always found a way to stir up trouble for the Navy. Has he really set his sights on that little rascal, Patino Yun? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked slowly after taking a sip of tea. Sengoku shook his head. It's still unclear. But according to intelligence, he left Wano several days ago. No one knows where he's headed. But what's certain is that his course is toward paradise. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. And the rest of the Beast Pirates? Have they made any moves? Vice Admiral Fire Mountain shook his head. No, Kaido is acting alone this time. Setting her teacup down, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke again. If he's going alone, knowing Kaido's personality, it actually makes sense. The Navy's top brass was all too familiar with Kaido's temperament. They knew full well the man was a madman. With someone like that, anything could happen. Today, for once, Garp hadn't dozed off. He took a crisp bite of his rice cracker, laughing heartily as if he were right at home. Ha ha! Looks like Zephyr's little disciple is in trouble now. That old man's been bragging non-stop to me lately about how amazing his teaching is. Let's see how he deals with this. Bet he's panicking right now. Sengoku's face darkened and he roared. Garp, do you think this is your living room? And how can you talk like that at a time like this? Garp just pursed his lips and shrugged, completely unbothered. So I can't even talk now? Anyway, hasn't Akiji already gone over? With him there, that little one shouldn't be in any danger. Sengoku gave a dismissive snort. Akiji alone would be a bit of stretch, so I've already ordered Kizuru to hurry over as well. With both of them on the scene, they should be able to push back Kaido. Upon learning about the situation, Sengoku had swiftly made a judgment and deployed an admiral ahead of time. Originally, he'd wanted to send Kizuru the fastest, but unfortunately the man was on vacation and not at headquarters. Since Akiji had volunteered, Sengoku had him set out instead. Akainu was at headquarters too, but Sengoku hadn't intended to send him. For one, they belonged to different factions. Sengoku was well aware of these things. Plus, one's powers were ice, the other's fire, a direct clash. All things considered, Akiji was the better choice. Akiji and Yun, both wielding ice-based abilities, might work together more smoothly. Sengoku paused for a moment, then continued. But the real purpose of today's meeting isn't this. It's to discuss how we'll respond to the rise of the four emperors in the New World. The emergence of the four emperors had given the Navy a major headache. They far preferred a chaotic new world over a peaceful and stable pirate playground. Vice Admiral Tsuru said, with the formation of the four emperors' powers, the new world's chaos may settle into order. If that happens, it'll only get harder to target any one emperor in the future. The Navy was in a strange predicament. On one hand, they wanted the pirates to fight among themselves, hoping to let them wear each other down. On the other hand, they also yearned for the situation to settle and stabilize. It was a contradiction. They wanted the pirates to clash because it would deplete the strength of those infamous pirates. But if, during these conflicts, another figure as legendary as Roger were to emerge, the Navy would find themselves in an even more troublesome spot. Yet, if they pursued stability, the expansion of those powerful pirates would only accelerate, and without war, the New World would become a solidified domain. Then, the Navy's ambition to set foot into the new age would become all the more difficult to realize. It was truly a headache. That was why Sengoku had called this meeting in the first place. Sengoku spoke in a low, steady voice. The crystallization of the four emperors' powers will inevitably have a significant impact on our Navy. Perhaps it will even erode our reputation further. The four emperors, the monarchs of the New World, their title didn't come lightly. They reigned supreme in those seas, so formidable that even the Navy and the world government were forced to tread carefully around them. For the common folk living in the world of pirates, most weren't educated or worldly. All they understood was one simple truth. If the Navy couldn't even wipe out the pirates, then perhaps the Navy itself was useless. Such doubts would, without fail, diminished the Navy's prestige and authority over time. Garp curled his lips in disdain. Isn't this all thanks to those fools in the world government? The whole Shichibukai system. They couldn't have come up with anything worse. With characters like those running rampant, of course others are going to look down on us. Legalized plundering, what a joke. Garp wasn't wrong. Since the rise of the Shichibukai policy, the Navy's stature had indeed fallen. Whispers of ridicule and even covert resentment had surfaced, with some now claiming the Navy was all talk and no substance. And as for those who had suffered at the hands of the Shichibukai in their legitimate pillaging, be it individuals or entire countries, they bore an even deeper grudge toward the Navy, far deeper than what they felt toward the pirates themselves. To them, the Navy were nothing more than accomplices to tyrants, villains aiding and abetting evil. Hearing this, most officers present could only respond with silence. Clearly, the words had struck a chord. There wasn't a single Navy officer who truly supported the Shichibukai policy. Still, none of them were Garp, and no one else dared to speak out so openly in front of everyone. They had to settle for silent, secret nods of agreement. Akainu, who had been meditating quietly with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and spoke up. I suggest relocating headquarters to the New World. That way, no matter what moves the four emperors make, we can respond at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Akainu's proposal, a few in the room showed clear approval, believing a show of strength was exactly what the Navy needed. Only by being assertive would they earn respect. But far more among them exchanged startled glances, taken aback by the suggestion, uncertainty written plainly across their faces. Especially Garp, who didn't bother to hide his disdain as he looked at Akainu like he was a fool, curling his lip and muttering inwardly. Only you could come up with such a wild idea. Although Garp was known for his easygoing attitude, that didn't mean he didn't think things through. He knew that if the headquarters were moved to the New World at this moment, it would definitely set off an all-out war. And by then, it wouldn't just be the power of one emperor they'd have to contend with. It would be far more complicated than that. Akainu understood all this as well, but his style was always hardline. At worst, they'd just go to battle. And who could say for sure who would come out on top in the end? Sengoku immediately rejected the idea, shaking his head. That would only push the Navy into a perilous situation. With our current strength, we might be able to handle 1 or 2 emperors, but moving headquarters to the New World means we'd be under threat from all 4 at once. Unlike Akainu's aggressive approach, Sengoku was famed across the seas as a strategist. He only acted when the chance of victory was almost certain. Naturally, such a rash move was out of the question. It was far too risky. Akainu glanced at Sengoku, but chose not to push the matter further, quietly closing his eyes once more. The meeting went on. After a while, Sengoku suddenly spoke up. We need to finalize the last seats for the 7 warlords as soon as possible. Mouseman, caught off guard, exclaimed, Why? Is it because, now that the 4 emperors have risen, the world government needs the warlords to balance the pirates at sea? Sengoku nodded. That seems to be the case. In any event, during this period, you should each shortlist a few powerful candidates with notable strength, reputation, and status. Once you've done that, we'll hold another meeting to make the final selection. With the establishment of the 4 emperors, the world government had grown even more concerned about the 7 warlords, urging the Navy to fill the remaining seats as quickly as possible. With so many issues piling up at once, Sengoku felt a pounding headache. Inevitably, casting a glance at the leisurely Garp, Sengoku could hardly contain his irritation, glaring furiously at him. Garp, a bit confused, scratched his head. What's up with Sengoku today? Why is he looking at me like that? Gives me the creeps. The meeting dragged on for quite some time, but no real conclusion was reached. In the end, it was adjourned with plans to discuss matters at a later date. Somewhere on the Grand Line, a Navy warship was gliding slowly across the waves. Akiji lay lazily on a deck chair, a sleeping mask still over his face, enjoying the sunlight in a rare moment of relaxation. A Navy officer approached and reported, Admiral Akiji, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Akiji pushed his eye mask aside, squinted against the dazzling sunlight, and let out a huge yawn before half opening his eyes to ask, Just a pirate ship? I thought we were already at G7 base. Still, at the mention of pirates, Akiji sat up, tidied his uniform a little, and spoke in a casual tone. Which pirates are we dealing with? The Broken Fong pirates. Bounty, 70 million berries. Oh, upon hearing that it was less than 100 million, Kazan lost all interest. He reached the bow of the ship, and with a single, effortless ice-time beak, the entire pirate vessel was instantly frozen over, along with a broad stretch of the surrounding sea. Not sparing a second glance, Kazan said calmly, Keep moving. With that, Kazan was about to sink back into his lounge chair, when suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Look over there. Is there something moving beneath the ice? No, not beneath the ice. Look at the sky. Quick, up there, something just flew past. A dragon. That's a dragon. A few Marines, staring into the ice's mirror-like surface, thought they saw something swimming underneath, but soon realized it was a reflection of the sky above. They looked up as one, just in time to see the winding silhouette of a dragon soaring overhead, snaking across the sky. A dragon. There could be no mistaking it. Kazan stiffened at this, his head snapping up. And there it was, an azure dragon streaking through the air above, heading swiftly toward some distant direction. The dragon moved with astonishing speed, and within moments, was little more than a black speck on the horizon. Kaido of the beasts, Kazan muttered, his heart sinking as he recognized the shape. There could be no doubt. That was none other than Kaido of the beasts, in his mythical Zoan form, the azure dragon granted by the fish fruit. The Marines on deck tensed as well, shaken. The colossal figure in the sky. Was that truly one of the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts? This isn't far from G7. You keep going, I'll head out first. Realizing this, Kazan left the order behind and, in a flash, launched himself skyward with Moonwalk, racing ahead. His expression turned grave. He hadn't expected Kaido to move so quickly. Had the beast flown straight from the New World? Was that even possible in such a short time? Damn it. While rushing forward, Kazan pulled a transponder snail from his pocket and made a call. The line connected at once. Wasting no words, Kazan spoke flatly. Borsalino, we've got trouble. On a resort island elsewhere. Borsalino, dressed in a yellow leisure suit and black shades, scratched his head, looking thoroughly dejected. Sigh. It's supposed to be my vacation. Why does something like this have to happen? Just my luck. His frustrated, sleazy expression was enough to frighten several pretty young ladies nearby, who hurriedly edged away, pale-faced. Borsalino didn't care one bit. He just pouted and lounged, as usual, looking every bit the shameless old man. Just then, his pocket transponder snail began ringing, its peculiar bloop-bloop sound cutting through the air. Borsalino picked it up. Hello, Kazan, is that you? Borsalino, we've got trouble. Kazan's voice came through the snail, urgency clear in every word. After hanging up the transponder snail, Kizaru's expression grew even more despondent. Life is so unpredictable, he sighed, slipping the transponder snail into his pocket and gazing ahead. In the next instant, his form dissolved into countless golden specks of light and vanished without a trace. Seeing a living person disappear into thin air right in front of their eyes, the people nearby were petrified, their faces twisted in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Among the onlookers, some pirates turned even paler than the frightened ladies from earlier. A burly, bearded man stammered. A light? That must be the Marine Admiral Kizaru's power, right? Wait, was that man just now? Admiral Kizaru. Could it be that he's here to capture us? We have to run. There's a Marine Admiral here. If you don't want to get caught, move it. Panic broke out. Chaos swept over the crowd. News of a Marine Admiral's presence on the island sent every pirate and criminal vacationing there into a frenzy. Not one of them dared remain a moment longer. One after another, they scrambled to escape, desperate to get away. The reputation of a Marine Admiral. Now, that was truly terrifying. Kaido's actions did not escape the watchful eyes of the Marines, nor those of other powerful factions. Far away in the seas of Tato Land, deep within Cake Island, Charlotte Limlin had also caught wind of these events. Her lips twisted into a fierce, toothy grin as she let out her trademark laugh. Ma. That Kaido, never sitting still for an instant. Is he now stirring up trouble for the Marines? Well, it's about time the Marines got a good beating. They keep trying to stick their meddlesome fingers into the New World, as if we wouldn't notice. Mom, if Kaido actually loses, will that upset the current balance? Asked Perispero, the Minister of Candy, clearly worried. After all, the four emperors only just established their positions. Charlotte Linlin laughed again, supremely confident in Kaido. Ma. That guy's not so easily taken down. Sure, it's possible to defeat him, but killing Kaido? The Marines aren't nearly up to that. Don't forget, I personally gave him that devil fruit. Katakuri stood nearby with his arms folded, silent and grave. Ever since being bested by Yunyi on the battlefield, he had plunged himself in a feverish training on returning home. He had even sought guidance from Charlotte Linlin herself about mastering the advanced use of Conqueror's Haki, all in hopes of turning the tides in future battles, of earning a decisive victory. On another distant island, under the banner of the red-haired pirates, an unexpected visitor arrived. None other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who suddenly set foot upon red-haired Shanks' territory. The red-haired pirates' crew members were thrown into a panic. Mihawk paid no heed to their agitation, striding straight toward the heart of the island, to the spot where all the top officers of the red-haired pirates were gathered. Well, what a big shot we have here. One of the 7 warlords, the great swordsman. From the shadows, the red-haired man lifted his head and gazed straight at Hawkeye. Hawkeye paused, standing still, looking at the red-haired Shanks before him. You haven't changed a bit, Shanks, still the same as ever. So, getting that itch again? Looking to spar with me? A one-armed man isn't worth the effort anymore. Ha, now that's harsh, my hawk. The followers around them trembled with fear. Was a great battle about to erupt? Yet, what happened next wasn't quite what they expected. At the banquet, music and laughter filled the air as everyone reveled, eating and drinking with abandon. Redhair took a hearty swig of wine and let out a satisfied sigh, then laughed loudly. This must be the first time you've come to find me since you became a warlord. Am I right? Aren't you afraid the world government will have their eyes on you? After all, I am one of the 4 emperors. Those people have no control over me. Hawkeye took a sip from his own cup, his tone calm. Setting his drink down, Redhair chuckled lightly. So, what brings you here this time? I doubt you're just here for nostalgia's sake. Hawkeye replied. The 4 emperors have formed, and only one seat remains among the 7 warlords. The Navy, the 4 emperors, and the warlords, the world government created them to keep the seas in balance. But really, how long can that balance last? Redhair let out a hollow laugh. You're still as perceptive as ever. Hawkeye glanced at his arm, then shifted the topic. If you still had that arm, Kaido would have gone down even faster. Redhair touched the empty space where his left arm once was. I wagered it all on the next generation. But time won't wait for him. The sky itself is about to change. Hawkeye leaned against a tree as he spoke. A shadow of seriousness crossed Redhair's face. It was as if Hawkeye could see things invisible to others, a kind of sixth sense Redhair knew existed. He frowned. What do you mean by that? Hawkeye said, I assume you've heard about Kaido's latest move? You think Kaido will lose? Redhair's tone was grave. True, Kaido lost often and escaped just as frequently, but this loss sounded different. Hawkeye shook his head. Just a feeling. This time, Kaido's actions might whip up waves on these once calm seas. Redhair's eyes gleamed at those words. The Whitebeard pirates, the 7 warlords, the underworld, the Revolutionary Army. Everyone of note at sea had already heard the news. That crazy Kaido had gone to provoke the Navy once more. Most, however, didn't give it much thought. With a madman like Kaido, nothing ever truly surprised them. Sometimes, they would simply turn around and forget all about it. Yet, what they could never imagine was that an even greater, more chaotic storm was slowly beginning to unfold. High above the clouds, a figure wound its way forward, its massive form cutting a path through the sky. Wreathed in blazing clouds, it looked like a fearsome dragon of legend descending from the heavens. The sheer size alone was enough to make countless souls lose the will to fight. This was one of the 4 emperors, the dreaded Kaido of the beasts. Was that Akiji's presence below, just now? Never mind that. For now, up ahead is the so-called G7 branch base. That cursed Navy officer is stationed there, isn't he? Gururara, to dare steal from the beast pirates, to lay hands on what belongs to Kaido. You'll have to pay the price and suffer my wrath, Navy. Before Akiji shows up, I'll cause a real uproar. I'll crush that naval base into dust. I want that wretched Navy officer to understand the cost of crossing a Yonko. Like a raging dragon, the monstrous figure sped through the air, its target, the G7 branch base. At G7 headquarters, news of Kaido's imminent arrival had already spread throughout the base. Everyone was on high alert, bracing themselves, their faces grim and solemn. They were afraid, deep down, but when they thought about the fact that Rear Admiral Yunyi, the man who defeated Jack the Drought, was still here on the island, along with the veteran Vice Admiral Dalmatian, and with an admiral rushing to their aid. With that in mind, their fear became much easier to bear. But for the past 2 days, the tension had been unrelenting. They dared not relax for even a second. Everyone's nerves were wound tight. Even meals and rest offered little comfort. As for Dalmatian, after his unpleasant run-in with Yunyi, the two hadn't crossed paths again during those days. Truth be told, Dalmatian didn't want to invite more discomfort by seeking him out. Yunyi's strength was no secret in Navy headquarters. The fact that he had beaten Jack the Drought spoke for itself. Dalmatian doubted he could best Jack even with all he had. In the training yard, Yunyi sat with his eyes closed, quietly gathering his energy. Though he was well aware of Kaido's impending arrival, Yunyi showed not a hint of fear. He understood well enough the nature of Yonko's power. He might not win if it came to a fight, but if he truly wanted to escape, even Kaido would be hard-pressed to stop him. Kaido's abilities, at most, were on par with Charlotte Lean Lean's, whose strength Yunyi had already experienced, so there was little cause for panic. His His daily training hadn't stopped just because Kaido was nearing. He simply eased up a bit, making sure he remained in peak condition. Building true strength took time. Yin Yi understood this well, so he didn't dare slack off. With his silver-threaded sword at his side, Yin Yi continued his silent meditation on the way of the sword. Recently, he'd noticed that the progress of his swordsmanship had become painfully slow. The familiar surge of advancement hadn't come in quite some time. Cloud Knight also had his own suspicions about the reason. It was that he hadn't truly calmed his mind to comprehend the way of the sword. In this world, swordsmanship is something that must be understood, not simply mastered through relentless training alone. You can't reach the realm of a sword hero, or even a great sword hero, just by repetitive practice. It isn't that easy. Growth comes through battle, through insight gained in the midst of fighting. But that word, comprehend, feels almost intangible, elusive, lacking in any concrete form. Cutting iron, airborne strikes, sword aura, sword intent. None of these can be taught outright. Each must be realized personally, discovered on your own path. At first, Cloud Knight found himself utterly lost. The whole notion was so vague, and the system had simply leveled up his sword skills straight to the sword hero boundary, skipping the stage of personal realization altogether. To put it in the language of fantasy tales, the very foundation of his swordsmanship was lacking. His understanding of the sword was not yet deep enough. That was the real reason that his sword mastery was progressing so slowly beyond this point. There were two ways to solve this problem. One was to brute force it with achievement points, and the other, to comprehend it by himself. Cloud Knight chose the latter. The first method was simply too costly. After reaching 80 mastery points, each single step up now demanded a whopping 100 achievement points. Just look at what he had currently, barely a little over 1,000. He simply couldn't afford to squander them like that. Fortunately, after some time spent quietly absorbing what he'd learned, Cloud Knight had made at least some progress. His swordsmanship mastery inched up from 87 to 88. Cloud Knight speculated that once he reached Mastery 90, he'd step into the realm of the Great Sword Hero at last. The title of Great Sword Hero is reserved for those whose sword technique has reached its absolute pinnacle, a badge of honor, the loftiest recognition a swordsman can receive. And at the summit of all swordsmanship stood Hawkeye, Mihawk himself. Cloud Knight couldn't help but wonder, if Mihawk's skill could be translated into mastery points, just how high would it be? A perfect 100? Or perhaps even beyond that? He couldn't guess. For now, perhaps he would one day measure it for himself, should fate pit him against Mihawk in battle. The sky above was radiant and clear, sunlight pouring down from heavens swept entirely free of clouds. A perfect day. Yet, in the very next instant, everyone at the G7 outpost with a gift for Haki sensed something. Heads snapped up in unison. Elsewhere on the square, Smoker gazed up at the sky, his tone grave. He's here. Drake, too, grew somber the moment he sensed it. Beast Kaido. Doberman's gaze sharpened to a piercing focus. In a blur, he flashed from his room to the top of a high tower, eyes fixed on the sky, tension etched into his features. Damn it, so soon. Fleet Admiral Akiji isn't even here yet. Cloud Knight also opened his tightly closed eyes at that moment and lifted his gaze skyward, whispering to himself, "So you've come?" Beast Kaido. As he spoke, a faint curve appeared on Yunya's lips, and he quipped inwardly, "So far, under the Quincy guise, I've fought one of the 4 emperors, and as a Marine, I've taken on another. Now all that's left are Whitebeard and Redhaired. People ought to call me the 4 emperors' strength examiner." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yunyi stood up, gripping his silvery blade tightly. He lifted his gaze to the sky and murmured, "Are they coming straight for me? Well, it'd be stranger if they didn't seek me out." Up above, a black speck was drawing ever closer, coming into focus from Yunya's vantage point. It was a person. A massive, powerfully built man. With a thunderous sound, a tremendous shadow hurtled from the heavens, crashing into Yun Ye's training ground like a meteor from the sky. The explosion shook the entire G7 branch base, sending shockwaves that blasted dust and debris in all directions. The ground split open in jagged lines, cracks radiating outward like a spiderweb from the center of the impact. Soon the dust settled, revealing a monstrous figure, tall and broad as a mountain. Head crowned with draconic horns, a dragon-scaled tattoo snaking from his left arm to his shoulder. Just by standing there, he exuded a nightmarish pressure, as if a bottomless chasm had opened in the middle of the field. There was no mistaking him. He was none other than Kaido of the Beasts, famed as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Kaido hefted his spiked club and strode out of the crater, a savage grin on his face as he looked down at Yunyi. "So, you're the marine brat who ate my mythical Zoan devil fruit?" Though he'd never seen Yunye's face, only Yunye's presence here at G7 was enough to catch his interest. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's haki erupted, bearing down on Yunyi. The bright sky above seemed to darken under the onslaught, heavy clouds gathering as if summoned by the force alone. Yet Yunyi appeared utterly unfazed by this oppressive haki. He lifted his chin slightly to meet Kaido's gaze, completely unafraid. "Ah, brat, you won't be saying that for long. Remember my name, Patino Yunyi." Kaido threw back his head and laughed. "Ah, brat, I'll give you a chance. Quit the Marines and join me. Otherwise, there's only one fate for you today." His eyes burned with wild dominance. It was clear that if Yunyi refused, there would be but a single, fatal consequence. Unmoved, Yunyi leveled his blade at Kaido, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Enough talk. Show me the true strength of a Four-Emperor." "As you wish." Kaido snarled, his speed erupting in a sudden burst. His iron club became shrouded in thick armament haki, black lightning crackling along its length. "Thunder! Bagua!" A flash of crimson flickered in Yunye's eyes. His silver blade left its sheath in a heartbeat, immediately cloaked in jet black haki, silver energy whirling around the edge as he declared, "One sword style. Crescent moon slash." A deafening crash reverberated through the battlefield. The spike club and the silver blade collided in an instant, sending out a thunderous boom that shook the heavens and the earth. Centered on their clash, waves of force and slicing sword energy surged outward like a raging sea, sweeping across the entire training ground as if it had been plowed underfoot. The battle erupted dramatically just a few heartbeats after the two met, exploding into action without warning. At first contact, Yunye's expression grew tense as a terrifying force surged through the silver blade, nearly forcing him to lose his grip on the hilt. "Not bad, kid. You've got some strength in you, but you're still a long way off," Kaido sneered, stomping hard with his right foot, shattering the ground beneath him. The power surged from his legs, flooding into his hands and the spiked club, unleashing a terrifying momentum that knocked Yunyi back. Yunye's legs carved a deep furrow across the ground before he flipped backward to absorb the blow. Above the churned-up dust, he kicked off the air several times in quick succession before finally stopping himself. But in the very next instant, Yunye's observation, haki, screamed a warning. The sense of danger flared up. He dodged to one side without a moment to lose. With a deafening crash, the spot where Yunyi had just stood was pulverized by Kaido's club, the earth shattering into jagged fragments. "You're pretty quick, Navy brat." Kaido charged through the swirling dust, swinging his club down with fearsome force once more. Another quake split the ground, but again, Yunyi narrowly dodged the strike. "He's fast, so much faster than Charlotte Linlin." Yunyi retreated at lightning speed, unleashing a silver slash towards Kaido, only to see it cleaved apart with ease. "Is that supposed to tickle, kid? Where's that power of yours now? Where's the magic beast ability? Wasn't it the power that froze Jack solid?" Kaido lunged, spiked club, whipping through the air with the force of a storm, crackling with flashes of lightning before coming crashing down with overwhelming might. "Crescent moon slash." The gleam of the blade linked into a thin strand of silver as Yunyi gripped his sword with both hands and cut downward in a swift, fluid arc. Their blows collided with another explosive burst, gusts of force rippling outward in waves. Yunyi was sent staggering back again, but this time he braced himself. An icy aura surged around him, and the edge of his blade gleamed with a cold, frosty blue. With a single slash, a massive spear of ice erupted from the ground like a bamboo shoot, thrusting toward Kaido and spreading rapidly. "Chilly, aren't you, kid? So this is your true power? Ice, just like that punk Kazan." Kaido stomped down, blasting a shockwave through the ground that shattered the ice spear and sent the debris hurtling back toward Yunyi. But Kaido wasn't finished. With a powerful leap, his shape shifted and transformed. An enormous, terrifying dragon emerged in the air, gaping maw charging with a focused beam of fiery energy. Heat breath. Alarm flashed in Yunye's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure, dodging the shockwave as silvery frost spread over his blade, cold energy focused to a single point. One sword style, Frost's ultimate slash. With a single stroke combining the powers of two Zanpakuto, a slash over 100 meters long surged forth, cleaving through the onrushing flames as if they were nothing, and hurtling straight for Kaido, who loomed in the sky. Kaido's face darkened. His massive body slithered with surprising speed, attempting to evade Yunyi's strike. But how could Yunyi possibly allow him that chance? With a clenched fist, Yunyi unleashed his power. The chill within the slash suddenly erupted in a burst of icy force. A resonant hum filled the air as a storm of cold expanded outward, engulfing Kaido in its blizzard. Frost rapidly crept along Kaido's dragon form, as the chill seeped deep within, threatening to freeze him to the core. "You're out of your depth, brat. Compared to Akiji's ice, yours is child's play." Kaido growled, twisting his body, his movements cracking the frost with a sharp, splintering sound. "Bad wind." Kaido roared again, but this time, instead of flame, slicing winds as sharp as blades erupted from his jaws. Yin-Yi raised his sword to guard. The sound of clashing steel rang through the air. "Let's see whose power is really lacking." Yin-Yi retorted, swinging his silvery blade once more, casting a slash imbued with the purest cold. "Haven't I told you? It's no use." Kaido sneered, smashing Yin-Yi's attack aside with his colossal claw, then unleashed another searing breath. Elsewhere on the island, what's happening? Why are they all collapsing? It's Conqueror's Haki. They've been knocked out by its sheer force. On the Navy's side, chaos broke out under the pressure of Kaido's overwhelming Haki. Many simply couldn't withstand the terrible, kingly will radiating through the air. Sensing the fierce commotion in the distance, Drake's expression changed dramatically. "Damn it, is it coming from the training ground? He's after Vice Admiral Yin-Yi. Let's go quick." Smoker's own face turned grim. Turning in his smoke, he dashed toward the chaos. However, apart from a select few with sufficient strength, most found themselves unable to get even a little closer. The difference in power was simply insurmountable. White Fist. No sooner had Smoker arrived than he attacked Kaido, but his armament Haki barely scratched the surface. It lacked the strength even to threaten Kaido. Meanwhile, Drake launched a ranged assault with sharp kicks from distance. But Kaido ignored their attempts completely, never relenting in his fierce assault on Yin-Yi. Doberman drew a deep breath. Though he bore Yin-Yi some resentment, they were comrades, and in a moment like this, he refused to stand idly by. He too flashed forward, dashing across the sky with Moonwalk. Tempest Kick Sever. Aimed at the enormous dragon riding the burning clouds, Doberman swept a leg out, launching a razor-sharp blade of wind at Kaido. With a thunderous crash, the attack smashed into Kaido, interrupting one of his strikes. Kaido's dragon head turned in another direction. When he spotted Doberman, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. "Vice Admiral from headquarters? Looks like the Navy came well prepared, but still useless." He opened his maw and unleashed a huge blast of searing flames, aiming straight for Doberman and the many naval soldiers behind him. Doberman gave a snort of defiance. With a rapid series of moonwalks, he bounced off the air, nimbly dodging the attack as he charged toward Kaido. A thunderous boom erupted behind him. The blazing breath struck the ground, detonating with tremendous force and kicking up a scorching tidal wave that swept many people into its grasp. Even Smoker and Drake weren't spared from the blast's reach. A vice admiral from headquarters, especially a seasoned one like Doberman, a true master of the sixth form, was a force to be reckoned with. At the very least, he wouldn't be bested by Kaido in just a few moves, provided he didn't rely on the Iron Body technique too much. Tempest Kick, Twin Lotus. Doberman unleashed a flurry of crossing blades made of wind, spiraling as they slashed toward Kaido. Kaido's serpentine dragon body was coiled tightly, his hardened flesh withstanding Doberman's Tempest Kicks. The attack left only faint, shallow crossing marks, barely marring his defenses. "Your attacks are even weaker than that, brats." Kaido snorted contemptuously, steam puffing from his nostrils. With a dismissive swipe of his tail, he swept out a howling blast of ominous wind. "Who do you think you're underestimating, Kaido of the Beasts?" Doberman's expression darkened at the insult, fury burning in his chest. He drew his sword in a flash, slashing ahead and shattering the bad wind. Doberman was not only exceptional in the six forms, but also a formidable swordsman, a true blade master. He struck again, sending a brilliant blue slash surging toward Kaido. At the same time, Yin-Yi made his move as well. A twisting dragon of ice shot out, streaking straight for Kaido. Yin-Yi wasn't the slightest bit surprised to see Doberman join the fray. Though the hawks and doves within the Navy often clashed, when it came to pirate matters, their goals were always aligned. "Ice Dragon? Boy, are you trying to provoke me?" As the icy beast barreled toward him, Kaido's fury erupted, utterly convinced Yin-Yi was challenging him. He exhaled a torrent of fire, which collided with the Ice Dragon, both attacks shattering in an explosive clash. As for Doberman's slash, Kaido barely gave it a thought. One sweep of his tail smashed the attack apart. "These tickle like a scratch. Get lost and quit interrupting my fight." With a serpentine glide, Kaido shot toward Doberman, and halfway through, his immense form twisted into human shape. Gripping his massive club, he swung for Doberman with brutal force. Thunderbagua. Crackling lightning coursed along the spiked club, the strike moving with blinding speed, like a bolt splitting the sky, faster than the eye could follow. Iron body, steel. Doberman's face blanched with shock. He'd never imagined Kaido could move so fast. He was upon him in an instant. Dodging was impossible now. Doberman could only bring both arms up in defense, fortifying his body with iron body while cloaking himself from head to toe in thick armament haki. This is bad, seeing the scene before him. Yunya's heart sank as he cursed inwardly. Of all things, why use a metal block? He quickly made his move. Vacuum Ice Blade. A razor-sharp blade of ice shot forth from his silver-threaded sword, slicing through the air toward Kaido. But it was already too late. Sure enough, in the very next instant, Kaido, his weapon wrapped in Conqueror's haki, swung his massive club. With a single strike, he sent Doberman flying, blood spraying from his mouth, smashing through a distant, towering building, which collapsed in a thunderous heap. Having landed a hit, Kaido grew even more brazen. As the icy blade shot toward him, he grinned savagely. Swinging his left fist at the incoming attack, he shattered the ice with a mighty blow, sending shards sparkling through the air. Yet Kaido's fist was not unscathed. Blood welled from a fresh wound, though it sealed itself almost instantly, as if nothing had happened. TCH, does he really have this much defense, even without armament haki? Yunya muttered to himself. Kaido's body was terrifyingly tough. Even a thin blade laced with armament haki barely broke his defenses. Such minor wounds were nothing to a Zoan-type user like Kaido, hardly worth mentioning. But Yunya took heart in one advantage of his ice powers. Even if he couldn't break through Kaido's defenses outright, the chilling cold could still affect him. After all, cold damage isn't purely physical, and with time, its effect would only become more pronounced. Kid, what exactly is the name of your devil fruit? Kaido bellowed as he charged, swinging his spiked club, wild laughter curling at the edge of his mouth. Waves of Conqueror's haki ravaged the air. My devil fruit? Zoan-type, human fruit, mythical model, Reaper form. Yunya grinned back. This time, he chose to attack first, vanishing in a blur of shave. He met Kaido's blow head-on. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, though without fully unleashing his strongest step, he darted out of reach. Twisting behind Kaido, Yunya gathered icy crystals along his silver sword, then swept out in a wide arc, Ice Dragon's spiral tail. In front of him, an expanse of space instantly froze solid, trapping Kaido within a prison of ice. Of course, Yunya knew the ice wouldn't restrain Kaido for long. Gripping his sword, he lunged, the blade wreathed in silvery light as he drove it into the block of ice. With a sudden burst, crescent moon heaven strike, the ice exploded, sending Kaido hurtling away, smashing through the doors of the branch base and crashing into a distant mountain peak. Reaper, huh? Oh ho ho. Where's your transformation? Go on, show me. I want to see what you got. Unscathed, Kaido climbed from the crater, his wicked grin fixed upon Yunya. Sadly, it seems my fruit didn't grant me a transformation form, nor did it enhance my physique. It simply gave me different elemental powers, Yunya replied, meeting Kaido's gaze evenly. Or perhaps it's just that I haven't developed its potential far enough. Oh, devil fruits truly are remarkable, but if all you have is ice, you'll never defeat me. Even Akiji's ice couldn't restrain me. What do you have to fight me with? Kaido, though genuinely intrigued by Yunya's animal-type powers that only granted abilities without physical transformation, was already losing interest if this was all Yunya could do. I'm a swordsman. All my abilities exist to serve my sword. Before now, my path in swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck, but through this battle with you, things became clearer to me. My swordsmanship and my abilities, they should complement each other, not exist separately. Yunya spoke slowly as he looked at the swordsmanship section on his system panel. Swordsmanship proficiency 90. That's right. This realization had struck Yunya in the heat of battle. The reason his swordsmanship had always progressed so slowly was that he'd been unconsciously separating it from his other abilities, treating them as distinct skills. It was a habit of thought, just like in games in his previous life, one button, one skill, never using two simultaneously. At best, you might string them together quickly. Yunya had fallen into this very mindset trap. Even though he often combined several skills in practice, deep down he'd still been keeping them apart, never truly confronting the nature of his own powers. The result was not unlike the earlier Amit, who, by rejecting his own devil fruit ability, ended up unable to fully enhance his powers even when he did use it. There was another reason, too, the system gifted skills. Although Yunya always made use of them, he never truly felt secure. What if someday the system vanished? Would all his abilities disappear? Would he be left powerless, brought back to square one? It was like eagerly eating from the bowl, only to curse it the moment it was set down. These worries were very real for Yun. That's why he constantly trained his body in hockey, determined that even if he lost the system, he wouldn't suddenly lose all his strength and become helpless. This, too, came from the cautiousness that defined his past life. If the system was like a devil fruit power, then Yun's current situation was almost exactly like what Umit had gone through. Maybe that's the real reason why his proficiency in all these abilities was growing so slowly. He'd been wrestling with this problem for a while, but no clear answer came. It was only just now, mid-battle with Kaido, that he came to a realization. Why think so much? He'd been granted a second life, so why not just face it all with open-mindedness and courage? Once the knot in his heart came undone, understanding followed. He achieved clarity in swordsmanship. He hadn't instantly soared his sainthood, but even so, Yun's swordsmanship had leaped straight to a proficiency of 90. A terrifying aura of sword force erupted from within him, clashing head-on with Kaido's overwhelming haki. With Yun's position as the center, long gashes, as though carved by a deadly blade, spread outward in all directions. Yun pointed his sword at Kaido. Face me in battle, the realm of the great swordsman, you brat. Oh ho ho, Patino Yun. I'll remember your name. A fellow like you should be a pirate, not a marine. Kaido could feel the mighty sword force radiating from Yun, and for the first time, a look of battle lust flashed in his eyes. Though sword force wasn't quite Conqueror's haki, it was still enough to hold back Kaido's pressure and shield Yun from its influence. This world needs just marines, not chaos-sowing pirates like you. Yun swung his sword, unleashing a fearsome slash that tore the very air asunder. This time, Yun didn't use the crescent moon shockwave, yet the force of his slash was nearly as strong as any he'd delivered before. Oh, but do you really think that's enough to beat me? You're 100 centuries too early. Kaido hefted his spike club, smashing Yun's slash to fragments. In the same instant, his enormous form burst forward, leaping high. With both hands gripping the club, he brought it crashing down with savage might. Yun flashed aside in a blur, silver sword gleaming as he drew back. Didn't I tell you? Why not try and see for yourself? Crescent moon shockwave. This time, the slash that burst from his blade was more dazzling and fearsome than any before. A massive, crescent-shaped wave sweeping toward Kaido. Huh, that's more like it. Kaido's massive frame belied a shocking speed. Gripping his club in one hand, he struck forward, colliding fiercely with Yun's attack. A thunderous roar split the air. Kaido staggered back several steps. Though Yun's strike hadn't landed directly, deep bleeding gashes appeared along Kaido's body. That stings, kid. Kaido howled with laughter. His words said pain, yet his face was wild with excitement. Pushing off with his foot, he charged Yun once more. Who are you trying to fool? Yun's expression tightened. He'd foreseen Kaido's tenacity. This was going to be a drawn-out battle. His silver blade shimmered again, now edged with an icy blue. With a swing, he launched a dragon of frost hurtling forward. Useless. All of it is useless. Kaido roared. With a brutal swing, he shattered the ice dragon, bringing the spike club crashing toward Yun. It's not up to you to decide what's useless. Yun raised his sword in a cold, steady guard. With another explosive roar, the earth at Yun's feet cracked and split. Fissures radiated outward. Kaido bore down with sheer force, a menacing grin twisting his features. He raised his leg and kicked. Yun couldn't dodge this blow. He was forced to brace himself with armament haki. With a tremendous crash, Yun was sent flying, blood spraying from his lips. His body smashed into a mountain, immediately buried beneath a shower of broken stone. Blasted away once again, Yun's expression remained unwavering. He had anticipated this outcome. He never believed that simply stepping into the realm of the great swordsman would allow him to defeat Kaido. Is that all you've got, brat? Kaido transformed back into his monstrous dragon form, opening his massive jaws to unleash scorching breath, malevolent winds, raging tornadoes, and booming thunder. His cataclysmic powers engulfed the island, ravaging everything in their path. Tsh! Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, forcing the rubble from his body to scatter. With a single swing of his sword, he sliced through the blazing breath, splitting it cleanly so that it passed on either side of him. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Icicle barrage. Without missing a beat, Yun unleashed a flurry of consecutive ice bullets, colliding with Kaido's many attacks. A cacophony of impacts rang out in the air. In a flash, Yun's figure seemed to vanish and reappear at Kaido's left side, where he hurled another volley of chilling ice projectiles. Kaido's massive beast form was so immense, It was impossible for him to guard against all of Yunye's attacks. Fragments shattered and the bitter cold swept upward, covering Kaido once more in a layer of white frost. With such a huge body, are you just making it easier for me to hit you? Ice Dragon Tailspin. Yunye shouted coldly, leaping high into the air. He dragged swirling ice crystals along the tip of his sword and, with a sweeping slash, completely froze a section of Kaido's body. As time passed, the island's temperature plummeted dramatically, and snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. It's getting colder and colder. You want to drag this into a war of attrition, do you? It's pointless, Yunye, you little brat. Cold means nothing to me. It can't hurt me. Kaido flexed his body and shattered the icy coating, his dragon form spinning to conjure a tempest that whipped everything around him. Tempestuous Dragon Gale. A colossal tornado surged forth as Kaido spun, razor-sharp winds hidden within the swirling maelstrom. To be caught in it was to face mortal peril. Prism Wall Ice Array. A frigid force surged ahead of Yunye, forming an ice wall that blocked Kaido's onslaught. Seizing the opening, Yunye bounded into the air above Kaido's head. Gripping his sword with both hands, he brought it crashing down in a devastating strike. One blade style, Frost's ultimate slash. High in the sky, his silver blade radiated a glacial blue light. The power of two abilities merged within the sword, and the aura of his strike loomed over everything below. Kaido abruptly ceased his spinning and looked upward in shock. For the first time, he sensed a real threat emanating from Yunye's attack. Well, that's it. Bring it on, Patino Yunye. Kaido laughed thunderously, his form shifting once more, not back to his human guise, but into a hybrid shape. His entire body was clad in scales, his maw bristled with razor-sharp fangs, and a thick dragon tail whipped behind him, stirring wild gales. This was Kaido's half-beast, half-man form. Gripping his spiked club in both hands to his right, Kaido seemed to conjure a storm beneath his feet, launching himself skyward with astonishing speed. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido let out a savage, roaring laugh, his spiked club gleaming with metallic light and crackling with red and black lightning. He had no intention of holding back with his strike. The two figures charged at each other, one from above, one from below. A blast of Conqueror's Haki erupted in all directions from one, while the overwhelming force of a sword descended from the other. Their weapons clashed in an instant, unleashing a tremendous roar that shattered the air. On one side, a surge of icy blue energy swept out. On the other, wild lightning raged and exploded. The two forces clashed head-on, locked in a deadly balance. A circular shockwave spread outward from the very point where their weapons met. In the next moment, a thunderous detonation ripped through the sky. The collision of their attacks unleashed shockwaves that rolled outward in wave after wave, battering everything around them. The sound and fury were overwhelming, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing and the earth shattering. The entire island shook under the force of the terrible impact, cracked and splintered in wide sways, while even the distant sea roared in protest. The skies grew darker still, thick clouds closing like an iron curtain overhead, heavy with the threat of thunder. Purple lightning forked down, lashing the ocean below. What's happening? Inside the base, countless people looked up at the explosion of power, stunned to their very core. Could any human truly create power like this? Off in the distance, Dalmatian emerged from the rubble, clutching his chest and coughing up a mouthful of blood. His pupils contracted in shock as he looked to the sky, witnessing the clash. Even as a vice admiral, the sheer might of that attack terrified him. Patino Cloud Knight, this man is terrifying. Dalmatian was shaken to his core. He knew Cloud Knight had defeated Jack the Drought, but never imagined he could challenge one of the four emperors to such an extent. Above the sea near the G7 base island, a lone figure dashed and leapt across the water at incredible speed. With each step, the sea surface instantly froze, creating footing and carrying the figure ever closer to the shore. Kazan watched the eruption over the island, his expression grave and tense. Did I arrive too late? No. Someone's fighting Kaido. Could it be Rear Admiral Cloud Knight? His face growing even more serious, Kazan picked up his pace. Gradually, the turbulence in the air faded, and snowflakes began to drift down once more. A thin sound of ice cracking echoed across the silence. At some unknown moment, a layer of white frost had spread over the entire island, filling the air with eerie chill. Everyone watching from afar shivered involuntarily. It's freezing. That's Rear Admiral Cloud Knight's power. Over there, has the fight ended? The Marine station on the island stared in the direction of the battle's eruption, their faces shadowed with worry and awe. Trust in Major General Yunye's strength. There's no way he'd be defeated so easily. Smoker's gaze was fixed in this direction, his expression serious and intense. At the same time, he couldn't help but blame himself for his own lack of strength. They were simply too weak. Drake took a deep breath and said, "Anyone ranked below Lieutenant Colonel, stay back. You won't be able to withstand the Conqueror's haki." Then he turned to Smoker and said, "Smoker, let's move in closer." Smoker nodded gravely, his figure flickering as he dashed forward. Both of them were devil fruit users. Compared to the other Marines, they could at least lend a real hand in the fight. At the center of the island, a massive crater had suddenly appeared, so deep and wide that its bottom was lost to sight. From the depths of the pit, an icy chill began to seep out. Then, the sound of ice cracking filled the air as crystals of frost started to spread from the bottom, quickly forming a gigantic glacier that loomed over the battlefield. On the other side, high in the air, a figure plummeted toward the ground in free fall. Just as he was about to crash land, the man twisted his body, landing on both feet. Still, he couldn't fully cushion the impact, and his feet drove a crater into the earth. Kneeling on one knee at the base of the pit, Yanni spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for breath. That last clash had left him at a disadvantage. Kaido's blow had sent him flying skyward, battered by the force of Conqueror's haki. He had almost lost consciousness. If not for his own haki and unyielding will, the fall from such a height, without any defense, would likely have left him with grave injuries. He wasn't like monsters such as Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, who could plummet from the clouds and walk away unharmed. Yet, Kaido had not escaped unscathed either. Yanni had struck him from the sky, sending him crashing downward. The enormous crater in front of them was the mark of Kaido's brutal impact with the earth. Yanni stared ahead at the glacier, but there was no trace of triumph on his face. He knew his attacks could scarcely trouble Kaido, perhaps at best leaving the beast with a few wounds. As expected, the sound of ice shattering echoed from the glacier. In the next instant, the towering ice mountain collapsed with a thunderous crash, and from its base, a massive figure leaped out. That really was close. "You nearly had me frozen there," Kaido remarked, still in his hybrid beast form, dragging his iron club along the ground and sending sparks flying where it scraped the earth. He strode forward toward Yanni, a ferocious grin splitting his face. "Looks like you're at your limit, Patino Yanni." Yanni took a long, steadying breath and slowly rose to his feet, his aura undiminished. With a cold smile, he replied, "I may be reaching my limit, but someone else is coming to take my place." Even as his words faded, from afar, a tall man in a navy coat, an eye patch covering his forehead, sped toward them like a shadow on the wind. At this moment, an intense chill radiated from the man, and his gaze was as cold as ancient glacial ice. This was none other than the Navy's strongest force, the admiral known as Aokiji. Quite the fierce battle you've got going here. You've gone and smashed the island to pieces." Icy breath spilled from Akiji's lips as he sped into view, his eyes fixed gravely on Kaido in his beastman form. Well, who do we have here?" "So it's you, Aokiji. I must say, you got here fast." Kaido turned his head, flashing a cold grin when he saw the admiral. "What's this? You want to join the fun too?" Even as he spoke, a crimson gleam flashed through Kaido's eyes. He hefted his spiked club and swung it, sending a fearsome shockwave roaring forth. Congo Needle! Upon spotting Aokiji, Kaido showed no hesitation. He attacked straight away, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Hey, that's not exactly a warm welcome. Take this, Pheasant Beak." Aokiji advanced effortlessly on moonwalk steps, extending his palm. Frost surged forth, instantly shaping into a glistening, lifelike icebird that shot forward, meeting Kaido's attack head-on. The icebird shattered, releasing a wave of piercing cold that swept across the entire battlefield, making the already frigid air even colder. Ice block, double spikes. Aokiji's expression remained calm and inscrutable. Frost swirled around him as several long spears solidified in his grasp. In a blink, they turned pitch black, brimming with armament, and stabbed fiercely toward Kaido. Ice had a true, physical form, making it easier to wrap in armament haki than most other elements. Kaido flipped backward to dodge Aokiji's attack. Noticing that once again he was up against an ice ability, he couldn't help but sneer. More ice? You Navy types are a real nuisance. Compared to fighting these strange ability users, Kaido far preferred battling the likes of Whitebeard and Red-Haired, opponents whose blows you could actually feel. There was satisfaction in exchanging fists or clashing weapons, a tangible sense of force. But brawling with these admirals, with their elements of magma, ice, and light, now that was just frustrating. He had thought Yanni, who had snatched up one of those Zoan mythical fruit powers, would be a physical powerhouse as well, someone suited to toe-to-toe, fist-to-fist combat. Yet it turned out he too wielded an elemental ability. Ice as it, Akiji landed lightly beside Yanni. He couldn't help but look around, taking in the towering glaciers, jagged ice spikes, and the frost-laden battlefield before finally casting a curious glance at Yanni. He had heard that Yanni possessed an ice ability, but seeing it firsthand, Akiji realized Yanni's ice was not at all inferior to his own. What's more, Yanni's strength had surpassed his expectations. It never occurred to him that Yanni could stand toe-to-toe with the likes of Kaido. If you hadn't shown up when you did, Admiral Akiji, I might really have lost this one. Yanni smiled lightly at Akiji, his tone as calm and composed as ever. Major General Yanni's strength is truly astonishing, Akiji said, glancing at Yanni with a touch of genuine admiration in his voice. Compared to you all, I'm still a long way off, Yanni replied with a soft chuckle, humbly downplaying his abilities. Hey, are you two pretending I don't exist? Kaido roared furiously, watching as the pair ignored him and carried on their own conversation. Without warning, he unleashed a torrent of scorching breath in their direction. With a nimble step, Akiji raised his foot. An ice wall shot up in front of the incoming flames, standing in their way. A sharp hiss echoed as the heat breath melted the ice wall to water, burning a hole through it, but it failed to get past completely. Yanni caught his breath, then grinned, baring his teeth. Let's deal with Kaido first, Admiral Akiji. Whatever else we need to discuss can wait. Sensing the fighting spirit surging in Yanni, Akiji's eyes gleamed. Agreed. Let's settle things with Kaido first, then talk. So is this the second round? 2 against 1. Kaido grinned, his battle lust undimmed. That's just how I like it. Let's freeze you for good, Kaido of the Beasts. Yanni declared coldly, striking first. Crescent Moon. Heaven Slash. Once more, a terrifying blade of energy swept outward, roaring as it thundered toward Kaido. A deafening crash followed, and the three of them clashed in a fierce battle, so intense that the entire island trembled. No one else could even hope to intervene. Dalmatian, the only other one capable of affecting Kaido, had already fallen motionless on the iron slab. By now, hours had passed since the fight began, but still there was no clear victor. Kaido, too, still showed no signs of flagging. Time capsule of frozen age, Akiji called out, stamping his foot. Icy cold raced visibly along the ground, surging toward Kaido, aiming to freeze him solid. Akiji's ice was far colder than the current state of Hyarimura's Shurikai. Even Kaido couldn't afford to take it lightly. Even if it wouldn't trap him entirely, the biting cold would still slow his movements. Yanni's Hyarimuru inflicted a similar effect, though not as intensely as Akiji's. Heat breath, Kaido bellowed, launching a wave of fire that steamrolled across the ground, banishing the cold. But on the other side, Yanni swept his sword again. Spires of ice shot along the earth, surging toward Kaido. Brat! Kaido snapped, whirling around as armament Haki surged to his feet. He stomped down hard, sending a shockwave in all directions, shattering the ice spikes, and turning the force back on Yanni. Yanni's figure flickered, and with a swift twist of his silver sword, a lifelike ice dragon spiraled toward Kaido once more. At the same time, Akiji conjured chilling spears. 5 icy lances materialized, and a single gesture sent them all hurtling forward. The pair launched their attacks in rapid succession, coming at Kaido from different directions. Pointless, Kaido roared, swinging his spike club to shatter the ice spears. Behind him, his tail snapped out like a whip, smashing the ice dragon to shards. Next, Kaido took a step forward, charging straight at Yanni, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Let's send this brat flying first. Demonic Thunder, Raimei Hack. At this moment, Kaido finally displayed the true might of an emperor of the sea. Yanni dared not let his guard down, knowing that without using instant movement, his own physical strength couldn't compete with monsters like these. However, wielding the power of a great swordmaster combined with the explosive force of his Crescent Moon Slash, Yanni found just enough strength to put up a fight. One sword style, Absolute Frost Slash. Yanni advanced instead of retreating, swinging his blade in a wide arc. A thunderous crash erupted. They clashed once again. In that instant, Yanni spat blood, blasted backwards like a fired shell, smashing clear through the mountain behind him. On Kaido's side, a layer of ice crystals appeared atop his spike club, swiftly crawling up his arm and threatening to seal his entire upper body in ice. It's getting colder, brat. Have you gotten even better at using your devil fruit powers? Kaido's fiery breath melted the ice on his arm. With a quick shake, the frost splintered and fell away. But now, a seriousness crept into his expression. The combination of Yanni and Akiji's dual ice powers was starting to wear him down. The biting cold in the air felt like bone-cutting steel, invading his body with each breath he took. although he was a monster in strength and endurance. Even Kaido was beginning to feel his movements slowed and stiffened by the relentless chill. Ice Age. Just then, Aokiji seized the moment. With a flash, using his Sora technique, he appeared above Kaido's towering form. Twin pillars of ice shot from his palms, striking down and linking directly to Kaido's body. Not good. Kaido was startled, suddenly feeling as if the chill had dulled his reflexes. He tried to move, but his feet were stuck fast. Glancing down, he saw 6 points beneath him gleaming with icy blue light, all their frigid aura converging on a single spot. Bursting from the rubble, Yunny pointed with silver thread, announcing sixfold frost-cleansing formation. Cracking sounds filled the air as icy energy surged around Kaido's feet, spreading in crystal branches, quickly climbing up to trap him. At the same time, an overwhelming cold wave spread from Aokiji, turning the world into a frozen wasteland. Everything around seemed to pale into frosted white. Even the distant surface of the sea began to freeze solid. Ice Age, one of Aokiji's ultimate moves, wielded a chill so absolute it could freeze the open ocean itself. At that moment, 2 terrifying sources of cold erupted in unison, each determined to freeze Kaido completely. A relentless freezing sound echoed as the icy grip seemed to freeze even Kaido's consciousness. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Inch by inch, the ice sealed him away. In no time at all, an enormous mountain of glistening ice towered over the battlefield. Yun Imo strode forward through the air from a distance, his eyes fixed on Kaido, trapped within the iceberg. In a low voice, he muttered, "Is he sealed?" Aokiji remained fully alert, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "It's not that simple." Sure enough, just as Aokiji finished speaking, cracks suddenly began to spider across the face of the icy mountain ahead. The fissures multiplied rapidly, until, as if a massive bomb had detonated within, chunks of ice exploded outward, scattering far and wide. "You think you can seal me with just that? Think again." With a mocking laugh, Kaido burst from the shattered ice, glaring coldly at Yun and Aokiji. Though the deep chill had seeped into his body, hampering his movements, it was clear that simply freezing him solid was no easy feat. Era, just as I thought." Aokiji sighed, a bit exasperated. Even someone of the Yonko's caliber could break free after taking a hit from his Ice Age attack. Their physiques and Conqueror's haki were simply too formidable. It was unrealistic to expect to freeze them solid by penetrating that thick layer of haki. Unless their strength and haki were completely worn out, but accomplishing that was far from easy. "Aokiji, and you little brat. If you got tricks up your sleeves, now's the time to show them." With a booming laugh, Kaido hunched down, his body a blur as he shot forward. In a flash, he vaulted skyward, both hands gripping his kanabo as he brought it crashing down toward the 2 below. Howling thunder, raging 8 trigrams. Violet-black lightning crackled and surged in a frenzied storm. In that instant, Kaido unleashed his terrifying Yonko-level power completely. The sheer force of his Conqueror's haki seemed to swallow the sky, threatening to crush everything beneath it. "Let's attack together," Aokiji called out crisply. At his feet, sturdy ice spears began to rise, growing thicker and longer, their sharp tips angled at Kaido. Supreme Frost Slash. On the left, Yunny's expression grew grave as he swung his sword upward, loosing a chilling, spectral slash toward Kaido. A thunderous crash erupted through the air as both sides clashed again, more ferociously than before. An overwhelming shockwave burst outward from their clash, spreading in every direction. The heavens rumbled, the island itself shook violently, and one corner of it finally gave way, collapsing into the sea below. Wind destruction. Kaido, still holding back his full strength, opened his jaws and spat out swirling blades of wind, sending them roaring toward the 2 Marines. Both Yunny and Aokiji, masters of observation haki, seemed to share a perfect understanding. They shifted their stances at once, dodging backward to dissipate the force. Another massive explosion shook the ground as Kaido's club smashed into the earth, shattering stone and leaving behind a gigantic crater, cracks radiating outward like a spider's web, as if a meteorite had struck. The shockwave sent Yunny and Aokiji sliding backward, though neither was seriously harmed. Landing lightly, Aokiji's expression turned serious as he looked over at Yunny. "Rear Admiral Yunny, the next move, I'll need you to step back. This power is something I've only just begun to master. It may spill into your range." Startled by these words, Yunny paused, then responded, "An awakening, is it?" Aokiji gave a slight nod and said, "Awakening a Logia-type devil fruit is considerably more difficult than awakening a Zoan or Paramecia type. I only mastered it recently. and since I'm still not proficient, there's a good chance I might lose control of its power. Yun nodded in understanding but replied, I get it. If I reach my limit and can't handle it anymore, I won't push myself. That's good, Akiji replied, taking a deep breath. His expression grew intensely serious as an inexplicable surge of energy rippled out from within him, spreading to the surroundings. Yun, too, was filled with curiosity about the awakening of a Logia fruit. After all, in the original story, no Logia awakening had ever been shown. Still, there were clues here and there. During the epic battle at Punk Hazard in the source material, when Akiji fought Akainu, their clash permanently changed the island's climate, controlling the weather, altering the very particles of matter, imbuing elements with new properties. All of these seem possible, for as long as Oda, the mangaka, hasn't revealed a definitive answer, anything might happen. Naturally, Kaido was also aware of the situation. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, a devil fruit awakening? And a Logia no less. Ha, Akiji, you never cease to amaze me. The condition for a fruit to awaken is for the body and mind to fully synchronize with the ability itself. Then true awakening is possible. However, the difficulty of awakening varies widely among different devil fruits. Some are relatively straightforward, while others are much more demanding. While personal aptitude plays a role, the more powerful an ability is, the more difficult it is to awaken. There's simply no comparison. Among the three main types of fruits, Zoan awakenings are the most accessible, followed by Paramecia, and finally, the most formidable of all, Logia awakenings. There's no doubt, awakened Logias are the rarest and most controversial of all. Even the current three admirals face immense challenges if they wish to achieve awakening. Akiji himself had only reached that level very recently. He took another deep breath, and the strange energy surrounding him intensified. Even his originally dark pupils were now tinged with a cold, icy blue. Exhaling a frosty breath, Akiji turned to Kaido and explained, when Zoans awaken, their physical prowess is enhanced in every regard. Paramecias can assimilate or transform the matter around them. But Logias awaken by granting their element a new property. As for my awakening, it bestows the quality of extreme cold. Cold so profound it can even freeze the motion of particles themselves. As Akiji finished speaking, his awakened power unfurled. The entire island seemed to instantly glaze over with a silvery frost, as an even more terrifying chill swept the battlefield. Even the Marines hiding in the distance couldn't escape its effects. They shivered uncontrollably, their breath visible in the suddenly frigid air. Yun, sensing the overwhelming cold, couldn't help but shudder as well. Even with his own ice-based abilities and considerable resistance to freezing, the biting chill of Akiji's awakening was enough to make him tense. Even so, he still felt an unbearable chill. The breath he exhaled was instantly crystallized into ice. So damn cold, Akiji. Low temperatures, huh? That's really something. Kaido, too, was feeling the effects. He flexed his arm and found his movements had grown stiffer, as if they were rusted. The cold had slowed even his reflexes. Ice block, pheasant beak. Akiji spread his fingers wide, and in an instant, an icy bird took form behind him, launching forward in a furious charge. The battle was rekindled. Huh, that's fast. Kaido was startled. His observation haki had already picked up on Akiji's attack, yet he realized he was just a split second too slow to react. No, it's not that his attack is faster. My reactions are slower. In a flash, Kaido noticed something was off. But Kaido was, after all, an awakened Zoan user, body hardened to the extreme. He almost failed to catch up, but only almost. With a quick lift of his arm, his spiked club swung out in a hard strike. There was a heavy smack as the ice bird was hit. But then, to Kaido's surprise, the icy bird didn't shatter completely. Instead, it broke only into several solid chunks. This cold, it's more than meets the eye. Even the ice itself is tougher. With a swing of his club, Kaido hurled a devastating shockwave toward Akiji, following it up with another blast of scorching breath. Both attacks crashed forward, one after the other, but with a flicker of movement, Akiji dodged them with ease. Wait, my attack slowed down just before making contact. Kaido, always keenly perceptive, realized with shock that at the crucial instant, his assault weirdly lost its speed. This cold brings not just intense chill, but a freeze that slows even the movement of particles. The ice becomes denser, heavier, far more formidable, Akiji said coolly, stepping through the air on Moonwalk. His arms crossed, he struck a pose, and behind him, several massive ice lances materialized, gleaming with peril. Ice block, twin thorn spears. The ice spears plummeted from the heights, whistling with overwhelming force as they shot straight for Kaido. Descending 3 realms. Abyssal drawl, Kaido's face darkened, the grin on his lips undimmed by the danger. His club crackled with terrifying lightning as he swung it up to meet the attack head-on. A thunderous boom erupted as their forces met. The sky was split by a deafening shockwave, the clouds churning and thunder surging. Yet even this tempest paled before the sheer power unleashed between the two. Let's see how you handle this. The 0-degree cyclone. Aokiji exhaled a breath of icy mist, his words as cold as winter steel. In midair, shards of ice shattered into powder, swirling by his command into a vortex of absolute cold. The storm of glacial force spiraled toward Kaido in a relentless, marauding onslaught. This strike was a cataclysm, a disaster made manifest. The winds howled like a blizzard, blanketing everything in their frozen fury. Ha ha ha! Calamity-level power. What, are you the only one who can wield it? Sensing the tremendous force behind Aokiji's attack, Kaido burst into wild laughter, his own aura surging forth with a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki that swept over the entire battlefield. The Azure Dragon, the sovereign of the skies, the very embodiment of disaster. No one understood catastrophe better than he did. Blazing Dragon Twister. Roaring Thunder. Kaido's grin twisted with ferocity as his form transformed once again into that of a demon dragon. Wind blades, lightning, and fire. All 3 forces erupted together, merging into an even more terrifying whirlwind that crashed headlong against Aokiji's blue cyclone. A deafening roar echoed as the 2 torrents of energy collided, monstrous waves of power rippling outward. Aokiji unleashed his devil fruit's power to the utmost, amplifying the frigid torrent with renewed intensity. A surging outbreak of cold. Explosion after explosion. Kaido showed no intention of backing down, still laughing as the Dragon Twister, laced with deadly winds, searing flames, and crackling thunder, barreled forward. A thunderous explosion rocked the area, the kind the island had never heard before. The ground shuddered beneath the terrible shockwave, cracks spiderwebbing outward, rending the very foundation of the island apart. Heaven and earth crumbled. Truly, the sky was falling and the earth was splitting open. At last, the marine branch base, unable to withstand the onslaught of these titans, was utterly destroyed in this moment, shattering like glass, fragments scattering in all directions. Far away, the numerous marines who had sensed things go awry had already escaped to the island's edge. Still, they felt the bone-chilling cold seeping through the air, the frost biting into their very souls. Are they still human? After witnessing this kind of battle, are they really the same species as us? They're monsters. Everyone watched the clash in utter shock, their minds reeling in sheer disbelief. So this is the power of an admiral, of an emperor of the sea, terrifying beyond imagination. Ha ha! Aokiji, you really are something, but I'm Kaido of the Beasts. Time for you to lose. Kaido's voice thundered across the ruined land, his demon dragon form swelling even larger. No, the body itself didn't grow. Instead, searing flames erupted and spread across Kaido's scales, instantly wrapping his entire dragon form in a blazing inferno. Fire Dragon. Flames swirled and condensed around him, forming a fiery vortex, driving out Aokiji's intense cold. The chills that clung to his body were almost entirely swept away. With Kaido's monstrous durability, such cold could no longer affect him in the slightest. Aside from some loss of stamina, he seemed just as unstoppable as he had been hours earlier. Flames? You were hiding this all along? Aokiji's expression finally changed, shock visible on his face. He hadn't expected Kaido to have yet another trump card. Flames so fierce they could even hold back his deadly cold, if only for a while. Olalala, there are far more things beyond your imagination. Flaming 8 trigrams. Kaido transformed once again into his hybrid beast form, his feet kicking up whirlwinds, body darting forward like a bolt of lightning. In his hands, the spike club blazed with searing flames hot enough to melt stone, warding off Aokiji's boundless cold as he charged straight at him. Assimilation, Ice Age. Gritting his teeth, Aokiji let another wave of terrifying frost billow from his body. Massive, surging crystals of ice swept forward like a tidal wave, desperate to block Kaido's onslaught. No one can dodge this strike of mine. Not even Kizaru could. Now to die. Kaido moved even faster, a blue afterimage slashing through the air. Before Aokiji's ice had fully taken shape, Kaido had already burst through his defenses. He seized the perfect moment for this blow, determined not to let Aokiji escape his grasp. The burning flames coiled around the spike club, as Kaido brought it crashing down with devastating force. A deafening blast tore through the sky. Fire erupted with explosive fury. Then, wreathed in flame, a figure plummeted to the ground like a falling star. The earth cracked and splintered. A gaping crater punched straight through the bedrock. Seawater rushed in, only to be instantly frozen solid. Kaido's enormous figure dropped from the heights above. He glanced down at the bottom of the crater, then turned his gaze to Yun Yi, a cold smile curving his lips. "You're next, kid." Yun Yi. If an admiral of a navy could be defeated so easily, they wouldn't be called admirals, Yun Yi muttered, face clouded with focused tension. He hadn't expected Kaido to be such a monster. Even after Aokiji's awakening, he still fell into disadvantage. Yet Yun Yi had no fear that Aokiji would be taken down so easily. Admirals were not so fragile. Huh, that was close. 100 beasts Kaido. Streams of ice rippled along the ground, slowly coming together to form a human shape. Aokiji coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face dark as he glared at Kaido. This guy, he was truly troublesome. He wasn't called the world's strongest in a one-on-one battle for nothing. "Admiral Aokiji, are you still able to fight?" Yun Yi called over to him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Aokiji replied, "Of course." "Olalala, you really can take a beating, Aokiji." Kaido sneered as he watched Aokiji reform, his hybrid face wild and fierce. "And what are the other admirals? If they don't show themselves, all of you are dying here today." "Alala, looks like we're going all out. We can't let pirates run rampant like this." Aokiji took a deep breath, his pupils an icy blue, cold surging from him yet again. "Admiral Aokiji, let's do it together. Freeze him completely." Yun Yi flashed with Shuinpa, appearing beside Aokiji, flexing his arm with a small smile. "Well then, I guess it's time I got serious too." Upon Yun Yi's words, the other two paused in surprise. Kaido narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of power coming from Yun Yi. Aokiji raised an eyebrow as well. Did Rear Admiral Yun Yi still have strength left concealed? Suddenly, a wild and violent aura surged from Yun Yi's body. Holding his silver katana level before him, Yun Yi closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into his system panel. At points. More. At points. Higher Rimmer Mastery. 60, 61, 62, 78, 79, 80. Just as his proficiency with Higher Rimuru reached 80, Yun Yi's eyes snapped open. He murmured softly, "Bankai, Daiguren Higher Rimuru." This time, nothing stood in his way. With 80 mastery, at last, Bankai. Suddenly, a powerful chill swept through the air, no less intense than that of Aokiji, originating from Yun Yi and rolling across the battlefield in wave after icy wave. The sky above seemed to answer some unspoken summons. Thick storm clouds closed in, lightning flashed and thunder boomed, and a fierce wind howled through the darkness. Higher Rimuru, master of the elements, now held dominion over the sky itself. As the crystalline sound of spreading ice filled the air, the image of an immense ice dragon arched behind Yun Yi. Its jaws clamped around the silver katana in his hand, and two vast, icy wings enfolded him in a shimmering sphere of frost. Then, with a deep, resounding vibration, the ice wings exploded outward behind him, sending out a surge of chilling wind and crushing force. With a gentle motion of those wings, Yun Yi's figure seemed to defy gravity, rising and floating effortlessly. Behind him, 12 frost petal blooms spun in a mesmerizing, endless dance. Yun Yi looked to Kaido, a calm smile on his lips. "This is one form of my devil fruit, Ice Death God. I call it Daiguren Higher Rimuru." He pointed his sword at Kaido. "Come and fight. Oh ho ho, Ice Death God. So this is the true power of your human fruit, mythical Zoan, Death God form? How exhilarating. Who'd have thought such a fruit could exist in this world?" Kaido grew even more excited. He was a wild, unrestrained soul whose greatest wish was to challenge mighty foes and ignite the fiercest of wars. That was his lifelong pursuit. His ambition to become Pirate King stemmed from his desire to be the mightiest soul to ever conquer the seas. Kaido was born to stand at the top. Talk of fate was nonsense. He scoffed at destiny. No one could truly defeat him. No one. Aokiji watched Yun Yi in awe. The icy aura surging from Yun now was every bit as formidable as his own. It seems a new monster is rising from the navy. Aokiji drew a deep breath, readying himself to fight side by side with Yun Yi. He turned his gaze upon Kaido, cold rising in the air. "Let's give them a battle that will shake the whole world." "Navy," Kaido bellowed, unleashing a torrent of blistering heat as he charged forward. "Thunderbot wa Divida, Dragon Hail Rack." Yun Yi was the first to meet the attack, his sword flickering with crystalline frost as it clashed with Kaido's spiked club. With a thunderous crash, Yun Yi staggered back several steps, while Kaido found himself encased in ice once more. But just like before, it didn't take long for him to shatter the ice and break free. At that moment, Aokiji attacked from another angle, pressing his palm against Kaido's body. Ice Age. Crystals of frost crept swiftly over Kaido, sealing him in ice all over again. You two are really getting on my nerves. Flames coiled around Kaido's body as he smashed through the ice, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at them both. It felt to him as if he were being toyed with. They took turns freezing him, one after another. The battle raged on through the night, the clash echoing across the island. By now, destruction was everywhere. The land was dotted with icebergs and jagged spikes, and massive spears of ice were thrust deep into the ground. Yun Yi's stamina had nearly caught up to theirs, his physique honed by battle, but he still couldn't quite match the endurance of these masters at the peak of their power. He focused on supporting Aokiji as best he could. Yet, even so, Yun Yi was gasping for breath, his strength nearly spent. As for the other two, while they showed signs of fatigue, they could easily fight for another half-day without worry. Millennium Prison of Ice. Yun Yi thrust his sword forward, and a forest of ice pillars erupted, surrounding Kaido and spiraling inward until they snapped shut, sealing him inside a frozen cage. Take this final blow, Kaido. Yun Yi roared, his presence flaring, icy energy surging wild and fierce. He raised his sword skyward, and from its tip, a torrent of freezing power surged straight into the clouds above. His gaze grew cold and merciless as he murmured, "Hundredfold Iceflower Burial." A deep, resonant hum rippled across the sky. The cloud layers began to churn, hiding some terrible force within, and then snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens. Each one was delicate and breathtakingly beautiful, falling gently yet laced with deadly intent. Worororo, so this is your final strike? Very well, let's see what you've got. Kaido's body transformed once more into that of a fearsome dragon, and he opened his jaws to unleash a torrent of scorching breath toward the sky. He could feel danger lurking above the clouds. If so, he would crush it before it could descend. But when his breath struck the clouds, it vanished without a trace, leaving not even a ripple on the surface. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aokiji was gasping for breath as well. He could see that Yun Yi was determined to end this with a single move. With a step, he soared high into the air using Moonwalk, and as frigid energy surged behind him, a swirling sea of ice formed at his back. Assimilation. Awakening. Absolute Zero. World. At this moment, Aokiji erupted with power, altering the very particles of everything around him and transforming it all into blocks of ice. In the next instant, these blocks shattered, dissolving into the purest, most chilling current, a cold so intangible and formless that it was invisible to the naked eye. Yet, if one reached out with their senses, they would be struck by a terrifying presence, bearing the dread of all life being extinguished. Aokiji unleashed this chilling current of death, driving it downward to crash upon Kaido. With this strike, it was as if even time itself could be frozen solid. This cold, Kaido's expression turned grim. Both attacks engulfed vast swathes of the battlefield, leaving him no space to dodge. But dodge? Who were they underestimating? Come then, let me see if your combined assault can truly seal me in ice once and for all. Kaido roared with wild laughter, as torrents of flame surged around his body once more. The blaze compressed and gathered, shaping itself into a suit of dragon-armored fire that wrapped protectively around him. The heat billowed forth in waves, a scorching inferno threatening to burn and melt everything in its path, its intense heat temporarily pushing back the fearsome cold. Yet, it was only the few meters immediately surrounding Kaido that were cleared of the chill. Confronted with the terrifying cold conjured by the combined might of Aokiji and Yun Yi, even the magma of the Red Dog would have been frozen into lifeless volcanic rock. Fire Dragon Torch, Ascending Dragon, Flaming Trigrams. In that moment, Kaido unleashed his full power, his strongest attack erupting forth. The Devil Dragon's body coiled upward, the Flaming Dragon King gathering immense waves of heat, threatening to scorch everything to ash. These flames were so potent they could melt rock in an instant. Even a Logia-type Flame fruit wielder, unless they'd mastered their abilities to the utmost, would struggle to muster such force. Then, as the first snowflake drifted down onto the Flaming Dragon King, it burst apart. A blossom of extreme frost exploding into being, sending waves of numbing cold rippling outward. Not even the fearsome inferno could dispel that bone-chilling cold. each icy flower condensed cold that rivaled the frigid edge of Yunyi's ultimate ice slash. And now, from the sky, 100 such blossoms were falling. Meanwhile, Akiji's cold wave descended, freezing everything in its path, suffocating all traces of life. High in the air, the three assaults collided. This time, there was no deafening crash, no catastrophic shockwave. But had anyone been there, they would have realized, compared to all the chaos unleashed before, it was only now that the true terror of the battlefield emerged. It was a world of bone-chilling silence, a desolate, frozen expanse where no living thing could possibly survive. At the center stood a towering iceberg, its surface adorned with innumerable crystalline blooms. Encased within the iceberg was the fearsome silhouette of the devil dragon. On its face lingered the same arrogance, the same wild insanity, still radiating that oppressive aura worthy of an emperor of the sea. Yet now, Kaido was utterly and completely imprisoned in ice at the heart of the mountain. One of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, defeated. That was truly a brutal battle. Watching Kaido, now completely encased in ice with his life force barely flickering, Kazan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, plopping down casually onto the ground. The battlefield was a scene of devastation. Shards and spikes of ice jutted up toward the sky. An intricately detailed ice dragon coiled nearby, and a massive ice spear lay half-buried, its tips still glinting. But, more astonishing than the destruction, the very weather here had been changed. Perhaps for 100 years or more, the climate of this island was altered forever. What had once been an ordinary patch of land was now transformed into a winter island, though only half of it was truly blanketed in snow and frost. Is this guy really going to freeze to death like this? Yunyi slumped to the ground, not far from Kazan, his whole body aching, every muscle feeling as if it might break apart at any moment. After using Bankai, Yunyi's power had soared to a whole new level. Even if it wasn't the 5, maybe even 10-fold, increase seen in the world of the Shinigami, it was still enough to face Kaido head-on, though it had left him at a slight disadvantage. Of course, that kind of power came at a cost. He was almost completely drained of strength. Well, I can't really answer that one, Kazan replied, scratching his head. I've never seen a freeze of this magnitude before. But then again, this is Kaido we're talking about. It's hard to say for sure. Yeah, he really is a monster, isn't he? Kazan's lips twitched slightly. Monster? Aren't you talking about yourself, too? If you remember correctly, wasn't Vice Admiral Yun not even 20 yet? To have achieved this level of strength at such a young age was nothing short of terrifying. Staring at Kaido, now buried inside an icy mountain, Yun couldn't help but ask, so what do we do with him now? They couldn't just leave Kaido here. If they did, the G7 branch base would forever be on edge, haunted by the fear that Kaido might one day break free from his prison of ice. Kazan winced. We'd better let Fleet Admiral Sengoku decide about this one. With the fight over, all noise from the battlefield finally faded. Those who had retreated to the distant shore at last took notice. The sounds from over there have stopped. Is the battle finished? Who came out on top? For a moment, every Marine stood frozen, hope flickering across their faces. If Admiral Kazan and Vice Admiral Yun had won, all would be well. But if Kaido had triumphed, they would be left completely at a loss. Let's go see for ourselves. Smoker finally spoke up, his body dissolving into white smoke as he dashed toward the battleground. Drake, silent as always, flickered forward with a blur, using Soru to speed ahead. Everyone else exchanged glances before charging after them. There was no point in staying put. If Kazan and Yun had truly won, then they were safe. If Kaido had been the victor, there would have been no escape for them either. The sea surface was now entirely frozen, and the battleships couldn't move an inch. Smoker was the first to arrive, and therefore the first to witness the colossal iceberg towering over the battlefield, with the fearsome demon dragon completely encased within its frozen heart. When he saw this scene, the knot in his stomach finally loosened. It meant that Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Yun had won. One after another, Marines began to arrive. Upon seeing the iceberg at the center of the field, and spotting Kaido imprisoned within, they broke into jubilant cheers. Victory! The Navy had triumphed. Even if most hadn't been directly involved in the battle, the fact that their admiral and vice admiral had defeated one of the 4 emperors was more than enough to boost the Navy's morale to new heights. During this fight, Vice Admiral Yunya's strength had astonished them all. They'd already thought it was incredible when he managed to defeat Jack the Drought, but now he was capable of taking on Yonko. His growth and power was simply astonishing. The Marines took a brief moment to tend to their wounds and count the casualties. Because Kaido had gone straight for Yunyi, and apart from a few unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire, there weren't that many losses. However, the G7 branch base was now utterly unusable. Fortunately, there were no civilians on this island, only the Marine base, otherwise the destruction would have been far graver. It was a small mercy in an otherwise disastrous situation. On a stretch of open ground, Akiji picked up his transponder snail. Regardless of a late hour, he dialed Sengoku. After a few bubbling tones, the call was answered. It was clear Sengoku hadn't been asleep. After all, Sengoku had already heard from the other sailors at G7 about Kaido's assault on the base. You could say that, back at Navy headquarters, nearly all of the top brass were worried sick over the situation. Sengoku's voice came over the line. "Hello? Akiji, is it you? What's the situation over there?" Akiji briefly summarized what had happened. The details would be sent to headquarters in a written report. Even now, Marines were already at work handling the aftermath. A few days later, news of the event had spread. It was an event far too big to keep under wraps. Though Kaido had acted alone, he hadn't bothered to conceal his whereabouts. Many people knew Kaido had made a move this time, and all eyes were on what would happen next. "Dad, come look at this." Marco rushed over to Whitebeard, a newspaper clutched in his hand. Breathless with excitement, he handed the paper over. "Oh, has something happened again? You look like you're in quite a hurry." Whitebeard accepted the newspaper with a calm expression, glanced at the headline, and let out a booming laugh. "So even Kaido has been taken down, huh?" The words again and even came from Whitebeard's mouth. That alone was proof that the seas had seen non-stop major events lately. Morgans was practically laughing himself, breathless. A Quincy shot down a celestial dragon. A Quincy rose as the new king of the underworld. Whitebeard and Big Mom went to war. The Quincy fought Big Mom on the battlefield. A new era of Yonko dawned, and Kaido was defeated. All these earth-shaking events in just a few short months. It's no wonder Whitebeard had such words to say. "Akiji, I can understand, but even a Marine Rear Admiral could pull something off like this," sighed Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, his tone filled with amazement. After all, the Whitebeard pirates had clashed with Kaido before. They knew just what a monstrous man he was, and were all too familiar with his strength. But this? None of them would have guessed Kaido would fall at the hands of the Navy. Whitebeard let out another hearty laugh and said, "But now it's the Navy's headache. Let Kaido go, or lock him up? They can't kill him, that's for sure." Indeed, the Navy had beaten Kaido before, but they never had a way to actually execute him. Not even the sharpest blades could take his head. But this time was different. Ever since Kaido was frozen, there had been no sign of him breaking out, no rumble of escape. It was almost as though he died for good. Even a mountain of ice encasing him was unnaturally hard. Even with Yuni's full strength, he couldn't shatter it, only leave a mark on its surface. "I heard the Navy plans to imprison Kaido and impel down this time," Marco said, pointing to a line in the newspaper. "Oh, the Navy has developed that much backbone." Whitebeard looked over, raising an eyebrow. "Absolute zero? Are the Navy making jokes now?" Marco shook his head slightly. "It's different this time. Looks like Admiral Akiji teamed up with a new Navy rising star, Patino Yuni, to seal Kaido in ice. It's already been days, and Kaido hasn't shown the slightest sign of recovering. 2 top-tier ice users freezing him at once, is it? Guara, this time the Navy really crushed the new Yonko's momentum." Whitebeard burst into laughter again, though there was a hint of gravity in his expression. If even someone like Kaido can't break free from that ice, just how fierce must that cold be? In this world, who else could withstand Akiji and Yuni's combined freezing abilities? The Navy's power had now reached new heights. Meanwhile, within Red-Haired's sphere of influence, on a small island, the red-haired man also held a newspaper in his hand, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. So Mihawk was right after all. Kaido has lost. Even for the red-haired man, it was hard to believe. Could the Navy really be this bold? They actually managed to take down Kaido. But when he considered what might happen after Kaido's fall, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The once stable situation across the seas had been shattered once more. His original intent was simply to maintain peace in the New World for a while, to keep things calm on the seas. He never expected that chaos would return so quickly. What a headache. Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin was also reading the newspaper. Though her lips still curled in a wicked grin, her eyes betrayed a solemn intensity. Mama, it's only been how long since I last saw you, and you've already grown so weak? Kaido, if you go down just like this, you'll truly disappoint me. Kaido. Surrounding her were several of her sons and daughters, all of whom were visibly shaken. Could the beast Kaido, once their mother's equal in fame, really have been defeated? Not far away, Katakuri stood with his eyes closed, his aura subdued. Yet the pressure radiating from him now was far more terrifying than before. A forceful dominance surged within him, so potent even Charlotte Linlin herself struggled to suppress it. It was clear that after a period of rigorous training, Katakuri's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. A man like that was beaten by the Navy in a dimly lit underground chamber in Alabasta. A cigar pointed from his lips. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, read the news, and his pupils narrowed as he muttered. Navy Admiral Akiji teamed up with the Navy's rising star, Patino Yuni, and together at a Navy branch base, they completely sealed away Kaido in ice. Hey, could this all be fake news? Even the immortal man could be defeated? Crocodile's expression darkened and brightened, clearly stunned by what he'd just learned. Dressrosa. Inside the palace, Doflamingo's eyes contracted sharply behind his sunglasses. This news had rocked him to the core. Kaido, who had only recently ascended to the rank of one of the 4 emperors, had been defeated by the Navy in Paradise. He was more than a little shaken. Daffy, this Tory bull beside him was equally dumbstruck, at a rare loss for words. If Kaido had fallen, then their business would inevitably suffer a heavy blow. Doflamingo kept his eyes locked on the newspaper and took a deep breath. Looks like the seas are about to plunge into chaos again. The 4 emperors were barely established, and now one has already been toppled. The Navy, are they trying to reach the heavens? Even Doflamingo was secretly wondering if this was a massive operation orchestrated by the Navy against the pirates. Maybe their true aim was to suppress the newly established balance of the 4 emperors. After all, with the rise of the 4 emperors, the Navy's authority was inevitably overshadowed. Yet, with this incident, who could possibly eclipse the Navy's prestige now? Scenes like this were unfolding everywhere across the seas. Anyone who paid attention to such developments had the same intelligence report laid out on their table, and, without exception, wore expressions of utter astonishment. The only ones displaying a different reaction were the senior members of the Beast Pirates, headquartered in Wano country. At this moment, the group's top 3, known as the Calamities, were gathered in one room, deliberating the matter. Queen the Plague was gnawing on a cigar, his expression clouded. Kaido's been toppled. I think we should disband while we still can. You all know the enemies he's made. Now that he's gone, there's no way we can hold them off alone. Queen looked thoroughly uneasy, suggesting they break up the crew before their enemies came knocking. There was no way they could hold out against them. Of course, it was more talk than intent. He had no plans to actually run. Idiot! Do you even hear yourself? King the Wildfire shot a sharp rebuke at Queen, then said coolly, that man wouldn't fall just like that. All we need to do is maintain order in the crew and keep things steady below. King had unwavering faith in Kaido. He refused to believe that such a man would fall to the Navy. Kaido would surely return in triumph one day. Jack was gripping a newspaper, glaring at a particular name with clenched teeth. Patino Yuni. That bastard. How could he possibly be so powerful? He managed to freeze Boss Kaido? I don't buy it. He'd experienced Yuni's ice powers firsthand. That kind of cold could barely be contained by him. Could it really have sealed their boss? King gave Jack a stern glance and cautioned, never underestimate anyone. Haven't you learned your lesson after what happened last time? Jack paused, then muttered awkwardly, sorry, King. I understand. Jack still held a great deal of respect for these 2 veterans who outranked him. Queen's expression grew more serious. He took a drag from his cigar and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, looks like Orochi started moving again after getting word of this. Orochi had always been Kaido's ally, with the shared goal of destroying Wano country. What he didn't realize, though, was that he'd always just been a pawn in Kaido's game. Orochi was no saint himself. When Kaido was around, he naturally behaved. But now, with Kaido sealed away in ice, Orochi was bound to try and seize every bit of Kaido's holdings in Wano. That would be a staggering fortune. Jean paid no mind to the giant serpent and spoke coolly. Quinn, go over and warn him in a bit. Tell him to behave himself. Quinn gave a slight nod, indicating he understood. Jean turned to the others and said slowly, right now, there's no need for us to start any conflicts with anyone. The war has subsided, and even those other 3 won't be coming to make trouble for us at a time like this. Let's just keep the situation stable and wait for his return. With those words, Jean issued his final command. With Kaido absent, it naturally fell to him, the right hand, to take charge. Given his strength, even without Kaido around, maintaining control was no difficult task. Meanwhile, with Kaido defeated and imprisoned, the land of Wano was roiled by undercurrents. Those who hid in the shadows now felt a glimmer of hope. Yet this hope was quickly and quietly snuffed out once again. Let's turn the clock back to 2 days earlier. So you're the legendary Navy Rising Star, Rear Admiral Patino Yuni? Kizaru, dressed in his yellow suit, sized up Yuni, finally jutting out his lips into an expression so lewd it made anyone uncomfortable. My, how frightening. Admiral Kizu. Yunyi ignored the off-putting look, smiling as he replied, I am Patino Yunyi. Rear Admiral Yunyi, you really are a monster. To be this powerful at your age, you're leagues ahead of us. Kizaru remained as lackadaisical as ever, hands in his pockets, his demeanor distinctly his own as he drawled. I've always heard Zephyr Sensei talking about you. He never stops, saying you're his most promising disciple, and now I can see he was right. After arriving on the scene and seeing Kaido completely frozen over, Kizaru was honestly taken aback. He hadn't expected that Kuzan and Yunyi, just the two of them, could manage to freeze Kaido so completely. Judging by the thickness of the ice, it was truly a shocking feat. Even he found it inconceivable. As one of the admirals himself, Kizaru was at least somewhat familiar with Akiji's strength. He knew Kuzan had the power to take on Kaido one-on-one, so that didn't surprise him. But what he hadn't expected was for Yunyi, a mere rear admiral, to possess such fearsome power as well. Together, these two had managed to seal Kaido away in ice forever. Even if Kizaru himself had come, he doubted he could have achieved this. At most, if he and Akiji fought side by side, they might have defeated Kaido, maybe even driven him away. But to utterly seal him, as Yunyi and Akiji had done, that was beyond his ability. The truth was, Yunyi and Akiji's abilities complemented each other to an unbelievable degree. This was far from a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Admiral Kizaru, your praise is too generous, Yunyi replied, shaking his head with modesty. Compared to you all, I still have a ways to go. Yun meant what he said. Back when he fought Kizaru, that sly old fellow never unleashed any techniques that hinted at awakening. Was it because he didn't know how? Don't be ridiculous. Even the youngest, Kazan, has already awakened his powers. Could the other two really not have reached that level? Impossible. The only explanation is that, when fighting as part of the Quincy, Kizaru simply wasn't going all out. The only reason he put on a show of effort was to give the world government an explanation. If you were expecting this laid-back guy to go all out, you'd be waiting a long time. He hates trouble, so there's no way he'd take a couple of nobodies seriously. No need to be modest. Rear Admiral Yunyi, you're already remarkable. Back when I was your age, I probably hadn't even reached Colonel yet, Kizaru said, lips pursed. At that moment, Akiji approached. He looked at the two and said, let's go. The warship has arrived. It's time for us to head back to headquarters. Rear Admiral Yunyi, you're coming too. It's a direct order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru pouted when he heard that, muttering, Fleet Admiral Sengoku really knows how to put people to work. There goes my vacation. Wouldn't it be nice to swap devil fruits with Kazan? Kizaru thought to himself as he started up the gangway to the warship. Yunyi followed closely behind. After the collision of 3 titans, the G7 branch base was left in ruins. It was unusable for the time being and would have to be rebuilt from scratch. Because of Akiji's awakening, half the island had become a land of winter. Even after reconstruction, it would never be the same as before. And, of course, they would have to transport Kaido back as well. Leaving him here simply wasn't safe. Over at headquarters, after several days of meetings, it was Sengoku who finally made the call. Kaido would be imprisoned and impelled down. In the past, they might have just left him be. After all, Kaido was unstoppable. Even en route to impel down, he'd wake up, break free, and escape. That's right. Even from the start, the Navy had never truly held Kaido and impelled down. He'd always broken loose halfway through. Even executions were done on the spot. Yet Kaido refused to die. But this time, things were different. Kaido had been completely locked in ice, and even after several days, there was still no sign of him breaking free. If they left him here unguarded, the Beast Pirates would catch wind of it and launch a full-scale assault to break Kaido out. Sengoku had considered using Kaido as bait to draw out the rest of the Beast Pirates and crush them once and for all, but after much deliberation, he ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, following the defeat of Kaido, the Navy's reputation had soared. There was no need for another grand incident to boost morale. Secondly, once war breaks out, both sides will suffer heavy losses and casualties. As a fleet admiral, Sengoku still has to consider the bigger picture. Thirdly, if the Navy acts with such fanfare, the other 3 emperors may start to get wary. If they were to join forces, things could become far more troublesome. And Sengoku certainly doesn't want to see the rise of another pirate crew like the Rocks Pirates. After much deliberation and discussion, Sengoku ultimately decided to imprison Kaido. Still, worried about the Beast Pirates launching a full-scale counterattack or the chance that Kaido might break free along the way, Sengoku even ordered Akiji, Kizaru, and Yunyi to guard Kaido together, making absolutely sure he would be delivered safely to Impel Down. Sengoku truly didn't believe that, once Kaido was locked up and impelled down, he could possibly escape. After all, Even criminals as fearsome as the Red Count, Beloric Redfield, the World Destroyer, Burndy World, and the Demon Heir, Douglas Bullet, once imprisoned in the deepest level, could do nothing but obediently stay put. If Golden Lion hadn't had the perfect combination of timing, location, and cunning, he never could have escaped. And even so, he did so at the cost of his own legs. Kaido, no matter how fierce you are, do you really think you can break free? The warship cut through the special route at high speed. After several days, the iceberg encasing the frozen Kaido finally reached Impel Down in the midst of the calm belt. At Impel Down, a special passage was opened, large enough to admit a warship. This channel led straight into the 6th level of the prison. Yunyi, Akiji, and Kazura did not set foot inside. Once the handover was completed, they left. Standing aboard the warship, Kazura looked at Impel Down, lips pursed. So that's it? We're just sending Kaido in like this? Doesn't it feel a bit too easy? Akiji replied, as long as nothing unexpected happens, I'd say our mission is complete. Yunyi was also on deck at this time, gazing in the direction of Impel Down. Deep down, he sensed that Kaido was unlikely to simply disappear into silence, but it was hard to say for sure. He shook his head slightly, then glanced down at his system panel. So, we're heading to Navy headquarters next. Yunyi looked at Akiji and Kizaru. He too had been assigned to the Impel Down mission, and now that it was finished, he needed to report to headquarters as well. As one of the two who defeated Kaido, Yunyi had certainly earned great merit this time. To defeat and capture an emperor, such an accomplishment would surely be enough to promote Yunyi to the rank of Vice Admiral. Akiji nodded. That's right. I wouldn't be surprised if you're promoted after this incident. Maybe even transferred from the G7 branch back here to headquarters. Though Rear Admiral at a branch and Rear Admiral at headquarters share the same rank, the significance they represent is very different. I just wonder whether Yunyi's military rank can rise above Lieutenant General. It's just that Yunyi has been promoted too quickly. Maybe, for some reason, the authorities of the Warring States period might decide not to let Yunyi advance to Lieutenant General. With a pout, Kizaru added, if he really gets promoted to Lieutenant General, that would be something else. A Lieutenant General under 20? Now that's truly terrifying, isn't it? Well, let's hope so. Yunyi, however, didn't much care about whether he was promoted or not. After all, his strength was already plain to see, and no one dared to mess with him. Closing his eyes, Yunyi allowed his consciousness to sink deep into his mind. Back when he and Akiji worked together to defeat Kaido, Yunyi had heard that familiar chime from his system. He'd earned 2,000 achievement points, the highest amount he'd ever received, and that wasn't all. Yunyi also gained a title achievement, Transcendent One. Each time he earned a title, it brought something truly useful. Sometimes it was a special lottery, sometimes an ability like Full Marks or Righteous Remains. This time, Yunyi received a skill called Demon Path Unlock. As the name suggests, it allows him to freely unlock any skill from the demon branch he chooses. In the Demon Path, the higher the skill level, the more devastating the power. Some advanced demon arts can even rival the strength of a Bankai. The only thing it can't do is boost the user's power beyond what a Bankai allows. Yunyi hadn't yet decided which technique to unlock. Preservation arts could be immediately excluded. With Withered Tree Blooms again, he already had just what he needed. As for binding arts, Yunyi hardly ever used them. The only ones that drew his attention were the high-powered, advanced destruction arts. Right now, Yunyi's strongest technique was Thunder Roar Cannon, which was only number 63. There were still many destruction arts above it, each more powerful than the last. Now with this skill in hand, Yunyi's eyes naturally fixed on the highest tier destruction art. That was destruction art number 99, 5 Dragons, Annihilation. Yunyi now had 2,220 achievement points. He'd already unlocked most of the destruction arts. Only those above number 90 remained out of reach. Faced with all this, Yunyi didn't hesitate. He activated Demon Path Unlock immediately. The moment the skill was activated, every icon in the demon branch on his system panel lit up like a constellation. Yunyi's gaze swept upward, focusing on the very topmost icon. Destruction art number 99, 5 Dragons Annihilation. With a thought, Yunyi unlocked 5 Dragons Annihilation without hesitation. He glanced at his system panel. Host, Yunyi. Achievement points, 2,220. / Swordsmanship Proficiency 90. Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, Proficiency 68. Hyorinru, Proficiency 80. Fist, Barehanded Combat, Proficiency 83. Original School Battle Technique, Proficiency 62. Movement, Flash Step, Proficiency 92. Demon Arts, Destructive Art number 4. White Lightning, Proficiency 100. Destructive Art number 33. Azure Flame Crash, Proficiency 100. Destructive Art number 63, Roaring Thunder Cannon, Proficiency 100, Destructive Art number 99, 5 Dragons Annihilation, Proficiency 50, Binding Art number 30, Oral Streak Triple Flash, Proficiency 76. Binding Art number 81, Severed Sky, Proficiency 50, Recovery Art, Withered Wooden Spring, Proficiency 55. Special, Instant Riot, Proficiency 86, Jagai Clone, 0 to 1. Previously, Yin invested a full 1,000 achievement points to upgrade Higher Rimuru to its Bankai. Now, after teaming up to defeat Kaido, he's earned them all back. This was definitely a worthwhile trade. Yin took a moment to look through which Zanpakuto he had unlocked with his 2,220 points. As it turned out, he had awakened a great variety of blades. The only regret being that the most powerful fire type, Ryujin Jaka, still remained inaccessible. Right now, Yin had no intention of unlocking more abilities. He already possessed more than enough options. It seemed wiser to save the points for future upgrades, an ace up his sleeve should he need it. Meanwhile, as Yin made his way toward Navy headquarters, at Impel Down, Warden Magellan strode at the front, leading a group of jailers as they slowly pushed a massive iceberg toward level 6. At that moment, the inmates held on the lowest floor, some of the most notorious criminals alive, all opened their eyes to look over. Oh, a newcomer, is it? Who do we have this time? Someone famous. Haha, how entertaining. How long has it been since someone new was thrown into level 6? Ice, you say? Captured by Aokiji, perhaps? Another one, frozen solid? Level 6 was reserved for the most vicious, infamous criminals, the sort no ordinary person would ever be allowed alongside. Whenever a new inmate arrived, it sparked chatter and curiosity among the prisoners. After all, only those who made headlines across the seas would ever end up here. Even among level 6 inmates, there was a clear pecking order. The true monsters were kept in isolated cells. Douglas Bullet, Bundy Wald, Baroric Redfield, Avalo Pizarro, Katarina Devon, pirate kings and nightmares whose very names once shook the world, each confined alone, away from others. Lively bunch today, aren't you? Magellan's massive form loomed over the prisoners, his gaze glacial as he addressed the rabble in a casual murmur. Fine then, no meals for you today. TCH, sounds like a ruckus. Magellan himself, handling this one? That's a rare treat. Bullet grinned wide, his gaze fixed on the warden. Hey, Venoman, mind telling me, who's inside that iceberg over there? Magellan turned toward the source of the voice, and upon seeing the man, his expression grew grave. Douglas Bullet, you'll understand soon enough. When this guy was first brought in, he gave me quite the shock. With that, Magellan ignored the others and strode up to a massive cage. He pushed the great iceberg that encased Kaido inside, then had hundreds, nearly 1,000, sea stone chains lash around the ice, binding it tight. What? Is that Kaido? Kaido of the Beasts. How could this be possible? As the iceberg was locked into place, a nearby prisoner caught sight of the fearsome dragon sealed within and couldn't help but let out a terrified shriek. That single scream swept through level 6 like wildfire. Every inmate's eyes flared wide, their faces draining of color. Even the luminaries locked away on this floor turned their attention in this direction, drawn by the infamous name, Kaido of the Beasts. Oomph. Having a figure of his stature imprisoned here with the likes of you. Consider yourselves honored. Magellan cast a cold glance across the sea of criminals, letting out a dismissive snort. The other guards, meanwhile, were sweating profusely. The pressure in this place was stifling. Vice Warden Hannibal, careful not to expose a hint of weakness, surveyed the convicts nervously, then stiffened his spine and called out boldly. Did you hear that? Even someone as mighty as Kaido is locked up here. This will go down as one of my greatest achievements when I become warden. Oh no, wait. I think I just let my ambition slip. Halfway through, Hannibal's bravado gave way to comic pretense. Yet no one bothered to pay him any mind. Magellan turned once more toward Kaido's cell. Satisfied to see the iceberg firmly enshrouded in chains, he gave an approving nod and then strode away without another word. He felt suffocated merely staying on this level. None of the prisoners here were to be underestimated. Even bound and sealed, the aura of dominance and murderous intent they exuded was enough to shake the knees of any ordinary person. He had tested that iceberg himself. It was tougher than steel, unafraid of flames. Even the fiercest heat couldn't melt it. Its endurance was truly astonishing. Not even his venom or Shiryu of the Rain Sword could do more than barely scratch the surface. But for an iceberg of that size, such marks were utterly meaningless. If he hadn't personally assured himself of the iceberg's strength, Magellan would never have dared to lock Kaido away on level 6. Only after Magellan departed did the place explode with chaos. No way, are you serious? Did you really see, right? How could a monster like him be frozen solid? Serious? You think I'm blind? Who else in these seas could possibly look like that? Kaido of the Beasts. Isn't he that New World Emperor? That monster? He was defeated? How's that possible? How could a monster like that be beaten? Frozen? Just like the World Destroyer. Huh. He's been frozen solid. Inside, the 6th level, as soon as they learned that the man encased in ice was none other than Kaido of the Beasts, the uproar was instant and overwhelming. These people were all old hands from the Grand Seas. They'd of course heard the legend of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts. What kind of existence was that? He was one of the most formidable pirates to ever sail the seas. And yet, the Navy actually managed to bring him down? Unbelievable. Many in the crowd wore dazed, incredulous expressions. Some even glanced toward another cage, where only the head of Bound Man Bullet, Bundy Wald, remained free amidst the ice. Bundy Wald's gaze was cold and severe as he stared at the others. And when those eyes met theirs, they averted their gaze with a click of the tongue. No one wanted to press that line any further. In the deepest corner, dressed in prison rags and looking weathered by the long years of captivity, there was still a palpable aura of terror and dominance emanating from him. His name was Baerlic Redfield, a legend once counted among the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion. He was back in those days one of the strongest alive. And more than that, he was the only one who, single-handed, could stand shoulder to shoulder with those other legendary pirates. As a man of that caliber, he was well aware of who dominated the seas. Redfield cast his gaze toward the icy mountain, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Is it that undying brat? Did even he fall to the Navy's hands? Back when Redfield reigned, Kaido was already a renowned force in the New World. They called him the Immortal, a monster even Roger and Whitebeard couldn't kill off for good. In another solitary cell, the powerfully built Douglas Bullet was working through push-ups, head low to the ground. The rattling of iron chains suddenly ceased as he stopped, flipped upright, and looked in the direction of the commotion, his voice low and gruff. Kaido of the Beasts? The one not even Roger could kill. Hearing Kaido's name piqued his interest as well. He'd fought that man too. No, Kaido wasn't someone you dealt with lightly. And now, the evil king, Avalo Pizarro, spoke up, his tone heavy. Is the sea out there really that dangerous these days? He, too, once wielded notorious influence, playing with kingdoms like pawns, but compared to giants like Kaido, even he felt a sense of dread. He just hadn't expected that even someone like Kaido would end up here. The Crescent Moon Huntress, Katarina, grinned wide and chimed in. I wonder what the state of things is now. That old man Whitebeard. Wonder if he's finally kicked the bucket. Back in her day, the Golden Lion had been thrown in jail and Roger had surrendered. In the end, only Whitebeard held dominion over the seas. If Whitebeard so wished, he could even become the next pirate king. Setting foot on Laugh Tale was within his reach, yet his ambitions never lay there. He preferred a life of true freedom. Katarina was captured after the great age of pirates had begun. Redfield sat on a step, his hands resting on his knees, eyes closed. His unique form of observation haki spread in the direction of Kaido. After a long moment, he let out a mocking laugh. Looks like he's been completely frozen, his very consciousness locked away in ice. Turning in the direction of Bonnie Wald, Redfield's gaze sharpened. Much like you once were, Bonnie Wald. If it wasn't for the fact he's a Zoan-type awakened user, he'd have been dead for sure by now. I'd hoped to pry some information from him, but seems that hope is lost. Bonnie Wald, too, had once had his mind utterly sealed by ice. However, during the chaos caused by the Golden Lion's prison break, a fragment of the ice encasing Bonnie Wald shattered, exposing his head and allowing him to regain consciousness at last. Combatants of such caliber, no matter how many years they spent entombed in ice, still clung to life with stubborn tenacity. If observation haki won't do the job, let's try something else then. Barrett looked toward Kaido's cell, a wicked grin curling at his lips. A terrifying surge of Conqueror's haki roared toward that cell, pressing down with overwhelming force. The ferocious might of his haki burst out, not only swallowing Kaido's cell, but inevitably sweeping across the others as well. Hey, Barrett, don't go unleashing your Conqueror's haki at random. Who do you think you're trying to intimidate? In another cell, Bonnie Wald, himself encased in ice with only his head exposed, shot him a frosty glare. He'd crossed blades with legends like Roger and Whitebeard before. Surrendering to anyone's was unthinkable. From his body erupted an equally terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki. A thunderous clash resonated as Barrett's haki met Wald's in midair, repelled, unable to reach Kaido's cell. The two haki forces collided, making the entire prison shake with violent tremors. Hey, not again. After all this time locked up, you lot still have energy to spare, one voice called out with a laugh. Yet from within, another storm of Conqueror's Haki erupted. A third wave of Conqueror's Haki joined the storm. With a rasping laugh, another prisoner called, if that's how it is, count me in. A fourth surge of Haki joined the fray. Don't drag me into this chaos. I'm in a foul mood already. A fifth torrent of Conqueror's Haki exploded forth. A sixth, a seventh. Anyone in prison here could never be called weak. Each was fiercely proud, unwilling to kneel before another's will. Those who could wield Conqueror's Haki let it erupt freely. Those who could not simply glared back, cold and unimpressed. The thunder of clashing wills raged on. Madness. The sixth level of the prison had plunged into utter chaos. Chaotic bursts of Conqueror's Haki erupted, making the entire sixth level tremble, and even the chains forged from sea stone quivered in their sockets. The stone tiles on the ground splintered and cracked beneath the collision of multiple surging waves of Haki, interwoven and fierce. Even a massive iceberg that encased Kaido was shaking ever so slightly. Barrett, you really do love creating a scene, don't you? Leadfield looked over at Barrett, whose lips twisted into a frenzied grin, and shook his head with a trace of resignation. But the very next moment, his eyes sharpened, and with a cold snort he said, Hey, do you lot really not know who's in charge here? A deafening, oppressive force crashed down like a thunderclap. Leadfield's Conqueror's Haki swept through the room, subjugating all others instantly. Leadfield, whose name alone stood alongside the three great legendary pirates, was, needless to say, terrifyingly powerful. His overwhelming Haki didn't just dominate the field. It crushed the pulses of every other conqueror in the area, forcing their auras to bow beneath his will. Seeing Leadfield's anger, many immediately fell into line, growing still and wary. Only a handful of truly defiant souls kept their Haki flaring in protest. Old man, are you lecturing me now? Barrett turned to Leadfield, and his tone remained as boldly arrogant as ever. Red Count, you might scare the others, but you don't scare me. Walder's gaze was cold, as though challenging Leadfield's claim to leadership. Why should he accept him as the boss here? We're all condemned men. What makes you think you're any better? If you've got what it takes, get out of here and finish me off. Basking in his moniker of Big Drunk Barrel, Bast Jote stared at Leadfield with twitching nerves and cloudy, unfocused eyes. He'd been too long without a drink, and it made him unstable, half-crazed. Though he lacked a Conqueror's Haki himself, it irked him to know and to see the Red Count act so superior. He might have shown deference in the past, but did Leadfield really believe he ruled the sixth level? Leadfield lifted his head slightly, gaze as keen as a drawn sword. His eyes glinted coldly as a line of killing intent shot straight at Bast Jote, piercing right into the man's mind. A gurgling scream tore from Bast Jote's lips as he collapsed to the ground, chains clattering wildly with the impact. Blood trickled from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, painting a grisly picture. Phew! Just how far gone is Bast Jote? How many times has he provoked Red Count like this already? Katarina couldn't help but sneer as she watched Bast Jote's pitiful form writhe on the floor. Seems like this were nothing new. Other than those who possessed their own formidable Haki or advanced armament Haki, no one could truly resist Leadfield's devastating strike. One after another, they fell exactly as expected. This was the sword pressure of a true great swordsman. Yet, it was not something anyone else could emulate. Leadfield's dominance was entirely his own. Enough, Barrett, Walder, let it go. An old man still wants a decent night's sleep, Leadfield said at last, glancing indifferently at the two who still bristled with Conqueror's Haki. Yet at that very moment, another wave of equally terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged forth from a different direction. Once again, the clashing Haki stirred the air into chaotic, uncontrollable turbulence. That direction, it was coming from Kaido's cell. HM? So he's awake. Barrett glanced over, a ferocious grin curling on his lips. His own overwhelming Haki did not wane. Instead, it intensified, burning fiercer than ever. Even Redfield narrowed his eyes, looking toward Kaido's cell. He let his unique power of observation Haki sweep across, but within his perception, Kaido still hadn't regained consciousness. Redfield grinned, baring his teeth. What's up with that monster's body? He's unleashing Conqueror's Haki without even being awake. Waldo bared his teeth in a twisted smile. That guy. I've always heard about Kaido's reputation as the immortal beast. His body borders on the monstrous. Katarina appraised Kaido's dragon form, a spark of interest flickering in her eyes. Pizarro chimed in, sneering, but even a monster like him is still locked up, isn't he? What good does it do? No one's ever escaped from here, except for the Golden Lion, that is. At the mention of the Golden Lion, many in the crowd had a glint in their eyes. Barrett then turned his gaze toward Redfield, laughing. Old master, If I'm not mistaken, you must have lent the Golden Lion a hand during his breakout, didn't you? Otherwise, he couldn't have cut off his own legs so cleanly. Redfield cast a cool glance at Barrett. Oh, you want to lose your legs too, is that it? I suppose I could help, but you don't have a float fruit. Without your legs, how would you ever escape? And let's not forget, your neck and hands are all bound with sea stone cuffs this time. Back when the Golden Lion made his escape, Redfield had indeed gotten involved. It was only because two of the greatest sword masters struck together that the Golden Lion managed to saw through his legs, even without a blade in hand. At that time, no one had ever broken out of impelled down. The prison guards only locked sea stone shackles around his ankles, with all the other manacles forged from ordinary steel. The moment he broke free of the sea stone, the Golden Lion could use his devil fruit powers again, and thus, his legendary escape unfolded. It's safe to say, if Redfield hadn't stepped in, the Golden Lion would never have pulled it off alone. Furthermore, after his escape, impelled down security tightened to an unimaginable degree. From that day on, all shackles used on devil fruit users were made entirely of sea stone. So now, breaking out of this place is more difficult than ever before, several times harder than it used to be. Barrett curled his lips into a grin. Old man, you're giving me too much credit. I don't have such ideas. But others might. If Kaido ever regains consciousness, do you think he might start thinking about breaking out? He's every bit as crazy as that guy, Golden Lion. He paused for a moment, then continued. Besides, aren't you even a little curious about what the world is like out there now? Even monsters like Kaido have been defeated. Just imagine how exciting the outside world must be now. Hearing Barrett's words, many of the other prisoners couldn't help but show a spark of interest in their eyes. They looked restless, barely able to contain themselves, though no one actually said a word. After all, breaking out of here was anything but easy. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were no pushovers. Did anyone really think they'd just stand by and watch a prison break? Back then, even Golden Lion only made his move while Magellan was away. If Magellan and Shiryu had joined forces at the time, who's to say the Golden Lion would have escaped at all? That's why it's always been said. The only reason Golden Lion succeeded in escaping was because everything lined up just right for him. Wald, meanwhile, burst out laughing. If I had the chance to get out, you can bet I want to go have a look around. The outside world must be wild right now. Is that old geezer Whitebeard still the world's strongest? I've been itching to challenge him for ages. Pizarro sneered in contempt. What's this? Are we circling back to that tired old debate again? Who could possibly break out of this fortress now? Might as well just behave and save your energy for something that actually matters. Katarina let out a cold chuckle. Funny, back when the Golden Lion escaped, that wasn't the expression on your face, Pizarro. At that, Pizarro shot Katarina a look, but stayed silent. Nearby, the hulking figure of San Juan Wolf seemed to have just woken up. He overheard the conversation and offered a simple, earnest grin. If you're really planning a breakout, I can help, you know. Redfield regarded the others with a disdainful snort. With useless fools like you lot, you might as well give up on escaping. With those words, Redfield shut his eyes and said no more. The room fell silent. No one spoke again, and darkness swallowed the 6th level once more, leaving only endless blackness and loneliness. It was as though the subject had truly been put to rest. No one dared mention it again. Yet, in this stillness, the seeds were sown for an event that would soon shake the world. Navy headquarters. After a time spent at sea, the battleship carrying Cloud Knight and the others finally arrived at headquarters. Cloud Knight made a brief report to the fleet admiral in his office, then set off toward the new recruits' training camp. It had been some time since he last visited the recruit training camp. Watching the new cadets hard at work, Yunyi found the experience a bit novel. At this point, he supposed he was considered something like their senior. Yunyi's arrival did not go unnoticed in the camp. As soon as the recruits saw a young man dressed in a naval uniform, a dark cloak draped over his shoulders, they immediately began to whisper among themselves. Hey, someone's coming. Is that a new instructor? Must be, judging by his rank. He looks like a major general. Weren't we told our instructor is a major general? It must be him. He's waiting for us over there. Let's go report in. Convinced that Yunyi was their instructor, the new recruits began making their way toward him. It just so happened to be induction day, and several dozen recruits were gathered, each one handpicked from branch outposts across the 4 seas. Yunyi observed the group approach and noticed that many of them were actually older than himself. Seeing Yunyi up close, the recruits were clearly taken aback. Was he really the major general? He looked so young. Nevertheless, they lined up before him in unison and called out, Instructor! Yunyi hadn't spread out his observation hockey here, so he hadn't caught any of the recruits' earlier conversations. When he suddenly heard their greeting, he was momentarily startled. Well, Yin was just about to explain that he wasn't their instructor when Zifa appeared, unnoticed, at another spot nearby and cleared his throat. Zifa's meaningful cough left no doubt. He was well aware Yunyi was here, and his presence came as no surprise. With a glance, he signaled Yunyi. Yunyi turned his head and caught Zifa's gaze, instantly understanding the message. So, he wants me to instruct them? But I have no idea how to teach. Although the meaning in Zifa's eyes was clear, Yunyi felt entirely unqualified for the role. All right then, yes, I am your instructor. Reluctant but left with no choice under Zifa's watchful eyes, Yunyi put on his best authoritative demeanor. Perhaps you're all top picks from various naval branches, Yunyi said, growing serious. He let a hint of his own presence ripple outward as he spoke in a calm, even tone. But here's something you need to understand. This is Navy headquarters, the very heart of our most elite forces. Anyone who makes it here is a true powerhouse. So set aside your pride, face your own weakness honestly, and prepare yourselves for what lies ahead. Yunyi swept his gaze over the crowd below. Of course, here, the stronger you are, the better the treatment you receive. As long as you're strong enough, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. Today, you can already enter the elite camp. I'm sure all of you have heard about what kind of place the elite camp is. There, you might even have an instructor of vice admiral rank personally teaching you the 6 powers of the Navy and hockey. Upon hearing this, a burly man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes looked up at Yunyi, grinning broadly. Instructor, so what counts as strong enough? Does beating you qualify? This new recruit's look was full of pride, and his tone was thoroughly flippant, as if he didn't take Yunyi the instructor seriously at all. Oh, a troublemaker, huh? So, this is what it was like when Major Keki got challenged by me back in the day. Yunyi realized he was now experiencing the same taste of being defied as Keki once had. Well, how should he put it? There was a strange novelty to it. It was irritating and funny at the same time, but he couldn't really bring himself to be angry. Perhaps this was exactly what Keki had felt back then. The only thing he wondered was, could this fellow in front of him measure up to his own feats back when he was a rookie, fighting the Major Tooth and Nail? Yunyi turned to the recruit and replied calmly, Of course. If you think you can beat me, you're welcome to try. But if you lose, you'll have to pay a price. The recruit squared his shoulders and stared straight at Yunyi. Instructor, and what kind of price would that be? The recruit was called Alex, 22 years old, hailing from the West Blue. Thanks to his outstanding performance at his division base, he had been promoted to the main Marine Headquarters recruit training camp. Alex stood tall before Yunyi, not out of disrespect, but because this instructor looked far too young, perhaps even younger than he was himself. On top of that, Yunyi's build was slim to the point of looking underfed, barely any muscle visible. How could someone like him possibly be that strong? He couldn't believe someone so young truly had any real power. Maybe he just got lucky or had powerful connections within the Marines. Besides, Alex had always been confident in his own strength. Before joining the Marines, he'd been the strongest on his entire island. No one could defeat him. Yunyi smiled. It's simple. If you lose for the next month, your training will be double everyone else's. It was clear to Yunyi that this recruit was no pushover. Like Luniel, he was naturally strong and robust. Having to take on double the training load would be just about perfect for him. Fine, instructor, I accept your terms. Alex's eyes shone with excitement. Back at his former base, he'd heard the commander, who'd never managed to defeat him, talking up the strength of those at headquarters, claiming only there would he truly witness the power of those mighty figures who roamed the seas. That was exactly why he'd come here, with the hope of seeing it for himself. How formidable are the warriors of the open sea? Now that he had the rare chance to challenge a rear admiral at Navy headquarters, he wasn't about to let it slip by. What's more, if he won, he'd get to join the elite camp, a place he'd heard so much about back in West Blue from that base commander who could never best him. If you aspire to true strength, join the elite camp. Well then, let's begin, Yunyi said, glancing at Alex and beckoning him over with a curl of his finger. When Alex saw Yunyi's gesture, that obvious sign of disregard, he let out a cold snort and thought to himself, I'm going to give you a real surprise soon. Sensing that the fight was about to start, the others wisely stepped back, not wanting to get caught up in the crossfire. After all, Alex had joined at the same time as them, and everyone knew just how strong he was. The strongest rookie. That title had always belonged to him. Do you think the instructor is really that powerful? Can he withstand Alex's attacks? He should be able to. After all, he's a rear admiral at headquarters. You can't reach that rank without true strength. In the branch base Alex came from, even the colonel who ran the place couldn't beat him. The gap between colonel and rear admiral can't be that huge, right? I actually think this is going to be a close match, a real clash of equals. I can't wait to see it. The recruits buzzed with excitement, their faces lighting up in anticipation. It reminded them of the time Yun Yi fought Major Keki. They were dying to see a rookie take down a rear admiral. For them, the grander the spectacle, the better. But what none of them expected was that the fight would end only a heartbeat after it began. In the ring, Alex eyed Yun Yi and gave a short, sharp warning. "Instructor, you'd better watch out." With those words, Alex charged straight at Yun Yi, swinging his fist with all his might. Decent speed, Yun Yi thought to himself, making a quick assessment. Then, with a sudden blur of movement, he appeared in front of Alex, and before his opponent could react, Yun Yi snapped his right hand up and flicked Alex full on the forehead. With a thunderous crack, Alex's body was sent flying dozens of meters, carving a long furrow through the ground. Silence. An utter hush settled over the field. Everyone stared in disbelief at Yun Yi, who remained as calm as ever. What just happened? The fight was over in a single move. Some, doubting their own eyes, rubbed them furiously, wondering if it was all just an illusion. But no matter how hard they tried to clear their vision, the result was the same. The moment replayed vividly before them. Their strongest recruit, sent flying by a mere flick from this young instructor. One blow. Alex couldn't even withstand a single attack from the instructor. This is unreal. He's just a rear admiral. Yet he's already this powerful. The new recruits were all in an uproar. What had just happened before their eyes was simply overwhelming. On the other side, Alex, clutching his forehead and howling in pain on the ground, was gripped by an intense fear inside. He struggled to his feet, staring in disbelief at Yun Yi, who remained outwardly calm. Too strong. This instructor was far too powerful. He hadn't even managed to react. All he'd seen was a blur before his eyes. Next thing he knew, a searing pain shot through his forehead, followed by a tremendous force hurling him through the air. Is this what it means to train under the Navy headquarters? Even a rear admiral is this formidable? Remember this. For the next month, your training load will be double what everyone else has, Yun Yi said, then looked around at all the new recruits. Smiling, he went on, "So, does anyone else think they're strong enough? You're welcome to step up. Whether it's a one-on-one match or all of you together, it makes no difference to me." Every single new recruit swallowed nervously. Not one dared move forward. What's the point in fighting anyway? Even their strongest, Alex, had been defeated as if he were nothing. What chance did the rest of them have? No one. If that's the case, listen up. Everyone, start running 100 laps around the field. As for you, 300 laps. And no food until you've finished. Yun Yi gave a soft, dismissive hum and issued his command on the spot. "Yes, instructor." All the recruits answered in unison and set off running. Even Alex, still holding his wounded head, stole a frightened glance at Yun Yi before joining them. Once all the recruits had set off, Yun Yi walked over to Zephyr, smiling as he spoke. "Teacher Zephyr, what do you think? Was that satisfactory?" Zephyr shook his head and chuckled. "You rascal, I asked you to train them, not to give them a show of force." Yun Yi spread his hands. "I couldn't help it. Just brought back memories of my own rookie days. I remember treating my instructor about the same way." Zephyr burst into hearty laughter at that. It was that guy Ketch, wasn't it? He deserved it. Imagine, not even able to handle a fresh recruit. But you're exceptional yourself. In all these years I've run this training camp, it's the first time I've seen anyone like you. Truly extraordinary. Yun Yi's face darkened in embarrassment. What does he mean, anyone like me? That doesn't exactly sound like praise. He asked, "Did you know I'd be coming to the training camp today, Teacher Zephyr?" Zephyr replied with a mild laugh. "If you hadn't come, I'd have come looking for you myself. You come back here and don't even stop by to see this old man. Have you finally outgrown your roots?" "How could I?" Yun Yi replied with a smile. "Once I left Marshal Sengoku, this was my very first stop. Back in the training camp, Zephyr had spared no effort in teaching him, and Yun Yi had always considered Zephyr a respected elder. At least you've still got a conscience." Zephyr roared with laughter, clearly delighted. The two of them chatted casually for a while, and through Zephyr's stories, Yun Yi learned about everything that had been happening at the training camp. Tina, Cheyenne, and Barrygood have already applied for graduation and gone on to take positions at other branches. But Ein, Shuzo, and Binz didn't choose to graduate. Instead, they decided to remain in the training camp. Additionally, through Zephyr's words, he learned that Runjiner, who had joined the Navy alongside him, had entered the elite program and was currently honing his skills in Rokushiki. Yun Yi walked with Zephyr toward the elite camp, and on the way, they ran into Major General Ketch, whom they had met before. Ketch was surprised to see Yun Yi, giving him a once-over before finally blurting out, "So the monster is back, huh?" Ketch had paid some attention to Yun Yi. The boy had, after all, technically been one of his own trainees. After learning about some of Yun Yi's later exploits, even Ketch couldn't help but exclaim, "He must be a monster." Yun Yi felt a little exasperated. Are they all doing this on purpose? Still, He nodded and smiled politely. Hello, Instructor Ketch. It's been a while. Ketch didn't bother with the pleasantries, continuing to scrutinize him up and down. Rear Admiral Yanni, is it true what they're saying? That you joined forces with Admiral Aokiji to freeze Kaido of the Beasts? How strong are you now, really? Zephyr, with a hint of annoyance, cut in. Stronger than you, that's for sure. After all this time, you're still just a Rear Admiral. Ketch gave a sheepish grin. Teacher Zephyr, it's just that things have been extra busy lately. Busy, you know? Zephyr shot Ketch a look and snorted. Busy? Busy with what? Loafing around all day? Do you have any idea today is recruit induction? You're already late. Ketch instantly shrank his neck, inwardly thinking, oh no, I totally forgot. Knowing he'd messed up, he offered meek, yes, Teacher Zephyr, I'll head over right away and whip those rookies into shape. He turned to Yanni as he spoke. Rear Admiral Yanni, if you have time, come have a drink with us sometime. Fellow officers ought to get to know each other, right? All right, Yanni nodded, not refusing the invitation. With that, Ketch waved the two of them, used Soru, and vanished from sight. Zephyr couldn't help shaking his head. That Ketch is simply too lazy. If he weren't, he'd easily be at least a vice admiral by now. Instead, he's picked up all of Garp's bad habits. Back when Ketch was still a lieutenant colonel, he'd followed Garp around for a time. Let's go, Zephyr said as they continued to walk toward the elite camp. I've asked Sengoku to keep you at the training camp for a while. That way, you can help me train those kids for a bit. With Yanni's abilities, taking charge of the elite trainees was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but Zephyr had another purpose in mind. He wanted to teach Yanni the advanced applications of armament hockey. Observation hockey wasn't his specialty, but when it came to advanced armament hockey, Zephyr knew his stuff. Once, Yanni had asked Zephyr about the advanced use of armament hockey, but since Yanni hadn't yet learned hardening at that time, Zephyr hadn't elaborated. Reaching beyond your means is never a good thing. But now that Yunya's strength had been growing by leaps and bounds, it was time to teach him the techniques of advanced armament hockey. Yunya was taken aback, then nodded. All right, Teacher Zephyr, but I might need to return to North Blue for a while. I haven't been back in so long. Once I'm back, we can start. It had already been some time since he left Donzik Island. It was indeed time to make a trip home. Zephyr had no objection. In the Navy, they were entitled to leave. Even the admirals got vacations, let alone others with lower ranks. Especially that guy Garp. He sometimes disappeared for months at a time, with no one able to find him. Not that anyone would ever try to control him. Zephyr said, that works. You haven't been back to North Blue since you joined the Navy, have you? Go ahead and make the trip. Take care of whatever business you need to, and once you're done, come back to the academy. Didn't you mention wanting to learn advanced armament hockey techniques? When you return, I'll teach you. Yin was surprised. He hadn't expected Zephyr to remember this matter. He planned to ask for guidance after some time, so without a second thought, he nodded. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr nodded. Good, then get your things ready. Set off tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Zephyr, Yin made his way to the elite camp, seeking out Luen Jiner, who was busy training. He asked Luen Jiner if he'd like to join him on this trip back to North Blue. Just like Yin, Luen Jiner hadn't returned home since arriving at Navy headquarters. Seeing Yin, his brother who he hadn't met for a long while, Luen Jiner was overjoyed. Now, there was no one in the Navy who didn't know the name of Major Yin. This was the legendary major who, together with Aokiji, defeated one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The whole Navy headquarters had been abuzz with the story for days. Astonishment over Major Yun's name swept through the ranks. But when Luen Jiner heard Yun ask if he wanted to go back together, he thought for a moment and then shook his head. I think I'll stay. I'm still working on mastering the 6 powers. If I left now, I'd fall behind, and I'm not a prodigy like you. Luen Jiner was well aware of Yun's talent. The 6 powers came as naturally to him as eating and drinking. All right then. Yin didn't try to convince him. The decision was his to make. Smiling, he added, just keep working hard. I'll probably be teaching at the elite camp for a while in the future. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. A look of astonishment flashed across Luen Jiner's usually fierce face. You? Coming to the camp as an instructor? What's wrong? Is that a problem? It's not that. It's just a bit surprising, that's all. What are you so surprised about? It's just such a waste. Fine. After exchanging a few brief words with Luen Jiner and some other old classmates, Yin returned to his own quarters. The next day, Yin boarded a warship and set off for the North Sea. Sometime later, Yin arrived at the North Sea without incident. By now, there weren't many people left in the paradise who could be a real threat to Yin. The journey was smooth and uneventful. There was only one reckless pirate crew who actually tried to attack his warship, but he split their ship clean in two with a single stroke of his sword. North Sea, Dongzik Island. Gazing at Dongzik Island in the distance, Yin felt a surge of complex emotions. It's been over a year since I came to this world. hasn't it? Huh. When you put it that way, I've been in the Navy for 8 months already. Yunyi mused to himself, marveling at how swiftly time passed. On board the warship, a lieutenant colonel approached Yunyi respectfully and reported, Rear Admiral Yunyi, ahead of us is the P-5 branch base on Dongzike Island. This lieutenant colonel admired Yunyi tremendously. After all, this was a man who could go toe-to-toe with the 4 emperors. Yunyi similait faintly. I know. That's my hometown. Ah. The lieutenant colonel blinked in surprise. It's your hometown, Rear Admiral? Let's go. Yunyi nodded and strode on ahead. Yes, right away. The lieutenant colonel hurried after him. At that moment, at Dongzike Island's harbor, some Navy personnel were already awaiting their arrival at the dock. Base Commander Yara of the P-5 branch stood tall and straight, eyes fixed on the approaching warship. They'd received orders that someone of great importance was arriving at their base, and that they were to give him a proper welcome and be sure not to show any disrespect. Yara was a bit astonished. Just who was this big shot to have the Navy headquarters message them directly and instruct them to treat him with such respect? His curiosity was thoroughly piqued. As the warship docked, Yunyi strode down in his Navy uniform, cap perched on his head and a cloak billowing from his shoulders. His presence was regal, his step commanding. He radiated a natural, awe-inspiring authority. Seeing his former commanding officer up ahead, Yunyi broke into a smile. It's been a long time, Commander Yara. You're Patino Yunyi? Yara recognized his face at last and was utterly stunned. Then, catching sight of the epaulets on Yunyi's cloak, he could hardly keep his jaw from dropping. You're a Rear Admiral? He was, of course, aware of a Rear Admiral who had fought alongside an Admiral and defeated Kaido, but he didn't know the details of something of that scale. Here in the 4 Seas, unless you had access to a special information network, you could only keep up with world events through the newspaper. Besides, even if he had seen that the Rear Admiral who defeated Kaido was named Patino Yunyi, he probably would have just taken it for someone with the same name. After all, how long has it been since Yunyi joined the Navy? Yet he's already risen from a rookie to someone capable of defeating an Emperor of the Sea? Come on, nobody in their right mind would believe something that outrageous. But at this very moment, looking at Yunyi, at his Major General's insignia, it was as if a possibility suddenly occurred to him. You're Patino Yunyi? The one who defeated Kaido? Yala gasped, feeling as though the whole scene before him was unreal. Yunyi corrected him. I took him down together with an admiral. But if you're talking about that incident, yes, that was me. Yunyi just smiled, as if he didn't see what was so astonishing about it. In fact, he felt a strange, inexplicable emotion, an odd sense of coming home with fame and honor. How peculiar. You all go and rest at the branch base with Colonel Yala. There's no need to follow me any further, Yunyi said to his subordinates, then turned to Yala. Colonel Yala, I'm heading back to the village for a bit. Yala was still reeling from shock, but he managed to compose himself, saying, Why yes, Officer Yunyi. No need for such formality, Colonel Yala. Just call me by my name. All right, Major General Yunyi. Yala didn't use the word officer again, but he still didn't dare address Yunyi directly by his name, tacking on a rank at the end. Yunyi didn't mind. He waved his hand and said, All right, I'll be heading out then. And with that, Yunyi vanished in a flash, using his instantaneous movement technique. So fast, he disappeared before you could even blink. Yala swallowed hard, trying to steady his racing heart. He turned to the lieutenant colonel and others who'd accompanied him and said, All right, everyone, please come in and rest at the base. We've already prepared food. Thank you for the hospitality, Colonel Yunyi, the lieutenant colonel replied with a nod, following Yala inside. Meanwhile, Yunyi hurried toward the village on his own. The small village was just as he remembered it, unchanged since the day he'd left. When Yunyi returned, the villagers were, of course, both surprised and overjoyed to see him. Especially little Ya. She nearly leaped right into his arms. Big brother Yunyi, you're finally back. Little Ya had grown taller, but she was still a little bundle of energy, clinging happily to Yunyi's arm. Laughing, Yunyi flicked her forehead and said, You mischievous little rascal. The old village chief chimed in as well. Huh. Yunyi, you rascal. Hasn't it been half a year since you left? Not even a word from you all this time. Ever since he left for Navy headquarters, it had been about that long. Well, I'm back now, aren't I? Yunyi replied with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Chief, you're still as hearty as ever, I see. Haha, I'm doing all right, still alive and kicking for now. The old village chief let out a hearty laugh, then continued. How long are you staying this time? Yunyi replied, Just a few days, I'll be heading out again soon. I came back this time to visit the village and see how everyone is doing. Is Uncle Ahan around? The old village chief said, Don't worry. Thanks to your request, the Navy's been looking after us. Our lives are much better than before. As for that rascal Ahan, he's out at sea again. That boy just can't sit still. That's good to hear, Yunyi said with a smile, and finally turned his gaze to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you still remember what I told you before, don't you? Yunyi's return to Dongzike Island wasn't just for a visit. He had another purpose, to help heal Xiaoya's injuries. Xiaoya looked surprised. You mean the scars on my body? At this moment, faded scratches could still be seen on Xiaoya's face. Although they were just a few shallow lines, they still marred her appearance a little. But truth be told, Xiaoya didn't really mind them. Thanks to Yunyi's support, even though Xiaoya had only one arm, her life had been good, much easier than before, when every day felt like a struggle for survival. Yunyi nodded with a gentle smile. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, Yunyi pointed with his right hand, and a soft, radiant glow enveloped Xiaoya. That tickles, Xiaoya giggled, feeling a tingling sensation across her face. It was as if something was flaking away from her skin. She wiped her face with her hand, and a few bits of dead skin fell away. When she touched her face again, the scars had vanished, replaced by soft, fresh skin. Wow, look, Xiaoya's face is all healed. That's amazing. Is that one of those magical abilities again? Yunyi's really gotten stronger. Those gathered around watched in astonishment. They had no idea what Yunyi had experienced outside, nor did they recognize the rank on his shoulder. To them, Yunyi was still just an ordinary sailor. So when they witnessed this scene, just like the first time they saw Yunyi walk on air, it seemed nothing short of miraculous. They simply couldn't comprehend such strength, and Yunyi didn't bother to explain. Now, without her scars, Xiaoya looked even cuter, a perfect little doll. But her arm still showed no sign of regrowing. Is it really impossible to regenerate a lost limb? Yunyi stroked his chin in thought. It wasn't a matter of skill, but rather that his spring from withered branches ability had yet to reach the level where it could restore lost limbs. Wow, Xiaoya, you become so beautiful. Thank you, brother Yunyi. Xiaoya picked up a mirror, and the moment she caught sight of her own reflection, she gasped in delight, hugging Yunyi's arm even tighter. Inside, she was overflowing with gratitude. Yunyi smiled, gently rubbing her little head. But unfortunately, your brother still can't heal your arm for you just yet. Don't worry though, one day, we'll find a way. He had already started thinking of solutions. Perhaps he could chance upon some astonishing healing power, like those found in the world of Soul Reapers. Maybe it could be the Shunrika, the power wielded by the heroine Orihime in Inoue. Or maybe it would be the advanced technology from the world of pirates, such as the genetic engineering of the Vinsmoke family. There was also the healing fruit possessed by the tiny princess of Dressrosa. Any of these might just be the key to curing Xiaoya's arm. It wasn't that Yunyi hadn't thought of such things before. He just hadn't found the right moment. But now, he already had a plan. If his own healing skills didn't work, he'd seek out the Vinsmoke family. And if their technology failed, he'd use his Quincy connections to search for the healing fruit. All in all, Xiaoya's arm was something Yunyi had always cared deeply about. If not for Xiaoya, he would have starved to death on that island long ago. There would be no Quincy, no Marine Rear Admiral, no Yunyi commanding storms today. It was a debt of life, and Yunyi would never forget. He would never forget the help he received from the islanders, either. That's why he spared no effort in helping the villagers. It's all right. Things are already so much better now. Xiaoya's smile grew even brighter. To be cared for like this was a truly wonderful feeling. The others smiled warmly at this touching scene. The two weren't siblings by blood, but their bond was even stronger than family. That was the beauty of this little village. No scheming, no strife, just peace and harmony. For Yunyi, this place was truly home. Suddenly, Xiaoya seemed to make up her mind. She looked up at Yunyi and spoke with determination. Brother Yunyi, when I grow up, I want to be a Marine, just like you. Yunyi was taken aback and hesitated, wanting to refuse. The world was far too dangerous. But as he looked at Xiaoya's resolute little face, his words caught in his throat. In the end, he could only pat her head and say, if that's what you want, then I'll support you. But you have to wait until you're grown up, all right? Xiaoya nodded eagerly. Over the following days, Yunyi pretended to remain in the village, when in fact he had already left East Zeke Island. He took out a piece of Vivre card, following the trail in a certain direction. This Vivre card belonged to Vinsmoke Reiju. During a past battle, Yunyi had cut off a sliver of her fingernail and, later, used it to craft this paper. The process of making life paper isn't difficult, and with a bit of searching, one can easily find someone skilled in this craft. Not only did Yunyi from the Navy possess life paper, but even the Quincy had it in their hands. Relying on the life paper, Yunyi soon tracked down traces of the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family had no permanent homeland and drifted from place to place, making them relatively troublesome to find. Fortunately, they had not yet left the North Blue during this period. Had they done so, the search would have been even more arduous. Because one's true form cannot be altered, Yun Yi wore a Quincy-style mask over his face. And why did he have one, you ask? With Yun Yi's caution, of course he had a spare ready. Leaping aboard the Vinsmoke family's flagship, Yun Yi looked calmly upon the soldiers who eyed him warily. He spoke in a flat tone. "Where is Vinsmoke, Judge? Tell him to come meet me." Not all among the Vinsmoke family were clone soldiers. There were other types of soldiers among them as well. Q Quincy. Enemy attack. All hands, be alert. It's the Quincy. The moment they saw Yun Yi wearing that mask, a jolt ran through their hearts, and panic instantly broke out. They didn't know what relationship, if any, the Quincy had with the Vinsmoke family. Judge certainly never mentioned it to them. Still, they had heard a few things about the Quincy. After all, their name was legendary throughout the New World. But why arrive at a time like this? Was this an attack against their family? Panic seized them. They raised their weapons, watching Yun Yi with intense suspicion. Aboard the flagship, all of the Vinsmoke family's key members were present, so naturally nothing could escape their notice. What's going on here? Seeing the chaos, Ichiji, who was the closest, darkened his expression and strode quickly toward them. He thought some fool was looking for trouble aboard the Vinsmoke family's ship, which was not unheard of. There were always reckless pirates who never learned their lesson. However, when he recognized Yun Yi behind the mask, his face changed dramatically. Without knowing why, a surge of fear welled up uncontrollably inside him. The memory of their previous, overwhelming defeat flashed before his eyes, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. But he quickly forced down his fear. Spotting the soldiers below aiming their guns at Yun Yi, he broke out in a nervous sweat and quickly shouted, "What do you all think you're doing? Put those down now." After roaring at the soldiers, he bowed his head respectfully to Yun Yi. "My lord, please forgive them. They did not know your identity." After awakening, his father had pulled him aside to reveal a hard truth. The Vinsmoke family had been thoroughly subdued by the Quincy. At first, he felt deeply resistant to this fate. But in time, as news of the Quincy's many feats filtered in, even the Vinsmokes came to terms with their new reality. So what if I can't let it go? That's a person who can go head-to-head with the Big Mom herself. If we don't behave, the Vinsmoke family could be wiped out all over again. Now that he's regained his composure, he's well aware of how grave the situation is. That's why he chooses to show such utmost respect at this moment. Oh, an emotional fluctuation. Yun Yi was still a little surprised. He hadn't expected that, after everything, Judge hadn't remodified his sons and daughter. Though the doubt lingered in his mind, Yun Yi turned to Ichiji and said calmly, "It's fine. Where is Judge? I'll go inform father right away." Ichiji still kept his head bowed, and after replying, tried to take his leave. But just then, before Yun Yi could say another word, from another corner, Vinsmoke Judge came running over, drenched in sweat. He hurried before Yun Yi, his demeanor deferential, and said in haste, "My lord, I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive us." He'd been shocked to hear that the Quincy had come knocking. Alarmed, he'd rushed over at once. Never had he expected the Quincy would show up here at this moment. Weren't they supposed to be on Tsukio Island in the New World? When did they sneak into the North Blue? He'd once wondered if he should betray the Quincy, but the power they displayed again and again struck terror in his heart and swiftly crushed such thoughts. Beings like them, he couldn't afford to offend. The man before him, at the very first glance, Judge could be certain, this was the Quincy themselves. That overwhelming presence was no illusion. At that moment, Reiju also hurried over. She bowed respectfully to Yun Yi, "My lord." Niji and Yanji, too, had heard the commotion and rushed over as well. Upon seeing the masked Quincy, they instinctively prepared to defend themselves. But after a stern rebuke from Judge, they lowered their heads obediently, "My lord." No need for such formality. Yun Yi waved his hand, not wanting to waste more time on pleasantries. He went straight to the point. "I'm here for something in particular." Yun Yi stated his purpose plainly. Cloning technology? Judge froze for a brief moment. He hadn't expected the Quincy to seek him out over this matter. He quickly responded, "Of course, my lord. The laboratory is this way." With that, Yun Yi followed him. Behind them, the assembled four Vinsmoke siblings exchanged silent, uneasy glances as they watched Yun Yi's retreating back. As they walked, Yun Yi remarked, "I thought you'd wipe their emotions again. Seems my previous words actually got through to you." Judge paused, then let out a bitter laugh. "Maybe I was wrong before." This admission took Yun Yi slightly by surprise. He nodded. "I see you've not yet reached the point of no return." Judge shook his head. "Maybe you're right, my lord. I shouldn't have tried to mold them. Of course, every situation has its pros and cons. It all depends on how you look at it. What I say isn't necessarily the absolute truth," Yun Yi said. In truth, Yun Yi had said those words earlier mainly to shake Judge's resolve. He knew well the art of psychological tactics. He just hadn't expected Judge to take his words so seriously, but Yun Yi didn't mind either way. After all, This world was nothing like the fictional one from his previous life. It truly existed, with its own reality. So, even if events didn't follow the storyline of the original work, that was perfectly normal. Besides, no one could claim that Judge's methods were outright wrong. Eliminating emotions, in some circumstances, could actually be quite practical. The idea of fearless super soldiers was daunting, to say the least. But from Yunye's perspective, such a method of erasing emotions seemed foolish. It would severely limit their potential. For those who sought true strength, this wasn't much use. Unless Judge could mass-produce super soldiers like the Vinsmoke quadruplets. Otherwise, it was hardly effective. Ordinary clone soldiers were easy enough to make, but ones like the Vinsmoke siblings still needed time and experience to mature. Judge said, "I've already made up my mind. I'll let them grow on their own from now on. I won't interfere in their actions anymore." Yunye pondered for a moment before responding. "If that's the case, you can begin teaching them the Haki of armament and observation. With their superhuman constitutions, they're more than ready to start training, even at their current age." Even in the future, no one in the Vinsmoke family had ever used armament Haki. Was it because they couldn't? No, it was simply that they saw no need for it. They already possessed advanced technology for offense, and their iron bodies were no joke for defense. So, in their eyes, there was little reason to bother. Another reason was that in the Blue Seas, they rarely encountered truly formidable opponents, so the idea of mastering Haki gradually lost its appeal. Haki of armament and observation, huh? Judge was certainly aware of what Haki was, so when Yunye brought it up, he took a moment to consider. "I've actually thought about that myself, but all my research has been in the realm of science. My understanding of Haki isn't all that deep." Judge knew about Haki, but he himself couldn't use it. After all, he'd always been a scientist. Fighting had never been his strong suit. It was only after acquiring technological weapons that he bothered to learn some combat techniques. Still, compared to his colleague, he was much weaker. The other man was, after all, one of the 3 top disasters of the Beast Pirates. As Yunye walked, he said, "My future opponents will all be monsters from the New World. If my subordinate forces can't master Haki, that simply won't do. I'll make the necessary arrangements. For now, I'll organize a guide on how to train both types of Haki. Just as the Nightshade Killers organization is now training in the use of dual-color Haki, Yunye expects the same from his subordinates. Given the kinds of monsters they'll face in the New World, lacking dual-color Haki simply isn't an option. Besides, the 4 Vinsmoke sons are all gifted and full of potential. If they can master dual-color Haki, they'll undoubtedly become major assets for him in the future." "I understand, my lord," Judge replied with a nod. He did not refuse. Indeed, this was clearly a great benefit for the Vinsmoke family as well. From Yunye, he came to truly appreciate the importance of top-tier combat power. His ambition remained unchanged, to dominate the entirety of the North Blue. And with Yunye's support, perhaps that goal would be far more attainable. Soon, the two of them arrived at a laboratory. Yunye was no expert in advanced technology, so he simply handed a vial of Xiaoya's blood over to Judge and explained the situation. "Just a cloned arm?" Judge mused, holding the blood sample. "That's not difficult at all. In fact, it's really quite straightforward and won't take much time." He didn't press further. When dealing with people of Yunye's stature, the less one asks, the safer it is. Judge's mastery of biotechnology was indeed impressive. He made a few quick adjustments to the instruments, dripped the blood into another dropper filled with green liquid, and before long, a small nub of flesh began to form. He placed this budding tissue into a petri dish for accelerated growth. Once everything was prepared, Judge turned and said, "My lord, it will only take a single day to finish cloning an arm." This was customized to Yunye's specifications. Cloning a complete soldier might take some time, but just an arm? That was a simple matter. The only challenge was ensuring the clone's age matched what was needed, which could be tricky. Fortunately, this was Judge's specialty, so it was soon under control. Not fully versed in the science, Yunye inquired, "There shouldn't be any side effects, right?" Judge shook his head. "As long as the adaptation period is managed, there won't be any side effects. However, it's vital to have a highly skilled surgeon perform the operation to attach it. If the connection isn't perfect, there could be lasting complications." "You don't need to worry about that. I'll handle it," Yunye replied, glancing at the tiny growth in the dish with indifference. For that particular problem, his own abilities were a better solution, possibly even surpassing the most talented doctors. Hearing this, Judge said nothing more. He declined Judge's invitation to dine together. After all, he couldn't risk anyone seeing his face, and returned to the room Judge had prepared for him. The following day, Yunye stood atop the flagship's highest point, gazing out across the endless sea. Just then, Reiju approached, bowing respectfully. "My lord." Yunye turned to look at her, his expression calm. What brings you here? Reiju looked toward Yunyi and asked, Sir, are you leaving now? Yunyi nodded. Once everything here is taken care of, I'll be on my way. There are still many matters waiting for me to resolve in the new world. After leaving this place, Yunyi planned to make a quick trip back to Donzik Island to cure Xiaoya. After that, he'd return to Navy headquarters, where he would serve as an instructor for a period. And, rumor had it, he might even be up for a promotion. The joint effort to defeat Kaido had earned him considerable merit, enough for Yunyi to advance to the rank of Vice Admiral. A Vice Admiral? A 20-year-old Vice Admiral. Now, that was truly astonishing. Yet Yunyi himself cared little about military rank. His eagerness to return to headquarters came from his desire to study advanced forms of armament hockey. That was what truly mattered to him. Just then, Judge also approached, handing Yunyi a petri dish. Judge said, Sir, it's finished. Yunyi took the petri dish, glanced inside, and then looked at Judge. Remain on standby. If anything comes up, I'll contact you through the Den Mushi. With that, Yunyi's form flickered. The very next instant, he vanished from sight. Previously, Yunyi didn't have a way to contact the Vinsmoke family, which made finding them quite troublesome. But now that he had the Den Mushi, it would be a simple matter to reach out to them in the future. Most likely, next time they met would be somewhere in the New World. As for when he'd make use of their power, that would depend on his future plans. They were his card to play against Charlotte Linlin, and unless Yunyi was ready to move against her, this card would remain hidden. Yunyi came and went with the swiftness of the wind. All that was left behind were the members of the Vinsmoke family, exchanging bewildered glances. Ichiji turned to his father. Father, what exactly did he come here for? And that arm of his? Judge shook his head. Don't ask too much. That's not for us to know. At least he's gone now. Didn't you all notice how overwhelming his presence has gotten? Reiju watched as Yunyi's small boat sailed away, letting out a sigh of relief herself. Standing in Yunyi's presence always felt like a tremendous burden. And it wasn't just Reiju. Everyone felt the same. Yunyi had once been like a dark lord looming over them, imprinting deep psychological fears. His recent feats had only added to the pressure they felt. In his presence, none of them dared even to breathe too loudly. Niji, too, breathed easier and turned to Judge. Old man, did he leave any instructions for us? Since Judge's transformation, his children had gradually stopped resenting him. Nowadays, they might even joke and act more like a real family. Reiju even felt a hint of gratitude toward Yunyi. It was Yunyi who inspired their father to change, so that cold, distant feeling was gone. Judge shook his head slightly. The Lord hasn't given us any instructions. He said that when he needs us, he'll inform us himself. Yanji sounded a bit disappointed. What? I wanted to go see the Lord's territory. A whole new world out there. I'd love to set foot on it someday. With a sidelong glance, Judge replied to Yanji, the Lord said you're all to focus on learning the use of advanced hockey. Once you master it, you'll definitely have the chance to head to the new world. Training? Advanced hockey? I don't see what's so great about that, Yanji protested, eyes wide as he looked at Judge. Judge just snorted. The Lord said that mastering hockey is essential for the strong. Until you've learned both forms, none of you are stepping outside this place. What? Come on, Dad, you can't do this to us. Watching the others jest and fool around, Judge allowed himself the faintest smile. Perhaps this feeling wasn't so bad after all. Unbidden, his thoughts wandered to his other son, Sanji. Whatever those thoughts were, Judge only gave a slight shake of his head and let out a quiet sigh. Back on Donzik Island, after Yunyi had healed Xiaoya with Way of Return, he gave her a few simple instructions. Once that was done, he bid farewell to the villagers and boarded a warship, setting sail for naval headquarters once more. After another stretch at sea, Yunyi finally returned to headquarters. The very next day, Sengoku hosted a grand ceremony for Yunyi, officially announcing his promotion to Vice Admiral. A few days later, the news spread to every corner of the world through the newspapers. A 20-year-old Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. This astonished almost everyone. But upon learning this was the very man who had joined Akiji to defeat Kaido, the legendary Rear Admiral. They were filled with understanding. One after another, people marveled at the Navy's endless stream of talent. In the training camp, Yunyi, following Zephyr's request, had become an instructor in the elite training unit. It was early morning, and already some were hard at work on the training grounds. As an instructor, Yunyi was teaching the elite trainees the techniques of the Six Powers. This was a new class, not among Yunyi's former peers, and in fact, many were even older than he was. The Navy's Six Powers is an exceptionally powerful set of techniques. Once truly mastered, these can evolve into all sorts of unique skills, Yunyi explained confidently before the entire elite class. Yunyi never feared the spotlight. The sheer presence he exuded could make these trainees visibly shiver. Shave is a technique where you generate explosive recoil by pounding the ground at high speed dozens of times in an instant, enabling rapid movement. Just like this. As he spoke, Yanni demonstrated. He vanished from his spot and reappeared on the other side in a blink. He went on, "However, I'm not really an expert in using the 6 powers of the Navy, so I can't show you any of the advanced moves that come after. This one here is finger gun." Afterward, Yanni explained each technique in detail. Even though he wasn't particularly skilled in the Navy's 6 powers and had only mastered the basics, he was still more than capable of teaching the techniques to others. Once he'd finished explaining all 6 techniques, Yanni stepped back and let them practice on their own. Suddenly, a young man who looked about Yanni's age stepped forward and asked, "Instructor, I'd like to know, are iron body and paper art in the 6 powers the prototypes for armament and observation hockey?" Through Yanni's explanations, along with his own understanding, he felt as if he'd stumbled into a whole new world, suspecting there might be some sort of connection between these techniques. Yanni smiled at the question. "That's a good insight, but unfortunately, there isn't a direct link between them. But then again, maybe there is. You could say they complement each other. Both are ways of training the body. One is about mastering techniques. The other is about harnessing the power within. But one thing is for sure. Once you've mastered the 6 powers, your chances of awakening the 2 types of hockey increase. So keep working at it." Many listeners suddenly saw things in a new light after Yanni's explanation. Indeed, both types of strength require a sturdy body as their foundation. The difference is that one focuses more on technique, while the other taps into internal power, but both tie back to physical strength. The young man spoke up again. "Instructor, could you tell me what it takes to become a true powerhouse of the seas?" "Yeah, instructor, I'm really curious about that too. You've crossed paths with some of the strongest on the sea, haven't you, instructor? Could you tell us about it?" Chatter started up all around, with trainees eager to ask their questions. They were all rookies with little experience out on real missions, and they were truly fascinated by the idea of becoming strong on the sea. What did it take to be regarded as one of the mighty? To these new recruits, this was a subject of great interest. Yanni paused for a moment before speaking thoughtfully. It's hard to define exactly what makes someone a powerhouse. Some have incredible devil fruit abilities. Some are unrivaled in physical strength. Some possess overwhelming hockey. Others master the sword. As long as you hone any one of these aspects to a certain level, you can be called strong. But the ones who truly stand at the summit have refined at least one of these to absolute perfection. And such people are rare indeed on the ocean, he said. Absolute perfection? What do you mean by that? Is there really such a thing as the pinnacle of strength? The trainees grew even more puzzled. It was the first time they'd ever heard anyone speak of power in this way. It felt almost unbelievable. Who knew there was such a concept? Yanni then explained, the pinnacle of strength. Let me put it this way. For devil fruits, it means awakening their full potential. For physical prowess, it's becoming a monster on the level of Kaido or Big Mom. The 4 Emperors, for hockey, it's mastering advanced forms of armament and observation. For swordsmanship, it's achieving the rank of a great swordsman. But there's one more, something that can't be acquired just by training. That's Conqueror's Haki infusion. The prerequisite is possessing Conqueror's Haki itself, something that can't be forced. As long as you master even one of these to the highest level, you'll be considered a true powerhouse in the new world. A wave of realization swept over the room. A few gasps betrayed their astonishment. That's actually a thing? How terrifying. One of the trainees pressed on. Instructor, could you tell us about those 4 emperors? Do they each have a particular ability they've taken to the very extreme? Compared to an admiral, are they stronger or weaker? Yanni replied, powerhouses of the 4 emperors level don't just hone one ability. They've pushed 2, 3, sometimes even 4 different powers to their absolute peak. The moment Yanni said this, all the trainees couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Mastering just one of those powers would make you a force to be reckoned with. But the 4 emperors, some of them had mastered 3 or even 4. That was simply terrifying. And as for who was stronger, Yanni could only shake his head. In his previous life, not even heated debates could settle that question. So he answered honestly, when it comes to battle, there's no such thing as absolute strength. Victory or defeat depends on how things play out in the moment. So, even I can't say whether the admirals or the 4 emperors are stronger. I see. Disappointment lingered among the trainees. They weren't happy with such an uncertain answer. Yanni shook his head with a smile. That's just how this world is. Being strong doesn't guarantee victory. Even Whitebeard himself never dared claim he'd win every battle. So don't get ahead of yourselves. Focus on forging your bodies and perfecting the 6 powers of the Navy. That's the real shortcut to becoming strong. One young man caught sight of the long sword at Yanni's waist and asked, curiosity shining in his eyes, Instructor, what about your own strength? They had no idea that the man before them was the legendary Rear Admiral. Well, the legendary Vice Admiral, Yunyi. So they asked the question in all innocence. The others stared eagerly too. There was something about the aura of this new instructor that was extraordinary. He definitely didn't seem like an ordinary man. Since Yunyi wasn't wearing his epaulets, none of the trainees knew he actually held the rank of Vice Admiral. Naturally, they didn't connect him to the legendary Vice Admiral Patino Yunyi. Me? Yunyi shook his head a little, answering modestly. I'm just average, not particularly strong. Modesty is a noble virtue, and Yunyi certainly lived up to it. Someone else asked, Instructor, I see you've got a sword at your waist. Are you a swordsman? Yes, I am. My abilities all center around the sword, Yunyi replied. A student glanced at Yunyi and suggested, Then, Instructor, could you show us some of your sword techniques? I'm a swordsman too, but I feel like I've hit a bottleneck. This student also had a finely crafted steel sword at his side. Yunyi Simideth. With a swift motion, he drew the slender silver blade from his waist and, aiming at an iron rake in the distance, unleashed a precise slash. The silver arc sliced through the air, and with a flash, the sturdy iron rake was split neatly in two. That was a flying slash? So you're actually a sword master, instructor. Incredible. I couldn't even scratch that iron rake, but the instructor just waved his sword in. The whole class was stunned, left speechless by Yunyi's display. This young instructor was truly formidable. Finally, Yunyi explained, swordsmanship is something you must grasp on your own. Unlike the Rokushiki techniques, which you can master through diligent practice, to reach true skill with the sword, you need insight. The students all nodded in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. To them, seeing a sword master unleash a flying slash was the mark of overwhelming strength. Just then, Major Keki approached from another direction and called out, Yunyi, Zephyr-sensei wants to see you in his office. The two of them had become quite familiar over this time, so Keki didn't stand on ceremony despite Yunyi's recent promotion in rank. Oh, all right, I'll head over now. Yunyi nodded with a smile, then turned to the class. Major Keki will take over your training for now. With a flash, Yunyi's figure vanished from sight. All right, brats, you're under my care now. I'm not as gentle as Vice Admiral Yunyi, so you'd best be ready. Keki strode toward them with a dangerous grin. Vice Admiral? That instructor was a Vice Admiral? Major Keki, is that really true? The students were all shocked when they heard the young instructor's true rank. Could they have misheard? A Vice Admiral? Huh, didn't you all know? Keki was a bit puzzled. Major Keki, is that instructor really someone important? He looks so young, one curious student asked. Keki grinned and replied, Oh, he's remarkable, all right. He teamed up with Admiral Akiji to take down and freeze Kaido. What? He's that Navy rising star, Vice Admiral Yunyi? Wow, I've always heard Vice Admiral Yunyi was young, but I never imagined he was this young. The students were utterly astounded. This was beyond anything they'd expected. To be able to fight Kaido, Vice Admiral Yunyi must already stand among the very highest ranks of the strong. He doesn't even seem older than some of those veterans. Don't be fooled by his youth. He truly is a monster. Kaiji chuckled, for he had watched Yun grow stronger, step by step. From the very beginning, Yunyi had displayed remarkable strength in the training camp. Now, having achieved the rank of Vice Admiral, his abilities spoke for themselves. Among the Navy, no one dared take Yunyi lightly. Recently, within the Navy, Yunyi had sought out Zephyr to learn more about advanced armament hockey techniques. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the New World, on the Isle of Moonlit Night. At this moment, Yunyi sat upon his own throne, posture composed, perusing a dossier. It detailed all manner of recent events unfolding in the New World. When Kaido was defeated and thrown into Impel Down, naturally, there were those with their eyes on Kaido's territory. However, any would-be challengers were quickly repelled by the calamities of the Beast Pirates. The power dynamics at sea had become crystal clear. Only those of Emperor-level strength could threaten the Yonko, and thus, only the Yonko posed threats to each other. Well, with one exception, the enigmatic Quincy King of the Underworld. Previously, many believed that, with Kaido captured, the Quincy would certainly make a move. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Quincy kept as still as deep waters. He simply lingered within his own domain, the Hollow Throne, never stepping beyond his carefully guarded borders. It defied understanding. Didn't the Quincy have any ambition? Nevertheless, many found this reaction only natural. While the Quincy King had proven himself powerful, he was still a step shy of claiming a Yonko's seat, his strength perhaps barely approaching that level. And let's not forget, the forces under the Quincy were a shadow of true Emperor-class crews. Within the Hollow Throne, the Quincy stood alone as the one true powerhouse. As for the others, best left unmentioned. Yunyi, for his part, was well aware of all this. That's why he was already investing in strengthening his subordinates. Both the Nightshade Assassins and the Vinsmoke family were aces up his sleeve. Is Charlotte Lean's annual tea party about to start again? Catching a report, Yunyi's eyes sparkled with thought. Knowing Charlotte Lean's character, she was sure to make an issue of these changing times. If she sent him an invitation, should he accept or decline? To go would be dangerous, but to refuse might be a blow to his standing. 1 month from now, is it? Deep in thought, Yunyi weighed every possibility. Still, for now, a more pressing matter required his attention. Setting his reports aside, Yunyi composed himself. For some time, a single goal had circled his thoughts, to bring order and unity to the lawless underworld, forging it into a force of unbreakable steel. A force that would recognize only the Quincy King's rule. But he knew all too well, such a feat would be anything but easy. After all, the other kings of the underworld all have connections with the various factions of the New World, and even the imperial powers maintain business dealings with them. For instance, Doflamingo is known for his frequent exchanges with Kaido, and even the world government gets its hands dirty, conducting weapons transactions behind the scenes. On another front, the mastermind behind Pleasure Street, Stussy, is herself an agent of the world government. Judging from her recent actions, it seems the government is preparing to make a move too, most likely targeting him. If he truly manages to unite everything under his banner, there's no doubt this will bring him into direct conflict with the other powers. It's going to be a troublesome ordeal. The world government would never approve, and neither would the other factions. Let's inform them to come here first. If they refuse, I won't be so polite. They didn't dare reject Big Mom's tea party, but if they dare turn down my invitation, well, Yunyao let out a cold chuckle and issued his command to his men. Summon all the kings of the underworld to Moonlit Island. The First Underworld Congress. Yes, sir. One of the subordinates called out, dashing out as the entire royal palace of emptiness sprang into action. Before long, news of this edict spread from Moonlit Island across the seas. As word swept out, the whole ocean sensed a storm brewing on the horizon. Many who heard the news exclaimed that the Quincy King was mad. He's picking a fight with Big Mom herself. On that very day, several kings of the underworld received the message. Dressrosa, inside the royal palace. Doflamingo held an invitation in his hand, its surface emblazoned with a symbol unique to the Quincy, a flag that stood for the royal palace of emptiness. A black and white mask adorned with a dark six-pointed star on its back. The mask stood for emptiness, and the six-pointed star, Quincy. This was the banner of Yunyi's faction. Ha ha ha. So the Quincy guy is finally making his move? And at just this moment, too, Doflamingo toyed with the invitation and laughed, a flicker of schemes passing through his eyes. His first thought, naturally, was that the Quincy wanted to challenge Big Mom. After all, in just a month, Big Mom's tea party would be held. Traditionally, all the kings of the underworld gave her the honor of attending. Refusing was not an option. The consequences would be severe. This move by the Quincy was clearly meant to compete with Big Mom's tea party. Big Mom is no one to mess with, but neither is the Quincy. If he dared skip the gathering on Moonlit Island now, the Quincy would never let it go. Daffy, what do we do? Are we going? If we set out now, we might not make it in time for Big Mom's tea party afterward. Diamante furrowed his brow, worry clear in his voice. Truth be told, he wished to offend neither of these two powerhouses. None of them are to be trifled with. We have to go, no question about it. Otherwise, knowing that guy's temperament, he'll probably come storming straight into Dressrosa. There's nothing that lunatic wouldn't do, Doflamingo said, a glint flashing behind his dark sunglasses. When it came to the Quincy's personality, he prided himself on having some understanding. But what about the tea party? Dragbuckle said, his voice heavy with concern. Doflamingo pondered for a moment. Let's get everything ready first before we set off. We still have time. We should just about make it. Meanwhile, the other kings of the dark underworld had received the news as well. If Doflamingo could see what was happening, of course they could too. This was a push, a forceful shove, demanding that they make a choice. Should they rush to Tato Land? Or should they head toward Moonlit Island? With only a month's time, the schedule was tight. Some who were farther away from either faction's territory would never be able to travel to both places in time, no matter what. That's why the faces of these underworld rulers were so grim in that moment. Inside the stronghold of Lone Shark King Feld. Feld's expression was thunderous as he flipped the table before him in a burst of anger, his face twisted with frustration. Is that Quincy trying to force us to choose? Damn him. His chief advisor nervously dabbed at his brow, asking, Sir, what should we do now? Feld's tone was cold as ice. Get in touch with the other bosses. See what move they're making. Truth be told, Feld was just like Doflamingo. He didn't want to offend either the Quincy or Big Mom. In fact, it was more than that. he didn't dare to offend them. Big Mom needed no elaboration. A ruler of the seas, her might and influence struck terror into anyone's heart. But the Quincy was no pushover either. While his organization wasn't as massive as Big Mom's, his personal strength was terrifying, powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with Big Mom, even if only briefly. Offending either side meant disaster. Neither Feld nor his people could possibly withstand that kind of wrath. The Storage King, Giberson, and the funeral parlor giant, Peckalori, found themselves in the same impossible bind, torn between two monstrous forces. Meanwhile, Morgan's that feathered newshawk was positively thrilled. After a period of eerie calm, the Quincy had finally made his move, and with it he'd grabbed the attention of the entire New World. To challenge Big Mom's Tea Party. Who would even dream of such a thing? A madman. That guy's a certifiable lunatic. Elsewhere, in the pleasure quarters, Stussy had already relayed the news up the chain of command. Go. Let the Quincy and Big Mom go all out. Let it spark an all-out war between them. Yes, Stussy replied crisply through the transponder snail, and then ended the call. A faint, enigmatic smile played on Stussy's lovely lips as she pondered the message's implications. In the New World, over in Tato Land, Charlotte Linlin herself had, of course, heard all about the Quincy's latest stunt. Upon learning about this incident, her rage erupted instantly. An uncontrollable surge of Conqueror's hockey, wild as a raging storm, swept through the skies above Whole Cake Island, accompanied by a soul-piercing shriek that echoed across the land. Mamma, that wretched Quincy. How dare he do such a thing? Is he deliberately trying to provoke me? Charlotte Linlin's voice thundered with fury, making every member of the Big Mom pirates below tremble and fall silent, not daring to utter another word. Perispero, the eldest son, turned to look at Charlotte Linlin and asked cautiously, Mother, that damned Quincy clearly has no regard for our Big Mom pirates. Shall we mobilize our forces to attack his royal hollow hall now? Charlotte Linlin's eyes, large and round like bronze bells, bore into Perispero as she replied coldly, Are you suggesting I should ruin my tea party? No matter what happens, the tea party cannot be stopped. The tea party is the annual grand banquet of the Big Mom pirates, an event that Charlotte Linlin awaits each year with the anticipation of a child. Any mishap would put her in a foul mood. Have all the invitations been sent out already? Make sure that guy gets one too. Mama. If it weren't for the tea party, I'd have wiped him off the map already. Charlotte Linlin's face twisted with madness, a ruthless gleam flashing in her eyes. Truth be told, Charlotte Linlin had already been displeased with the Quincy for some time. He dared to kill one of her sweet commanders, and on top of offending her on the battlefield, she had long wanted to tear him to pieces. But having just come off a battle with Whitebeard, with the Tea Party approaching and the Navy defeating Kaido, problems were piling up. That was the only reason she hadn't acted yet. But now, the Quincy's latest actions had pushed her past her limit. This was an open challenge to Charlotte Linlin herself. How could she possibly stand by and do nothing? She had to take action. That's why she ordered Perispero to deliver an invitation to the Quincy. For her enemies, an invitation from her was a death sentence in disguise. Perispero wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yes, Mama. I'll see to it right away. With that, Perispero hurried off. The sons and daughters gathered around Charlotte Linlin, each wore expressions of their own. Send an invitation to the Quincy? Would he dare to come? Katakuri's face was as calm as still water, but inwardly he thought, Will you really show up, Quincy? I can barely contain my urge to fight you again. Over this period, Katakuri himself had made progress. Under Charlotte Linlin's guidance, his mastery of Conqueror's hockey had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he felt a new sense of confidence. Next time he faced the Quincy, he would not be so easily overwhelmed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in the holy land of Mariehua, the 5 elders sat or stood, their expressions each different from the others. The bald, sword-carrying elder of the 5 brushed his beloved blade gently, eyelids lowered as he spoke. We can barely keep those 2 family factions in check anymore. If we don't capture the Quincy soon, they'll probably send CP0. You all ought to know what kind of chaos comes out of the New World. Ever since the Quincy killed those 2 celestial dragons, the families of the slain nobles had been in an uproar, a storm held at bay only by the 5 elders' force of will. Yet as time dragged on, and they saw no sign of their kin's murderer, those families grew ever more impatient. They wanted to take matters into their own hands. Although the 5 elders' clans stood as the mightiest among all the celestial dragon families, they couldn't simply disregard the opinions of the other powerful houses. Now, even their influence was beginning to wane. Every celestial dragon family held the authority to mobilize the CP forces. While the 5 elders could sway their decisions to some degree, they could never fully restrain them. Another elder, marked by a black hat and a scar down his left cheek, offered his own calm observation. Those fools just can't keep their impulses in check. But words come from the New World. The Quincy is preparing something called the Dark Rite. What do you think his goal is? That intelligence came from Stussy. The moment Yunyi began planning the Dark Rite, Stussy relayed the news straight into their hands. He probably wants to unify the entire underworld, said the elder with the long, straight white hair, his voice measured and thoughtful. The underworld is quite the tempting prize, after all. If the underworld truly came under one banner, it would birth a formidable force in the world. Maybe not as stable and self-sufficient as the Four Emperors, but certainly nothing to scoff at. Besides, it was through the shadowy mechanisms of the underworld that the world government conducted all sorts of unspeakable business. That's why they'd never let any force, other than their own, rule over the darkness. The golden-haired elder joined in. There was someone else, once, who tried to unite the underworld. He failed, just as the Quincy must inevitably fail. That shadow king of the underworld came close, painfully close, to uniting everything, only to be crushed by the world government at the last step. The reason was no mystery. The government had already planted its people among the shadows. Every move that so-called king made played out under their watchful gaze. With things as they were, how could anyone hope to succeed? Have the CP0 agents prepare, one of the elders commanded. If Big Mom doesn't make a move against the Quincy, we'll have to do it ourselves. For now, let's wait and see. After this operation, the Quincy is sure to make an enemy of Big Mom. The two are locked in a fierce battle. The Quincy's chances of victory are slim. Perhaps this will only fuel the rift between them even faster. And then there's the matter with the Navy. Has Patino Yunyi's identity finally been investigated thoroughly? I can't help but find something about him suspicious. He's been vetted. No red flags, a clean background. But his devil fruit is entirely new to the seas, not even mentioned in any family archives. The human fruit, mythical Zoan, Reaper form. It doesn't enhance physical strength, only grants unique mystical abilities. This transformation has never appeared before in history. Tell me, just how long has it been since a new type of devil fruit appeared on these seas? It doesn't matter. It's only the Navy, should they even think of any treachery, will wipe them out without hesitation. But there's another issue, Kaido and the red-haired one. We must also accelerate the matter of the 7 warlords. Has the Navy not sent any response yet? One after another, each of the 5 elders spoke in turn, orchestrating the flow of intelligence across the entire sea. Every decision they made held the potential to send shockwaves throughout the world. They stood at the very peak of worldly power, and above them all, there was only the master of the world, Imu. 10 days later, Moonlit Isle. After a period of focused development, this place had grown into a bustling hub, rivaling even Dressrosa, the heart of the Don Quixote family. The vast port was crowded with ships of every size. Its bustling streets and alleyways teemed with people, pirates, bounty hunters, merchants, shadowy figures, gray area professionals. Every trade could be found on this island. But no one dared cause trouble here, for this was the domain of the Quincy, the king of the underworld. Not long ago, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million dared to defy the Quincy's authority on Moonlit Isle. He was dispatched with 2 swift moves. Today, however, a strange tension hung in the air. Everyone hurried about their business, careful not to linger outside. For today marked the Council of the Quincies and all kings of the criminal underworld. In the distance, a ship flying the banner of the King of Loans made its steady approach. It carried none other than the King of Loans himself, Feld. Behind Feld stood his loyal subordinates, lined up in solemn ranks, eyes fixed straight ahead. Not far off, another ship, the one belonging to Kibison, the warehouse tycoon, pulled in, steering toward Feld's vessel. When the two parties met, they exchanged brief greetings, then headed together toward the port. Elsewhere, a pink-hued ship cut its way from a different direction. At its prow, a stunning woman stood, the trace of a smile curling on her lips. Just that gentle smile alone was enough to leave a lasting impression of effortless beauty. Behind her trailed a bevy of enchanting women, each stunning in her own way, some voluptuous, others slender, together forming a dazzling tableau, though all bore traces of weariness from a life flesh sheltered. The mortician with giant hands, Pietro, news publisher Morgans, and the heavenly demon Doflamingo also arrived at this very moment. It was as if these kings had made an unspoken pact, for they all turned up around the same time. The first ship to dock flew the Don Quixote family's flag. Doflamingo strode down from the ship with a swagger that brooked no kin nor ally, trailed closely by his lieutenants, Diamante, Pica, and Treble. At that moment, Diamante leaned over to Doflamingo and whispered, "Doffy, look over there." Doflamingo turned his gaze in the indicated direction, quickly spotting the ships belonging to the other underworld kings. He paused, waiting for their arrival. A slow, sinister smile curled Doflamingo's lips, and he gave his signature, wicked laugh. Heh heh heh. Who would have thought? We're all here. Every last one. As fellow rulers of the underworld, Doflamingo had crossed swords and ideas with these others more than once before. The other kings, now arriving, also caught sight of Doflamingo. Each betrayed a flicker of emotion as they drifted closer. They exchanged glances all around, measuring each other with wary or curious eyes, a gathering of predators. Vold bore an expression as cold as stone. Giberson's look was grave. Pietro bared his teeth in a bloodthirsty grin. Stussy offered a gentle, knowing smile, and Morgans's eyes darted about with frantic calculation, his mind clearly racing. Yet beneath their various exteriors, one thing was perfectly clear. Each of these kings exuded such a terrifying aura that anyone of ordinary metal would be paralyzed with fear. Morgans flapped his wings with an energetic rustle, craning his long beak in a broad grin at the others. Other than at the tea party, it's the first time we've all shown up together. Honestly, I half expected at least one of you to skip out. Especially you, Doflamingo. Word is, you tangled with a Quincy in paradise not too long ago. So tell us, aren't you worried about payback, daring to show up here tonight? Doflamingo shot a grin at Morgans, his voice carrying a mocking lilt. Heh heh heh. You old bird, you sure know everything, don't you? He was entirely unsurprised. It was no secret that his feud with the Quincy stretched back to the North Sea, making headlines for months. And those headlines, of course, were always courtesy of this meddlesome newspaperman. After all, Morgans presided over the world's largest intelligence network, rarely missing a beat when it came to new developments. Frankly, nearly every major event at sea found its way to the world's ear through his paper. Vold cast his gaze among the group before settling on Pietro, his tone low and imposing. Pietro, didn't you take on a cleanup job not long ago? What are you doing back already? If you've left the job unfinished, you know there's a price to be paid. Pietro let out a sinister laugh. Haha, this is an order from the Quincy himself. How would I dare disobey? Aren't you all the same? Just admit you're afraid to cross the Quincy. What's to be embarrassed about? Hearing Pietro's words, Food and Jaborson's faces darkened. Why do you have to blurt out the plain truth like that? This guy was becoming more unbearable by the minute. Jaborson snorted coldly without a word, while Food's face remained gloomy. There had never been a shortage of friction among the kings. Disliking each other was nothing new. Yet the others seemed unfazed. Some even wore enigmatic smiles on their faces. At this point, Stussy stepped in to smooth things over, flashing a dazzling smile. It's been so long since we all met. Why let our reunion turn sour? Let's not keep our master waiting. Let's get going, Food said, striding forward. We've yet to meet the Quincy face to face since he became the new king. Jaborson said nothing and walked ahead. Morgans flapped his wings with a hearty laugh. I've seen him once before, but I must admit, he nearly scared the feathers off me. Gathering to decide the fate of the underworld. Acting as though he alone calls the shots. I'm curious to see if he's really as formidable as the rumors claim. Pietro sneered, taking the lead. Doflamingo cast Pietro a peculiar glance, then let out a trademark chuckle. Foo, let's not keep him waiting. That guy's notorious for his temper. After their brief exchange, the group began making their way toward the heart of Moonlit Isle, the headquarters of the Hollow King's Hall. As the group passed through the island, the people who saw them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That's heavenly demon Doflamingo of the Seven Warlords. And that's Pietro the Undertaker, a true killer, if ever there was one. There's Jaborson, the one who oversees the underworld's contraband. And Food, the lone shark kingpin. Wow, is that Stussy, Queen of the Festival of Joy? She really is gorgeous. Though I hear the Pirate Empress is even more stunning. And that must be Morgans, head of the largest news agency, right? Yikes, what an overwhelming presence they all have. So these are the kings of the underworld? But still, none of them can compare to the great Quincy. Since the people here on Moonlit Isle lived alongside the underworld kings, they recognized these big players instantly. The faces of power were nothing new to them. At that moment, a noticeably changed Elian emerged, someone to whom Yunyi had entrusted important responsibilities. His status on Moonlit Isle had risen considerably. At that moment, he saw several monarchs approaching. He took a few steps forward, offered them a respectful but composed salute, and spoke with calm confidence. This way, please. My lord awaits you in the Great Hall. The group glanced at him briefly before shifting their gazes away. After all, he was just an ordinary attendant. Doflamingo broke into a wide grin. Lead the way, then. This way, please. Elian responded, walking ahead to guide them. The group followed close behind, quickly arriving before the palace. Within the grand hall sat only Yunyi, alone. Yunyi wore the Quincy's stark black and white mask, reclining casually in a chair, his posture radiating nonchalance. He was seated at a round wooden table with 7 chairs, each positioned at a specific spot. Yunyi occupied 1 chair. The remaining 6 belonged to the monarchs of the Dark World. "Oh, so you've arrived." Yunyi raised his head slightly, casting his gaze toward the entrance. At the doorway, 6 shadows appeared, striding forward. Aside from Doflamingo, Yunyi was meeting the others for the first time. Back on the battlefield, Yunyi had paid little attention to that peculiar birdman. "This must be our first meeting, esteemed monarchs." Yunyi remained seated, not rising from his chair. Then his eyes sharpened, and an awe-inspiring surge of kingly haki burst forth, crashing toward the guests. Well, you're still as overbearing as ever, Quincy." Doflamingo burst out laughing, unleashing his own kingly haki in reply. A titanic clash rang out as their auras collided, bolts of lightning streaking through the air. The other monarchs furrowed their brows. Was this intended as a show of force? 2 of them let out cold, dismissive snorts. Their own kingly haki erupted in retaliation, surging toward Yunyi. It was Piacro and Feld. Raw, rolling waves of power burst forth as all 4 auras collided, churning the clouds above into a frenzied storm. Fortunately, Yunyi had already cleared the area, ensuring no ordinary citizens were caught in the crossfire. The remaining monarchs either lacked this sovereign power or chose not to reveal it. No one could tell for sure. Sitting upright, Yunyi unleashed a tempestuous surge of haki, even more formidable, sweeping through the hall like a gale, overpowering the combined force of the other 3. The sheer intensity of clashing kingly haki seemed almost capable of rupturing reality itself. At the focal point of the clash, fine fissures began to spider across the floor, spreading outward from beneath their feet, creeping toward Doflamingo and the others. Seeing this, the other monarchs' eyes widened in disbelief. The sovereign haki of 3 had been completely suppressed by the Quincy's alone. A shockwave reverberated through the hall. At last, another thunderous roar erupted. Their conqueror's haki finally crumbled, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of Yunyi's own aura. Yunyi's conquerors will press down upon them utterly and completely. It wasn't physically harmful, but the humiliation was intense. Everyone's faces darkened. So powerful. In that moment, the same thought rose in all their minds. This level of haki. They had only ever witnessed such dominance in the presence of the great emperors. "Esteemed kings, have a seat." Yunyi saw he had subdued them and burst out laughing, motioning for them to sit. Fufufu, what an unforgettable show of strength. Doflamingo's eyes gleamed behind his sunglasses as he mused to himself. This Quincy has grown even stronger. He casually picked a seat and settled in. "Gah, what a tremendous aura." Morgans clicked his beak, then sat as well. Kyberson's face was unreadable, but he chuckled lightly and found a place to sit. Stussy cast a glance at Yunyi with her beautiful eyes, her movements graceful as she took her seat. Piacro and Field, their faces sullen, didn't cause any further trouble. They too sat down. And so, all the sovereigns of the underworld were gathered together at last. Leaning back as though nothing had happened, Doflamingo glanced at Yunyi and grinned. "So, Quincy, what's the real reason you've called us all together?" At his words, everyone present grew solemn. Their gazes turned to Yunyi. Yunyi wore a mask, hiding his expression, but his voice was clear. "Naturally, there's important business to discuss. Don't you all find the underworld a bit too scattered these days?" He had no intention of wasting words. Yunyi went straight to the point. This assembly was, after all, part of his preparations to unify the criminal underworld. There was another reason as well. He wanted to see where everyone stood. Anyone who blocked his path. There could only be one outcome for them in the future. The implication in Yunyi's words was unmistakable. A few among the group exchanged uncertain looks, but remained silent. Stussy, poised and elegant, her full red lips curving, spoke in a melodious voice. "Oh, and how do you plan to do that?" Inwardly, she was not surprised. So he truly does intend to unite the entire underworld. What grand ambition! Yunyi glanced around at everyone, his tone calm. "Let's form an alliance. The Beast Pirates are already in chaos now that Kaido has been defeated. For a while, things will only get messy, eh? Once the Beast Pirates collapse, the new world will surely spiral into chaos again. In a world like that, do you really think you can keep your businesses running smoothly?" Truthfully, he was just putting things bluntly. Before the rise of the 4 emperors, these criminal lords had always flourished just fine. Some people even profit from war itself. The more chaos erupts in the new world, the better their business thrives. Is it that Yunyi doesn't understand this fact? No, Yunyi is simply looking for an excuse, just to observe their reactions. It's also a way to decide who needs to be removed and who's worth keeping. Alliance? What kind of alliance are you talking about? Haven't we already been working together in business? Isn't that an alliance in itself? Fel found himself a bit irritated by Yunyi's aggressive opening and squinted his eyes as he questioned him. But he was shrewd enough not to lay his cards on the table outright. Sitting right beside him, Piacero licked his lips and let out a cold laugh. An alliance? What nice word for it. But let's be honest, what you really want is to unify the entire underworld, isn't it? Save yourself the trouble. That's just impossible. Earlier, Piacero had suffered huge losses because of Yunyi's sudden summons, and his frustration still simmered beneath the surface. The only reason he showed up was Yunyi's fearsome reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. Now, with every kingpin of the underworld assembled, and Yunyi bearing his fangs at last, Piacero chose to voice what everyone was thinking, making sure the others heard Yunyi's true intention loud and clear. In reality, not a single person present was a fool. No idiot could claw their way to the top. The reason none of them wanted to state the obvious was simple. Doing so would mean going head-to-head with Yunyi. These men were as cunning as devils, waiting to see which way the wind blew. And let's not forget, this place is the heartland of the Quincy's. Who knows what hidden tricks the Quincy's might have left here? Stussy, Gibbison, Feld, and Morgans had all assumed Doflamingo, the one with the biggest conflicts with the Quincy's and the strongest, most ruthless hand, would make the first move. To everyone's surprise, it was Piacero who broke the silence, catching them all off guard. Idiot! Doflamingo kept his face impassive, but deep down he cursed Piacero for a fool. Others might not know the true nature of the Quincy, but Doflamingo saw right through him. This guy, he's an absolute lunatic. And sure enough, Yunyi straightened in his seat. Even though the mask hid his expression, everyone in the room could sense the forceful aura radiating from him. Is this guy about to make a move? A tense silence fell as several men's eyes darkened in anticipation. Yunyi grinned. So, what? Do you have a different view on my proposal? So what if I do? Piacero met Yunyi's gaze head-on, standing his ground with a sharp glint in his eyes. Yunyi's message was already clear, though he hadn't said it outright. Within the underworld now, he expected to be the one everyone answered to. He'd gathered them here for a reason, to make sure they understood this signal. Go on, I'm listening. Yunyi's voice remained as calm as ever. You called us together just to throw your weight around, didn't you? Your real aim is nothing more than uniting the entire underworld under your own rule. Do you really think we would ever agree to that? Piacero sneered, his eyes flickering to the other kings in the room. He wanted to see a spark of rebellion, someone else standing alongside him to challenge the Quencher. Yet, the other monarchs merely remained silent. A low, sardonic chuckle came from Doflamingo as he leaned back in his chair, but he said nothing. Morgan had witnessed Yunyi's power firsthand and knew just how formidable he was. In circumstances like these, he certainly had no intention of getting involved. Kyberson, always the level-headed and shrewd one, noticed that even Doflamingo, who was hardly friendly with the Quencher, held his tongue. He stifled his own urge to speak up. Stussy, for her part, knew the world government intended to target Yunyi in due course. Now was not the time to ruin things with the Quencher. As a double agent, she understood that the less she said, the less likely she'd make mistakes. She stayed silent. Only Feld's eyes glimmered with interest, as if he wanted to speak, but seeing that none of the others did, he restrained himself. There wasn't a fool among them. If none of you are capable of forging unity in the underworld, Yunyi spoke coolly, then why not let me lead this alliance? That way, when facing the other monarchs, you won't have to bow and scrape. His tone was matter-of-fact as he met Pietro's gaze. The calm his eyes and voice pressed down on Pietro like a heavy weight. Keep dreaming, as if such a thing could ever happen. An alliance? What a joke. Pietro's laugh was scornful. And who do you think you are, anyway? To command the entire underworld. Did you ever ask us? He shot a glare at the other kings, but still, there was only silence. Unease settled in Pietro's chest. Why wouldn't any of them speak against the Quencher? In truth, they weren't refusing to oppose Yunyi. Each one simply had their own agenda. Doflamingo, for instance, had only allied through blackmail. Even if the underworld became unified in name, it would never be in spirit. The Quencher's authority would never truly reach him. The underworld was never a monolithic force to begin with. Each king pursued their own interests. Unity? It sounded simple enough on paper. Unless the Quencher destroyed them outright, nothing would really change without their cooperation, especially since there were those among them who had no desire to sever ties with Yunyi. One or two, rather adept at reading the tides, were wise enough not to draw attention. In the end, it was only Pietro who dared stand out. The nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Yunyi rose, fixing Pietro with his gaze and offering an icy smile as he strode toward him. Who am I, you ask? I am the Quencher. They're all cowards. Pietro glanced at the other silent kings, snorting disdainfully, then turned to Yunyi. The others may fear you, but I don't. We're both kings. How much stronger could you possibly be? With that, he seized a massive scythe nearby, making the first move as he slashed down at Yunyi. His strength was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he could never have become one of the kings. The moment he struck, the air was thick with murderous intent. His mastery of the dual-colored aura had reached an impressive peak. Yet, when faced with Yunyi, he remained desperately outmatched. I admire your courage, but if this is all you've got, you're not qualified to challenge me. Yunyi's voice rang out. In a flash, he sidestepped Pietro's attack. The two-colored radiance flared behind him, surging with a terrible power. Appearing above Pietro, Yunyi's expression turned icy cold as he gathered his abilities. Arcs of plasma, Emperor's Haki, armament aura, surges of raw strength. All these forces converged into a single, crushing blow. There was no time for Pietro to dodge. Yunyi's strike landed without restraint, shaking Pietro to his very core. The Emperor's Haki rattled his spirit, and every ounce of Yunyi's power smashed down in that instant. A thunderous boom resounded. The blow crashed directly into Pietro's back. Pietro was instantly overwhelmed by unfathomable force. Blood gushed from his mouth as Yunyi's fist drove him deep into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Now Pietro lay limp at the bottom of the pit, his eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. One blow, Pietro was utterly defeated. When the dust finally settled, Yunyi reined in his aura, returned calmly to his seat, and looked at the others with a mild tone. Now, does anyone have objections to forming the alliance? At that moment, the kings present could only look grave. They all understood this was the true show of force from the one called the Queller.